You're just someone who longs to bind to a system, frequently wandering through various video comment sections, leaving countless dog emojis, following numerous influencers, and even fantasizing countless times. At this moment, your wish has finally come true. Due to the host's strong will in front of the video, Ding has held the same wish for 5 years, and the dog emojis he sent have been selected by the system, successfully activating the 4 billion life system and binding it. After the system is successfully bound, there are no tasks or requirements. The host simply needs to indulge and enjoy a perfect life. Additionally, spending their own money can yield random multiple returns. There are no limits on spending, and returns are unlimited. Spend freely. After hearing the system's introduction, I was also astonished. Could it be that my golden finger has finally arrived? I didn't think too much about it because I understood that turning fantasy into reality was just a matter of time. Without hesitation, I picked up my phone to message the person I had been in an online relationship with for 2.5 years. The message sent: "Baby, today is May 15th, and in a few days, it will be 520. I want to spend this year's 520 with you." Thinking back to last year's 520, my online partner, Meng Qingqiu, wanted to come find me. But I was just a broke loser who talked big online. How could I dare to meet in person? But now I've bound to the system, so how can I still be timid about the bravado I displayed online? After receiving confirmation from the other party, I immediately bought him a first-class plane ticket. I didn't expect that this online partner was only 20 years old this year. No wonder he had been reluctant to disclose his age. He was still a minor back then. The next moment, a system prompt popped into my mind. "Congratulations, host. Your purchase was successful. You received a 10x return on your spending. Additionally, as a reward for the host's first purchase, you are officially on the path to a perfect life, and the system grants you an additional skill, insight. This is real. I'm not dreaming, the system really exists." At this moment, I confirmed once again that I had bound to the system, then looked at the bank card information on my phone, which showed a balance of 64,552 yuan. Buzzing, my phone vibrated, pulling me back from my euphoric state into reality. "Joshio, what's wrong?" I answered the call and said, "Darling, how did you book me a first-class ticket?" Meng Qingqiu's astonished voice came through. Hearing his voice, I smiled and said, "It's just a few thousand yuan, it doesn't cost much." However, Meng Qingqiu's mood instantly dropped, and his voice became a bit hoarse as he said, "First of all, I'm not a materialistic girl. This first-class cabin is no different from economy for me. The ultimate goal is just to meet you. In fact, I secretly came to Jiangcheng to see you last year's 520 when you were still delivering takeout. Sweetheart, we just booked it. Let's cancel the first-class ticket." Meng Qingqiu's voice continued. After hearing his words, I felt relieved because there are so many materialistic girls nowadays. Without money, you're nothing. Yet here was a girl who truly loved me, regardless of whether I had money or not. I softly replied, "Actually, that time was just me experiencing life. Although I'm not as tall and handsome as you imagine, I am indeed a rich second generation. My family has many cars, and if you come over to play, you can choose any car you want. I had to maintain my facade, so I could just buy a car myself during this time." After Meng Qingqiu heard my words, he was first skeptical, then relieved, and finally affectionate. A few minutes later, he shyly gave me a kiss before hanging up and going to class. After hanging up, I confirmed the balance in my bank account again, and I felt confident because by the time Meng Qingqiu arrived in Jiangcheng, I would at least surpass 7 figures, and even 8 figures was possible. As money increases, it will only continue to grow, I said. Ding! At that moment, a system prompt echoed in my mind, sensing the host's strong desire to spend. The system dispatched a small welfare task: successfully spend 63,000 yuan within half an hour to receive a Mercedes E300. The timer starts now. Please complete the small welfare task as soon as possible. Good luck. I didn't expect that whatever I wanted would just come to me. The Mercedes E300 is pretty nice too. I immediately prepared to head out, but after taking a couple of steps, I suddenly realized that this small welfare task had a time limit. If I left now, it would take time, and I might not even find a suitable spending target. Recalling many system web novels I had read, I knew that the simplest and quickest method at this time was definitely to send gifts to streamers. Then I picked up my phone from the table, opened Douyin, and entered a live stream from someone I had followed for a long time, called Xiao Guaibu Guai. I recharged and sent gifts directly. 2.5 minutes later, I sent 21 carnivals in the live stream, and the next second, ding! Congratulations, host, your spending was successful. You received a double return on your spending. Congratulations, host, you perfectly completed the small welfare task dispatched by the system. You triggered a critical reward, a Porsche Cayenne. Wow, I didn't expect to easily get 126,000. And I even got a Porsche Cayenne worth at least $1 million. Wow, this system is incredibly generous. Looking at my bank card balance and the $1 million Porsche Cayenne, I was instantly filled with shock. Brother Yenyu Jiangnan, are you still there? At that moment, sweet calls pulled me back from my joy into reality. I looked into the live stream and casually responded. Later, I recalled the insight skill I obtained during my first purchase and immediately asked the system, can this insight skill be used on people? Activated for me. Name, Lin Man, age, 18, height, 165 centimeters, weight, 48 kilograms, appearance, 88 points, affection, 20 points. Soon, an illusory 3D attribute panel appeared before my eyes. After glancing at it, seeing the 88 points for appearance, I couldn't help but show a look of surprise. This 88 points is at least the level of a campus beauty. Thank you so much, brother Yenyu Jiangnan, for the 21 carnivals. Jiangnan brother, I'm about to step out for a bit. Can I stream for you later? The streamer Lin Man, seeing that I was still there, said in the live stream, go ahead. I casually sent a comment and then exited the live stream. After that, we successfully added each other as friends, and after adding each other, I went to various live streams and sent many gifts. 2.5 hours later, my account balance reached 970,000 yuan, and I couldn't help but smile with satisfaction before exiting the live stream. I moved my fingers a bit and slowly got up from the sofa. Glancing at the time, it was just approaching 10 o'clock. This made me reflect. Just this morning, I was a struggling young man with only a few thousand in savings, and now I had nearly $1 million in my account. The system is indeed powerful. Not to mention that I also obtained a Porsche Cayenne starting at $1 million. System, what about my Porsche Cayenne? Then I spotted a document bag on the desk. Next to it was a car key, and I couldn't help but be excited. This kid is impressive. With money and a car, I had to go out and spend some, so I casually grabbed the car key and headed out. Just as I closed the door, I suddenly heard the sound of high heels clicking against the floor behind me, and I instinctively turned to look in that direction. The moment I saw her, my eyes widened in shock, because that person was my landlady. At that moment, she was wearing a blue turtleneck off-shoulder top, a black pencil skirt, and her silver hair was elegantly styled up. She was simply a stunning silver-haired beauty. Without thinking much, I checked her profile name, Xia Jichin, age, 30, height, 168 centimeters, weight, 55 kilograms, looks, 92 points, affinity, 5 points. I knew the landlady would be beautiful, but seeing these stats still made me smile. But I suppressed my wicked thoughts and greeted her, Xia Qing. Xia Jiqing didn't recognize me at first, but after looking me over a couple of times, her eyes widened in surprise as she said, is that you, Jiangnan? Yes, I nodded. She responded, it's only been a few months since we last met, how have you changed so much? Xia Jiqing looked at me again, her beautiful face filled with amazement. At this point, Xia Jiqing also noticed the Porsche Cayenne key in my hand, but she didn't think much of it. Car keys like that were too common among young people. After chatting for a bit, I transferred her the rent I owed for 2 months, and unexpectedly, it triggered a 10-fold cash back reward. The 2 months' rent wasn't expensive, it was only 3,000 yuan. With the 10-fold cash back, that meant 30,000 yuan. Adding in a few thousand I had before, my account balance had now reached 1 million yuan. At that moment, the system's notification sound suddenly echoed in my mind again. Congratulations, host. Your savings have reached 1 million. In light of your proactive spending, a special minor task has been released as a reward. Have a romantic partner with a beauty score of over 90 and an affinity of over 90. Task reward: a villa numbered 001 in Jiangcheng Tianfu and a globally limited Pagani Huayra. After hearing the system's notification, I was stunned on the spot. Wow, I had just looked at my landlady's profile, and now I was given a matching task. Wasn't this implying something between us? Wow, this is just a small welfare task? To be honest, the difficulty is quite high. A high-value opposite sex with a score above 90 is definitely hard to come by. Moreover, even if you do encounter one, how can the favorability be easily improved? Just like the landlady Xia Jiqing in front of him, her favorability towards him is only 5 points, which probably just means they have a somewhat favorable impression of each other as strangers. But having difficulty also means there's a challenge, and since the system said it's a welfare task with no time limit, it shouldn't be a big problem for me to complete this task. Jiang Nan suddenly figured out the key point, and the worry about not being able to complete the task immediately dissipated. Xiao Jiang, I'll head back now. At this moment, the landlady Xia Jiqing's voice rang out. Okay, Sister Xia. Jiang Nan nodded. Tap tap tap. The crisp sound of high heels clicking against the floor echoed in the corridor. Jiang Nan took a deep breath and then turned to take a look. The beautiful legs in black stockings under that fitted skirt were simply too alluring. He withdrew his gaze, shook his head, and headed downstairs. A woman of this caliber, in his past view, was unattainable, a top-tier beauty he could only fantasize about at night. But now, with the system, such women didn't seem so high and mighty, impossible to reach. First, I still need to improve myself, otherwise, no matter how rich I am, I won't be able to truly conquer a top-quality woman wholeheartedly. To put it metaphorically, Jiang Nan's wealth had reached an immeasurable level. He could indeed use money to attract most high-value opposite sexes to his bed. Even the favorability would increase. But the favorability of such women is only attracted by money, becoming slaves to wealth. In a sense, Jiang Nan believed that this situation would never allow the favorability to reach 100 points. Even 90 points would be very difficult to achieve. While spending, I also need to enrich myself. And the system has mentioned that it will occasionally send welfare tasks, and completing them will reward me with unexpected abilities and items. Jiang Nan was very much looking forward to his future growth. Arriving downstairs, Jiang Nan followed the system's instructions and saw a brand new silver Porsche Cayenne parked not far away. It really looks cool. As Jiang Nan approached, he reached out to touch the front of the car, his face showing a look of amazement. Fortunately, I thought about saving some money to be a DD driver when I was 18, even running a yellow Ferrari, so I got my driver's license. Otherwise, I would really feel like crying over missed opportunities. Jiang Nan chuckled and shook his head. While shaking his head, he inadvertently caught sight of a young man sitting sideways on a small electric scooter not far away, a faint smile on his lips. As their eyes met, the young man immediately walked over, and by the time he reached Jiang Nan, he already had a Porsche car key in his hand. "Hey, little brother, do you really like this car?" The young man looked to be in his late 20s, smiling at Jiang Nan. "I really do like it." Jiang Nan nodded, then reached out to touch the front of the car again, saying, "This car is a dream for most men, and I'm no exception. Want to hop in and take a seat?" Upon hearing Jiang Nan's words, the young man cheerfully waved the Porsche car key in his hand. "Ha!" Jiang Nan was taken aback for a moment, then turned around to see the young man smiling and waving the Porsche car key. Could it be that this car is his? He immediately pressed his Porsche car key twice. Beep, beep. As he pressed, the lights of the silver Porsche Cayenne in front of him flickered, followed by the sound of the doors opening. That's right, it was his. Jiang Nan turned around and smiled at the young man who looked like a dazed chicken, saying, "Hearing you say that just now, I thought I had the wrong car. Well, I'm off now." With that, he got into the car. Vroom. The car started and slowly drove away. After the silver Porsche Cayenne had traveled a few dozen meters, the dazed young man finally came to his senses, and in just a moment, his face turned red with embarrassment. Damn, I wanted to show off, but who knew I'd run into someone really impressive? So embarrassing. The young man shakily pulled out a cigarette, then used his Porsche key to light it, taking a couple of quick puffs before heading towards his little electric scooter. After about 10 minutes of driving, Jiang Nan arrived at the largest shopping center district in Jiangchang. In a new first-tier city like Jiangchang, a Porsche Cayenne isn't considered an extraordinary luxury car, but it still attracts the attention of some ordinary people. At least, when Jiang Nan found a parking spot and got out of the car, quite a few passers-by cast their gazes in his direction. In this world, ordinary people make up 99%. Facing these scrutinizing looks, the sense of satisfaction in Jiang Nan's heart was naturally undeniable. After scanning the area, Jiang Nan's gaze turned towards the pedestrian street not far away. This was the largest and most central shopping center in Jiangchang, lined with various high-end brand stores. Chanel, Gucci, LV, so many. Just pick a store and buy a couple of outfits and shoes. Although people rely on their appearance, having depth and the ability to carry oneself is what truly matters. Jiang Nan stepped towards a high-end store. There's a saying that goes, once the whole world knows your strength, even if you wear street vendor clothes, it's still fashionable, as if it were tailored for you by some unknown master. This world is so realistic. Compared to ancient sayings, it's like wearing a dragon robe but not being a prince. Without that depth, strength, and temperament, even if you wear so-called luxury brands, others might think you're wearing knockoffs. Brothers, take a good look at the comments section. Lin Manman has character illustrations, and the landlady also has character illustrations. Everyone check the comments. The pictures I posted will give you a better visual sense. More than an hour later, when Jiang Nan walked out of an Armani store, he was already carrying several bags. At this moment, his previously cheap clothes had been upgraded significantly. 2 outfits plus casual shoes cost around 30,000 in total, an average of 15,000 per outfit. Not too expensive, but they felt comfortable to wear, and the final rebate was as much as 300,000. Not only that, During this time, he also bought a watch, which wasn't too expensive either, a Rolex Submariner Hulk for $128,000. The rebate on this Hulk wasn't much, just double, but even so, it still brought his savings to over $140,000. Not bad. Jung Nan walked slowly towards his car, quickly arriving and placing the items in the back seat before returning to the driver's seat. "Hey, handsome!" Just as Jung Nan was about to start the car, a voice rang out. He turned his head to see a girl outside, looking decent but exuding a techie vibe, smiling and holding her phone, saying, "Can we add each other on WeChat?" "Thanks, but no need." Jung Nan shook his head and politely declined. "Are you sure?" After being rejected, the tech-savvy girl frowned and incredulously blurted out a phrase in English. To be honest, Jung Nan's studies weren't great, but he wasn't so clueless as to not know the meaning of that word. He replied softly, "I don't know you, beautiful." "Are you sure?" Hearing Jung Nan's response, the girl's tone became slightly more intense as she stared at him with wide eyes, incredulously asking again, "Sorry, I have something to do now, I have to go." Jung Nan smiled politely and then started the car. "Sure." Another sure came back to him, this time in a very strange tone, which made Jung Nan's expression darken instantly. He couldn't hold back anymore and said flatly, "I am absolutely sure. Please be careful not to bump into my car. I'm afraid you can't afford to pay for it." Even the best temper would be worn thin by this sure girl's antics. Vroom. The car started and pulled out of the parking space. Inside the car, Jung Nan shook his head repeatedly. He had truly witnessed the terror of a gold digger. The main thing was that the sure girl was just too confident. Vroom vroom. At that moment, his phone, which he had tossed aside, suddenly vibrated. "Darling, it's almost noon, remember to have lunch." It was a call from Meng Qingqiu. "I was just about to see what to eat. Are you out of class?" Jung Nan replied, driving with one hand. Although he got his driver's license at 18, he had driven a few times in the following years, so he wasn't unfamiliar with cars. "Yeah, I'm about to go to the cafeteria with my roommate." "What are you doing now?" Meng Qingqiu asked. "Driving," Jung Nan answered, then switched to speakerphone and took a picture of himself to send her on WeChat, smiling, "How about I come pick you up in this car?" "Which car?" Meng Qingqiu glanced at WeChat and exclaimed in surprise, "A Cayenne? Aren't girls usually not that interested in cars?" "You recognized it right away," Jung Nan said, somewhat surprised. "It's okay." Meng Qingqiu's tone slightly elongated as she hurriedly changed the subject. "By the way, since we're about to meet, aren't you nervous or curious?" "I am a bit nervous, but curious about what?" Jung Nan asked, puzzled. "Just curious about what I look like. What if I'm really ugly?" Meng Qingqiu asked softly, "What if I'm fat and short? Would you run away like they say online?" "I wouldn't," Jung Nan replied. He truly wouldn't, but whether they would still be together afterward was uncertain. This world, after all, is a world that values looks. If you say he's heartless, isn't it a normal thought for a regular person? Pfft, Qingqiu, don't scare your online boyfriend. You're the top beauty of Magic City University. Which guy wouldn't be stunned by you and run away? It would be surprising if he didn't try to eat you up on the spot. A laugh rang out on the phone. "Yao Yao, what are you saying?" Immediately, Meng Qingqiu's playful voice followed. Hearing this, Jung Nan's gaze flickered. "The top beauty of Magic City University? Ahem, darling, don't listen to Yao Yao's nonsense." "Oh dear, Yao Yao, you've made me embarrassed now." "Darling, I'm heading to the cafeteria now. I'll contact you later, beep beep beep." After saying that, Meng Qingqiu hung up the phone. The top beauty of Magic City. Jung Nan didn't put down his phone. While focusing on driving, he opened Douyin and started searching. In this day and age, there was basically nothing that couldn't be found on Douyin. Meng Qingqiu. Jung Nan directly searched for the name of his online girlfriend. In an instant, the keyword bar immediately popped up with a series of related keywords. The first beauty of Magic City University. Come see the barefaced photo of the first beauty of Magic City University. Is Meng Qingqiu really the first beauty of Magic City University? He casually clicked on one of the search entries. Instantly, a video popped up. In the video, a beautiful girl with a high ponytail wearing a brown sleeveless turtleneck sweater was sitting on a bench with a book in her hand, paired with a black mini skirt and a pair of long black stockings, which was simply captivating. Is this Meng Qingqiu? Jung Nan glanced at the comments section, filled with praise. This is Senior Qingqiu. Wow, to be honest, she doesn't photograph well. In reality, she's even more stunning. I think she can truly be called a fairy sister. Jung Nan noticed a comment from a Magic City IP with a high number of likes. If this is really my online romance partner Meng Qingqiu, then her looks are indeed off the charts. Just as Jung Nan was about to use his insight skill to see how many points Meng Qingqiu could get from the system's prompt echoed in his mind. "Host, this is neither a live broadcast nor something seen with your own eyes, so you cannot use the insight skill. Alright, Jiang Nan nodded, took another look at Meng Qingqiu in the video, and smiled as he was about to toss his phone aside. At that moment, a WeChat message notification came in. Jiang Nan opened it to see that it was from Lin Manman, the little disobedient female streamer. Oh, brother Jiang Nan, I just noticed that your Douyin IP address is in Jiangchang. What a coincidence. Seeing this message, Jiang Nan recalled that this little disobedient girl seemed to have followed him last year when he was watching local live streams, and they were indeed both in Jiangchang. Yes, Jiang Nan replied succinctly with a voice message. Meanwhile, at the entrance of a university in Jiangcheng, a youthful and beautiful JK girl listened to the very young voice in the voice message, showing a hint of hesitation on her face. She wasn't trying to throw herself at Jiang Nan, rather, she felt a bit incredulous about having inexplicably earned over 30,000. So, she pondered whether to take the opportunity during the day to thank this big brother, Yenyu Jiang Nan, who had tipped her tens of thousands in her livestream. Brother Jiang Nan, thank you for tipping me 21 carnivals today. Since you're also in Jiangcheng, how about I treat you to a meal at noon? After hesitating for a moment, Lin Manman sent a voice message. After sending it, her pretty face turned red. Despite her usually carefree demeanor, she was actually a girl who got shy very easily. Otherwise, with her looks, if she were a bit more outgoing, she could easily become a small internet celebrity with tens of thousands or even over 100,000 fans after a year of live streaming. Not to mention, the idea of meeting the top supporter made her extremely shy. Okay. Soon, Lin Manman received a message, still a simple response. Send me your location, I'll come pick you up. Then, another voice message followed. A pretty young voice. I still have some impression of the ID Yenyu Jiang Nan. Although he doesn't talk much in the live stream, he's basically there every time I go live. It shouldn't be anything, right? Lin Manman scratched her head and mumbled softly before giving him her location. What does Lin Manman want? She can't be throwing herself at me just because of a few tens of thousands, right? At this moment, Jiang Nan was navigating to the place where Lin Manman was. It was the university town of Jiangcheng. It takes some time to get from here to there, at most half an hour, and at least about 10 to 20 minutes. You might have to wait for me for about half an hour. It will take me a while to get over. Jiang Nan thought for a moment and reminded her. He didn't want this woman to get impatient and leave, or else he would have made the trip for nothing. No problem. I'm just going back to the dorm for a bit, Lin Manman replied instantly. Are you planning to dress up a bit? Jiang Nan shook his head and smiled. To be honest, even with Meng Qingqiu as his online girlfriend, it would be a lie to say he wasn't interested in Lin Manman, who had a high attractiveness score of 88. What man hasn't fantasized about having his cake and eating it too? Jiang Nan was no exception. About 20 minutes later, at the university gate, a Porsche Cayenne slowly came to a stop. Porsche, what model is this? It looks pretty cool. It's a Cayenne. It starts at over 100,000. Which rich kid is here to pick up girls? As the Porsche Cayenne parked at the university gate, voices immediately began to rise, and several tall, attractive girls stopped in their tracks to look over. A car worth $1 million at the starting price is a top luxury vehicle for 99% of the people in the world. At least, being able to afford a car at this level is impressive. 1 in 1,000 being able to afford it is quite remarkable. At this moment, a beautiful girl wearing jeans and a white short shirt, with her hair tied up in a bun, also set her gaze on the Porsche Cayenne. Just then, her phone vibrated, and Lin Manman quickly shifted her attention back to it. I'm here, was the message from Jiang Nan. Why can't I see you? Lin Manman picked up her phone and was about to send a voice message when she saw a handsome guy get out of the Porsche Cayenne. Bang bang! At that moment, her heart raced. Could it be him? Lin Manman widened her eyes. Over here. Once Jiang Nan waved at her, Lin Manman finally confirmed that this was the guy who had sent her 21 carnival emojis that morning, the one known as Smoke and Rain Jiang Nan. Wow, so handsome. What woman doesn't like a handsome guy? Lin Manman's eyes instantly sparkled. Lin Manman's favorability +5. Jiang Nan heard the system's notification in his mind, which made him pause for a moment. This favorability increase and decrease actually gets reported? To be honest, this feature is quite nice. When facing a girl, he can instantly realize which of his words are wrong or right, and even when a girl is playing hard to get, he can clearly know whether he can take the next step. Overall, it's quite nice. Wow, so handsome. Which rich kid is this? Who is that girl? What luck she has, getting close to such a handsome and wealthy guy. Damn it, my looks aren't bad either. Why can't I get a high-quality rich guy like that? As Jiang Nan and Lin Manman met, discussions erupted around them. Are you Smoke and Rain Jiang Nan? Lin Manman asked quietly, still a bit in disbelief. Strangely, she felt a wonderful sensation, as if she were meeting an online friend she had known for a year. Yes, Jiang Nan nodded. Lin Manman had not used any beauty filters during her livestream, so there wasn't much difference between her online and offline looks. In fact, Jiang Nan thought Lin Manman looked even more innocent in person. I didn't expect you to be so young and so handsome. Lin Manman secretly glanced at Jiang Nan. She was 165 centimeters tall, and from this angle, she could see the perfect jawline of the person beside her, which made her think, he must be wearing shoes that make him 185 centimeters. Wow, such a high-quality guy has been hiding in my livestream room for almost a year, and he hasn't released any works at all. Lin Manman's favorability +2. Thank you, Jiang Nan said with a smile. Soon after, the two got into the car. Under the gaze of numerous onlookers, they slowly drove away. What do you want to eat? Jiang Nan asked in the car. I'm treating you, shouldn't you be the one asking what you want to eat? Lin Manman pursed her lips, her eyes constantly scanning the interior of the car. Wow, so this is what a luxury car worth millions looks like inside? To be honest, it's quite comfortable to sit in. How about hot pot? I remember there's a good hot pot place nearby. Jiang Nan pondered for a moment and then said, the hot pot place you mentioned is indeed good, but I'll take you to an even better alley hot pot. Lin Manman immediately replied, it's economical and affordable, plus there are many dishes. As she spoke, she suddenly remembered that she was the one treating today, and she stopped, looking at Jiang Nan with a bit of embarrassment, saying softly, actually, if you want to go to the place you mentioned, that's fine too. No problem, let's go to the alley hot pot you mentioned. Jiang Nan smiled casually. I'm not taking you there just to save money. It's because that hot pot is really, really, really delicious. When Lin Manman said this, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Before long, under Lin Manman's direction, Jiang Nan drove to the entrance of a small alley. Is this business really that booming? Jiang Nan rolled down the window and took a look. Wow, the alley was filled with cars, and there were no available spots at all. Of course, how could a place I recommend not have something going on? Lin Manman raised her eyebrows, feeling quite proud. Alright, Jiang Nan nodded, feeling a bit excited. He was a true Jiangcheng local, and if you asked what food was most famous in Jiangcheng, hot pot would probably be the first without any competition. Excuse me, could you please back up a bit? I need to get my car out. At that moment, a man in his 30s approached, handing over a cigarette and politely speaking, brother? Hearing this, Lin Manman in the passenger seat couldn't help but show a strange expression. This guy looked quite a bit older than Jiang Nan, yet he called him brother? It really is true that in this real world, money is a symbol of status. No problem, just wait a moment. Jiang Nan took the cigarette, smiled, and nodded, then began to reverse. His skills were decent, and he smoothly backed out to free up a parking space. Thanks. After a while, a blue BMW 5 Series drove past. No problem. After the BMW passed, Jiang Nan returned to his previous parking spot. Pretty lucky, Jiang Nan remarked as he got out of the car. By the way, I still don't know your name, big brother. Lin Manman led Jiang Nan into the alley while introducing herself. My real name is Lin Manman. Jiang Nan replied. So you're using your real name online? Lin Manman chuckled. Indeed. While chatting, they arrived at an open-air area where all the tables were full. Wow, this place is really packed. Jiang Nan couldn't help but exclaim. Right? Lin Manman raised her eyebrows again, smiling. Hello, how many people? A waiter jogged over. 2, Lin Manman said, making a peace sign. This way, please. The waiter immediately led the two to a freshly cleaned table and said, you two customers, just scan the code to order. The dishes will be served one by one. Okay, it's not my first time here. You can go about your business. Lin Manman smiled and waved her hand, then sat down and began to scan the code to place her order. Do you want the yellow throat? Yes. How about pig brain? No. Duck intestines? Yes. The two quickly completed their order with a back-and-forth exchange. Jiang Nan? Oh, it really is you. At that moment, a voice suddenly came from the next table. Jiang Nan and Lin Manman turned to look, and they saw a young man with yellow hair and a spirited girl looking over at them. The young man's face immediately showed a look of shock upon seeing Lin Manman. Wow, such a beautiful girl? Who is this? Lin Manman asked quietly. A colleague I used to deliver takeout with, Jiang Nan replied, giving a slight nod to the young man. Delivering takeout? Lin Manman paused for a moment, then scratched her head and said, it seems like you rich second-generation kids really like to go down to the grassroots to hone your skills and experience life. I saw a video online before. It was about a delivery guy who, while delivering food, bought a watch worth tens of thousands without batting an eye. My goodness, Hearing this, Jiang Nan just smiled and said nothing. If it weren't for being bound to the system, he might still be at home eating instant noodles, wondering how to deal with Meng Qingxiu's request to meet. "Honey, your friend doesn't seem very interested in you," said the yellow-haired young man's girlfriend, fanning the flames. "Ha!" Upon hearing this, the yellow-haired young man immediately smiled coldly and stood up. "Excuse me, which customer outside the alley owns the Porsche Cayenne?" Just as the yellow-haired young man stood up, a voice rang out in the venue. Swish, swish, swish. Instantly, everyone turned their attention to him. "Is it yours?" Seeing the yellow-haired young man stand up, a waiter hurriedly jogged over and politely said, "Bro, there's a customer's car outside that can't get out. Could you please move yours?" "What do you mean mine?" The yellow-haired young man was taken aback. He had a small electric scooter. Why would he move it? "The Porsche Cayenne outside the alley," the waiter said politely. "Do I look like someone who can afford that kind of luxury car?" The yellow-haired young man was speechless. Just as he was about to walk over to Jiang Nan's table, he saw Jiang Nan stand up. In his astonished gaze, Jiang Nan said, "It's mine." "Yours?" The waiter, upon hearing Jiang Nan's words, immediately ran over excitedly, muttering along the way, which the yellow-haired young man overheard, "If you can't afford it, why stand up?" "What the hell?" The yellow-haired young man nearly spat blood. He stood up to find trouble with Jiang Nan. But, what's going on with this guy? A Porsche Cayenne? Wasn't he just a poor loser from an orphanage? How did he suddenly get a Porsche? "This way, please." While he was in a daze, the waiter had already respectfully led Jiang Nan outside to the open area. Soon, they arrived outside the alley. There, a man in his 30s was smoking, watching the waiter lead Jiang Nan over. He immediately approached, awkwardly offering a cheap cigarette and politely saying, "Sorry, handsome, your car is too close to mine. I'm a bit afraid to move it." Jiang Nan took the cigarette and smiled. "No problem, moving a car won't take much time." The meaning of not daring to move is already very clear. After all, it's a million-level car. If it really scratches the paint, for an ordinary person, that could be a month's salary. Soon, Jiang Nan arrived by the car, took a glance, and couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. To be honest, this car is quite large. However, he glanced at a nearby car, a second-hand BYD, and if it were him, he would probably feel a bit flustered too. Don't think that people in a new first-tier city like Jiangcheng are all rich or noble. Not to mention Jiangcheng, even in Kyoto, at the foot of the ancient imperial city, the wealth gap is still extremely frightening. Soon, Jiang Nan also moved the car a considerable distance. "Thank you, handsome." The guy said his thanks and drove away. Jiang Nan smiled and nodded. After getting out of the car, he was just about to head into the alley when a stunning sight caught his eye. Ding! At the same time, a prompt sound echoed in Jiang Nan's mind. Ding! Detected a nearby opposite sex with a beauty score of 90 points. The system is dispatching a welfare side mission. Successfully obtained Jiang Nan's green bubble. Mission reward, 1 million yuan, mastery level in piano. Ha! Hearing this series of prompts, Jiang Nan's face showed a look of surprise. 1 million yuan is nothing to scoff at, quite nice. But the mastery level in piano is even nicer. Even a layman knows that the piano is divided into 10 levels, and above level 10, there is no general term. This mastery level piano skill, to be honest, if it's not the absolute top tier, it should at least be world class, right? Jiang Nan's gaze turned towards that stunning sight. Soon, two girls came over, linking arms and laughing. His eyes fell on one of the girls with shoulder-length hair. Her light makeup made her look pure and desirable, and her smile was incredibly sweet. Name, Jiang Yan. Age, 19 years. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 56 kilograms. Beauty score, 92 points. Favorability, 5 points. Ha! Why is there a 5-point favorability? After looking at Jiang Yan's attributes, Jiang Nan showed a hint of surprise on his face. Unbeknownst to him, at that moment, Jiang Yan had also inadvertently noticed Jiang Nan standing next to the Porsche Cayenne. What normal man doesn't like beautiful women? Similarly, what normal woman doesn't like handsome men? Yan, that handsome guy is quite something. Good fashion sense, good looks, and tall. Do you think that Porsche is his? Jiang Yan's best friend, Li Lan, whispered. I don't know, but he is indeed quite handsome, has a sunny boy vibe, just my type. Jiang Yan replied softly, and then her gaze crossed with Jiang Nan's, causing her heart to inexplicably race, making her hurriedly look away. He's coming over. Wow, he looks even more handsome up close, such three-dimensional features, and he seems to work out. Definitely the type that looks slim in clothes but has a great body without them, Li Lan said nervously. Jiang Yan quickly calmed her emotions and looked at Jiang Nan, who was walking towards her with an extremely sunny smile. Wow, this guy's smile is really infectious, so sunny. Jiang Yan's favorability plus 5. In just an instant, this beautiful girl with a beauty score of 92 had developed a 10-point favorability towards Jiang Nan. Hello, miss, can I add you on WeChat? Jiang Nan approached with his phone, smiling at Jiang Yan. The system said it was a welfare side mission, so Jiang Nan didn't think that 10 points of favorability wouldn't be enough to successfully add this girl on WeChat. Me? Jiang Yan pointed at herself. Jiang Nan took a glance. Indeed, the hands of this beautiful girl were quite nice, adorned with medium-length sequin nails with diamonds, but upon closer inspection, the middle finger was left unmanicured. Is it okay? Jiang Nan nodded and shook his phone a couple of times. No problem. Jiang Yan nodded, and surprisingly, the beautiful girl who had been asked for WeChat felt a bit shy, took out her phone, and they both added each other on WeChat. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully completed a small welfare task. Reward, 1 million yuan, mastery of piano at a master level. After successfully adding each other on WeChat, the system's prompt sound immediately rang in Jiang Nan's mind, bringing a happy smile to his face. This system, although it developed a bit slower compared to the many fast-paced wealthy novels he had read on the Tomato novel app, was honestly quite to Jiang Nan's taste with its gradual growth and the acquisition of practical skills. Jiang Nan, then, let's chat later. They exchanged notes, and Jiang Yan naturally learned Jiang Nan's name, her pretty face blushing as she waved at him and quickly moved away with small steps. Let's chat later. Jiang Nan smiled slightly, following her gaze and noticing her outfit. The upper half was a versatile white short shirt, while the lower half was a light yellow mini skirt resembling a bodycon style, and on her perfectly straight legs were a pair of white knee-high socks. Good. Moving down, those brown little leather shoes made her overall outfit even more vivid in his mind. This outfit is simply perfect. If Jiang Nan was Jiang Yan's type, then Jiang Yan was truly a goddess in Jiang Nan's eyes. Jiang Yan and her friend walked through the alley, seemingly just two college students out for a stroll, while Jiang Nan returned to the alley. Quick, the food is coming really fast today. As soon as he sat down, Lin Manman's impatient voice rang out. Beef tripe, 7 up and 8 down, crispy. Jiang Nan glanced at her, shook his head with a smile, took out the bowl, and began to enjoy the hot pot in the alley. To be honest, the taste was indeed good. Having tried many hot pot places, he felt this one could definitely rank in the top 3. An hour later. So good. Lin Manman put down her chopsticks and happily exclaimed without any decorum. It really is delicious. Jiang Nan nodded in agreement. Of course, if I have my eye on a hot pot, it must taste amazing. Lin Manman cheerfully took off her apron, then sniffed the hot pot smell on her clothes and said, but it smells too strong. Maybe I should just take a taxi back to school later. It's fine, I smell strong too. Jiang Nan, who hadn't worn an apron, stood up and said, let's go, I'll take you back. Jiang Nan. At that moment, a voice sounded nearby. Soon after, the previous blonde youth came with his girlfriend, grinning as he handed over a cigarette and said, where have you been hanging out lately? You're doing so well now. Quit. Jiang Nan did not take the cigarette, replying lightly, currently unemployed. After saying that, he gave Lin Manman a glance, and the two left side by side. Damn, so pretentious. The blonde youth looked at Jiang Nan's back and snorted coldly. This guy probably rented a suit and a car to pick up girls. After exiting the alley and getting into the car, Jiang Nan didn't say much to Lin Manman about whether to go shopping or not, trying to see if he could win her heart and escape the phase of self-reliance sooner. He wasn't in a hurry. There was no need to rush at all. Jiang Nan, thank you so much for giving me so many carnival gifts today. On the way back to school, Lin Manman took the initiative to start a conversation. Extra update. I've watched your live streams for a year. Although you stream casually, it's still quite interesting. Jiang Nan chuckled lightly. It's not just a whim, it's merely an opportunity. It's really rare to see a low-key rich second generation like you. Lin Manman said, stealing a glance at Jiang Nan. There was one thing she didn't say, hidden in her heart. That is, a rich second generation like Jiang Nan, with a good personality and good looks, is even rarer. One could almost say that even if Jiang Nan hadn't given her these 21 carnival gifts or picked her up in a Porsche worth over $1 million, if he wanted to pursue her, Lin Manman wouldn't have thought to refuse him right away. First impressions are crucial. Oh, so you've seen a lot of flashy rich second generations? Jiang Nan asked with a smile. No, I've only seen them online. Don't they say that when God opens a window for you, he will close a door? I feel like God hasn't closed a single window for you, all the good ones are wide open. As Lin Manman spoke, she couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha. Jiang Nan was also amused by her words. The two exchanged banter, and the atmosphere in the car was quite harmonious, with no trace of the awkwardness of meeting for the first time. Instead, it felt like two online friends finally meeting in person after chatting for a long time. We're here. When the car stopped at the entrance of Lin Manman's university, she murmured, a bit dazed. What's wrong? Don't want to get out? Jiang Nan teased. I just feel relaxed and happy chatting with you. Lin Manman stuck out her tongue, then unbuckled her seatbelt, opened the car door, hesitated for a moment, then turned to look at Jiangnan and said, can we meet up for a meal again when you have time? Sure, just let me know when you're free. Jiangnan smiled and nodded. Great. Lin Nanman smiled and happily got out of the car. Bye. She closed the car door, waving with a sweet smile on her face. Goodbye. Jiangnan waved back, then slowly drove away. Lin Nanman's favorability +5. On the way back to the old city, a notification sound from the system inexplicably echoed in Jiangnan's mind, making him reflect for a moment. If he remembered correctly, Lin Manman's favorability towards him had already reached 32 points. Wow, this favorability is rising quite fast. 32 points is already close to the level of an ambiguous relationship. Jiangnan understood the system's favorability values. Generally speaking, 0 points means a stranger, below 10 points is just an impression, and around 10 points is considered a very good impression. As for 11 to 30 points, it usually indicates a friendship. Above 30 points, if it's the opposite sex, it generally carries a hint of romantic interest. As long as Jiangnan wanted, occasional flirty words or small physical touches could definitely accelerate Lin Manman's favorability towards him. So, in this world, it's not just about having money, you also need to have solid qualities in all aspects. Jiangnan glanced at himself in the car mirror, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curling into a pleasing arc. When he returned to the old apartment building he rented in the old city, it was already around 2:30 in the afternoon. After parking the car, Jiangnan carried a few bags up to the third floor. Just as he turned the corner in the hallway, he ran into his landlady, Xia Jiqing. Sister Xia. Jiangnan greeted her. Oh, Xia Jiqing looked at Jiangnan at this moment, her face showing a look of surprise. Goodness, this outfit is truly handsome. Xia Jiqing's favorability +2. The system's prompt sounded in his mind, and Jiangnan secretly nodded. People rely on their clothing. The ancients did not deceive me. Did you go on a shopping spree? Xia Jiqing looked Jiangnan up and down again, her beautiful eyes filled with amazement, and said, It's been a few months since we last met. Goodness, Armani, huh? Rolex Green Submariner? Xiao Jiang, have you finished your life experience and are ready to go home to inherit the family business? Indeed, Jiangnan's temperament was completely different from before. Mastering the piano at a master level, combined with this well-fitted outfit, truly gave off a noble young master vibe. Sister Xia is joking. Jiangnan shook his head and smiled. Ha, but you really have changed a lot. To be honest, if you looked 10 years younger, you'd definitely mesmerize everyone. Xia Jiqing covered her mouth and laughed. Her figure wasn't particularly voluptuous, but she had a striking presence, especially in her slightly fitted blue top. When she laughed, Jiangnan could only think of 4 words. A flurry of blossoms. You make me a bit embarrassed. Jiangnan came back to his senses, scratching his head with a silly smile. If he didn't know that Xia Jiqing's favorability towards him was only 7 points, he might have taken it seriously and said something inappropriate. Xia Jiqing's favorability +3. At that moment, the system's prompt sounded in his mind, leaving Jiangnan momentarily stunned. Goodness, this actually added 3 points of favorability, bringing it to a total of 10 points. Alright, sister won't tease you anymore. I have to go pick up my daughter from the piano teacher. Let's chat later. Xia Jiqing waved her hand and then walked past Jiangnan down the hallway. Piano? Jiangnan's gaze flickered. Occasionally, during the day when he was at home, he could indeed hear some simple piano notes. So, the landlord's daughter is learning the piano? Wait! Jiangnan seemed to grasp a key point, and suddenly a flash of inspiration struck him. Now that he had mastered the piano at a master level, teaching a little girl wouldn't be a problem, right? The landlord's wife's looks are also rated at 92 points. It seems reasonable to list her as one of the targets for completing that previous welfare task. Jiangnan's gaze couldn't help but flicker. The value of that welfare task was extremely rich. Villa No. 001 of Jiangcheng Tianfu, a globally limited Pagani Huayra. He had searched for it in his spare time. The housing prices in Jiangcheng Tianfu were not low, with sea view apartments, large flats, and the most precious limited 9 villas. And this No. 001 villa, according to online rumors, starts at 3 billion and can go up to 5 billion. Moreover, a villa that can be called No. 001 is not something that can be easily bought with money. Therefore, just this Jiangcheng Tianfu No. 001 villa completely attracted Jiangnan. Not to mention, there was also a globally limited luxury supercar, the Pagani Huayra. This car starts at tens of millions. Even a Porsche Cayenne worth over $1 million has a certain prestige. If a supercar like the Pagani Huayra, starting at tens of millions, were to be driven out, wouldn't it turn heads and attract everyone's attention? Very good. Suddenly I have a more motivating small goal. For my No. 001 villa, for my luxury supercar Pagani Huayra, I must complete this slightly challenging welfare task as soon as possible. Back in the house, Jongnan tossed a few bags onto the small sofa and then leaned back. He stared blankly at the ceiling and couldn't help but suddenly laugh out loud. Everything is not a dream. Jongnan suddenly stood up and took out his phone to check his balance. Over 4 million. In just a few hours, he had jumped from a poor loser with only a few thousand in savings to a millionaire. He didn't know if the world's richest person could make money as fast as he could now. But, in the future, no one in this world would be able to keep up with his earning speed. That was his confidence. After calming his emotions, Jongnan opened Douyin. Welcome, big brother. A little heart walks on the pressure board, a big beer walks on the pressure board twice, a hot air balloon live streams on the pressure board for a minute. Please, all brothers, feel free to give Little May instructions perhaps because Jongnan had sent gifts to this minigame female streamer in the morning. As soon as he opened Douyin, the minigame live stream room from that morning immediately pushed a notification to him. Oh, still live streaming on the pressure board? Jongnan glanced and was surprised to find that the streamer was indeed still live on the pressure board. Was she really that trustworthy? Immediately, he entered the live stream room. Welcome. Wow. Welcome Brother Jongnan to the live stream. Brother Jongnan, I haven't been untrustworthy, you know, except for a few minutes delay when I ordered takeout at noon. I haven't been lazy at all. As Jongnan entered the live stream, he instantly rose to the top of the leaderboard, and the female streamer in the minigame room warmly welcomed him. Seeing himself directly rise to the top position, Jongnan understood that this female streamer really hadn't ended her stream. Price has gone up, huh? At this moment, he noticed that the sign the female streamer was holding had changed. One hot air balloon now added a minute of pressure board live streaming. There's no way, brother. It's been over 6 hours, and although there's only 1 hour left now, I feel like I'm about to collapse. The female streamer said pitifully. To be honest, this woman might not look like much right now, but her voice was indeed soft and sweet. However, to be fair, her leg shape was quite nice. Not exactly stick legs, not model legs, and definitely not cartoon legs. But they were wine glass legs. As the name suggests, they were wider at the top and narrower at the bottom. Her thighs looked somewhat muscular, but her calves were very slender. In Jongnan's eyes, who had a bit of a leg fetish, this was definitely appealing. He even thought about using an insight skill on this minigame female streamer named Shame Susu to see what her looks score really was. Forget it, it's unnecessary. I just came to gain some ordinary emotional value and have fun. Jongnan shook his head and discarded that thought. If he had come for looks, he would have used the insight skill long ago, but he didn't. He simply found this minigame interesting, and Susu provided quite a bit of emotional value. Moreover, she had been faithfully standing on the pressure board live streaming for nearly 6 hours. Honestly, Jongnan admired her quite a bit. If I use the insight skill and it's not ideal, I really won't be that interested anymore. Jongnan shook his head. He just wanted to have fun online. If he wanted to see pretty girls, Douyin was always full of them. Can you still hold on? Jongnan asked. Can you still hold on? Seeing Jongnan's comment, the female streamer named Susu hadn't spoken yet. A level 52 big brother spoke up. What's up? You want to send more? Seeing this comment, Jongnan was taken aback, and his brows furrowed instantly. He ignored him and continued to send a comment. If you can't hold on anymore, I won't continue. Yes, I can hold on. Seeing the comments from Jongnan, the female streamer named Susu hurriedly said, Brother Jongnan, I can still hold on. Alright, I'll recharge a bit. After sending a message, Jongnan exited to start recharging. He didn't add much, just topped up the remaining 40,000. Soon, 4 million Do diamonds were credited. Jongnan returned to the live stream. At that moment, he glanced around and saw that the level 52 big brother was crazily sending hot air balloons, and in the time it took him to log out and back in, he had already sent over 100. One hot air balloon costs 52, so 100 would be 5,200. With this wave, he directly surpassed the 400 big sunglasses Jongnan had sent earlier. Since you say you can hold on, I'll make you hold on a bit longer. Keep it coming. The level 52 big brother arrogantly sent a comment. Although this big brother had sent her 100 hot air balloons worth 5,200 yuan, at that moment, Susu in the livestream couldn't help but smile wryly. 100 hot air balloons meant 100 minutes, which is 1 hour and 40 minutes. Adding the hour she already owed, that totals 2 hours and 40 minutes. Tired. So tired. Thank you to Daxia Yue for the 100 hot air balloons, but I still have to live stream on the pressure board for 2 hours and 40 minutes. Susu's voice sounded weak, but she quickly perked up and continued, Is there a boss who wants to extend my time? Hearing this, Jongnan's gaze flickered slightly, and he chuckled, typing, If there's an addition, there must be a subtraction. Streamer, how about reducing a minute for every equivalent gift sent? Seeing Jiangnan's comment, Susu was taken aback for a moment, then said, is that possible? Of course, why wouldn't it be? Jiangnan smiled. Level 52 Big Brother. Oh, you mean you want to challenge me? Let's give it a try. Jiangnan smiled slightly and began looking for gifts that corresponded to the value of the hot air balloons. Is the new book popular? Good brothers, come here and type 1 to receive the perfect life system. 111, I'll go first. Glancing casually, Jiangnan saw a gift worth 52 yuan called I Really Love You. Immediately, Jiangnan started sending it. In just a short while, he sent out 100, then 200. At 52 yuan each, 200 would be 10,400 yuan. Thank you, brother Jiangnan, for the 200 I Really Love You gifts. I'm so grateful to you. Susu immediately expressed her thanks, her voice trembling slightly, clearly very excited. Because 2 hours and 40 minutes is just 160 minutes. And with Jiangnan's 200 I Really Love You gifts, it instantly reduced 200 minutes. In fact, it even exceeded by 40 minutes. Daxia Yue sent a hot air balloon *1. Daxia Yue sent a hot air balloon *1. Daxia Yue sent a hot air balloon *1. The level 52 Big Brother also started sending gifts frantically. Similarly, his gift sending speed was extremely fast. In just a short time, he sent out 200. Wow, 2 big brothers are battling it out. Susu's luck is really good. Awesome. Damn, I wish I had the strength to send gifts like that. In a little game live stream, encountering 2 big brothers competing is really rare. Big brothers, are you tired from sending gifts? If you're tired, recharge the dough diamonds and give me your account. I'll help you send gifts. Don't worry about the labor costs. Comments rolled in the live stream. The number of viewers in the live stream, which started with just over 100 people, began to increase to over 400, likely due to the excessive gift sending. Thank you so much for your support, brothers. Susu's voice trembled a little more. She was just a small game streamer with a few thousand fans, never having seen such a scene before, and her heart was filled with complex emotions that were hard to describe. Jiangnan said nothing, his fingers kept clicking away. After he sent a total of 1,000 gifts worth 52 yuan each, he finally stopped, not because he didn't want to continue, but because his hand was really too tired. 52,000 yuan. At that moment, seeing the 1,000 I love you messages floating on the screen, the female streamer Susu's eyes widened in disbelief. This gift is exhausting. After sending a message, Jiangnan directly opened the carnival, a high-end gift worth 3,000 yuan. Swipe. Yenyu Jiangnan sent a carnival *1 to the streamer. Yenyu Jiangnan sent a carnival *1 to the streamer. Yenyu Jiangnan sent a carnival *1 to the streamer. The gifts floated on the screen again. This time, it was still a carnival worth 3,000 yuan. He still had 3,480,000 dough diamonds left in his account, and since one carnival cost 30,000 dough diamonds, Jiangnan didn't waste any more words and directly sent 100 carnivals. 3 million dough diamonds, 300,000 yuan was spent in no time. Wow, this big brother really has power. Damn, sending carnivals is way more generous than me sending little hearts. What do you mean by more generous than sending little hearts? This big brother is sending high-end gifts. It's no different from us liking. Big brother, stop sending. That level 52 second place has been scared away by you. After Jiangnan sent those 100 carnivals, the entire live stream room erupted. Thank you, brother Yenyu Jiangnan, for the 100 carnivals. Oh my god, I've never received a carnival before, and your 100 just opened up a new world for me. Thank you. The female streamer Susu immediately put her hands together and bowed repeatedly to the camera. Ran away? That's really boring. Jiangnan shook his head at the comments in the live stream. Then he started again, spending the remaining 480,000 dough diamonds, which was 48,000 yuan. Ding! Congratulations, host, consumption completed, you have received a 5-fold rebate. Ding! The phone rang again with a text message. A 400,000 rebate at 5 times means 2 million. Adding to his previous 2 million, it meant his current savings reached 4 million. Nice! Jiangnan snapped his fingers, a look of admiration on his face. Brother Jiangnan, I'm going offline now. Please check your private messages later. At that moment, the female streamer's voice rang out. Hearing her voice, Jiangnan came back to his senses and then followed her. Soon, the live stream room closed. Jiangnan went to his homepage and a private message came in. Thank you, brother Jiangnan, for your rewards. Can I add you as a friend? Su sent a message. Seeing this, Jiangnan hesitated for a moment but quickly shook his head. Adding a WeChat friend wouldn't hurt if this female streamer only had nice legs but an unattractive face. he could just delete her later. If she was decent looking, he could just keep her. Honestly, he admired female streamers like her who worked hard for their money. Immediately, he gave his WeChat ID to Susu. Soon, within just a few seconds, he received a friend request notification on WeChat. Susu wants to add you as a friend. Jiang Nan clicked in and accepted the request. Then, he instinctively opened Susu's Moments to take a look. The first image that entered his line of sight was the background picture of a friend circle, a photo of a woman in her 20s holding a 5 or 6-year-old girl. In the photo, the woman appeared gentle and virtuous, a delicate beauty. While she might not have given an astonishing first impression, the more one looked, the more delightful she became, belonging to that type that grows more attractive the longer you gaze. Moreover, judging by her attire, she seemed like a perfect good woman. Has she got a child? Jiang Nan was somewhat surprised to see that the woman in the photo looked at most 27 or 28 years old, yet she had a 5 or 6-year-old child. Wait, being 27 or 28 doesn't seem too young, having a 5 or 6-year-old child seems quite normal. Jiang Nan shook his head and smiled, then glanced at other posts in the friend circle, most of which were about daily life, and he couldn't help but exit. Hello, brother Jiang Nan, I'm the female streamer Susu from earlier. A voice message was sent. Thank you so much for earlier. I know sometimes gifting can get a bit overwhelming. How about this? I don't have much money on hand right now, but once the gift shares come in, can I refund you half of what you gifted today? Just as Jiang Nan was about to reply, another voice message came in. After listening, he smiled. This female streamer seemed quite interesting. No need. Jiang Nan replied, for me, hundreds of thousands are just loose change. The money spent is like water poured out, just accept it with peace of mind. Sign a contract, seeking some free support for love. That thing can be obtained by watching ads 3 times. Please support a little. It just takes a little of your time. Thank you. Meanwhile, in a small apartment in Jiang City, a woman in a floral dress, with her hair down and wearing a mask that obscured her features, sat on the living room sofa, looking at the messages sent by her older brother on WeChat, her eyes slightly moist. Thank you, brother Jiang Nan. The woman typed a message and slowly took off her mask. Without any makeup, in her natural state, her beauty was still very high. Moreover, at this moment, with her eyes slightly red, she had a fragile look that made one want to hold her close and cherish her. It's fine, I'm going to get busy now. We'll chat later. A message was sent, prompting the woman to wipe her eyes, and then she immediately replied with a good. Immediately, she slumped back onto the sofa, letting out a long sigh. In a relaxed state, after standing on the acupressure mat in the live broadcast room for so long, she suddenly felt a wave of pain in her legs, causing her to pull her legs up onto the sofa and then slightly turn to start massaging her delicate calves and feet. I earned over 200,000 today. It seems I can treat my little darling to some better food. The woman's voice rang out. I really met a good big brother, and this big brother hasn't made any requests of me. Isn't it often said online? The top supporter usually makes some requests of the female streamer? Although I haven't shown my face, many viewers in the live room have privately messaged me asking if I sell socks. Thinking of this, the woman pursed her lips and then shook her head, murmuring, this big brother probably doesn't have that hobby, right? But I still need to think of a way to thank him. For him, it might just be loose change, but for someone like me from an ordinary family, that's almost 2 years' worth of income. On Jiang Nan's side, he walked out of the bathroom after taking a shower, having just put on his clothes, and his hair was still wet. Don't cry, sweetie. Mommy will find a better piano teacher for showing later. Our showing is not stupid at all. The one who's stupid is that teacher, who doesn't have any real skills but still comes out to teach piano. As they entered the living room, the sound of the landlord's wife comforting her daughter echoed due to the not-so-great soundproofing. 5:55, the sound of sobbing arose. Jiang Nan's gaze flickered for a moment. It seemed an opportunity had come. Creak! The door suddenly opened, startling Xia Jiqing and her daughter, who had just passed by Jiang Nan's door, causing the little girl to stop crying. Oh, Sister Xia, Xiaoying, hello. Jiang Nan, holding a black garbage bag, looked at the mother and daughter in surprise, then placed the garbage bag at the door and turned his attention to the little girl, asking curiously, why are you crying? You are brother Jiang Nan? The little girl, about 5 or 6 years old, lived on the same floor, and they occasionally ran into each other. In fact, one day last year, he had helped this little girl chase away some bigger bullies, so she had a very good impression of Jiang Nan. Yes, why don't you recognize your brother anymore? Jiang Nan smiled and squatted down. After glancing at Xia Jiqing and seeing that she didn't seem to mind, he reached out to ruffle the little girl's hair. It's just that my brother suddenly became more handsome, so I didn't recognize him right away. Mommy, I want my brother to teach me piano. The little girl enjoyed Jiang Nan's big hand patting her small head, and then suddenly hugged him, looking at her mother and saying, Big brother can teach me to play piano. I can definitely learn. You. Xia Jiqing was a bit taken aback by her daughter's words. Then she smiled wryly and shook her head, saying, Xiaoying, sweetie, your brother is not a teacher, and he can't play the piano. He can, big brother can. The little girl started to throw a tantrum. You little girl. Xia Jiqing frowned, her face full of helplessness, especially when she saw her daughter clinging to Jiang Nan, which made her feel even more exasperated, and she instinctively squatted down. At the same time, the angle at which she squatted perfectly aligned with Jiang Nan's. In an instant, as if sensing something, Xia Jiqing's face immediately turned red. When she prepared to stand up, she noticed Jiang Nan quickly averting his gaze, which made her breathe a sigh of relief, and she stood up again without showing any signs. Xia Jiqing's favorability +5. Ha! Just a gentlemanly gesture earned 5 points of favorability? Jiang Nan was slightly surprised. Big brother, you can definitely play the piano, right? At that moment, the little girl's sweet voice rang out. I can. Jiang Nan smiled and nodded. Hearing Jiang Nan's words, Xia Jiqing was slightly taken aback, but soon she understood that he was just following her daughter's lead. She immediately smiled and nodded, saying, Brother has something to do right now. How about we wait until he's free to let him teach you piano? Okay. The little girl immediately laughed happily. Jiang Nan also stood up. He didn't directly state how skilled he was at the piano. When the time came for him to showcase his abilities, he only needed to gain Xia Jiqing's favorability. So, he didn't rush to show off. That would be a low-level tactic. True experts play dumb and surprise people at critical moments. Goodbye, big brother. The little girl was pulled away by Xia Jiqing. Goodbye. Jiang Nan also smiled and waved. The landlord's wife glanced at Jiang Nan and smiled at him. Watching the mother and daughter walk away, Jiang Nan shifted his gaze back from the landlord's wife's graceful figure. Bang! The door closed, and Jiang Nan didn't continue to scroll through Douyin. He went straight back to his room to sleep. Bang bang bang! He didn't know how long he had been asleep, but a series of knocks pulled him back to reality from his dreams. Opening his eyes, Jiang Nan looked at the gloomy weather outside and couldn't help but feel a bit dazed as he got out of bed. It's already 6 o'clock. Jiang Nan glanced at the time. It was 6 in the afternoon, and he had really slept for quite a while. Bang bang bang! At that moment, the knocking sounded again. Xiao Jiang, are you there? The landlady's voice rang out. Creak! Soon, Jiang Nan got up and opened the door, only to see the landlady letting out a big sigh of relief. Sister Xia, what's wrong? Jiang Nan yawned and asked. Just woke up? Xia Jiqing glanced at the still sleepy Jiang Nan and couldn't help but smile. I just made some home-cooked dishes and wanted to ask if you've eaten. Not yet. Jiang Nan shook his head. Alright then, tidy up a bit and come over later. The landlady nodded with a smile. Okay. At this moment, Jiang Nan finally came to his senses. He returned home, washed up, and then went out. The landlady's place wasn't far from his. It was an old-style apartment building with 4 or 5 tenants on each floor, and the landlady lived at the innermost position on the 3rd floor. Jiang Nan arrived quickly. The main door was not closed, so he walked right in. After closing the door behind him, he heard the landlady's gentle voice, Xiao Jiang, I've prepared the slippers for you by the door. Okay. Jiang Nan replied and then looked over to see a pair of pink women's slippers, which were not small at all. At least he could fit into them. At this moment, he also noticed several pairs of high heels on the shoe rack beside him. Among them, a pair of diamond-studded Valentino heels caught his eye, making him look twice. This landlady is really a high heel enthusiast, Jiang Nan thought, not exaggerating at all. If this shoe rack were placed outside, it would probably be missing a few pairs by the next day, and there was a high chance something sticky might appear. Such incidents were reported in the news online far too often. Big brother. As Jiang Nan walked past the door, a little girl immediately bounced over happily and jumped into his arms as he squatted down. Xia Jiqing's favorability +1. Holding the little girl up, the system's prompt sounded in his mind, which made him look ahead. He saw the landlady, wearing a small apron, standing there, her stunning face showing a hint of daze. Sister Xia, Jiang Nan greeted softly. Come, it's time to eat. Xia Jiqing came back to her senses and said with a smile, time to eat. The little girl shouted happily, after dinner, handsome brother will teach Xiaoying to play the piano. Xiaoying. Xia Jiqing's tone became a bit more serious. Didn't mom say that brother is usually very busy and might not have time to teach you piano? I don't care. After we finish eating, handsome brother will have time, right? The little girl pouted, looking unhappy. Alright, I'll teach you later. Jiang Nan knew he had set the stage well enough, smiling as he reached out to ruffle the little girl's hair. Xiao Jiang. Xia Jiqing looked at Jiang Nan in surprise. It's nothing. Jiang Nan gave the landlady a knowing look. That confident gaze made Xia Jiqing pause for a moment, then she shook her head and said, let's not talk about that for now. Come, let's eat. As she spoke, she took off her apron, and a pair of ample breasts immediately entered Jiang Nan's line of sight. This figure is indeed impressive. Truly wow. Jiang Nan hurriedly averted his gaze, not daring to look too much. The most important thing is that this landlady has silver hair, and with that unbeatable figure, she really seems like a character who walked out of a comic book, a stunning two-dimensional lady. Soon, she took a seat. The landlady also brought the little girl over, letting her eat in her arms. However, the little girl had a face full of unhappiness, clearly wanting to eat in Jiang Nan's arms. You little girl, at such a young age, you already like handsome guys. Don't you want your mom anymore? The landlady teased, feeling a bit sour as she noticed her daughter staring at Jiang Nan. But brother Jiang Nan is really handsome. At the age of 5 or 6, today's children are not like those from previous generations who knew nothing. Hearing this made Xia Jiqing and Jiang Nan unable to hold back their laughter. Eat, eat, Xia Jiqing quickly said, then looked at Jiang Nan with a gentle smile. So, Xiao Jiang, how's my cooking? Does it suit your taste? It's delicious. I really like Sichuan and Chongqing cuisine, spicy and satisfying. Jiang Nan nodded in praise. It wasn't that he was forcing compliments to increase his favorability. It was just that the landlady Xia Jiqing's cooking was indeed very good. As long as it suits your taste, Xia Jiqing smiled slightly. Xia Jiqing favorability +1. Although it was just a small increase in favorability, it was better than nothing. Moreover, if he remembered correctly, the current favorability of the landlady towards him was not low. 17 points. This level of favorability was already considered extremely rapid progress. Give him a little more time to interact, and completing that little welfare task would be just around the corner. The meal lasted about half an hour. Only then did Jiang Nan put down his chopsticks. Shall I serve you another bowl? The landlady asked happily. I can't eat anymore, I'm too full. Jiang Nan patted his belly and shook his head. Honestly, I haven't had home-cooked meals like this in a long time. Haha, as long as it suits your taste. In the future, if there's any dish you want to eat, just tell me, she said. After the meal, his favorability increased by another 3 points, and the landlady already had 20 points of favorability towards Jiang Nan. The power of 20 points of favorability was immediately evident. Hearing this, Jiang Nan scratched his head and chuckled. I ate a bit too much. How much can you eat? There's plenty, the landlady said cheerfully. Jiang Nan hadn't had home-cooked meals in a long time, and likewise, it had been a while since anyone had eaten the home-cooked meals she made. Moreover, she could see that the dishes on the table were almost all finished, which was a huge silent compliment for a cook. I'll clean up, you play with Xiaoying, just stay put, the landlady said as she saw Jiang Nan wanting to tidy up the dishes. She immediately picked up the little girl and said, Xiaoying, go watch TV with your brother. Mommy will come to play with you later, okay? Okay. The little girl immediately came to Jiang Nan's side, snuggling up to him with a smile. Sister Xia. Jiang Nan glanced at the table. It's fine, Xia Jiqing smiled gently and waved her hand. All right. Jiang Nan didn't want to waste more time on this issue, so he held the little girl in his arms and slowly headed towards the living room. Handsome brother, the piano room isn't in the living room, it's over there. The little girl's sweet voice rang out. Okay. Jiang Nan followed the direction the little girl pointed to a small room. Hearing the exchange between the big and small voices, the landlady in the dining room couldn't help but shake her head and smile, muttering, it's good to let Xiaoying know that Xiao Jiang can't play the piano, otherwise, she would keep pestering him to teach her. As she spoke, she noticed that several plates on the table were left with only a bit of soup and chili, meaning the dishes were basically finished. This made her purse her lips and reveal a happy smile on her face. At this moment, in the little girl's piano room, handsome brother, let me play a piece I just learned for you. The little girl sat on Jiang Nan's lap, grinning. I really don't like my piano teacher, so I pretended I couldn't learn at all. Actually, I'm quite good. Is that so? Jiang Nan reached out to pat the girl's little head, smiling, then play it for your brother, let me see how great Xiaoying is. Okay. The little girl, who had been giggling, suddenly became serious, and then placed her small hands on the piano. The moment the first note sounded, Jiang Nan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Soon after, the second and third notes followed. Jiang Nan, now a master-level pianist, instantly connected these simple notes to a song. Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. A very simple children's song. Before long, after playing a short segment, the little girl began to hum softly, the sky is full of little stars, and as she hummed, she fluently continued to play. In no time, a simplified version of Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star was played by her. Indeed impressive, Jiang Nan praised. Although this song had no difficulty at all, to be honest, playing it without looking at the sheet music is still somewhat challenging for a 5 or 6-year-old child, which shows her familiarity with the piece. Hee hee, the little girl laughed happily. Come, let me teach you an even simpler one, Jiang Nan said with a smile. He took the little girl's small hand and began to play on the piano. Two tigers, running fast, running fast. Jiang Nan played while humming. At the same time, after tidying up the dining room, Xia Jiqing, who hadn't started washing the dishes right away, walked over with her apron on. Just in time, she saw Jiang Nan holding her daughter's small hand, both of them happily humming together, and an unknown smile appeared on her face. Xia Jiqing's favorability +5. After finishing the song Two Tigers, the system's prompt sound echoed in Jiang Nan's mind. Sister Xia. Jiang Nan turned to glance back and smiled in greeting. I didn't expect you could really play the piano? Xia Jiqing tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, feeling somewhat shy and unable to meet Jiang Nan's gaze. These are all simple children's songs, very easy, Jiang Nan chuckled. That's still impressive, landlady Xia Jiqing exclaimed. I don't have any musical talent. I thought about learning the piano in middle school, but I really have no talent. Haha, it's very simple, Sister Xia, do you want to give it a try? Jiang Nan's eyes sparkled as he spoke. Me, is that okay? Xia Jiqing was taken aback. Mom, it really is very simple. The little girl jumped down from Jiang Nan's lap and bounced towards the door, pulling Xia Jiqing along quickly, saying, handsome brother will definitely play the piano, let him help you feel it out. Maybe you actually have talent, Mom? Jiang Nan's favorability +10,086. If the little girl had a system too, she would probably hear the system's prompt sound in her mind. At this moment, Jiang Nan looked at the little girl with even more tenderness. What a good child. Sister Xia, please sit down. Jiang Nan stood up and made room. If Xia Jiqing's favorability towards him was above 40 points, he would probably let this landlady sit on his lap just like the little girl. After thinking for a moment, with only a favorability rating of 25 points, Jiang Nan still dared not go too far. Good. Xia Jiqing sat down expectantly, looking at the small piano in front of her, her pretty face slightly flushed and a bit nervous. When the little girl wasn't home, she would occasionally sit down and tap a few keys, but she really didn't understand anything and just hit the keys blindly. What should I do next? Xia Jiqing took a deep breath, and at the moment she turned around, she happened to meet Jiang Nan, who was leaning down, their faces almost touching. Thump! Thump! Research shows that when a man and a woman are alone in an extremely tense atmosphere, the human body secretes a unique hormone that cannot be seen or touched. This hormone causes a person to have an inexplicable heartbeat when facing the opposite sex, and thus, in such situations, there is a great possibility of feeling a simulated romantic connection with the other person. At this moment, Xia Jiqing was already a bit nervous, and now, facing such close proximity, with her pores and heartbeat all clearly visible and audible, her heart raced even faster. Sister Xia, a gentle voice sounded. The next second, two somewhat warm hands grabbed hers, startling her so much that she was about to instinctively pull away. But soon, a gentle voice rang in her ear again. Don't be nervous, I'm holding your hand to let you feel the sensation of your fingers dancing on the piano keys. Xia Jiqing stared blankly at Jiang Nan, who had a serious expression, realizing that his gaze was only on the piano. Feeling her tension, when he looked at her, the soft smile on his face seemed to hit her heart like a bullet. Gulp! Xia Jiqing couldn't help but swallow. Xia Jiqing's favorability +10. The system's prompt sound echoed in Jiang Nan's mind, leaving him momentarily stunned. Wow! He had thought that the ambiguous atmosphere he created would increase his favorability, but he didn't expect it to directly surge by 10 points. Are you ready? Jiang Nan looked directly at his landlady, gently asking. The landlady's pretty face flushed slightly, and with a hint of reluctance, she moved her gaze away from Jiang Nan's face, which made her heart race uncontrollably, and answered with a drawn-out tone. Good, Jiang Nan said softly, then took the landlady's delicate hand and began to play. In an instant, a very lively tune filled the piano room. As a small section was completed and the rhythm gradually quickened, a look of surprise appeared on the landlady's face, and she then said, I know this piece, it's called Kakujiro's Summer, right? That's right. Jiang Nan nodded with a smile. You're really amazing. The landlady praised him sincerely. No, Jiang Nan chuckled, Sister Xia, you should say we are amazing. Xia Jiqing's favorability +5. Jiang Nan's emotional value made the landlady feel overwhelmed. A beautiful landlady like her, owning several buildings in Jiang City, a new first-tier city, could honestly be considered wealthy after just a month, even in an old district. Moreover, Jiang Nan had heard that this landlady was probably not just the owner of a few buildings in this old community. For a wealthy woman who had been widowed for several years and hadn't gone out to play, her heart was extremely empty. Once someone truly intruded into her heart, there was no need for the other party to take the initiative. Xiaojiang, thank you so much. The landlady looked at Jiang Nan with a gaze that had a hint of affection. Sister Xia, what do you think? Isn't the piano actually not that difficult? Jiang Nan smiled. With you here, it's not difficult at all. The landlady's pretty face turned slightly red as she whispered a sentence. The power of a 40-point favorability is indeed not small. The landlady, with a hint of shyness in her expression, has quite a bit of impact. Then when I come over for a meal, I'll also teach Sister Xia a thing or two. Does that mean I can't teach her anything when I'm not here for a meal? No, what I mean is, the two of them began to converse, giving off a vibe reminiscent of a young couple flirting. Hey, Mom, isn't the handsome brother supposed to teach me how to play the piano? The little girl pouted, hands on her hips, looking dissatisfied. Your handsome brother is usually very busy. Tomorrow, Mom will take you to see another teacher. She is very gentle, and she has a lovely little girl at home, about your age. I think you won't find it boring to learn. Xia Jiqing smiled and said, don't you want to surprise your brother with a performance after you learn well? Really? The little girl blinked her eyes brightly. Yes. Xia Jiqing slowly stood up, inadvertently glancing at Jiang Nan, her eyes filled with extreme shyness, and softly said, I'll go wash the dishes first. I'll leave Xiaoying to you. Okay. Jiang Nan nodded. Xiaoying should learn the finger techniques well from her brother. In the future, Mom hopes to see your performance on a big stage. Before leaving, Xia Jiqing reached out and ruffled the little girl's hair. Don't worry, Mom, that day will definitely come. The little girl clenched her fist and nodded vigorously. Thank you so much today, Xiaojiang. I haven't seen Xiaoying smile so much in a long time. Likewise, I feel the same. Around 8:30 p.m., at the landlady's doorstep, she looked at Jiang Nan with tenderness and softly expressed her gratitude. Sister Xia, you're being too polite. Now, Xia Jiqing's favorability towards him had reached 40 points, although it hadn't increased further. Jiang Nan felt it had already peaked. At least, without too much attack power, it wouldn't grow much more. However, he wasn't in a hurry. Good wine should be savored slowly. Swallowing it all at once is no different from Zhu Beiji eating ginseng fruit, right? Alright, it's sister who's being too polite. The landlady took a deep breath, then looked at Jiang Nan with a gaze as gentle as water. The dim light in the corridor at night created a unique atmosphere. At least, at this moment, the landlady's heart was inexplicably racing. Well, Sister Xia, I'll head back now. If you need anything, just message me on WeChat. Jiang Nan was about to turn and leave. Xiao Jiang. The landlady instinctively reached out and grabbed his arm as he was turning away. When Jiang Nan turned back in confusion, under the dim light, her stunningly beautiful face was flushed with a rosy hue. Thump! Thump! She could clearly hear her heart racing rapidly. It was as if she had made a decision. Taking a deep breath, and then locking eyes with Jiang Nan, she said, You know I'm a widow, and I've been living alone with Xiaoying all these years. Sister! Jiang Nan naturally held Xia Jiqing's hand, which felt icy in the night air. He couldn't help but rub it a couple of times, softly calling out, Sister, you seem different from before. To be honest, I'm quite shocked. Xia Jiqing softly said, I don't know if you're the kind of rich second generation who experiences life, but that doesn't matter. But I want to tell you something from the heart. I think I've developed a bit of affection for you, and it's quite an intense kind of affection. As she spoke, there was a hint of confusion on her face. She truly couldn't have imagined that in just one day, she would develop feelings for a tenant who had previously been nothing more than a stranger to her, an unbelievable event she could never have anticipated before it happened. Sister, you. Jiang Nan looked at Xia Jiqing in shock, only calling out to her but not continuing the conversation at that moment. Oh dear, what am I saying? Seeing that Jiang Nan didn't respond, Xia Jiqing's rising emotion slowly receded, and she suddenly realized, shyly turning to head back into the house, her voice trailing behind, Xiao Jiang, I'm not a rogue. What I just said was truly from my heart. I'm the kind of person who can't hold back. I say whatever comes to mind. If you don't like it, I won't bring it up again. Bang! The door closed. At that moment, inside the house, landlady Xia Jiqing's chest rose and fell rapidly. She gently bit her lower lip, leaning against the door, breathing heavily. As she listened to the footsteps outside gradually fade away, her heart raced even faster. Covering her flushed face, she awkwardly clicked her tongue and murmured, Xia Jiqing, you've been lonely for too many years. Meeting such an excellent and handsome young man like Xiao Jiang has made you unable to contain yourself. Buzz buzz buzz. On the coffee table, Xia Jiqing's phone vibrated. Mom, someone sent you a message. The little girl's voice rang out. Who is it? Xia Jiqing took a deep breath, calming her anxious emotions, and slowly walked toward the living room. Let me see. It's brother Jiang Nan. The little girl's voice sounded again, making the landlady quicken her pace significantly. Taking the phone from her daughter, Xia Jiqing held her breath at that moment, then hurried to the balcony, opened the chat with Jiang Nan, and clicked on the voice message he had sent. Sister, actually, I need to tell you something. Jiang Nan's voice came through. The serious tone made Xia Jiqing's breath tighten even more. Soon, the next day's voice message arrived, and she hurriedly clicked to listen. Actually, I have an online dating partner, and I definitely need to clarify this with you, sister. Hearing this, Xia Jiqing was momentarily stunned, then her held breath suddenly released, and the slightly tense expression on her face instantly relaxed. What did it matter? As long as he didn't directly reject her, it was nothing for Xia Jiqing. Although she was over 30, to be honest, she still turned heads when she went out, attracting the attention of many men. It was just an online relationship. Even if he had someone in real life, to Xia Jiqing, it was inconsequential. As a widow, she honestly hadn't thought about pursuing any kind of formal identity. It's fine, sister doesn't mind these things. Xia Jiqing's tone became much more relaxed. From Jiang Nan's tone and the looks they exchanged earlier, she could sense that this handsome young man definitely had some interest in her. At that moment, Jiang Nan, back home, leaned on the sofa, and upon hearing the landlady's words, a smile involuntarily appeared on his face. He knew that the landlady was basically already won over. Whether they could get to know each other better would depend on the opportunity. Although a favorability score of 40 was already quite high, in reality, achieving a stable home run might still be somewhat challenging. No rush, she'll be mine sooner or later, Jiang Nan said with a light laugh. After that, the two chatted for a little while longer, not delving deeper into the topic. Everything was unspoken, as they were both adults who understood these things. Around 9 o'clock, Jiang Nan was just about to put down his phone to wash up and go to bed, planning to play around on Douyin afterward. Buzz buzz buzz. The phone suddenly rang and vibrated. Really busy, huh? Jiang Nan glanced at the screen. It was a voice call from his online dating partner, Meng Qingqiu. Darling, in just 2 more days, I'll be able to see you. Meng Qingqiu's delicate, playful voice came through. I can't wait, Jiang Nan replied. Yeah, it's our first real meeting. Meng Qingqiu whispered, I remember a certain guy seems to really like white stockings, right? Ha! Hearing this, Jiang Nan was taken aback. He. Meng Qingqiu just chuckled and didn't say anything more. Actually, I quite like black stockings too, Jiang Nan hinted. I've worn black stockings, but I hardly wear white ones. Meng Qingqiu responded. Are you there? Jiang Nan asked directly. Yes, what's up? Show me the black stockings, show me those beautiful legs. Okay, darling, wait a moment, I'll go find the black stockings. A few minutes later. First, a photo of a pair of glowing white legs appeared beneath a pink nightgown. It might be the lighting, but it looks a bit shiny. Meng Qingqiu shyly sent a voice message. Perfect. This wasn't the first time Jiang Nan had seen Meng Qingqiu's legs. After all, they had been in an online relationship for 2.5 years. Not to mention intimate photos, he had seen collarbones, beautiful legs, and feet, and occasionally glimpses of black stockings. Soon, with a vibration, Meng Qingqiu's message came through. Jiang Nan checked it. This time, it wasn't a photo. It was a short video of about 10 seconds. In the video, Meng Qingqiu pointed the camera at her beautiful feet, slowly putting on black stockings. The mysterious black gradually enveloped her perfect legs, creating an even more striking visual impact. How is it? Does it look good? Meng Qingqiu's cheerful voice message came through. Absolutely amazing. Jiang Nan sent a sticker in response. After that, the two chatted casually, and from time to time, Meng Qingqiu would send a few photos of her black-stockinged feet. Even at Jiang Nan's strong request, she changed the other foot to wear white ankle socks, creating a strong contrast of black and white. Before they knew it, they had been chatting until 10 o'clock. During this time, Jiang Nan thought about asking Meng Qingqiu to video chat, but then he remembered that in just 2 days, he would see her in person, so he didn't bring it up. After hanging up the call, Jiang Nan went to the bathroom to freshen up. Just as he returned to the bedroom, a message from the landlady came through. A picture. Jiang Nan's heart raced suddenly. He opened it. Goodness. The landlady was wearing a lace little black dress, lying sideways in an extremely seductive pose. This landlady had the aura of a bombshell straight out of a comic. From this angle, it was nothing short of breathtaking. Lonely night, falling asleep alone. A voice message came through. Jiang Nan couldn't help but laugh. No wonder she was a 30-year-old sister. Once she opened up, her fiery passion was simply overwhelming. Jiang Nan didn't waste any more words and directly initiated a video call. It rang for a few seconds before the landlady answered. However, it was pitch black, with no light at all. Ha, Sister Xia, did you turn off the lights so quickly? Jiang Nan asked in surprise. I was about to sleep, and why aren't you wearing a shirt? The landlady's shy voice came through. Really? Jiang Nan was about to say something. Oh, Xiaojiang, I'm a bit embarrassed, and I'm getting ready for bed, so I'll hang up now. The landlady slowly ended the video call. Xia Jiqing's favorability +5. After the video call ended, a system notification sound echoed in Jiang Nan's mind, and the increase of 5 points in favorability left him somewhat puzzled. About 10 minutes later, while Jiang Nan was scrolling through Douyin, the system notification sounded again in his mind, Xia Jiqing favorability plus 5. Another 5 points added? Does that mean that with a maximum of 100 points, the landlady already has more than half a liking for him? With 40 points of favorability, there was already a fiery enthusiasm. Surely, with 50 points, he could do something, right? Thinking of this, Jiang Nan couldn't help but exit Douyin and open WeChat, pondering for a moment before sending a message to the landlady. Sister Xia, are you asleep? Splash! At that moment, the sound of water came from the landlady's bathroom. A few minutes later, she emerged wrapped in a towel. This is really crazy. The landlady swallowed hard, her pretty face slightly flushed as she got back into bed. Buzz. Her phone suddenly vibrated. She couldn't help but pick it up to take a look. Sister Xia, are you asleep? It was a message from Jiang Nan. It's almost 10:30. What is he asking me this for? And, how does he seem to know I'm not asleep? The landlady swallowed again, then replied, no, not yet. Feeling a bit energetic, Sister Xia, do you want to go out for a stroll? Jiang Nan's message came through. Upon seeing this message, the landlady's heart raced. Going out at this late hour, just the two of them? Sure. She had intended to refuse, but for some reason, when she thought of Jiang Nan's perfect mermaid line from the video earlier, she inexplicably agreed. After agreeing, her face instantly flushed again. She was already 30 years old, not some naive 15 or 16-year-old girl. Was going out for a stroll at this hour really just a casual outing? A little over 10 minutes later. Creak! The landlady's door gently opened, revealing her in a black mini dress, high heels on her feet, and her silver hair styled up, looking like a bombshell straight out of an indecent comic. Sister Xia! Jiang Nan's eyes widened. Especially at this moment, Xia Jiqing's pretty face was flushed with color, and her shy gaze that dared not meet Jiang Nan's only added to her allure. The combination of her outfit and demeanor was simply stunning. Xiao Jiang, don't stare at me like that. I'm feeling a bit shy. The landlady felt Jiang Nan's intense gaze and was very pleased, but at the same time, she felt extremely bashful. After all these years, no one had ever looked at her perfect body so unabashedly. Xia Jiqing favorability plus 2. Sister, you're really beautiful. Jiang Nan sincerely complimented. Not at all, I'm already 30. The landlady bit her lip, replying shyly. Sister, haven't you heard a saying? Jiang Nan moved a little closer to the landlady, a wave of masculine hormones instantly invading her senses, making her pretty face turn even redder, her eyes slightly glazed as if intoxicated. What? Her voice became soft and sweet. It's not scary if an 18-year-old pure school beauty flirts. What's scary is a 30-year-old married woman. Jiang Nan leaned in a bit closer to the landlady and whispered in her ear. The warm breath made the landlady shiver all over, her face turning red to the ears, and even her neck began to flush. Xiao Jian. The landlady felt her body soften slightly. With a favorability score of 52 in hand, Jiang Nan naturally felt much bolder, reaching out to grasp the landlord's wife's jade-like hand, and said, let's take a stroll nearby. I remember there's a small park over there. Sure, I'll follow you. Anywhere is fine, the landlord's wife replied obediently. The night in May still carried a slight chill, but for Jiang Nan and Xia Jiqing at this moment, it was nothing to worry about. The two strolled under the moonlight to a small park a few hundred meters away from the community. At this moment, they sat down on a small bench by the river. A gentle breeze blew, and under the hazy moonlight, Jiang Nan looked at the landlord's wife beside him. Her bangs fluttered slightly, and her silver hair shimmered with a hint of sparkle. Xia Jia, you're really beautiful. Jiang Nan couldn't help but exclaim. You have such a sweet tongue, you really know how to flatter people. The landlord's wife glanced at Jiang Nan with charm, then moved a little closer to him and whispered, to be honest, the breeze by the river still carries a bit of chill. Hearing this, Jiang Nan understood immediately and wrapped his arms around the landlord's wife. Thump, thump. At that moment, both Jiang Nan and the landlord's wife felt their hearts inexplicably race. Jiang Nan. At this time, the landlord's wife gently called out his name. Jiang Nan looked at her, meeting her gaze filled with anticipation, and slowly lowered his head. After a few dozen seconds, Xia Jiqing favorability plus 3. Jiang Nan, you. At this moment, the landlord's wife spoke shyly. Oh, sorry, Xia Jia. Jiang Nan reacted, unsure if it was intentional or out of guilt. He withdrew his hand and touched his nose. No, it's fine. The landlord's wife took a deep breath, then rested her head on Jiang Nan's shoulder, softly saying, it seems our progress is a bit fast. Jia. Jiang Nan was taken aback. But I don't regret it, I'm already 30. If I don't act a little crazy now, I'll really be old. I don't want to leave regrets in my life. Jiang Nan, you should be able to feel how I feel about you. The landlord's wife said gently, I also know you have an online relationship, so I won't ask for too much. Let's keep our relationship like this. When you have time, just spend more time with me, and I'll be content. Xia Jia. Jiang Nan took a deep breath and held this 30-year-old sister a little tighter. Jiang Nan, don't speak. The landlord's wife slowly closed her eyes, her head slightly lifting. It's getting late, and the wind is getting colder. We should head back. Xiaoying is home alone, and if she wakes up in the middle of the night and can't find me, she'll probably cry. The landlord's wife said softly, Jiang Nan, in a few days, Xiaoying's grandmother will come to take her to stay with her for a few days. Will you come over to keep me company? By the time they returned home, it was already midnight. Jiang Nan looked at his hand, his face filled with astonishment. Wow, it's really big. Although he had already known the landlord's wife's size with the naked eye, it was only after measuring it that he realized just how big it was. Back in his room, Jiang Nan changed into a set of pajamas and lay down on the bed. Suddenly, he thought of something, turned his head to glance at the bedside table, then rolled over and opened the cabinet, his brow furrowing tightly. He had obtained the system for almost a day, and only now did he remember his diary that he had kept for 5 years. It's gone. The diary that should have been in the cabinet had disappeared, and a strange light flickered in Jiang Nan's eyes. His memories also returned to 5 years ago. On his 17th birthday, he passed by a footbridge and saw an old woman with white hair squatting and selling goods. Seeing her pitiful appearance, Jiang Nan casually bought something, and the old woman gave him a diary, telling him, as long as he kept making wishes for 5 years, one day his wishes would come true. From start to finish, he treated it as a joke and kept recording, never stopping. Now, having obtained the system, he suddenly realized that the diary wasn't particularly thick, but after 5 years of records, it seemed he had never changed his diary. I really have a thick skin. Jiang Nan shook his head. However, he also recalled the unique diary entries he had recorded over the 5 years. I wish to be a super rich second generation. The 22 years of my impoverished life were just my unseen billionaire father testing my mental fortitude so that I could become a qualified heir. Perhaps, in a certain sense, I did succeed in my wish. My unseen billionaire father might just be this system. Jiang Nan shook his head and smiled. Host, the Indulgent life system is just a small aid for you. At that moment, the system's voice rang out. So, has my wish been fulfilled? Jiang Nan asked. It has. The system's voice echoed in his mind. The system suggests the host check your character attribute panel. Oh, I can check my character attribute panel? Jiang Nan's eyes flickered, and then he called out his character attribute panel. Host, Jiang Nan. Age, 21 years. Height, 182 centimeters. Wealth, 4 million yuan. Abilities, Insight, Master Level Piano Proficiency. Items, Porsche Cayenne. Life encounter, will receive a great gift on the day of your 22nd birthday. After looking at his character attribute panel, a hint of surprise appeared on Jiang Nan's face. Unlike the attribute panels of the landlady and others, he had an additional line about his life encounter. His birthday was on July 15th, which meant that in 2 months, the wish he made would truly come to fruition. However, now that Jiang Nan had the system, to be honest, he wasn't too concerned about the title of being a super rich second generation, but having the identity of a super rich second generation might legalize everything for him. Moreover, as a super rich second generation, he might have more starting capital to squander. Of course, this was just his speculation. He would have to wait 2 months to see what level of great gift this so-called gift would be. Let's make some money before sleeping. Jiang Nan lay down, opened Douyin, and his purpose was very clear. He directly charged 1 million into it. 10 million Douyin diamonds immediately entered his account. Seeing a decent-looking streamer, he sent a gift. To be honest, it only took half an hour to spend all 10 million Douyin diamonds. Most of that half hour was spent looking for streamers who looked decent. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the consumption and receiving a threefold rebate. 1 million turned into 3 million, and excluding the principal, he had made a whopping 2 million in just half an hour. Who else could make money this fast? Time to sleep. Jiang Nan had plenty of time to spend and earn rebates. Staying up late was completely unnecessary. A dreamless night. The next morning, his stable biological clock woke Jiang Nan around 8 o'clock. The first thing he did upon opening his eyes was to call out system in his mind. The Indulgent life system is here to serve the host. How can I assist you? The system replied in seconds. No need, I just want to confirm whether I was dreaming yesterday. Jiang Nan took out his phone and glanced at his account balance, 6 million. This immediately brought a satisfied smile to his face. In just one day, he had gone from a few thousand in savings to a small fortune of 6 million, experiencing many wonderful things he had never encountered before. Awesome! Jiang Nan sprang up from the bed like a carp leaping. My physical condition seems to be excellent now. I wonder if I'll have a chance to show off when Meng Qingqiu arrives in Jiangqing on the 18th. Jiang Nan changed into a set of Armani casual wear. In May, the weather is neither too cold nor too hot. Generally, a short sleeve or long sleeve shirt suffices for going out. Standing in front of the wash basin, he began to ponder while looking at himself in the mirror. If his online romantic interest is indeed the top beauty of Magic City University, Meng Qingqiu, then her looks, figure, and temperament are all exceptional. Honestly, Jiang Nan felt that if he didn't pursue her, it would be a disservice to someone who traveled thousands of miles to meet him. At the same time, Jiang Nan was quite curious about how much Meng Qingqiu liked him after 2.5 years of online dating. From her usual attitude, it shouldn't be less than 40 points, right? Jiang Nan speculated. She actively came to meet him from afar, and she had secretly met him last year and even initiated a second formal meeting. Thinking about it carefully, Jiang Nan felt it might be more than just 40 points. There's a great possibility it could be 50 or even 60 points. It seems I should place my hopes of completing that little welfare task on Meng Qingqiu, whose specific attribute panel data I still don't know. Jiang Nan's eyes sparkled with a strange light. Buzz buzz buzz. At that moment, his phone, which he had placed on the wash basin, vibrated and rang. Jiang Nan picked it up and glanced at the screen. It was a voice call from Meng Qingqiu. Darling, good morning. As soon as the call connected, Meng Qingqiu's energetic voice rang out, making Jiang Nan's lips curl up uncontrollably like an AK-47, rising wildly. It's the 16th, and there are still 2 whole days until I meet you, darling. Meng Qingqiu laughed happily. It was clear she was probably even more excited about this first real meeting than Jiang Nan. It's coming soon. Jiang Nan was equally eager. Darling, I'm going to class now, Meng Qingqiu's voice chimed in. Go ahead. After hanging up, Jiang Nan finished washing up. He took his phone and sat down on the living room sofa, casually ordering breakfast, a standard soy milk and fried dough sticks with a tea egg, costing about 15 yuan including delivery, earning him 4 times the consumption rebate. The more I spend, the more money I make. At this rate, it won't be long before I become the richest person in Jiangcheng. In fact, as my funds increase, I might even start to feel disgusted with the money I have. Jiang Nan understood very well that while spending could bring temporary pleasure, that pleasure would eventually become dull. Thinking of this, he recalled the little welfare task assigned by the system. Perhaps this was the balance point to counteract his future numbness towards money. Would he develop any special abilities in the future? I think, first, I should get an indestructible kidney. Jiang Nan thought far ahead, but he wasn't fixated on long-term matters. Currently, he was surrounded by several attractive individuals, taking Lin Manman, the landlady, and his soon-to-arrive online romantic interest Meng Qingqiu as examples. These 3 top-notch beauties couldn't be resolved in just one day, could they? Therefore, the demand for an indestructible kidney is inevitable. Tonzi, I hope you can be more supportive. Jiang Nan thought to himself. He opened WeChat. Jiang Nan looked at several unread messages. There were messages from the landlady, from Lin Manman, and from the game live streamer Su. Landlady, good morning, sister's irresistible little man. Lin Manman, Jiang Nan, want to grab lunch this afternoon? I'll take you to a really good Sichuan restaurant. Su, brother Jiang Nan, you're also in Zhongchang? He replied one by one. For Lin Manman's message, Jiang Nan thought for a moment and didn't agree right away, just replied that he would see later. As for Su's message, Jiang Nan was stunned. This woman was also from Zhongcheng? Yes, Jiang Nan replied. After replying, he leaned back on the sofa, exited WeChat, and opened Douyin. Welcome, brothers, to the live stream. This is a game live stream. I'm the host Xiaomei. 1 little heart on the pressure board is 1 time, 1 big beer on the pressure board is 3 times, and 1 hot air balloon on the pressure board is 1 minute in the live stream. A familiar voice rang out, making Jiang Nan's mouth slightly open in surprise. Wow, this host named Xiaomei Su is so diligent. She treats live streaming like a job, starting around 8 in the morning. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Nan decided to recharge 1 million. 10 million Dojuan was credited instantly. He immediately clicked into the live stream. Welcome, brother Yenyu Jiang Nan, to the live stream. Good morning, Jiang Nan, have you had breakfast? Seeing Jiang Nan enter the live stream, Su immediately greeted him enthusiastically. I ordered takeout, just came to take a look and saw you live. After sending a bullet comment, Jiang Nan directly sent 20 carnival gifts. 1 carnival is 3,000 yuan, so 20 is 60,000 yuan. Wow, thank you, brother Jiang Nan, for the 20 carnivals. Brother, there's currently no small punishment for giving carnivals. How about you customize a small punishment? Su's excited voice rang out in the live stream. It was still early morning, and there were only 5 or 6 people in her live stream. Although there were no bullet comments at first, these few people began to send comments. Big brother, let her change to stockings. Yes, Big brother, let Susu change her flesh-colored stockings to black or white ones. Big brother, we earnestly request you to let Susu change her flesh-colored stockings to something else. Jiangnan glanced at the comments, thought for a moment, and started typing. You can change to whatever outfit you think looks best, just keep the flesh-colored stockings, don't change to anything else. Having seen black and white stockings in various colors, Jiangnan really hadn't seen enough of flesh-colored ones. Moreover, Susu's flesh-colored stockings were of an extremely thin type, almost clinging to her jade-like legs. At this moment, her outfit was just a very ordinary floral long dress, only revealing her calves and those delicate feet in flesh-colored stockings. Therefore, in Jiangnan's view, it still lacked a bit of flair. A set that could show off her thighs would perfectly showcase the beauty of her jade legs. Okay, brother Jiangnan, please wait a moment. Susu saw Jiangnan's comment, immediately covered her chest with a sign, bowed to the camera, and then jogged out of the frame. Jiangnan wasn't in a hurry. While waiting, he started sending more carnivals. In just a short while, combined with the previous 20, he had sent a total of 100 carnivals. 100 carnivals were worth 300,000 yuan, which was more than a year's salary for an ordinary office worker. And for Jiangnan, it was just a few minutes of spending. Ding! Congratulations, host, consumption completed. Get 10 times the consumption rebate, 3 million yuan. The system's prompt sound echoed in his mind, and this time the astonishing tenfold consumption rebate made a look of shock appear on his face. My goodness, a tenfold consumption rebate. This was his first time receiving such a multiplier. Awesome. While Jiangnan was happy, he also quickly sent 100 carnivals to Susu. This time, his luck wasn't as good as the last. He only received a twofold consumption rebate, earning 600,000 yuan. Looking at the remaining 4 million in his account, Jiangnan contemplated whether to just spend it all when the crisp sound of high heels clicking on the floor echoed in the livestream. Thank you for waiting, brother Jiangnan, I'm here. Susu's voice followed, and then Jiangnan's gaze was drawn in. The first thing to enter the frame was a pair of slightly sheer legs in a qipao. Soon, Susu's entire figure was in view. This figure is a bit invincible. Jiangnan's eyes widened. At that moment in the livestream, Susu held a small round fan, and although her face was obscured by a mask, it was clear that, in front of her curvaceous and voluptuous figure, it was no exaggeration to say that no matter how high her looks were, the attraction brought by an exceptional figure was absolutely greater. This slightly sheer qipao outfit truly showcases the beauty of those silky legs just as I imagined. It's not just playful, it's truly a contemporary embodiment of the silky body. Jiangnan admitted that just this exceptional figure was enough to drive countless people online crazy. Oh my god, this is just too nice. Typing with my tongue to prove my innocence. Wow, this streamer's figure simply maximizes the charm of pairing silk with a qipao. It's the pinnacle of this style. Although Jiangnan's 200 carnivals had an impact on the viewership, at that moment, the entire live stream room erupted with excitement as Susu made her stunning appearance in the slightly sheer qipao and silk outfit. At this moment, Jiangnan took a deep breath, unable to hold back any longer, and cast an insight spell towards Susu. Name, Su Yun. Age, 28 years. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Charge, 1. Looks, 90 points. Affection, 30 points. 90 points for looks? The moment Su Yun's attribute panel popped up, his gaze locked onto her looks score, and upon seeing it was a full 90 points, a look of surprise appeared on his face. He had seen Su Yun's photos and knew her looks were not low, and she belonged to that type that looked better the more you saw her, but he never expected it could reach 90 points. Moreover, her initial affection level was already at 30 points, which surprised Jiangnan even more. He thought it was perfectly normal to have only 30 points of affection after spending hundreds of thousands, nearly a million. In the online money spending game, affection ultimately has its limits. Unless one encounters an ultimate gold digger, then the affection would surely rise dramatically. And this Su Yun, from head to toe, honestly, Jiangnan felt she was an exceptional good woman. Having 30 points of affection was already very good. Meeting offline is the fastest way to increase affection. Jiangnan's gaze flickered slightly. You spent a total of 200 carnivals? At this moment, in the live broadcast room, Su Yun's astonished and excited voice rang out, Brother Jiangnan, how many outfits do you want me to change for these 200 carnivals? I don't have that many. With these 200 carnivals divided up, isn't it enough for you to buy a few hundred different outfits? Right, brothers, hit that follow button. I think such an exceptional outfit streamer has great potential for growth. In the future, we might witness the birth of a natural silk saint body, or perhaps a natural Cheongsam saint body. Follow has been clicked, hoping the streamer soars to great heights and becomes a million-follower big streamer. Su Yun watched as the barrage of comments rolled in the live broadcast room, her face under the mask showing a hint of daze, and then she focused her gaze on Jiangnan's avatar in the top position, taking a deep breath. She understood that everything she had was given by this big brother. Without this big brother showering gifts in her live room, how could she have this kind of traffic? According to her unchanging live streaming style, not selling skin or flirting, and not selling socks, relying on this live streaming to make money would truly be a long wait. Now, Jiangnan alone had given her over $1 million, and after taxes and such, she could at least take home 300,000 to 400,000, which was her income for several years. Suyun's favorability plus 10. The system's prompt sounded in her mind, and Jiangnan added another 200,000 yuan, rounding it up with the previous remaining 400,000 to once again gift Suyun 200 carnivals. At this moment, a system prompt also sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, consumption completed. Received 5 times consumption rebate, 3 million yuan. Another 5 times consumption rebate, with 3 million credited. A satisfied smile appeared on Jiangnan's face. His savings had now reached an 8-digit number that ordinary people could hardly touch. 6 million yuan. Ding! Congratulations, host, savings reached 10 million. Given the host's strong and active consumption desire, the current welfare task is upgraded. Have a female confidant with a beauty score of 90 or above, favorability above 90. Task reward, Jiangqing Tianfu No. 001 Villa, globally limited luxury supercar Pagani Huayra, indestructible kidney. And at the moment Jiangnan's savings broke 10 million, the system's prompt sounded in his mind for the 3rd time. Oh, hearing this system prompt, Jiangnan's face immediately showed surprise, which quickly turned into excitement. The task remained the same, only the rewards were upgraded. As long as he completed the welfare task, in addition to the Jiangqing Tianfu No. 001 Villa and the globally limited luxury supercar Pagani Huayra, he could also gain the ability of an indestructible kidney. Good, system, you are truly my thoughtful little assistant. Whatever I want just comes. Jiangnan immediately praised. The system is honored to serve the host. The system's voice rang out. It is also my honor to be your host. This system was simply too nice. Jiangnan couldn't help but go crazy giving it a shout out. Thank you, brother Jiangnan, for another 200 carnivals. Does brother Jiangnan want to customize any punishment? Su is open to anything. Just let me know. At this moment, Suyun's voice sounded in the live broadcast room. No need for any punishment. Just continue your live stream, I'm logging off. Suyun had brought him considerable gains. Jiangnan couldn't bear to punish her. Moreover, even if a punishment were to be set, it couldn't be done online. With a high attractiveness score of 90, the favorability reached as much as 40 points even before they met. It's not hard to imagine the shock and impact that his looks, temperament, physique, and even his youth and wealth will have on this exquisite lady when they finally meet. When Jiangnan left the live broadcast room, Suyun was also in her live stream, which had nearly 3,000 viewers, when she directly closed it. At that moment, just as he was about to scroll through Douyin to see if there were any beautiful streamers, his WeChat notifications chimed several times. Upon checking, he saw messages from Suyun. Suyun, brother Jiangnan, what a coincidence, I'm also from Jiangcheng. Suyun, you've sent me so many gifts, I really don't know how to thank you. Suyun, I wonder if I could invite you for a meal. Seeing these messages, Jiangnan's gaze flickered, and a very satisfied smile appeared on his face as he replied, okay. This time, he didn't type but sent a voice message. At this moment, Jiangcheng, Old Town, in an old-style small apartment. A woman wearing a slightly sheer qipao, with perfect legs paired with a pair of flesh-colored stockings, took off her mask and held her phone to her ear. Okay, when are you free? Hearing this voice message, Suyun's eyes widened. Wow, such a young voice. There were no photos of Jiangnan on Douyin, nor any indication of his age, just an IP location from Jiangcheng. To be honest, Suyun never imagined that the brother who had sent her over $1 million in gifts would be a young man. Because, in her view, it was usually older bosses who were so generous with gifts. Moreover, Jiangnan's style of only sending gifts without making any requests didn't seem like the behavior of a young person. It was incredibly composed. As a result, Suyun had always thought this top brother would be a middle-aged man. But now, hearing his voice, it seemed otherwise. This left her feeling inexplicably delighted. Brother Jiangnan, I'm free at noon, Suyun replied. Send me your location, I'll come find you later. Jiangnan's voice sounded again. Okay. Suyun hurriedly replied, then hesitated for a moment, glancing at her small apartment, and couldn't help but purse her lips, muttering, although the place is a bit small, it's clean, he shouldn't mind, right? Murmuring to herself, she sent her location to Jiangnan, then took a deep breath and returned to her bedroom to change clothes. She naturally assumed that since Jiangnan said he would come to find her, He wanted to have a meal at her place, so she was now preparing to tidy up and buy some groceries. Just right, little Nuan Nuan is at kindergarten at noon, so it won't be awkward. Soo-yeon swallowed hard. Honestly, she was worried about bringing her top brother home, but for some reason, she also felt a strange sense of anticipation. I wonder what this top brother looks like. Soo-yeon now had a favorability score of 40 points for Jiangnan, and basically, as long as they met and he wasn't missing limbs or blind, this 40 points of favorability would definitely lead to something indescribable between them. Soo-yeon wasn't a fool. Jiangnan had sent her over 1 million in gifts, and honestly, if he didn't want something from her, she wouldn't believe it for 1 million reasons. A woman has been raising her daughter alone for so many years. I really have no choice. If I could find someone to rely on, it wouldn't be a bad thing to feel completely liberated. If it hadn't been for a big brother like Jiangnan showering her with gifts, perhaps Soo-yeon would have just endured her life like this, but now, with a big brother like Jiangnan, to say she didn't want to support would definitely be a lie. Let's take a look first. Although I have a child, in terms of looks and figure, few young girls can compare to me. Not to mention, I've only done that once, and the young girls nowadays might not even have done that yet. As she spoke, Soo-yeon, who had just taken off her slightly sheer cheapao, looked down at her own figure, her face slightly flushed with a hint of pride. Despite approaching 30, she still looked like a young girl. God bless, this top-tier guy must be a man I can trust. Even if it's just as a lover, as long as he treats me well, I'm willing. Having lived alone with her daughter for so many years, she understood better than anyone how difficult it was for a single mother. Now that her little girl was still young, just in kindergarten, they could get by. But when the time came for elementary school, middle school, high school, and even college, how much would that cost? She was just an amateur piano teacher, and when acquaintances asked her to help with 1 or 2 students, her meager income from live streaming could add up to over 10,000 a month. But it couldn't be that stable every month. While pondering, she changed into a simple floral long dress, looked at herself in the full-length mirror, and for some reason, a shy expression appeared on her face. Soo-yeon's favorability +2. In Jiangnan, looking at the location Soo-yeon had just sent and saved on his phone, suddenly, a system notification rang in his mind, causing his brows to furrow slightly. Just over 1 million has made a top-notch good woman interested. It seems that having money really allows one to do as they please. In a sense, Jiangnan felt a certain fate with Soo-yeon, as she had been pushed to his homepage several times, and as soon as he opened Douyin, it was recommended to him. Wasn't this arranged by heaven? Jiangnan shook his head, finding his earlier thoughts truly unbelievable. In just one day, his mindset had changed so quickly. It seems that many people say it's normal for nouveau riche to be disliked. Having just obtained this system, my heart seems to be gradually swelling. There are too many people in this world richer than me, and so what if I have money? Jiangnan took a deep breath. The phrase wealthy enough to rival a nation was only said in ancient times. Didn't the wealthy like Shin Wansan still get taken advantage of? The common people do not fight with the officials. No matter how rich you are, power ultimately suppresses your wealth. Fortunately, the rebates I obtained from the system are all legitimate, and no one can trace them back. Otherwise, by the time I saved up to 10 million, I would probably have already had Uncle Hat visit me after my first income. Jiangnan took out his phone again and downloaded several pay-to-win mobile games. Yesterday, he hadn't thought of the various money-burning games he couldn't afford before. Today, he was going to enjoy himself to the fullest. For the next 3 hours or so, Jiangnan was basically indulging in the mobile games he couldn't afford before, spending not too much on each game, around 100,000. Among them, in a certain card drawing game, Jiangnan spent a bit more, a full 300,000. Yet, even so, that 300,000 only got him a bunch of duplicate SSR cards, and he didn't even manage to collect all the SSR cards. Trash game. Jiangnan uninstalled it on the spot. The consumption rebate from games isn't much different from the consumption in live streaming rewards. Jiangnan calculated that he had spent nearly 3 million in those 3 hours. That means an average of 1 million spent per hour. The rebate amount obtained was quite lucky, reaching as much as 9 million. After deducting the principal of 3 million, the pure profit was 6 million. This speed could hardly be described as anything less than extremely fast. In just a little over 3 hours, he earned money that others might not make in a lifetime or even several lifetimes. If others knew about this, he really didn't know what they would think. I already have 17.6 million on hand, and there are cars available. Shouldn't I buy a house first? Jiangnan's eyes narrowed slightly. Buying a house didn't necessarily mean he had to live in it. As long as he spent the money, he could earn a rebate on the consumption. If luck was on his side, multiplying it several times or even a dozen times could turn his 17.6 million into over 100 million in no time. Buzz buzz buzz. While Jiangnan was pondering, his phone suddenly vibrated. Looking at it, it was a voice call from Soo-yeon. Is it Brother Jiangnan? Although Soo-yun was a few years older than Jang Nan, hearing her call him brother was quite pleasant, her voice indeed very sweet. "It's me," Jang Nan replied. "Brother, it's about time. You can come to my house now." Soo-yun's slightly shy voice came through the phone. Hearing her words, Jang Nan was taken aback. With a favorability rating of 42, could she be this proactive? They hadn't even met yet, and she was inviting him over? Okay. It would be foolish not to agree, so he responded, then tidied up a bit at home before heading out. The location Soo-yun sent was not far from his old neighborhood. Driving there would take at most 7 or 8 minutes. Moreover, that was at a very slow pace. If he drove faster, it would only take about 4 minutes. At a convenience store, Jang Nan hesitated for a moment but ultimately went in and bought a box of doo-doo just in case. Shortly after, Jang Nan drove his Porsche Cayenne into the community where Soo-yun lived. "I've arrived," Jang Nan sent a message to Soo-yun. "Hold on, I'm coming down right away." "Oh, I thought it would take a while. I didn't expect you to be so fast." Soo-yun sounded a bit surprised. "I'm just nearby," Jang Nan replied, then rolled down the car window to take in the environment of the community. Although it was an old neighborhood, it still had the necessary green trees, small gardens, and fountains. At a glance, he could easily see several buildings in the entire community. 4 buildings, the spacing between them wasn't too tight, and his car was parked in the middle of the open space. Getting out of the car, Jang Nan put a small box of doo-doo into his pocket and waited quietly. Buzz buzz buzz. After a short while, Jang Nan's phone vibrated again. "I'm downstairs. Where are you?" Soo-yun's voice rang out. "I'm in the middle of the open space," Jang Nan said as he started to move, scanning the surroundings. At the same time, Soo-yun was also moving, quickly looking towards the middle of the open space. The moment their eyes met, both of them, holding their phones, Jang Nan clearly heard the sound of Soo-yun swallowing. Immediately, a system prompt echoed in his mind. "Soo-yun's favorability plus 20. That handsome guy, is it you?" Soo-yun's incredulous voice came through. "It's me." Jang Nan hung up the phone and waved at the bewildered Soo-yun not far away. Tap tap tap. In an instant, Soo-yun reacted, her confusion turning into surprise, and she quickly jogged over in her normal high heels. "You really are brother Jang Nan?" The two met, and Soo-yun still stared at Jang Nan in disbelief, instinctively moving closer. Under Jang Nan's slightly surprised gaze, she directly reached out and hooked her arm around his. Yes, Jang Nan truly did not expect Soo-yun to be so proactive. Little did he know, the most powerful strategy in this world was to let a woman strategize for herself. There was no method that could compare to this one, and Soo-yun had long completed her self-strategy. Not to mention, at this moment, she was also looking at the incredibly handsome Jang Nan. How could she resist? "You must be born after 2000, right?" Soo-yun hooked Jang Nan's arm, getting closer, causing him to feel a bit flustered. "Yes, I'm 22 this year." Jang Nan also became less reserved, wrapping his arm around Soo-yun's slim waist. He could clearly feel that the moment his hand rested on her waist, her delicate body trembled slightly, but it was just for a moment before she relaxed. Soo-yun's favorability plus 1. The system's prompt echoed in his mind, and Jang Nan nodded in satisfaction. Soo-yun's initiative was very pleasing to Jang Nan. After all, which man could resist a woman with a stunning appearance rated at 90 points and a perfect figure? It was simply irresistible. If Jang Nan didn't have the insight skill, he might have felt a bit timid in the face of Soo-yun's initiative. But with the insight skill, he could immediately sense that the so-called crazy darling online was nothing to worry about. A good woman, what could happen? It was a joke. Moreover, if nothing unexpected happened, Jang Nan felt that this woman was indeed a good woman with a striking contrast. "You're 22 this year, which means you were born in 2002, right?" Soo-yun was taken aback for a moment, then her mouth slightly opened. Goodness, why did it suddenly feel like she was the one at the top of Jang Nan's list? "What's wrong with 2002? Jang Nan chuckled lightly. Nothing. Just, feels very strange," Soo-yun whispered, stealing a glance at Jang Nan. With looks like his, even the top stars in the entertainment industry probably couldn't compare. So handsome. Jang Nan's handsomeness was the kind that stunned people at first sight, and for some reason, she always felt that his aura was very noble, like that of a wealthy young master. "Did you think I would be a middle-aged balding uncle?" Jang Nan instantly saw through Soo-yun's thoughts and chuckled. "Yes." Soo-yun lowered her head and said softly. "Disappointed?" Jang Nan wrapped his arm around Soo-yun as they climbed the stairs. "No, how could I be disappointed? I'm simply overjoyed," Soo-yun hurriedly replied. The power of a favorability score of 63 points was not to be underestimated. Jang Nan was truly feeling it now. In comparison, the landlady with a favorability score of 55 did not show much initiative in front of him. Instead, Jang Nan was more proactive. But Soo-yun, from the very beginning of their meeting, was the one taking the initiative, even directly inviting him to her home for their meeting. The speed of this progress was simply astonishing. Soon, they reached the 4th floor. Jiang Nan's physique seemed to have been secretly enhanced by the system. He climbed the stairs without even a hint of breathlessness, while Su Yun, for some reason, was already blushing by the time they reached her door. At the moment she took out her keys, she shyly glanced around, and after not seeing anyone, she immediately opened the door and pulled Jiang Nan inside. Bang! The door closed. The moment they entered, before Jiang Nan could even react, Su Yun had already tightly embraced him, and then he heard a series of prompts from the system in his mind. Su Yun's favorability +1. Su Yun's favorability +2. Su Yun's favorability +3. In just a few seconds, Su Yun's favorability towards Jiang Nan surged by more than 10 points again. A few minutes later, "No, I'm sorry, I don't know what's going on." As she spoke, she nervously twisted the hem of her floral dress, looking somewhat flustered. She was clearly a woman approaching 30, with a daughter by her side, yet her demeanor resembled that of a young girl caught doing something wrong, standing in punishment. Jiang Nan looked at Su Yun, who resembled a young girl, and gently lifted her chin to meet his gaze. Su Yun, with her delicate teeth lightly biting her lower lip, had an expression that was undeniably alluring. In response, he took a deep breath and said, "What smells so good? Did you cook at home?" "Yes." The topic shifted, and Su Yun shyly nodded. "Just in time, I'm hungry too." Jiang Nan let go of her chin and wrapped his arms around Su Yun. At this moment, her favorability towards him had reached an astonishing 73 points, which was quite exaggerated. Just look at how proactive Su Yun was when facing him. Moreover, as long as Jiang Nan hinted at any thought, he wouldn't even need to do anything, and Su Yun would immediately switch to full automatic mode. Soon, at the dining table in the living room, Jiang Nan glanced over. There were 4 dishes and a soup, a very standard home-cooked meal. Spicy chicken, stir-fried chives with eggs, corn rib soup. Jiang Nan, brother, please make do with this meal. One day, when I prepare in advance, I'll make you something special. Su Yun brought over the rice, feeling a bit shy to call the younger Jiang Nan brother. This looks very appetizing. Jiang Nan took the bowl and chopsticks, nodding. By the way, I don't think I know your name yet. I'm Jiang Nan, just call me by my name offline. Calling me brother feels a bit awkward. My name is Su Yun. Jiang Nan, that's a really nice name. Su Yun sat down obediently beside Jiang Nan, not eating herself but serving him dishes. As for Jiang Nan, what was wrong with eating with one hand? Haven't you seen people eating while playing on their phones? During the meal, Jiang Nan enjoyed his food. Meanwhile, Su Yun, very obediently, only sipped a little soup and didn't eat anything else. You seem a bit out of practice. After finishing the meal, Jiang Nan leaned back in his chair, smiling at Su Yun. Su Yun nodded and responded softly. It's okay, there will be opportunities to eat more. Jiang Nan smiled, yes. After the meal, Su Yun's favorability towards Jiang Nan had successfully surpassed 80 points. The rapid progress was something even Jiang Nan found hard to believe. I'll clean up a bit, Jiang Nan. You can go sit in the living room. Su Yun stood up and began to clear the dishes. No, I'll help you. Jiang Nan grabbed Su Yun's hand, and as they locked eyes, it felt as if an electric arc had exploded between them. Sister Yun, it seems you haven't eaten much. Why not eat a little? Don't want to feel tired all day. Jiang Nan said softly, then I'll eat a bit. Su Yun shyly nodded, preparing to put down the dishes in her hands. No, Sister Yun, you continue to clean up your dishes. Jiang Nan's voice rang out. Su Yun's favorability +1. Su Yun's favorability +2. Su Yun's favorability +5. Thud. Over an hour later, in the bedroom, Jiang Nan lit a cigarette, a hint of dazedness slowly appearing on his face. Just one more point of favorability needed. It's strange, why hasn't it gone up? In just over an hour, Jiang Nan occasionally received the increasing favorability from Su Yun, but after reaching 89 points, it stopped, as if it had hit a limit, leaving him utterly perplexed. Could it be that Su Yun still has a tiny bit of something she hasn't completely let go of? Jiang Nan's gaze flickered as he looked at Su Yun, who was sleeping soundly due to fatigue. He couldn't help but reach out to brush aside her bangs, revealing a truly stunning face that only grew more beautiful the longer he looked at it. Buzz buzz buzz. At that moment, the phone on the bedside table next to Jiang Nan vibrated. He picked it up and glanced at it. It was already around 2 in the afternoon. Jiang Nan, where have you been? It was a call from the landlady. I went out to take care of some things. Jiang Nan glanced at Su Yun beside him and replied, what's up, Sister Xia? Oh, nothing much, just thinking. Cough cough cough. I wanted to ask you about piano fingerings. The landlady's voice was a bit soft when she mentioned fingerings, sounding quite shy. Let's talk about it tonight, Sister Xia. I still have some things to do. Jiang Nan responded. Then let me know when you're free tonight. The call ended. Jiang Nan finished his cigarette. Getting off the bed, he glanced at a pair of flesh-colored stockings on the floor and couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. In his youth, he didn't know the charm of flesh-colored stockings, mistaking black and white stockings for treasures. He once thought that black and white stockings were the ultimate, but now he understood that they were all just stockings, not that much to fuss over. They were all divine in their own way. There was no saying that flesh-colored stockings couldn't compare to black and white ones. That was pure nonsense. After taking a shower in the small bathroom of the room, Jiang Nan felt refreshed as he stepped out, prompting him to reflect. Finally, he was no longer that solitary hero struggling through lonely nights. After getting dressed, Jiang Nan looked at Su Yun, who was still sound asleep on the bed. He leaned down and kissed her forehead before leaving. Little did he know, after Jiang Nan left, Su Yun, with her eyes tightly closed, suddenly opened them, revealing a look of intoxication on her face. She bit her lip and murmured, Su Yun, if someone didn't know better, they might really think you're Jiang Nan's number one sister. Being so proactive, how shameless. Though she said this to herself, Su Yun felt no regret in her heart. She only regretted not meeting Jiang Nan sooner, so she could have enjoyed this for much longer. Little did she know, even if she had met Jiang Nan earlier, he wouldn't have had the ability to enter her line of sight. Let's go buy a house. Jiang Nan opened his phone to search for properties in Jiang City. He wasn't familiar with the housing prices in Jiang City. Although this area was referred to as the Old City, the location wasn't bad at all, being a gathering point for outsiders. The lowest starts at 1.8 million. Jiang Nan glanced at it and couldn't help but shake his head. This price was indeed reasonable, and due to the economic downturn in recent years, it had even dropped a bit. Otherwise, in his view, it would have started at no less than 2 million. This shows how valuable the buildings owned by the landlady are. If one day the old city is fully planned, just these few buildings alone could allow her to spend her entire life without running out of money. Jiang Nan muttered, his eyes suddenly brightening. Right, once he had a bit more money, he could buy one building after another. By then, how big could his snowball grow? Unimaginable. If everyone thinks this book is decent, please give it a 5-star rating. It's very important for the book. Free updates can also be clicked. This way, it's good to see how many people are reading this book, and that will really boost the enthusiasm for writing. Jiang Nan considered himself a man of action. Once he decided to buy a house, he naturally headed straight for the nearest property. He was indeed in the old city area, but there were quite a few new developments. Nantian Pavilion. He had arrived at the most upscale property in the old city of Zhongchang. When Jiang Nan drove up to the sales center, the two receptionists standing at the entrance, chatting and laughing, immediately became serious. Hello, I'm here to look at the apartments. Is there parking available? Jiang Nan rolled down the car window and smiled as he asked. Yes. The moment Jiang Nan rolled down the window, the eyes of the two receptionists lit up, and they hurriedly approached in their high heels. This way, please. This parking space is great. You won't need to reverse when you leave, you can just drive straight out. The two receptionists were incredibly enthusiastic. Jiang Nan's looks were outstanding. It didn't matter if he arrived in a Porsche Cayenne or just an ordinary electric scooter, they would still be eager to attend to such a handsome guy. Thank you. After parking, Jiang Nan smiled and expressed his gratitude. Meanwhile, he also took a moment to assess the two receptionists. Their looks were around 72 points, which wasn't low at all. At least from Jiang Nan's previous perspective, a girlfriend with that score would definitely be someone who would wake up smiling. Moreover, the receptionists had great figures. Their professional outfits were not body-hugging skirts but knee-length ones, and the black stockings drew attention. No need to thank us, it's our honor to assist our guests. The two receptionists immediately smiled, their gazes towards Jiang Nan filled with admiration. Now, Jiang Nan was not just a walking hormone, he could attract a crowd of women anywhere, anytime. But, with excellent temperament, outstanding looks, and a great figure, he was undoubtedly a temptation for the vast majority of women. Soon, the two receptionists led Jiang Nan into the lobby of the Nantian Pavilion Sales Center, where staff members immediately came to greet him. It was another girl with long legs and black stockings, looking around 25 years old, with a score of about 78. It was no exaggeration to say that this score could be considered the ceiling among ordinary girls. Upon seeing Jiang Nan, the girl immediately broke into a warm smile, her gaze also filled with admiration. It was simply because Jiang Nan was too handsome. In this fast-paced era, as a man, you might be broke, but you absolutely cannot lack good looks. Even if you lower your standards a bit, among the rich and handsome, you still have to stand out. No matter how impressive you are, without any status to back it up, you can't let the little fairies know how impressive you are. This way, please. My name is Jean Lan. May I ask your surname, sir? Zhang Lan led Jiang Nan to a small sofa, and from time to time, salesgirls glanced over, clearly unable to take their eyes off such a handsome guy looking at apartments. Too charming. My surname is Jiang. Jiang Nan replied. Hello, Mr. Jiang. Welcome to Nantian Pavilion. Please believe me, the properties here will not disappoint you. After waving to someone not far away, Zhang Lan sat down opposite Jiang Nan. Although she was wearing a professional outfit with a body-hugging skirt, she merely adjusted her skirt without crossing her legs, the mysterious black barely visible. Sir, please have some water. At that moment, another salesgirl in black stockings arrived with 2 bottles of mineral water. Thank you. Jiang Nan took the bottles and, inadvertently, brushed his palm against the hand of the salesgirl. In an instant, he saw her body tense up, and her face flushed bright red. Jiang Nan smiled nonchalantly at this, then looked at Zhang Lan sitting opposite him and said, I'm here today to buy a ready-to-move-in apartment. We have that. Zhang Lan immediately said, Is there one that is already renovated? Jiang Nan pondered for a moment and asked. Meng Qingqiu would arrive in Jiangcheng on the 18th. The place he previously lived in was not bad in terms of environment, but it didn't quite match the wealthy second-generation identity he portrayed. Therefore, buying a ready-to-move-in property without any additional renovations would be the best option. Yes, Zhang Lan nodded, then took out a file bag from behind her and pulled out a small album, subsequently squatting down on the floor. Her squat was intentional, with her collar slightly open. The black lace trim immediately caught Jiang Nan's eye, revealing a hint of alluring scenery. Mr. Jiang, what do you think of this layout? Zhang Lan casually glanced at Jiang Nan and noticed his gaze linger on her for a few seconds, causing a slight smile to curve at the corners of her mouth as she pointed to the photos on the table and asked. Jiang Nan looked at the photo on the table. It was a small unit, and it clearly stated that it was only about 80 square meters. Moreover, the decoration style was not his preferred minimalist style. It didn't look overly extravagant, but after a while, it would definitely cause visual fatigue. This one is a bit too small. Jiang Nan shook his head and said directly, My psychological price is around 17 million for a ready-to-move-in property. Please introduce me a few options that meet this standard, and I'll choose from them. The average price of Nantian Pavilion is 55,000, making it the top property in the old city of Jiangcheng. At this price, not only in the old city but throughout Jiangcheng, it is considered one of the notable properties. With an average price of 55,000, a small unit of about 80 square meters would cost at least 4,400,000 yuan. This price is not just a ceiling that ordinary people can afford. Even some elite individuals earning $1 million a year would have to save for about 4.5 years without spending a dime. Therefore, being able to afford a house in Nantian Pavilion naturally means stepping into the wealthy class. 17 million? Upon hearing Jiang Nan's words, Zhang Lan was momentarily stunned, her eyes widening slightly. Quickly realizing, she swallowed hard, hurriedly put the small album back into the file bag, and smiled as she leaned a bit closer to this wealthy and handsome man, saying, How about this? I'll take you to have a look. I think having a direct impression would be better. Sure, Jiang Nan nodded. This time, he wasn't particularly interested in the view of the woman leaning closer. The cleavage forced out by padding was not worth looking at. He wasn't interested in just any girl anymore. Not every one of them had to score above 90. But surely, a score above 85 was the basic requirement, right? Even some exceptional beauties with buff attributes scoring 80 were acceptable to Jiang Nan. However, Zhang Lan still felt a bit lacking. Nantian Pavilion Community. At this moment, in the front yard of an independent villa. This is one of the small villas in Nantian Pavilion, currently priced at 15 million, with a total area of 200 square meters, plus an additional 120 square meters of free area. Zhang Lan stood beside Jiang Nan, smiling as she introduced it. Oh, upon hearing this, Jiang Nan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. The total price of 15 million for 200 plus 120 means a total of 320 square meters. Calculating it, that's close to 47,000 per square meter. This small villa has 3 floors in total, and the basement is quite extraordinary. It not only has an underground garage but also a private cinema, a gym, and a leisure room. Zhang Lan continued to introduce. This villa has just had everything prepared and is about to be officially sold. About to be officially sold? Jiang Nan frowned. That's what I said. But if Mr. Jiang likes it, you can purchase it immediately. Zhang Lan hurriedly said. Let's go in and take a look. Jiang Nan stepped towards the first floor of the small villa. The decoration style on this floor leans towards European style. Overall, while it's not extremely minimalist, it is quite grand. Look at this reception room on the first floor, Zhang Lan began to introduce. Jiang Nan glanced around and nodded secretly. This reception room was indeed large, and the style was indeed grand, giving off a rather high-end vibe. Can this house be bought immediately? Jiang Nan was just casually looking for a reasonably priced house, and this small villa was not bad at all, making it a good choice for temporary accommodation. Immediate purchase? Zhang Lan was taken aback, not reacting at first. I'll take it directly. Jiang Nan was never one to drag things out, saying lightly, no need for any fancy stuff. Do you mean you won't look anymore and will pay directly? Zhang Lan's eyes widened, and excitement immediately appeared on her face. Yes, Jiang Nan nodded. Actually, this price can be a bit lower. Zhang Lan hurriedly said. No need to lower it, this 15 million is easier to calculate. At this price point for a small villa, how much could it really be lowered? Moreover, the less it was, the more he would lose. If the rebate multiplier was high later on, he would be at a significant loss. Gulp. Upon hearing Jiang Nan's words, Zhang Lan swallowed hard. Goodness, this was the real super rich second generation. A 15 million villa, just like that, without haggling. Are you planning to pay in full or? Before Zhang Lan could finish her question, Jiang Nan interrupted. Now, full payment immediately. This way, please. I'll take you back to the sales center to sign the contract. Zhang Lan immediately bowed her body like a servant and led the way, coming quickly, going back just as fast. Before long, in the finance room of the Nantianj sales center, after filling out the contract, Jiang Nan directly made the payment, and under the astonished gazes of several people in the finance room, that 15 million was swiped just like that. Who is this big shot, paying 15 million in full just like that? Zhang Lan watched in shock. Although she knew Jiang Nan had said he would pay in full, the moment the money was actually paid, she still felt a tingling sensation on her scalp. 15 million, not 1,500. This 15 million was money she could never earn in several lifetimes. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed the purchase. You have received a 3x rebate, 45 million. 3 times the rebate. A windfall of 30 million. Awesome! Jiang Nan listened to the prompts in his mind, his face showing no expression, but his heart was filled with a brilliant smile. Logically, I should continue to strike while the iron is hot and buy 2 more villas here. But 1 villa per development is about enough. Jiang Nan understood this principle. Keeping a beauty in a golden house was bound to happen. Buying several villas in one development could lead to complications when distributing them to other beautiful acquaintances in the future. Better safe than sorry. It's always wise to leave some operational space for oneself. Jiang Nan's gaze flickered, and he currently had 47.6 million on hand. He had no interest in buying ordinary villas anymore. If he was going to buy, he wanted to buy better and more expensive ones, gradually leveling up. After making the payment, the next steps were much easier to handle. Such a large development, and especially a villa worth 15 million, had already prepared all the necessary certificates. The process went extremely quickly, and soon Zhang Lan respectfully handed a document bag to Jiang Nan with both hands. Mr. Jiang, take care. If you need anything, feel free to contact me on WeChat. At the entrance of the sales center, Zhang Lan originally intended to send Jiang Nan off, but he waved his hand and left directly with the document bag. What efficiency! Zhang Lan at the door watched the departing Porsche Cayenne and couldn't help but shake her head and smile bitterly. But soon, the bitter smile transformed into an excitement that couldn't be contained. A 15 million villa. Her commission would be quite substantial. At this rate, by the time Meng Qingqiu arrives in Jiangcheng, my cash could reach 100 million, or even more. In the car, Jiang Nan's eyes sparkled with a strange light, and his face was filled with an expectant smile for the future. As long as he wanted, he could spend the 47.6 million he had on high-value items at any time. With good luck, this 47.6 million could very likely catapult him directly into becoming a billionaire. He had never feared that his increasing wealth would attract any scrutiny. With a system backing him, as long as he wanted, the whole world was his playground, and he could indulge in it throughout his life. Buzz! At that moment, his phone suddenly vibrated. Jiang Nan glanced at it. It was a message from Lin Man. Lin Man, Jiang Nan, are you free this afternoon? Want to grab a meal? Seeing this message, Jiang Nan looked at the time. It was already 3:30 in the afternoon, which made him ponder for a moment. Just as he was about to reply, the landlord's WeChat call came in. Jiang Nan, are you free this afternoon? The landlord's gentle voice rang out. Yes, Jiang Nan replied immediately. Would you accompany me to dinner this afternoon? The landlord asked with a smile. Sure, just the two of us? Jiang Nan inquired. A good friend from high school just returned to Jiangcheng and asked if I was free to have a meal together. The landlord said softly. Okay, where are you now, Sister Xia? Jiang Nan asked. At home, just putting on makeup, the landlord replied. Do you want to come over first, or I'm on my way, Jiang Nan said, hanging up the phone and casually giving Lin Man a vague reply before rushing back. Knock knock knock. At the door of the landlord Xia Jiqing's home, Jiang Nan gently knocked. Tap tap tap. After waiting a few seconds, light footsteps sounded. Creak. The door opened. Jiang Nan looked at the landlord standing at the door, and his face immediately showed a look of shock. The landlord was particularly different today, not just in her outfit but also in her makeup. Usually, the landlord's makeup gave off a mature and sophisticated vibe. But today, it was a light makeup look. If one didn't pay attention, they wouldn't even realize she was wearing any. Her slightly curled silver hair was tied up in a high ponytail, looking very chic and cool, giving off a neighborly big sister vibe. Then, seeing her outfit, she wore high-waisted jeans and a white crop top that revealed a bit of her abdomen. Her slim waist was incredibly eye-catching. What's wrong? Can't recognize your sister? The landlord raised an eyebrow, and just that small expression made Jiang Nan's heart race. Sister, your style really changes so much, everything suits you, Jiang Nan exclaimed in admiration. Oh, you little rascal. The landlord's previously cool demeanor immediately softened as she said quietly, in a few days, when Xiaoying goes to her grandmother's, I'll properly teach you some piano techniques. Isn't she still in kindergarten? Jiang Nan asked in surprise. She is, but I have some difficulties to discuss. The landlady in my arms shyly said a word, while in her heart she marveled at how effortlessly Jiang Nan had picked her up with his boyfriend's strength. Jiang Nan whispered something in her ear. More than half an hour later. What a little rascal. The landlady laughed and scolded. In just over half an hour, her fondness for him had reached 65 points. Buzz buzz buzz. At that moment, a phone on the coffee table in the living room vibrated. Jiang Nan looked over. The contact name was Lin, presumably the good sister the landlady mentioned from high school. He shook his head and didn't answer the call, noticing the time instead. It's already 4 o'clock, time really flies. Jiang Nan leaned back on the sofa, his eyes slightly closed, beginning to drift off. A few minutes passed quickly. Hearing footsteps, he opened his eyes again. Sister Xia, someone just called you, Jiang Nan reminded her. Okay. The landlady glanced at her phone and said, why didn't you answer it? It wouldn't be good. Jiang Nan shook his head with a smile. What's wrong with it? You. The landlady huffed playfully, then dialed back the number. Soon, the call connected. Lin, are you going now? The landlady asked softly. Yes, we're at the Jiangcheng Grand Hotel. Hurry over. Lin's voice came through. Jiangcheng Grand Hotel? You guys? Which you guys? The landlady frowned. Yes, cough cough cough, it's me and my husband, Lin hurriedly replied. You're in the old city, it's more than half an hour away from here. Leave early to avoid the rush hour traffic, it'll be a mess otherwise. Okay. The landlady didn't think much of it, hung up the phone, and then opened her arms, closed her eyes, and pouted. She wasn't afraid of the pure school beauty playing coy. She was just afraid of the 30-year-old sister next door. Purity was merely something left over for the sister to play with. For a woman like the landlady, there was no style she couldn't handle. At this moment, that hint of shyness combined with a touch of maturity was a true visual and emotional impact. Jiang Nan got up. A few minutes later. In a few days, you'll have a good treat. The landlady squinted and smiled, and it was then that Jiang Nan noticed the 2 shallow dimples at the corners of her mouth, which indeed had a unique charm. Sister Xia, shouldn't I be the one saying that to you? Jiang Nan laughed. I don't care. The 30-year-old sister looked like a youthful girl in love, beautiful and captivating. About 10 minutes later, Jiang Nan wrapped his arm around the landlady's slim waist as they stepped out. Jiang Nan, can you drive? The landlady asked, leaning against his shoulder. Yes, Jiang Nan nodded. I'm quite the expert. I almost drove a yellow Ferrari before. Anyone who can drive a yellow Ferrari must have great driving skills. I'm being serious with you. You little rascal, stop being so frivolous. The landlady gently pinched Jiang Nan's waist. Ouch, that hurts, sister, spare me. Jiang Nan immediately cried out for mercy. Let that teach you to be less frivolous. The landlady huffed again, then pulled out a set of keys from her Chanel bag. Note, it was a set of keys, not just one. Jiang Nan looked over. Good heavens. BMW, Mercedes, Audi, Porsche. The lowest tier was still BBA. He even spotted a Lamborghini key. Good heavens, she really was a standard rich sister. Which one do you want to drive? The landlady smiled as she handed over a bunch of keys. What about the car? Jiang Nan asked. It's in the underground garage of the community, the landlady replied. Forget it. It's a bit of a walk to the underground garage, let's just take my car. Jiang Nan shook his head, then took out the car key and pressed it twice towards the Porsche Cayenne parked in the open space not far away. Beep, beep. The landlady looked over and saw a very new Porsche Cayenne come into her view. So this car is yours? The landlady was slightly surprised, She had seen this car yesterday and didn't expect it to belong to Jiang Nan. Yes, Jiang Nan nodded. Looks like you're a little rich guy. I was still thinking about supporting you, sigh. Seems like I won't get to be a rich woman. The landlady pouted in a wronged manner. I was even thinking of trying out the rumors online about rich women and sugar daddies, hee hee. If you ask me, sis, you should just be content being your little woman. A strong personality doesn't suit you, Jiang Nan whispered lightly in her ear. They set off around 4 o'clock. Although Jiangcheng is a city notorious for traffic jams, fortunately, they didn't face the rush hour, so it only took them a little over half an hour to reach Jiangcheng Grand Hotel. At this moment, a Porsche Cayenne slowly stopped in front of the hotel. Instantly, a valet in his 20s rushed over with a big smile. When the passenger window rolled down, the valet was immediately stunned. So beautiful. Excuse me, please move aside. The landlady spoke gently to Jiang Nan, but in front of others, she was completely aloof. Despite her gentle, neighborly sister outfit, her tone was extremely cold. Sorry. The aura made the valet step back a bit. Soon, Jiang Nan and the landlady got out of the car, and the valet immediately approached Jiang Nan, respectfully saying, "Hello, sir, I am the valet at Jiangcheng Grand Hotel. Please secure your valuables in the car, and I will find you a parking space. Here is your ticket. Please give it to me when you leave." "Okay, thank you." Jiang Nan smiled and nodded, handing him the car key and taking the ticket in return. "Thank you." The landlady linked her arm with Jiang Nan, pulled out an LV wallet from her Chanel bag, and took out 500 or 600 yuan bills, handing them to the valet. "Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir." The valet accepted the 500 or 600 yuan bills with both hands, his face full of gratitude. This tip was not small. In fact, there weren't many bosses who would give tips. After all, this was their job, and the hotel paid them a salary. Jiang Nan and the landlady walked into the hotel hand in hand. "Jiqing." As soon as they stepped into the hotel, an excited shout rang out not far away. Tap tap tap. Soon after, the crisp sound of high heels hitting the floor echoed. Jiang Nan and the landlady turned to look and saw a woman with average looks and figure, heavily made up, jogging towards them. Lin, it's been so long." Xia Jiqing smiled as she greeted the approaching woman. Yeah, I've missed you so much," Wang Lin said happily, wanting to hug Xia Jiqing, but then noticed Jiang Nan's presence. So tall, so handsome, so charming. Wang Lin blurted out upon seeing Jiang Nan. Ha ha. This made Xia Jiqing laugh happily, moving a bit closer to Jiang Nan, proudly saying, Lin, this is my boyfriend, Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan, this is my best friend from high school, Wang Lin. Hello, Sister Wang. Jiang Nan smiled and nodded. Wow, such a handsome post-00's younger brother, you really have an eye for talent. Wang Lin couldn't help but glance at Jiang Nan several times, unable to look away. Which woman doesn't like handsome men, especially someone like Jiang Nan who is tall, handsome, and has an incredible aura? I ask, which older woman wouldn't like him? Of course, after all, I'm not bad myself, right? The landlady raised her head confidently. Come on, let's go up. Wang Lin hurriedly said, and I need to tell you something. What? The landlady had an inkling of what was coming. Actually, I wanted to ask you out alone this time, but then Li Fei found out about it and begged me to say he was hosting a class reunion. As she spoke, she looked a bit embarrassed and said softly, Jiqing, I'm sorry. I didn't know you had a boyfriend. I was thinking. It's fine. The landlady didn't mind. It was better to lay it all out today. Sister has a partner. Those who were thinking about her should think less. In the future, for gatherings held for her, it would be best if they didn't invite her. After this time, I doubt anyone will shamelessly invite you to such gatherings again. It might be a good thing, Wang Lin whispered. Indeed, a bunch of misfits. They don't even compare to my man. The landlady tightened her grip on Jiang Nan's arm, proudly saying. Her heart was now completely filled with Jiang Nan. She had never been interested in other men before, and now she truly had no interest in any man at all. Yes. Wang Lin nodded in agreement, stealing another glance at Jiang Nan, her face slightly reddening. She couldn't help but sigh inwardly, how nice it is to have money, to be able to find such a quality young man. Soon, the three entered the elevator, going straight to the 15th floor. Ding! In just a short while, the elevator opened, and the three stepped out. At that moment, a few people outside the elevator were chatting and laughing, and upon hearing the elevator door open, they immediately turned their attention. Jiqing, the leading man, around 30, dressed in a suit and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, had a somewhat refined demeanor, but when he saw the landlady linking arms with a young man, looking very intimate, his brows furrowed tightly, and a hint of gloom flashed in his eyes. Class monitor. The landlady called out lightly. Oh, I've been waiting to hear you call me class monitor for years. finally got to hear it. You've been rejecting everyone's gatherings these past few years. It's really sad. Li Fei laughed and then said, come on, let's go in. The classmates have missed the stunning school beauty who dazzled them throughout high school. He didn't even glance at Jiang Nan, blatantly ignoring him. No, I'm just here to catch up with Lin Lin. I heard you guys were here, and I was also planning to tell the old class monitor that you shouldn't invite me to these gatherings anymore. In fact, don't even send me messages. I'm afraid my husband will get angry. Although the landlady was leaning on Jiang Nan's shoulder, her aura was not small, and her tone carried an undeniable weight. From the pile of car keys she had earlier, it was clear that the landlady had a fortune of at least $1 billion or $2. That pile of car keys must be worth at least $1 million, and if that Lamborghini was a well-known sports car, it might even be worth more than $1 million. With cars worth so much, it was hard to believe the landlady didn't have a few small goals. You got married again? Li Fei then turned his gaze to Jiang Nan. Upon seeing a handsome young man, his brows immediately furrowed, and he said, Jiqing. We're not that familiar. Please call me by my full name, Xia Jiqing. The landlady had given all her good feelings to Jiang Nan and was now taking care of his feelings even more. Jiang Nan naturally understood, tightening his embrace around the landlady's slender waist a bit more, and whispered in her ear, Sister, you're so nice. Taking care of your little brother's feelings, I love it. You little rascal. The landlady shot a flirtatious glance at Jiang Nan. Watching the landlady and this handsome young man flirt in front of him, Li Fei's expression instantly darkened, and he said in a deep voice, Xia Jiqing, my old classmate, there are too many pretty boys in this world, all here for your money. Can you be as handsome and charming as my husband? The landlady glanced at Li Fei disdainfully and said lightly, to put it bluntly, I don't know what your intentions are in constantly inviting me to class reunions. Aren't you also after my money? And please, booking a regular place on the 15th floor, wanting to cozy up without spending money, do you understand how to court a rich woman? I'm telling you, stop playing these roundabout games with me in the future. Wang Lin, choose whether to come with me or stay here. After saying this, the landlady pulled Jiang Nan and turned towards the elevator. Wait for me, Jiqing. Wang Lin immediately grabbed her dazed husband and followed, leaving Li Fei standing there, gritting his teeth, his face turning red with anger, clearly feeling humiliated and furious. At this moment, in the elevator, Jiang Nan gave a thumbs up and sincerely praised, Sister, you were so impressive just now. Of course, there's only one you in this world. Do you really think any man deserves my gentleness? The landlady raised her eyebrows proudly. At this time, Wang Lin and her husband also entered the elevator. Jiang Nan looked at Wang Lin's husband, who appeared to be in his 30s, looking thin and also wearing glasses, giving off a scholarly vibe. Seeing Jiang Nan's gaze on him, the man smiled, as if greeting him. To the top floor. The landlady directly pressed the button for the 30th floor. The dining area of the Jiangcheng Grand Hotel has two locations, one on the 15th floor, which is for ordinary consumers, and the top floor, where the clientele is generally of higher income. A meal there could easily cost tens of thousands, if not more. Ding! Soon, they arrived at the 30th floor. The four of them exited the elevator. Several welcoming hostesses immediately approached them. Do you have a reservation? One leading hostess wore a warm smile, occasionally glancing at Jiang Nan with admiration in her eyes. He was so handsome. No reservation, are there private rooms available? The landlady asked. Yes, there are. Do you have a VIP card? The hostess inquired softly. I do. The landlady nodded and then took out a black gold card from her small handbag. Upon seeing the black gold card, the hostess's expression immediately became respectful. After bowing, she led the way with her back bent. Seeing this, Wang Lin and her husband exchanged shocked glances, both displaying expressions of astonishment. This was quite a display of status. In contrast to Wang Lin's couple's shock, Jiang Nan appeared much calmer. After all, he was no longer the person he used to be. Soon, the hostess led them to a private room. There's a tablet on the table. If you want to order, you can use the tablet, and the back end will receive the order information instantly. If you need anything, just call for me. The hostess did not enter the private room. Instead, she bowed respectfully at the door and softly said, All right. The landlady nodded and then entered the room with Jiang Nan. Wang Lin and her husband followed closely behind, and upon seeing the luxurious private room, their faces once again showed signs of shock. Jiqing, this private room must have a minimum consumption, right? Wang Lin couldn't help but exclaim. Just a few tens of thousands. The landlady smiled. Goodness, that's several months' salary for us. Wang Lin swallowed hard and whispered, No wonder there are so many people who resent the rich in this world. It turns out the world of people is fundamentally different. Ha ha. The landlady couldn't help but shake her head and laugh at this remark. Actually, the world of people is the same. It's just that different life experiences and living environments lead to different futures. This statement was quite profound, and her social class was indeed different. At least Jiangnan could deeply relate, while Wang Lin and her husband merely smiled and did not continue the conversation. People from two different social classes often have different thoughts, and sometimes it is indeed impossible to find common ground. This is also why, in reality, there are so many matches based on social status, while in the fantasy world, there are so many stories of princes and Cinderella, or princesses and poor boys falling in love. The meal did not take too long, just a little over an hour. When it ended, although it was around 6 o'clock, the sky outside was still bright. The landlady, having had some red wine, looked even more charming, her beautiful face flushed with a rosy hue, and her gaze towards Jiangnan was filled with a dreamy intoxication. Ding! Congratulations, host, consumption completed. Received 10 times the consumption rebate, 500,000 yuan. A few minutes later, at the front desk, Jiangnan paid via WeChat scan. Goodness, 50,000. Upon hearing the payment, Wang Lin and her husband exchanged glances and swallowed hard. A single meal cost them nearly 4 months' salary. It was truly outrageous. Let's go. The landlady seemed to be a bit tipsy, and Jiangnan naturally took on the role of the host, smiling and nodding at Wang Lin and her husband. For Jiangnan, the rebate of 500,000 was now no different from 50 yuan in the eyes of an ordinary person. It was just a drizzle, without any emotional fluctuation. They went down to the first floor, arriving at the hotel entrance. Jiqing seems a bit tipsy. We'll head back first and gather again when we have time. Jiangnan handed the key card to the parking attendant, and it didn't take long for his car to arrive. He waved cheerfully at Wang Lin and her husband, then helped the landlady into the passenger seat. Soon, the car gradually drove away. Wang Lin and her husband stayed in place for a while, then exchanged a glance and let out a long sigh, shaking their heads with a wry smile. If you ask me, Jiqing's boyfriend is not an ordinary person. His demeanor and temperament, if you say he's a kept man, I wouldn't believe it for a million reasons. Wang Lin whispered. The 50,000 just paid wasn't from your old classmate, it was his own. The expression on his face was just like when we buy a pancake at a street stall, completely indifferent. Wang Lin's husband nodded in agreement. In the car, the landlady, who seemed a bit tipsy, suddenly sat up straight. Pretending to be drunk, huh? Jiangnan glanced at her and chuckled. Please, I can't get drunk on this little wine. Even if I help you drink one, I wouldn't mind helping 2 more. But I'm a bit tired. Xiaoying was picked up by her grandmother. Can you stay home with me tonight? The landlady leaned in, her pretty face flushed with a rosy hue, and her pouty expression was quite adorable. Okay. Jiangnan reached out and patted her head, causing her to squint her eyes and break into a satisfied smile. No matter how old a woman is, there is always a soft spot in her heart, or rather, even the strongest woman will turn into a little girl in front of someone she considers a support. The drive was slow. There was some traffic at this hour. By the time they returned to the community, it was already past 7. After parking the car, Jiangnan and Xia Jiqing went home. Xia Jiqing's favorability +1. Xia Jiqing's favorability +2. Xia Jiqing's favorability +1. Around 8 o'clock. Living room. Jiangnan lit a cigarette and began to exhale smoke. 80 points of favorability. Jiangnan exhaled a long puff of smoke, a mysterious smile appearing on his face. It's almost there, almost at 90 points of favorability with Sister Xia. I wonder if having several women with a beauty score above 90 points reach 90 points of favorability together will count as exceeding that little welfare task, and if there will be more additional rewards? To be honest, Jiangnan's interest in money was far less than his interest in the ability to earn rewards. Some abilities cannot be bought with money. About 10 minutes later, Xia Jiqing came out, her face filled with a lot of frustration. Sister, what's wrong? You look like that. Jiangnan noticed her unusual expression and immediately asked. The landlady smiled bitterly and shook her head, sitting next to Jiangnan, then stared at him closely, a hint of astonishment appearing on her stunningly beautiful face as she whispered, "How come I never noticed how amazing you were before?" "Where am I amazing?" Jiangnan smiled at the landlady. "In just less than 2 days, I've fallen in love with you this much. Isn't that amazing?" A strange look appeared on the landlady's face again. Over the years, countless excellent men had wanted to enter her heart. It was all meaningless, a complete failure. In fact, she had never even thought about finding another man. Who knows? It had only been a short time, and she was completely conquered by Jiangnan. How could that not make her feel strange? Maybe you just didn't know me before? Or perhaps we didn't have the fate back then. Jiangnan reached out and pulled her into his arms, softly saying, "Fate is something that can't be predicted." Indeed, the landlady had no regrets, gently leaning on Jiangnan's shoulder. This moment of warmth brought a happy smile to her face. Buzz buzz buzz. After just a few seconds of warmth, Jiangnan's phone in his pocket vibrated. He took it out and glanced at it, immediately sitting up straight. "Is your online dating partner calling to check up on you?" Seeing Jiang Nan's unusual expression, the landlady couldn't help but glance away, chuckling lightly. "It's a video call," Jiang Nan replied. "Then I need to hide." The landlady shifted down, lying on Jiang Nan's lap, out of sight. Jiang Nan smiled slightly and answered Meng Qingqiu's video call. "Darling," as soon as the call connected, Meng Qingqiu's energetic voice rang out. "Good evening, Qiuqiu, good evening." The woman did not show her face, only her pair of glowing white legs appeared in the camera. Despite the landlady lying next to him, Jiang Nan still greeted her without blushing or skipping a beat. "Once today passes, it will be the 17th. After tomorrow, on the 18th, I can see you." Meng Qingqiu laughed happily, and at that moment, she suddenly realized something and exclaimed, "Wait, why is it a video call?" Her voice rose several decibels, and then she noticed Jiang Nan appearing on the screen, just one eye close to the camera, and she exclaimed, "Darling, did you turn on the beauty filter?" "There's no beauty filter on this WeChat video." Jiang Nan shook his head and said, "You shown one eye? Why not show your whole face?" I'm shy," Meng Qingqiu said softly, but her eyes were still glued to the camera, filled with shock. A year ago, she had seen Jiang Nan from a distance. At that time, Jiang Nan wasn't ugly, but he certainly didn't look as stunning as he did in the video. Meng Qingqiu had seen many handsome guys. At a top university like Magic City University, there were plenty of them. But the only one who could amaze her was the Jiang Nan in the video now. "Then I'll turn off the video too." Jiang Nan pretended to switch to a voice call. "Don't!" Meng Qingqiu's anxious voice rang out, and soon, a truly beautiful, otherworldly figure appeared on the screen. Hiss! Although Jiang Nan was mentally prepared and had seen Meng Qingqiu's videos on Douyin before, he still couldn't help but gasp in awe when he saw her, his face revealing a look of astonishment. So beautiful. It was just as people said online, a fairy descending to the mortal realm. This woman should only exist in the heavens. Not an ounce of exaggeration. "Darling, I can't believe it's only been a year since I last saw you, and you've changed so much." Meng Qingqiu had already shown her face, so she was naturally more open, but her eyes still held an expression of disbelief. After looking at Jiang Nan a few more times, she finally confirmed that the handsome guy in the video was indeed her online boyfriend of 2.5 years. She wouldn't mistake his voice, and that face. Although Jiang Nan now looked incredibly handsome, it was still the same face. It was just that his skin condition was much better than before. Moreover, he seemed to have a different kind of filter for women. Most women who saw him couldn't help but be captivated. Jiang Nan had truly felt this deeply over the past couple of days. "It might be a skin condition issue. When you saw me last year, I was battered by the wind and rain, and the summer sun in Jiangcheng is simply too harsh, so my skin wasn't great." Jiang Nan chuckled. "Right, Jiangcheng is a furnace city. The summer heat can be deadly." Meng Qingqiu suddenly turned her head, leaned closer to the camera, and blew a few kisses, then grinned and said, "I didn't expect to unintentionally record a video and see your true self, darling. What a delightful surprise." To be honest, she wasn't really a face person. Otherwise, she wouldn't have thought about meeting him in person the year after seeing him just once. At her level of beauty, after getting used to so many handsome guys around her, she might not feel much towards them. It wasn't that she had a thing for ugly guys, she just valued feelings more. At that moment, Jiang Nan caught a glimpse of the landlady lying beside him, her expression full of a motherly smile, without any signs of jealousy, which surprised him a bit. This landlady was surprisingly generous. "What's wrong, darling?" Meng Qingqiu noticed Jiang Nan's expression was a bit off and quickly returned to the camera, asking with concern. "Nothing. Nothing at all." Jiang Nan silently recited a calming mantra, shook his head, and looked back at Meng Qingqiu. He was curious about how many beauty points a girl of this level could have. Moreover, the most crucial thing was that they had been in an online relationship for 2.5 years. How much affection could she have for him? "Can I click to urge updates and free support for love? Let's boost some popularity." Name, Meng Qingqiu. Age, 20 years old. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 56 kilograms. Attractiveness, 96 points. Affection, 80 points. What? Deducting attractiveness points? 96 points? When Jiang Nan threw a perception technique at Meng Qingqiu, the moment that attribute panel appeared, his eyes widened in shock. My goodness, 96 attractiveness points? And the affection level starts at 80 points? This is simply too exaggerated. "Darling, why do you look a bit off?" At that moment, Meng Qingqiu's voice rang out. "It's nothing, I just suddenly thought of something and found it a bit unbelievable." Jiang Nan shook his head. "What is it?" Meng Qingqiu asked with a cheerful smile, completely unaware of anything unusual. "I was just thinking about how we've managed to last this long." Jiang Nan's face showed a mix of amazement and a hint of strangeness. "I've said it before, as long as you don't break up with me, I will never break up with you. Sigh, I originally wanted to go to Jiang City for university, but my family forced me to go to university in Magic City. Otherwise, I could have seen you every day these past few years, and we could have rented a sweet little place together. How happy that would be. Meng Qingqiu was completely lost in her fantasies, not noticing Jiang Nan's changing expressions. Yes, Jiang Nan simply replied, swallowing hard, then took a deep breath and said, Xiuqiu, after you come over this time, I'll also find time to visit you in Magic City. Great, great. Meng Qingqiu immediately smiled happily. Suddenly, she lowered her voice a bit and said, Darling, I can't talk anymore. I heard footsteps in the hallway. My roommate must be back. Let's talk tomorrow. Okay. Jiang Nan nodded. Kiss. Meng Qingqiu leaned closer to the camera. Kiss. Jiang Nan returned the gesture. See you the day after tomorrow. After saying that, Meng Qingqiu ended the video call. Half an hour later. Pat. Jiang Nan lit another cigarette, exhaling a long puff of smoke, looking at the landlady beside him with admiration in his eyes. My energy has really been quite abundant these past couple of days. It feels like there's endless strength within me. Jiang Nan speculated that his body had likely been secretly modified by the system, which could be considered a hidden little benefit. Honestly, it's really nice. I can't wait to see how powerful I'll be after completing that little welfare task in getting the indestructible kidney. Jiang Nan couldn't help but laugh. Buzz. The phone on the coffee table vibrated. Jiang Nan picked it up to see a message from Su Yun. Jiang Nan, are you having a late-night snack tonight? A picture. Besides the message, there was also a photo. Upon opening it, Jiang Nan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. In the photo, Su Yun was lying sideways on the bed in a pink nightgown. Jiang Nan really thought this woman was perfect. Is this late-night snack serious? Jiang Nan replied. Su Yun, serious, very serious, / flirty. Seeing that sentence followed by an emoji, Jiang Nan couldn't help but laugh. This woman has really let loose. I might not have time tonight. If he hadn't spent so long at the landlady's place today, he might have been interested in going to Su Yun's for a late-night snack. Moreover, he had promised to keep the landlady company tonight, so he couldn't go back on his word. Alright, then how about you come over for lunch tomorrow? I'll buy you some nourishing stew. How does that sound? Su Yun sent a voice message with a hint of disappointment. Okay. This time, Jiang Nan did not refuse. Great. Su Yun's tone brightened again. Then I'll go to bed early tonight and get up early tomorrow to buy the freshest ingredients at the market. No problem, Jiang Nan replied. At that moment, the landlady, who had just rinsed her mouth, returned to the living room. Seeing Jiang Nan chatting on his phone, she couldn't help but ask curiously, You don't have another woman, do you? Cough, cough, cough. Hearing the landlady's direct question, Jiang Nan immediately coughed twice. Really? Upon hearing his somewhat awkward cough, the landlady was slightly surprised and then sat down next to Jiang Nan, glancing at his phone. Oh, before Jiang Nan could say anything, her face suddenly showed a look of shock as she exclaimed, Isn't that Su Yun's profile picture? Teacher Su? Jiang Nan was taken aback by this title. Wow, Teacher Su is so open and private? The interval between messages wasn't long, so the landlady also saw the enticing photo that Su Yun had sent, her face displaying shock. She's the little girl's teacher? Jiang Nan was also surprised. Yes, but she's not a kindergarten teacher. She's the one I plan to send my daughter to for piano lessons. The landlady explained, her daughter is in the same kindergarten as mine. I've chatted with this elegant and beautiful young mother more than once when picking up Xiaoying, so I got her contact information quite early. What a coincidence. Jiang Nan couldn't help but twitch his lips. How do you know her? The landlady asked in disbelief. When I chat with her, she's quite serious, not someone who would send such revealing photos online. So, do you think you're an improper woman? Jiang Nan smiled at the landlady. The landlady was immediately caught off guard, chuckling awkwardly but too embarrassed to continue. She had a deep understanding of Jiang Nan's charm. Wasn't she, Xia Jiqing, serious enough? Yet here she was, unable to maintain her composure in front of this little man, her demeanor quite wild. If it weren't for her relatives visiting, she could guarantee that Jiang Nan would have been unable to get out of bed for days. Of course, the fighting power of a woman who has been starved for so many years is no joke. But how did you two meet? The landlady still felt it was strange. She thought the two shouldn't have any connections. Could it be that Jiang Nan delivered food to Su Yun's house while experiencing life as a delivery person, and then they started chatting? Thinking this way, it did seem possible. One must admit, women's imagination is indeed powerful. If Jiang Nan knew what the landlady was thinking at this moment, he would probably be speechless and mockingly say, Do you really think this is a plot from a low-budget film? Thanks to Brother Tomato for the generous gift. The boss is generous. We met on Douyin, Jiang Nan said with a smile. A couple of days ago, I was scrolling through Douyin and came across a mini-game livestream. She stepped on a pressure plate for a little heart gift. He began to explain. After he finished, the landlady's face immediately showed surprise, and then she said, I didn't expect Teacher Sue to be so dedicated, playing for several hours straight, even eating while standing on the pressure plate. Yeah, so I thought this female streamer was quite trustworthy. After all, it's online, and there are plenty of people who can't afford to play. Jongnan nodded, appreciating Soo-yeon's commitment to her promises. Hearing this, the landlady immediately nodded in agreement and said, Teacher Sue is really quite nice. She has been raising her daughter alone for so many years, and I've never heard of her having any problems. She must be a good woman. Speaking of which, she stared at Jongnan, smiling as she said, You little rascal, you wouldn't happen to be into older sisters or a young married woman, would you? Not at all. Jongnan looked a bit guilty as he cleared his throat and replied, It's just a coincidence, and besides, older sisters are indeed great. Did something indescribable happen between you and Teacher Sue? The landlady gently tapped Jongnan's forehead with her slender fingers and asked. She invited me over for a simple meal at her place during lunch. Jongnan did not hide it. Damn, why didn't I notice your good side a few days earlier? The landlady puffed her cheeks, feeling a bit frustrated. It's fine, it's the same. Jongnan smiled. Deep down, he understood that if it had been a few days earlier, he probably wouldn't have caught the eye of this older sister at all. Everything was destined. He had just happened to acquire the system and had just completed a 5-year wish record, which led to such a huge change. So, it had to be late, not early. Happy times always pass quickly. A night slipped away. Around 8 in the morning, Jongnan woke up. The landlady was no longer by his side, so he picked up his phone to take a look. It was May 17th. At this time tomorrow, Meng Qingqiu would be boarding a plane to Jiangcheng. If something indescribable happens with Meng Qingqiu tomorrow, then my task should be completely accomplished. Jongnan's eyes flickered, and besides, let's not forget that Soo-yeon's favorability towards him was also quite good, reaching an astonishing 89 points. He wasn't sure how to improve that last bit, but he wouldn't dwell on it too much. Everything would go with the flow. Landlady, I've prepared the toiletries for you, in the bathroom of the bedroom. Landlady, I'm going to handle some things. See you tonight, little man of the sister landlady. Picture. Jongnan got out of bed and checked WeChat, discovering that the landlady had left him a message along with a close-up selfie. That beauty, with a raw camera close-up, was indeed striking. After replying, he glanced at the other messages. Soo-yeon, Jongnan, I went to the market and bought you a lot of health supplements. /shy. Soo-yeon, when are you coming over? I sent the little girl to kindergarten, and the house will be empty for a while. I don't want to go live. Soo-yeon, picture. Soo-yeon, video. Jongnan glanced at Soo-yeon's messages, and just after seeing the first photo, his throat couldn't help but roll up and down several times. By the time he finished watching the short video, he was already in awe. After taking a deep breath, he replied that he would come over shortly, then hastily replied to Lin Manman and emphasized to reply to Meng Qingqiu before starting to wash up. After a quick wash, Jongnan drove straight to Soo-yeon's home. 2.5 hours later, Jongnan wore a happy smile. The adult world was indeed a fast-paced life. The favorability still hasn't changed. Jongnan looked at the tired Soo-yeon, who was resting with her eyes closed. He got up, took his clothes to the bathroom to rinse off, and then came to the living room, looking at the layout of the house. 3 bedrooms, 1 living room, and 1 bathroom. Not big, but not small either. Jongnan started to move around, recalling that the landlady had mentioned Soo-yeon was an amateur piano teacher, and he couldn't help but wander around the house. Soon, he arrived at a small room, which was quite cozy, filled with many little dolls, mostly in shades of pink, and an old-fashioned small piano. At that moment, he noticed a photo hanging on the wall. It was a picture of Soo-yeon and her daughter, taken when the little girl was 3 or 4 years old, with twin ponytails, looking adorably delicate. Next time I come, I'll bring a piano, Jongnan said as he stood in front of the old small piano, his gaze flickering for a moment. He gently pressed a few keys, and with his skill level, he could immediately tell that this little piano had definitely seen better days. Its sound quality had diminished significantly. Jongnan. At that moment, Soo-yeon's voice came from the doorway. Jongnan turned to look, and there stood Soo-yeon in a pink nightgown, her hair slightly disheveled. This piano is quite old. I'll get you a better one later. Jongnan smiled lightly at Soo-yeon, then sat down on the bench and extended his hand invitingly. Shall we play a duet? You can play the piano? Soo-yeon looked at the man in front of her with immense surprise, her eyes filled with joy. Of course, Jongnan replied with a slight smile. Soo-yeon eagerly walked over and took a seat beside him. Jongnan glanced at the sheet music and found it was all children's songs. There's a piece here, Soo-yeon said as she got up to fetch a sheet of music and then sat back down. Dance of the Flowers? Jongnan's gaze flickered as he took a look. Moreover, this sheet had been modified, perfectly suited for a 4-hand duet. It seemed that Soo-yun was not just an amateur piano teacher as the landlord's wife had said. I've made a few changes to this piece, you should be able to understand it, right? Soo-yun asked softly. No problem, Jung-nan replied with a light smile, understanding that perhaps this modified forehand duet was the opportunity to reach a 90-point favorability with Soo-yun. A 90-point favorability was a threshold, transcending mere physical attraction, representing a connection of souls. Thanks to my brother for the urging charm, Waku, thank you. Ha! Both Jung-nan and Soo-yun took a deep breath once they were ready. Then, they exchanged a glance, both revealing a smile. Jung-nan's fingers were exceptionally long as they rested on the piano keys, and as he began to play, those 10 fingers danced on the keys like little spirits, leaving Soo-yun in awe. A true expert's skill is evident at first touch. Soo-yun was indeed not an amateur pianist. While she might not reach a master level, she certainly possessed a solid level of piano skills. She had started learning the piano at the age of 3, and now at 28, she had been immersed in it for 25 years. Even if she lacked natural talent, how could she not have some skill after such a long time? Just from Jung-nan's initial few measures, Soo-yun understood that the seemingly perfect Jung-nan was likely just the tip of the iceberg of his true talent. In an instant, his fingers danced as if they were performing on the keys, and Jung-nan was lost in the music, as was Soo-yun. In fact, when it came to Soo-yun's rhythm, she nearly couldn't keep up. Soon, it was no longer a solo segment, for hands began to dance on the keys, the modified dance of the flowers filled with a lightness and enthusiasm for the future. A few minutes later, the duet came to an end. Jung-nan and Soo-yun exchanged glances, and he could clearly feel boundless love and admiration in her eyes. Soo-yun's favorability +1. At that moment, their spirits and bodies truly resonated perfectly. Soo-yun's favorability finally reached 90 points. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully completed the welfare task, having a beautiful friend of the opposite sex with a score of over 90. Reward, Villa No. 001 in Zhangcheng Tianfu, a globally limited luxury supercar Pagani Huayra, and an indestructible kidney. Meanwhile, in Jiangnan's mind, the system's prompt sounds were also ringing. However, at this moment, he had no time to pay attention to the series of prompts from the system. With the sole connection with Soo-yun, and her favorability reaching 90 points, Jung-nan let out a long sigh of relief. An hour later, in the living room of Soo-yun's home, Jung-nan took out his phone while sitting on the sofa. This woman actually started a live stream at this time. Just as Jung-nan was about to ask the system if there were any follow-up tasks for the welfare mission, he suddenly noticed a message in the Douyin backend and couldn't help but click on it. Welcome, brother Yenyu Jung-nan. Frog Fun, level 62. How much have you spent this time? As soon as Jung-nan entered the live stream, Lin Manman's shocked voice rang out. However, she quickly saw Jung-nan exit the live stream in an instant, which made her mouth slightly agape, and she immediately recalled everything she had done the first time she met Jung-nan, her brows furrowing tightly. Jung-nan had indeed been a bit cold to her these past few days, indifferent, and even when she had invited him out a few times afterward, she received no response. Could it be because I took him to eat hot pot? Or was it because I didn't accompany him to continue playing afterward? If it were an ordinary top supporter, Lin Manman might not have been interested at all. But this top supporter was Jung-nan, a rare high-class handsome guy. She wasn't a gold digger, but she couldn't resist wanting to have a passionate romance with him. While Lin Manman was lost in her thoughts, Jung-nan entered the live stream again. Yenyu Jung-nan sent the host a carnival *1. Yenyu Jung-nan sent the host a carnival *1. Yenyu Jung-nan sent the host a carnival *1. In just a few seconds, like the hand of Kato Takashi, Jung-nan's fingers almost left after images as he directly sent over 100. Frog Fun. Thank you, brother Jung-nan, for 100 carnivals. At this moment, still immersed in her thoughts, Lin Manman caught a glimpse of Jung-nan's floating screen of carnivals and suddenly showed a look of surprise, jumping up from her seat. Big brother, this is a real big brother. There were not many people in the live stream, only about 20. But with Jung-nan's 100 carnivals floating up, the barrage immediately started rolling in. Jung-nan glanced at the barrage and chuckled as he sent a red envelope worth 30,000 Do diamonds. Wow, this isn't just a big brother, this is my real dad. A 30,000 Do diamonds red envelope. Oh my god, Yenyu Jung-nan dad, I'll follow you, and if anyone dares to mess with you online, I'll definitely fight back for you. Dad, send more red envelopes. Lin Manman's favorability +1. Lin Manman's favorability +2. Lin Manman's favorability +3. Whether it was because she had finally calmed down, Lin Manman's favorability began to rise continuously. In the same span of just a few seconds, it surged by 22 points, which surprised Jung-nan. Unsurprisingly, this woman's favorability towards him seemed to have reached 54 points. Little did he know, His indifference towards Lin Man these past few days had led her to fall into self-reflection, and there was something called invisible brain supplementation, which was most deadly. In her eyes, Jiangnan was definitely perfect, and she was sure that she must have done something wrong during their first meeting, which was why he had been somewhat distant these past 2 days. So, she immediately began to self-reflect and engage in self-PUA. Little did she know, Jiangnan was truly busy. Su-yun, the landlady, which sister isn't a gem among gems? Yen Yu Jiangnan sent the host to carnival. Yen Yu Jiangnan sent the host to carnival. Yen Yu Jiangnan sent the host to carnival. Jiangnan sent another 99 carnivals, clearing out all his dozhuan. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed your spending. You have received an 8-fold spending rebate, 8 million yuan, earning another 2 million. Jiangnan was naturally extremely satisfied. How long had it been since he made such an outrageous amount of money without breaking the law? I'm off, going to eat soon. After sending a bullet comment, Jiangnan exited Douyin. At the moment he exited Douyin, a voice message came through on WeChat. Brother Jiangnan, are you free this afternoon? I really want to take you to eat at that Sichuan restaurant. Please believe me, it's really delicious. Also, I have nothing to do tonight. I can take you around here, watch a movie, and eat some snacks or late-night food. After listening to the voice message sent by Lin Man, Jiangnan saw that she had sent several pitiful little emojis, which made him recall the JK outfit she wore before, and he inexplicably replied, I'm free, but why aren't you wearing JK little shoes and dancing during your live stream now? Meanwhile, in Lin Man's dormitory, just fed well by Jiangnan, she had just finished her stream and was momentarily stunned looking at the message he sent. Then, she quickly came to her senses and understood. It turned out that the day she asked Jiangnan out, she had dressed too plainly, but she couldn't really blame herself. At first, she only thought about inviting the number 1 fan to a meal, without any other thoughts. But who knew that this number 1 big brother, who had been watching her for some days, was such a tall, rich, and handsome guy. And he was the kind of handsome that was off the charts. Had she known Jiangnan had this kind of looks, she would have run back to her dorm to change into a better outfit. So Jiangnan brother likes the JK little shoes style. Lin Man took a deep breath and hurriedly replied, if Jiangnan brother likes it, can I wear it this afternoon for our date? Date? As soon as she instinctively said that word, Lin Man couldn't help but feel her face flush. They didn't have much of a relationship, having only met once. Would she come off as too forward? She had never been proactive before. Usually, it was the boys who asked her out. How would she know what to do? Buzz. At that moment, Jiangnan's message came through. Just a simple good, but it made her so happy that she jumped up from her chair. Fortunately, I didn't have class today and did a live stream. Otherwise, I would have really missed my date with Jiangnan brother. Lin Man's eyes squinted with joy, and then she happily went to her wardrobe to pick out an outfit. This white top with a blue skirt seems a bit too loose. This red and blue combination is nice, but it feels a bit tight. I wonder if Jiangnan brother would like it. This soup is good. At Su-yun's home, at the dining table, Jiangnan was drinking soup with a spoon, looking quite appreciative. I'm glad you like it. Su-yun smiled with her eyes narrowed, her face full of tenderness. Watching Jiangnan finish a bowl, she quickly took the bowl back and served him another. Drink more, it's good for your health. Jiangnan was not very old, but the frequency of his activities in the past 2 days had been quite high, even exhausting. So, he really needed to replenish his energy. Jiangnan did not refuse. Su-yun's skills were indeed impressive. Not only was her cooking top-notch, but her soup was also a first-class standard. Are we still eating here in the afternoon? Even before finishing lunch, Su-yun was already thinking about dinner. Her eyes were filled with tenderness as she looked at Jiangnan and smiled. A virtuous wife and good mother. Jiangnan looked at her, and only 4 words floated in his mind. Su-yun truly exuded the essence of a wife. Although she was only 28, she felt more like a wife than the landlady. If the landlady were a character in a comic, someone you would want to indulge in endlessly, then Su-yun was the absolutely perfect wife that everyone desired. She could manage both the parlor and the kitchen. Her stir-frying was first-rate, her soup was first-rate, and there were hardly any flaws to be found. I have some things to do in the afternoon, so I probably won't come over for dinner, Jiangnan said after finishing another bowl of soup, stopping Su-yun from serving him more, and chuckled. Are you trying to make me explode? And no, not at all. Su-yun shyly lowered her head and said softly, I just thought you should replenish your body. After all, you've been working hard these past couple of days. Don't worry, Jiangnan patted his waist and laughed. This was no joke. After completing that welfare task, he had gained the ability of an indestructible body, which was quite impressive. In a few days, I might get busy. A friend's child is coming to learn piano from me, Su-yun said gently. No matter when, Jiangnan always felt that this woman was extremely gentle, without a hint of the so-called mother Tyrannosaurus stereotype associated with women from Sichuan and Chongqing. Instead, it gave him a sense of the gentleness typical of Jiangnan women. This was also why Jiangnan felt that Suyun had a strong wife-like quality. It's fine, there will always be free time, Jiangnan smiled slightly. After that, an hour after lunch, Jiangnan finally left. System. In the car, Jiangnan took out various documents for the Jiangqing Tianfu No. 001 villa and the Pagani Win Sun from the system's small space, glanced at them casually, and showed a hint of excitement on his face as he called out to the system. Host. The system replied instantly. Currently, I have several high-value female friends, although I haven't reached a 90-point favorability level yet. Can I upgrade the previous welfare task? Jiangnan did not rush to start the car but began to communicate with the system in his mind. Host, completing the task means it is finished and cannot be upgraded. The system replied. However, when the host's savings reach the next level, new welfare tasks will inevitably appear. Got it. The next level should be when my cash savings break 100 million. Jiangnan's eyes suddenly sparkled with a strange light. In the past, he wouldn't even dare to dream of having a small goal, let alone a million. Even 10,000 in savings seemed unimaginable. In this era, young people like him, who had achieved nothing, couldn't even come up with a few thousand, let alone 10,000. Nowadays, very few young people could buy cars and houses without spending money. Unless one was a so-called innate prodigy in a certain industry, they would likely live a mediocre life. A small goal isn't too much, 10 small goals aren't too much, and even 100 or 1,000 seem like just a pile of numbers as my cash keeps rolling in. Jiangnan chuckled and shook his head. Just as he was about to start the car, his phone, which was set aside, suddenly vibrated. He picked it up and saw it was a voice call from Lin Manman. Brother Jiangnan, shall we go watch a movie later? There's one that seems pretty good. Lin Manman's voice sounded with anticipation. What genre? Jiangnan asked. Horror, Lin Manman hinted heavily. Alright, are you at school? I'll come pick you up now, Jiangnan said, his gaze flickering for a moment. If he couldn't understand this hint, he would really be quite foolish. Besides, didn't this girl want to watch a horror movie? Coincidentally, the newly acquired villa, Jiangqing Tianfu No. 001, surely had a private cinema, right? Moreover, the Jiangqing Tianfu, one of the top properties in Jiangchang, was located in a district near the university town, just a short drive of 10 minutes or so. Let's see how luxurious my mansion worth several small goals can be. Jiangnan felt a bit excited about it. Around 2:30 in the afternoon, a Porsche Cayenne slowly stopped at the entrance of a university. Jiangnan rolled down the car window and looked towards the school gate, where a girl in a JK uniform with twin ponytails caught his eye. As she walked, the hem of her skirt swayed slightly, drawing the attention of passers-by. This JK outfit with white knee-high socks and a pair of brown leather shoes is truly a timeless look. In Jiangnan's eyes, he thought that just this outfit, combined with Lin Manman's twin ponytails at that moment, could easily raise her attractiveness score from 88 to 90. Brother Jiangnan. Lin Manman got into the car, immediately flashing a sweet smile, her voice seemingly infused with a hint of sweetness as she called out Brother Jiangnan. Honestly, it was hard not to be moved. Jiangnan couldn't help but admire her, his gaze moving up to meet Lin Manman's somewhat shy eyes, and he was once again struck by her twin ponytails. What beautiful twin ponytails! It seems Brother Jiangnan likes the sweet style, or perhaps the soft girl vibe. Seeing Jiangnan unable to take his eyes off her, Lin Manman secretly rejoiced, simultaneously confirming her future fashion style. Brother Jiangnan, let's go, Lin Manman said with a grin. Hearing her voice, Jiangnan finally withdrew his gaze, started the car, and said, let's head to the South City, it's livelier there. Coincidentally, I just bought a villa there and haven't had a chance to check it out yet. The villa in South City? Lin Manman was taken aback by Jiangnan's words. Being a local of Jiangchang, she knew that aside from the old city, South City was the liveliest area, and similarly, the property prices were very high. A villa there would cost at least $1 million or $2 million, right? Lin Manman wasn't entirely sure, but she guessed that even a regular villa would be over $1 million. He's really wealthy. Lin Manman took a deep breath. Although she wasn't the type to be materialistic, honestly, encountering a handsome, wealthy man like Jiangnan who was willing to spend on women made it hard for her not to be a little gold-digging. That villa has an underground private cinema. You can watch any movie you want, and it's very quiet, Jiangnan smiled. Upon hearing this, Lin Manman held her breath for 2 seconds. Even if she were a fool, it seemed she understood something. Yet, strangely, she felt no sense of disgust. Instead, she was filled with a lot of anticipation. This puzzled her, but it also felt very normal, because she truly realized that she seemed to be unable to resist Jiangnan. It wasn't just that he was rich and generous with gifts, it was more about how handsome he was. If she really had such a handsome and wealthy boyfriend, wouldn't she just be able to enjoy life by pampering him for the rest of her days? Lin Manman's favorability +5. Okay. Lin Manman shyly lowered her head and softly replied, Brother Jiangnan, when we watch the movie later, let's buy a few bottles of ice cola and some chips. It feels like one of the greatest pleasures in life. Don't worry, we have everything. Jiangnan nodded in satisfaction, having gained 5 points of favorability. He had seen the introduction of the entire Jiangcheng Tianfu Villa No. 001, and the things inside were updated daily by the housekeeper. It was no exaggeration to say that it truly had everything. Worth 5 small goals, it wasn't something that just anyone with money could buy, and being named No. 001, the level of luxury was beyond what ordinary people could imagine. The car started. Jiangnan placed his phone aside. Honestly, he found Lin Manman's obedient initiative very pleasing. Lin Manman favorability +1. Lin Manman favorability +1. Lin Manman favorability +1. Along the way, the system's notification sound occasionally echoed in Jiangnan's mind. 20 minutes later, Lin Manman's face was flushed, and her favorability towards Jiangnan had reached as much as 70 points, which surprised him. However, upon reflection, he thought it was quite normal. As her favorability towards him increased, more intimate actions would only make the favorability rise even more fiercely. There was absolutely no chance of losing favorability due to some intimate gestures. There's a commercial street nearby, let's go take a look. After enjoying the ride, Jiangnan was also ready to give this girl some sweetness to increase her favorability a bit more, laying the groundwork for watching a movie in the private cinema of the villa later. Of course, even if he didn't increase her favorability, Jiangnan thought that with 70 points, something indescribable could very well happen. Harvesting a wave of favorability, then spending a little to earn some money, while showing off and increasing his wealth, why not? Listening to brother Jiangnan, Lin Manman didn't refuse, obediently nodding with a flushed face. Lin Manman favorability +1. Even before spending anything, her favorability increased again, and Jiangnan found himself increasingly moved by Lin Manman. Although having more favorability didn't bring Jiangnan any substantial benefits, it certainly had emotional value. Much better than spending money and ending up with no increase in favorability. That would just be pure foolishness. Soon, they casually found a parking space. Jiangnan and Lin Manman got out of the car. As soon as they got out, Lin Manman immediately jogged over and hooked her arm around Jiangnan's. At 165 centimeters, her height was quite perfect for Jiangnan, who was 182 centimeters, creating a nice height difference. Jiangnan secretly nodded at Lin Manman's initiative. After walking a few steps, he was surprised to look at Lin Manman leaning against him. Wow! The emotional value she was giving was truly on point. Brother Jiangnan, you seem to really like JK outfits, right? Lin Manman asked softly. Most men probably do, Jiangnan chuckled. Then, every time we meet in the future, I'll wear a different JK outfit, Lin Manman said with a grin. To be honest, this girl really knew how to maximize the emotional value she could offer. Soon, the two arrived at the commercial street. Jiangnan's gaze fell on a store. Chanel. He glanced at the unknown brand small bag Lin Manman was carrying and immediately took her to the nearest Chanel boutique. Welcome. As the two entered the Chanel store, a 70-point girl in a work uniform, a fitted skirt, and black stockings approached them with a warm smile. The familiar fiery gaze from the opposite sex made Jiangnan shake his head and smile inwardly. No woman can resist his charm. I'm taking my girlfriend to have a look. Jiangnan wrapped his arm around Lin Manman's slender waist and began to browse the store. So expensive. After a short while, Lin Manman whispered. Her face was filled with amazement. As a girl from an ordinary family, she had never shopped in such high-end stores. Every bag she saw was priced in the 5 figures. There was even a small Chanel bag placed on the highest shelf, starting with a 6-figure number. Over 300,000. So, what do you think? Did you find anything you like? Jiangnan asked. Too expensive. Lin Manman was not pretending. She genuinely thought it was too pricey. Although she knew Jiangnan was wealthy and generous with spending on women, it was still too much. This amount of money is just a drop in the bucket for me. When I swipe my card for you, you jump up in gratitude, Jiangnan teased. Come on, pick a few. This is a reward for your good behavior. Not really, Lin Manman smiled shyly, then stopped refusing and pointed to 2 small bags priced around 10,000 each. Her little face flushed as she quietly said, these 2 are pretty nice. Is that it? Jiangnan was surprised by her modest taste. That's it. Lin Manman shook her head, her ponytail swaying a few times. Jiangnan looked at the sales assistant who was staring at him and smiled. Excuse me, please wrap up those 2 bags my girlfriend liked, and this one, and this one. Wrap them all up. As he spoke, he pointed to several bags on the highest shelf, each starting at 6 figures. Yes, the sales assistant, who had been mesmerized by Jiangnan's perfect profile, snapped back to reality upon hearing his request and immediately went to retrieve the 2 bags priced over 10,000. Soon after, she returned with a small ladder. Normally, with a customer nearby, she would have pressed her hand against her fitted skirt to avoid any wardrobe malfunctions. But she was facing Jiang Nan, a top-tier handsome guy. Why would she care? If he sought anything, she felt it was a huge gain for her. Moreover, these bags would easily add up to over $1 million. A high-class rich guy casually spending over $1 million, what woman wouldn't rush to get close? Look at me, handsome, you must look at me on the ladder. Her speed in grabbing the bags slowed down, and she couldn't help but shout in her heart. Isn't this a bit too much? These will add up to over $1 million. Lin Man said shyly. Not much money. Jiang Nan didn't even glance at the sales assistant, gently lifting Lin Man's chin and saying, and besides, you deserve all of this. Spending for oneself is about enjoyment, but spending for someone else is purely about emotional value. And Lin Man's emotional value was indeed on point. After all, the more money spent, the more returns. Why not enjoy it? Thank you, brother Jiang Nan. Lin Man understood, happily nodding and tightening her grip on Jiang Nan's arm, her gaze towards him filled with admiration. Lin Man's affection level +9. See, isn't this emotional value just perfect? Soon, the sales assistant in black stockings took down the 4 bags from the top shelf. Is there anything else you like? Jiang Nan asked softly. At the same time, he couldn't help but marvel internally. Women's money is indeed easy to earn. Several bags add up to over $1 million, which explains why so many socialites want to squeeze into the real upper class. I ask, what ordinary man can satisfy their material needs? That's enough. Lin Man truly felt it was enough. Adding the 2 bags that cost over 10,000 each, plus these 4 bags, that made a total of 6. Even if a bag lasts only half a year, it would still last for 3 years. All right. Jiang Nan smiled and nodded, looking at the salesgirl in black stockings whose eyes were almost watering from looking at him, and said, swipe the card. Right this way, please. The salesgirl in black stockings said respectfully. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have completed the purchase. You have received a 5-fold cashback, 5 million. After swiping the card, the system's prompt sounded in Jiang Nan's mind. A total of 6 bags, exactly 5 million. With the 5-fold cashback, he easily earned 6 million. Oh, right. There was also Lin Man's additional 5 points of favorability. It's 85 points of favorability now. This is really fast. Jiang Nan looked at Lin Man, who was snuggling up to him, almost wanting to press her entire body against him, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Welcome to visit us again. The salesgirl in black stockings placed her hands in front of her and bowed deeply to Jiang Nan and Lin Man's retreating figures. After the two entered another high-end store, she slowly withdrew her gaze, her eyes and face filled with envy. She wished she could have such a perfect boyfriend. Half an hour later, Jiang Nan and Lin Man returned to the car with a mix of large and small luxury bags. He took Lin Man to buy a few more things, spending just over $1 million. Unfortunately, the cashback wasn't very generous, but it still brought his savings to over 60 million. At this moment, Lin Man's favorability towards him had reached an impressive 88 points, matching her looks. It seems that once the favorability reaches 88 points, Lin Man's favorability towards me hasn't increased at all. Jiang Nan found it a bit strange. By the time he entered the second high-end store, Lin Man's favorability had already reached 88 points, and after about half an hour of leisurely shopping, it hadn't risen at all, which he found quite unbelievable. System, does the peak favorability of a female towards the host equal her beauty score? Jiang Nan asked curiously as he started the car. Yes, host. The system's prompt sounded in his mind. Hearing the system's reply, Jiang Nan frowned. When a female's favorability towards the host reaches her beauty score, it will temporarily stop increasing. After that, if her favorability increases even slightly, her beauty score will also increase by the same amount. The system's voice continued in Jiang Nan's mind. Upon hearing this setting from the system, Jiang Nan immediately became interested, his face showing surprise. Having read thousands of urban novels on the Tomato Novel app, this was the first time he encountered such a novel setting. Quite interesting. The system's capabilities are limitless. There's nothing he can't think of that the system can't achieve. His current charm relies on the system, elevating his looks by more than just a few levels. With this setting in place, from now on, the women around him would truly become top-tier women with full favorability. Every time the host increases a female's beauty score by 1 point, they will immediately receive a lottery chance. The system's voice continued to resonate. What can this lottery yield? Jiang Nan's eyes sparkled with a strange light. Everything is possible. The system simply replied with these 4 words, which made Jiang Nan understand instantly. It truly meant that if he could think of it, there was no prize he couldn't win. Wait, does that mean I can find low-scoring beauties to boost their favorability? This way, I can enhance their looks and gain multiple chances to draw lots? Jiang Nan's eyes suddenly lit up. Host, once the favorability of a low-scoring opposite sex reaches the corresponding beauty score, every point of favorability gained is worth countless times more than that of a high-scoring opposite sex. The system replied. Hearing this answer, Jiang Nan couldn't help but shake his head. This explanation was easy to understand. The higher the beauty score of a woman, the easier it was to further enhance her favorability once her beauty score and favorability reached the same level. However, upon reflection, it seemed quite normal. If there were no restrictions, and he exploited this loophole, he would surely become a walking stud rather than a walking hormone. What about an opposite sex with a perfect score of 100? Jiang Nan suddenly thought of another question. He couldn't believe that in such a vast world, he wouldn't encounter a woman with a perfect beauty score. An opposite sex with a perfect score of 100, after reaching 90 points of favorability, can gain a chance to draw lots for every point of favorability increased. The system replied instantly. I understand. Jiang Nan indeed understood. This could be considered an invisible welfare task. The ultimate goal was to make him spend. Yes, if he didn't spend on women, how could he attract so many beautiful high scorers? Did he really think every woman was a wealthy landlady? Despite Jiang Nan having communicated with the system for so long, it was merely a fleeting thought, just a few moments of contemplation. For Lin Man in the passenger seat, it was no more than the time it took to put her bag in the back seat while she fastened her seatbelt. The car started, still driving with one hand. After glancing at the navigation, he headed towards Jiangcheng Tianfu. After a 10-minute drive, the car slowed down. We're here. Jiang Nan stopped at the entrance of a very luxurious community. Looking through the front windshield, he saw two golden stone dragons soaring in the air at the entrance. Just from his angle looking into the community, even just at the entrance, the environment exuded a sense of prestige. Beep beep. Jiang Nan arrived at the barrier at the community entrance and gently honked twice. Hello? Immediately, a middle-aged man in his 40s walked out from the security room. Jiang Nan rolled down the car window, and the man respectfully greeted him. Hello? Could you please open the barrier? Jiang Nan took the file bag beside him and then pulled out the property certificate. Yes, welcome home, homeowner. Upon seeing the homeowner's information, the security guard immediately saluted and quickly walked back to the security room. Soon, the barrier lifted. The car slowly drove in. The security guard, in his 40s, respectfully saluted the car as it entered the community. Brother Jiang Nan, the villa you mentioned. Is it the villa in Jiangcheng Tianfu? At this moment, Lin Man, who had just come back to her senses from the shock, spoke up. The look in her eyes when she looked at Jiang Nan was completely different. Even if she were an outsider, she would probably know that Jiangcheng Tianfu was extraordinary, let alone that she was a true local of Jiangcheng. Yes, Jiang Nan smiled and nodded. Hiss. Lin Man couldn't help but gasp, her face filled with disbelief. She had previously thought Jiang Nan's villa would be worth around 10 million or 20 million. Now it seemed that once associated with the name Jiangcheng Tianfu, tens of millions might not even be enough. This Jiangcheng Tianfu, she had heard of it before. This community definitely belongs to the T1 or even T0 level in terms of housing prices. Generally, there are small villas and mostly large flat units. A single unit would conservatively cost over 50 million. As for villas, they are even rarer and more precious. There are only 9 villas in total, numbered from 1 to 9. According to rumors, the 001 villa of Jiangcheng Tianfu has never been lived in since its completion. It is truly a brand new house. Villas of this caliber cannot simply be bought with money. The subsequent villas can indeed be purchased with money, but the transaction prices are far greater than the market price. For example, she had previously seen a news article about the 9th villa of Jiangcheng Tianfu. The final transaction price was over 3 small targets. It's evident that the prices for the 8th, 7th, and 6th villas would be even higher. Just imagine how many small targets the transaction price for the villa named 001 would be worth. It's unimaginable. Jiang Nan, could it be that the person who bought the 9th villa for over 3 small targets, the one I saw in the news, is you? Gulp. After saying this, Lin Man couldn't help but swallow again. At that moment, her entire face was flushed, and her little heart was racing uncontrollably. Over 3 small targets. How many people? How many lifetimes? No. It should be said that it would take dozens of lifetimes to earn that kind of money. And for Jiang Nan, it's just the cost of one house. How rich is he? Tens of billions? Hundreds of billions? At that moment, Lin Man's thoughts took flight, and a look of confusion gradually appeared on her flushed face. Now she finally understood why Jiang Nan could spend 2 to 3 million without even blinking, showing no signs of pain. He really is wealthy and truly indifferent. A few million to a super rich guy who can buy a villa worth 300 million is just like her casually buying a dress for a few hundred. Or maybe it's not the same, because when she buys a dress for a few hundred, she still feels a bit of pain. She needs to grit her teeth and mentally prepare herself before she can bring herself to buy it. But Jiangnan? He's not spending on himself. Spending a few million on others is as easy and casual for him as watering a plant. What kind of treasure high rich handsome guy have I encountered? At that moment, Lin Manman looked at Jiangnan with an infatuated gaze. Over 3 small targets? That's not me. Here's a file bag. You can see for yourself which villa it is. Jiangnan smiled slightly, focusing on driving according to the roadside signs. I've thought about this setting for a long time and finally decided to write it according to my own ideas. Dear readers, is it okay? Can you accept it? It's not toxic, right? Hearing Jiangnan's words, Lin Manman took a deep breath and then picked up the file bag beside her to start looking through it. Since there were many items in the file bag, she randomly pulled out a certificate to take a look. Pagani Win's son? When she saw a contract document, she was momentarily stunned, her mind not immediately processing what it was. But soon, she saw a long string of numbers. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, 60 million? As Lin Manman counted, she suddenly felt something was off. What could be worth 60 million? Holy crap! Suddenly, she realized what it was and exclaimed in shock. What's wrong? Jiangnan looked at her. Pagani Win's son, is that the luxury supercar I saw on Douyin? Lin Manman has basically confirmed it, but she still feels a wave of shock that makes her scalp tingle. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be. Jiangnan chuckled and nodded. Oh my goodness. 60 million for a luxury supercar, and it's a global limited edition. Lin Manman felt dry in her mouth at that moment, her voice even a bit hoarse. It's okay. Jiangnan smiled. It's just a 60 million luxury supercar, not like it's a luxury supercar for 6 small goals. For him now, it really isn't anything. This is called okay? Brother Jiangnan, you really are too Versailles. Lin Manman shook her head with a bitter smile, then very seriously placed the contract into a document bag, and immediately took out another contract to look at. Jiangcheng Tianfu No. 001 Villa. Just a small line of text instantly entered Lin Manman's sight. At that moment, not only did her hands tremble, but her entire delicate body also involuntarily shivered. This. Jiangcheng Tianfu No. 001 Villa? Lin Manman's first reaction was to take out her phone to snap a picture, but she quickly suppressed that impulse, swallowed hard, and exclaimed, Brother, what level of rich second generation are you? A 60 million global limited edition luxury supercar, and a transaction price of 500 million for Jiangcheng Tianfu No. 001 Villa. Oh my, how lucky I am to know someone like you. Hearing Lin Manman's loud exclamations, Jiangnan merely smiled slightly, feeling no aversion. This was all normal emotion. If Lin Manman remained calm upon seeing these, that would be the most unbelievable thing. Lin Manman's favorability +1. Just as Jiangnan was about to respond, a system prompt suddenly rang in his mind. Jiangnan was taken aback. Had he broken through the limit? At that moment, he looked at Lin Manman again. She seemed no different from before, but upon closer inspection, just a slight increase in her attractiveness gave him a different stunning feeling. Very strange. Ding! Congratulations, host, Lin Manman's favorability +1, attractiveness +1, and you have gained a lottery chance. The system prompt continued to ring in his mind, causing Jiangnan to take a deep breath, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He hadn't even gotten to know her deeply yet, and he had already broken through the limit. If he got to know her better, exchanged academic experiences, he could surely gain a bit more favorability, right? Thinking of this, Jiangnan became even more expectant. Brother Lin Manman's voice was soft as could be, and at that moment, she leaned weakly against the passenger seat, her gaze towards Jiangnan indescribably sticky. What's wrong? Jiangnan asked knowingly. I feel like I'm not worthy of you anymore. Lin Manman's mood had dropped a bit, and she said softly, You're too perfect. I'm just a girl from an ordinary family. You're not ordinary at all. Jiangnan glanced at her. Whether it was emotional intelligence, attractiveness, or figure, this woman was top-notch. In the eyes of an ordinary person, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Lin Manman was at the level of a big star, a top-trending young actress. But in front of you, I still feel too mediocre. Lin Manman even began to doubt herself. With a high, rich, and handsome guy like Jiangnan, to be honest, even if her family had some money, the gap was still too large. You're overthinking it, too much mental exhaustion. Jiangnan reached out to pat the girl's head gently and said softly, When I date, I don't care if the other person has money. After all, they definitely won't have as much as I do. I feel so much emotional value from you, so you deserve it. Really? Lin Manman's vacant eyes immediately sparkled again. More real than pearls. Jiang Nan nodded affirmatively. At this moment, the car slowly arrived at the entrance of a villa that resembled a small manor. Just at the entrance, Jiang Nan looked inside through the windshield. There was a fountain, a front garden, various small rockeries, and even a vast expanse of grass to the left. Goodness, a golf course. Even Jiang Nan couldn't help but show a look of shock on his face. This isn't just a villa, it's practically a luxurious little manor in the suburbs. So big. Lin Manman also noticed that just the things in the front yard of the villa exuded an overwhelming sense of prestige, making her cover her mouth in astonishment. Jiang Nan opened the car door and got out, then walked towards the entrance. Beep beep beep. When he looked at the facial recognition lock, it immediately made a sound. Click. The next second, a faint sound was heard, and the towering 5 or 6 meter high gate opened automatically. Brother Tongzi is indeed impressive. My face was already in the facial recognition lock system before I even arrived. Jiang Nan had only wanted to see if it would work, but to his surprise, it really did, which made him mentally give a thumbs up to his system. Back in the car, Jiang Nan drove into the 001 villa of Jiangcheng Tianfu. As soon as his car completely entered, the 5 or 6 meter high gate intelligently closed again. This was Jiang Nan's first visit to the 001 villa of Jiangcheng Tianfu. He drove along a small path, slowly making his way deeper inside. Soon, he saw an underground parking garage and drove in. This underground parking garage is unimaginably large. After getting out of the underground garage, Jiang Nan looked around, his face calm, but his heart was incredibly shocked. He felt that the area of this underground garage alone was about 500 square meters. It's worth noting that this isn't some mall or hotel's underground garage, but just a villa's underground garage, and an area of 500 square meters is already considered very luxurious. Brother Jiang Nan, is that the luxury supercar Pagani Huayra worth 60 million? At this moment, Lin Manman, who had gotten out of the car, fixed her gaze on a pure black luxury supercar parked not far away, her face instantly revealing an unusual excitement and shock. This car is just too amazing. At this time, Jiang Nan also turned his attention to the pure black Pagani Huayra. He moved closer and took the car key, while Lin Manman jogged to catch up, linking her arm with Jiang Nan's. Soon, the two arrived in front of the 60 million luxury supercar. It's so handsome, Lin Manman exclaimed. She had only seen such luxury supercars online before, and now seeing it in person left her speechless with shock. Indeed, it's very handsome. Jiang Nan gently opened the driver's door and looked inside. A luxurious and exquisitely mechanical interior came into view. To be honest, this style would not feel outdated even after more than a decade. Jiang Nan sat down and felt a hint of excitement on his face. After all, it was a globally limited edition luxury supercar worth 60 million. Sitting in the driver's seat, the moment his hands rested on the steering wheel, he felt a sense of prestige that far surpassed his Porsche Cayenne. Awesome! Want to take a spin? Jiang Nan suggested. Sure. Lin Manman instantly became excited. This was a Pagani Winsun. In the past, she hadn't even had the chance to see one, let alone sit in it. Let's go. Jiang Nan raised an eyebrow at her, signaling her to get in the car. Lin Manman's small face was filled with excitement as she quickly approached the passenger door, only to feel embarrassed as she realized she had no idea how to open it. There's a little switch by the door, just gently push it to open, Jiang Nan reminded her. Okay. Following Jiang Nan's advice, Lin Manman opened the passenger door and got in. The moment she sat in the passenger seat, her face turned even redder, constantly in a state of extreme nervous excitement. Buckle up, Jiang Nan reminded her, fastening his own seatbelt. Once they were ready, he pressed the car's ignition button. Boom! Instantly, a deep roar echoed through the 500 square meter underground garage. Awesome! Hearing that sound, Jiang Nan's excitement surged. As for Lin Manman in the passenger seat, she became even more nervous and excited. Boom! Jiang Nan lightly pressed the accelerator and began to drive slowly. This underground garage had an entrance, and naturally, it also had an exit. Driving out of the exit, Jiang Nan quickly arrived at a small racetrack, smoothly driving out from the back door of Villa 001. There's even a professional racing track. Oh my gosh, this Jiang city really considers everything for you rich people. As the speed increased, Lin Manman grabbed the handrail inside the car and shouted excitedly. Boom! Whoosh! Outside, it felt like a gust of wind swept by, and in an instant, a black lightning bolt sped past. So fast. Jiang Nan, slow down. Wow, this feeling is just amazing. Oh no, I'm going to get car sick, brother. Slow down. As Jiang Nan pressed the accelerator harder, Lin Manman in the passenger seat felt her heart racing, shouting both excitedly and fearfully. Hearing Lin Manman's pleas, Jiang Nan slowed down. Phew! As the speed decreased, Lin Manman felt her heart, which had been in her throat, finally settle down, letting out a long sigh of relief. The excitement on her face didn't diminish at all as she said, "Jiang Nan, this luxury supercar worth 60 million really is different. Racing is so thrilling." Indeed, Jiang Nan nodded in agreement. He had only reached about 270 kilometers per hour earlier. If he really pressed the accelerator to the floor, it could reach around 390. This speed of 270 was already quite exaggerated. It was hard to imagine what it would feel like at 390. "Brother, I want to go back, take a shower, and then watch a romantic movie with you," Lin Manman said, lowering her head, her pretty face flushed, speaking with great anticipation. Half an hour later, after showering, Lin Manman walked out of the master bathroom on the second floor. Her unadorned face was flushed, and her figure was excellent, complemented by a fitted red and blue top. On the bottom, she wore a short white skirt resembling pleats. Although she was only 165 centimeters tall, Lin Manman's proportions were extremely perfect, her legs exceptionally fair, almost shimmering with a holy light. Tap tap tap. As she walked slowly, the sound of her brown leather shoes made a crisp clattering against the floor. Looking up, she wore white ankle socks. Perfect. Coupled with her slightly bouncing twin ponytails as she moved, Jiang Nan could only think that this girl was simply too perfect. With a score of 89 for looks, one can achieve such visual enjoyment. To be honest, Jiang Nan couldn't help but question whether the insight technique given to him by the system truly held any authority. He had no idea that the reason he found Lin Manman, with her twin ponytails, dressed in this JK outfit, perfect in his aesthetic view, was why he felt particularly moved. The insight technique was like a rational machine, devoid of any preferences in the scores it produced. How could it possibly align with Jiang Nan's self-assured perceptions? Brother Jiang Nan. At that moment, Lin Manman had already arrived by Jiang Nan's side, actively linking her arm with his, her soft and sweet voice ringing out, "It's so strange, I don't know why, but when I looked in the mirror just now, I felt my skin was so much better than before." Previously, she still needed some makeup to cover the subtle flaws on her face that could only be seen up close, but just now, after taking a shower, she took a careful look at herself in the mirror. Not only was her facial skin improved, but she felt as if every part of her body had been rejuvenated. Even a tiny scar on her calf had disappeared. It seems that the feeling of being in love has changed your whole state. Jiang Nan was also surprised that just a slight increase in her looks score allowed Lin Manman to clearly feel the difference from before. However, he didn't linger on this topic. He wrapped his arm around her slim waist and took a sniff between her neck, exclaiming, "This shower gel really smells nice." "Ha, brother, I didn't use any shower gel," Lin Manman shyly replied upon hearing Jiang Nan's words. "Oh, is that your natural scent?" Jiang Nan was slightly surprised as he held her and slowly walked out of the master bedroom, down the stairs to the first floor. Then, he went straight down to the basement level. Soon, after a brief search, they arrived at a private cinema. At a glance, although there were only a dozen seats in front of the big screen, the overall area was about the size of a school gymnasium. Moreover, looking up, the starry night sky ceiling made the atmosphere of this private cinema incredibly immersive. "Brother," at this moment, a soft call echoed. The movie lasted for 2.5 hours. Happy times always pass quickly. Click. In a small room at the back of the private cinema, Jiang Nan slowly walked out, lit a cigarette, and a very satisfied smile appeared on his face. 2 chances for a draw. The viewing time reached 2.5 hours, successfully increasing Lin Manman's favorability towards him by +1. At the same time, this girl's look score also increased by +1. He similarly gained another chance for a draw. Sitting in the front row of the big screen, Jiang Nan's eyes sparkled with a strange light. "System, let me see what this draw can bring me." Jiang Nan crossed his legs and began to communicate with the system in his mind. "Does the host wish to consume one draw opportunity to proceed with the draw?" The system's voice echoed in Jiang Nan's mind. "Yes," Jiang Nan answered without hesitation. Ding! A sound rang in his mind, and the next second, a 3D virtual spinning wheel appeared before Jiang Nan. He leaned in to take a closer look. It was densely filled with tiny text, and as someone with a fear of dense patterns, he couldn't help but feel a tingling sensation on his scalp after looking at it for a while. "Start!" Jiang Nan commanded. Whoosh! With his command, a whirring sound of spinning began. A few seconds quickly passed. The pointer of the wheel started to slow down. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing Body Transformation Liquid. Ha! Body Transformation Liquid? What is that? Immediately, Jiang Nan began to check the introduction of this body modification liquid. Body modification liquid. It can strengthen the body from the inside out. After modification, sheer brute strength alone can prevent a dozen ordinary strong men from getting close. Awesome! After reading the introduction of this body modification liquid, Jiang Nan couldn't help but exclaim how awesome it was. But don't underestimate the claim that a dozen strong men cannot get close. It may not seem impressive at first glance. Remember, sheer brute strength alone can keep a dozen strong men at bay. If he were to learn some self-defense techniques like Sanda, to be honest, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he would be like a king of soldiers in a purely modern urban setting without any fantastical elements. Moreover, in a modern legal society, being able to fight doesn't seem to be of much use. But there's a saying that you can live without it, but you can't do without it. This thing is good. I'll use it when the time comes. Jiang Nan nodded secretly. With a thought, a dark green small bottle appeared in his hand. He shook it a bit and noticed that there wasn't much liquid inside, so he couldn't help but ask, "System, how do you use this? Do you take it directly? Or what?" "Pour it into water. The host only needs to soak for an hour, and the body will absorb all the body modification liquid," the system replied. "An hour? Got it. By the way, will this thing still be useful if I extract it again later?" Jiang Nan waved his hand, and the dark green small bottle instantly disappeared. The system had many functions, including a small space. "The effect will gradually weaken." The system's voice rang out. "I understand. This thing is indeed good. If used by someone with good physical qualities or someone who knows a bit of martial arts, it would truly make them a super soldier." Jiang Nan's eyes narrowed slightly. Next time he had the chance to draw this thing, he definitely wouldn't use it on himself. A truly classy person should have a personal bodyguard by their side. There wasn't a suitable candidate now, but once his wealth increased, he planned to find a beautiful female bodyguard to pursue, so he could confidently let her use this body modification liquid. No rush, this thing hasn't come out much. Who knows when the next draw will be? Jiang Nan shook his head and began to ponder how to use this last lottery opportunity. Should he use it now, or wait to accumulate a few more before drawing? "System, do you have any good suggestions?" Jiang Nan inquired in his mind. "Single draw for miracles," the system replied succinctly. "Alright, draw for me one last time." Jiang Nan immediately perked up. In an instant, a large roulette will appear before him. "Bu." The familiar lottery sound echoed in Jiang Nan's mind. The pointer on the large wheel began to spin rapidly. A few seconds quickly passed, and the pointer started to slow down. Ding! Congratulations, the host has drawn a cash reward of 100 million. 100 million reward? Great, great, great. This 100 million reward is really nice. Ding! Congratulations, the host's savings have reached 100 million. In light of the host's diligent spending, a special welfare task has been issued. Have 5 attractive opposite-sex confidants with a score of 90 or above, affection level above 90. Task reward, permanent ownership of Jiangcheng building, a cash reward of 100 million, and mastery level in martial arts. When the 100 million was credited, a series of system notification sounds echoed in Jiang Nan's mind. 5 attractive opposite-sex confidants with a score of 90 or above. Task reward, permanent ownership of Jiangcheng building, 100 million cash, and mastery level in martial arts. Heaven's bounty. Jiang Nan's face instantly revealed a look of excitement. He knew about the Jiangcheng building, a skyscraper located in the center of the old district of Jiangcheng, which was half of Jiangcheng's iconic architecture, worth at least 10 billion. Moreover, once he completed the task, this Jiangcheng building would permanently belong to him. Compared to this reward, that cash prize of 100 million was merely a drop in the bucket, hardly worth mentioning. And then, there was the mastery of body techniques at the master level. This reward came at just the right time. He had just drawn a vial of body transformation liquid, and if he completed this task afterward, one could only imagine how his combat power would skyrocket. Good. This is truly going to make me a perfect man, with no shortcomings whatsoever. Jiang Nan took a deep breath and began to ponder. Currently, Lin Manman's attractiveness score had successfully risen to 90 points, and her favorability had also reached 90 points. Then there was Su Yun, the first woman to reach a favorability score of 90 points among high-value individuals. This meant that he already had 2 high-value female confidants. Next up, the landlady Xia Jiqing and my online girlfriend Meng Qingxiu. Not to mention, there's also a girl named Jiang Yan lying in my WeChat. Jiang Nan's eyes narrowed, and a look of intrigue appeared on his face. The first 2 were already a sure thing in Jiang Nan's eyes, having reached a favorability score of 90 points, while the girl Jiang Yan, whom he had met by chance before, would likely need more focus moving forward. It seems like 5 people is a lot, but in reality, everything is under my control. The permanent ownership of the Jiangcheng building, 100 million in cash, and the ability to master body techniques at the master level. I'm set, and no one can stop me. A glimmer of ambition shone in Jiang Nan's eyes. At that moment, footsteps sounded behind him. Jiang Nan snapped back to reality. The next second, a pleasant scent of a young girl wafted over, and he saw Lin Manman standing in front of him, gazing at him with starry eyes. Brother Jiang Nan is really so handsome, and he's handsome from every angle. To put it in one sentence, he's stunning enough to shock the heavens and make ghosts weep. Lin Manman's voice rang out. Hearing such exaggerated praise, Jiang Nan couldn't help but laugh. It was said that this girl was very good at providing emotional value, and it turned out to be true. Soon, the two of them walked out of the private cinema and returned to the first floor. Ding! Suddenly, a sound echoed at the main entrance. The next second, the door opened, immediately drawing their attention. You! At that moment, a woman at the door looked at Jiang Nan in shock. Jiang Nan was also stunned as he looked at the woman at the door. In his line of sight, the woman was dressed in a well-fitted professional suit, a familiar black pencil skirt, a pair of legs longer than ordinary people's lives. She wore high heels, and as his gaze moved up, Jiang Nan's eyes lingered for a moment on a name tag on her chest. It was then that he noticed the woman's beauty. Beautiful. Indeed, she was stunning enough to make one's heart race. Her sculpted features, red lips, and shoulder-length hair. To be honest, just from Jiang Nan's naked eye, if this woman didn't score above 92 points, he felt this insight technique was not authoritative. Immediately, Jiang Nan cast an insight technique at the woman. Name, Li Jing. Age, 25 years. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Attractiveness, 95 points. Favorability, 0. A high-value beauty with a score of 95 points. Moreover, her body proportions were simply exaggerated. Are you, Mr. Jiang Nan? At this moment, the woman had walked over, looked at Jiang Nan a couple more times, and tentatively asked, "That's me." Jiang Nan nodded. Li Jing's favorability +2. Hearing Jiang Nan's response, Li Jing immediately let out a long sigh of relief, then revealed a smile, extending her hand and saying, "Hello, I am Li Jing, the private housekeeper assigned to Villa 001 by Jiangcheng Tianfu property." "Hello." Jiang Nan shook her hand briefly before letting go. Li Jing's favorability +3. This gentlemanly gesture immediately earned Li Jing another 3 points of favorability. Hearing the prompt in his mind, Jiang Nan secretly nodded. When facing such a top beauty, the initial favorability must be built this way. At this moment, Li Jing glanced at Lin Manman beside Jiang Nan, her face showing a hint of astonishment. Lin Manman, who had just transitioned from a girl to a woman, possessed an inexplicable charm that even made this high-value beauty unable to help but take a second look, marveling at her beauty. Lin Manman felt Li Jing's gaze and couldn't help but smile and nod. Li Jing came back to her senses and also smiled and nodded at her. "Are you planning to move in directly?" Li Jing looked at Jiang Nan, and at this moment, she also noticed the owner's good looks. A few hours ago, she received the news that the Jiangcheng Tianfu Villa 001 she was responsible for had been sold, and the owner's photo had also been sent to her. She admitted that the looks in the photo were flawless from every angle, incredibly handsome. But seeing him in person, Li Jing had a more intuitive feeling about the owner's handsomeness. So handsome. Li Jing's favorability +2. Another 2 points of favorability came in, and Jiang Nan couldn't help but smile. Having a good appearance truly makes it easy for girls to develop feelings. "I won't be moving in for now. I'll just come by when I have time," Jiang Nan said. Hearing Jiang Nan's words, Li Jing fell silent for a moment, then cleared her throat and said, "Mr. Jiang Nan, let's sit down and chat." "Okay." The three of them went to the side hall and sat on the sofa. Li Jing crossed her legs, and those beautiful black silk legs paired with the high heels she wore were indeed eye-catching. "Mr. Jiang Nan, since you have purchased Villa 001, starting today, I will no longer be paid by the property management," Li Jing said softly. It was a bit awkward to bring up the salary like this, but such matters needed to be clarified in advance to avoid any disputes later on. "I know, I've seen the contract, and it states this." Jiang Nan nodded with a smile and said, "You're 30,000 a month, right?" "Yes." Li Jing nodded. "Good. Did you bring the contract?" 30,000 a month was nothing for Jiang Nan. In fact, he even thought about giving Li Jing a raise. However, after careful consideration, he decided against it. That would be a foolish move for a nouveau riche. Doing so when the favorability was still low could easily make Li Jing feel repulsed. "I brought it." Li Jing didn't expect her boss to be so straightforward, and she couldn't help but look at him a couple more times. She quickly took out a document bag from her small shoulder bag and placed it on the table. Li Jing's favorability +2. The system's prompt sounded in his mind again, and Jiang Nan's smile deepened significantly. "Look, isn't this steadily increasing favorability?" Jiang Nan took the document bag, pulled out the contract and a pen, casually glanced at it, and directly signed his name. "All done." Jiang Nan handed the contract back to Li Jing and said, "Let me add you on WeChat." "Okay." Li Jing also hurriedly signed her name, then took out her phone to add Zhang Nan on WeChat. You give me your account number, and I'll advance you some of your salary. Also, if there's anything else needed in the villa, just take care of it. He was already the owner of Villa No. 001. Before the sale, everything was naturally maintained by the property management outside, but now it was up to him to take care of it himself. Yes, Li Jing didn't hesitate and gave her bank account number to Zhang Nan. Zhang Nan copied and pasted it, directly opening the bank app to start the transfer. Ding! Congratulations, host, the transaction is complete. Received 5 times the spending rebate, 5 million yuan. He directly transferred 1 million to Li Jing, 360,000 was her salary, and the rest were supplies needed for daily life, miscellaneous items that Zhang Nan thought weren't too much. 1 million? When Li Jing saw the transfer, her face immediately showed a look of shock. Mr. Zhang Nan, you. Li Jing looked at Zhang Nan, incredulous, and hurriedly said, Isn't that too much? Not too much, 360,000 is your annual salary. I'm a very easygoing person, plus a little bonus, and you need to take care of the daily necessities in the villa. Just keep an eye on what runs out, and feel free to replenish it. If the money isn't enough, just let me know anytime. Zhang Nan sincerely stood up, extended his hand, and smiled. From today on, I'll trouble you to take good care of the villa. Yes, boss, it's my duty. Li Jing took a deep breath and quickly stood up, shaking hands with Zhang Nan. Li Jing's favorability +2. In just a few minutes, this woman's favorability towards Zhang Nan had already reached over 11 points. Calling me boss is a bit too formal, just call me by my name. Zhang Nan chuckled, I see you should be a few years older than me, so how about calling you Sister Jing? That works. Li Jing smiled and nodded, then said, I won't disturb you in your girlfriend's world anymore. Just let me know when you leave, and I'll check to see if anything needs replenishing. Okay. Zhang Nan didn't keep Li Jing, smiling as he watched her leave with the document bag. Sister Li Jing is really beautiful. After Li Jing left, Lin Manman nestled beside Zhang Nan and whispered in admiration, She is indeed pretty. Zhang Nan nodded in agreement. Li Jing had a mature charm, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that if she had big waves in her hair, her mature aura would be even stronger. Will Zhang Nan get the first pick since he's close? Lin Manman suddenly said weakly. Zhang Nan was momentarily stunned by her words. Wow, this girl's sixth sense is really sharp. Zhang Nan was just staring at Sister Li Jing. You think I didn't see? Lin Manman teased, surprisingly without a hint of jealousy. Aren't you jealous? Zhang Nan looked at Lin Manman curiously. Hearing Zhang Nan's words, Lin Manman smiled and shook her head, then hugged him a little tighter, softly saying, Having such an excellent man like Zhang Nan is already a happy thing for me. So good. Zhang Nan really liked Lin Manman's understanding and obedient nature, and immediately asked, Can you drive? Upon hearing Zhang Nan's words, Lin Manman instantly understood, her eyes widening slightly as she said, Are you planning to buy me a car, Gidge? Correct. Zhang Nan smiled slightly. Boom! Around 5 in the afternoon. A black car sped through the streets of the southern district, the roar of the engine attracting the attention of passers-by on the street. Wow, this car is so cool! A series of gasps erupted from the street, with some even pulling out their phones to capture the moment. Inside the car, Zhang Nan drove with one hand, thoroughly enjoying himself. Lin Manman, sitting in the passenger seat, had a rosy complexion throughout the journey, occasionally glancing at Zhang Nan, her eyes filled with tender affection. Soon, Zhang Nan arrived at a Maserati dealership in his Pagani Huayra. As they passed by the entrance, a group of saleswomen rushed out excitedly. Pagani Huayra? A long-legged girl in black stockings widened her eyes, staring at the Pagani parked in front of the store, and immediately shouted with excitement. Wow, the Pagani Huayra must be at least 26 million, right? This car looks even more high-end. I feel it's worth more than that. This is a globally limited edition Pagani Huayra, at least over 50 million. The gasps continued. When Zhang Nan stepped out of the driver's seat, the sound of people gasping in awe followed. So handsome. My goodness, this guy's looks are off the charts. Hurry, go greet him. The smart ones had already started walking quickly towards Zhang Nan, including the long-legged girl in black stockings. At that moment, Lin Manman also got out of the passenger seat, slightly slowing the pace of the long-legged girl. Zhang Nan wrapped his arm around Lin Manman and started to walk. Sir, miss, welcome to our Maserati dealership. The long-legged girl in black stockings greeted them with a warm smile. I'm here to help my girlfriend pick a car, Zhang Nan said directly. I just want one that's available right now, one I can drive away with immediately. This way, please. The long-legged girl quickly invited them into the store. She signaled, and immediately someone brought over 2 bottles of unwrapped mineral water. We definitely have cars available in the store, it's just a matter of which model this beautiful lady prefers, the long-legged girl asked with a light smile. You go check with her, I'll sit for a bit. Let me know when you find something good, Jong Nan said, not particularly interested in the cars. He patted Lin Man Man and smiled as he headed towards a nearby sofa. Miss, this way please. The long-legged girl led Lin Man Man to the display hall to introduce the cars. Handsome guy, can I add you on WeChat? Just as Jong Nan sat down on the sofa and took out his phone, a girl with a score of over 70 in looks approached him, strutting in high heels with her long legs and black stockings. Jong Nan glanced at her and smiled lightly. Sorry, I have a girlfriend. At the same time, he used his insight ability on her. Name, Zhao Lanhua. Age, 26 years. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 56 kilograms. Looks, 72 points. Affection, 60 points. It's fine, your girlfriend is looking at cars right now. Adding WeChat is no big deal, Zhao Lanhua said with a smile. No, thanks, Jong Nan shook his head. Zhao Lanhua's affection minus 60. In an instant, with Jong Nan's decisive rejection, a system prompt echoed in his mind. Jong Nan couldn't help but shake his head and smile. Sorry to bother you. Zhao Lanhua's affection for Jong Nan had dropped to 0, but her good manners only allowed her to show an awkward smile before she slowly walked away. As for how she would curse Jong Nan for being pretentious in her heart, no one could control that, but on the surface, she dared not reveal even a hint of displeasure. A person who drove a globally limited luxury supercar worth tens of millions was not someone she could afford to offend. With Zhao Lanhua's setback, the other girls in the shop also lost the courage to approach. Jong Nan, however, leaned comfortably on the sofa and opened WeChat to check his messages. Landlady, you little rascal, you haven't taken the initiative to contact me all afternoon. Are you having too much fun with Teacher Sue? Jong Nan, no, I was just handling some matters. Landlady, humph, handling matters? If you ask me, it sounds like you're dealing with humph. The two exchanged a few simple messages, and then the landlady sent a voice message. I'm going to have dinner now. I'll be waiting for you at home tonight. Isn't your online girlfriend coming tomorrow? Do you have time tonight? Let's grab a late-night snack together. Okay, Jong Nan replied. He then exited the chat with the landlady. Meng Qingqiu had sent a message around 3 in the afternoon, and he had indeed been busy then, so he only found time to reply now. Not receiving an immediate response, Jong Nan exited the chat with Meng Qingqiu and opened the chat with Su Yun. Su Yun, thinking of you again. Su Yun, image. Su Yun, image. Jong Nan glanced at the images, his brows involuntarily raising. After looking at the two photos, a look of admiration appeared on his face. Good. The Su Yun who had completely let go in front of him was, to be honest, truly deserving of the term exquisite. Let's meet up in a couple of days when I have time, Jong Nan sent a voice message. Finally replying to me, humph, came a faint voice. Is your daughter at home? Why does it sound like you're sneaking around so seriously? Jong Nan couldn't help but laugh. Yes, it's Friday today, and Nuan Nuan got out of school early. She's right next to me. This time it was a text message, not a voice note. Alright, I'll be busy for the next couple of days. Once I'm done, I'll come find you, Jong Nan replied. At this moment, at Su Yun's home, upon seeing Jong Nan's message, her face instantly flushed with heat. Mom, why is your face suddenly so red? A little girl with twin ponytails, sitting on the sofa reading a comic, noticed her mother's unusual behavior and asked in surprise. It's nothing, Mom just feels a bit hot all of a sudden. Be good, Nuan Nuan, Mom is going to take a shower, Su Yun said, reaching out to pat her daughter's head, then slowly walked towards the bathroom, unable to resist touching her own flushed face, her eyes filled with a dreamy look. Jong Nan had no idea that his casual remark had sent Su Yun into the bathroom for a shower. At this moment, he exited WeChat and looked over at Lin Man Man, who was excitedly watching the cars go by, and couldn't help but shake his head and smile. He then opened Douyin and started scrolling through short videos. After watching a few, Jong Nan felt a wave of boredom and immediately clicked on the live broadcast category to check it out. At this time, there were still quite a few people live streaming, but there weren't many attractive streamers. Even with beauty filters, Jong Nan had no interest in clicking in, which made him shake his head. There are more than just Douyin for beautiful live streams online. I remember there's a platform called Douhu Live. Jong Nan exited Douyin and then downloaded the Douhu Live platform. He registered. Nickname, Smoke and Rain in Jiangnan. This was his usual nickname across social media, and he had grown accustomed to it. Opening the Star Show Beauty section, Jong Nan began to scroll down slowly. He wasn't looking for anything in particular, just casually checking the covers. However, after a round, he found himself with no desire to click on anything, which made him let out a light sigh. Just as he was about to exit the Douhu Live platform, he noticed the Star Show Beauty section had refreshed. In an instant, a live broadcast room caught his eye. The cover of this live room featured a beautiful girl without any beauty filters, staring directly at the camera with a very cold expression, as if she had the look of a cat that had just died. This is not the key point. The key point is that he knows who this beautiful girl is. Jiang Yan. Yes, it's the high-value girl Jiang Yan he met when he was having hot pot with Lin Man before. Immediately, Jiang Nan entered the live broadcast room, took a glance at the popularity, tens of thousands of machine popularity, but there were hardly any real people. I'm going to end the broadcast now, everyone can give me a follow. By the way, I'm planning to go live on a certain Douyin soon. If you often use that app, you can search for Jiang Yan and give me a follow. After Jiang Yan finished speaking, she directly ended the broadcast. The speed was so fast that it surprised Jiang Nan a bit. Jiang Nan exited the Douhu live broadcast platform and then returned to Douyin to search. Oh, she's actually a small internet celebrity with over 100,000 followers. Jiang Nan glanced and found that this Jiang Yan was indeed a small internet celebrity with over 100,000 followers. Watching her short videos, they generally received tens of thousands of likes. The activity level of this account was not low at all. After thinking for a moment, he still decided to follow this girl. He had been wondering where to find a breakthrough point, and here it was. As long as this girl goes live, Jiang Nan would immediately feel the battlefield when he had time. She seems similar to Lin Man and Su Yun. Money can easily settle things step by step. Jiang Nan's eyes flickered, and a confident smile appeared on his face. For him now, things that could be settled with money were not even worth mentioning. Moreover, even if this woman was a pure beauty lover, with Jiang Nan's looks and the assistance of money, winning over this high-value girl would be a piece of cake. Tap tap tap. At this moment, footsteps sounded. Brother Jiang Nan, I've made my choice. Lin Man and that long-legged girl in black stockings arrived. Okay. Jiang Nan put away his phone, stood up from the sofa, wrapped his arm around Lin Man's slim waist, and handed the card to the smiling salesgirl standing nearby. Go sign the contract. The password is. Jiang Nan told Lin Man his bank card password, indicating for her to sign the contract herself. Ha, is it in my name? Lin Man didn't react immediately, looking at Jiang Nan with a confused expression. It's a car for you. Do you think it should be in my name? Jiang Nan shook his head and smiled. Wow, brother Jiang Nan, you're so nice. I really love you so much. Lin Man immediately became excited, hugging Jiang Nan and happily kissing him a few times. Go ahead. Jiang Nan patted Lin Man. Ma Ling favorability plus 30. At this moment, a system prompt sounded in Jiang Nan's mind. At first, he thought it was Lin Man increasing her favorability again, but it turned out to be someone named Ma Ling. This made him involuntarily shift his gaze to the long-legged girl in black stockings, who was now looking at him with a sticky gaze. It's not an exaggeration to say that if there were no one around, Jiang Nan felt that this woman might rush over to do something to him. After a while, a prompt sounded in Jiang Nan's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, consumption completed. Received 10 times consumption rebate, 10 million yuan. 10 times 10 million yuan. That means this car was just at the level of 1 million. Jiang Nan was very satisfied with this 10 times consumption rebate. Just when he thought it was over, ding! Unexpectedly, another prompt sounded in his mind, causing his right foot, which had been lifted, to stop in midair, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Could it be another welfare task? Ding! Congratulations, host, triggered consumption critical hit, received additional reward, 10 million yuan. Ha! Hearing the system notification sound in his mind, Jiang Nan showed a look of surprise on his face. This thing has appeared for the first time. System, can it trigger additional rewards? Jiang Nan asked. Chance-based, the system replied. Got it. It seems that maybe some big spending triggered this additional reward. That would be great. Jiang Nan stepped towards Lin Man, who had just walked out of the finance office after signing the contract, secretly thinking to himself. Nowadays, for some reason, a reward of 10 million seemed to hold no surprise for him anymore. However, little by little, several tens of millions add up to quite a bit. After all, he currently only had a little over 10 million on hand. Brother Jiang Nan Lin Man jogged over, happily handing him his bank card, and then excitedly couldn't help but kiss his face, saying, I'm a woman with a luxury car now. At this moment, Lin Man was naturally very happy. In the past, she never even dreamed of being able to afford a car worth hundreds of thousands, let alone a luxury car worth over 1 million. Getting a Maserati worth over 1 million all at once was an understatement. She could hardly contain her joy. It's just $1 million car, is it really that exciting? Jiang Nan couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. When you get tired of this car, just tell me. Anything that can be bought with money, I'll get it for you. He wasn't joking. everything he owned relied on system rewards, and they were all top-notch items. So, he didn't have much demand for these things. What he wanted more was extraordinary abilities. One day, when he reached an extreme level of development, this entire planet would be his playground, perfectly fitting the system's name, Free Life. Moreover, Jiang Nan suspected that the system's rewards might even include things that could grant him immortality. With the system appearing, what else could be impossible? Even if you said Jiang Nan was just a paper figure existing in a fantasy, he would still be happy. At least, at this moment, he was a person with flesh, blood, and a soul. Sister, your boyfriend is really good to you, Ma Ling said enviously from the side. She had seen rich second-generation kids buy cars for girls to impress them, but she had never seen one willing to put the car's ownership in the girl's name. And Jiang Nan? He didn't even bother to look at how much the car was worth. He just handed over the card and swiped it casually. Plus, the car's ownership was in this sister's name. What woman wouldn't envy such a scene? He. Lin Manman just proudly raised her head and smiled without saying anything. Come on, let me see what car you picked. Jiang Nan was still a bit curious about what car Lin Manman had chosen. Brother Jiang Nan, the color I picked isn't in stock. Lin Manman said with a grin, it's a pink one, and it will take a few more days to arrive. Alright, since the car belonged to Lin Manman and she liked pink, letting her wait a few more days didn't matter to Jiang Nan. He wrapped his arm around her and walked out of the 4S shop. Welcome to visit us again. Ma Ling sent the two out the door with a warm smile. Boom! In a moment, the roar of the Pagani Huayra sounded, and in just an instant, the car disappeared from sight. In this day and age, being beautiful is truly a wonderful thing. Ma Ling retracted her gaze enviously and then turned back to the store. Instantly, a group of salesgirls surrounded her. Sister Ling, how was it? Did you add that rich second generation's WeChat? Yeah, why not give it a push? Although I'm not as pretty as that sister just now, I have my own charm. What are you thinking? In this situation, adding a rich second generation guy, how high is that girl's looks? That figure, even I, as a woman, am moved, let alone the men. Ma Ling. Hearing this, several girls immediately turned their gaze to Zhao Lanhua, who was sitting cross-legged on a chair playing with her phone. Put. Someone couldn't help but laugh. Cough, cough, cough. Ma Ling immediately understood what was happening, lightly coughed twice, and waved her hand, saying, Alright, go do what you need to do. Let me take you back. An hour later, Jiang Nan and Lin Manman casually found a restaurant to eat something. At this moment in the car, he looked at Lin Manman, who seemed a bit reluctant to leave, and spoke. It was already getting late, and by the time he returned to the old city, it would be almost 7 o'clock in the evening. The main thing was that the landlady had sent several sultry photos while he was eating, some with black stockings, and more with various types of sheer outfits, which truly piqued Jiang Nan's interest. Okay, Jiang Nan Gij, just being able to spend this day with you is enough for me. Lin Manman was naturally reluctant to part. After all, today was the happiest experience she had in 18 years. Having tasted sweetness for the first time, she couldn't help but think about tasting it again tonight. She knew Jiang Nan definitely had more than one woman, and she could guess what was going on, but she very obediently didn't ask too much. I had a great time today too. Jiang Nan reached out and touched Lin Manman's head, and she immediately made a submissive and enjoying expression. It must be said that Lin Manman seemed to have a deeply pleasing personality. As long as you treat her well and are excellent enough, she will wholeheartedly provide you with any emotional value you need. This was also why Jiang Nan valued her. The traffic at this time was still somewhat congested, and it took about half an hour to drop Lin Manman off at her university gate. When the Pagani Huayra appeared, basically everyone at the school gate turned their attention to the car. Wow, Pagani Huayra, my dream car. Wow, my dream lover. Is that Lin Manman? Oh my, it really is Lin Manman. She actually got out of that Pagani Huayra. Did a top rich guy pick her up? Heartbroken, why do the campus beauties always end up with rich guys? Can't we losers get a taste of the soup? The Pagani Huayra certainly drew everyone's gaze, but at the moment Lin Manman stepped out of the car, the vast majority of the boys who stopped to look were left heartbroken. Jiang Nan Gij, I'm going back now. You should rest early. Send me a message when you get home. Lin Manman ignored the gazes around her, blew a kiss to the car, and happily waved goodbye, turning back to the school with 3 glances. Watching Lin Manman enter the school gate, Jiang Nan was about to start the car. Wait! At that moment, a swarm of girls rushed over, surrounding his car. The speed at which they ran was simply astonishing. Don't crowd, I'm phone good, don't delay me from getting WeChat. It was as noisy as a market, with voices rising continuously. Inside the car, Jiang Nan's brows instantly furrowed, and he rolled down the window again. And when he rolled down the window, it was something else entirely. The shock of his Pagani Huayra was already more than enough, as his face, akin to a deadly seductive poison for women, ignited the entire scene. Damn, so handsome. Handsome guy, can we add each other on WeChat? I'm still a pure-hearted girl, can we go out sometime? Handsome guy, open the door, I want to come up and discuss life with you. It was chaotic, utterly chaotic. For the men, the JK uniform, white stockings, little leather shoes, and twin ponytails were pure buffs. But for these gold-digging women, just a luxury car could drive them crazy, let alone the fact that the person driving it was an absolute top-tier handsome guy. This buff was simply maxed out to the extreme. Wow, is it really this crazy? This scene was witnessed by a group of boys at the school gate, looking at each other. They all took out their phones to record and broadcast. Brothers, it's too crazy, be careful of male safety. Never drive a luxury car out, or you'll be surrounded by a bunch of girls. At this moment, inside the car, Jiang Nan was also feeling quite helpless. There were too many people. He sighed lightly, took out his phone, pretended to dial a number, and then said, "Hello, is this Uncle Hat?" "Yes, I'm being surrounded by a bunch of people at XX University." "Okay, thank you, Uncle Hat. When in doubt, call Uncle Hat." After he made this fake call, instantly, a large portion of the gold-digging women hurriedly dispersed. A few persistent girls still wanted to win Jiang Nan over with their determination, but he calmly said, "Ladies, please make way, I need to get down and wait for Uncle Hat to arrive." Hearing Jiang Nan's words, another large portion of the gold-digging women dispersed, leaving only a few standing aside, not blocking the front. Seeing this, Jiang Nan got out of the car, stepped on the gas, and instantly rushed out. Boom! In just a moment, the Pagani Huayra transformed into a black lightning bolt and disappeared under the faint lights. Damn! We got played. The remaining few girls were instantly filled with frustration. They had clearly almost touched the luxury car, just a step away from getting in. How could they suddenly miss out? That's really scary. Inside the car, Jiang Nan let out a long breath, his face full of bitter smiles. Looking at the exquisite mechanical steering wheel in front of him, he couldn't help but mutter, "People in this world are too crazy. I need to keep a low profile. My face alone can drive women wild, and with the addition of some super rich guy's gear, it might lead to another scene like just now." Muttering, he shook his head with a bitter smile. It seemed that the Porsche Cayenne was quite good after all. At least, a million-level luxury car wasn't enough to cause such a commotion. 20 minutes later, around 7:40, Jiang Nan parked the car and returned to the landlord's community. After getting out, he saw that the landlord had sent a few refreshing photos on his phone, and he couldn't help but hum a little tune. He went straight up to the third floor. Knock, knock, knock. Jiang Nan gently knocked on the landlord's door. Coming, the landlord's cheerful voice responded. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of hurried footsteps followed, and then the door opened. The moment the landlord appeared, Jiang Nan's eyes widened. Good heavens! Her silver hair was styled up, with 2 silver strands revealing her forehead. Just this hairstyle perfectly embodied the visual sense of a neighbor lady stepping out of a comic. Following that, her outfit, a fitted purple cheapao, it was simply stunning. As Jiang Nan looked on, the landlady slightly turned to the side and then smiled, saying, "Xiao Jiang, how do you like my outfit?" "Good." Jiang Nan gave a thumbs up. "Just good?" The landlady raised her eyebrows, her voice tinged with suppressed excitement as she looked at Jiang Nan with a hint of grievance, saying softly, "While I was busy during the day, I was searching for outfits that could dazzle and impress, yet in your eyes, it's just a good?" Seeing the landlady's demeanor, Jiang Nan immediately smiled and said, "Sister, I've already given you infinite likes. At least you know how to appreciate." Thud. Over an hour later, Jiang Nan sat on the living room sofa, lighting a cigarette. "Ha!" He exhaled deeply. "I need to sleep quickly. I have a flight at 8 tomorrow morning. Hee. I'm about to meet my darling. So nervous, so excited, wow. At that moment, his phone on the sofa vibrated. Jiang Nan picked it up and glanced at it, discovering a message from Meng Qingqiu. Seeing all those exclamation marks, he knew how excited she must be at that moment. To be honest, Jiang Nan was also quite excited. He had a deep understanding of the stunning effect brought by the 95-point beauty score of the private butler Li Jing from Villano 001. And Meng Qingqiu? 96 points. How captivating could the real-life sensory experience be? Don't underestimate the mere 1-point difference between 95 and 96. In fact, as a woman's beauty score increases, even just one more point can create a vastly different impression. For example, it's like a pair of twins. If the sister has a beauty score 1 point higher, the brother might feel that the sister is just a bit more attractive. Why is that? Even if both are dressed identically, one might still feel that the sister looks better than the brother. In Jiang Nan's view, when a girl's beauty score reaches this level, it leans more towards an indescribable feeling. Don't say, "I'm a bit nervous too." After finishing a cigarette, Jiang Nan replied to Meng Qingqiu. I feel like I'm going to be sleepless tonight. My heart is racing. Meng Qingqiu sent a message along with a selfie. Her beautiful face was flushed, and her eyes were particularly dreamy. I can't take it anymore. I have to force myself to sleep. Good night, darling Moa. Before Jiang Nan could reply, Meng Qingqiu hurriedly sent another voice message. Good night. Jiang Nan also sent a kiss back. Putting down his phone, Jiang Nan leaned back on the sofa, hands behind his head, a hint of an inexplicable smile on his face. On the morning of May 15th, he received the system notification, and now it was around 9 o'clock on the evening of May 17th. In just 2.5 days, his savings had reached over 1.8 billion, and he had several beautiful confidants by his side. His life had undergone a tremendous change. This is just the beginning. My future is destined to be that of a man standing at the top of the pyramid, drunk in the embrace of beauties, awake to control the wealth of the world. Are you tired? Unknowingly, Jiang Nan had already leaned back on the sofa and closed his eyes. When a pair of delicate hands began to gently massage his head, and the landlady's gentle voice followed, he opened his eyes. What met his gaze was a white qipao, and he was directly facing the landlady's chest. The most lethal part was that the landlady was wearing an open qipao. It was deadly. Jiang Nan instinctively swallowed. Sister Xia, your technique is quite good. Jiang Nan took a deep breath and praised. Lie on my legs, and I'll massage your temples and head. The landlady sat on the nearby sofa, gently patting her thigh. Jiang Nan was not polite and directly laid his head on her lap, slowly closing his eyes. It must be said that the landlady seemed to have learned some massage techniques. Just a few presses on Jiang Nan's temples made him, who was somewhat fatigued, gradually feel a bit more energetic. His fatigue was not due to being overly tired today, but rather because his life had undergone earth-shattering changes in the past few days, leaving him with a strange sense of disorientation. You really need to exercise some restraint. The landlady's gentle voice rang out as she looked at Jiang Nan lying on her lap, her eyes filled with tenderness. She softly said, every day, it's as if you have endless energy. Sister, you say that? Jiang Nan slowly opened his eyes and couldn't help but laugh, while advising your younger brother to restrain himself. You've changed into such an outfit. It really has the flavor of a cigarette box warning that smoking is harmful to health. You little rascal. Hearing Jiang Nan's words, the landlady couldn't help but laugh, her delicate hand making a flower-picking gesture as she gently tapped his nose and said, I'm just doing this for your own good. Yes. Jiang Nan closed his eyes again, marveling, after Sister Xia's massage, I feel like I have endless energy all over again. You brat. The landlady leaned down and lightly kissed his forehead, saying, go to bed early tonight. Tomorrow you'll meet your online love interest, so you need to save up your energy. In a few days, when my relatives leave, I'll make sure you can't handle it. Ha. Then we'll see whether Sister Xia surrenders or I do. Jiang Nan laughed heartily. The next time passed naturally in another hour of joyful moments. After that, Jiang Nan fell asleep early. The next morning around 8 o'clock, his familiar biological clock woke him up. The landlady was no longer by his side. He took his phone and headed to the bathroom, washing up while looking at his phone. Meng Qingqiu, darling, I'm about to take off. See you in 2.5 hours. Meng Qingqiu, picture. He opened the picture and saw an image of the airport, revealing none of her outfit. Jiang Nan felt a bit of anticipation. He exited the chat box and clicked on the landlady's message. Landlady, my little man, I'm going back to my mom's place for the next 2 days. See you then. Seeing this message, Jiang Nan spat out some mouthwash and simply replied, get your battle gear ready, we'll have a showdown in 2 days. After sending this message, Jiang Nan couldn't help but laugh. Su-yun, I'm going to be busy for the next few days. Jiang Nan, what do you think of this outfit? Su-yun, picture. He clicked into Su-yun's chat box, and just a glance made Jiang Nan widen his eyes slightly. Hanfu. It must be said that Su-yun's gentle and lovely temperament really stood out in Hanfu. Good. Jiang Nan typed a good with one hand. Not receiving a reply, he clicked on the message sent by Lin Man. Good morning, brother Jiang Nan. A voice message accompanied by a cute selfie with a pout. I have some things to handle these days, and once I'm done, I'll reward you well. Jiang Nan sent a voice message back. Understood. Another voice message, paired with a cute photo of her saluting. Seeing this, Jiang Nan was also amused by her cuteness. After a round of replies, Jiang Nan finished washing up, tidied himself, and headed out. The Pagani Huayra is indeed a stunning car. Early in the morning, as Jiang Nan came downstairs, he spotted a familiar little electric scooter parked not far from the parking space. A familiar scene unfolded. A young man sat on the scooter with his arms crossed, watching a younger guy continuously take pictures in front of his Pagani Huayra. Then, the young man revealed a mysterious smile, preparing to get off the scooter and pull out a car key from his pocket, when he caught sight of Jiang Nan approaching from the corner of his eye. In an instant, he quickly sat back down on the scooter, discreetly putting the key into his pocket. Shoo shoo shoo. He seemed to whistle casually. Jiang Nan soon arrived in front of the Pagani Huayra. Beep. He took out the key, and at the same moment, the little electric scooter drove away. Jiang Nan glanced at the direction the scooter was heading and couldn't help but smile and shake his head, then prepared to get into the car. Hey, can I take a picture of the interior? A young man, looking around 20, approached Jiang Nan, a bit anxious, and asked softly. Sure. Jiang Nan didn't refuse. After checking the weather and finding it nice, he opened the car door and the sunroof, instantly transforming it into a convertible sports car. That's so cool. Oh my gosh. The young man immediately started taking pictures. Jiang Nan didn't rush him, smiling as he watched him snap away. After a few seconds, the young man reluctantly shifted his gaze away, deeply bowing to Jiang Nan, and said, Thank you, bro. This Pagani Huayra is my dream car. I never expected to see it in person. Jiang Nan smiled without saying a word. He didn't offer any motivational platitudes about working hard to own such a car in the future. Cars worth hundreds of thousands or even millions might be attainable with luck and effort, but those worth several million truly couldn't be acquired just through hard work. I'm off now, Jiang Nan said as he got into the car. Take care, bro. The young man waved excitedly. V-room. The roar of the engine echoed as the Pagani Huayra quickly drove out of the young man's sight. That was so cool. The young man stayed in place for a while, continuously zooming in and out on the selfies he took leaning against the car, his face filled with excitement. Around 10:30, a Pagani Huayra stopped across the street from the exit. Jiang Nan leaned against the car, occasionally glancing at the watch on his left wrist. It's about time. Jiang Nan tossed away his cigarette, stepped on it to extinguish it, and walked towards the exit. Crossing the street, he quickly arrived at the entrance and waited. At the same time, his phone buzzed. Darling, I've arrived at Zhangcheng Airport. Meng Qingxiu's message came through, accompanied by a photo taken when she got off the plane. I'm waiting at the entrance. Jiang Nan took a deep breath. To be honest, he was feeling a bit nervous. Despite everything he had experienced in the past few days, a man remains a boy at heart, and this was his first time meeting someone from an online relationship. How could he not feel a bit anxious? Okay, Meng Qingxiu replied with a voice message. Jiang Nan set his phone down. Tap tap tap. At that moment, the crisp sound of high heels clicking against the ground caught Jiang Nan's attention. He instinctively turned to look and saw two stunning flight attendants, their faces hidden, laughing and chatting as they pulled their suitcases away. Men typically have a keen interest in such uniformed beauties. Indeed, nearly every man around was watching the two flight attendants. Jiang Nan shook his head and withdrew his gaze. To say he wasn't interested in the profession of flight attendants would be impossible. But he couldn't just casually look for one. Factors like looks, figure, and whether she was well-behaved and understanding all had to be considered. After quietly waiting for 2 or 3 minutes, people gradually began to emerge from the exit. Jiang Nan also perked up. After another minute or two, his eyes suddenly locked onto an extraordinary beauty pulling a pink suitcase. Meng Qingxiu. At that moment, with Meng Qingxiu's appearance, nearly all the men around unconsciously stopped in their tracks, gazing at this stunningly beautiful woman, their eyes filled with disbelief. So beautiful. In fact, several men with girlfriends nearby were also staring for quite a while. As for why the women beside them didn't react, it was naturally because their gazes were also fixed on the equally handsome Jiang Nan. Men looked at Meng Qingxiu, women looked at Jiang Nan, and at the moment Jiang Nan's gaze locked onto Meng Qingxiu, she too fixed her eyes on him. In an instant, their eyes met. An invisible electric arc exploded between them, causing both to feel a tingling sensation in their bodies. Jiang Nan took a step forward, while Meng Qingxiu quickened her pace slightly. At this moment, Jiang Nan also noticed Meng Qingxiu's outfit. High ponytail, a simple white halter dress. Her beautiful jade-like legs were not adorned with stockings, yet even so, Jiang Nan couldn't help but be captivated by those comic-like legs. After a while, he slowly shifted his gaze down to Meng Qingxiu's small white socks paired with small white shoes. Perfect. This outfit was simply perfect for Meng Qingxiu's pure and innocent aura. So ethereal. Jiang Nan pondered as he officially met Meng Qingxiu. Darling, Meng Qingxiu set down the pink suitcase she was pulling and happily leaped into Jiang Nan's arms. At that moment, her heart raced wildly. Jiang Nan reached out to stroke Meng Qingxiu's head, smiling as he said, in the truest sense of the first meeting, Xiuyo, hello, I am Jiang Nan. Darling, Meng Qingxiu released Jiang Nan's waist, looked at him, softly calling out, and slowly closed her eyes. At that moment, her pretty face turned incredibly red. The shyness of a young girl was vividly displayed at that moment. Jiang Nan leaned down and kissed Meng Qingxiu. A brief touch, without lingering. Jiang Nan then wrapped his arm around Meng Qingxiu's slender waist and pulled her pink suitcase towards the Pagani Huayra across the street. Darling. By the Pagani Huayra, Meng Qingxiu's eyes widened in shock as she stared at the incredibly cool luxury supercar, dumbfoundedly exclaiming, "Didn't you say you were coming to pick me up in a Porsche Cayenne? How did it turn into this Pagani Huayra? I forgot to switch, but it's no big deal, they're all the same." Jiangnan shrank the small suitcase in his hand, then opened a small button on the left rear door, and a side compartment for luggage appeared instantly. Usually, this thing was unnecessary. Basically, anyone driving this car was just showing off. However, it was fortunate that Meng Qingqiu's suitcase, after shrinking, fit perfectly, so there was no major issue. Pagani Huayra. Soon, the two got into the car. After Meng Qingqiu fastened her seatbelt, she looked at the luxurious and exquisite mechanical interior of the car, and a hint of admiration appeared on her stunningly beautiful face as she said, "This car must be a limited edition worldwide, right?" "That's right." Jiangnan nodded and then looked at Meng Qingqiu, slightly raising an eyebrow, and said, "You seem to know quite a bit about cars." Indeed, she did. Generally speaking, girls don't pay much attention to the cars that most boys like. However, Meng Qingqiu seemed to have a deeper understanding of these luxury cars, at least on the surface. "My brother also likes these cars, he has a Pagani Huayra, but it's not the limited edition. Being exposed to it, I have some understanding of certain cars," Meng Qingqiu replied very naturally. Her family was quite well off in the Magic City, even to the extent of being part of the wealthy class, and not just a minor affluent tier. If it were the old Jiangnan, she wouldn't have revealed a bit about her family's condition. But with a global limited edition Pagani Huayra, it was evident that Jiangnan's previous claims online were not exaggerated. This was a true second-generation rich kid, perhaps several levels wealthier than her family. As for the Pagani Huayra being rented, Meng Qingqiu probably thought that anyone who said such a thing was a bit out of touch. A global limited edition Pagani Huayra, a luxury supercar with immense collectible value, would you rent one to try it out? Hearing this, Jiangnan couldn't help but take a deep look at Meng Qingqiu in the passenger seat. It seemed that Meng Qingqiu was indeed a true white, rich, and beautiful girl. Boom! Jiangnan started the car. The roar immediately attracted the attention of countless people around, and familiar gasps of amazement arose. The Pagani Huayra vanished from everyone's sight like a black lightning bolt in an instant. Inside the car, Meng Qingqiu occasionally glanced at Jiangnan, her pretty face flushed with shyness. "Is there something on my face?" Every time Jiangnan met her gaze with a light laugh, she would quickly look away, her face turning even redder. "There is a bit." Meng Qingqiu shyly nodded. "Oh, a bit of what? A bit handsome?" Jiangnan laughed again. "You're annoying. You said what I was going to say, so what should I say?" Meng Qingqiu pouted playfully at Jiangnan. "Ha ha ha." Jiangnan burst into laughter again. "So cute." Meng Qingqiu's face looked like that of a cold, aloof school beauty, but in reality, Jiangnan understood that she definitely had a contrasting side. Generally, such a cold exterior, looking like an otherworldly fairy, often carries a hint of contrast. However, she would only show this side in front of those she wanted to. Just like Meng Qingqiu, she could be sweet or aloof, high and mighty, or clingy. What outsiders could see was merely her surface. At this moment, Meng Qingqiu was just so adorable. "Xiao, let's go back and drop off our things first. What do you want to eat for lunch later?" Jiangnan asked. "Spicy hot pot." Meng Qingqiu blurted out. "Really eating spicy hot pot?" Jiangnan looked at her in surprise, only to meet her shy, evasive gaze and her slight in response. In that instant, he suddenly remembered an old joke from more than a year ago. It was about a couple who met after an online romance, where the girl took the initiative to meet the guy, and the latter treated her to a bowl of spicy hot pot for $6. Then, the guy had a wild night. So, due to the resurgence of this joke, it was generally understood what going to eat spicy hot pot implied. Moreover, with Meng Qingqiu's shy demeanor, not daring to look Jiangnan in the eye, how could he not understand the hint? And with Meng Qingqiu's affection for him reaching as high as 80 points, at this level of affection, wasn't it a home run? The online relationship lasted for 2.5 years. That's not a short time. Basically, choosing to meet in person means that the girl understands what she will face. So, Jiangnan pretends to be pure and innocent. Soon, 40 minutes later, at the entrance of the Nantian Pavilion community, the Pagani Huayra slowly drove into the underground garage of the small villa he bought in the old city. "Darling, this community isn't cheap, right?" After getting out of the car and waiting for Jiangnan to take out her pink suitcase, Meng Qingqiu immediately leaned in, hooking her arm around his, sweet like a young couple. "The housing prices here aren't too expensive, just a few tens of thousands." As Jiangnan spoke, he slowly headed towards the first floor. Once on the first floor, Jiangnan didn't stop and went straight up to the second floor. Meng Qingqiu's favorability +1. Meng Qingqiu's favorability +2. Meng Qingqiu's favorability +3. 2 hours later, Meng Qingqiu's favorability towards Jiangnan had already reached over 90 points. A 96-point high-value female beauty, it seems that after reaching 90 points, it's not so easy to continue rising. At this moment, in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of the master bedroom, Jiang Nan slowly lit a cigarette. Whoosh! And in the bathroom, the sound of water could be heard. After taking a light puff and exhaling, Jiang Nan's face revealed an indescribable smile. Buzz! His phone in his pocket vibrated. Jiang Nan took out his phone to take a look. It was a message from the landlady. Landlady, it seems that some guy has already met his online dating partner. Jiang Nan, met. Landlady, did you win her over? Jiang Nan, of course. Jiang Nan, picture. Meanwhile, in a small apartment in the old city, the landlady, who was helping her mother in the kitchen, blushed immediately upon seeing the photo. Goodness, this brat, the landlady muttered to herself. Jiqing? Jiqing, pass me the chopsticks. The landlady's mother's voice rang out. What are you thinking about, so lost in thought? And why is your face so red? Oh, it's a bit hot. You're not coming down with a fever, are you? Mom, I'm fine. It might just be a bit hot in the kitchen. The landlady quickly put away her phone, swallowed hard, and fanned herself with her jade hand, pretending to be relaxed as she said, then you go outside and keep Xiaoying company, leave the kitchen to Mom. The landlady's mother immediately pushed her out. Okay. Once the landlady left the kitchen, she let out a long sigh of relief, then fanned herself again, calming down a bit before returning to her chat with Jiang Nan, pressing the voice message button to softly say something. See you in a few days. Just a 1-second voice message, the sound was very soft. Okay. Jiang Nan replied with a single word. You go ahead and be busy. The landlady sent a message. You can rest assured. Jiang Nan smiled confidently. At this moment, the sound of water in the bathroom also stopped. A few minutes later, Meng Qingxiu, dressed in a pink JK uniform, slowly walked out of the bathroom. This outfit immediately caught Jiang Nan's eye. The skirt she paired was not a pleated skirt but a pink bodycon skirt, along with a fitted pink short blouse, which made her figure perfectly curvy. That wasn't the biggest highlight. Seemingly aware of Jiang Nan's preferences, she paired her perfect legs with a pair of thin white over-the-knee socks with bows. Perfect. This outfit was simply too perfect. Darling, this is today's outfit for Qiu. Do you think it looks good? Meng Qingxiu saw Jiang Nan's dazed expression and couldn't help but smile, twirling around in place before blowing him a kiss. So beautiful, it's more than just beautiful. Jiang Nan stepped forward and whispered in her ear. Whoosh! In an instant, Meng Qingxiu's pretty face turned red, and she shyly nodded, saying softly, let's talk about it tonight. Tonight! Ha ha ha! Seeing Meng Qingxiu's shy and charming demeanor, Jiang Nan found himself liking her more and more. Darling, let me put on some makeup. You go downstairs and wait for me. Meng Qingxiu kissed Jiang Nan's cheek and said softly, okay. Jiang Nan naturally knew that Meng Qingxiu wanted to give him a surprise. After all, even without makeup, she was stunningly beautiful. If she really put her heart into her makeup, wouldn't that be extraordinary? He was indeed looking forward to it. He sat alone on the sofa in the living room on the first floor, crossed his legs, and took out his phone. Ding! Just as he took it out, a notification popped up. It was already past 1 o'clock. If he hadn't spent 2 hours, he and Meng Qingxiu would have had lunch early. At that moment, it was a live broadcast notification. It wasn't Lin Manman or Su Yun, but Jiang Yan. To be honest, Jiang Nan had quite a bit of interest in this girl. After all, she was a high-scoring beauty with a score of 92, and her figure was absolutely stunning. What man wouldn't be tempted? Immediately, Jiang Nan entered Douyin, thought for a moment, and recharged 1 million. 10 million Douyin diamonds were credited instantly, without any delay. After the recharge was complete, he clicked into Jiang Yan's live broadcast room. Good afternoon, everyone. I will officially start broadcasting on Douyin from today. As soon as he entered the live room, Jiang Yan's cool voice rang out. With Jiang Nan's level 63 account entering, her gaze immediately locked onto the ID Yenyu Jiang Nan, and an unprecedented smile appeared on her stunningly beautiful face. Then, with a slight emotional fluctuation in her voice, she continued, welcome this big brother Yenyu Jiang Nan to the live room. As she spoke, she clicked on the profile picture of this level 63 big brother to take a look. IP? Jiang City? When she saw that Jiang Nan's IP address was Jiang City, for some reason, the first thing that popped into her mind was the sunny guy who had added her WeChat a few days ago. Yenyu Jiangnan sent the host a Carnival *1. Yenyu Jiangnan sent the host a Carnival *1. Yenyu Jiangnan sent the host a Carnival *1. While Jiang Yan was still in a daze, Jiang Nan had already started sending gifts. By the time she came back to her senses, she saw the entire live room filled with the carnival effect. 100 carnivals. Thank you, boss, for the 100 carnivals. The surprise came so suddenly that Jiang Yan, who had never received so many gifts, covered her mouth in astonishment and shouted, look, even the cool goddess wasn't always cool. Just like Jiang Yan now, Her originally cold and lifeless expression turned sweet upon seeing the 100 carnivals worth 300,000, and she couldn't help but chirp in a sweet tone, "Thank you, brother Yen Yu Jiangnan, for the 100 carnivals, thank you." While speaking, she hurriedly followed this big brother. The 300,000 gifts left her a bit dizzy. I've never heard Jiang Yan sound so soft, nor have I ever seen such a sweet smile. Wow, her smile really isn't something ordinary people get to see, it's too captivating. Just asking if you like it or not. Like, whether it's the cool and aloof Jiang Yan or the sweet and charming Jiang Yan, she is my goddess. In the live streaming room, the screen was flooded with comments. Is brother Yen Yu Jiangnan also from Zhongcheng? At that moment, Jiang Yan's sweet voice rang out in the live stream. Yes, I ran into you near the university town last time, and we added each other on WeChat. Jiangnan didn't pretend to be a stranger and directly revealed his identity. Seeing Jiangnan's comment, Jiang Yan was momentarily stunned. Then, a look of shock appeared on her face. Wasn't he the sunny guy from last time? So, that Porsche Cayenne next to him really was his? Jiang Yan's favorability plus 15. After spending 300,000, her favorability didn't increase at all. Yet, just by revealing who he was, he instantly gained 15 points of favorability. Jiangnan couldn't help but shake his head and smile. This woman seemed to be an absolute die-hard face lover. I didn't expect it to really be you. When I saw your ID and IP, the first thing that came to my mind was you. I really didn't expect it to be you. Jiang Yan's tone became even more excited, and then she started to express her gratitude. You throwing 100 carnivals at me left me a bit dazed. Haha, after all, I've never received so many gifts before. Is that so? Jiangnan chuckled and sent a comment. Yen Yu Jiangnan sent the host a carnival *1. Yen Yu Jiangnan sent the host a carnival *1. Yen Yu Jiangnan sent the host a carnival *1. The carnivals started to flood the screen again. This time, it exceeded 100 and directly reached 200. In just a few minutes of streaming, Jiang Yan received 300 carnivals, with a total gift value of up to 900,000. After deductions for taxes, she would still take home at least over 300,000. Jiang Yan's favorability plus 10. Oh, another 600,000 came down, easily raising her favorability by 10 points, and Jiang Nan's eyes immediately lit up. Jiang Yan's favorability towards him was not low anymore, having reached 35 points. With a little more effort, it seemed that reaching 90 points of favorability wouldn't be too far off. Thank you, brother Jiangnan, for the 200 carnivals again. I'm really grateful to you. In the live stream, Jiang Yan's face was flushed as she stood up from her seat. At this moment, Jiangnan also noticed her outfit. It was not much different from the first time they met, except for the socks paired with her beautiful legs. Last time it was over-the-knee white stockings, but this time it was white 0D pantyhose, which had a skin-enhancing effect. Paired with her beautiful legs and her outfit, it was more than just charming. Even women who liked to watch beautiful girls couldn't help but call out wife, wife. It was a total kill. Jiangnan could only say that. You continue streaming, I just came to see you. I'm about to eat now, let's chat on WeChat later. After spending 33 more carnivals, Jiangnan directly sent out the last 10,000 Do diamonds as a red envelope and then exited the live stream. At the moment he left the live stream, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, consumption completed. Received 5 times the consumption rebate, 5 million yuan. Having earned another 4 million, Jiangnan felt no emotional fluctuation at all. At this moment, a message notification popped up in his WeChat backend. Glancing at it, it was Jiang Yan, whom he had never contacted since adding her on WeChat. Brothers, please take a moment to click an urge for updates. It's just a casual thing after reading. There are also free little gifts to generate love. Everyone take a look at the ads. After watching 3, I can still support my little brother with a few cents. Hee, thank you all. Take a moment to click. Brother Jiangnan, can I invite you to dinner tonight? Jiang Yan's message came in. Seeing this message, anyone could tell what this woman wanted. Currently, she had a favorability rating of 35 points towards Jiangnan, which was not insignificant. As long as Jiangnan showed any interest in her, she would definitely climb up the ladder, and with the relationship gradually escalating during this ambiguous period, that favorability rating would definitely rise as well. Jiangnan was quite confident about this. I'm busy tonight, I've got some things to take care of these days. How about I treat you to dinner in a few days? Jiangnan thought for a moment and settled on this response. He was both rejecting her and suggesting that he would take the initiative to invite her next time. This back and forth wouldn't make the woman feel any negative emotions. Jiang Yan's favorability plus 2. Sure enough, with this perfect response, his favorability rating increased by another 2 points. Okay, then let me know when you're done, brother Jiangnan. I'm free anytime recently. This message was sent as a voice note, sounding empty. probably sent while she was taking a break in the restroom, and she might not have even realized how much she emphasized recently. Jongnan easily sensed this, his eyes narrowing. The emphasis on being free recently was just a way to hint that she wanted him to ask her out on May 20th, right? Okay. Jongnan casually replied, I'm going to eat now, we'll chat later. He wasn't sure if he would be free on the 20th. The landlady, Su Yun, and Lin Man. From a task perspective, he should definitely prioritize asking Jiang Yan out first. But, in terms of affection, Jiang Yan still obediently ranked as number 4, no, it should be number 5. Speaking of this number 5, Jongnan couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. How long had it been since he went from a nobody with nothing to now having over 100 million in savings, luxury cars, and mansions, not to mention 4 beautiful confidants with a score of 90 in looks? The speed of this growth was beyond mere exaggeration. You go eat first, we'll chat later, brother Jiangnan. After reading Jiang Yan's reply, Jiangnan directly exited WeChat and went to the kitchen to take a look in the fridge. As expected, there were all kinds of beers and drinks. These things could be refrigerated for a while without any issues, so there was no need to worry. He took out a can of soda, checked the date, and after confirming it was fine, he popped it open. Put. Jiangnan opened it and gulped down a few sips. Refreshing. An ice-cold soda was indeed refreshing, and a smile immediately appeared on Jiangnan's face. Walking out of the kitchen, he had already consumed more than half of the soda, and at that moment, footsteps were heard coming from the second-floor stairs. Tap tap tap. Jiangnan quickened his pace and stood at the bottom of the stairs, looking up. The first thing that caught his eye was a pair of perfect legs, and the white over-the-knee socks with a bow accentuated her leg shape, making it hard not to want to get closer. No joke. Even someone like Jiangnan, who considered himself to have strong willpower, had such a thought in that moment. To be honest, those who were already leg lovers, white silk enthusiasts, or foot fetishists would probably have some outrageous thoughts. Soon, half of her body appeared, and Jiangnan couldn't help but gasp. A white scenic line entered his view. After looking a couple more times, he awkwardly coughed. White leggings. Alright. In an instant, Jiangnan felt that this kind of leggings was truly the most unnecessary invention in the world. The moment Meng Qingqiu revealed herself completely, Jiangnan's breath caught for a moment. Her beautiful hair was styled into 2 braids, each resting on her chest, and her stunningly beautiful face wore no more makeup than a bit of foundation cream, which was more than enough. The difference was in her eye makeup, which accentuated the charm of her alluring fox-like eyes to perfection. But that wasn't the key point. The main thing was that she had a few small sequins under the corners of her eyes, and with her blue eyes, she exuded an exotic beauty. Good. These so-called pure and desire-driven beauties online are nothing compared to my Qiu. Jiangnan couldn't help but swallow hard. This 96-point beauty was truly terrifying. Darling, a voice rang out. Jiangnan's gaze was drawn to her plump, slightly shiny lips, and he couldn't help but swallow again. This woman wore a mirror-like lip gloss that made her lips seem to sparkle every time she spoke, incredibly attracting attention. Invincible. Jiangnan could only say this. At this moment, Meng Qingqiu was showcasing her 96-point beauty to the fullest, truly at her best. Soon, Meng Qingqiu came down from the second floor, naturally wrapping her arms around Jiangnan's, her head rubbing against his shoulder. What's wrong? Jiangnan gently asked as he wrapped his arm around her slim waist. Darling Qiu is hungry. Meng Qingqiu pouted her shiny little mouth, looking up at Jiangnan with her big, watery eyes. So cute. This pose from Meng Qingqiu nearly melted Jiangnan's heart. This woman truly embodied what it meant to be sweet, charming, and a little salty. Let's go. Unable to resist, Jiangnan leaned down and kissed her little mouth, then waved his hand, heading down to the underground parking lot. After getting in the car, Jiangnan drove with one hand, slowly exiting the underground garage. Boom! A little over 10 minutes later, in the center street of the old city, a black Pagani Huayra sped by, causing pedestrians on both sides of the street to stop and stare in shock. What do you want to eat? Jiangnan asked. Spicy hot pot. I really miss the spicy hot pot in Jiangcheng, Meng Qingqiu said, her little face flushed. Miss it? Jiangnan looked at her in surprise. Last year when I came, I ate at that hot pot place you always said was so good, and it really was delicious, Meng Qingqiu said. Oh, that place. Jiangnan immediately recognized it. It was just 1,000 meters from the landlord's community entrance. Got it. Jiangnan was very familiar with the routes in the old city, and 10 minutes later, they arrived at a street. He slowed down significantly and soon stopped in front of a shop. The moment the Pagani Huayra came to a stop, all eyes within at least 100 meters immediately turned towards them. At the same time, around a corner, Su Yun, dressed in a cheongsam and wearing flesh-colored stockings, was walking with her daughter, smiling. At that moment, the little girl suddenly pointed ahead, her face full of excitement as she exclaimed, "Mommy, there's a really cool car up ahead. This book must be continued, it feels too good. I really like the female lead in this story. What cool car." Soo-yoon chuckled as she looked ahead, and just one glance revealed her surprise. Immediately after, a stunningly beautiful girl got out of the passenger door, her face instantly showing a look of astonishment. Following that, a sour feeling spread in her heart. Although she knew that Jung Nan was destined not to belong to her alone, seeing this scene with her own eyes still made her want to cry a little. At the same time, Jung Nan, who had just gotten out of the car, let his gaze drift forward, landing on the dejected Soo-yoon. What a coincidence! However, he didn't mind at all and winked at Soo-yoon, who was looking at him. At that moment, when Soo-yoon saw Jung Nan wink at her, for some reason, her gloomy mood inexplicably dissipated. At least, he didn't ignore me. Soo-yoon took a deep breath. Meng Qingqiu walked over and wrapped her arm around Jung Nan's, and the two began to move. Wow, this sister is really beautiful, and this brother is so handsome. As they walked, they bumped into each other at the entrance of the spicy hot pot shop. Soo-yoon was holding her daughter, and the little girl immediately shouted excitedly. Hearing the little girl shout, Soo-yoon hurriedly said, "Wan Wan, why are you shouting so loudly?" After saying something to her daughter, she turned to Jung Nan and Meng Qingqiu, smiled shyly, and said, "Kids are like that, a bit noisy." "Sister, it's fine." What a cute little girl. Meng Qingqiu smiled without a care, and after taking a few more glances at the young and beautiful mother, she turned her attention to the little girl, instantly captivated by the girl with twin ponytails who looked like a porcelain doll. She couldn't help but bend down and gently touch her head. "He, thank you, sister." The little girl was quite polite. As for Meng Qingqiu bending down, she naturally didn't see the flirtatious exchange between Jung Nan and Soo-yoon at that moment. "Alright, little Nuan Nuan, say goodbye to your brother and sister." When Meng Qingqiu stood up, Soo-yoon's cheeks flushed slightly as she said this. To be honest, this feeling of flirting in front of someone else's official girlfriend was a bit awkward. "Goodbye, brother and sister." The little girl happily waved her hand and was led away by Soo-yoon. However, the little girl looked back 3 times, seeming a bit reluctant. That little girl was really cute. Meng Qingqiu also turned back to take a few more glances, unable to help but exclaim, "Our daughter will definitely be just as cute in the future." Jung Nan wrapped his arm around Meng Qingqiu's slim waist and said with a smile, "Yes, definitely." Meng Qingqiu wasn't shy at all. There's a saying that if you really love him, you should give him little monkeys. Meng Qingqiu was growing more and more in love with Jung Nan, wishing she could have 7, 8, or even 11 children with him. This pair of handsome man and beautiful woman walked into the small shop, and everyone had just seen them arrive in a super cool sports car. Therefore, as soon as they entered, they immediately attracted the attention of all the customers eating spicy hot pot inside. So beautiful. Is this a fairy? Which star is she? This handsome guy isn't bad either. They really are a perfect match. My goodness, this world is still mostly NPCs. We can tell at a glance that these two are the main characters among the crowd, just a bunch of passers-by NPCs who can only marvel. Hey, your words are a bit too real. A wave of discussions began to arise. Jung Nan and Meng Qingqiu found an empty spot to sit down. What would the handsome guy and beautiful girl like to eat? An auntie approached enthusiastically with a menu, her eyes fixed on Jung Nan. It must be said that Jung Nan's charm was indeed exaggerated. Potato slices, kelp, fish balls, instant noodles. Meng Qingqiu immediately started ordering and finally said with a smile, "Thank you, medium spicy." "Okay." The aunt read the menu again, and after confirming, she smiled and said, "Please wait a moment, you two." "Thank you," Meng Qingqiu said again. "Oh, this beauty is really too polite. I'll secretly add a bit more for you later." The aunt immediately laughed. This aunt is quite cute. After the aunt left, Meng Qingqiu couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Yes. Jung Nan nodded. Most of the aunts in the restaurants of Jiangcheng were very warm, especially when they mixed dialects with their not-so-fluent Mandarin, which was even more amusing. It's almost 2 o'clock, time really flies. At this moment, Meng Qingqiu glanced at the pink watch on her wrist, revealing a look of surprise. In her memory, it seemed like she had just gotten off the plane, but who knew that several hours had already passed since she arrived in Jiangcheng. As if thinking of something, she shyly glanced at Jung Nan. It seemed that those 2 hours of joyful time were indeed the most consuming in terms of time and energy. When you're with the right person, time always flies by very quickly, Jung Nan said with a smile. Yeah, happy times are always short. After this weekend, I don't know when I'll have the time to see you again. With the end of the semester in a little over a month, she really didn't have much free time to come back to Jiangcheng and meet Jung Nan again. It's okay, I still have plenty of free time. I can come to the Magic City to find you whenever, Jiang Nan said, reaching out to hold Meng Qingqiu's hand and gently patting it in comfort. Great! When you come, I'll introduce you to my best friend Yao Yao, who I've known since childhood. Meng Qingqiu immediately became excited and said with a smile, she's also a top beauty and a super academic achiever. Is that so? Jiang Nan just smiled and didn't show much interest in Meng Qingqiu's best friend Yao Yao, saying, isn't it said that all best friends don't like their best friend's boyfriend? Not at all. My darling is so handsome and outstanding. He's not just any man. I'm more worried that Yao Yao might like you, Meng Qingqiu said proudly. Ha ha ha. Jiang Nan just laughed. After a little while, the two of them started eating. As a couple, they didn't separate their spicy hot pot but shared a big bowl together. Laughing and chatting, half an hour passed. So delicious. Meng Qingqiu put down her chopsticks, looking satisfied. She had been thinking about this spicy hot pot for a whole year. Finally, it was realized today. Darling, if you eat too much, you'll get sleepy. Meng Qingqiu elegantly wiped her lips and squinted her eyes, smiling at Jiang Nan. Around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Thud. In front of the floor-to-ceiling window, Jiang Nan lit a cigarette, exhaling smoke while looking outside. A soft hum came from behind, and Jiang Nan turned to see Meng Qingqiu peacefully sleeping with a sweet smile, a hint of tenderness appearing on his face. Buzz buzz buzz. At that moment, the phone on the bedside table suddenly vibrated. Jiang Nan glanced over. It was Meng Qingqiu's phone. Seeing her frown slightly, he walked over slowly and saw the caller ID. Yao Yao. Who is it? Meng Qingqiu asked half asleep. It should be your best friend Yao Yao, Jiang Nan replied. Darling, please answer it for me and tell her I'm sleeping. I'll call her back when I wake up, Meng Qingqiu said casually, then fell completely silent. Jiang Nan picked up his phone and answered the call. You little brat, why are you only picking up the phone so late? The call connected. Yao Yao's voice immediately rang out. To be honest, it was quite sweet. It's Jiang Nan, Xiao Qiu's boyfriend. She's sleeping right now and said she would call you back when she wakes up, Jiang Nan said softly. Ha! Upon hearing Jiang Nan's words, Yao Yao's voice rose a few decibels. Shocked? Sleeping? You too. Ha! Clearly, Yao Yao was extremely shocked and couldn't believe that they had actually slept together on their first real meeting. What's wrong? Jiang Nan asked in return. He had a 2.5-year online relationship with Meng Qingqiu, and wasn't it perfectly normal for them to take that step on their first meeting? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Jiang Nan wasn't as rich or handsome as he claimed, and Meng Qingqiu would likely not refuse to engage in something indescribable with him, because Meng Qingqiu was a woman who valued feelings more. As long as Jiang Nan wasn't missing any limbs or truly unappealing, it was understandable. This was also why, after Meng Qingqiu secretly met Jiang Nan last year, she would still propose to meet in person this year. It's nothing, just feels a bit unbelievable. Yao Yao was indeed shocked. They had been good friends since childhood, through kindergarten, elementary school, middle school, high school, and even now in college, sharing a dorm. In this world, if she considered herself the second person who understood Meng Qingqiu best, then no one could claim to be first. Even Meng Qingqiu's family didn't understand her as well as this good friend did. So, she was truly shocked. Let's wait for her to wake up and then reply to you, Jiang Nan said softly. Okay. You have to treat my Qiu well. Yao Yao's voice rang out. Definitely. Jiang Nan smiled. The call ended. Jiang Nan also placed his phone on the bedside table, just as Meng Qingqiu turned over unintentionally. He leaned down and kissed her forehead, then quietly walked out of the master bedroom. After going downstairs, Jiang Nan extinguished the cigarette butt in the ashtray and sat down on the sofa. System, check my character attribute panel. Jiang Nan called out. Host, Jiang Nan. Age, 21 years. Height, 182 centimeters. Wealth, 187 million yuan. Abilities, Insight, Indestructible Body, Master Level Piano Proficiency. Items, Porsche Cayenne, Pagani Huayra, Body Modification Liquid. Life Opportunity, will receive a great gift on the day of his 22nd birthday. In an instant, a 3D virtual character attribute panel popped up in front of him. 187 million in savings. That's quite a fast progress. Body Modification Liquid. With a thought, a dark green small bottle appeared in his hand. He shook it gently a couple of times, and a strange light immediately flickered in Jiang Nan's eyes. Right then, he stood up from the sofa and headed to the bathroom on the first floor to fill the bathtub with water. Soon, the bathtub was filled to 8/10, and Jiang Nan poured the body modification liquid into it. In just an instant, the clear water in the bathtub turned dark green. Jiang Nan didn't think about anything else and directly stripped off his clothes and entered the bathtub. Is soaking for an hour enough? Jiang Nan asked in his mind. Host, yes, the system replied. Okay. Jiang Nan took a deep breath, then slowly closed his eyes and began to meditate. 20 minutes later, Jiang Nan suddenly opened his eyes, a look of surprise on his face. At this moment, the dark green water in the bathtub had already receded by a small half. It seemed that his body modification liquid had been absorbed by his body quite a lot. This was not the key point. The key point was that he felt his energy and spirit had become much more abundant. That indescribable feeling left him in a state of incredible astonishment. Next, he continued to close his eyes. Another 40 minutes quickly passed. This time, Jiang Nan did not open his eyes immediately. Instead, he quietly waited for a dozen seconds before slowly opening them. What a magical feeling! Every part of my body feels filled with endless strength. Jiang Nan raised his right hand and clenched his fist, immediately producing a crisp sound. For some reason, he had a feeling that with one punch, he could knock out a wild bull on the spot. Goodness, this thought was a bit too inflated. But he couldn't shake the feeling that this thought seemed to be true. Wow! At this moment, Jiang Nan discovered a more serious issue. His skin was as white and smooth as porcelain, and he wasn't sure if it was his illusion, but it seemed to emit a faint glow. Paired with his absolutely perfect mermaid line, he truly looked like a delicate work of art. Too exaggerated. Creak! Just as Jiang Nan was marveling at the tremendous changes brought about by the body modification liquid, the bathroom door was gently pushed open. Darling, are you in there? Meng Qingqiu's energetic voice rang out, clearly indicating that an hour of rest had restored her to peak condition. Yes, Jiang Nan responded, just as he was about to get up from the bathtub. At that moment, Meng Qingqiu had already arrived outside the curtain. With a gentle pull of the curtain by her small hand, her voice rang out, "It's just the two of us at home. Why are you pulling the curtain? Are you hiding from me?" The moment the curtain was fully drawn open. Wow! Meng Qingqiu looked at Jiang Nan, who was standing naked in the bathtub, with an incredulous expression, her voice rising several decibels. Seeking free love power generation, everyone take a moment to check out the ads. It seems like I can't update too much lately, and I haven't had my debut yet. Once the word count goes up a bit, I'll strive to update a few more chapters in a day. Darling, your body, your skin, how come it looks so much better than before? Meng Qingqiu excitedly stepped forward, unable to resist touching his perfect mermaid line, her face filled with shock. Bang bang! She gently tapped, and upon hearing a sound like steel, her mouth instantly formed a big O shape. Too incredible, this body. Jiang Nan laughed, then dried his body with a towel, got dressed, and directly picked up Meng Qingqiu in a princess carry, walking out of the bathroom. Meng Qingqiu wrapped her arms around Jiang Nan's neck, her eyes sparkling with a desire to spend a few more hours of joyful time with him. Upon reaching the living room, Jiang Nan set her down and then stretched his body. Crackle! In an instant, a series of small explosive sounds came from his body. Wow, what is that sound? Darling, please don't tell me that this world actually has martial arts like in movies and TV shows? Hearing the sound, Meng Qingqiu's eyes widened, and she swallowed hard, exclaiming, "What are you thinking?" Jiang Nan pinched her delicate nose, then playfully flicked the tip of it, laughing, "I just usually exercise well, and after soaking in a special medicinal bath, I stretched a bit, which caused this effect." As he spoke, he stretched his body again, but this time there was no sound at all. That's still very impressive. Meng Qingqiu hugged Jiang Nan, her pretty face pressed against his chest, listening to the strong heartbeat, and her face gradually turned red unconsciously. "I really want to hold darling like this forever. It feels so safe," she said softly. Jiang Nan reached out to touch her head, smiling as he said, "That day won't be too far off. Once you graduate, we'll stick together every day." Great! Meng Qingqiu laughed happily. Just then, a sound of a hungry stomach echoed. Jiang Nan heard it and immediately laughed. "Hungry? I didn't eat any staple food earlier, and with the heavy consumption, I'm getting hungry pretty quickly," Meng Qingqiu said, smiling shyly when mentioning the heavy consumption. It's her fault for being both inexperienced and playful. But what can she do? It was just too wonderful. After tidying up a bit, the two of them left the house about 10 minutes later. This time was during the rush hour, and even in the old city area, it took them nearly 40 minutes to find a parking spot at a restaurant. Time flies, it's already 6 o'clock. Meng Qingqiu hooked her arm around Jiang Nan's, glancing at the time with an incredulous expression. Indeed, Jiang Nan nodded in agreement. "Wait, I think my bag isn't in the car. Darling, wait for me a moment." At the restaurant's entrance, Meng Qingqiu suddenly remembered something and exclaimed, "Is there something you need?" Jiang Nan asked, slightly surprised. "Yes, just wait for me. I'll be right back," Meng Qingqiu said with a mysterious smile, then released Jiang Nan's arm and quickly headed towards the parking spot where the Pagani Huayra was. Jiang Nan shook his head and smiled. "Xiao Man, let's go karaoke tonight. I have a few good buddies who said they've never met you. Coincidentally, everyone is free this weekend, so how about we meet up? At that moment, a couple walked out of the restaurant, and their voices rang out. Okay, but I have to go home tonight, there's a curfew at home, and they won't let me stay out overnight. A delicate voice followed. All right, the man's helpless voice responded. Soon, footsteps sounded, and the couple stood next to Jiang Nan. I'll call Aditi, the man said. Go ahead, the woman replied casually, then inadvertently glanced at the man next to her, instantly captivated by his profile. Wow, is he this handsome? Wang Xiaoman's favorability plus 50. Jiang Nan was still in a daze when suddenly a system prompt echoed in his mind, which made him pause for a moment and instinctively look around. Soon, his gaze met that of a woman next to him. You are Jiang Nan? At that moment, Wang Xiaoman also saw Jiang Nan's face, and her first reaction was that he looked familiar. The next second, her eyes widened in surprise. Jiang Nan's face was still the same, just much fairer and with sharper features. Anyone who truly knew him wouldn't fail to recognize him. At this moment, after the woman in front of him took a few more glances, she immediately recognized who he was. Jiang Nan, her deskmate from high school. You are. Jiang Nan was slightly surprised to hear a woman who looked about 60% familiar call his name. Honestly, it was impressive that she could recognize him after a few more looks. I'm Wang Xiaoman. Wang Xiaoman happily introduced herself. Wang Xiaoman. Jiang Nan pondered for a moment, then suddenly realized, smiling as he said, It's you, old classmate. Actually, he didn't remember who this woman was at all. Right. We were deskmates in high school. They say girls change a lot after turning 18, but you've changed just as much. With looks like that, you could debut anytime. Wang Xiaoman looked at Jiang Nan with stars in her eyes, not holding back her compliments at all. And with her attitude like this, the man beside her had a face as dark as thunder. His girlfriend had never looked at him with such warmth, and now she was so enthusiastic towards a high school classmate. Honestly, which man could tolerate that? The car is almost here, Xiaoman, let's go wait over there. However, thinking about how he had pursued her for so long, spending so much money, energy, and time without any reward, he immediately swallowed his anger, put on a smile, and said softly, Wait, can't you see I'm chatting with an old classmate? Wang Xiaoman frowned, glancing impatiently at her boyfriend, then turned back to Jiang Nan with a bright smile and said, Jiang Nan, how about we add each other on WeChat? I'll treat you to a meal another day, and we can chat about fun stories from high school. Upon hearing this, the man's expression changed. Am I really your boyfriend, Wang Xiaoman? You're asking another man out right in front of me. Do you really think I can just stand by and take it? Wang Xiaoman. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He shot a cold glance at Wang Xiaoman, his tone much heavier. You're asking another man to meet up alone in front of your boyfriend. Don't you think you're being a bit disrespectful to me? At that moment, he wasn't angry at Jiang Nan because this was purely Wang Xiaoman's issue. If someone is indifferent to you, why would you rush to stick your warm face against their cold backside? Isn't that just asking for trouble? Zhang Yang, if you can't handle it, then get lost. What's wrong with me catching up with a high school classmate? Hearing the man's words, Wang Xiaoman immediately became displeased, turning around to glare fiercely at her boyfriend and said, I've long wanted to leave you. I can't even have a decent meal every few days, and this meal today was something I had to beg you for ages to get. You're really not a man. After saying this, Wang Xiaoman turned back to Jiang Nan, putting on a warm smile. Jiang Nan, are you here to eat too? I think there's no time like the present. I'm still a bit hungry. How about I treat you to a meal? These two attitudes formed a stark contrast. Jiang Nan couldn't help but smile bitterly inside. What kind of situation is this? He unintentionally broke up a couple just by being too handsome. That's quite a sin. You. Zhang Yang's face changed, and he shot a dark look at Wang Xiaoman. At that moment, he finally saw through this woman's true colors and stormed off. TCH. Wang Xiaoman scoffed coldly, just as she was about to invite Jiang Nan again with a smile. Darling, suddenly, Meng Qingqiu's voice rang out in the crowd. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of hurried footsteps approached. Wang Xiaoman instinctively turned her head to look, only to see a girl who was on a completely different level of beauty than her, running over with a charming smile. Soon, while Wang Xiaoman was still in a daze, Meng Qingqiu had already reached Jiang Nan's side, holding a delicate little bag, leaning affectionately against Jiang Nan, smiling at Wang Xiaoman and asking, Darling, this is a high school classmate. Jiang Nan smiled and nodded at Wang Xiaoman, then wrapped his arm around Meng Qingqiu and walked into the restaurant. After a while, Wang Xiaoman finally came to her senses and immediately turned to look inside the restaurant, but there was no sign of Jiang Nan and Meng Qingqiu. Damn it, my future husband. Wang Xiaoman's expression instantly darkened, and then she walked out with a mournful face, looking left and right, but not seeing her boyfriend. Her brows furrowed tightly, and she hurriedly took out her phone to send a message to Zhang Yang. However, a red exclamation mark appeared in her line of sight, causing her face to turn pale instantly. For Jiangnan, this incident with Wang Xiaoman was just a minor, insignificant episode that left no memory at all. At this moment, on the third floor of the restaurant, Jiangnan and Meng Qingqiu were sitting in a small booth. This environment is quite nice. Meng Qingqiu glanced around the small room, which was about 10 square meters, but decorated extremely warmly, without a hint of oppressive feeling. Of course, just look at who chose the place. Jiangnan chuckled lightly. Oof. Meng Qingqiu rolled her eyes at him, then took out her phone to scan the QR code on the table to start ordering. Seeing this, Jiangnan didn't insist on scanning the code himself. After scanning, Meng Qingqiu handed the phone to Jiangnan first and said, "Darling, see what you want to eat." Her obedient attitude made Jiangnan smile. "You order, I have no dietary restrictions." Okay. Meng Qingqiu began to place her order. Jiangnan also glanced at the delicate little bag she had placed on the small table and asked, "What's this?" "You guess." Meng Qingqiu paused for a moment, then without waiting for Jiangnan to guess, she immediately smiled and said, "This is your 520 gift from me." Just this one sentence made Jiangnan feel a bit flushed. Goodness! Meng Qingqiu had been by his side all day, so it was impossible for her to have secretly bought a gift. This meant she had prepared this gift long before in Magic City. And what about him? Ahem. Just thinking about this made Jiangnan feel a wave of shame. The main thing was that at this moment, Meng Qingqiu was looking at him with a hint of expectation in her eyes, which made Jiangnan feel even more guilty. "Darling, didn't you prepare a 520 gift for your favorite Qiuqiu in advance?" Meng Qingqiu said with a smile. Ahem. Jiangnan cleared his throat, ready to speak. "Humph. I knew you definitely didn't think to prepare anything." Meng Qingqiu immediately took out something from the delicate little bag, which was a very beautiful blue gift box. After opening it, it revealed a pair of red and blue couple watches. It was hard to tell the brand, but judging by the exquisite quality, it should be quite valuable. Even if it was an unknown brand, it was definitely a high-end custom couple watch. Meng Qingqiu took out the blue watch and gestured for Jiangnan to take off his watch. Jiangnan removed his green water ghost, and Meng Qingqiu immediately put the blue watch on him. Then she looked left and right, and then leaned down to kiss his hand, smiling and saying, "My darling's hand is really beautiful, super nice." Hearing this, Jiangnan was momentarily stunned, then he quickly reacted. No wonder she had made that request in the afternoon. It turned out this woman was a hand person. This watch shouldn't be cheap, right? Jiangnan assessed the blue watch on his wrist. The strap didn't look particularly high-end, but the watch itself had several sparkling diamonds. Moreover, the stainless steel case was plated with a layer of dazzling platinum, giving it a unique beauty. "It's a bit more expensive than your green water ghost." Meng Qingqiu also took off her pink watch from her right hand, then put the green water ghost and her watch back into the little gift box, and then put on the red couple watch, smiling. "It really matches. Since ancient times, red and blue have been a couple. Your taste is really good." Jiangnan nodded. "Of course, just look at who I am married to," Meng Qingqiu said with a grin. "Whose wife?" Jiangnan asked. "Darling's wife." "Who is Darling?" Annoying, Meng Qingqiu is Jiangnan's wife. The conversation between the young couple was particularly interesting. The meal ended very quickly. Including waiting and eating, it took about an hour. By the time the two walked out of the restaurant, the sky had turned completely dark. This day went by way too fast. In the car, after Meng Qingqiu fastened her seatbelt, she rolled down the window, looked at the dark night sky, and said with a wry smile, "I always feel like I haven't done anything all day, and now it's gone. Tomorrow I'll stay another day, and the day after tomorrow I have to go back. Oh my, I can't think about it. If I do, I feel like I'm going to get emo. It's okay, I'll come to Shanghai to find you after a while." Jiangnan reached out and held Meng Qingqiu's hand, speaking softly. "Okay." Meng Qingqiu leaned over and kissed Jiangnan's cheek. Boom! The car started. Vroom vroom. On the road. Suddenly, his phone, which he had habitually placed aside since getting in the car, vibrated. In an instant, his heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Usually, no one would call him. But things were different in recent days. Not answering the phone would only raise more suspicion. Jiangnan couldn't help but take a deep breath, then said to the curious Meng Qingqiu in the passenger seat, "I'm driving, you answer the phone." Meng Qingqiu blinked, then picked up the phone to take a look and said, "It's a call from the landlady. Should I answer it?" Hearing it was the landlady, Jiangnan felt a wave of relief and nodded, "Answer it." Thankfully, it was a phone call and not a WeChat call. Otherwise, if Meng Qingqiu opened his WeChat, that would be a problem. The call connected. Jiangnan. As soon as it connected, the landlady's somewhat anxious voice immediately rang out. "What's wrong?" Meng Qingqiu put it on speakerphone, and Jiangnan quickly responded while driving. "Xiaoying is missing," the landlady said in a panic. She was just in the community, and suddenly she disappeared. "I'm so anxious right now. I've already called the police, but I'm so scared." It's okay, Sister Xia, we'll be there right away. This was no small matter. Jiang Nan took a deep breath and hurriedly said, I'm really sorry, Jiang Nan. I don't have many friends, and in this situation, I could only think of you for help. Even though the landlady was panicking, upon hearing we, she was still more certain of who Jiang Nan was with, so she didn't say anything that could lead to misunderstandings. Sister, what are you saying? You didn't charge me less rent before. I'm really grateful for that. Just give me your location, and I'll come right away. Jiang Nan said in a deep voice. I'm in the community at home. The landlady said anxiously. Got it, on my way. The call ended decisively. Meng Qingqiu put down the phone, her expression somewhat serious, and said softly, in this day and age, there shouldn't be any human traffickers, right? There are surveillance cameras everywhere. As long as you report it immediately, nothing should happen. It's hard to say, those old-style communities don't have surveillance. If someone really put her in a sack and ran off, no one would know. Jiang Nan's brows couldn't help but furrow. That's true. Meng Qingqiu nodded. Soon, due to Jiang Nan speeding up a bit, it didn't take long for them to return to the community. He parked the car downstairs from where he rented, and he saw the landlady looking anxious not far away. Sister Xia! Jiang Nan waved his hand and shouted. In an instant, upon hearing Jiang Nan's voice, the landlady immediately looked at him as if she had found her anchor. When she saw him getting out of a Pagani Huayra, her face first showed shock, and then she noticed a young and beautiful girl getting out of the passenger seat, her pupils constricting and expanding. My God, this girl is just too beautiful. Even the landlady felt inferior at that moment. In terms of temperament and looks, this beauty completely overshadowed her. As they met, Meng Qingqiu took a few more glances at the beautiful sister dressed in high-waisted jeans, her face also showing a look of admiration. I'm really sorry to interrupt your date, the landlady said apologetically. Sister Xia, there will always be time for dates. Finding Xiaoying is the most important thing right now. Right, Qingqiu? Jiang Nan spoke up. Yes, Sister Xia, don't panic. Once Uncle Mauzi arrives, we will definitely be able to find the little girl quickly, Meng Qingqiu hurriedly added. Sister Xia, have you searched the neighborhood? Jiang Nan inquired. I've searched everywhere, but I couldn't find any trace of Xiaoying. I even asked the kids playing in the neighborhood, and they all said they hadn't seen her, the landlady said, her eyes immediately welling up with tears. She had just been sitting in one place talking on the phone with Xiaoying's grandmother for a few minutes, and who would have thought that after hanging up, she would realize that little Xiaoying, who had been playing by herself, was no longer there. She felt truly guilty about it. If something happened to Xiaoying, she would never be able to sleep peacefully again in her life. Qingqiu, you chat with Sister Xia while waiting for Uncle Mauzi. I'll go search around, Jiang Nan said upon hearing the landlady's words. With a keen sense of observation, he exchanged a glance with Meng Qingqiu and then began to walk around the entire neighborhood. This old-fashioned community wasn't large, with only 4 buildings, and the greenery consisted of simple small lawns and a fountain rockery at the back gate of the community. Could those little brats have taken the little girl running around? As Jiang Nan walked, he saw a few boys playing on the slide, and his eyes narrowed. He had some impression of these little brats. They had bullied the little girl before. Human nature is inherently evil, especially for these little kids. If the adults at home do not guide them correctly, and if the foundation is already crooked, there is a great possibility that they will follow suit. So, it wasn't impossible. There are countless cases online of children teaming up to harm another child. Jiang Nan strode towards the boys playing on the slide. At that moment, the boys also noticed Jiang Nan. Soon, Jiang Nan arrived in front of them, calmly scanning the group of boys. So calm, too calm. It even gave Jiang Nan a sense of calm that was almost absurd. Have you seen Xia Yingying? Jiang Nan knew the little girl's name and squinted at the boys as he asked. No. Hey, why are you asking us if Xia Yingying is missing? Go call the police or ask Uncle Mauzi, one of the taller boys said, looking at Jiang Nan in surprise. I never said the little girl was missing. Jiang Nan immediately locked his gaze on him, his eyes narrowing. Upon hearing Jiang Nan's words, the other 2 boys' expressions changed slightly. The taller boy, however, remained very calm and said, Why do I feel like you're really stupid? You ask such a question, isn't it just that people are gone? If it were any adult, hearing such a little brat provoke them would definitely be unbearable, not to mention a beating, at least a slap would be in order. But, Jiang Nan merely squinted his eyes, staring at the boy with a gaze that sent a chill down one's spine. This sharp look frightened the tall boy into instinctively taking a step back, his face no longer calm, threatening. I can tell you, if you randomly hit me, you better think about whether you can bear the pressure of public opinion. The pressure of public opinion? Hearing those words, Jiang Nan couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. By now, he had basically confirmed it. Xiao Ying's disappearance was definitely related to these boys. Immediately, a strategy popped into his mind, and he cast an insight spell at the boy. Name, Zhang Dong. Favorability, minus 100 points. Life experience, recently arrested for suspected kidnapping of a little girl, sent to a juvenile detention center. Psychological activity, no matter how you think, you could never guess that I hid that little brat Xia Ying on my rooftop balcony. Ha! Zhang Nan, who already had a plan, showed a look of surprise when he saw the insight spell he cast on the boy. The character attribute panels for women, men, and himself were all different. With this setting, I wonder if any readers can guess what type of female lead will be unlocked at 15. That's right, it's Zhang Dong. I know you. Zhang Nan said, you lied about your age. Are you trying to cover up something? What? A hint of panic flashed in Zhang Dong's eyes, and he forced himself to calm down. Don't intimidate me. Even if I lied about my age, so what? What can you do to me? So what? Zhang Nan laughed, then looked towards the rooftops of the other 3 buildings. As he scanned, Zhang Dong and the other boys nervously followed his gaze. Zhang Nan kept an eye on them, and when he saw that Zhang Dong and the other boys lingered their gaze on the building to his left for a few seconds, he immediately knew which building the little girl was in. Immediately, he took out his phone and called the landlady. Zhang Nan, I was just about to call you. Uncle Hat has arrived. How are you? The landlady answered the phone instantly, her anxious voice ringing out. I'm by the slide. Bring them over, Zhang Nan said. Okay. Hearing Zhang Nan's calm voice, the landlady also calmed her frantic emotions. After hanging up, the 3 boys immediately prepared to run. Zhang Nan directly grabbed one with each hand, and as for the 2 shorter ones, he held one in his arms and grabbed the other. Let go of me. This is kidnapping, do you know that? Zhang Dong shouted as he was lifted into the air, swinging his fists. Kidnapping? You know about kidnapping, huh? Zhang Nan squinted at the boy. His temper had already been very good, but encountering such a little brat who relied on his age to act recklessly truly made him want to slap him to death. He had seen too many premeditated murder cases involving children online, and every time he saw them, his blood boiled, wishing he could take down those little bastards. And now, with such a thing happening in reality, how could Zhang Nan bear it? Soon, the landlady and Meng Qingxiu arrived with several Uncle Hats. The moment Zhang Nan turned around, he swept his gaze over everyone, his eyes lingering on a beautiful hat-wearing sister for a few seconds. Zhang Nan. The landlady and Meng Qingxiu hurried over, looking at Zhang Nan holding the boys, clearly not knowing what was going on. Where have you taken my little Ying? The landlady immediately glared at Zhang Dong, her face dark with anger. I don't know, Zhang Dong replied defiantly. You didn't keep an eye on your daughter, and now you blame us? How shameless can you be? And don't think just because you're the landlord of this community that you're so impressive. Let me tell you, we live in a society governed by law. What does your money matter? What a spoiled brat who hates the rich. Zhang Nan's eyes narrowed, and he immediately slapped him. You dare hit me? Zhang Dong was momentarily stunned by the slap, and when he regained his senses, his expression twisted into a snarl. Handsome, let's talk nicely. Hitting a child is really a bit much. Besides, it's not certain that this boy took the girl away. An uncle in a hat hurriedly stepped forward. Zhang Nan turned to look at the uncle and said calmly, I dare to slap him because I have my reasons. Follow me. After saying this, Zhang Nan strode towards a building. Seeing this, the landlady and Meng Qingxiu mindlessly followed. The remaining uncles in hats and a hat-wearing sister exchanged glances and quickly followed suit. They went straight up to the 6th floor, to the door of the rooftop balcony. Xiaoying, Xiaoying, the landlady immediately called out. Mommy, mommy. In an instant, the little girl's voice rang out. How is this possible? How do you know we hid her here? Zhang Dong's expression changed immediately. Slap. Hearing this, the landlady stepped forward and slapped him hard across the face. When Zhang Dong wanted to say something harsh, he saw the fierce look in the landlady's eyes and was instantly too scared to speak. A woman may be weak, but a mother is strong. Woo woo, mommy, I'm so scared, I'm so scared. The little girl's cries came from behind the door. Don't be afraid, mommy will rescue you soon, the landlady hurriedly said. I have a spare key to the rooftop door at home. Zhang Nan, calm the little girl's emotions, I'll go get it right away. At this moment, several uncles in hats and the hat-wearing sister also came up. Hearing the little girl's cries, their faces showed shock. They really are up here. Sister Xia, no need to go, Zhang Nan said lightly. He then set down the 2 smaller boys he was holding, switched Zhang Dong to his left hand, and gently knocked on the door in front of him. It was an ordinary aluminum door. What does he want to do? The people present looked confused. Xiaoying, be good and hide to the side, okay? Wait for your brother to come in and save you. Zhang Nan's gentle voice rang out. Whoa, brother, the little girl's cries grew louder. Be good, listen to your brother, stay away from the door, and don't stand directly in front of it. Find a corner to cover your ears and hide, Jiang Nan patiently reassured her. Okay, Wu Xiaoing will be good. The little girl sniffled and found a good place to hide. Is Xiaoing hidden well? Jiang Nan continued to ask. Hiding. Wu. Hiding well, brother, came the soft sobbing voice. After receiving this, Jiang Nan took a deep breath, and under the astonished gazes of everyone present, he clenched his fist, took a horse stance, and suddenly punched the aluminum door. Bang! A huge sound echoed in the stairwell. The sound startled several people, making them shudder, and they immediately looked at the aluminum door, their eyes widening in shock. Damn! He left a fist mark on the door with one punch? Even though it's an aluminum door, the power of that punch is still exaggerated. An uncle in a hat exclaimed. Bang! At this moment, the second punch fell. Bang! The third punch. As Jiang Nan suddenly threw 5 punches, the man he was holding, Zhang Dong, had already fainted from fear and was casually tossed to the ground. Jiang Nan took a deep breath and then kicked out fiercely. Boom! The aluminum door was instantly kicked off its hinges. Jiang Nan stepped out, leaving the landlord's wife, Meng Qingqiu, several uncles in hats, and that beautiful hat-wearing sister standing there, dumbfounded. Summer Jiqing favorability plus 12. Meng Qingqiu favorability plus 2. Xiu Ruiyue favorability plus 20. In an instant, as everyone present regained their senses, they saw Jiang Nan carrying the little girl to the doorway. Just at that moment, the moonlight shone brightly, illuminating Jiang Nan as if he were a celestial being, causing all the women in the room to feel their hearts race. At that moment, Jiang Nan heard the notification sound in his mind, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. The landlord's wife's favorability had directly surged by 12 points. If he remembered correctly, she now had 92 points, reaching the same level as her beauty score. Meng Qingqiu had also increased by 2 points, which was not insignificant. After all, her beauty score was 96, and since this incident hadn't happened to her, gaining 2 points was already quite good. As for Xiu Ruiyue, she had directly gained over 20 points, which made Jiang Nan unable to help but glance at the hat-wearing sister in the stairwell and cast a detection spell. Name, Xiu Ruiyue. Age, 25. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 54 kilograms. Beauty, 92 points. Favorability, 25 points. Jiang Nan, Xiaoying. At that moment, the landlord's wife's voice rang out, filled with relief, as she instinctively rushed towards Jiang Nan. In response, Jiang Nan comforted her, Sister Xia, it's okay now. At this moment, the landlord's wife finally reacted, taking the little girl from Jiang Nan's arms. Her eyes were slightly red, and her cheeks were also a bit flushed as she shyly looked at Meng Qingqiu, lowering her head like a girl who had done something wrong, apologizing profusely. Jojo, Sister Xia, I understand. There's no need for me to be jealous. Meng Qingqiu, very understanding, stepped forward to grasp the landlord's wife's hand, gently patting it to reassure her, as long as the little girl is fine. As she spoke, she let out a long sigh of relief, looking at the adorable little girl in her arms, and couldn't help but reach out to pat her little head, saying, what a cute little girl. How could those damn brats do this? Meng Qingqiu's temper was usually very good, but this time, she was infuriated. What should we do about those kids? Jiang Nan's gaze fell on the several uncles in hats, and he said solemnly, even though they are just kids, they have committed a crime. We understand. The uncles in hats could see that Jiang Nan was not an ordinary person, and they also knew that the landlord's wife was not an ordinary person either. The entire neighborhood belonged to her, which showed how incredible her financial power was, far beyond what they could provoke. Not to mention, this incident was originally the fault of those boys, and as upright uncles, they naturally could not side with the aggressors. Don't worry, I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. At that moment, the hat-wearing sister stepped forward, first casting a disdainful glance at the 3 bad kids lying on the ground, scared to tears and snot, and then assured Jiang Nan and the landlord's wife, my name is Xiu Ruiyue. If I can't give you a perfect answer regarding this matter, feel free to complain about me. Shao Qiu. Hearing what Xiu Ruiyue said, an older man in a hat's expression changed. Li Gu, it's nothing. I just can't stand these self-righteous kids who act recklessly. Without saying anything more, this older one must be sent to a juvenile detention center. Xiu Ruiyue said calmly. Since she had put on this outfit, she had to live up to it. Thank you. The landlady immediately expressed her gratitude. It's what we should do. Xiu Ruiyue smiled, then looked at Jiang Nan, her eyes suddenly sparkling with excitement as she said, have you practiced? That strength just now was really impressive. I've trained for a few years. Jiang Nan replied. Upon hearing this, the excitement in Xiu Ruiyue's eyes intensified. Xiu Ruiyue's favorability plus 2. Darling, is your hand okay? At that moment, Meng Qingqiu approached, first glancing at Qiu Ruiyue, then tenderly examining Jiang Nan's right hand. Aside from a slight redness, there were no other issues, which made her breathe a sigh of relief. I'm fine. Jiang Nan smiled and shook his head. Qiu Ruiyue looked at Meng Qingqiu a few more times, genuinely amazed. So beautiful. She believed that throughout her life, there had been no girl around her who was more beautiful than her. That was because the pretty ones were not striking enough, far from making her feel amazed. Just like when she looked at the landlady earlier, she didn't feel much, only thought that this sister was pretty, nothing more. But at this moment, after observing Meng Qingqiu a bit more, she found her even more attractive, to the point that it made her feel inferior. And, darling, are they a couple? Qiu Ruiyue's brows slightly furrowed, though she didn't show it. If it were a woman not as good as her, honestly, what did it matter if they were dating? They weren't married yet. In this day and age, dating and breaking up was quite normal. She would just wait quietly. But Meng Qingqiu was too beautiful. What man would be willing to give up such an extraordinary girl? This is a bit tricky. Qiu Ruiyue took a deep breath, a barely noticeable bitter smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. She was inherently someone who hated evil, and forcing herself to accept this was naturally impossible. But Meng Qingqiu was just too stunning, her temperament and figure even stronger than hers. To be honest, she really couldn't compare. At the same time, she felt that she might truly find it hard to wait for the day they broke up. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but take a deep look at Jiang Nan, burying her sudden infatuation deep in her heart. The next events were much simpler. The group arrived at the station. It didn't take long for the parents of the three troublemakers to arrive as well. Mom! Since arriving at the station, Zhang Dong hadn't said a word, but upon seeing his parents, he immediately cried out, "They slapped my face several times, it hurt so much." As he cried, he truly burst into tears without any preamble. Seeing this, Jiang Nan's eyes narrowed slightly. This troublemaker named Zhang Dong was indeed quite something. To put it simply, he was a born troublemaker. Don't cry, my dear, Mama's here. Who the hell hit my son? Come out and apologize to me. Zhang Dong's mother first comforted her son, then scanned the room with a dark expression, her gaze lingering on Jiang Nan for a moment, the powerful charm slightly softening her expression. Yes, who hit my child? A middle-aged man wearing glasses, looking very frail and pale, stood beside Zhang Dong and his mother, seemingly saying something forcefully. I hit him, so what? The landlord's wife was about to admit it when Jiang Nan stepped forward calmly and said, this little plot is to bring out the line of Qiu Ruiyue. There is indeed a main storyline, and it's not just written as it comes to mind. This line has been foreshadowed before, so please feel free to use it. There's a million-word outline, seeking free power for love. I hit him, so what? Jiang Nan stepped forward, calmly looking at the frail middle-aged man, and said lightly, do you know what your son has done? Kidnapping. Do you know what kind of crime that is? My child is so young. What crime can he be charged with? The frail middle-aged man pushed up his glasses and sneered. As soon as he said this, the expressions of everyone in the room changed. Good heavens, to say such a thing, he truly had no regard whatsoever. All right. Jiang Nan laughed in anger, then threw a perception technique at the frail man. Name, Zheng Qiqiang. Age, 38 years. Crime value, 100 points. Favorability, minus 100 points. Life fate, will die suddenly in the near future due to long-term use of illegal injected drugs. Mental activity, damn it, I was just about to inject, and that damn Zhang Dong got caught, I'm about to die, it feels so bad. After reading the attributes of this frail middle-aged man, along with his life fate and current mental activity, Jiang Nan's pupils suddenly constricted and widened. Good heavens, how dare you touch that thing? At this moment, Jiang Nan looked at this guy as if he were looking at a dead man. This parent, you can't say that. An older man in a hat frowned and stood up. Although Zhang Dong is not yet 14 years old, his behavior and logic do not seem like something a child of this age could do. While he may not be criminally responsible, we will send him to a correctional facility if necessary. Don't scare me. I'm just an ordinary citizen who can't withstand your intimidation, Zheng Qiqiang said lightly. Kid's mother, take out your phone and take a good picture of this group. I don't believe that a normal child playing hide-and-seek could escalate to kidnapping. Okay. Zhang Dong's mother immediately took out her phone. Seeing this, Jiang Nan looked at the somewhat flustered group of older men in hats, then fixed his gaze on the calm Qiu Ruiyue. At this moment, Qiu Ruiyue also looked at him, their eyes meeting. For some reason, it seemed that Qiu Ruiyue could tell what he wanted to do, and she immediately walked up to him and whispered, what is it? Yes. Jiang Nan nodded, then stepped closer to Qiu Ruiyue. The surge of male hormones made Qiu Ruiyue, who had already fallen for Jiang Nan at first sight, blush instantly. Thump, thump, thump. Her heart began to race rapidly. Favorability of Qiu Ruiyue +3. Another 3 points of favorability gained. Jiang Nan secretly nodded in satisfaction, then said softly, I studied traditional Chinese medicine for a few years, and from observation, I can see that this guy's body is extremely weak, and it's exactly the same as the symptoms recorded in medical texts for excessive opium use. You should be able to see some of this too, right? Upon hearing Jiang Nan's words, Zhou Ruiyue's face first showed surprise, then transformed into shock. Good heavens! Martial arts and medical skills. This man named Jiang Nan, does he have to be so outstanding? And then, at that moment, she finally realized what Jiang Nan meant by those words. Just as she was about to exclaim, the latter immediately shot her a glance, and she instantly came to her senses, swallowed hard, and lowered her voice, saying, You mean, I think I understand. Check his house. Jiang Nan said, I got it. Without a search warrant, they couldn't just barge into someone else's home. But, looking at Jiang Nan's confident eyes, for some reason, she instinctively wanted to blindly follow his arrangements. Immediately, she took a deep look at the frail middle-aged man and his family, then returned to the group of hat-wearing uncles, whispered a few words, and the uncles immediately turned their shocked gazes toward Jiang Nan. Xiao Chou, this is not a small matter, said one of the older hat-wearing uncles in a deep voice. I believe him, and, don't you think that guy looks like someone who has used a lot of drugs and injected a lot of banned substances? Zhou Ruiyue spoke up, this young man named Jiang Nan is not an ordinary person. I think he must have some skills. Hearing this, the hat-wearing uncles exchanged glances, recalling Jiang Nan's exaggerated strength, and for a moment, they all fell silent. Xiao, you, Xiao Zhao, and Xiao Qin go take a look. Yes. Over here, Jiang Nan directly ignored the pig-headed woman filming with her phone and whispered a few words to the landlady. Under her shocked gaze, he took the already sleeping little girl into his arms. Tap tap. The landlady quickly walked towards Zhou Ruiyue. The group left under the strange eyes of a few bad kids' parents. As for the Chang family, they were still recording videos like mad dogs, shouting, Dear netizens, my child was just playing hide and seek with the kids in the neighborhood, it's just innocent play among children. This family can't find their own child and says my child kidnapped someone and even hit people. This is really too despicable. Jiang Nan took 2 stools and sat down with Meng Qingqiu. What's wrong? Meng Qingqiu asked softly. Just wait for the show. Jiang Nan said with a smile. Okay. Meng Qingqiu didn't ask further and instead felt a sense of anticipation. Jiang Nan was so calm, so captivatingly calm, with an aura that suggested everything was under control. If it weren't for so many people around, she probably wouldn't have been able to resist sitting on her darling's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck, and then, stupid girl, what are you thinking? Meng Qingqiu's breath quickened slightly, and her pretty face flushed red. She truly realized that the more time she spent with Jiang Nan, the more she could see his excellent side, which was simply maddening. Zhang Gu, if you ask me, we shouldn't make such a big deal out of it. The parents of the other 2 bad kids immediately gathered around and whispered. Moreover, Xia Jiqing was the landlord of the entire neighborhood. They were all workers from rural areas, and there was really no need to provoke them. Besides, where else could they find such cheap rent in a neighborhood? Not make such a big deal? Zhang Chang glanced at the man who spoke, coldly saying, Old Wang, let me tell you, we can't be pushed down by these people. We're defending our rights, do you understand? I'm just a country bumpkin, I don't really understand these things. But, Old Wang said timidly, I always feel uneasy, why not just downplay it? Get out of the way, it's not your son getting beaten. The pig-headed woman shot a cold glance at Old Wang. The time that followed passed rather quickly. After about 20 minutes of stalemate, the departing landlady, Zhou Ruiyue, and 2 hat-wearing uncles returned to the station with extremely strange expressions. Zhou Ruiyue's favorability +5. Xia Jiqing's favorability +1. Here it comes. Ding. At this moment, Jiang Nan slowly stood up, and at the same time, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, Xia Jiqing's favorability +1, beauty score +1, and you have gained a lottery chance. The system prompt echoed in his mind, causing Jiang Nan's eyes to light up instantly. He immediately looked at the landlady, whose beauty score had risen from 92 to 93. At that moment, she truly underwent a significant transformation, her entire state elevated far beyond just a single notch. This change was merely a fleeting moment. For an average person, they would only think the landlady suddenly looked a bit more attractive. But, for Jiang Nan, that radiant feeling was simply different. Even at this moment, the landlady's friend Zhou Ruiyue seemed to sense something, looking at the landlady in shock, her face displaying astonishment. How did this intellectual sister suddenly look so much better? Brotherly! 2 uncles in hats immediately stepped forward, pulling out their phones to play a recorded video. After Brotherly finished watching, his face turned red and then pale, and he immediately looked at Zheng Qicheng, his eyes filled with fervor. This guy really was asking for trouble. Take him down, Brotherly shouted. Yes, The two uncles in hats rushed towards Zhang Qicheng. What do you want? Hey, are you crazy? The uncle in the hat is hitting people. The uncle in the hat is hitting ordinary citizens. Help! In an instant, Zhang Qicheng's family began to scream. Shut up! Look at this! One uncle in a hat pulled out his phone, shoving the recorded video right in front of his face. Not only that, another uncle in a hat took out a small black bag, instantly silencing Zhang Qicheng, beads of sweat the size of beans popping up on his forehead. His already pale face turned deathly white, his lips trembling uncontrollably, and his body shook violently. I want. The next second, his eyes turned red, evidently triggered by extreme nervousness. What do you want? Your admiration. The uncle in the hat slapped him, knocking him down to the ground. Seeing this scene, Zhang Nan couldn't help but laugh. Well done. Meng Qingqiu immediately applauded. Zhang Qicheng had been barking like a dog for over half an hour. She had been holding back until now, and if her darling hadn't remained silent, she would have spoken up long ago. Now, seeing this scene, she was finally happy. Darling, how did you know? Suddenly, Meng Qingqiu thought of something and looked at Zhang Nan in disbelief. I know a bit of medicine. I sensed this guy is a drug addict through observation. Zhang Nan boasted without a hint of hesitation. There were plenty of opportunities. One day, he believed he could master this medical skill. Wow, darling, you're really amazing. Meng Qingqiu's eyes sparkled with little hearts. The more she spent time with Zhang Nan, the more she discovered his talents. Now with medicine, what else could he do? Meng Qingqiu's favorability +1. Another point added. Currently, Meng Qingqiu's favorability towards Zhang Nan had reached an astonishing 93 points. Just 3 points away from reaching the beauty score threshold, this growth is still somewhat challenging. Zhang Nan secretly complained. If it were an ordinary 90-point beauty, he would have already gained 3 lottery chances by now. However, Zhang Nan did not pay too much attention to this matter. Brother Tongzi was not the type to be so stingy. If he had shortchanged me in this regard, he would surely compensate in another way. Isn't that right, Brother Tongzi? Zhang Nan thought to himself. Ding! The next moment, as he communicated, the system's prompt sound immediately rang in his mind. Ha! It really came? Detection of the host's courage to explore system functions, special gift of 1 lottery chance. The system's prompt sounded. Great. With a free lottery chance, how could Zhang Nan not be happy? The main thing was that this system was so humanized. If you complained, it would really compensate you. It was genuinely doing practical things. 5-star review. Definitely a 5-star review. Zhang Nan thought wildly. Thank you, Zhang Nan. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have been able to find Zhang Qicheng's hidden line. I just checked this guy, and there are many trades of these things in Jiangcheng. Half an hour later, at the main entrance, Brotherly, along with Qiu Ruiyue and others, saluted Zhang Nan. This was no small achievement. Relying on their intelligence, they had subsequently taken down an organization dealing in these things, which would significantly add to their merits. This is what I should do, Zhang Nan said solemnly. This thing harms too many people. Since I've seen it, I can't hide it. Moreover, it's fortunate that Sister Qiu believes me, otherwise, I would have been in a bit of a bind. In half an hour, Zhang Nan also added Qiu Ruiyue on WeChat, and the group chatted a bit, at least appearing not to be strangers. Hearing Zhang Nan's words, Qiu Ruiyue immediately smiled happily, standing tall and looking at Brotherly, not saying anything, but it was as if she had said something. Indeed, I will follow up on the matter of Zhang Dong and the other bad kids kidnapping. I will definitely give you an explanation, Brotherly said solemnly. Good. Since that's the case, we'll head back first. Zhang Nan waved his hand. Wait, let me take you back, Qiu Ruiyue hurriedly said. That would be too much trouble. Zhang Nan hesitated for a moment. Not trouble at all. I really like you calling me Sister Qiu. I must take you back, Qiu Ruiyue said with a smile. Her favorability towards Zhang Nan had already reached 35 points, which was quite high. Any slight intimate contact would surely make that favorability soar. Zhang Nan, you are really amazing. I didn't expect that the inheritance from our ancestors would help us take down a drug trafficking organization. In the police car, Qiu Ruiyue's face was filled with an excited smile. Just a coincidence, Zhang Nan, in the passenger seat, said modestly. Too modest. Qiu Ruiyue occasionally glanced at Zhang Nan in the passenger seat, her eyes revealing her feelings without any concealment. In the rearview mirror of the car, the landlady in the back seat, holding the sleeping little girl, pursed her lips, clearly understanding why Qiu Ruiyue was so chatty. It was perfectly normal. Which woman could resist Zhang Nan's overwhelming charm that radiated at all times? What could resist it? The landlady truly felt that it was just a lace edge. The more she interacted with this little man, the more he would obediently straighten up. Ahem. At that moment, Meng Qingqiu, for some unknown reason, slightly cleared her throat. Instantly, the chattering and happy Qiu Ruiyue immediately stopped. Just a throat clear, and Xiao Ruiyue in the driver's seat suddenly fell silent, looking somewhat awkwardly at the rearview mirror. When she saw Meng Qingqiu looking at her with a strange expression, her heart suddenly skipped a beat. She understood that this was already Meng Qingqiu's first warning. She had indeed gone a bit overboard. From the very beginning, the invitation for Jiang Nan to sit in the passenger seat, along with the incessant chatter along the way, and even the wild praises for Jiang Nan, anyone, even a fool, could see that she was very interested in him. I'm sorry, I tend to talk a lot, Xiao Ruiyue said softly, a bit embarrassed. She truly didn't intend to compete, she just couldn't control her infatuation with Jiang Nan. There's no way to help liking something like that. Meng Qingqiu saw Xiao Ruiyue's awkward expression in the rearview mirror and couldn't help but sigh. The saying love at first sight can change one's life resonated deeply with her. Jiang Nan's charm was unimaginable. To be honest, after 2.5 years of online dating, if it were just a simple meeting, Meng Qingqiu felt she would also fall into the trap of loving Jiang Nan at first sight. As the saying goes, the more outstanding a person is, the more they can feel the excellence of others. Jiang Nan was too outstanding, at least for now. His only flaw was that he was too excellent, which made his charm extremely great. The vast majority of women who encountered him would be unable to resist, irresistibly drawn to him. Meng Qingqiu herself deeply understood this. Facing Jiang Nan, she had not the slightest desire to resist. So, she felt she could understand Xiao Ruiyue. That's why she didn't directly tear off the mask and say something like, "This is my boyfriend. Please don't be too forward. I hope you can show some restraint." Because if she were in Xiao Ruiyue's shoes, she wouldn't think she could control herself better than this woman after feeling moved. Darling is still a bit too perfect. Sigh. Meng Qingqiu seemed to foresee the future. She was destined to compete with many women for Jiang Nan's affection. It's fine. After what seemed like a long time of thought, but was actually just a fleeting moment of ideas, Meng Qingqiu gently sighed and shook her head. The landlady sitting in the back seat remained silent, appearing indifferent. She was very clear about her position. She wouldn't compete. As long as Jiang Nan had time to occasionally accompany her, she would be satisfied. After all, she felt she was not qualified to fight for these things from the start. She was very self-aware about this. So, for the landlady, it didn't matter who Jiang Nan would eventually marry. In her view, it was irrelevant, as she, Xiao Jiqing, could never walk into the marriage hall with him. This mindset was one of not engaging in internal conflict. She had nothing to internally conflict about. From the beginning, she had made clear the nature of their future relationship with Jiang Nan. Next, the atmosphere fell into a brief silence. At this moment, Jiang Nan cleared his throat and said, "Why is the atmosphere so stiff? Can we listen to music in this car? There's still a little way to go back. Let's listen to a song to ease the mood." "Oh, okay." Xiao Ruiyue stole another glance at Meng Qingqiu in the rearview mirror and then turned on the car's music. "Can't help but feel, I actually belong to an extremely hurt woman. No. As soon as the car's music started, a Cantonese song played. The lyrics instantly changed the expressions of everyone in the car. Bang! Xiao Ruiyue, true to her nickname Hat Sister, reacted quickly, immediately turning off the car's music and then pretending as if nothing had happened, saying, "The night view today is quite nice, with stars and the moon. Tomorrow we'll definitely have a big sun. Yes, it's already May 18th, June is coming soon, and we are about to enter the rhythm of the hot summer." The landlady, being the oldest sister in the car, couldn't help but chime in, following Xiao Ruiyue's words. No matter how awkward it got, the landlady felt a bit embarrassed. Clearly, she and Jiang Nan were the ones with the biggest issues, yet it was the proactive Xiao Ruiyue who took on this awkwardness in her place. "Oh, right, Xiao." Jiang Nan suddenly remembered something and called out, Meng Qingqiu and Xiao Ruiyue responded simultaneously. At that moment, in the rearview mirror of the car, the two women locked eyes again at the same time. Meng Qingqiu frowned slightly, while if Xiao Ruiyue weren't driving, she would probably have buried her head down by now, but her expression wasn't much better, filled with embarrassment. I thought you were calling me. My good friend also calls me Cho. At this moment, in the back seat, the landlady looked up, trying hard to manage her expression, her lips pressed tightly together. There was truly a feeling of a battlefield between these two women. It was quite entertaining to watch. The main thing was, it was the first time she had seen such a stiff expression on Jiang Nan's face. I really want to capture this moment. Haha, he looks so cute right now. I love my little man. Even when he's awkward, he still exudes the charming, damn charisma. At this moment, the landlady could hardly suppress her smile. We're here. 5 minutes later, Xiao Ruiyue's somewhat hoarse voice rang out in the car, and the vehicle slowly came to a stop. At this moment, she was sweating profusely, feeling that this situation was even more nerve-wracking than the time she had the fortune to participate in a real capture. Even her palms were sweating. Damn this heart fluttering, if I can't control it, I shouldn't have suggested driving them. If they break up later, that would really be a sin. The pain Chiu Rueyue felt at this moment was something only she knew. Sister Chiu, we're getting out first. Jiang Nan immediately unbuckled his seatbelt and got out of the passenger seat. Meng Qingqiu didn't hesitate either and got out, while the landlady slowly got out with the little girl who was still asleep in her arms. Bye, Chiu Rueyue greeted and hurriedly turned to leave. At the entrance of the community, Jiang Nan glanced at Meng Qingqiu, who also looked at him. Their eyes met. Just as Jiang Nan was about to speak, Meng Qingqiu took a step forward, linked her arm with Jiang Nan's, and whispered, I'm not angry with you, and besides, Chiu Rueyue is so beautiful, just seeing you for the first time made her unable to help but feel a flutter. Doesn't that just show how good my taste in men is? No matter how beautiful a woman is, she has to be obediently smitten in front of my darling. That's my darling, infinitely charming darling. Let them be smitten, I don't mind. No matter how many women are smitten by you, so what? Could it shake Meng Qingqiu's position in Jiang Nan's heart? This is Meng Qingqiu's confidence. This chapter can't be said to be filler, right? I'm laying the groundwork for Meng Qingqiu's attitude as the main wife, otherwise it would be too abrupt for her to accept it directly later. Good woman, an exceptional good woman. Jiang Nan could only tightly hold Meng Qingqiu in his arms. He wasn't a fool, although Meng Qingqiu's words weren't entirely explicit. It seemed she understood what kind of situation they would face in the future, and this statement had already begun to lay the groundwork. Or perhaps, she was also saying this to herself. Darling, Meng Qingqiu gently called out. Jiang Nan took a deep breath, gently patted her back, and looked at the landlady, who was watching Meng Qingqiu in his arms with envy. To be honest, he really wanted to do what Teacher Li did, open his other hand, and say to the landlady, no, you're just in time. Unfortunately, at least for now, that was not possible. The day will come soon, Jiang Nan secretly thought to himself. A few people walked into the community. Soon they arrived downstairs. Are we sleeping here or going back to sleep? Jiang Nan asked. This upstairs is the small apartment I rented before. Here, then, Meng Qingqiu said without a hint of hesitation. Jiang Nan, your car. The landlady took a closer look at the Pagani Zonda parked on the empty ground, her gaze flickering slightly. I just bought it not long ago, Jiang Nan chuckled lightly. Young people really do prefer sports cars. But, it's definitely handsome, the landlady exclaimed. From her pile of car keys, it was clear she also had a fondness for cars. So, how could she not recognize that this Pagani Zonda was not an ordinary version? A global limited edition, definitely worth over 50 million. Moreover, this was a global limited edition, highly collectible. One could say that this kind of car, from the moment it was bought, would never depreciate unless the apocalypse came. Sister Xia, if you like it, you can drive it for a few days? Jiang Nan took out the car keys. I'm not suited for this kind of car. The landlady immediately shook her head in refusal. If it were Jiang Nan's car, she still preferred not to drive it herself but to let Jiang Nan do it. After all, driving is tiring, requiring full concentration, leaving no room for distraction. Riding in a car is different. The moment you get in, buckle your seatbelt, and lean back in the seat, it's done. If you encounter a skilled driver like Jiang Nan, you could even close your eyes and rest. All right. Jiang Nan was unaware of the landlady's thoughts at that moment. If he knew, he might really have asked her if driving this car was appropriate. See you tomorrow, Sister Xia. When they reached the third floor, at Jiang Nan's door, he waved goodbye to the landlady with Meng Qingqiu. See you tomorrow, the landlady gently nodded, holding the little girl as she slowly walked towards her own door. Bang! The door closed. Only then did the landlady stop, look back with a smile, and whisper, little brat, don't use up all the bullets. I'm still waiting for you. A night passed. The next morning at 8 o'clock, Jiang Nan woke up from his dreams, and the beauty beside him was already gone. He got out of bed and went to the bathroom to wash up. The events of last night were not worth mentioning. In short, despite all his efforts, Jiang Nan only managed to raise Meng Qingqiu's favorability from 93 to 94 points. I need to work harder. Before Meng Qingqiu returns to the Magic City, I must raise it to 96 points. As for the follow-up, I'll find time to visit her in the Magic City later. Jiang Nan was indeed curious about the Yao Yao that Meng Qingqiu mentioned while rolling her eyes last night. According to Meng Qingqiu, this good friend of hers since childhood often wore big black-framed glasses, making her blend into the crowd. In reality, she was much prettier than Meng Qingqiu. This fact piqued Jiang Nan's interest in Yao Yao. If Meng Qingqiu herself admitted she wasn't as pretty, how high could this woman's looks be? 97? 98? Jiang Nan's eyes narrowed. If it weren't for the landlady's relatives leaving soon, he would have really wanted to follow Meng Qingqiu back to the Magic City for a few days of fun. No rush, no rush. Jiang Nan planned to complete the previous small task first, he was very eager for that Jiangqing building and the master-level physical skills. A master-level physical skill, combined with his modified body, would surely make his combat power not be a total weakling compared to some hot-blooded manga published on that turtle island, right? Darling, at that moment, a cheerful voice called from the living room outside the room. It seems my hearing has improved a lot. Jiang Nan walked out of the bedroom after washing his face. Darling. Seeing Jiang Nan come out bare-chested, Meng Qingqiu hurriedly said, Sister Xia is here. Hearing this, Jiang Nan glanced at the landlady, who was pretending to cover her eyes but was peeking through her fingers, and immediately turned around with an awkward smile back into the bedroom. However, he couldn't help but think, Little Chiyo, Sister Xia has seen much more of him than you have. Sister Xia, I'm sorry, but he thought it was just me. Meng Qingqiu apologized to the landlady, feeling a bit embarrassed. It's fine. The landlady smiled nonchalantly. She had indeed seen Jiang Nan's perfect mermaid figure much earlier than Meng Qingqiu, but the latter had undergone body modification, making him even more perfect than before. So, while she appeared unconcerned on the outside, her heart was actually racing, making her feel a bit dry in the mouth. She went to the water dispenser and poured herself a glass of water. Soon after, Jiang Nan came out wearing a white tank top. His perfect physique made it seem as if he were still not wearing anything. Meng Qingqiu glanced at him, her expression a bit strange for a second, but it quickly faded as she hurriedly said, Have you brushed your teeth? Come eat breakfast. I have. Jiang Nan sat down on the living room sofa, enjoying some soup dumplings with soy milk. Sister Xia, the little girl wasn't scared yesterday, right? After eating 3 soup dumplings and taking a sip of soy milk, Jiang Nan asked the landlady, who was walking over. The landlady, who usually liked to wear alluring stepmother dresses, was dressed similarly to how she had been at the last class reunion, exuding a vibe of a cool big sister next door, with her striking silver high ponytail that made one involuntarily exclaim, Wow, that girl has the memory of a fish. She wakes up and immediately forgets what happened yesterday. I sent her to my mom's this morning, and on my way back, I happened to run into Chiyo. The landlady sat down, brushed her hair back, and smiled at Jiang Nan and Meng Qingqiu. After a few seconds of eye contact, she took a deep breath, seeming a bit nervous, and said, Jiang Nan, Chiyo, I have an idea, and I don't know if you can accept it. Are you willing? Brothers, please, I beg you for some free love. I'm not greedy, just a small gift of a dime each would be great. He. What? Jiang Nan and Meng Qingqiu exchanged glances and said in unison, It's just. The landlady showed a slightly embarrassed smile, looking down as she said, After what happened yesterday, if it weren't for Jiang Nan, I really don't know what the consequences would have been. So, as she spoke, she suddenly looked up, her expression serious as she continued, I want Jiang Nan to be Xiao Ying's godfather, and Chiyo, can you be her godmother? Wow! Hearing the landlady's request, Jiang Nan's eyes widened in surprise. Goodness, this landlady really wants to pull a fast one. Sure, Meng Qingqiu immediately agreed happily. Although she was young, she was very willing to have such a cute goddaughter like Xiaoying. Moreover, she had a good feeling about this landlady and didn't mind having such a beautiful sister. I have no problem. Jiang Nan locked eyes with the landlady, who immediately blinked twice in excitement, then leaned closer to Meng Qingqiu, grabbing her hand and saying excitedly, Then it's settled. How about we have lunch together? Okay. Jiang Nan nodded. No problem, Sister Xia. Meng Qingqiu also nodded. Then I won't disturb you lovebirds. I'll go prepare, and I'll call you later, Chiyo. The landlady stood up and hugged Meng Qingqiu. It should be noted that the landlady was not short, standing at a perfect 168 centimeters. She was quite explosive, and when she stood up to hug Meng Qingqiu, the latter naturally leaned in. Bye-bye. Although it was only for 2 seconds, for Meng Qingqiu, it was enough to make her look down at her own capabilities after the landlady left, and she sighed lightly, mumbling, When can I reach Sister Xia's level? What? Jiang Nan actually heard it but pretended not to. Nothing. Meng Qingqiu's figure wasn't small, but compared to the explosive landlady, it seemed a bit lacking. Suddenly, after finishing his meal, Jiang Nan stood up and princess carried Meng Qingqiu. She was lost in thought and was immediately startled, but quickly wrapped her arms around his neck, saying, Darling, what are you doing? Aren't you thinking about Sister Xia's level? Jiang Nan said with a smile, Oh dear, you really are quite naughty. Meng Qingqiu shyly buried her entire face into Jiang Nan's chest. Around 10 o'clock, Jiang Nan and Meng Qingqiu arrived at a gold shop. Do you have longevity locks? Jiang Nan asked. Yes, we do. A familiar scent. The salesgirl, in her 30s and slightly attractive, immediately showed a warm smile upon seeing Jiang Nan, her gaze instantly becoming sticky. However, when she noticed Meng Qingqiu beside Jiang Nan, her enthusiasm was somewhat dampened, but she remained very warm. Let me take a look. As Jiang Nan spoke, he began to scan the shop. After considering it, he decided to buy a longevity lock. This item is meant for good luck, although it's best given during infancy. Nowadays, who still cares about that? Anything meant for good luck is good luck, no matter what. Moreover, it's not an exaggeration to say that Jiang Nan, who was bound to the system, now resembled a male protagonist from a novel, carrying a destiny. Soon, the salesgirl brought over 5 different styles of longevity locks. Jiang Nan glanced at them and chose a jade longevity lock, pointing at it and saying, "Wrap this one up." Ha! The salesgirl was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Nan's efficiency. How much? Jiang Nan took out his bank card. Please come this way. The salesgirl understood that she was dealing with someone who clearly wasn't short on money. Immediately, she led Jiang Nan and Meng Qingqiu to the front desk. So, we have a membership promotion. Sir, would you like to sign up for a membership? Don't worry, it's free, and you can even earn points. While packing the jade longevity lock, the salesgirl made the suggestion. No need, just swipe the card for the total. Jiang Nan waved his hand, as he always worked efficiently. Alright. The salesgirl hurriedly took Jiang Nan's bank card and said, "This longevity lock is a flat price of 66,000. Shall I go ahead and charge it?" Charge it. Have a good day, and we welcome you back next time. A minute later, the salesgirl, with a beaming smile, sent Jiang Nan and Meng Qingqiu off. What else should we buy next? The previous 66,000 purchase earned a tenfold rebate, and Jiang Nan was completely unfazed by this amount, showing no emotional fluctuation. I don't have any experience. I don't know, Meng Qingqiu said, looking confused, and quietly added, but I saw my dad give his goddaughter a villa and then a little red envelope as a gesture. A villa? Jiang Nan's eyes flickered for a moment, and he said, what do you think about the villa we stayed in before? How about buying a set for the little girl next to us? The green environment is not bad either. Meng Qingqiu nodded. All right. When it came to the matter of a godfather, Jiang Nan was also experiencing it for the first time, like a big girl getting into a bridal sedan. Next time, he would have much more experience. Next, Jiang Nan drove to the sales center of Nantian Pavilion. Without wasting any time, he directly bought a villa that was closest to him on the spot. The same price of 15 million, but this time the rebate left Jiang Nan stunned. 12 times. Yes, a full 12 times the consumption rebate, instantly bringing his savings to over 350 million. Wow, this wave is simply exhilarating. You have to know, he had spent a long time to save 187 million before, and now, after spending a wave on adopting Xiaoying as his goddaughter, he unexpectedly received the highest consumption rebate in history, 12 times. What a pity! If there were an extra critical hit reward, then it seems I wouldn't be far from reaching a savings of 1 billion. People are like this, always greedy. It was already good enough to be satisfying, yet they still wanted more. Unknowingly, Jiang Nan was driving the Pagani Huayra, following the navigation to the entrance of a community, and a strange expression suddenly appeared on his face, because this community was actually where Su Yun lived. Isn't this a bit too coincidental? Jiang Nan slowly drove into the community, parked steadily in the open space in the middle, then glanced at the building where Su Yun lived. When he looked at the message from the landlady about Building 3, 4th floor, his mouth twitched. That 4th floor of Building 3 was exactly where Su Yun lived. Wait, the playful landlady wouldn't invite Su Yun over, would she? Suddenly, such a thought rose in Jiang Nan's mind, and his expression became even stranger. Since today she had made him adopt Xiaoying as his goddaughter, it seemed she really could arrange for Su Yun to come over for dinner. Knock, knock, knock. Soon, Jiang Nan and Meng Qingqiu arrived at a door and gently knocked. Jiang Nan glanced to the left. Having been there twice, he naturally knew that was Su Yun's home. Coming, the cheerful voice of the landlady rang out. Quickly, the door opened. The landlady, dressed in a long home dress, wearing an apron, and with a pair of fair legs in flesh-colored stockings, looked at Jiang Nan and Meng Qingqiu with a smile, warmly saying, Come in, come in. While inviting them, she continued, no need to change shoes, just come in. Jiang Nan and Meng Qingqiu followed the landlady into the living room, where 2 adorable little girls were happily playing with Barbie dolls. When they saw Jiang Nan and Meng Qingqiu, the 2 little girls immediately ran over excitedly. The 2 little girls hugged Jiang Nan's legs, their little faces beaming as they rubbed against him. Clearly, the charm of a handsome guy was even greater for these 2 little girls. This little girl looks a bit familiar. Jiang Nan pretended not to recognize who the other little girl was and said, Isn't this little girl the one we met yesterday when we went for spicy hot pot? Meng Qingqiu remembered the other little girl and spoke up. It seems so. Jiang Nan nodded in realization, meeting the landlady's meaningful gaze, and immediately cleared his throat, asking, Sister Xia, where are auntie and uncle? They went out shopping. We'll just have a light lunch. The landlady said, I'll go help in the kitchen first, you play with the little girls. Do you need any help? Meng Qingqiu hesitated for a moment and weakly raised her hand to ask. Xiao, you also deserve to play with the little girls. The kitchen is a bit small, 2 people are about enough. The landlady smiled gently. At this moment, she had more of a lady's charm compared to the neighbor's big sister in the morning, with her slightly coiled silver hair, the apron, and the silk stockings on her shapely legs, truly a sight to behold. That's too embarrassing. Meng Qingqiu's pretty face flushed slightly. In fact, she had never cooked before. If she were to help, it might even cause more trouble. It's fine. I'll go in first, and you can wait for a feast later, the landlady said with a smile. Brother, daddy. At this moment, the little girl in Xiaoying began to shout. This rhythm is really fast. Jiang Nan was a bit stunned when he heard Xiaoying call out daddy. Honestly, he was a little confused. They hadn't even officially started giving gifts yet, and they were already calling out daddy. Shouldn't it be godfather? It doesn't matter, it's all the same. Jiang Nan was indifferent, reaching out to pat Xiaoying's head, smiling as he said, what about this mommy? Why didn't she say hello? Cho mommy. The little girl immediately let go of Jiang Nan's leg and hugged Meng Qingqiu's leg instead, leaving the 20-year-old girl a bit bewildered. Really? A surprise mom? However, good girl. Meng Qingqiu instantly got into character, holding Xiaoying in her arms, then took out a red envelope and whispered, a red envelope for Xiaoying. Nice to meet you. Thank you, Cho mommy. Xiaoying immediately blew a kiss. Seeing this, Jiang Nan couldn't help but smile knowingly. Inside that red envelope was a bank card with 888,888 yuan that Meng Qingqiu had put in. It was clear from this that Meng Qingqiu was indeed a little rich woman, casually giving out a red envelope of 888,888 yuan. At this moment, Jiang Nan felt the little girl, Shanwan, holding onto his leg a bit tighter, looking enviously at the happy Xiaoying. He couldn't help but glance at her, then picked her up as well, smiling as he gently tapped her nose and asked softly, what's your name? Handsome big brother, my mommy calls me Shanwan, you can call me Shanwan too. The disappointment in Shanwan's eyes disappeared instantly, and she happily wrapped her arms around Jiang Nan's neck. Seeing her mood brighten, Jiang Nan was taken aback. At first, he thought she was feeling down because Xiaoying had a red envelope, but now it seemed that this little girl might feel neglected, as few cared for her besides Su Yun. Alright, Shanwan, this is a welcome gift from your brother. After all, this little girl would be his daughter in the future, so Jiang Nan gave her the red envelope he had intended for Xiaoying. Inside was also a bank card, with 888,888 yuan. No, big brother, Shanwan can't accept it. Jiang Nan thought the little girl would happily accept it, but to his surprise, she shook her little head in refusal. Mommy told Shanwan that no one's money comes from the wind. To gain something, you must give something in return. Shanwan hasn't given anything to big brother, so she can't accept your gift. At that moment, Jiang Nan was stunned by the shine in Shanwan's bright black eyes. This little girl truly had a light in her eyes. Compared to Xiaoying, Shanwan was so much more sensible. Although both little girls had only their mothers by their side since childhood, their environments were completely different. With a wealthy landlady mother, what could Xiaoying not have wanted growing up? And what about Shanwan? Su Yun worked hard, earning only about 10,000 a month. With such a salary, taking care of a child, and sending her to the same kindergarten as Xiaoying, one can imagine how great the expenses are. The saying poor people's children grow up early is indeed true. Jiang Nan took back the red envelope and did not forcefully give it again. Big brother, don't be unhappy. Little Nuan reached out to touch Jiang Nan's face. I'm not unhappy, little Nuan is really sensible. Jiang Nan reached out to pat her little head, and the little girl immediately squinted her eyes in enjoyment, rubbing against his big hand like a little kitten. Lan, my dad can play the piano. At this moment, Xiaoying said proudly, big brother is so. Little Nuan looked at Jiang Nan in surprise, but was interrupted by Xiaoying. Oi, you can't call him big brother anymore, this is my dad, you have to call him uncle. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Jiang Nan couldn't help but laugh. Darling, you can actually play the piano? Upon hearing Xiaoying's words, Meng Qingqiu looked at him in surprise. Dad is super amazing. Xiaoying hugged Meng Qingqiu's neck, proudly raising her head. I can play a bit. Jiang Nan modestly nodded. That's really impressive. Meng Qingqiu's beautiful eyes sparkled with amazement as she looked at Jiang Nan. Now, it seemed she discovered that Jiang Nan was like a black hole, so profound. The more she understood him, the more surprises he could give her. So perfect. Can I really have a man like this forever? For the first time, Meng Qingqiu began to doubt herself. Meng Qingqiu's favorability +1. At this moment, a system prompt sounded inexplicably in Jiang Nan's mind, making him look at the dazed Meng Qingqiu, noticing her expression gradually changing from dazed to determined,
as if she had made some kind of resolution, which made him feel even more puzzled.
The seed has finally been planted. Jojo will eventually compromise. Dinner is ready.
The landlady's voice rang out from the kitchen, and soon after, she came out carrying 2 plates, followed by another woman in a floral long dress, her hair up, smiling as she carried 2 plates. At this moment, Jiangnan looked in the direction of the voice, and the little Nuan Nuan he was holding immediately called out, "Mommy."
"What's wrong, little Nuan Nuan?"
Suyun looked over when she heard her daughter's call, and her face showed a look of astonishment upon seeing her daughter in Jiangnan's arms. At this moment, she hurriedly looked at the landlady, and when she noticed the half-smiling expression on her face, she immediately realized.
It seemed that Sister Xia knew about her and Jiangnan's situation? But, how does Sister Xia know Jiangnan? Could it be?
Suyun dazedly placed the 2 plates she was holding on the dining table, then moved a little closer to the landlady, whispering, "Sister Xia, the friend you mentioned, is it Jiangnan?"
"That's right." The landlady nodded with a smile.
"This." Suyun glanced back at Jiangnan, then returned her gaze, her voice much lower. "Sister Xia,
we're all sisters," the landlady said with a light laugh. Hearing this, Suyun's eyes widened, and she instantly understood something. It was likely that Sister Xia really knew about her relationship with Jiangnan. Moreover, she didn't care at all. If such an outstanding woman like Sister Xia doesn't mind at all, what right do I have to care?
Suyun suddenly felt that she understood everything.
Her acquaintance with Jiangnan had originally been based on mutual benefit. To put it bluntly, it was not just about Jiangnan's money. It was only during their interactions that she genuinely fell in love with him. I can be Jiangnan's lover with my identity. That's already the greatest blessing of my life. What more could I ask for? Suyun laughed. Come on, it's time to eat.
The landlady waved her hand happily and then returned to the kitchen, bringing out several plates in succession. After coming to terms with it, Suyun felt no embarrassment and helped the landlady bring out all the dishes from the kitchen. Soon, the few of them sat at the table, and Jiangnan showed no signs of awkwardness, directly starting to eat. As for Meng Qingqiu, she still felt a bit socially anxious, occasionally asking Jiangnan to serve her some dishes.
Xiaoying, did you call your godfather and godmother?
The landlady looked at the little girl sitting beside her and smiled lightly.
I did. Xiaoying nodded obediently.
So good, the landlady nodded in satisfaction. The meal was quite cheerful, at least in Jiangnan's eyes. It was the first meeting of his woman. Moreover, if the 3 of them got along well, Jiangnan felt that when it came time to lay everything bare, it wouldn't lead to any disasters. Besides, having reached the level of affection with Meng Qingqiu, Jiangnan truly didn't think there would be any mishaps after revealing everything. A little emotional turmoil might be inevitable, but he felt it was unlikely to lead to a breakup. Therefore, Jiangnan felt no pressure. He ate and drank as he pleased. Plop! Just as Jiangnan finished his meal and wanted to light a cigarette, Meng Qingqiu immediately leaned closer to him and said, "Isn't it excessive to let the kids breathe in your secondhand smoke?"
All right, then I won't smoke. Jiangnan didn't mind whether he smoked or not. Sometimes he would subconsciously light a cigarette. Just like now, looking at Meng Qingqiu in the living room, along with the 2 little girls, and from this angle, he could also see the landlady and Suyun laughing and washing dishes in the kitchen. This warm atmosphere was truly intoxicating. Buzz buzz buzz. At that moment, his phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. He took out his phone and glanced at it. It was an unfamiliar number from Kyoto. Who is it? Seeing Jiangnan not answering the call, Meng Qingqiu couldn't help but ask curiously. I don't know, it might be a scam call. Jiangnan casually hung up. He then pulled Meng Qingqiu to sit on the sofa. Before long, the landlady and Suyun, having finished washing the dishes, also came out of the kitchen, both taking off their aprons. Mom! Mom! The 2 little girls immediately rushed over. Finally free. Quick, Xiaoying, go bow to your godfather and godmother. The landlady pulled Xiaoying over to Jiangnan and Meng Qingqiu. Yes. The little girl was very obedient, kneeling down and bowing to Jiangnan and Meng Qingqiu, and as she raised her head, she cheerfully shouted, "Daddy, Mommy Qiu." Hearing the words Daddy and Mommy Qiu, the landlady immediately squinted her eyes and smiled. With this relationship, whether for something or nothing, it wouldn't be a problem for her to talk to her daughter's godfather about the child's future growth, right? Get up! Jiangnan helped the little girl up, then stood up and handed a file bag to the landlady. From his angle, Meng Qingqiu couldn't see anything. She only heard his voice. Sister Xia, this is a house I bought for Xiaoying, over at Nantian Pavilion, right next to the one I bought. If you want to move in, you can just take the package and move in. Unbeknownst to him, the moment Jiangnan handed over the file bag, he had already grasped the landlady's jade hand beneath it. A classic case of dark under the lamp. All right, then we'll accept it for the little girl. The landlady did not refuse. The moment she withdrew her hand, she gently scratched Jiangnan's palm. The 2 exchanged a glance, and everything was unspoken yet understood. Joshio, I have something to ask you. At this moment, the landlady smiled and waved to Meng Qingqiu, who was on the sofa. Okay. Meng Qingqiu immediately got up and followed the landlady as she moved. To Jiang Nan's surprise, the landlady didn't take Meng Qingqiu aside but let her out of the house. Moreover, as Xiao Ying followed the landlady out, Xianwan also went out with them. Bang! The door closed, and in an instant, only Jiangnan and Su Yun were left in the living room. Sister Yun, Jiangnan took the initiative to call out, looking for a boss to check out the advertisement and send some free love power. If there are financially capable bosses, you can also reward me. I might accidentally get a return of hundreds of times. Half an hour later, with a knock on the door, Su Yun pursed her lips and slowly headed towards the bathroom. As for Jiangnan, he got up from the sofa with a contented expression. Upon closer inspection, Su Yun, who was originally wearing flesh-colored stockings, had now changed to bare legs, clearly not knowing where she had gone. Jiangnan walked slowly to the door, opened it, and looked at the landlady and Meng Qingqiu at the door with a face of surprise, saying, Sister Xia, why have you been out for so long? I took Xiaoqiu to buy some local specialties from Jiangcheng and some hot pot base. The landlady was carrying a large bag filled with hot pot base, while Meng Qingqiu was holding some local specialties, such as bamboo shoots, pickled vegetables, and some fruits that were unique to this area. I can carry it. Jiangnan took the 2 bags from Meng Qingqiu's hands and then took 1 bag from the landlady, asking, will these things be okay to take on the plane tomorrow? No problem. But with your car, it might be a bit tight with these things plus Xiaoqiu's luggage. You can drive my car to take her back later, the landlady said with a smile. Okay. Jiangnan nodded, and the group returned to the living room. Where's teacher Su Yun? The landlady asked knowingly. She should be inside, Jiangnan replied. Sister Xia, there shouldn't be anything else, right? Nothing else. Speaking of which, I still disturbed your little couple's time alone. Leave these things with me, and I'll take them directly to your house later. You should take Xiaoqiu to have a good time in Jiangcheng and enjoy this last day of privacy, the landlady hurriedly said. Okay. Jiangnan glanced at the eager Meng Qingqiu and nodded, placing the bags on the coffee table, then said, That I'll trouble you, Sister Xia. No need for such polite words. The landlady rolled her eyes at Jiangnan. Then Sister Xia, Meng Qingqiu, and I will leave first. If there's a chance next time, you can come to play in Modu with Jiangnan and Xiaoying. Meng Qingqiu invited. Sure. The landlady nodded in agreement. Then you say goodbye to Teacher Su, and we'll leave first. Xiaoying, Xianwan, see you next time. Jiangnan waved his hand. Goodbye, godmother. Goodbye, uncle and aunt. The 2 little girls also waved their hands obediently. Goodbye. Meng Qingqiu waved her hand and then walked out of the house with Jiangnan. The landlady led the 2 little girls to see them off, and as soon as they went downstairs, she immediately returned to the house. Knock, knock, knock. She gently knocked on the bathroom door. Sister Xia, I'm inside. Su Yun's voice was slightly breathless. Hearing this voice, the landlady probably guessed something and couldn't help but purse her lips. At this moment, in the Pagani Wind Sun car, Jiangnan slowly drove the car out of the community gate. Darling, I'm a bit tired and want to go back to rest for a while, Meng Qingqiu in the passenger seat yawned and said. Okay. Jiangnan nodded. A little while later, at Meng Qingqiu's request, the 2 returned to the small apartment they rented in Jiangnan. The moment they stepped inside, Meng Qingqiu, who had been saying she was tired, suddenly became energetic. It feels like after we go back tomorrow, I won't be able to see darling again until at least summer vacation. During this time, I must make you compensate for everything today. Meng Qingqiu was completely going crazy. Around 4 in the afternoon, in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of the master bedroom, Jiangnan stared at the 2 handprints, lost in thought. He subconsciously wanted to smoke a cigarette, but after thinking of something, he shook his head. He wasn't addicted to this thing. He could quit anytime he wanted. I guess I need to be careful for a while. These few hours aren't short. Jiangnan turned back to glance at Meng Qingqiu, who had fallen asleep with a sweet smile on her face, and a hint of tenderness appeared on his face. This woman was indeed quite crazy. She really acted as if she had nothing to lose just for the sake of the backup she wouldn't be able to get for the next month or 2. Time to get down to business. Jiangnan walked out of the master bedroom and sat down on the sofa in the living room on the first floor. System, use up my remaining 2 lottery chances. Jiangnan immediately communicated with the system. In an instant, the moment his voice fell, a huge spinning wheel appeared out of thin air before him. Bu. The familiar sound of the lottery starting rang out, and in just a moment, a prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have drawn 50 million yuan. Before Jiangnan could react, the pointer of the spinning wheel started moving again. Bu. With a burst of sound, the next second, another prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have drawn Master Level Traditional Chinese Medicine ability. Ha! The moment the second reward was revealed, Jiang Nan's eyebrows twitched. Why did he feel like this system was really like a wish-granting system? As long as he boasted a bit beforehand, there was a high chance of receiving rewards that realized his boasts. Not bad, the first lottery was just a warm-up. The real highlight is this second lottery. As Jiang Nan received the reward, he felt an overwhelming amount of knowledge about traditional Chinese medicine flooding his mind. I wonder how impressive this master-level ability in traditional Chinese medicine is. According to the system's power, it should be among the top-tier masters, right? Jiang Nan's eyes narrowed slightly. To be honest, if this ability was used well, it wasn't just about wealth. It was a manifestation of the most impressive status. In this world, no one else had a system. Who could say they had never been sick in their life? And when it comes to the people who fear death the most, without a doubt, it would be that small group of individuals standing at the very top of the pyramid on this entire planet. Whether it was power or wealth, once they reached that level, as long as they could survive, they would probably be willing to pay any price. Therefore, even if his master-level traditional Chinese medicine ability didn't reach the legendary level of miraculous healing, it was definitely worth a lot. Forget about 10 billion, even 100 billion seemed trivial to Jiang Nan in regard to this ability. System, check my character attribute panel. Jiang Nan called out. Host, Jiang Nan. Age, 21 years old. Height, 185 centimeters. Wealth, 402 million yuan. Abilities, Insight Technique, Indestructible Kidney, Master Level Piano, Master Level Traditional Chinese Medicine. Items, Porsche Cayenne, Pagani Huayra. Life Opportunity, will receive a great gift on the day of the 22nd birthday. Ha! After looking at his character attribute panel, Jiang Nan noticed that his height had inexplicably increased by 3 centimeters, which made a look of surprise appear on his face. System, what's going on? I think 185 is about right, don't let it go up anymore. Jiang Nan quickly realized and began to communicate with the system in his mind. Host, this is the effect brought by the body modification fluid, it has already ended. The system replied. Well, that's fine. In fact, for men, a height of 182 centimeters is considered perfect, especially with the added height from shoes. Now, his net height was 185 centimeters, and with shoes, at least 187 centimeters. This height is perfect for some women, but in Jiang Nan's eyes, being too tall isn't good either. Just about right is fine. With his looks, even at 170 centimeters, there would still be plenty of women who would be attracted to him. Ding! At that moment, a faint sound came from his phone in his pocket. Jiang Nan took it out to see a text message. Dear Mr. Li Yang, the Porsche 911, pink, you purchased has arrived. Please come to the Magic City XX4S store to pick it up as soon as possible. Crazy. This was the first time Jiang Nan had seen a scam message that even got the scammer's name wrong. Li Yang? I'm Jiang Yan. Immediately, Jiang Nan deleted the message. The person you follow, Jiang Yan, has started streaming. Just as Jiang Nan was contemplating spending some money on mobile games for a thrill, a notification popped up from Douyin. Currently, Jiang Yan's favorability towards him wasn't low, but it wasn't too high either, only 37 points. For an average person, this level of favorability would only lead to some ambiguous flirting, with nothing particularly heart-stirring, making it highly likely that nothing would come of it. But, is Jiang Nan an average person? He directly clicked into Douyin and, familiar with the process, recharged 1 million. Ding! 10 million Do coins were credited instantly, without any delay. Welcome, brother Jiang Nan, you're here. As soon as Jiang Nan entered the livestream, Jiang Yan, who was probably preparing to welcome others, immediately turned to welcome him. Peacock Southeast flies. Little Yan Yan, what do you mean? Peacock Southeast flies. Shouldn't you be welcoming me first? Peacock Southeast flies. You see a little Douyin user over level 60 and think he's better than me? Jiang Nan glanced at the bullet comments and was taken aback to see a level 1 newbie speaking so arrogantly. What was he doing? Was he just taking random shots? No, I just didn't see your ID, brother Peacock. In the camera, Jiang Yan was in her familiar JK outfit, and it was clear she loved white stockings. At that moment, she was sitting cross-legged on a chair, perfectly covered below, with no violations at all. But, her pair of transparent white-stockinged feet were visible in the camera. There were only about 10 people in the entire livestream, and aside from that level 1 newbie, no one else was speaking. It was unclear what everyone was doing behind the screen. Peacock Southeast flies. Just wait, I'm going to scan the code for you right now. Damn, how could I, the famous brother Peacock on the Douhu live streaming platform, be outshined by a Douyin user over level 60? Seeing this comment from Peacock Southeast flies, Jiang Yan smiled,
but inwardly she was cursing.
She didn't deny that this Peacock Southeast Flies had spent over 20 million on female streamers on Douhu. But
what does that have to do with her?
She didn't get any of that 20 million benefit.
At most, he had sent her 2 super rockets before, which only got him a V badge. Compared to Jiang Nan, whether in looks or willingness to spend money, if you say Jiang Yan isn't a fool, then she has to obediently maintain this tall, rich, and handsome guy.
Brother Jiang Nan, you've been so busy these past few days,
Jiang Yan said with a smile. In the frame, her transparent white silk-clad feet moved slightly. As her jade-like feet shifted a few times, someone in the live stream immediately started talking.
Tomato True C.S. She's out. Eggfan15, host, are you selling tea bags? I want to use them to brew tea. Dream God Jade, dude upstairs, why does your ID look a bit familiar? This woman is truly a hidden flirty type.
Jiang Nan noticed all of Jiang Yan's little schemes, and his gaze flickered slightly.
Unlike Su Yun and Lin Man, Jiang Yan's small actions were all about temptation.
Just like how she inexplicably moved her transparent white silk feet earlier, and even now, one hand tugged at her transparent silk, all of it drew people's attention.
With this, it's easy to boost the favorability. With only this last chance left, Jiang Nan was naturally prepared to boost as much favorability as he could. For the Jiangcheng building, and for that master-level physical skill. Boost. Smoke and Rain Jiangnan sent the host a Carnival *1. Smoke and Rain Jiangnan sent the host a Carnival *1. Smoke and Rain Jiangnan sent the host a Carnival *1. In just a short while, Jiangnan's speed, akin to Kato Takashi, exploded with over 100.
Thank you, brother Jiangnan, for the 100 carnivals.
Jiang Yan laughed happily. Jiang Yan favorability +3. 40 points. Clap clap. Jiang Nan immediately started boosting again. After a little while, another 100 came through. Jiang Yan favorability +5. Ha!
Another 300,000 dropped, this time increasing by 5 points of favorability, making Jiang Nan feel that his efforts to spend money were not in vain. In a sense, Jiang Nan was also at work at this moment. Only, his work was pure enjoyment.
Spending could make his money grow, and with such hard work tapping to send gifts, wasn't that also quite like working?
Just as Jiang Nan was preparing to press his advantage, a bullet screen slowly floated through the live stream.
Peacock Southeast Flies, Little Yen, are you ready for my gift bombardment? Brother Peacock. Jiang Yen sighed helplessly when she saw Jiang Nan had stopped boosting.
This guy really came back at the wrong time, and she immediately forced a smile, saying, please feel free to show off. I hope to see you at the top of the leaderboard.
Peacock Southeast Flies. Hey, getting to the top of the leaderboard is just a piece of cake. Peacock Southeast Flies sent the host a Carnival *1. Peacock Southeast Flies sent the host a Carnival *1. Peacock Southeast Flies sent the host a Carnival *1. After sending 10 carnivals, Peacock Southeast Flies stopped, staring blankly at his second place on the leaderboard. He had just entered and hadn't seen Jiang Nan send a full 200 carnivals. So, he typed in surprise, how many did the top spot send? 10 carnivals can't even get you to the top? Brother Peacock, just open the spending leaderboard yourself and you'll know. Jiang Yan said meaningfully.
The ID of the book's reader appears, don't mind it, sometimes I'm just too lazy to come up with names, just enjoy it.
Peacock Southeast Flies, look, sorry, 10 carnivals aren't enough, then I'll send 20, 30. Today, I must take the top spot. Peacock Southeast Flies sent the host a Carnival *1. Peacock Southeast Flies sent the host a Carnival *1. Peacock Southeast Flies sent the host a Carnival *1. Another 20 carnivals came through. This guy really sent quite a lot this time.
In a typical live streaming room, let alone 30 carnivals, even a single carnival would require the female host to jump up and bow at a 90-degree angle nonstop. In fact, for some smaller hosts who don't have many viewers, a carnival could greatly increase the chances of being asked out for a meal in the same city. What happens next, of course, depends on one's own abilities.
But, sorry, how could a live streaming room in Jiangnan be just an ordinary one? Peacock Southeast Flies. Oh, this guy over level 60 has some strength. Peacock Southeast Flies sent the host a Carnival *1. Peacock Southeast Flies sent the host a Carnival *1. Peacock Southeast Flies sent the host a Carnival *1. Another 20 carnivals. By now, Peacock Southeast Flies had already sent 50 carnivals. One carnival costs 3,000 yuan, so 50 amounts to 150,000 yuan. That's the equivalent of a stable income for over a year, plus bonuses. All of this just because of a moment of pique, and it was all gone in a few minutes. Thank you, Brother Peacock, for the 50 carnivals. Brother, I think these 50 won't be enough. Let me tell you how many Jiangnan brothers sent 200 carnivals.
Jiang Yan seemed to be thanking Peacock Southeast Flies, but in reality, there was a hint of provocation in her words. She didn't necessarily want to squeeze money out of Peacock Southeast Flies. It was just that this guy loved to show off his presence too much. Back when he was on the Dohoo live streaming platform, he would show up every time he went live, bragging about driving a Rolls-Royce Phantom in real life. If it weren't for the fact that his account on the Dohoo platform had quite a reputation, along with those super rockets he sent, Zhang Yan really wouldn't have bothered with him. Since you want to show off, then let's let you show off. He could never be the one to lose. Without comparison, there's no harm. In this comparison, Zhang Yan's fondness for Jiangnan couldn't help but rise. Zhang Yan's fondness +3. This increase of 3 points in fondness left Jiangnan somewhat baffled, but he didn't pay it much mind. When Peacock Southeast Flies finally stopped, Jiangnan continued to send gifts. The familiar scene played out again as Jiangnan directly sent 33 carnivals with the remaining 1 million Do diamonds, and after treating the last 10,000 Do diamonds as a lucky bag to send out, he typed in the chat, "I'm out. I'll come back next time you go live. Goodbye, brother Jiangnan. I'll be free in a couple of days, and if you're free, I'll treat you to a meal." Smoke and rain Jiangnan, sure. Zhang Yan's fondness +2. After exiting the live streaming room, Jiangnan's mind was bombarded with the system's notification sounds. Ding! Congratulations, host, consumption completed. Received 10 times the consumption rebate, 10 million yuan. This wave of spending was truly worth it. Not only did he earn 9 million, but it also raised Zhang Yan's fondness for him to 50 points. At this level of fondness, it was more than enough. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that with a little push, he could easily hit a home run with Zhang Yan. At this rate, reaching 90 points of fondness with Zhang Yan is a done deal. The Jiangcheng building, acquiring master-level physical skills is just a matter of time. Zhang Nan's eyes flickered. Once Meng Qingqiu returned to the magic capital tomorrow, he would need to take action and completely complete this welfare side task. Moreover, he couldn't delay making money either. Currently, he already had over 4 small goals in hand. The next step was to keep spending, and reach 10 billion in savings as soon as possible. Perhaps he could also obtain a very nice welfare side task. System, once my savings reach 10 billion, I should definitely be able to get another welfare side task, right? Zhang Nan asked. Yes, the system replied instantly. I have a question. Zhang Nan's eyes sparkled with a strange light as he asked, the small welfare task is available. Does that mean there is a large welfare task as well? The rewards for just the small welfare task were already so high. So what about the more challenging large welfare task? Would it involve abilities or items beyond the reach of ordinary people? Yes, the system replied. The difficulty of the large welfare task will increase significantly, and correspondingly, the rewards will also increase greatly. The abilities and even items that the host desires, which are beyond what ordinary people can possess, will definitely appear. Oh, as expected, what standards do I need to meet to receive this large welfare task? Zhang Nan's eyebrows twitched slightly, and a hint of anticipation appeared on his face. A minimum standard of 10 billion in savings, with the triggering conditions being random, the system responded. Random? Zhang Nan's eyes narrowed slightly as he tentatively asked, then what is the definite standard? The host truly deserves to be the host, so clever. The system praised. 10 billion in savings is the minimum standard, which can randomly trigger the large welfare task. However, if the host uses 10 billion in savings, they can exchange it for an opportunity to receive the large welfare task. Upon hearing the system's words, Zhang Nan's eyes suddenly lit up. Goodness, he could actually use money to buy an opportunity to receive the large welfare task? Don't think that this system is suppressing him, it's just encouraging him to work harder to spend and earn money. Whether the difficulty of the large welfare task is great or not, what if the reward is an elixir of immortality? Or perhaps, an immortal body? Once he transcends the human level, whether it's abilities or items, they are not comparable in value to the money of this mundane world. Only a fool would be unwilling to spend 10 billion to exchange for such an opportunity to rise to greatness. Damn! The next goal is not just a simple 10 billion, but 100 billion. Zhang Nan's eyes were suddenly filled with ambition. Ding! At that moment, his phone suddenly rang, and another text message came in. Before he could check it, a call from Kyoto came in right after. His memory was remarkable. He recognized that this call from Kyoto had already come in once at noon. Regarding the setting of the large welfare task, I hope no one finds it problematic. I truly believe this setting is feasible. Money is destined to be an external object, while abilities are the ultimate. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Nan answered the call. Hello, is this Mr. Zhang Nan? As the familiar scam opening came out, he immediately shook his head and smiled. Yes. Hearing the sweet voice on the other end, Zhang Nan didn't plan to hang up right away. Instead, he thought to tease her a bit.
Well, you have a piece of land in Kyoto that needs your signature. When would you be free to come here and sign the contract?
The sweet voice continued.
Delivery?
Jiang Nan was slightly taken aback, then instantly understood, this was a delivery scam routine.
I'm in Jiang City, and am I supposed to buy a plane ticket to fly over just for your delivery?
Jiang Nan laughed. Alright, you can handle this delivery however you like. I'm really not that interested.
Mr. Jiang Nan, the sweet voice took on a strange tone. Are you sure I can handle this piece of land however I want?
Yeah, whether you throw it away or whatever, you can handle it however you like. After saying this, Jiang Nan directly hung up the phone.
What delivery would require him to fly to Kyoto to pick up?
With that time, he might as well spend more in Jiang City. His top priority right now was to reach 100 billion in savings as soon as possible. He wanted to see how difficult this massive task, worth 10 billion in rewards, would be, and how generous the rewards might be. Meanwhile, in Kyoto, in a small apartment, a capable woman with a high ponytail, dressed in a powerful professional outfit, her long legs and black stockings seemed to be longer than an ordinary person's life. From her attire, she appeared to embody the essence of a mature woman. But, as the camera panned up, it revealed that this woman had an extremely cute face.
Yes, cute.
You could acknowledge that her features were stunningly beautiful, but together they gave off a youthful vibe. In other words, her outfit combined with her youthful appearance undoubtedly made her seem like a minor who had secretly worn her older sister's or mother's clothes.
This Mr. Jiang Nan is really strange. According to the information, he should just be a 3-no youth raised in an orphanage, right? Why is he looking down on a piece of land in Kyoto? So odd.
The woman looked down at the Jiang Nan information in her hands, her brows slightly furrowing as she murmured,
Never mind, I'll tell the old man about Mr. Jiang Nan's intentions. Should we consider selling that piece of land, then transfer the money to him?
Her gaze flickered for a moment, then she focused on the Jiang Nan information, her eyes narrowing as she whispered, the head of the Jiang family is really generous.
Is it because he's trying to train his eldest son that he heartlessly abandoned him for 22 years? Or is it because the younger son who came later is just too outstanding that he was discarded until now?
At this point, the woman took a deep breath, looking at the photo of Jiang Nan in the information, a hint of sadness appearing on her face.
It must be said, this is the face of a wealthy family. Only the old man of the Jiang family would feel sorry for his eldest grandson, otherwise, he wouldn't have secretly let her give Jiang Nan a piece of land. Jiang Nan had no idea about the happenings in Kyoto.
Right now, after earning tens of millions from Douyin, he had returned to the master bedroom on the second floor. At this moment, looking at Meng Qingqiu, who was still sound asleep, Jiang Nan reached out to check her pulse.
In just a few seconds, Jiang Nan's gaze suddenly flickered. So healthy.
Originally, Jiang Nan wanted to see if Meng Qingqiu's indulgence over the past few days would lead to any negative effects, but this investigation revealed that her health was simply outstanding. No matter how ordinary a girl is, her vitality would usually be somewhat depleted, yet Meng Qingqiu showed no signs of any such deficiency.
Darling, at that moment, Meng Qingqiu slowly woke up, surprised to see Jiang Nan checking her pulse, and exclaimed, Do I have some kind of problem?
No, you're very healthy, Jiang Nan praised.
That's good. You scared me.
Meng Qingqiu let out a sigh of relief, then looked at Jiang Nan and immediately smiled, opening her arms to hug his neck, softly saying, Darling Qiuqiu's tummy is hungry again.
Meng Qingqiu's favorability +1. An hour and a half later,
Jiang Nan's mind also happily heard the system's notification sound.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have successfully achieved a favorability level that matches a high-value opposite-sex confidant with a score of over 95 points, rewarding you with a lottery chance. Just as Jiang Nan was carrying the limp Meng Qingqiu towards the bathroom, he had only taken a few steps when the system's notification sound rang in his mind again.
Ha! At the moment this system notification appeared, Jiang Nan's steps suddenly halted, a strange expression appearing on his face. System, is this a new feature? Jiang Nan continued to walk, inquiring within his mind.
This is a new feature added by the system due to the host's previous complaints. As long as the attractiveness score reaches 95, and the other party has become the host's confidant, the favorability will grant an additional lottery chance if it matches the attractiveness score on the first meeting.
The system explained. Great!
Jiang Nan's eyes flickered for a moment as he said, then,
if the landlady, Su Yun, and Lin Man all raise their attractiveness scores to 95, will I get an extra lottery chance on top of the one I should have received? You are correct, the system replied. I understand.
Jiang Nan's face lit up with excitement. This system was truly impressive, taking great care of the host's experience, always refining suggestions and feedback.
Just this point alone, Jiang Nan believed he hadn't seen many systems like this on the Tomato Novel app. It was simply too OP, overpowered. With this system, How could he not reach the pinnacle of this world, even become a true king without a crown?
After a brief wash time of about 10 minutes, Jiang Nan carried Meng Qingqiu back to the bedroom. After both of them got dressed, they left the room. Meng Qingqiu had not put on any makeup, simply wearing a simple little white dress. Her long black hair cascaded down her shoulders, and her cool demeanor was instantly apparent.
However, upon meeting Jiang Nan's gaze, she transformed into a shy girl.
The goddess in others' eyes was just a budding girl with a top-tier romantic mindset in front of Jiang Nan.
Today is the last night. Let's go buy something later, and you can take it back to your friend, hoping to leave a good impression so that when I come to find you in Magic City next time, she won't give me a cold shoulder.
Jiang Nan said, wrapping his arm around Meng Qingqiu's slim waist and whispering in her ear.
Darling, Yao Yao won't do that.
Besides, you're so outstanding, which girl wouldn't?
Wouldn't like you after getting to know you.
As Meng Qingqiu spoke, her voice grew softer. Just don't let Yao Yao fall for you at first sight, or we'll end up as enemies instead of the good friends we've been since childhood.
That won't happen. Jiang Nan shook his head. If he didn't have some skills, how could he dare to open this harem? Moreover, from Meng Qingqiu's attitude, it was clear that she wasn't particularly rigid about this matter.
Let's go eat first, Meng Qingqiu said softly, not wanting to dwell on the topic.
An hour later, the two of them finished their meal and arrived at the largest shopping center in the old city.
After finding a parking spot, feeling the gazes of people around them, Jiang Nan couldn't help but recall the day he first got the system. On that day, he was still driving a Porsche Cayenne, with just over $1 million in savings.
Now, he had a solid
4-5 small goals, and his vehicle was a globally limited edition Pagani Huayra worth $60 million, with a confident boasting an attractiveness score of 96 by his side. All of this had changed dramatically in just a few days. To be honest, the speed of this growth made him feel as if he had crossed into another world.
Darling, at that moment,
Meng Qingqiu hooked her arm through his, leaning against him, and said softly, "Why do I feel like you've grown a bit taller?"
Just an illusion.
Jiang Nan chuckled. "Come on, you should pick out some things too. If you see anything you like, just say it, and we'll get it all."
"I won't hold back," Meng Qingqiu said with a grin.
A handsome couple walking through the crowd certainly attracted the attention of those around them.
Are they celebrities? Their looks are just too stunning. Wow, even if they're not celebrities, they must be some big internet influencers, right? I just saw it, that handsome guy came in a Pagani Huayra. Wow, this is a real top-tier rich and handsome man. And the girl beside him is also a true top beauty. Her aura is simply stunning. There will always be NPCs in the world.
At this moment, for Jiang Nan and Meng Qingqiu, the people discussing around them were like NPCs, taking photos and expressing shock. Soon, Jiang Nan took Meng Qingqiu to a Chanel store, and after about 10 minutes, they each came out with 2 bags.
Right after that, LV, Gucci, Prada. After just an hour of shopping, the two of them declared they couldn't carry anymore. Too much.
Jiang Nan was also determined to spend, so basically, anything Meng Qingqiu liked, or thought her good friend Yao Yao would like, he bought it all. An hour might seem like it wouldn't lead to much spending, but after a round of high-end stores, they had spent nearly 10 million. However, the good news was that when the spending was completed, the 6-fold cashback also successfully brought his savings to 5 small goals.
Not enough. This is just small change. The real big spending has to be on buying buildings, buying skyscrapers. Not to mention a commercial building. Even buying a residential building would cost at least over 100 million. Jiang Nan's eyes narrowed slightly. He was referring to the old-style buildings owned by landlords in the old city. Right, and buying land.
Jiang Nan took a deep breath. There were too many big expenses, but it seemed he couldn't touch that level yet. Perhaps his spending was somewhat limited.
No rush, you can't eat a whole pig in one bite. Jiang Nan understood this principle very well. Darling, your desire to shop is no less than a woman's,
Meng Qingqiu said with a wry smile. There were still some items left in the store, which would be shipped back to Magic City tomorrow. Otherwise, having bought nearly 10 million worth of items, it would be impossible to wear them all at once.
I can't let you go back empty-handed. Jiang Nan squinted and smiled.
Soon, the two returned to a small street in front of their parking spot.
Why are there so many people?
Jiang Nan, being a bit taller, saw several hot girls swaying next to the Pagani Huayra, some playing on their phones, others walking around looking at their surroundings, as if they were waiting for the owner of this luxury supercar to return.
These beauties have been hanging around for an hour. Ha ha ha, they definitely want to run into the owner of this Pagani Huayra. I'm dying of laughter. Bro, you're impressive, guarding this place for an hour?
Dude, I just passed by here an hour ago, not guarding for an hour. Hearing the conversations of passers-by, Jiang Nan's expression became strange. As for Meng Qingqiu beside him, she also showed a funny expression and whispered, "Darling, if I weren't by your side, how many girls do you think would want to add you on WeChat in a day?"
Being handsome is one thing, but being so rich, Which woman could resist such a man? Not to mention, at least 99% of women couldn't handle it.
This Pagani Huayra is just too flashy. Maybe tomorrow we should look for a more low-key car that still has some status.
Jiang Nan said softly. This kind of sports car is useless except for showing off. But isn't that what buyers are after? People who don't want to show off wouldn't buy it.
Compared to a few days ago, Jiang Nan's temperament had calmed down a lot. To be honest, he had almost moved past that flashy phase. As the two chatted, they walked down the small street towards the Pagani Huayra in the parking spot. And with their appearance, it immediately caused another stir. This pair of exceptionally attractive young men and women drew the attention of everyone around them.
Moreover, with someone recognizing Jiang Nan as the top wealthy handsome guy who drove that Pagani Huayra, the topic was full of excitement.
Whoosh! At the same time, the few girls surrounding the Pagani Huayra immediately fixed their gazes on Jiang Nan, completely ignoring Meng Qingqiu beside him.
Tap tap tap.
Several girls rushed forward, all wearing sweet smiles.
Handsome, is this your Pagani Huayra? It's so cool. Can I add you on WeChat? Wow, handsome, this Pagani Huayra is my dream car. Can you take me for a spin? If you want to have some fun in the car, I wouldn't mind. Handsome. It was too exaggerated.
When you're handsome and wealthy, these goddesses in the eyes of ordinary people really come rushing in to offer themselves. Not interested, Jiang Nan stated directly. Although these girls were all around 80 points in looks, none were natural beauties.
Even with enhancements, they were only about 80 points.
Despite their well-managed figures, none could compare to the beauty beside him. The least attractive, Lin Man, was now a pure natural beauty scoring a solid 90, with her own unique style, completely original. These girls, even in a drunken one-night stand, he wouldn't be tempted. When they heard Jiang Nan bluntly say not interested, their expressions stiffened for a moment. But it was only for a second. They quickly adjusted their expressions to be very nice, turning into even more enthusiastic smiles, completely unafraid of the awkwardness.
Handsome, just a simple WeChat ad, it won't hurt. Of course, if you want to do something else, I wouldn't mind. Just as one of the women finished speaking, Meng Qingqiu calmly said, "Did you not hear my darling say he's not interested?" As Meng Qingqiu's voice rang out, the women finally turned their attention to her. At first, they hadn't noticed Meng Qingqiu, but now seeing such a beauty beside Jiang Nan, their expressions changed instantly. Beautiful, so beautiful. Meng Qingqiu's beauty was not like theirs, which relied on enhancements. She was a truly natural beauty. It's no exaggeration to say that even if they tried to replicate her look, they could never achieve the same effect. There's a saying online that goes very well: if you have 3 points of fairy-like beauty, it's enough to stand out among many beauties. At this moment, this saying applied to Meng Qingqiu as well. Forget 3 points, even 2 points, or just a resemblance, would still make her a top beauty among ordinary people. This beautiful lady, I admit you're very pretty, but you can't stop us from pursuing what we like, said a tall woman lightly. Right, right. The other two women quickly nodded. My darling only eats the best. You don't even measure up. My darling wouldn't be that hungry, Meng Qingqiu said lightly. Hearing her words, the expressions of the women darkened instantly. In the eyes of ordinary people, they were top beauties. They had always been surrounded by admirers. When had they ever been insulted like this? You little bitch, I don't think you're that great. Slap. One woman had just said a few words when Meng Qingqiu switched her right hand to her left pocket, stepped forward, and slapped her directly. In front of Jiang Nan, she was sweet and demure, like a girl in love for the first time. But don't think she was weak in character. A white, rich beauty from a prestigious family, a princess pampered since childhood, who can understand her inner pride. When someone called her a little slut right in front of her, she couldn't tolerate it. You. The woman who had just been slapped covered her face, looking at Meng Qingqiu in disbelief. Your nose is crooked. Can you go to a better cosmetic hospital? Spending a little money to catch a big fish? Look at your entire outfit. Are you even qualified? Meng Qingqiu withdrew her hand and calmly looked at the woman. I want to kill you. The woman completely lost her composure and tried to approach Meng Qingqiu to strike. However, Jiang Nan pulled Meng Qingqiu into his arms and merely glanced at the woman with indifference. He didn't speak, but his calm gaze instilled fear in the woman, causing her to instinctively take several steps back. Please make way, Jiang Nan said coolly. Hearing his cold voice, the other women immediately stepped aside. Once Jiang Nan and Meng Qingqiu got into the car, and the Pagani Winsun gradually drove away, the women finally regained their senses. Damn! The tall woman cursed, and upon seeing the surrounding onlookers whispering, she immediately added, What are you taking pictures for? Clown! At that moment, a wave of mocking laughter erupted in the crowd. Clown! Those two words felt like 1,000 knives stabbing deep into the hearts of the women, leaving them speechless. In front of Jiang Nan and Meng Qingqiu, they truly were a bunch of clowns. Darling, was I too fierce just now? In the car,
Meng Qingxiu, sitting in the passenger seat, pointed her 2 index fingers together, lowering her head and speaking softly. I was worried your hand might hurt, but, to be honest, Jiang Nan cleared his throat. What? Meng Qingxiu immediately became tense. When you slapped her and crooked her nose, I really couldn't hold back. Who could hold back from that? Ha ha ha. Meng Qingxiu burst into laughter, then scratched her nose with her thumb, mimicking Bruce Lee's signature move, and proudly said, of course. That damn ugly woman, what is she? How dare someone like her share such an excellent darling with me? And she even called me a little slut. Just wait until I crooked her nose. Ha ha ha. Meng Qingxiu's words made Jiang Nan laugh again. So adorable. But that wasn't the key to Jiang Nan's laughter. The main point was Meng Qingxiu's attitude towards him having other women. First, it was about looks, and second, it was about excellence. Clearly, how could Meng Qingxiu tolerate sharing Jiang Nan with a woman who was far less outstanding than herself? Moreover, Meng Qingxiu's family background was not ordinary. While it might not be top tier, she had definitely seen or heard of such matters before. Therefore, in terms of acceptance, this woman was definitely more capable of accepting it than an average person. Darling, tonight is the last night. I want to cherish it. Meng Qingxiu suddenly said softly. The next morning around 8 o'clock, Jiangcheng Airport. After Jiang Nan kissed Meng Qingxiu goodbye, he watched her turn back every 3 steps, reluctantly walking into the airport, her face showing a hint of daze. With a thud, Meng Qingxiu's figure completely disappeared from his sight, and Jiang Nan couldn't help but light a cigarette. Ha! He exhaled a long puff of smoke, and a strange light flickered in his eyes. The 2 days since Meng Qingxiu's arrival had passed incredibly quickly. It's been exactly 5 days since I got the system. Jiang Nan took a deep breath, revealing an expression of unknown feelings on his face. Now, I already have 5 small savings goals, and my assets are numerous, adding up to a total wealth level of 10 billion. The speed of this growth is truly astonishing. Not enough, still not enough. Today marks the beginning of the 6th day. And from now on, every day, I must be better and wealthier than the day before. A cigarette quickly came to an end. Jiang Nan headed towards a nearby trash can, and at the moment he extinguished the cigarette but, a crisp sound of high heels striking the ground came from behind him. Handsome, I see you have a moment. Can I add you to my green bubble? He had not yet turned around when a sweet voice rang in his ear. The moment Jiang Nan turned around, a beautiful woman in a flight attendant uniform, pulling a small suitcase, entered his line of sight. Even Jiang Nan, who had seen many beauties, couldn't help but be slightly stunned at that moment, and then he cast a perception spell on her. Name, Ning Rushuang. Age, 24 years. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 54 kilograms. Attractiveness, 95 points. Affection, 12 points. 172 centimeters tall. 95 attractiveness points. Truly exceptional. To be honest, if it weren't for the perception spell, he wouldn't dare to believe that such an outstanding flight attendant had not been involved in any under-the-table dealings. Ning Rushuan's affection +3. As Jiang Nan was momentarily stunned, the system's prompt sounded in his mind, bringing him back to his senses. Sure, with such a high-quality woman, Jiang Nan naturally couldn't refuse her request to add a green bubble. Immediately, the two exchanged green bubbles. Jiang Nan. Nice name. Ning Rushuan also sent her name over. Ning Rushuan, your name is beautiful too. Jiang Nan smiled and nodded. Thank you. Ning Rushuan said, not knowing if it was because it was her first time actively asking someone for their WeChat. She suddenly didn't know what to say, awkwardly brushing her hair behind her ear. Did you just finish a flight or? Jiang Nan took the initiative to strike up a conversation. Just finished a flight. I was just about to go home. Ning Rushuang said softly. Hearing this, Jiang Nan's gaze flickered slightly, and he smiled. Shall I give you a ride? Sure. Ning Rushuang was not polite at all. She had already taken the initiative to ask for Jiang Nan's WeChat, so how could she refuse? Let's go. Jiang Nan and Ning Rushuang chatted and laughed as they approached a Maybach. After placing the small suitcase in the trunk, they both got into the car. Thank you, Jiang Nan. In the car, Ning Rushuang, having fastened her seatbelt, smiled and thanked him. No problem. Give me your home location, and I'll see which route is the shortest. Jiang Nan was completely unconcerned. Okay. Ning Rushuang immediately provided Jiang Nan with her specific location on the green bubble. South City? Not too far. Jiang Nan nodded and drove the landlord's Maybach onto the road. On the way, the two occasionally exchanged a few words. It seemed awkward, but in reality, it was not awkward at all. Ning Rushuang in the passenger seat occasionally glanced at Jiang Nan, her beautiful face revealing a hint of shy excitement. Men like beautiful women. Similarly, beautiful women like handsome men. This is beyond doubt. Jiang Nan's handsomeness was off the charts, and his temperament was extraordinary, giving off a feeling of a noble son stepping out of a novel. At least, just a glance earlier had made Ning Ruoxuang involuntarily fix her gaze on him. After waiting for a moment, she finally mustered the courage to ask for his WeChat. Ning Ruoxuang occasionally looked at Jiang Nan, and naturally, he also glanced at her from time to time. However, what attracted him more was not the flight attendant's stunningly beautiful face, but the pair of slightly closed, gray sheer stockings that were leaning towards him. To be honest, it was the first time Jiang Nan had seen someone in real life wearing such stockings, and it was worn by a flight attendant like Ning Ruoxuang, who had long legs, perfect proportions, and an absurdly high level of attractiveness. To be fair, Jiang Nan thought that if Ning Ruoxuang did a live stream, just sitting in front of the camera wearing this outfit without saying a word, there would definitely be many people willing to send her gifts. Don't think it's exaggerated. With such a gem entering the live streaming world, as long as she dared to go all out, her money-making ability would definitely be limitless.
Jiang Nan, are you a local from Zhangcheng?
As they passed the halfway point, Ning Ruoxuang took the initiative to speak again.
Yes. Jiang Nan nodded, then looked at her. Aren't you from Zhangcheng? I am too.
Ning Ruoxuang might not be very good at communicating with men. After a couple of exchanges, she fell into an awkward silence.
How many years have you been a flight attendant? It was Jiang Nan's turn, and he asked directly, which airline are you with? Next time I fly, I must buy a ticket for your airline. I'm with Jiangcheng Airlines, I just started a year ago.
Ning Ruoxuang replied obediently. Okay, I used to have a filter for flight attendants, thinking they might only be gentle and lovely on the plane. I didn't expect you to be so gentle off the plane as well. You must have a lot of people pursuing you, right?
Jiang Nan smiled.
Quite a few people pursue me, but I'm a bit socially anxious and private, so basically, those who pursue me have no chance. Ning Ruoxuang nodded, and after saying that, she seemed to realize something and hurriedly added, of course, it's not that I can't go out with them, it's just that I don't have much feeling for those who pursue me. What she said was just a blatant hint.
Jiang Nan smiled knowingly. It seemed that Ning Ruoxuang was a true beauty lover. She really only liked good-looking people.
He didn't think that a more than $1 million Maybach would make such a top-notch flight attendant develop a materialistic mindset. For a flight attendant of her caliber, if she were materialistic, there would be plenty of wealthy second-generation heirs rushing to throw money at her.
Of course, it didn't rule out the possibility that Ning Ruoxuang was waiting for the right offer, but a Maybach really wouldn't make her so proactive. Besides that, there was only one possibility left, an ultimate beauty fanatic. So when is your next flight? Jiang Nan took the initiative. In 2 days, Ning Ruoxuang replied. Are you free at noon? Jiang Nan directly asked. I live in the South City area too. If you're free, can I treat you to a meal later?
Sure. Ning Ruoxuang was also thinking of inviting Jiang Nan to lunch to thank him for taking her back, but she didn't expect him to take the initiative to ask her out, which made her instantly happy.
Ning Ruoxuang's favorability +5.
This unexpected increase of 5 points in favorability caught Jiang Nan off guard, making him look at her a couple more times. At the same time, Ning Ruoxuang was also looking at him.
Their eyes met. In the car, an invisible spark suddenly erupted between them. Ning Ruoxuang's favorability +2. This increase in favorability was a bit too easy, wasn't it?
He had no idea how much temptation his face and extraordinary aura held for a die-hard beauty lover. Especially at such a close distance, Ning Ruoxuang, who had never experienced such a stunning face as Jiang Nan's, couldn't help but feel her heart race. After all, having lived for 24 years, it was the first time she had seen such a handsome man, and just a glance had captivated her.
Half an hour later, South City. At the entrance of a mid-range residential community,
a Maybach slowly came to a stop.
Jiang Nan, how about we go in for a drink?
Ning Ruoxuang in the passenger seat hesitated for a moment and softly invited. After saying this, Jiang Nan saw her pretty face instantly turn bright red. Clearly, this was her first time being so proactive.
Isn't anyone at home? Jiang Nan asked. This is my rented place. I don't live with my family, Ning Ruoxuang replied quietly. All right. Jiang Nan wouldn't refuse such an invitation. Ning Ruoxuang's favorability +3.
Another 3 points of favorability added, and with the previous increase, Ning Ruoxuang, this exceptional flight attendant, now had 25 points of favorability towards Jiang Nan. To be honest, they had only known each other for about an hour, and yet there was already this 25 points of favorability. The progress was indeed quite fast. Soon, Jiang Nan followed Ning Ruoxuang to the underground parking garage of the community she mentioned. After getting out of the car, Jiang Nan took the initiative to help Ning Ruoxuang with her small suitcase. This action immediately earned him another 2 points of favorability.
Ding! The two entered the elevator, and Ning Ruoxuang pressed the button for the 20th floor. Then, taking a deep breath, she stood beside Jiang Nan. Bang! Bang! Bang bang. The distance between them was not far. Jiang Nan's hearing was remarkable, and at this moment, with Ning Ruoxuang's heart racing, he could slightly hear her current unease. Ding!
The elevator reached the first floor, and soon a group of people walked in.
There were elderly, children, men, and women.
With Jiang Nan and Ning Ruoxuang, dressed in her flight attendant uniform, looking so stunning, they naturally attracted the attention of everyone in the elevator. Both men and women occasionally pretended to be nonchalant while glancing back at Ning Ruoxuang and Jiang Nan, only to turn back again. But just a few seconds later, they repeated the act of pretending to be indifferent while looking over again.
Ding! Although there were people getting on the elevator, only a few elderly people with children got off.
So, inexplicably, the elevator became more crowded without anyone noticing.
Seeing the elevator getting a bit cramped, Jiang Nan couldn't help but frown.
Logically speaking, it was normal for there to be many people going down, but how could there be so many people going up, aside from the first floor?
Jiang Nan, there are so many people.
Ning Ruoxuang had already retreated to a corner, but fortunately, there were no other men around her. Otherwise, she would have felt like crying from discomfort.
Should we go down?
Jiang Nan stood in front of Ning Ruoxuang, and the two faced each other, staring. We're almost there, let's hold on a bit longer. Now, at such a close distance, Ning Ruoxuang felt her face was burning, and even her little heart was beating faster than before.
Moreover,
at such a close distance, Jiang Nan's scent is inexplicably pleasant.
Oh my gosh, what's wrong with this man? He's giving me such a huge heart-throbbing temptation.
Ning Ruoxuang occasionally swallowed hard, her face flushed the entire time as she kept her head down, not daring to look up at Jiang Nan. She was truly afraid that if she looked at him a moment longer, she would inexplicably throw herself into his arms.
Ning Ruoxuang's favorability +5. Another 5 points of favorability added.
Jiang Nan was naturally very satisfied.
Ding!
At this moment, the elevator chimed.
Finally, some people were getting off.
However, several men reluctantly stepped off the elevator, looking back 3 times as they left.
The elevator continued to ascend. Soon, they reached the 18th floor.
A few women also got off the elevator, similarly looking back 3 times, their faces filled with reluctance as they exited.
So handsome, isn't he?
If it weren't for his girlfriend being so beautiful, I really wouldn't be able to resist asking him for his number.
My gosh, I've never seen such a handsome man before. I feel like as soon as I got close to him, I couldn't help but stick to him. The elevator doors slowly closed. At this moment, only Jiang Nan and Ning Ruoxuang were left in the elevator.
Hearing the discussions outside, they exchanged a glance and smiled in unison.
Soon, the 20th floor arrived. Jiang Nan also carried Ning Ruoxuang's small suitcase as they exited the elevator.
This way, Ning Ruoxuang led Jiang Nan to the left. My place is a bit small, please excuse me.
Before long, they entered the house one after the other. Ning Ruoxuang's voice sounded a bit shy. Jiang Nan entered with the small suitcase and surveyed the layout of the room.
It wasn't small at all, and the overall decoration style was quite nice, a minimalist style that Jiang Nan really liked. There are no men's slippers.
You can use my slippers instead, but don't worry, they've been washed.
At this moment, Ning Ruoxuang's voice rang out.
Jiang Nan withdrew his gaze and noticed that Ning Ruoxuang was bending down, searching in the shoe cabinet.
From this angle, her graceful and perfect figure was simply unbeatable. At that moment, Ning Ruoxuang turned around, holding a pair of pink slippers and handed them to Jiang Nan, her little face flushed, looking incredibly cute.
Thank you,
Jiang Nan said as he took the slippers and changed into them. At this time, Ning Ruoxuang also took off her high heels, one hand propped against the shoe cabinet, her right leg slightly lifted back. Coincidentally, at that moment, Ning Ruoxuang turned to look back, her right hand just grabbing her high heel, preparing to take it off when she inadvertently met Jiang Nan's somewhat heated gaze.
Ning Ruoxuang's favorability +2.
The two locked eyes again, and the electric spark still exploded between them.
Thud!
The sound of high heels dropping to the ground echoed. At this moment, Jiang Nan finally came back to his senses. Just as he regained his composure, lost in the moment of their gaze, the heart fluttering made Ning Ruoxuang's delicate body soften slightly, and she couldn't stand steady, leaning backward. A flustered cry rang out, and Jiang Nan immediately set down the suitcase, stepped forward, and caught the falling Ning Ruoxuang, pulling her into his arms.
Are you okay?
Jiang Nan looked at Ning Ruoxuang in his embrace, asking with concern. At that moment, Ning Ruoxuang, held in Jiang Nan's arms, felt her breath quicken inexplicably, her stunningly beautiful face flushed with color, her chest rising and falling, clearly indicating her current unease. Hearing Jiang Nan's voice, she felt her body weaken.
I'm fine, she replied in a faint voice. Ning Ruoxuang's favorability +2. Hearing the system's prompt again, Jiang Nan couldn't help but take a deep breath. Thump, thump, thump.
Both Jiang Nan and Ning Ruoshuang's hearts raced at that moment. With Jiang Nan's face closer to hers, Ning Ruoshuang swallowed hard and instinctively closed her eyes slowly.
20 seconds later, Ning Ruoshuang's favorability plus 5. So fast.
Another increase of 5 points in favorability made Jiang Nan feel a surge of emotion.
How long had it been?
Just over an hour since they met, and now Ning Ruoshuang's favorability towards him had already reached an astonishing 41 points.
Incredible! This pace of progress was simply faster than any woman he had ever known. Jiang Nan,
I'm fine now, Ning Ruoshuang said softly, her voice filled with endless shyness.
In contrast to Jiang Nan's incredulity, how could she not feel equally incredulous at this moment?
The two had only known each other for a little over an hour, and she not only brought the man back to her home. Hearing Ning Ruoshuang's words, Jiang Nan helped her up, but his hand did not leave her waist.
After she took off the other high heel,
he naturally wrapped his arms around her and sat down on the living room sofa.
Hiss!
Just as they sat down, the emotions from earlier slowly faded away, and at that moment, Ning Ruoshuang suddenly inhaled sharply, followed by beads of sweat appearing on her forehead, and her brows instantly furrowed.
Did you twist it again? Jiang Nan immediately squatted down. It seems like my left foot is a bit twisted.
Ning Ruoshuang's pretty face was flushed. She had accidentally twisted it earlier, and now her left ankle still hurt a bit.
Let me take a look.
Jiang Nan possessed master-level traditional Chinese medicine skills, able to easily treat everything from difficult ailments to minor injuries. He carefully examined her and noticed that her left ankle was indeed a bit red.
I'll go get you some ice to apply,
Jiang Nan said softly.
I'm really sorry to trouble you,
Ning Ruoshuang said somewhat shyly.
It's no trouble at all.
Jiang Nan shook his head with a smile. Heaven knows, at this moment, he truly had the heart of a healer. With his master-level skills, he wouldn't let his mind wander to anything else in this situation. That was the focus of a master. Hearing Jiang Nan's words, Ning Ruoshuang's pretty face turned even redder, but when she saw Jiang Nan's serious expression, her heart was touched.
Okay, she said softly. Ning Ruoshuang's favorability plus 2.
Hearing the system's prompt, Jiang Nan stood up to go to the kitchen for ice, while also slightly surprised by Ning Ruoshuang, who was blushing and shyly avoiding his gaze. He couldn't help but say softly, I'll go get you some ice to apply, it won't take long.
Okay.
Ning Ruoshuang nodded shyly, still not daring to look at Jiang Nan. When Jiang Nan went to the kitchen to look for ice, she finally raised her head slightly to glance in the kitchen's direction, then let out a heavy sigh, her heart racing faster, feeling her face burning. Unable to help herself, she muttered, Jiang Nan isn't thinking about anything messy, he's seriously helping you with your twisted ankle, and what about you? You're overthinking everything. Spring has really come,
but I just can't help but feel moved.
So gentle, so handsome, truly my heartthrob, like a prince charming from my dreams.
Ning Ruoshuang's favorability plus 2.
At this moment, while Jiang Nan was fiddling with the ice in the kitchen, the system's prompt suddenly rang in his mind, causing him to blink in surprise.
Wow, is it really that easy to gain favor?
In just over an hour, it had reached an astonishing 45 points. It was no exaggeration to say that if something wonderful and indescribable were to happen between him and her, Ning Ruoshuang would likely not refuse.
Encountering a woman who was a face control, my charm is maxed out.
Jiang Nan couldn't help but laugh. As the person involved, he only knew that he was like poison to many women, just a little touch, and they would be completely captivated.
However, he had never seen a woman as exaggerated as Ning Ruoshuang.
Just relying on his face, combined with a little accident, he had easily skyrocketed to 45 points of favorability in just over an hour.
If he added a little more, wouldn't it be possible to reach 90 points of favorability in a single day?
Thinking of this, Jiang Nan suddenly became interested. Ning Ruoshuang's looks were rated at 95 points, surpassing his previous target, Jiang Yan, by 3 points.
Don't underestimate this 3-point difference.
If the two of them were standing together and only one person's comments could be chosen, if Jiang Nan hesitated for even a second, it would be disrespectful to such an exceptional flight attendant as Ning Ruoshuang. In 2 days, let's see if we can find time to raise this woman's favorability to 90 points. Jiang Nan's eyes narrowed slightly, then he took some ice cubes and returned to the living room. Your ankle isn't sprained too badly. Basically, after cold compressing for about 10 minutes, and then hot compressing for 20 to 30 minutes, you should be able to walk freely. Jiang Nan squatted down and pressed the small bag filled with ice against her slightly red ankle. Hiss! The icy sensation made Ning Ruoshuang gasp.
Jiang Nan, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I really wouldn't know what to do about this sprain.
Ning Ruoshuang said shyly.
No need to thank me,
but if you have silver needles at home, I could help you with acupuncture.
In just a few minutes, you would be able to walk freely.
Jiang Nan said softly.
I don't have that, but just using the ice like this feels really good. The pain is almost gone. You say you can do acupuncture? That's impressive. Did you study traditional Chinese medicine?
Ning Rushuan looked at Jiang Nan squatting in front of her, her face unable to hide her excitement. This man is just too gentle. At this moment, Jiang Nan also looked up, their eyes met, and a romantic atmosphere instantly spread. Wait, which guy said he would give gifts yesterday? I didn't see Dandan 15 here _ come on, a few bosses, treat me, let's see some ads and send some free love.
20 minutes later, Ning Rushuan's favorability +2.
Another 2 points of favorability increased. Now, Ning Rushuan's favorability had reached 50 points.
At this moment, her gaze towards Jiang Nan was much more exaggerated than before.
Jiang Nan, her voice was soft, clearly filled with emotion.
Does it still hurt?
Jiang Nan squatted down again, gently holding Ning Rushuan's delicate foot, and said softly, you didn't sprain it too badly.
After cold and hot compresses, it's almost better. Try to walk a couple of steps.
Okay. Ning Rushuan nodded with a flushed face and then stood up from the sofa. Jiang Nan supported her as she took a couple of steps.
It's really fine now.
Ning Rushuan twisted her foot a bit, excitedly hugging Jiang Nan, and exclaimed, Jiang Nan, you're amazing.
I'm glad it's better.
Jiang Nan patted her back, just as he was about to say something else, but Ning Rushuan didn't let him speak again.
Ning Rushuan's favorability +1. Ning Rushuan's favorability +2. Ning Rushuan's favorability +3.
A full 2.5 hours passed, bringing the time to exactly noon. In the living room, Jiang Nan let out a long breath, a satisfied smile appearing on his face.
Because Ning Rushuan's favorability had reached 80 points.
Plop! Jiang Nan lit a cigarette and began to puff out smoke. In just one morning, Ning Rushuan's favorability had reached 80 points. To be honest, this speed of progress was truly unexpected.
80 points of favorability.
It seems that raising it to 90 points with Ning Rushuan will be much easier than with that Jiang Yan woman.
Jiang Nan's eyes flickered.
After all, Ning Rushuan already had 80 points of favorability towards him.
If he put in a little more effort, that little welfare task might be easily completed.
Moreover, from Ning Rushuan's attitude towards him, it was clear that she was a complete face control. Just saying some sweet words and treating her a bit better might directly shoot her favorability up to 90 points.
Ha!
Jiang Nan gently exhaled a puff of smoke and took out his phone to check it. He had been too busy to reply to messages before, but now he opened each message box one by one to respond.
Mengqingxiu, darling, I've safely returned to the Magic City. Jiang Nan, I took a nap as soon as I got back. I'll find time to come to the Magic City to see you. Landlady, you little rascal, Xiao has already left. Which woman's bed have you climbed into now? You don't even know to come back and comfort your sister's sadness.
Jiang Nan, I was handling some matters.
Su Yun, are you free tonight?
Jiang Nan, hard to say, I'll see later.
Lin Man, brother Jiang Nan, today is 520. Jiang Nan, I'll find you later.
After replying to all the messages, Jiang Nan realized he had already finished his cigarette. He shook his head and extinguished it, feeling a few beads of sweat forming on his forehead.
Goodness,
with only a few close confidants around him, who would have thought that on this 520 day, it would be so exhausting. I can't take it anymore. It seems I need to lay my cards on the table with a few of them, or else running around like this is too tiring.
Jiang Nan pondered and directly created a group chat on WeChat. Jiang Nan, 1.
Jiang Nan at Landlady, at Su Yun, at Lin Man. I have some matters to attend to right now. You all chat well today on 520, and I'll come find you once I'm done.
After creating the group chat and tagging everyone with that message, Jiang Nan exited WeChat.
He was never one to be indecisive, always a practical person of action. Once he decided to do something, he wouldn't procrastinate for a second. Just like now, he created the group and let the landlady and the 3 girls chat among themselves. If they got along well, it would save him the trouble of finding each one later.
Besides, the landlady, Su Yun, and Lin Man, wasn't this a classic case of 3 missing one? Maybe we can even play mahjong today.
Jiang Nan thought as he arrived at Ning Rushuan's bedroom, gently sitting down by the bed. He reached out and stroked her blushing face, noticing her breath had inexplicably quickened, and said, "What's wrong? You weren't this shy earlier, but now you're even more bashful."
Bad guy.
Ning Rushuan's long eyelashes fluttered, and then her beautiful big eyes stared directly at Jiang Nan, her voice soft and filled with endless shyness.
As they spoke, a hint of confusion appeared on Ning Rushuan's face.
If someone had told her about such things yesterday, she would have definitely scolded that woman for being improper.
But now, this was actually happening to her. Was she being improper?
This is love at first sight. Jiang Nan reached out to smooth the slightly messy hair on Ning Rushuan's forehead, leaned down to kiss her forehead, and smiled. Don't think too much, it will only lead to your own inner turmoil.
Are you hungry? Ning Ruoxuang's favorability +1. Give me a hug.
Ning Ruoxuang opened her arms, and the blanket covering her slipped down.
Ah, Ning Ruoxuang exclaimed. Jiangnan said, still shy? Go wash up. Let's go out for a meal.
As he spoke, he directly picked Ning Ruoxuang up in a princess carry, his strong arms making her heart race even faster.
Looking at this man full of boyfriend energy in his embrace, she couldn't help but like him more and more. Ning Ruoxuan's favorability +2.
With another 2 points of favorability gained, it was now 83 points. Only 7 more points were needed to reach 90 points and complete the welfare task. Almost there, almost there. Jiang Nan took a deep breath, looking at the shy and lovely Ning Ruoxuang in his arms, his eyes filled with tenderness. This woman was truly his lucky star. Her appearance was just too timely. Meanwhile, in a university cafeteria, just finished preparing the meal, Lin Manman sat down at an empty spot and took out her phone to check a notification on WeChat, immediately clicking on it. Jiang Nan at Landlady, at Su Yun, at Lin Manman. I have something to take care of right now. You all chat well today on 5:20, and I'll come find you after I'm done.
A message entered her view, not just her.
The landlady and Su Yun also opened the group chat and saw Jiang Nan's message tagging them.
After about a minute or two, no one in the group spoke a word. Just as the landlady was about to say something, Lin Manman at Xiajiqing, at Su Yun, hello sisters, I'm Lin Manman, please take care of me in the future. The landlady and Su Yun saw Lin Manman's message and immediately clicked on her profile, and when they saw a very cute and pretty young girl, they all responded eagerly. Landlady at Lin Manman, hello Manman, I'm Xiajiqing, you can just call me Sister Xia from now on.
No need to say anything about taking care of each other. We'll all be sisters from now on.
Su Yun at Lin Manman, hi Manman, I'm Su Yun. I should be a bit older than you. You can call me Sister Yun, just like Sister Xia said. We'll all be good sisters and should take care of each other.
Landlady at Su Yun, at Lin Manman, I haven't had lunch yet. How about we arrange a lunch together?
On Jiang Nan's side,
he didn't check his phone, so he naturally didn't know that the 3 women in the group had started planning lunch.
Even if he knew, he wouldn't be surprised at all.
There was no need to say much about the landlady and Su Yun. They had long understood each other.
As for Lin Manman, with her pleasing and obedient personality, and not liking to compete too much, to be honest, Jiang Nan wouldn't worry at all about her not fitting in with the landlady and Su Yun's little team. At this moment,
he was carrying Ning Ruoxuang out of the bathroom, and after helping her get dressed, they both walked out of the bedroom. Besides her flight attendant uniform, Ning Ruoxuang didn't have many clothes, most of them were simple styles. For example, right now, she wore a pair of jeans paired with a simple white t-shirt, her hair cascading down her shoulders, looking just like a girl next door. It must be said, at this level of beauty, she was truly stunning even without makeup, making one's heart flutter uncontrollably. Her skin condition was simply too good.
How about putting on some light makeup before going out?
Ning Ruoxuang hooked her arm around Jiang Nan's as they passed a mirror, glancing at herself and saying somewhat unconfidently,
no need, in this natural state, I think you can outshine many fully made-up beauties.
Jiang Nan wasn't just flattering, he was speaking the truth.
You really have a sweet tongue.
Ning Ruoxuang immediately smiled and leaned closer to Jiang Nan, but still took out a lipstick from her small bag and lightly applied it.
You look much more spirited now.
Ning Ruoxuang looked left and right, nodding her head in satisfaction, then met Jiang Nan's gaze and immediately shyly blushed, kissing his cheek.
When she saw the lipstick mark on his face, she couldn't help but laugh, quickly reaching out to wipe it off, continuing, Jiang Nan, what do you want to eat? Weren't you just calling me hubby a moment ago? What's this? Are you heartless after having your fun?
Jiang Nan wrapped his arms around Ning Ruoxuang's slim waist, teasing her. So annoying Ning Ruoxuang playfully punched Jiang Nan, but when she saw the expectant look in his eyes, she shyly lowered her head and obediently called out, hubby.
Ning Ruoxuang's favorability +2. So obedient. Jiang Nan smiled.
Ning Ruoxuang's personality is also of the obedient type. She basically never refuses any of Jiang Nan's various requests. Even when faced with more embarrassing situations, she chooses to comply and compromise under Jiang Nan's soft persuasion. Just this point alone makes Jiang Nan extremely fond of her. After all, this woman is not only original but also a stunning beauty with a score of 95. Although it doesn't have that sense of conquest, the feeling of Ning Ruoxuang eagerly coming forward to offer herself feels even more intense than the satisfaction of having to conquer someone.
What do you want to eat? Jiang Nan asked softly as he wrapped his arm around Ning Ruoxuang and walked out the door, waiting at the elevator. I'm fine with anything.
I usually just whip up some home-cooked dishes when I get off work, so you can choose whatever you want, and I'll just eat what you eat, Ning Ruoxuang replied, snuggling against Jiang Nan.
Alright, let me see if there are any suitable home-cooked restaurants. Ding! the elevator arrived.
As Jiang Nan took out his phone and walked in with Ning Ruoshuang, he caught a glimpse of the group chat notifications out of the corner of his eye. Wow, there were more than one message mentioning him. Glancing at Ning Ruoshuang beside him, he clicked into WeChat.
99 plus.
Seeing that the group chat he created had already reached 99 plus messages in such a short time made his eyes widen slightly. He jumped to the beginning and started to check.
Wow, these women really formed a team.
With Ning Ruoshuang beside him, Jiang Nan naturally read quickly, scrolling down until he had finished reading everything before reaching the first floor.
Ding! The elevator arrived at the basement level, and Jiang Nan and Ning Ruoshuang walked out.
They headed to the Maybach car.
Just as Jiang Nan was about to casually locate a home-cooked restaurant, his phone vibrated.
Calmly, Jiang Nan picked up his phone and glanced at it. It was an unfamiliar number from Jiang City.
Hello. Jiang Nan answered the call. Mr. Jiang Nan, I am Li Jing, the private housekeeper of Villa No. 001 in Jiang City, Tianfu.
A clear, cold voice came from the phone.
Is there something you need?
Jiang Nan asked while driving with one hand.
Yes, Mr.
Jiang Nan, the Jiang City Tianfu Property Management would like to know if you want to hire some cleaners, gardeners, and professional drivers. Li Jing's voice rang out. Hearing this, Jiang Nan thought for a moment and replied, cleaners and gardeners are fine, but no drivers. You can make the decisions on these matters. Just let me know if the budget is tight.
Understood.
Li Jing replied respectfully.
Talk later.
Jiang Nan hung up the phone and set it aside, but at that moment, he noticed Ning Ruoshuang in the passenger seat looking at him with a strange expression.
What's wrong? Jiang Nan asked with a light laugh.
Villa, cleaners,
gardeners? Honey, you
are quite something, Ning Ruoshuang said. Though she hadn't heard Li Jing's words clearly, she could guess some things from what Jiang Nan said.
Not bad. How about we have lunch and then you come over to my place for a bit?
Jiang Nan said with a smile.
Is there anyone at your home? Ning Ruoshuang hesitated.
No one, maybe just a private housekeeper, Jiang Nan replied.
I usually don't stay there. If you like it there, why not move in?
Hearing this, Ning Ruoshuang's mouth slightly opened, and her breath caught for a moment, then she quietly said, You said you don't often stay there. It seems meaningless for me to move in.
What do you mean by meaningless? Don't you have a job?
Jiang Nan looked at the woman, reached out and gently pinched her nose, smiling, You finish work, and I'll come to keep you company.
When you go to work, I can just return to my usual place. Why does it feel strange?
Upon hearing this, Ning Ruoshuang swallowed hard and glanced at Jiang Nan with a peculiar expression. It seemed that only now did she realize that she had known Jiang Nan for just one morning and had already experienced indescribable wonderful things with him.
It seemed she didn't know this man on a deeper level at all. What if he has a girlfriend?
The thought crossed her mind, and Ning Ruoshuang's pretty face instantly paled. The car continued to drive. The pretty face of Ning Ruoshuang in the passenger seat also gradually turned whiter.
Why does your face look a bit off?
At that moment, Jiang Nan noticed that Ning Ruoshuang's expression was not quite right and immediately became concerned.
I'm fine.
Seeing Jiang Nan's genuine concern, Ning Ruoshuang couldn't help but take a deep breath, pat her little face, opened her mouth as if to say something, but ultimately shook her head and said softly, Let's talk about it when my rental contract expires this month. She forced herself not to overthink these things, as it was indeed too exhausting. Since it had already happened, she would pretend to know nothing. Only in this way could this relationship, which had not truly begun, perhaps not come to an end.
Moreover, to be honest, if Ning Ruoshuang were to leave just because Jiang Nan might have a girlfriend, how could she bear it?
Besides, it was all just her speculation.
Maybe Jiang Nan didn't have a girlfriend?
Thinking of this, Ning Ruoshuang seemed to have perfectly convinced herself. That pale little face quickly returned to normal. An hour later, after finishing lunch, Jiang Nan drove the Maybach he had borrowed from the landlord's wife slowly into the Jiangcheng Tianfu community.
Honey, your villa is in Jiangcheng Tianfu?
Upon entering the Jiangcheng Tianfu community, Ning Ruoshuang was momentarily stunned. Being a local of Jiangcheng, she naturally knew how outrageous the housing prices were in Jiangcheng Tianfu.
Moreover, because there were only 9 villas, the prices for the villas in Jiangcheng Tianfu were even higher. And Jiang Nan's villa was actually one of the villas in Jiangcheng Tianfu? Yes. Jiang Nan smiled and nodded, looking at the incredulous Ning Ruoshuang, and said softly, So, what do you think? Do you like the environment of this community? If you think it's good, you can move here.
Although the community where Ning Ruoshuang lived was not a low-end one, it was still mixed. To be honest, living in Jiangcheng Tianfu was definitely much safer than the small apartment she rented. With the housing prices and luxury level in Jiangcheng Tianfu, I doubt anyone would say they don't like it. Ning Ruoshuang couldn't help but exclaim, rolling down the car window to look at the green trees and gardens along the path, excitedly saying, Is this where the upper class lives? The air does seem much fresher. Hearing this, Jiang Nan couldn't help but shake his head and smile, not bringing up the topic of her moving in again. This woman was still in an excited state. How could she absorb what he was saying now? Soon, they drove straight to the main entrance. Inside the car, Ning Ruoxuan looked at the villa number 001, which resembled a small manor, and her mouth immediately formed a big O, unable to help but exclaim, "My God, is this really a villa? It feels like it's not much different from the manors on TV. You could say it's a small manor." Jiang Nan took out his phone, opened an app, and after pressing a button, the gate slowly opened. Jiang Nan drove in, and the gate automatically closed behind them. Driving all the way to the underground garage, when getting out of the car and looking at the Porsche Cayenne, Jiang Nan glanced again at the large underground garage, which had only these two cars, and couldn't help but frown slightly. It seemed that it was indeed time to purchase some luxury cars. With such a large underground garage, having just two cars was somewhat lacking in presence. Jiang Nan wrapped his arm around Ning Ruoxuan and headed straight to the first floor, passing by the private cinema on the negative first floor, the indoor swimming pool, and various leisure lounges, which truly opened Ning Ruoxuan's eyes. Is this the life of the wealthy? Without stepping out, you can still play whatever you want. Just as they arrived on the first floor, Jiang Nan heard Li Jing's voice coming from the kitchen, instructing someone, "Remember, it must be cleaned thoroughly, every day it needs to be cleaned." The boss doesn't lack money, but lacks emotional value. Understood. Several aunties' voices responded. Li Jing walked out of the kitchen and suddenly saw Jiang Nan and Ning Ruoxuan. She was momentarily taken aback, then hurriedly jogged over, respectfully bowing to Jiang Nan, and as she raised her head, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the beautiful Ning Ruoxuan. After looking a little longer, a look of surprise flickered in her eyes. However, her surprise was not due to Ning Ruoxuan's beauty. Rather, she felt that this beautiful girl looked somewhat familiar. "I brought my girlfriend over to take a look, Li Jie, you just carry on with what you're doing. By the way, I'll give you some money later to buy a car for transportation." Regular cleaners and gardeners probably don't live in the villa, right? Jiang Nan asked. "They don't, but, boss, I occasionally stay over," Li Jing replied softly, retracting her gaze from Ning Ruoxuan. "It's fine, when I'm not around, I still need you to keep an eye on the villa. You can move in directly, and if you need anything, just let me know," Jiang Nan said. It would be a lie to say he wasn't interested in such a beautiful woman as Li Jing, but currently, this woman had seen Lin Manman and now Ning Ruoxuan. If he really wanted to win her over, it might be a bit challenging. At least, Li Jing hadn't shown any interest in him yet, and there were no points of approach, so Jiang Nan wasn't in a hurry. Yes, Li Jing appeared very respectful, completely the attitude of a private housekeeper facing her boss. To this, Jiang Nan remained indifferent. No matter which woman, eventually, there would come a day when she would reveal her inner weaknesses. Time was still long, and Jiang Nan wasn't worried at all about not finding a breakthrough point into Li Jing's heart later on. "I'll take you upstairs to have a look." Jiang Nan smiled slightly, wrapping his arm around Ning Ruoxuan as they walked towards the second floor. As Ning Ruoxuan climbed the stairs to the second floor, she turned back to take a look. Coincidentally, Li Jing also turned to glance back. The two high-value beauties, both scoring 95 points, locked eyes. Li Jing immediately nodded with a friendly smile. As for Ning Ruoxuan, after a moment of surprise, she also nodded and turned back, her brow slightly furrowed as she quietly asked, "Hubby, that sister just now was really pretty." "Her name is Li Jing, she's the private housekeeper of the villa," Jiang Nan introduced. Li Jing, with such a beautiful private housekeeper in the villa, you really don't live here often? Upon hearing this name, Ning Ruoxuan's eyes flickered, and then she pursed her lips, somewhat sourly whispering, "No way, I'm moving over tomorrow. I want to see if you really don't live here often." Ha ha ha. Alright, Jiang Nan knew this woman was just looking for an excuse to move in. If something really happened, once she went to work, how would she know what was happening at home? At this moment, after Jiang Nan and Ning Ruoxuan entered the master bedroom and locked the door, on the first floor, in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, Li Jing took out her phone and opened a chat app called Penguin. Soon, she opened the category for her middle school graduation photos and began to browse. Finally, she clicked on a photo, her gaze fixating on a chubby girl, and then she shifted her attention to a very beautiful girl standing in the center of the photo. Ning Ruoxuan. What a coincidence, she murmured softly. Half an hour later, Jiang Nan and Ning Ruoxuan walked out of the master bedroom. Jiang Nan looked refreshed, while Ning Ruoxuan's face was flushed. occasionally biting her lip and reapplying lipstick from her bag. When she looked at Jiang Nan, her eyes were filled with flirtation.
Soon, the two descended to the second floor.
"Boss, the cleaner and gardener have finished their work, and I've let them leave," Li Jing said as she hurried over upon hearing footsteps from the side hall on the first floor. "I know," Jiang Nan nodded, preparing to wrap his arm around Ning Rushuang and head to the underground garage on the basement level. However, Ning Rushuang looked at Li Jing and said, "You
are Li Jing?"
"Yes," Li Jing smiled and nodded.
"Where did you go to middle school?"
Ning Rushuang asked, looking deeply at Li Jing.
"At Nanchang No."
"For middle school," Li Jing replied.
"What class?"
Ning Rushuang's eyes flickered for a moment.
"Class 7. It really is you, Li Jing." Ning Rushuang's face showed surprise upon hearing Li Jing's answer.
"It is indeed a bit of a coincidence." Li Jing's smile deepened slightly. "Honey, Li Jing is my middle school classmate. We were in the same class," Ning Rushuang exclaimed with delight, then looked Li Jing up and down, saying, "I've heard for a long time that you went on a crazy diet in high school and ended up looking so good, but I didn't expect you to be this beautiful now.
A single weight gain can ruin everything."
In middle school, Li Jing was often referred to as the fat girl by most of her classmates.
Because of this, she was considered the ugliest girl in her class and even the entire grade. Bullying was a common occurrence.
Ning Rushuang had a strong impression of this chubby girl from middle school because she was indeed capable academically, and in the second half of their third year, they happened to become deskmates. Thanks to Li Jing's help, Ning Rushuang performed quite well in that crucial semester, and although she didn't get into the key high school, Nanchang No. 1 high school, she barely qualified for the decent Nanchang No.
2 high school.
"You still look beautiful," Li Jing quietly complimented Ning Rushuang, then glanced at Jiang Nan, who looked slightly surprised, and suddenly felt a bit awkward. One was the only girl who had ever shown her kindness in middle school, and the other was her current boss. If Ning Rushuang didn't recognize her, or if she was one of the classmates who had bullied her before, then Li Jing would definitely pretend she knew nothing.
But Jiang Nan was her boss. She couldn't just secretly tell Ning Rushuang that the boss might have more than one girlfriend, could she? Forget it. I'll act like I don't know anything. The boss is so handsome and wealthy. Maybe Ning Rushuang is already aware of it? If I say something, it would make me feel out of place.
In just a moment, Li Jing had made her decision. After all, compared to her job, the kindness Ning Rushuang had shown her in middle school had already been repaid when she helped her with some problems back then. So, she naturally leaned more towards her current job. The main thing was that suitable and easy jobs were hard to find these days, and a good boss like Jiang Nan, who was so carefree and unconcerned, was even harder to come by. Buzz buzz buzz.
At that moment, Jiang Nan's phone in his pocket vibrated.
Watching Ning Rushuang and Li Jing chatting happily, he stepped aside and took out his phone to make a call. "Jiang Nan, that Zhang Dong has been sent to a juvenile detention center."
It was a call from Chiu Rueyue.
"Okay, this kid is really bold. At such a young age, he has such a meticulous mind. I wonder what he will do when he really grows up."
Upon hearing the news from Chiu Rueyue, Jiang Nan's eyes narrowed.
This kid's gaze was too fierce. If he were to get out, who knows what kind of trouble he would cause. As for killing him, Jiang Nan had thought about it, but it was not feasible at the moment. His father, Jiang Qiqiang, has also been locked up, and as for his mother, I don't know where she ran off to, Chiu Rueyue said softly.
When disaster strikes, everyone runs for their lives.
It's only a matter of time before Zhang Dong's family falls apart.
Jiang Nan didn't feel the slightest bit of sympathy for this family. "I don't have much going on today. Are you free in the afternoon? How about we go out for a meal with your girlfriend?" Chiu Rueyue extended the invitation. "She has gone back to the Magic City," Jiang Nan replied. "Gone back to the Magic City?"
Chiu Rueyue's voice clearly carried a hint of surprise, but she quickly cleared her throat and said softly, "Well, that does make it a bit difficult to arrange. I have some things to handle in the afternoon as well. Let's have a meal another day and talk about that Zhang Dong matter." Jiang Nan was determined not to let that kid escape from the juvenile detention center.
"Sure, I'm basically free in the afternoon. Just let me know when you want to go out, and I can make it." Chiu Rueyue immediately responded happily. "Okay, then I'll get back to work for now. We'll talk later." Jiang Nan hung up the phone, made a note of Chiu Rueyue's number, and then looked over at Ning Rushuang and Li Jing, who were deep in conversation. At that moment, he also noticed Li Jing's outfit. Still in her familiar professional attire, black stockings paired with a fitted skirt. Jiang Nan had noticed from their first meeting that this woman was quite striking, and today, as he looked at her again, he instinctively focused on her upper body. "Wow!" Jiang Nan approached. "Honey, are you going to be busy?" "I'm going to go out with Li Jing for a bit and see if we need to move some things over." Ning Rushuang immediately hooked her arm around Jiang Nan's, speaking in a playful tone. "Sure." Jiang Nan had planned to take Ning Rushuang out for some shopping, and since she wanted to go with Li Jing, he naturally wouldn't refuse, saying, "Give me your bank card number. Buy whatever you like,
and just let me know if you need more. Honey, I'm just going to browse. I won't really buy anything. Ning Rushuang shook her head. It's fine, if you see something you like, just get it. Jiang Nan's tone was firm. Alright, then I'll listen to you. Ning Rushuang's calling him honey was becoming more and more fluent. Ning Rushuang's favorability +2. Li Jing's favorability +5. The system notification sound echoed in Jiang Nan's mind, and he glanced at Li Jing, just in time to catch a fleeting look of envy on her face, which made his gaze flicker slightly. Soon, Ning Rushuang sent her bank card number, and Jiang Nan didn't waste any time. He directly transferred 2 million over, then sent 2 million to Li Jing. Honey, boss? When the amounts were credited, both Ning Rushuang and Li Jing looked at Jiang Nan in shock, exclaiming in unison, why did you transfer so much? Is it too much? Jiang Nan was surprised. It's not too much. 2 million isn't too much? 2 million for a car? After they finished speaking, Ning Rushuang and Li Jing exchanged astonished glances, both wearing expressions of disbelief. Goodness, how rich must he be? Take it, if you don't use it all, just keep it. There will always be things you need to buy. Jiang Nan waved his hand nonchalantly, then took out a car key and said, this is the key to the Cayenne. If you want to go out for a stroll, drive this car. Ning Rushuang dazedly took the key and saw Jiang Nan waving as he headed towards the underground garage. Ding! Congratulations, host, the transaction was successful. You have received a tenfold rebate, 72 million yuan. At this moment, the system's prompt sound also echoed in Jiang Nan's mind. When he arrived at the underground garage, 2 more sounds rang out in his mind. Ning Rushuang's favorability +1, Li Jing's favorability +2. Jiang Nan nodded in satisfaction. Currently, Ning Rushuang's favorability towards him had reached as high as 88 points. He only needed 2 more points to complete his small welfare task. Logically, if he followed Ning Rushuang, he might successfully increase that last 2 points of favorability soon, but he felt he should give these 2 women some space to interact. That last 2 points of favorability was a sure thing. If not today, then tomorrow. So Jiang Nan didn't need to be too anxious. Today was May 20th, and the landlady, Su Yun, and Lin Manman were also missing one person, so he needed to accompany them. He couldn't just stay with one woman and get tired of it, right? As Jiang Nan got into the car and drove the Maybach out of Villa No. 001, at that moment, inside Villa No. 001, Ning Rushuang and Li Jing were just regaining their composure. Li Jing, how rich is my man? Ning Rushuang swallowed lightly. Very, very rich, I suppose. Moreover, it should be beyond our imagination. Li Jing took a deep breath and said solemnly, you should know that the villas in Jiangqing Tianfu are very expensive, right? Yeah, isn't there a rumor that the last villa sold for 3 small targets? Ning Rushuang was somewhat aware of these rumors. That villa was just an average one among the 9 villas in Jiangqing Tianfu, while the one the boss bought is Villa No. 001. From the name, you should be able to tell how impressive this villa is. Li Jing explained. Villa No. 001? The villa we are in is actually the legendary Villa No. 001? Ning Rushuang's pupils constricted and widened, revealing a look of shock on her face. Speaking of this villa, she did know a little. She was a flight attendant, and because of her high looks, her superiors usually had her stay in first class, so she could occasionally hear some news. For instance, this Villa No. 001 was rumored to have been sought after by a tycoon from another city, who wanted to buy it for 800 million but was refused. That's a whole 800 million, and it couldn't buy this villa, which shows that this villa probably requires more than just money to purchase. I don't know the exact transaction price of this villa, but I believe the boss spent quite a bit, and he likely has a very powerful background. Li Jing speculated, of course. This is just my guess. Alright, we can't talk too much about this topic. After all, I am the boss's private housekeeper, and it would be too disrespectful to gossip about the boss. Wait. Ning Rushuang took a deep breath, staring intently at Li Jing, and said solemnly, has Jiang Nan ever brought other women back? No. Li Jing answered directly without a hint of hesitation. Phew. Upon hearing this answer, Ning Rushuang let out a sigh of relief, her face showing a happy expression. By now, after her previous self-persuasion, she actually no longer cared whether Jiang Nan had a girlfriend before. Now, upon hearing Li Jing's response, she naturally felt that she was quite important in Jiang Nan's heart. Otherwise, how could he possibly let her move into such a luxurious villa? Seeing the smile on Ning Rushuang's face, Li Jing maintained her expression, secretly relieved. This is what I call a kind lie. Good for me, good for you, and good for the boss too. Ning Rushuang's favorability +1. Overhearing Jiang Nan, on the way to the old town, a prompt sound from the system echoed in his mind, which brought a look of surprise to his face. 89 points of favorability. Just 1 more point of favorability, and I can complete that little welfare task. By the way,
Why did it suddenly increase by 1 point? Could it be that this woman is self-strategizing? Jiang Nan thought to himself, shaking his head and laughing. If that's the case, then it really is like sitting in a car while favorability comes from the sky. Perhaps this woman will self-strategize again, and he would inexplicably complete the welfare task, which would be quite nice. He still had one lottery chance left, so he wasn't in a hurry to use it. He would wait until he completed that welfare task first. Half an hour later, in the community where the landlady lived, a Maybach slowly stopped in front of the small apartment building he rented. Looking at the Pagani Huayra parked beside it, Jiang Nan checked and found no scratches, nodding slightly to himself. Just as he was about to go upstairs, he noticed a camera directly in front of him, which made him raise his eyebrows. Is this the landlady's camera? Thinking carefully, this old community really should have several cameras in various places for safety. Otherwise, if another little girl gets kidnapped and is directly bagged and taken away, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. He went straight up to the 3rd floor. Jiang Nan gently knocked on the door at the landlady's house. Coming, a voice rang out, and Jiang Nan immediately recognized it as Lin Manman. Jiang Nan Gij. When the door opened, Lin Manman appeared in Jiang Nan's sight, dressed in a blue and white top paired with a white pleated skirt, her hair styled in cute twin ponytails. Looking down from above, unlike before when she usually wore a pair of thin white ankle socks, today Lin Manman was wearing a pair of black ankle socks with bows. Jiang Nan Gij. Lin Manman immediately pounced into Jiang Nan's arms, rubbing her head against his chest. Have you missed me so much after such a short time apart? Jiang Nan hugged Lin Manman and then entered the house, closing the door behind him. He had only said one sentence, but as the door closed, it seemed that Lin Manman's delicate body suddenly softened as if receiving some signal. After a few minutes, footsteps sounded. I was wondering why it took so long to open the door. It turns out it was. The landlady looked at Lin Manman, who was panicking, with a teasing expression. Sister Xia, Lin Manman called out nervously. You little rascal, it shouldn't take that long to drop off Jochio. Why are you only now free to see us? The landlady was wearing a blue long dress today, and her beautiful presence was still striking. When at home, she usually tied her silver hair up, and now it was no different, giving off a unique charm. I was handling some matters, Jiang Nan replied. Is that so? The landlady showed a disbelieving expression, then glanced at Lin Manman and smiled. I need to use the restroom. Lin Manman hurriedly ran towards the bathroom. Where's Yun Jie? Jiang Nan changed the subject, glancing around the living room but not seeing Su Yun. In the piano room, the landlady gestured towards the piano room, just as Su Yun walked out from inside. Dressed in a floral dress, her hair elegantly styled, upon closer inspection, she had surprisingly put on a light makeup, which made Jiang Nan's eyes light up. Although Su Yun's looks only scored a 90, her gentle and amiable demeanor, embodying the qualities of a virtuous wife and good mother, could easily add several points in Jiang Nan's eyes. You could say he indeed had a preference for this type of woman, but really, which man wouldn't like it? Yun Jia. Jiang Nan opened his arms to the shy Su Yun. She quickly walked over and nestled obediently in his embrace. You little rascal, sister. At that moment, the landlady whispered something in Jiang Nan's ear, instantly brightening his eyes. Around 5 in the afternoon, on the small balcony of the living room. Click. Jiang Nan contentedly lit a cigarette, the smoke swirling around him, his face filled with excitement. During this time, whether it was the landlady, Su Yun, or Lin Manman, all had their favorability increase by 1 point. Similarly, all 3 of their looks would also rise by 1 point. This meant he had directly gained 3 lottery chances. Adding to the previous one, I now have 4 lottery chances in hand. Jiang Nan's eyes sparkled with a strange light as he pondered whether to draw rewards directly. But, with 4 chances saved up, he really wanted to see if he could save up for a 10 consecutive draw. Damn, the system said last time that a single draw could yield miracles. Let's do it. Jiang Nan took a couple of hard puffs on his cigarette, then extinguished it, directly communicating with the system in his mind. System, start the lottery for me. In an instant, as soon as his words fell, a virtual 3D spinning wheel appeared before him. Whoosh! The familiar sound of the lottery began to ring out. In just a few seconds, it spun countless times. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully won 100 million yuan. Only 100 million? Continue. Whoosh! The pointer spun again. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully won a globally limited luxury supercar, Bugatti Divo. Another limited edition luxury supercar? Jiang Nan's eyebrows raised slightly. Good heavens, this system really wanted him to flaunt it to the fullest. Moreover, this car sounded quite high-end. He wondered how it compared to his Pagani Huayra, which was cooler or more expensive. Continue. Whoosh! The pointer spun again. Ding! Congratulations, host!
you have successfully won 100 million cash plus Master Chef level cooking skills. Oh, the reward from the third draw made Zhang Nan's face show surprise. Good heavens, did he just hit the jackpot? Immediately, he leaned closer to the virtual 3D spinning wheel and saw that the tiny text indeed read 100 million cash plus Master Chef level cooking skills. Not only that, next to this reward, it even stated 100 million cash plus infinite charm ability. Infinite charm? He already considered himself quite charming. If he really drew this ability, wouldn't he instantly transform into a charm demon, making it so that any woman who saw him couldn't resist? Just thinking about it feels a bit exaggerated. Zhang Nan shook his head, imagining that as soon as he stepped out, a swarm of women would rush over, and while they were all beauties, the key was that this charm wouldn't just work on beauties but would definitely be effective on all women. He even wondered if it would work on some men who liked men. Forget it. Zhang Nan shivered and shook his head, continuing, start the fourth lottery. Buy UBU. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have won 10 years of lifespan, can be traded in this lottery. What the heck? The moment the notification sound for the fourth lottery prize rang out, Zhang Nan's eyes widened, and an expression of disbelief instantly appeared on his face. Lifespan. He actually won 10 years of lifespan in this lottery. Moreover, that's not the main point. The key thing is that this 10 years of lifespan can be traded. This is what shocked Zhang Nan the most. System, does this 10 years of lifespan mean I can trade it to others? Zhang Nan took a deep breath and immediately inquired in his mind. Correct. The system replied instantly. What about those who are already dead? Zhang Nan's eyes narrowed slightly. Can bring people back to life. The system's voice continued to echo in Zhang Nan's mind. Holy crap, this is incredible. Hearing the system's explanation, Zhang Nan's pupils suddenly constricted and expanded. A product of the system must be a premium item. This is just the tip of the iceberg of the Wheel of Fortune rewards. The system's voice rang out, then prompted, there is one thing the system needs to remind the host. What? Zhang Nan was taken aback for a moment. Among every 10 lottery chances, there is a probability of obtaining an extraordinary reward. The system's voice continued. So, you mean the 10 years of tradable lifespan I just got is this so-called extraordinary reward? Zhang Nan instantly understood, a thoughtful expression appearing on his face, and then he asked, then, is there a way to guarantee this extraordinary reward in the lottery? Yes. The system's voice echoed in Zhang Nan's mind. Hearing this, Zhang Nan's eyes lit up. 10 lottery chances can be exchanged for one extraordinary lottery chance. The system's voice continued. Holy crap, that's a bit harsh. 10 lottery chances just to exchange for one extraordinary lottery chance. The difficulty is certainly not simple. After all, he hasn't even drawn 10 times yet. However, where there is difficulty, there is challenge. Moreover, this extraordinary reward is extremely generous. The value of this 10 years of tradable lifespan is unimaginable. For a person who is already dead, as long as Zhang Nan wants them to live, he can bring them back to life. As long as it's within 10 years, he can keep them alive. This is no longer the level of a mortal. It truly belongs to a transcendent level, a godlike ability. At this rate, one day I might become a godlike existence in this world. Zhang Nan's eyes sparkled with a strange light. Ning Rushuang's favorability +1. Just as Zhang Nan was infinitely looking forward to the future, suddenly, a system notification sound rang in his mind. This inexplicably increased to 90 points of favorability? Ding! Ning Rushuang's favorability has reached 90 points. Congratulations, host, you have successfully completed the welfare side quest. Reward, permanent ownership of Jiangcheng Building, 100 million cash reward, master level physical skills. Task completed, rewards obtained. The moment he received the master level physical skills, Zhang Nan felt an overwhelming influx of memories that did not belong to him. He closed his eyes to absorb it, then slowly opened them, clenched his fist, and unleashed a punch into the air. Crackle! The sound of firecrackers exploded in the air, revealing a look of shock on his face. With this punch, I feel that not to mention a cow, even a fierce tiger would be killed on the spot by me. Zhang Nan couldn't help but gasp in awe. A master knows their skill. Now, he is a master of physical skills, fully aware of how exaggerated his strength is. And his mind was filled with numerous ancient martial arts, such as Baji Quan and the 12 Paths of Tan Tue. There was no technique related to physical combat that he couldn't master. Master, truly a master. Zhang Nan's eyes sparkled with a strange light. He didn't know if his current strength could take on several opponents, but, at the very least, he could fend off 4 or 5 dozen who couldn't get close to him, right? He didn't think this was an exaggeration. After all, the strength of ancient martial arts champions was truly exaggerated to the extreme. His abilities as a master of physical techniques, while not on par with those champions, were certainly not weaker than them. Self-defense is absolutely no problem. Jiang Nan was confident, and that was naturally because his body had been enhanced by body modification fluid.
Those ancient martial arts champions didn't have such heaven-defying things produced by the system. If I can learn some powerful movement techniques or even small abilities that enhance my five senses in the future, what would those champions be? One strike would be enough to defeat them. Jiang Nan became even more confident. After all, he was a man with a system by his side. If he didn't have this much confidence, it would be a waste of his destiny. Buzz buzz buzz. At that moment, the sound of his phone vibrating broke his train of thought. Jiang Nan took out his phone and glanced at it. It was a WeChat video call from Ning Ruo Shuang. "Hubby, the money you gave is just too much. I can't possibly spend it all." As soon as the video call connected, a beaming Ning Ruo Shuang appeared on the screen. 5 million is still not enough, and I need to raise my spending level, Jiang Nan said meaningfully. His money would only increase the more he spent. His personal consumption was ultimately limited. The more women he had, the more they could spend, and thus his savings would continue to grow. "Hubby, if people online heard you say that, there would probably be a bunch of envious people trying to hunt you down." Ning Ruo Shuang laughed, covering her mouth. "Who cares?" Jiang Nan shrugged. "Hubby, shall we have a meal together later?" Ning Ruo Shuang's eyes sparkled with excitement. "I'm over in the old city area right now." Jiang Nan thought for a moment and continued, "I'll come find you later. Jing Jing and I have already prepared everything. If you're in the old city, we'll come pick you up," Ning Ruo Shuang said cheerfully. "Sounds good." Jiang Nan nodded, hung up the video call, and then sent his location to Ning Ruo Shuang. After putting his phone back in his pocket, he focused his mind, and a thick file folder immediately appeared in his hand. He opened it and pulled out the first contract, his eyes narrowing instantly. The Jiangcheng building, worth at least 10 billion, now belonged to him forever. System, how is the rent for the Jiangcheng building calculated? Jiang Nan waved his hand, and the file folder disappeared without a trace. The host does not need to worry about this. The system will automatically collect the profits for you. The system's voice rang out. That's right, with the system doing everything automatically, the host doesn't need to lift a finger, just enjoy life and live freely. Jiang Nan chuckled softly. This system was indeed good, it took care of everything without him having to worry. "Oh right, where's my Bugatti Divo?" Jiang Nan recalled that he had just won another globally limited luxury supercar, the Bugatti Divo, in a lottery and immediately asked the system in his mind. "Host, the Bugatti Divo is in the underground parking lot of the community," the system replied. "Great." Jiang Nan naturally didn't have to worry about why a suddenly appeared luxury car would attract attention. If the system couldn't handle such small details, it wouldn't be worthy of being called a system. At that moment, footsteps sounded. Soon after, a warm, soft scent, unique to the landlady, wafted into Jiang Nan's nostrils. "Are you not going to take a good rest, Sister Xia?" Jiang Nan turned around, looking at the somewhat disheveled silver hair of the landlady, especially when his gaze met her gentle, watery eyes. His heart was stirred at that moment. "I just slept for a little while, suddenly woke up, and felt like I was in a dream. Holding you at this moment, I finally understand what it means to have a settled heart, peace, and happiness." The landlady gently leaned against Jiang Nan's chest, listening to the strong beating of his heart, her arms instinctively tightening their embrace a little more. "Sister Xia, I'm here, and I will always be here." A gentle smile appeared on Jiang Nan's face as he reached out to stroke the landlady's silver hair, softly saying, "After a while, I'll see if I can find a better place and bring you all over." "You little rascal, so naughty, do you really want to be an emperor?" Hearing Jiang Nan's words, the landlady's face flushed, and she looked up at the charming young man with a playful gaze, her lips unconsciously pursing, her eyes momentarily becoming dreamy. Half an hour later, the landlady, with a flushed face and slightly pursed lips, watched Jiang Nan walk out the door. Bang! The door closed gently. "What a naughty boy," the landlady murmured as she turned around. On Jiang Nan's side, this wasn't his first time in the underground parking lot of this community. Following the system's prompts, he quickly arrived in front of a blue and gold luxury supercar. This contour, this curve, simply perfect. Jiang Nan reached out to touch it, his face showing a look of amazement as he couldn't help but ask, "System, how much is this Bugatti Divo worth?" 200 million, the system replied. "What?" Jiang Nan was slightly taken aback by this number. "What kind of car is this? Worth 200 million? This is the only blue and gold Bugatti Divo in the world, known as the concept-level Blue Gold Dragon King," the system replied. "So impressive?" Jiang Nan, astonished, took out the car key and placed it on the sensor at the driver's door. Click! A sound rang out, and the next second, Jiang Nan gently pressed the car door, which slowly opened. Glancing at the car's interior, it was a mix of blue and gold, looking extremely ostentatious, but it indeed matched the status of this 200 million divine car. Closing the door, Jiang Nan directly started this globally unique 200 million divine car. Boom!
Instantly, a roaring sound exploded in the underground parking lot.
Hearing this sound, Jiang Nan's eyelids twitched. This sound was truly like a dragon's roar, so exhilarating.
Jiang Nan patted the steering wheel, then pressed the gas pedal, slowly driving out of the underground parking lot. When he returned to the rented apartment building, Jiang Nan also saw his Porsche Cayenne parked next to his Pagani Huayra. At this moment, Ning Ruoshuang and Li Jing looked at the Pagani Huayra in surprise, whispering to each other,
"This car is really cool."
Ning Ruoshuang took out her phone to take a picture, then used an app to identify it, and immediately exclaimed, "Jingjing, this car is actually worth at least 50 million. Pagani Huayra, that price is indeed normal." Li Jing nodded in agreement.
Pagani Huayra?
"I think I've heard that name before." Ning Ruoshuang blinked.
"Hello, beautiful ladies."
A familiar voice sounded, making Ning Ruoshuang and Li Jing turn to look.
"Wow, what car is this?"
Ning Ruoshuang saw the Bugatti Divo slowly driving towards them, her mouth instantly forming a big O shape, her face filled with shock.
"So cool, isn't it? Bugatti Divo." Jiang Nan invited, "Beauty, would you do me the honor of going for a drive?"
He extended his right hand. Of course. Ning Ruoshuang happily placed her hand in Jiang Nan's palm, and then she suddenly remembered and looked at Li Jing, her face showing a hint of difficulty as she said, "Wait, husband, what about Jing?"
"Sisterly, you can drive, right?"
Jiang Nan looked at Li Jing, who was wearing her usual form-fitting skirt and black stockings with high heels. The only difference was her hairstyle, which had changed from a high ponytail to a bun. I have to say, this woman's makeup was very simple. Even with Jiang Nan's naked eye, if it weren't for her red lips, he wouldn't have thought she was wearing any makeup at all. "I can," Li Jing nodded. She had driven when she left the house, and she had prepared a pair of flat shoes in the car, ready to change out of her high heels at any time.
"Good, then I'll lead the way, you follow me." Jiang Nan opened the passenger door, and Ning Ruoshuang quickly hopped into the car. "Okay, boss."
Li Jing flashed her signature smile. To this, Jiang Nan shook his head inwardly. He wasn't joking. He felt that this woman would probably be a bit rigid to get along with. Once Ning Ruoshuang got in the car and fastened her seatbelt, Jiang Nan drove the only Bugatti Divo in the world, which was also known as the conceptual Blue Gold Dragon King, a divine car worth 200 million, out of the community.
Jiang Nan headed straight for Jiangcheng building.
He had been there before when he was delivering food, so he knew how prosperous it was inside, with everything from dining to entertainment. He had seen a general introduction of Jiangcheng building. It had 66 floors and a height of 325 meters, with 4 underground levels. This scale might not rank among the top buildings in the country, but in Jiangcheng, it was definitely a famous building, essentially a very iconic structure. "Husband, that Pagani Huayra just now was indeed handsome, but it still feels inferior to your Bugatti Divo," Ning Ruoshuang said, her excitement evident as it was her first time sitting in such a luxury car. Her pretty face filled with curiosity as she looked around and touched everything. That Pagani Huayra cost 60 million, but this Bugatti Divo is worth 200 million. Jiang Nan chuckled. "So, how can you compare these two cars?"
"They can't be compared at all." "What? This car, 200 million?
It's no wonder Ning Ruoshuang was so shocked. A 200 million car was like a dream to her.
It was simply unbelievable. "You've lived in a 500 million villa. Is it really that surprising for a 200 million car?"
Jiang Nan, who had intended to drive with one hand, noticed that Ning Ruoshuang was wearing jeans today and felt a bit regretful. "But it's just so shocking."
Isn't this too extravagant?"
Ning Ruoshuang swallowed hard, looking at Jiang Nan with a bewildered expression.
She came from an ordinary family. Could she really match up to such a super-rich second generation?
She was indeed beautiful and self-aware, but she understood very well. Time would harm her looks, but it could not corrode money in the slightest. So, in the eyes of the wealthy, beautiful women could easily be summoned with a wave of the hand. "For now, I can still maintain my youth and earn my husband's favor. But what will happen when I grow old and lose my looks?" Ning Ruoshuang's expression darkened, and she began to feel a bit scared. She thought that her only advantage might not just be her beauty, but
sharing.
A high-rich handsome man like Jiang Nan was just as she had thought before. How could he not have had a girlfriend before her? Perhaps what she could do is to understand her own position. Who knows, here in Jiangnan, she might even be in the role of a mistress.
TSK, Ning Ruoshuang, so many wealthy men have mentioned keeping you more than once.
And you've kept yourself so pure for so long, yet now you're actively seeking to be a lover.
It's just too much.
As Ning Ruoshuang thought about it, her pretty face suddenly flushed.
But my husband is handsome. Are there any other men as handsome as Jiangnan? Moreover, is there anyone as gentle, as wealthy, and as good to me as he is? It must be said, women are the best at self-strategizing. Ning Ruoshuang's favorability +2.
At that moment, a system prompt inexplicably rang in Jiang Nan's mind, which made him look over at the passenger seat in surprise. There he saw Ning Ruxuan with a flushed face and a dreamy expression, which left him momentarily stunned.
Goodness, is this woman self-strategizing again?
For Jiangnan, women who can self-strategize are all good women. After all, this saves him a lot of trouble. The car sped along. In just a short while, the Bugatti Divo and the Porsche Cayenne driven by Li Jing arrived at the underground parking lot of Jiangcheng Building, one after the other. After getting out of the car, Ning Ruxuan happily trotted over and linked her arm with Jiangnan's.
Jing.
It was clear that the relationship between the two women had elevated several notches in just a few hours. Seeing Li Jing approach in high heels, Ning Ruxuan waved at her with a beaming smile. Today could be said to be the most dreamy day for Ning Ruxuan. First, she met Jiangnan, and then, in just one morning, she completely fell in love with him and even experienced indescribably wonderful things with him. His gentleness, his wealth, all occupied her heart. Perhaps the progress was indeed too fast, but Ning Ruxuan felt that love is like this. It either doesn't come, or it comes with a bang, arriving swiftly. At least, Ning Ruxuan was very satisfied with the current situation. When Li Jing arrived, to be honest, she still felt a bit uneasy.
But Ning Ruxuan was too enthusiastic, and she couldn't refuse.
After all, this lady was also her boss. Maintaining a good relationship with the boss is always a good thing. Nowadays, jobs are hard to find, and a comfortable job with a high salary and a good boss is even harder to come by. So, she cherished this job especially, wanting to keep it for a while. Saving money for a few years to buy a house in Jiangcheng wouldn't be a big problem. As for shortcuts in life, to be honest, she hadn't thought about it. With her looks and figure, it's not bragging, wanting to take a shortcut would be too easy. Although Jiangnan was her first boss after attending the property company training, her photos had long been seen by many bosses, and more than one had messaged her to meet for a private discussion. What could a private discussion lead to? It was nothing more than wanting to keep her because of her good figure and high looks. Li Jing scoffed at this. Even if she starved to death or went broke, she would never take the shortcut of being kept. Although she wouldn't take that path, it didn't mean she looked down on those who did. In her view, everyone has different philosophies, and hers is very simple. Relying on one's own hands means one can't possibly not survive.
Persistence will eventually lead to success. Let's go. The three of them walked towards the elevator.
Jiangnan had delivered takeout to Jiangcheng Building a few times, so he knew which floor the restaurant was on.
The 27th floor. Husband, do you usually stay in the old city? Ning Ruxuan asked curiously.
Pretty much. Landlady, Su Yun, and the place where he made his fortune are all in the old city.
If you expect him to have no feelings for this place, that would definitely be a lie. Moreover, now that he has acquired the Jiangcheng Building, which is worth at least 10 billion, it would be quite unreasonable not to establish his base in the old city.
The old city is conveniently located near the center of Jiangcheng, Ning Ruxuan said, her eyes flickering for a moment. The clever her did not intend to continue on this topic and shifted her gaze to Li Jing, whispering, Jingjing, why do you look a bit lost in thought? Are you tired?
No, it's just,
I rarely go out to eat, Li Jing replied softly. It's fine, I fly for 4 days and rest for 2, so let me accompany you for meals from now on, Ning Ruxuan said with a smile. Her personality was also very good, giving off a cheerful vibe.
You still plan to go to work?
Hearing Ning Ruxuan's words, Li Jing was taken aback.
She had gotten involved with such a super rich second generation, yet still thought about going to work? Of course I have to work. If I just stayed at home all day, how boring would that be? Ning Ruxuan shook her head, tightening her grip on Jiangnan's arm, and whispered, but, I actually want to open a small shop and watch over it every day. What kind of shop? Jiangnan's eyes immediately lit up.
I haven't thought it through yet, and right now, it's tough to run a physical store, it's easy to lose money. Ning Ruxuan pondered for a moment before dismissing the idea, mumbling, I had a relative who ran a clothing store and lost hundreds of thousands, they are still in debt now.
That's a lack of funds. Jiangnan quickly identified the problem. In this day and age, without some backing, trying to establish a business is indeed as difficult as reaching the sky.
Moreover, with Ning Ruxuan's looks and figure, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that if she made short videos online and accumulated some fans, starting her own brand would be quite easy.
Who doesn't like to watch beautiful women these days?
And especially someone like Ning Ruxuan, a high-value beauty with attributes. It wouldn't take much effort to manage her brand. Thinking of this, Jiangnan suddenly became interested.
Why not start a media company? There are countless beauties in this world. If they all gathered here, not to mention perfect 10s, at least those above 85 points wouldn't be too few, right?
On second thought, Jiangnan turned his head and thought, currently, just having 5 or 6 women around him was already a bit overwhelming.
If he really had a whole media company full of women, that would be quite a headache. Ding!
While he was lost in thought, the elevator on the first floor suddenly rang, and then 3 men and 2 women walked in. The moment the 3 men saw Ning Rushuang and Li Jing, their eyes widened in surprise. "What a beautiful girl!" Whistle. One of the seemingly unruly blonde youths immediately raised his eyebrows and whistled twice. Just as he was about to say something flirtatious, bang!
Jiangnan released his hold on Ning Rushuang, stepped forward, and kicked out fiercely, sending the blonde youth flying. Damn!
The impact shocked everyone present, especially the other 2 youths, who immediately pressed the elevator door button and hurriedly ran out when they saw Jiangnan's gaze turn towards them.
Ning Rushuang's favorability +1, Li Jing's favorability +8. Ha!
When the 2 women who were with the 3 youths also ran out, a prompt sound echoed in Jiangnan's mind.
It was quite normal for Ning Rushuang's favorability to increase, but why did Li Jing suddenly increase by 8 points?
Thinking about it, Jiangnan inadvertently glanced at Li Jing and found that the woman's eyes sparkled with a strange light, seemingly carrying a hint of
excitement. What does this mean? Could it be that she has some unknown little quirks? Jiangnan suddenly became a bit interested.
Honey, you really went too hard this time. The elevator slowly ascended. Ning Rushuang leaned closer again, her face flushed, looking particularly excited, waving her little pink fist in the air. Have you practiced? The young man with the yellow hair was also of decent height, around 175 centimeters, and he didn't look too weak. He must weigh over 120 pounds.
And Jiangnan?
He kicked him straight out, even sending him crashing against the wall.
Wow, that leg strength is simply amazing. You only just realized how strong I am.
Jiangnan wrapped his arm around Ning Rushuang's slim waist and whispered in her ear. The breath brushed against her, instantly making her body go soft, and she recalled something in an instant, her pretty face turning even redder, her gaze towards Jiangnan gradually becoming more affectionate. Nowadays, Jiangnan, for the vast majority of women, if not reaching the level of a succubus, still had quite an effect when they interacted. A succubus could probably make a woman lose her mind with just a glance, and after interacting with him, it was not impossible to achieve such an effect.
So annoying you really say anything.
Ning Rushuang gently leaned against Jiangnan's embrace, flirting playfully. Jiangnan glanced at Li Jing again and found that she had once again turned into a state of seeing nothing and hearing nothing, standing in the corner of the elevator, staring straight ahead. However, Jiangnan still noticed that as his gaze inadvertently swept over, although he had not yet reached the level of super senses, he could still hear the slightly intensified sound of breathing at such a close distance. This woman is probably the type who admires strength, eager for violent solutions to problems.
Jiangnan's gaze flickered.
This personality might be related to her living environment or even some experiences from her childhood. Li Jing appeared to be the type of very independent woman, even her outfit reflected that, but in reality, such personalities often have some flaws, or rather,
a contrast. Beneath the tough exterior is merely a facade.
Perhaps, if this facade were to be torn away, one would find the real emotions of Li Jing. Thinking of this, Jiangnan couldn't help but look at the woman a little longer. He even scrutinized her from head to toe without any disguise.
Ahem.
A few seconds later, as if she had long sensed Jiangnan's gaze, Li Jing inexplicably coughed twice, her peripheral vision meeting his.
Li Jing's favorability +2. Has it begun?
Jiangnan's eyes narrowed slightly, secretly nodding in his heart. His guess about Li Jing was indeed not wrong. This woman was definitely a huge contrast. Of course, his ability to gain her favor was largely due to his own excellence, along with the already moderate favorability as support. If anyone without favorability stared at her so blatantly, it would be strange if she didn't explode.
Sisterly, have you bought your vehicle yet? Jiangnan took the initiative to strike up a conversation. Not yet, I'm planning to go take a good look tomorrow. But, boss, the money you gave is a bit too much.
Li Jing replied softly. According to her usual demeanor, she would definitely look Jiangnan in the eye and report very calmly. But now, for some unknown reason, her voice was a bit softer, and she didn't dare to meet Jiangnan's gaze.
2 million isn't too much, although it's just a vehicle, it can't be too shabby.
Just look at it within this price range. Jiangnan smiled and said, also, this is your vehicle.
Choose whatever type you like according to your own ideas.
According to my ideas, a regular family car worth around 100,000 is enough. Li Jing's voice weakened a bit.
Look at my underground garage, if I put in 100,000 car, won't it lower my status? Jiangnan said decisively, 200,000, not a penny less. Yes.
Jiangnan's commanding voice made Li Jing's body tense for a moment, and then she immediately lowered her head and weakly agreed.
Li Jing's favorability +2. Good, good, good. You like strong men, huh? Woman, your strategy points have finally come out.
At this moment, Jiangnan inexplicably recalled something Ning Rushuang had said before, that during high school, Li Jing had crazily lost weight, which led to her current extremely perfect figure and looks. Perhaps, before that, this woman might have been looked at with strange eyes more than once because of her weight, and she might have even suffered bullying. Such things are too common. Just a little thought can lead to guesses.
How does someone who has been bullied feel? Strong. They want to solve everything with violence. But, due to their inherently weak character, they cannot do that. At the same time, there's another point.
Being bullied and oppressed for a long time can really lead to some psychological quirks that are not known to others. Therefore, at the moment when Li Jing faced Jiang Nan kicking away the young man with yellow hair, her heart naturally opened up a little. At this moment, Jiang Nan was the hero she had once fantasized about. Coupled with the existing foundation of mutual favorability, it was only natural for Li Jing's favorability to gradually rise.
There are many ways to strategize. It all depends on the person.
Just like comparing with Ning Rushuang, a woman who is purely attracted to looks, how terrifying is the speed of progress once she feels something.
Jiang Nan has deep experience in this.
Just in one morning, he easily achieved a home run, completing indescribably wonderful things.
Comparing with the landlady, where did the progress start? The fact that the landlady's daughter, Xiaoying, really liked Jiang Nan was the biggest opportunity. Otherwise, where did the enchanting atmosphere in the piano room come from? Ding! 27th floor arrived. The elevator doors opened. Jiang Nan wrapped his arm around Ning Rushuang as they exited the elevator, while Li Jing obediently followed behind them. Welcome to Linjiang Xian Restaurant. May I ask if you have a reservation, sir?
Just as they arrived at the entrance of the restaurant, a young lady in a qipao greeted them with a warm smile. Upon seeing Jiang Nan, her heart raced, her eyes sparkled with excitement, and she couldn't help but swallow.
Su Xiaoqin's favorability plus 30. The system's prompt sounded in Jiang Nan's mind.
He glanced at the welcoming young lady whose gaze seemed to almost linger on him and simply shook his head.
This handsomeness is the most important thing besides being wealthy.
In fact, in certain specific situations, money might not be as useful as this face. After all, at this level of handsomeness, it's impossible to lack money.
As for relying on an older rich woman, that would be a torment. Please, with a handsome guy at this level, wouldn't it be better to directly rely on a rich beauty?
Jiang Nan, give my brother 15 small gifts, and I'll immediately let the system bless my brothers to soon rely on a rich woman like the landlady and have an online romance with a rich woman like Qiu Qiu.
No reservation. Jiang Nan shook his head.
This way, please. The welcoming young lady immediately invited the three of them inside. Soon, they arrived at the front desk.
Jiang Nan glanced around and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows.
The number of people in this restaurant was truly overwhelming. It was around 6 o'clock, indeed the peak dinner time.
However, the nearly full dining area made Jiang Nan marvel at the exaggerated flow of customers. This first floor of the Jiangcheng building must cost at least $1 million a year in rent, right? Jiang Nan could only make a conservative estimate.
Not every floor had the same space, some floors were likely larger, and the rent would naturally be higher. But one thing was certain, the rental income from this entire building would definitely be at least in the hundreds of millions.
The exact amount would only be known when the system collected rent next time.
Hello, sir. We currently have no private rooms available.
How about a table in the dining area?
At this moment, the hostess looked at Jiang Nan with a face full of apologies.
A table in the dining area is fine. Jiang Nan didn't mind much, it was just a meal.
If there was a private room, he would take it, but if not, he wouldn't fuss over it. This way, please. The hostess immediately led Jiang Nan and his companions to an empty table. As they moved through the dining area, they were met with countless curious gazes.
Are these a few celebrities? So handsome, so beautiful. Gasps of surprise echoed throughout the room.
In this world, who doesn't enjoy looking at beautiful women and handsome men, especially top beauties like Ning Rushuang and Li Jing? As for Jiang Nan, he was a handsome guy who could easily captivate the attention of both middle-aged and young women, their gazes glued to him without a hint of movement.
Please have a seat.
The hostess, beaming with a smile, guided Jiang Nan and his companions to their table. After they sat down, she should have just introduced the menu for ordering, but she couldn't bear to leave, gazing at Jiang Nan with a smile and saying, "We will have some extra dishes for you today.
Do you have any dietary restrictions, sir?" "Thank you, I have no restrictions." Jiang Nan smiled slightly. "Then, if you need anything, just wave. It's my honor to serve you."
The hostess bowed to Jiang Nan, stealing a few more glances at him before reluctantly leaving. Originally, her job was to greet guests, but because Jiang Nan was too handsome, she switched roles with someone at the front desk and stood nearby, smiling and serving.
However, her eyes never left Jiang Nan's table.
"Honey, that hostess's eyes were practically glued to your face.
Ha, with your exaggerated looks, if I were any less attractive, walking out with you would be so stressful."
Ning Ruxuan could imagine that if her looks were even slightly inferior, the envious and jealous stares would feel like knives scraping against her, making her extremely uncomfortable.
If that were said about you, it would be the same. But, with my plain and unremarkable appearance, perhaps I would be considered approachable? Ha ha ha. Jiang Nan had seen too many couples with such contrasts.
Last year, when he delivered food to a live house, he had seen several pairs. The women were all stunning beauties, their figures breathtaking. For him at that time, they were simply mesmerizing, each one in short skirts and black stockings with long legs, making him feel a rush just thinking about it.
And the men?
They were all balding middle-aged men, old enough to be the fathers of those beauties, yet each one was embracing a girl, passionately enjoying themselves under the dim lights.
Envy. Every time he saw this, which man wouldn't feel envious?
These women weren't really into balding dads, they were clearly in love with money. Such envy was impossible to replicate. However, fortunately, Jiang Nan is now reaping the rewards after enduring hardships. Not only is he handsome and wealthy, but he also has a group of beautiful women around him.
Order!
Jiang Nan signaled for the two to place their orders, while at the same time, he took out his phone. At that moment, as he stretched his legs, he inadvertently brushed against Li Jing's high heels under the table. In an instant, Jiang Nan cast an embarrassed glance at Li Jing, whose pretty face turned crimson, lowering her head and daring not to meet his gaze, to the point where she thought Jiang Nan was doing it on purpose, hinting at her. So, with her head down, she gently bit her lower lip, and from Jiang Nan's perspective, a hint of conflict appeared on her stunningly alluring face.
Li Jing's favorability +2.
Just as Jiang Nan was astonished by Li Jing's demeanor, a system prompt suddenly rang in his mind, and under the table, another pair of high heels brushed against his shoes.
Goodness, this woman seems to be quite the expert at self-interpretation.
If Jiang Nan remembered correctly, Li Jing's favorability towards him had already reached 31 points. This level of favorability could be said to be gradually improving. If Jiang Nan were to take a bit more initiative, it would only be a matter of time before Li Jing's heart belonged to him.
During the subsequent ordering phase, Jiang Nan did not take any initiative at all. Did this woman think he was doing it on purpose earlier?
He wanted to create a sense of contrast for her.
Sure enough, a few minutes after the ordering was completed, Li Jing's favorability +1.
Another point of favorability was added, which made him glance over at her.
Coincidentally, Li Jing was also looking at Jiang Nan. Their eyes met. Crackle! It was as if electric arcs exploded between them. Jiang Nan's charm was something Ning Ruxuan deeply understood.
It was just like what was described in novels. Once their eyes met, it was so profound that it was intoxicating.
Li Jing's favorability +2.
Another 2 points of favorability were gained, and Jiang Nan smiled, shifting his foot to touch Li Jing's high heel.
Ah! Li Jing's favorability +3.
This sudden touch startled Li Jing, causing her to exclaim,
"Thump! Thump! Thump!"
Her heart inexplicably raced.
"What's wrong, Jing?"
Ning Ruxuan, who had just put down her phone, looked at her curiously.
Nothing.
Li Jing swallowed hard, her pretty face slightly flushed as she shook her head. Only she knew how unsettled her heart was at that moment. The main thing was, she felt quite perplexed. Why had she been so composed during their previous meetings, and why was she suddenly unable to hold it together now?
Damn it, Li Jing, this is your boss, and he's Ning Ruxuan's boyfriend. Even if you can't hold it together, you have to hold it together.
Li Jing secretly glanced at Jiang Nan across the table, and without realizing it, she swallowed again. The meal took nearly an hour.
I'm going to the restroom. Ning Ruxuan stood up. Ruxuan, wait for me, I need to go too.
As Li Jing stood up, she secretly glanced at Jiang Nan again and accompanied Ning Ruxuan towards the restroom. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan smiled as he picked up the phone on the table, preparing to check WeChat.
Handsome brother, I've been watching you over there for a long time. Can I add you on WeChat?
At that moment, a high school girl, looking like a JK uniform student, approached with a flushed face, shyly looking at Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan assessed the girl. Just by sight, he could give her around 70 points. The main issue was that she was too young.
I'm sorry, but I have a girlfriend. Jiang Nan smiled and declined. Thank you. The girl was quite understanding and didn't insist on adding Jiang Nan. She just nodded in disappointment, glanced at him a few more times, and reluctantly returned to her table. So handsome, oh my god, I think this brother could debut right here. The tables weren't very far apart, and Jiang Nan could clearly hear the girls at that table excitedly whispering about him. In response, Jiang Nan couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. Honestly, this kind of treatment was quite enjoyable, but if it happens too often, it becomes numbness. At least now, Jiang Nan felt little to no excitement from it. He opened WeChat. Mengqingqiu, darling, it's such a pity I can't spend the whole day with you on 520. Just then, Mengqingqiu's message came through. Jiang Nan glanced at it. She had attached a photo. Seeing the photo, Jiang Nan couldn't help but smile.
In the picture, he was sleeping with his eyes closed, while Meng Qingxiu was holding his face and kissing his cheek. Meng Qingxiu, darling, hurry and like my post on Moments.
Jiang Nan, got it.
After replying, Jiang Nan also opened Meng Qingxiu's Moments. As soon as he entered, he saw a handsome photo of himself under the moonlight as the cover. He had some memory of this photo. It was from that night when he kicked the aluminum door off the rooftop to save that girl, Xiaoying. He didn't expect this woman to have captured that moment. I didn't expect someone like Meng Qingxiu, a top-tier rich beauty, would manage her moments like a little girl. It would be a lie to say Jiang Nan wasn't touched. If it weren't for the system and all the changes, to be honest, he felt that this time, a real-life meeting might not have any issues at the beginning. But, over time, it was hard to say. If Meng Qingxiu were just an ordinary girl, there would be hope for a happy ending. But she wasn't an ordinary girl. The #1 beauty at Magic City University. Stunningly beautiful with an unbeatable figure. She could casually give out a red envelope of 888,888 yuan. With that kind of family background, she truly was a top-tier rich beauty. And what about him? Just a delivery guy, definitely at the bottom of the social ladder. Fortunately, I bound the system. All of this is thanks to that old lady who gave me the wish notebook. Jiang Nan took a deep breath. If this were a fantasy of a delivery man on the brink of death, he would gladly live his whole life in this fantasy without waking up. Host, you should be grateful that your sincerity has paid off. Keep going. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Maybe, if I hadn't persisted, the system wouldn't have awakened. Jiang Nan smiled lightly, turning his gaze back to Meng Qingxiu's Moments. There was only one post, which seemed cliché but was actually very romantic in the eyes of the parties involved, a 9-grid love announcement picture. Fingers intertwined, walking side by side, sweet selfies. As for the central photo, it was naturally the one Meng Qingxiu had just sent. Jiang Nan liked the post, then pondered for a moment, many words flashing through his mind, and finally settled on just 2 words, love you. To say he was in love, this was truly his first time. He didn't know any sweet nothings. Returning to the chat with Meng Qingxiu. Meng Qingxiu, darling, I hope every 520 in the future will be spent with you, all the way until we're 100 years old. Jiang Nan, it might not just be until 100 years. Meng Qingxiu, oh my god, if I get too old and lose all my teeth, I won't be beautiful anymore, and I'll be so upset. Crying. Jiang Nan, don't worry, you'll always be this beautiful. Meng Qingxiu, I must be beautiful in darling's eyes for a lifetime. Sweet nothings between young couples are just like this. Meng Qingxiu might not know that every word Jiang Nan says is a promise. With the system he possesses, he has the ability to extract extraordinary items as a reward. In this long span of time, Jiang Nan's life is destined to be extraordinary. As long as the system does not detach from him, then immortality will not be a difficult task for him. As for maintaining youth, can it be more difficult than immortality? What a joke! After finishing the chat with Meng Qingxiu, footsteps and the conversation of Ning Rushuang and Li Jing sounded behind him, and Jiang Nan locked his phone screen. Jiang Nan has always had a question about Li Jing, who wears a black silk bodycon skirt with pantyhose. Do they really find it convenient to go to the bathroom? He thought about this but never asked, as it always felt a bit strange to bring up. Let's go. Jiang Nan picked up the bag on Ning Rushuang's chair, and Li Jing also grabbed her own bag, and the 3 of them left the restaurant lobby directly. As for who paid for the meal, Ning Rushuang had already settled the bill while scanning the code to order. However, Jiang Nan wouldn't rush to pay for such a small amount. What kind of rebate could he get from $1,000? Of course, if he were to get a 10,000 or 100,000 times return, that would be quite impressive. But, could it really happen? It can happen, host. Just as Jiang Nan's thoughts arose in his mind, the system's voice immediately followed. All of the host's consumption rebate multipliers are random. That is to say, it could be a 1:1 cash back, or it could be billions of times cash back. So awesome? But I feel like the highest I've ever gotten was a 12 times rebate reward, right? Jiang Nan's gaze flickered slightly. I hope the host's luck will explode next time. Good luck. The system cheerfully encouraged him. It's a deal. Jiang Nan wrapped his arm around Ning Rushuang as they walked out of the restaurant, while Li Jing obediently followed behind him, looking like a little secretary. Ding! The elevator arrived. Under the reluctant gazes of several cheapao-clad receptionists at the entrance, the elevator doors slowly closed for the 3 of them. In just a moment,
the elevator went straight down to the basement level.
As they stepped out of the elevator and entered the dimly lit parking garage, a whistle immediately echoed in the somewhat dark space.
Clap, clap, clap. Within seconds, a dozen people with wooden sticks and carrying poles quickly surrounded them. Husband.
Ning Rushuang instinctively tightened her grip on Jiang Nan's arm upon seeing this scene.
Boss, it seems there's no signal in this underground garage.
Li Jing remained calm and immediately took out her phone, but when she saw there was no signal, her brows furrowed tightly.
Not a big problem.
Jiang Nan's voice was very calm. Just a dozen people, just right to test his skills. The main thing is, after this, he wanted to see how much favorability Li Jing could gain. That was what he looked forward to the most. Seeking free power for love, thanks to all the big brothers for their gifts and rewards. Bowing in gratitude, bring some more, you dog.
Finally waiting for you.
At this moment, the yellow-haired youth who was kicked out of the elevator by Jiang Nan glared at him fiercely, wishing he could slap this guy to death.
Damn it!
This kid not only looks so handsome, but he also has two beautiful women beside him, like fairies. It's really infuriating.
Brothers, it's this kid who beat me up. Get him. He waved his hand and commanded. Get him.
There were more than 10 people on their side, but seeing that there was only one man on Jiang Nan's side, 4 young men immediately approached with wooden sticks and a shoulder pole. As for the others, they pressed forward but were not prepared to strike. In their eyes, 4 people were already enough to beat this kid half to death. To this, Jiang Nan merely glanced at the 4 rushing towards him, a hint of a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. As the protagonist, he truly did not lack such small scenes in this world. However, it was fortunate that with his master-level physical skills, if he had all this strength but could not showcase it, it would indeed lose much of its flavor.
Hey, you guys, we've already called the police. Let me tell you, there are cameras everywhere. If you hit someone, you definitely won't get away with it.
As the 4 got closer, Ning Rushuang stepped forward, looking at them angrily.
Ha ha ha, what do you care? We hit him and then run. Even if we get caught, we can just pay a fine. We don't have any money, and at most, we'll just be detained for a while. Didn't my little brother also get beaten by this kid? We're all just fighting each other.
One of the 4 laughed loudly, still talking. Jiang Nan, however, was not going to waste any more time and stepped forward.
Honey, boss.
Ning Rushuang and Li Jing called out worriedly.
I said, it's not a big deal, so it's not a big deal.
Jiang Nan turned back and gave the 2 women a reassuring smile.
You're killing me with laughter. At this point, you're still pretending to be tough? Brothers, let's go. Let this kid know that our Bang Bang society is not to be trifled with. A cold laugh rang out. Oh, how are we not to be trifled with?
The moment one person finished speaking, Jiang Nan pushed off the ground with force, his speed reaching its peak, and in the blink of an eye, he was already in front of that person.
What the hell?
In just the blink of an eye, a person appeared in front of him, along with a fist, which immediately startled the speaker into exclaiming.
Bang!
Jiang Nan raised his hand and threw a punch, the air whooshing with the force and impressive momentum. In an instant, it struck the guy squarely in the face.
Crack!
The sound of a nasal bone breaking echoed in the air. Before the man could let out a painful scream, Jiang Nan kicked him away, sending him crashing heavily into the 3 people behind him, the terrifying impact actually knocking those 3 out as well.
What the hell?
After Jiang Nan took out the 4 in an instant, the scene fell silent for several seconds, followed by a chorus of incredulous gasps.
Honey, so cool, you're so awesome.
Ning Rushuang also came back to her senses, immediately excitedly waving her little pink fists and shouting. At this moment, her stunningly beautiful face was flushed with excitement, and looking at Jiang Nan's back, her beautiful eyes sparkled with brilliance. If they were at home or in the car, Ning Rushuang would definitely have pounced on him.
Boss. In contrast to Ning Rushuang's excitement, Li Jing appeared much calmer.
But in reality, from her excited expression, the same sparkle in her beautiful eyes, and even her delicate body trembling involuntarily, it was clear that she was not calm.
Ning Rushuang's favorability +2, Li Jing's favorability +8.
The system's prompt echoed in Jiang Nan's mind, causing his gaze to flicker slightly.
Ding!
Congratulations, host. The favorability of your confidant Ning Rushuang has reached an equal value with her beauty score, granting you a lottery opportunity. The prompt sound was far from over. Ning Rushuang's favorability had reached an astonishing 95 points, equating with her beauty score, allowing him to gain another lottery opportunity. Mad, this kid has trained. Brothers, don't hesitate, let's go together. The young man with yellow hair reacted quickly and shouted angrily.
Go!
The remaining 10 or so people immediately rushed to attack.
Honey, be careful. Boss, they're all coming at us.
Seeing more than a dozen people charging forward, Ning Rushuang and Li Jing, who were initially excited, suddenly became tense.
The two women exchanged glances, nodded seriously, looked around, and spotted a brick. Ruo Shuang, you take the brick, I'll take my high heels. Li Jing gritted her teeth, took off her 2 high heels, and with her black silk-clad feet on the ground, quickly ran to Jiang Nan's side with Ning Ruo Shuang, who was holding a brick. Honey, don't be afraid, we're here, Ning Ruo Shuang said in a deep voice. Li Jing said nothing, just coldly held her high heels and stared at the dozen or so people rushing towards them. Jiang Nan glanced at Ning Ruo Shuang, his mouth slightly agape, then looked at Li Jing, surprised to see her using her high heels as a weapon. Goodness, this was both absurd and deeply moving for him. What the hell? That black silk beauty is using high heels as a weapon. Isn't that like a stimulant for me? A seemingly lewd guy suddenly became excited as if he had been injected with adrenaline. Brothers, I want those 2 high heels. Damn, I want to polish the high heels of such a stunning beauty every day. Step back, Jiang Nan commanded, smiling at Ning Ruo Shuang and Li Jing, softly saying, these 10 or so people are nothing to me. Honey, Ning Ruo Shuang called softly. Don't worry, they're just a bunch of rotten fish and shrimp. With you 2 by my side, I can't even show my full strength. Jiang Nan patted Ning Ruo Shuang's shoulder, causing her to blush immediately. He then looked at Li Jing, smiled, and nodded at her. She pursed her lips and nodded heavily, then with Ning Ruo Shuang's help, put her high heels back on. Fortunately, the underground parking lot wasn't a muddy road, otherwise, it would have been a hassle to wear them. I can't take it anymore, go. Beat this dog and take my high heels. The shouting began. A dozen people armed with wooden sticks and poles charged aggressively at Jiang Nan. Seeing this, Jiang Nan merely smiled faintly, stepping forward instead of retreating, meeting the dozen or so people head-on. This kid really has reached this point and is still trying to show off in front of those 2 beauties. It's just too funny. The young man with yellow hair sneered from the back. He admitted that Jiang Nan had some skills. But 4 people couldn't be compared to a dozen. You can take on 4, but can you take on a dozen? Do you think you're E1? Really going to take on 10? Bang! Just as the young man with yellow hair was pondering, a series of collision sounds erupted in the arena. He quickly regained his senses and looked forward. Who knew that upon looking, he felt as if the sky had fallen. What the hell? The young man with yellow hair widened his eyes, exclaiming in shock. At this moment, in the arena, Jiang Nan was truly like a dragon among the 10 or so people. Every attack aimed at him was easily dodged, and with each punch he threw, someone would immediately fly away, kick several meters away. Damn, is this really E1? Are these your extras? So impressive? The young man with yellow hair was dumbfounded. This scene was even more incredible than the fight scenes in movies. Oh my goodness, my husband. My husband is truly the best in the world. So handsome. Jing Jing, I really want to calm down right now. From the back, Ning Ruo Shuang watched Jiang Nan showcase his skills, her whole being excitedly stomping her feet with her little pink fists clenched. The admiration on her face was profound. Yes, so handsome. Li Jing swallowed hard and nodded heavily. Li Jing's favorability +8. Ning Ruo Shuang's favorability was currently on par with her looks, which were already exceptionally high. Raising it further was naturally not something that could be done quickly. However, Li Jing's favorability skyrocketed. After gaining another 8 points, it reached an astonishing 53 points. Ouch, that hurts. Oh my, this guy is too fierce. Damn it, one person is beating up a whole group of us. This guy must have practiced some martial arts, he's ruthless. A chorus of painful wails echoed in the underground parking lot. Jiang Nan glanced around and smiled disdainfully. This group of guys was at most 172 centimeters tall, with some even around 167 centimeters. He himself was a master of physical techniques, and with such a height advantage, beating them up was effortless. Too easy. Don't come over. Jiang Nan stepped towards the blonde guy, who immediately retreated in fear, and when Jiang Nan got closer, he actually collapsed onto the ground. Over here. At that moment, a voice rang out. It was right here, over a dozen people with wooden sticks and poles. What? All down? Hearing the voice, Jiang Nan turned to look and saw a man in a security uniform accompanied by several hat-wearing uncles. The leader was a familiar face, Xiao Ruiyue. Jiang Nan? At this moment, Xiao Ruiyue also focused her gaze on Jiang Nan, her face showing surprise, then breaking into a happy smile as she prepared to jog towards him. Hubby, you're amazing. A voice rang out. Ning Ruo Shuang and Li Jing jogged towards Jiang Nan. Tap tap tap. The sound of Li Jing's high heels made a crisp noise against the ground. Hubby? Xiao Ruiyue looked at Ning Ruo Shuang, who had hooked her arm around Jiang Nan, her eyes widening in shock. At first, she didn't even react, feeling as if something was about to sprout from her head. After scratching her head, she suddenly came to her senses. Jiang Nan's girlfriend isn't Meng Qingqiu? How? Has it changed to another stunning beauty? Moreover, the woman in the black silk bodycon dress was also very beautiful. What is Jiang Nan up to? Is he stepping on multiple boats? On Jiang Nan's side, he also didn't expect Xiao Ruiyue to show up. This coincided with his relationship with Ning Rushuang. Xiao Ruiyue's favorability +5. Ha! The sudden system notification made Jiang Nan's face show a look of astonishment. Not only did it not decrease, but it increased? What's going on? This made Jiang Nan involuntarily shift his gaze back to Xiao Ruiyue. Their eyes met, and he could clearly feel the excitement in her eyes. Goodness, did she discover she had a chance, which is why she was so excited? Sister Hat, Sister Hat. The blonde guy, who had collapsed in fear from Jiang Nan, immediately shouted a few times, pointing at Jiang Nan, "This guy beat us up all by himself, leaving us unable to take care of ourselves. You must stand up for us." Hearing this, Xiao Ruiyue and the others immediately looked strange. "Do you want to listen to what you're saying?" Xiao Ruiyue frowned and said lightly, "One person can beat up over a dozen of you? Are you joking?" "I'm not joking. Is there surveillance? If you don't believe me, you can check the footage." The blonde guy shouted. "Alright, you might as well stop talking. It's giving me a headache." Xiao Ruiyue lazily glanced at the yellow-haired guy on the ground, then put on a smile and walked towards Jiang Nan. Along the way, she took a good look at Ning Rushuang and Li Jing, her eyes flashing with a stunning brilliance. So beautiful. In terms of looks, they were definitely two super beauties who were on par with her. Watching Ning Rushuang intimately link her arm with Jiang Nan, the tenderness in her eyes made Xiao Ruiyue suddenly have a thought. "Jiang Nan, you wouldn't want your girlfriend to know you're playing both sides, would you? How shameful." The moment that thought crossed her mind, Xiao Ruiyue's pretty face couldn't help but flush. Goodness, such a rebellious thought actually appeared in her mind. "Xiao Ruiyue, you really are something else." "Sister Qiao." Jiang Nan smiled and nodded at Xiao Ruiyue. "Did you really defend against more than a dozen people by yourself?" Xiao Ruiyue asked curiously. "Yeah." Jiang Nan nodded. "Impressive." Not only did Xiao Ruiyue give a thumbs up, but the several hat-wearing uncles behind her also looked at Jiang Nan in disbelief. A young guy like this actually faced off against more than a dozen thugs armed with weapons and came out unscathed. That was beyond impressive. It was simply amazing. "Brother Zhao, let's take all these people back. My friend was surrounded and beaten by more than a dozen people and got a bit hurt. I'll take him to the hospital for a checkup." Xiao Ruiyue turned around and said with a smile to one of the hat-wearing uncles. Indeed, being surrounded and beaten by more than a dozen people, even with defense, he still got hurt. "Ha, these thugs really have guts to use weapons." Brother Zhao nodded, then turned his gaze to the yellow-haired guy on the ground, who was quite burly. He lifted the yellow-haired guy up and signaled the remaining hat-wearing uncles, and they quickly left. "Is it really that simple?" Jiang Nan asked, slightly surprised. "What could be difficult about this?" Xiao Ruiyue smiled at Jiang Nan, her eyes filled with amusement, and said, "These two are. I'm the girlfriend of your husband, Ning Rushuang." "Hello, beautiful." Before Jiang Nan could introduce himself, Ning Rushuang immediately smiled and extended her hand. Seeing Ning Rushuang, who didn't mind at all and was all smiles, Xiao Ruiyue felt a surge of goodwill towards this beautiful girl. To be honest, if Xiao Ruiyue had been unaware that she was the third party, she wouldn't have been able to be so magnanimous in front of other beautiful women. People are just that double standard. "I'm Li Jing, the private housekeeper of the boss." Li Jing also introduced herself. "Hello." Xiao Ruiyue shook hands with them one by one and introduced herself. "I'm Xiao Ruiyue. As for what I do, you should already know." She smiled slightly. However, she couldn't help but glance at Li Jing a few more times. Such a beautiful woman, a private housekeeper? She probably. Xiao Ruiyue instantly thought of something. Moreover, the way Li Jing looked at Jiang Nan was nothing like the gaze of an ordinary subordinate towards their boss. It was filled with affection and admiration. Jiang Nan wasn't too surprised by the harmonious interaction among the three women. Upon reflection, it seemed that none of the beautiful women around him were causing any drama over this. But, according to my script, in this novel, that would be the classic invincible male lead halo, a pure urban brainless feel-good story, not a pure love story. Where would there be any love triangle events? Jiang Nan shook his head in his heart. "Are you all planning to head back?" Xiao Ruiyue asked. "Yes." Jiang Nan had just nodded when he was interrupted by Ning Rushuang. Yeah, do you have time? If you have time, how about we go shopping for a bit? Besides, Jingjing just took off her high heels, so she needs to change into a new pair of stockings. "Actually, it's not necessary," Li Jing said softly. "Alright, but I have to go back to the office to change clothes first." Xiao Ruiyue completely ignored Li Jing's words and cheerfully pulled Ning Rushuang along.
I need to go back and get some things, so why don't you and Rueyue go shopping? Li Jing thought for a moment and said softly again.
Oh, it's fine.
With such a good boss here, how could we trouble you? Right, darling. Ning Rushuan giggled as she returned to Jiang Nan's side, shaking his arm.
Okay, you all go ahead. I also need to handle some matters. Jiang Nan glanced at Qiu Rueyue, likely guessing what she was up to. Clearly, she was planning to join Ning Rushuan and Li Jing's circle. Seeing Jiang Nan's gaze, Qiu Rueyue playfully winked at him. This made Jiang Nan even more certain. To be honest, this rhythm was quite good. At least for Jiang Nan, there would be no obstacles when it came time to lay everything out. Whenever he wanted to gather all his beautiful acquaintances under one roof, he could do so at any time. As for Jiang Nan handling his own affairs, Ning Rushuang didn't mind too much. After all, women just need to be obedient and understanding, and men should be allowed to do what they want. Next, the four of them arrived at the parking spot. This is. When Jiang Nan opened the door of the Bugatti Divo, Qiu Rueyue's eyes widened in shock, and she exclaimed, "This car is so cool."
It's alright, Jiang Nan smiled.
Next time, I'll take you for a ride.
Great, don't forget. Qiu Rueyue immediately accepted, believing that with her figure and looks, she could win over this romantic man. As she thought about it, she suddenly recalled the landlady, Xia Jiqing.
That beautiful young woman. Could she also be one of Jiang Nan's beautiful acquaintances? The moment that thought crossed her mind, Qiu Rueyue was taken aback. Wow, this is really building a harem.
Meng Qingqiu, Sister Xia, the current Ning Rushuang, and Li Jing, if she joined, that would make 5 top beauties. If this got out, it would surely astonish everyone.
So many top beauties willingly becoming Jiang Nan's beautiful acquaintances.
This 520 is really packed with activities. As soon as one ends, another begins.
On the street, a blue and gold luxury supercar started to roar.
At that moment, inside the car, Jiang Nan was driving but couldn't help but mutter. You could say he was tired, but he wasn't really. Yet, if you said he wasn't tired, thinking about it carefully, running around did make him feel a bit weary.
Looks like I need to pick up the pace.
After securing Li Jing and Qiu Rueyue, I should get some money to buy a bigger villa, or maybe even a real estate estate. Jiang Nan lightly tapped the steering wheel, his eyes sparkling with unusual light. Currently, he had 870 million in savings, a number that might not mean much to some real tycoons. But, if you were to compare him to some average wealthy individuals, those worth at most a few billion, Jiang Nan could stand tall.
A billionaire is just worth that much. If you had to say, Jiang Nan's Jiangcheng building was worth at least over 10 billion. 870 million isn't a small amount, but the problem is I don't have many channels.
Jiang Nan had ideas, but he really didn't have good opportunities to make money.
Bidding for properties? Bidding for land?
Go on, his funds may not be enough for a big bid, but for some small plots of land, it's definitely a matter of having the upper hand. There's still one more chance to draw a lottery. Let's find a good place to try it out later. Who knows, maybe I'll get some nice ability. Jiang Nan actually understood that what was most important for him now was not the funds, but the connections.
Wait a minute. Jiang Nan suddenly wanted to slap himself. He had connections, how could he not have connections?
The landlady was at least a wealthy woman, owning several buildings, already worth over 100 million. Could she really not have some connections? Thinking of this, Jiang Nan slapped his forehead. He almost forgot about the landlady.
As his woman, wasn't the landlady's network his network?
Immediately, Jiang Nan took out his phone, ready to call the landlady. Just as he picked up the phone, it seemed like the landlady was also in sync with him and happened to call at that moment.
Sister Xia, Jiang Nan answered the call. Have you had dinner yet? The landlady's gentle voice rang out.
I just ate, Jiang Nan replied.
Can you eat a bit more?
Su Yun, Man, and I are together, planning to grab something to eat.
I just happen to have something to discuss with you.
The landlady's voice continued.
What a coincidence. I also have something to discuss with you. Jiang Nan smiled. Send me your location, I'll be right there. System, give 15 points for free love power. I'm on my way. Jiangcheng building. At this moment, inside the elevator, Jiang Nan's expression was somewhat strange. He had just left here, and now he was back again. Ding! The elevator door slowly opened, and Jiang Nan walked out, quickly arriving at the entrance of the Linjiang Xian restaurant.
When Jiang Nan arrived again, the several welcoming ladies at the entrance were momentarily stunned. Welcome to Linjiang Xian restaurant, may I ask, sir? It was still the same cheapop-lad hostess who stepped forward. Jiang Nan remembered her name was Su Xiaoqin. At this moment, as she spoke, Jiang Nan smiled and said, I'm here to find someone.
All right, this way please.
Su Xiaoqin hurriedly invited Jiang Nan inside. While speaking, may I ask if the person you are looking for is in a private room or in the hall?
In the hall, I've already seen them.
Jiang Nan's gaze quickly locked onto the table where the landlady and her 2 companions were sitting not far away.
"Brother Jiang Nan, over here."
Lin Manman was the first to spot Jiang Nan, immediately standing up and waving her little hand at him. Whoosh! In an instant, several tables of people in the hall were drawn to this sweet call.
"Wow, what a beautiful lady."
Not only that, but that table also has two charming married women. It's truly unbeatable.
"That handsome guy looks a bit familiar. Didn't he just come here before?" The murmurs began.
At this moment, Su Shaoqin beside Jiang Nan also had her mouth wide open, her face filled with disbelief. My goodness, the quality of the last batch of girls was already exaggerated. This time, there were actually 3 top-notch beauties. No wonder this guy is so handsome. Jiang Nan smiled and nodded at Su Shaoqin, then headed towards the landlady's table. His appearance was no less than that of several long-legged beauties in black stockings walking together. Although this time was not the peak dinner hour, there were still quite a few people. After all, the location of Jiangcheng building was not bad. There was a very famous scenic spot in the old city, and many tourists came here. At this time, there were plenty of people dining, especially some female tourists from out of town, who hadn't seen Jiang Nan in the last round, were now looking at him with sparkling eyes. Soon, he arrived and sat down next to Lin Manman.
There was no way around it.
They chose to sit side by side in pairs, with the landlady and Suyin sitting together, while Jiang Nan sat next to Lin Manman.
As soon as he sat down,
Jiang Nan noticed that Lin Manman's black bounty socks had been replaced with a pair of 0D black stockings, which could almost be called black skin-tight stockings. Any slight snag would definitely cause them to run.
Jiang Nan understood the convenience of such stockings.
He glanced over and then looked at the landlady and Su Yun. The outfits of these two widows hadn't changed much today. Both women had their hair elegantly pinned up, with the landlady's silver hair naturally drawing more attention. They both wore standard floral long dresses, and Jiang Nan tactically leaned back to take a look. Unsurprisingly, both sisters were wearing flesh-colored stockings. "You little rascal, in broad daylight, you really have no restraint at all."
The landlady noticed Jiang Nan's tactical lean and couldn't help but tease him.
As for Lin Manman and Su Yun, they remained silent, their pretty faces flushed, simply looking down at the steaming dishes on the table.
"Brother, have some vegetables."
Lin Manman sweetly offered Jiang Nan a piece of stir-fried kidney, whispering, "I plan to learn some cooking skills from Sister Yun, so I can prepare balanced nutrition for you."
"Are you hinting at something?"
Jiang Nan teased, blowing gently in her ear and whispering. "Brother." The breath made Lin Manman's body tense up instantly, her face blooming like a peach blossom as she looked at Jiang Nan beside her, her gaze dreamy. Paired with the sweet brother, it was simply heart-stirring.
"Ha ha ha."
Jiang Nan laughed, picking up the stir-fried kidney with his chopsticks and eating it. Then looking at the landlady, he asked, "Sister Xia, do you have something to discuss with me?" "Well, I have some spare money and plan to partner with Sister Yun to open a beauty salon," the landlady said softly.
"A beauty salon? Sounds good. Do you need me to do anything?"
Upon hearing the landlady's words, Jiang Nan's eyes flickered. It was said to be a partnership investment, but it was likely that the landlady would provide the funds while Su Yun managed it. Jiang Nan felt very pleased about this. At least for now, none of the women in his life seemed to be the type to play tricks behind the scenes while appearing harmonious on the surface.
"You're younger, so we were thinking of asking if you think it would be better to open it in the South City or in the Old Town?"
The landlady continued, serving Jiang Nan another piece of stir-fried kidney. "Let's do it here," Jiang Nan said after eating the piece of stir-fried kidney. "The Jiangcheng building has a good location, and the people in the Old Town have decent spending power. Plus there are many tourists. This building is indeed the best choice."
"The rent for the Jiangcheng building isn't cheap, is it?" Su Yun said quietly. "Anyone from Jiangcheng would know this building, which could be considered half a landmark in the city."
"Indeed not cheap. The first floor alone is at least over 1,000 square meters. Based on the prices from the last 2 years, the annual rent would be at least over 2 million, the landlady said softly.
2 million, annual rent. Upon hearing the landlady's words, Su Yun was immediately shocked by the number. Goodness,
she had never possessed so much money in her life. The annual rent for the Jiangcheng building was over 2 million. Was this crazy?
Rent?
Hearing the landlady and seeing Su Yun's expression, Jiang Nan chuckled and shook his head. He said, "My two lovely sisters, do you think your man is without resources?"
"What do you mean?"
The landlady was taken aback for a moment, then looked at Jiang Nan in surprise and asked, "Do you know the owner of a certain floor in the Jiangcheng building?
Can you get us a lower rent?" "Summer sister, isn't the rent a bit too expensive? Starting at over 2 million a year, even if it's less, how much can it really drop?" "1 million a year?"
Su Yun asked softly. "1 million probably won't work. If it's really 2 million, getting a reduction of 100,000 would be quite good," the landlady said with a bitter smile, shaking her head. "Then forget it. I think we don't necessarily have to open here." Su Yun quickly shook her head.
"No need for money."
Jiang Nan was no longer going to keep them in suspense, smiling as he said, tell me which floor you want to open the beauty salon on, and that's where you'll open it.
Rent? Not a dime. Ha!
Hearing Jiang Nan's words, the landlady, Su Yun, and Lin Man were all stunned, momentarily unable to react to what he meant. Adding a chapter for everyone, my birthday is tomorrow, can I ask for some free love power in advance, to give 15 a few ads and reward some free little gifts?
Thank you, big brothers. What do you mean, huh?
I said whichever floor you want in the Jiangcheng building, that's the floor I'll give you, not a dime in rent.
Jiang Nan chuckled.
But we don't want you to spend money, the landlady said softly. I still have some spare cash on hand.
This entire Jiangcheng building belongs to you men. What rent are you talking about? Jiang Nan laid it all out. What? Yours? Frog fun.
The three women reacted in unison, their eyes wide, looking at Jiang Nan in disbelief.
Right, it's your own building. Why would you need rent? Jiang Nan laughed. Jiang Nan, you.
The landlady held her breath at that moment, shocked as she said, this Jiangcheng building is yours?
That's right.
Jiang Nan knew this news was too shocking. He wasn't surprised at all by the landlady's astonishment. It was obvious, Jiangcheng building was worth at least hundreds of billions, meaning Jiang Nan's worth started at hundreds of billions. How could this news not be shocking?
My God.
Lin Man swallowed, then scanned the entire lobby of the Linjiang Xian restaurant, swallowing again, and said softly, brother, this is a bit too rich, isn't it?
This is really going to scare people,
the landlady said with a bitter smile. It's even more exaggerated than the rent you were going to pay us. Not really, when the time comes, summer sister, you can see what number you like, and I'll just give it to you directly.
Jiang Nan chuckled.
As for whether that floor had anyone on it, he didn't care.
Penalties for breach of contract? What's the big deal?
No need, just an available floor will do, the landlady hurriedly said.
All right, I'll take a look later.
Jiang Nan nodded. Such a large building couldn't all be rented out. There must be some vacant or soon-to-expire floors.
By the way, didn't you say you had something to tell me? The landlady asked.
Summer sister, I'm planning to buy some land or properties for investment.
Do you have any connections in that area? Jiang Nan looked at the landlady expectantly. Buying some land, properties for investment.
Hearing Jiang Nan's words, the landlady, Su Yun, and Lin Man couldn't help but exchange glances, their faces showing a hint of strange expressions.
Goodness, do rich people really talk so big?
If the man in front of her wasn't the one she loved, the landlady might have been the first to complain, saying, you're really too pretentious.
Yes.
The landlady nodded heavily. She would definitely help her little man without reservation, saying without hesitation, I've heard that several areas in the old city need to be replanned. I'll go ask for you.
No problem.
Jiang Nan revealed a smile. Currently, he had 870 million on hand. He wasn't very familiar with the prices in this area, but he guessed that it shouldn't be impossible to acquire the planning rights for a piece of land, right? As for how to plan after acquiring it, that could be discussed later.
Jiang Nan certainly wouldn't be without companies in the future.
With a company, the expenses would increase, and by then, every penny he spent would count as a form of consumption, right? Whether he made a profit or not was irrelevant. What mattered was continuously using the system for cashback.
The first 100 billion won't be too far away. Jiang Nan was absolutely confident. Dinner was a joyful affair. Around 8:30,
under the gaze of everyone in the restaurant, Jiang Nan left with Lin Man, the landlady, and Su Yun.
Not long after,
in the underground parking lot.
At this moment, as Jiang Nan drove his Bugatti Divo in front of the three women's Maybach, the landlady and the two women gasped in surprise. What kind of car is this? It's so cool. The landlady looked at Jiang Nan's vehicle with a shocked expression. Bugatti Divo, a car limited to just one in the world. Jiang Nan introduced.
Brother, how much did this car cost? Lin Man swallowed hard and asked weakly.
200 million.
Jiang Nan's answer was like a thunderclap, leaving the landlady, Su Yun, and Lin Man with incredulous looks on their faces.
Oh my goodness, a 200 million vehicle. This is just one car, equivalent to a person's wealth for 100 lifetimes. No, it's truly money that one couldn't possess even in 1,000 lifetimes. It's too exaggerated.
Xia Jia, I really don't know what to say.
Lin Man in the Maybach shook her head with a bitter smile.
Don't say you don't know. I don't know either.
The landlady, who was also a wealthy woman worth over 100 million, realized that her worth was merely the value of Jiang Nan's car. How could she compare?
As for Su Yun, she didn't know what to say either, remaining silent, but in her heart, she was incredibly grateful to be Jiang Nan's woman. She had truly found a good man. Crossing social classes was just a step away. But the more outstanding Jiang Nan was, the more insecure Su Yun felt inside.
First, she was a widow. Second, she was several years older than Jiang Nan.
Third, her background wasn't good, and she had a burden to carry. For all these reasons, she felt very self-conscious.
What I can do is to serve him well.
Soo-yeon looked at Jong Nan through the car window, her gaze soft and tender, with only this man in her eyes. The two cars drove out of the underground parking lot. This time, they didn't return to the landlady's old neighborhood but went to the villa Jong Nan had purchased at Nantiange. As soon as they arrived on the first floor, Soo-yeon proactively approached, her enthusiasm completely off the charts.
Soo-yeon's favorability +1. Lin Manman's favorability +1. 2.5 hours later,
Jong Nan arrived at the floor-to-ceiling window of the master bedroom, where several handprints were visible under the moonlight.
Plop! Instinctively, Jong Nan lit a cigarette.
In the 2.5 hours, Jong Nan successfully gained a total of 2 lottery chances from Soo-yeon and Lin Manman, and their favorability and attractiveness scores both reached 92 points. This value was not low, at least in Jang Nan's eyes. Whether it was Lin Manman or Soo-yeon, their charm had increased by more than just one level. It's a pity the landlady didn't improve, otherwise, reaching 95 points would have given me 2 more lottery chances.
At that time, I would have had 5.
Jong Nan's gaze flickered for a moment, but it was only a matter of time before the landlord's wife's favorability reached 95 points. After all, there was only 1 point of favorability left.
I still need 1.3 billion to reach 1 billion in savings. I need to think of a way to get to 1 billion first. Wish me a happy birthday. Please support me with some free love power, brothers. Each person support 2 free ads. Let me have some fun, ha ha, buzz buzz buzz. A cigarette ended. The phone rang at the right moment.
Jong Nan glanced at it and found it was a call from Ning Rushuang.
Hubby, Jingjing and Yeye and I are done shopping. Do you want to go back together?
Ning Rushuang's voice rang out.
I haven't finished my work here. I'll come back tomorrow, Jong Nan replied. Okay, then Jingjing and I will head back first.
Ning Rushuang obediently didn't ask anything. Perhaps she knew everything, or perhaps she knew nothing at all. She just understood what she should or shouldn't know. The call ended. Jong Nan sat down on the sofa, and just as he settled in, Meng Qingqiu called with a video call. Darling, I just finished reviewing and got back to the dorm. Meng Qingqiu appeared on the screen with a fresh face, her hair cascading over her shoulders, smiling brightly at Jong Nan.
Great, how's it going? Did the things you bought in Zhangcheng arrive? Jong Nan asked. They arrived in the afternoon, quite efficient. I forgot to report to you, Yao Yao really likes them, but she also said it was a bit extravagant and asked you to come to Moto early to treat you to a meal to thank you.
Meng Qingqiu laughed. Hey, it's not me who said to come to Moto early. It's that certain little girl who wants her darling to come to Moto sooner. A sweet voice chimed in, and then Meng Qingqiu's camera shifted slightly. Jong Nan glanced over and could only see a silhouette, but even that silhouette revealed a bit. A white short skirt, those naturally long legs without any elongation, perhaps a bit lacking in embellishment for Jong Nan, who had a thing for stockings. But, after looking a bit longer, it became increasingly heart-fluttering.
Good legs. Jong Nan could only think that. Humph, Yao Yao. How could you expose me so mercilessly? Darling, yes, I do want you to come to Moto sooner, he.
Meng Qingqiu's camera only shifted for 2 seconds before returning to her face, playfully sticking out her little tongue at the camera, smiling brightly. I'm going to take a shower now, and then go to bed early. I have to get up early tomorrow. Aren't you taking me with you?
Jong Nan, looking at the adorable Meng Qingqiu, couldn't help but tease her. But, I don't want to expose any part of myself online. What if there are video reviewers? I would be in trouble.
Meng Qingqiu pouted, then turned to look back and leaned closer to the camera, lowering her voice significantly. Wait until you come to Motu, we'll go together.
Okay. Jong Nan nodded and smiled.
Moa, good night in advance, darling. See you tomorrow. Meng Qingqiu leaned closer to the camera and gave a kiss, and after Jong Nan returned the kiss, she ended the video call. After hanging up, Jong Nan held his phone, his eyes sparkling with a strange light.
Nothing to do, let's make some money,
Jong Nan muttered, opening the Douhu live streaming app. Upon entering the Douhu live streaming platform, Jong Nan casually glanced at the recommended streamers.
When Jong Nan saw the first recommended streamer, a look of astonishment appeared on his face.
Because this is a streamer who was previously banned, during his peak, the traffic he attracted was terrifying, undoubtedly the greatest illusionist in the live streaming world, with no one else to compare.
Wu Feikai.
Yes, this streamer is Wu Feikai, who has been banned for several years.
It seems that the ban has indeed ended.
I didn't expect him to return to the Douhu live streaming platform.
Jong Nan's eyes flickered.
He used to watch Wu Feikai's streams often when he was 13 or 14. After all, LOL was a peak phenomenon game back then.
Who in that era played LOL and didn't know about this super illusionist LOL streamer?
Even after the emergence of PUBG, those famous lines like I, Lu Wei, am not cheating, this is Lu Wei Square, everyone stand up, are still passed down to this day. Although this guy incited fans to curse, he indeed brought me a lot of joy in my youth. Jiang Nan stopped thinking too much and directly went to the personal backend of Douhu live streaming to start recharging. Instead of giving it to anyone else, it was better to give a perfect ending to his youthful self.
Jiang Nan didn't recharge much, just 2 million.
1 million was prepared to send to Wu Feikai, and the other million was for waiting for a fateful beautiful streamer.
After recharging, Jiang Nan directly entered Wu Feikai's live streaming room. Lu Wei, don't believe you can kill me with 17 cards? You can kill me?
If you can kill me with 17 cards today, I'll eat this screen on the spot. As soon as he entered the live room, Jiang Nan was stunned.
Is this a recording from a few years ago? Why does this sound so familiar? The most important thing is, the next second. With a shot of airplane, this familiar scene reappeared, instantly making Jiang Nan's eyes widen. Damn it! Did 17 cards really kill me again? After a few seconds of silence in the live room, Wu Feikai's roar and the sound of him slamming the table echoed.
Sorry, super admin, I'll shut up right away, I forgot, the times have changed.
I banana you, this really killed me. Don't mind, I was just joking, brothers, he, this is all just a script, everyone don't take it seriously, he.
After a moment of roaring, as if he saw a violation prompt, Wu Feikai immediately put on a smile and revealed his very charming baboon grin.
To this, Jiang Nan couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. Clap clap.
Yenyu Jiangnan sent a super rocket *1 to the streamer. Yenyu Jiangnan sent a super rocket *1 to the streamer. Yenyu Jiangnan sent a super rocket *1 to the streamer. A super rocket costs 2,000 yuan. And Jiangnan clicked like it was free, going crazy with the clicks. In just a short while, he sent 100 super rockets. Wow! Thanks to my smoked Jiangnan dad for 100 super rockets. Jiangnan dad is generous. 100 super rockets only cost 200,000 yuan. But for Lu Wei, who just resumed streaming, this was an excellent omen, so he immediately started bowing in thanks. Book shortage KO1, brothers, although we don't have much money, we were once loyal fans of Lu Leoi. I saved up Douhu food for several months and gave it all to you. Love to eat fried potatoes, Sun Mian. Why does this smoked Jiangnan brother's ID look so familiar? Is he the big brother from Douyin who likes to send gifts to beautiful women? Ancient saying Firefox, wow, this is a real big brother, another 100 super rockets have come. As the bullet comments started flooding the live room, Jiangnan also went crazy clicking. The currency on the Douhu live streaming platform is called Tiger Wings. 1 Tiger Wing equals 1 yuan, and a 2,000 yuan super rocket is 2,000 Tiger Wings. This 1 million also sent out 500 super rockets. Ding! Meanwhile, when Jiangnan finished the last super rocket, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Congratulations, host, consumption completed. Received 12 times consumption rebate, 12 million yuan. Just as he thought it was about to end, another system prompt echoed in his mind, causing Jiangnan's eyes to light up. Is there anyone who knows Grandpa Lu? Ha ha ha. A little plot transition. Ding! Congratulations, host, consumption completed. Triggered 10 times critical consumption rebate, 120 million. Ha! When the system prompt sounded in his mind, a look of shock appeared on Jiangnan's face. This system really does bring what one thinks of. This 120 million came at just the right time, directly bringing his savings to 1 billion. Ding! The next second. Before Jiangnan could react, another system prompt rang in his mind. Congratulations, host, savings reached 1 billion. In light of the host's diligent consumption, a small welfare task has been dispatched. Have a beautiful confidant with a beauty score of 98 or above, favorability over 90 points. Task reward, 500 million cash reward, 3 lottery chances, super 5 senses ability. Here it comes, another small welfare task. And honestly, this reward isn't shabby. In a sense, it's quite generous. The 500 million cash reward goes without saying, and 3 lottery chances are even better. Nice among nice. As for the super 5 senses ability, Jiangnan may not have it yet, but he understands what the 5 senses are. Vision, hearing, smell, taste, touch. Super 5 senses means extraordinary 5 senses. Even if it doesn't reach the ultimate level of the 5 senses, it can definitely be considered a transcendent ability beyond ordinary people. With this ability, even when facing so-called gun attacks, I might have a great chance to evade. Jiangnan still didn't dare to be too confident. After all, he didn't possess this ability yet. Very good. I really like this small welfare task. Jiangnan's eyes sparkled with a strange light, and an excited smile appeared on his face. Among his beautiful confidants, currently, Meng Qingxiu in the Magic City has the highest beauty score of 96, with a favorability of 96 points as well. Logically speaking, to complete this task, Jiangnan should go to the Magic City to boost Meng Qingxiu's favorability. But, let's not forget, Ning Rushuang and Li Jing also have impressive beauty scores, both reaching an astonishing 95 points. If the gap were too large,
Jiang Nan would naturally prefer to find Meng Qingqiu in the Magic City.
But with only a slight difference, Jiang Nan didn't want to go to the Magic City for now, because there's a saying, absence makes the heart grow fonder. No rush. According to the system's previous pattern of dispatching welfare tasks, after I complete this small welfare task, the next one might just be to have 3 more beautiful confidants with beauty scores of 98 or above.
A faint smile curved Jiang Nan's lips.
He had a rough understanding of his system. It was spontaneous. Moreover, it wasn't just the system being spontaneous, but rather, when he, the host, thought of something, it would come to be.
Don't you see that the rewards for each small welfare task are mostly what he currently thinks of and needs?
Of course, he wouldn't be so fanciful as to say the next welfare task would directly give him superhuman strength. That would be too much of a leap, making him invincible all at once, which wouldn't be a free life anymore, but truly an invincible loneliness, and that would be boring. He wasn't in a hurry at all. He enjoyed the feeling of growing step by step. It was exhilarating, without any pressure, and at the same time, it didn't feel interesting. As for why he had such thoughts, to put it simply, it's like playing a single-player game. If you cheat in speedrun, it might feel great for a moment.
But what happens after the speedrun? All that's left is a sense of emptiness. Once you're invincible, you can only switch games. Although he viewed the current world as a game, after speedrunning, there would be no other games left. So, wouldn't that mean a lifetime of emptiness? What's the point? Absolutely meaningless. I can do whatever I want. No one can dictate my thoughts and actions, Jiang Nan said.
Thanks to brother Jiang Nan for the 500 super rockets.
Where's brother Jiang Nan? My goodness, which rich guy just gave $1 million and then disappeared? Is the big guy still here?
Grandpa Lu, hurry up and call him dad a few more times, maybe.
Whoa, this dad is starting again.
The excited baboon sounds echoed in the live broadcast room, and the barrage of comments rolled in like crazy. At this moment, Jiang Nan also came back to his senses, focused on his phone, and directly spent the remaining 1 million tiger wings. Another 500 super rockets appeared, making Lu Wei so excited that he started performing the baboon dance in the live broadcast room. Perhaps 2 million wasn't a huge tip for the top streamer Wu Fei from years ago, but for him, who had just returned to the live broadcast room, it was a good omen and a form of recognition. That's why Lu Wei was so excited. After watching Lu Wei perform his 2-minute original baboon dance, Jiang Nan directly exited the Douhu live broadcast platform app. At the same time, a familiar system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed the consumption. You have received a 20-fold consumption rebate, 20 million yuan. This time, luck wasn't so great. Although he didn't receive any extra critical consumption rebate rewards, it wasn't too bad either. At least, he achieved the highest 20-fold consumption rebate ever. Tap tap tap. Footsteps came from the second-floor stairs. Jiang Nan placed his phone aside, leaned back on the sofa, and slowly closed his eyes. After a few seconds, light footsteps sounded. Soon after, a fragrant breeze wafted in, and a pair of warm hands rested on his temples.
Does my little man feel tired too?
A gentle voice rang out. Who else could it be but the landlady, Xia Jiqing?
Aren't your feet cold, Sister Xia?
Jiang Nan didn't open his eyes but understood that the landlady had already taken off her shoes and come barefoot after seeing him leaning on the sofa.
You really have sharp ears. I took off my shoes, and you could tell.
The landlady was quite surprised.
Because sister loves me. Jiang Nan calmly said these 5 words.
Upon hearing this, the landlady's hand, which was massaging Jiang Nan's temples, paused slightly. Then, Jiang Nan felt her left hand leave, as if she wiped something, and then it returned, slightly damp, back to his temples.
Do you love sister?
The landlady swallowed hard. Her voice carried a hint of fear, making it slightly hoarse.
Perhaps my love is divided into many parts, but sister will always be the one I love the most.
Jiang Nan slowly opened his eyes, turned his head, and looked at the landlady, who was already in tears, very seriously saying,
perhaps their progress was incredibly fast, but could that affection be fake?
Don't say that this scene might seem awkward to others, perhaps making them feel like they could scrape together a 3-bedroom apartment.
But, as the parties involved, Jiang Nan and the landlady wouldn't think so.
Just as the landlady was about to cry from being moved, a prompt sound from the system suddenly echoed in Jiang Nan's mind.
Xia Jiqing's favorability +2. Suddenly increased by 2 points of favorability? Upon hearing the prompt in his mind, Jiang Nan couldn't help but widen his eyes, disbelief showing on his face. He had thought that with the sound of that prompt, he might gain 1 point of favorability, but who would have thought it would directly jump by 2 points, reaching an astonishing 96 points. Ding!
Congratulations, host, the favorability of your confidant Xia Jiqing has reached 96 points, beauty points +2, and you have gained 3 lottery chances. It should be known that gaining just 2 beauty points would already grant 2 lottery chances. Moreover, the system later provided a small benefit. After reaching a favorability of 95 or above, the first equal favorability with a confidant would grant one lottery chance. So, in just a moment, with merely a line of sweet talk, Jiang Nan had earned 3 lottery chances.
Sister Xia, you truly are my lucky star. Jiang Nan looked at the tender and affectionate landlady with fiery eyes. May 21st, 2024, 8 a.m.
Jiang Nan slowly woke from his dreams. On a bed large enough for 7 or 8 people, he was the only one there.
Another day has passed. Jiang Nan got up and went to the bathroom. Looking at himself in the mirror, he couldn't help but take a deep breath.
It had been 6 days since he obtained the system, and today was just the beginning of the 7th day. For some reason, it felt as if he had lived through 70 days, or even 700 days.
It's too dreamlike,
Jiang Nan murmured, seeing the toothpaste and mouthwash already prepared on the sink. A gentle smile appeared on his face.
He knew who had prepared it, who else but the landlady. Knock knock knock. A few minutes later,
after finishing his grooming, Jiang Nan walked out of the bathroom dressed, and at that moment, he heard a gentle knock on the main bedroom door.
Jiang Nan, breakfast is ready, you can get up now. Su Yun's voice rang out. Coming.
Jiang Nan opened the slightly ajar door and directly wrapped his arms around Su Yun's slim waist. Speaking of which, neither Su Yun nor the landlady showed any signs of having given birth. If the landlady could maintain her looks so well, it was because money takes care of people, which is quite normal. But Su Yun also managed to keep her figure so well, showing no signs of having given birth, which surprised Jiang Nan. When he went down to the first floor dining room, he only saw the landlady, who was tying on an apron and had just set down a bowl of lean meat porridge.
He couldn't help but ask, "Where's Man-Man?" Man-Man went back to school early.
She told me to let you know that she probably won't have time to accompany you in the next few days because of a small exam.
The landlady looked at Jiang Nan gently and replied. Jiang Nan nodded, unconsciously glancing at the landlady.
Now that her beauty had risen to 96 points, it was truly stunning. Her face was still the same, but in Jiang Nan's eyes, it seemed as if it had been filtered through many layers, radiating an unusual brilliance, and her skin looked several levels better than before. If one were to describe it in one word, it would be plump and dewy. Clearly a 30-year-old woman, yet she looked much younger than an ordinary 18-year-old girl. Don't think that the landlady had lost her charm as a wife. In fact, this look of being both youthful and mature was the true essence of allure.
What's wrong? Are you mesmerized? Don't recognize your sister anymore? At this moment, the landlady's voice rang out. She slowly walked up to Jiang Nan, waved her hand in front of his eyes, spun around with a cheerful smile, and said, "This is the nourishment of love. It feels like I've been reborn, blooming anew." When I saw her like this morning after getting up with Sister Xia, I was truly stunned. Su Yun was also amazed by the landlady's incredible transformation.
Although she felt that her own changes over the past 2 days were quite significant, they were still not on the same level as the landlady's.
Your skin is getting better and better, so tender and smooth.
The landlady gently stroked Su Yun's face and couldn't help but exclaim, "And I don't know why, ever since I had that thing with this bad boy, I found my spirit and energy improving. Before, I would usually have 2 dreams at night, but now I sleep soundly without any dreams, waking up naturally."
Me too.
Su Yun nodded in agreement, deeply resonating with her. Before meeting Jiang Nan, she was extremely anxious about not having much money on hand, which led to her poor sleep quality. After all, without any students to teach piano, she could only rely on being a small game streamer on Douyin to earn a little money. By the end of the month, when she met the big brother, she could sometimes make 6 or 7,000, even over 10,000.
But how could she meet the big brother every month?
Before meeting Jiang Nan, her income in the past 2 months barely reached 3,000. Don't think that was enough. If she hadn't saved up 10,000 before, she would have been unable to resist agreeing to the requests from those who privately messaged her on Douyin asking for a pair of socks priced at 200.
Fortunately, Jiang Nan appeared, like a deity descending before her.
Even better, this top big brother was so young, handsome, and wealthy.
He was even outstanding. It's undeniable that Su Yun first encountered Jiang Nan on Douyin, but her love at first sight for him was real, especially that moment in the piano room when their souls intertwined, which drove her to completely fall for this man a few years younger than her. Love is that simple. Once you sink in, you can't pull back.
Su Yun deeply felt this sensation. If you ask me, both of you sisters are naturally beautiful. It's just that after a long drought, you suddenly received a great nourishment and have recovered, Jiang Nan said with a smile, wrapping his other arm around the landlady.
You really know how to sweet talk.
The landlady happily nestled against Jiang Nan's chest, showing a sweet smile like a girl in love.
+1, Su Yun nodded in agreement. In this day and age, how can sweet talking be just that? Jiang Nan spread his hands, revealing a helpless smile. An hour later, I'm heading out.
After the landlady and Su Yun gently tidied Jiang Nan's appearance, he stood up and headed towards the underground garage. The landlady and Su-yun, with blooming faces, accompanied him to the stairway at the lower level.
Are you coming back for lunch? Su-yun asked. Probably not. All right, Sister Xia, about the land and property matters, remember to ask for me. I have no problem with bids around 1 billion. Jiang Nan turned back and said, Don't worry, I'll keep track of my man's matters. The landlady patted her chest and assured. Jiang Nan smiled and nodded, disappearing around the corner. Loving you isn't just for 2 or 3 days. After Jiang Nan left, the landlady immediately began to hum a cheerful tune as she headed to the dining room. Sister Xia, let me clean up. Su-yun followed behind her, eager to help with the dishes. Su-yun, even though you call me Sister Xia, you and I are both confidants from Jiangnan. You are not a servant, we are good sisters. To speak honestly, we both understand each other better. The landlady reached out and grabbed Su-yun's hand, sincerely saying, So, there's no need for so many formalities. We're sisters, after all, men are all the same. What else is there that we can't share? Sister Xia. Su-yun's eyes immediately welled up with emotion. At this moment, in the Bugatti Divo, Jiang Nan had no idea about the deep sisterly bond between the landlady and Su-yun after he left. Buzz buzz buzz. The phone suddenly vibrated. Honey, the call connected. Ning Ruo Shuang's lazy voice, as if she hadn't woken up yet, came through. Why aren't you back yet? I miss you. On my way back. Jiang Nan replied. Then I'll be good and sleep a little longer, waiting for you to come back. Mua. The call ended. Jiang Nan's eyes narrowed slightly. Ning Ruo Shuang would be going to work after today. If he didn't make an effort to increase her affection level today, aiming for a chance to draw a lottery from her would be a real pity. Currently, he had 6 lottery chances on hand. He just needed to gain 4 more chances, and then he could exchange for an extraordinary lottery opportunity. Almost there, almost there. Jiang Nan took a deep breath. Ning Ruo Shuang was a standard beauty lover plus ultimate romantic. Although she had already reached her peak, he believed he could still manage to raise her affection level by 1 point. As for Li Jing, her affection level had already reached 53 points. If Jiang Nan took the initiative a bit, not to mention reaching 95 points in a day, he believed it wouldn't be a big problem within 3 days. Calculating this way, wouldn't that give him 3 lottery chances? As for the 4th chance, Jiang Nan felt it would be easy. Xiu Ruiyu had fallen for him at first sight, and her affection level was also quite high. Although her beauty score hadn't reached 95 points, with her level of beauty obsession and romantic mindset being on par with Ning Ruo Shuang, Jiang Nan was confident he could double his efforts to gain the last lottery chance from her. Not to mention, Jiang Nan also had a small task reward of 3 lottery chances as a safety net. Whoosh! The Bugatti Divo sped away like a flash of lightning. Half an hour later, Zhangcheng Tianfu Community. In the underground garage of Villa 001, Jiang Nan got out of the car. As he made his way to the first floor, Jiang Nan glanced around but didn't see anyone, so he hurriedly went up to the second-floor master bedroom. Gently pushing the door open, Jiang Nan looked towards the master bed and saw a figure with its back to him. He immediately smiled, tiptoeing to the bedside, and cheerfully said, Guess who I am? Li Jing affection plus 6. What the heck? When the system's prompt sounded in his mind, Jiang Nan froze. Li Jing? How is it Li Jing? Splash! At that moment, the sound of flushing came from the bathroom. Creak! The bathroom door opened. Honey, what are you doing? Ning Ruo Shuang's voice came from behind. Li Jing affection plus 5. Goodness! After being startled, Jiang Nan heard the system's prompt sound again in his mind. Boss, you're back. At this moment, Li Jing on the bed began to breathe rapidly but quickly suppressed it, pretending to be confused as she got up from the bed. Awesome! Jiang Nan saw that Li Jing had quickly suppressed her shyness, looking just like someone who had just woken up in a daze, and couldn't help but give a thumbs up in his heart. How did Sister Jing end up here? Jiang Nan was surprised and said that he was also a natural actor, as if the previous blunder had never happened. I got back last night around 11, took a shower, chatted with Jingjing for a bit, and then we went to sleep together. Ning Ruo Shuang walked over with a smile, hugged Jiang Nan, then leaned against his chest, slightly raising her head and playfully blinking her eyes. Jiang Nan was taken aback for a moment, then quickly understood, cleared his throat, and said, Get up and wash up. What do you want for breakfast? After Jiang Nan finished speaking, Ning Ruo Shuang's lips moved, but no sound came out. However, from the number of times her lips moved, Jiang Nan could tell it was 5 words. I'll go make breakfast for the boss. Li Jing hurriedly got out of bed. Jiang Nan looked over, his eyelids involuntarily twitching, but after a glance, he immediately shifted his gaze away. Li Jing's favorability plus 1. Just adding 1 point for being so gentlemanly? Immediately, Jiang Nan looked back. Li Jing's favorability plus 5. Good. So you like this vibe, huh? Jiang Nan smiled as he watched Li Jing,
who was shyly running out of the master bedroom barefoot with her hand over her chest. "Do I look good, husband?" Once Li Jing's figure disappeared from the room, Jiang Nan finally withdrew his gaze and met Ning Ruoxuang's meaningful eyes. Hearing what she said, he nodded and smiled. "You look good, but my Ruoxuang looks even better." Ning Ruoxuang's favorability +1, Li Jing's favorability +6. An hour later, 2 system notification sounds rang in Jiang Nan's mind simultaneously. Ha! He was momentarily stunned. Wow! It was completely normal for Ning Ruoxuang to gain 1 point of favorability, but how did Li Jing also gain 6 points? How strange. However, Jiang Nan was never the type to dwell on things. Since he didn't know, he wouldn't keep probing into it. Moreover, in his view, since the favorability had increased, there must be a reason for it, and the cause would eventually reveal itself. 7 lottery chances. This is coming too easily. Not long after, in the bathroom, Jiang Nan was showering, his face filled with extreme satisfaction. In his view, he might not even need Shou Ruiwei. He could gather 10 ordinary lottery chances and then exchange for 1 extraordinary lottery. I hope this extraordinary lottery can give me an amazing reward. Jiang Nan's eyes flickered with anticipation for the extraordinary lottery chance he would soon gather from 10 ordinary lottery chances. A few minutes later, Jiang Nan dressed and walked out of the bathroom. Ning Ruoxuang was facing him, wearing a sweet, happy smile as she drifted into sleep. Jiang Nan didn't disturb her and slowly walked out of the master bedroom. Li Jing's favorability +4. The moment he stepped out of the master bedroom, a system notification sounded in Jiang Nan's mind, leaving him even more stunned. He instinctively turned back to look, only to see Li Jing, who had just gone up the stairs, standing there awkwardly with a towel in her hand, looking a bit embarrassed. As Jiang Nan's gaze swept over, it was evident that the woman's body tensed up, feeling extremely guilty. "Sister Jing, what are you planning to do with that towel?" Seeing this, Jiang Nan's eyes flickered, and a strange expression appeared on his face. Li Jing's favorability +2. Even though Jiang Nan hadn't said anything, it still increased Li Jing's favorability by 2 points. No, I'm just wiping sweat." Li Jing chuckled and quickly hid the towel behind her back, then walked over briskly, smiling as she said, "Boss, breakfast is ready, you should go eat." "I've already eaten," Jiang Nan replied, slowly walking towards her. "Ah!" Li Jing suddenly let out a strange cry. Li Jing's favorability +2. "What's wrong, Sister Jing?" Jiang Nan was puzzled by Li Jing's odd behavior, and the continuous increase in favorability left him confused. In that moment, he seemed to hear a faint sigh of relief. For this, Jiang Nan truly found Li Jing quite adorable, although it was somewhat inexplicable. To be honest, it was quite interesting. "And no, it's nothing," Li Jing stammered, her breathing suddenly quickening as she looked at Jiang Nan, her pretty face turning a bit red, appearing somewhat inexplicably shy. "Sister Jing, why is your face so red?" At that moment, Jiang Nan moved a little closer and noticed that Li Jing's beautiful face was undeniably flushed, causing his gaze to flicker. He had basically guessed what was happening. After all, this wasn't the first time. Li Jing's favorability +6. As Jiang Nan drew closer, Li Jing instinctively took a few steps back. Her stunningly beautiful face was completely flushed, as if she had done something shameful, and she didn't dare to look at Jiang Nan. "And no, boss, really, it's nothing." Li Jing lowered her head. "What's wrong? What's wrong?" At that moment, the master bedroom door swung open, and Ning Ruoxuan walked out. Seeing Li Jing with her flushed face and embarrassed demeanor, she seemed to understand what was going on. Hubby Ning Ruoxuan called out to Jiang Nan playfully, then winked at him. Jiang Nan immediately understood, cleared his throat, and said, I'll head down first." Jiang Nan's figure disappeared down the second-floor corridor, and Li Jing, feeling embarrassed, looked at Ning Ruoxuan, lowering her head and whispering, "Ruoxuan, I'm sorry, Jing, why are you apologizing? You have no idea how envious I am of you." Ning Ruoxuan quickly took Li Jing's hand and whispered in her ear, "If I had your figure, I could, he. Her voice grew softer, but Li Jing's face turned even redder. You. After hearing Ning Ruoxuan's words, Li Jing's face was already flushed to her ears and neck. Li Jing's favorability +2. At this moment, in the living room on the first floor, as Jiang Nan sat down, the system's prompt sounded in his mind again. Favorability has reached 92 points. Excitement sparkled in Jiang Nan's eyes. So fast. This progress was simply too quick. Just 3 more points of favorability, and I will get another chance to draw. A smile of anticipation appeared on Jiang Nan's face. In fact, the rapid increase in Li Jing's favorability was entirely reasonable. Ning Ruoxuan was a beauty lover with a romantic mindset. Once she set her sights on something, she was all in. And Li Jing? To put it nicely, she was reserved. To put it bluntly, she was dull with a contrast. As long as the right points were grasped, it was inevitable for the favorability to rise rapidly. This was also why Jiang Nan's few playful actions and words had caused Li Jing's favorability to soar. He even suspected that if Ning Ruoshuang hadn't come out to break the situation, with just a little more teasing, he might have been able to raise Li Jing's favorability directly to 95 points.
At this point, it's about time.
Jiang Nan shook his head, with Ning Ruoshuang pushing things along in his own strategy. Barring any surprises, Li Jing's favorability towards him would likely reach 95 points today.
Ding! Just then, a text message notification sounded from Jiang Nan's phone in his pocket. Hearing the sound, Jiang Nan took out his phone and glanced at it.
It was a message from a virtual phone number. Dear Mr.
Jiang Nan, the land you consigned to the Kyoto Xiang Pavilion auction has successfully entered the next auction items. Please pay attention to the account notification message after the auction. If you have any questions, please call 13412. Ha! What does this mean?
Jiang Nan was momentarily stunned upon seeing this message.
Goodness, land in Kyoto? Scams these days are getting more and more outrageous. I'm in Jiangcheng. How could I have land in Kyoto? Are they joking?
Jiang Nan only paused for a moment before regaining his composure, chuckling softly as he deleted the message. He opened WeChat, replying to messages from Meng Qingxiu, Lin Manman, the landlady, and Su Yun one by one. Finally, he focused on a message from Qiu Ruiyue.
Qiu Ruiyue, Jiang Nan, I'll be taking a vacation soon. Can you spare some time to teach me some simple martial arts? Seeing this message, Jiang Nan couldn't help but ponder. To be honest, he felt it was very necessary to have a capable woman by his side in the future. Qiu Ruiyue was originally from a martial arts background, so it seemed quite normal for her to have some basic fighting skills. If he could later give her some body enhancement serum and guide her in martial arts, it wouldn't be a problem for her to take on 7 or 8 ordinary adult men, let alone a dozen armed ones. This was still a conservative estimate. No one knew where Qiu Ruiyue's potential lay. Sure, with that thought, Jiang Nan had made up his mind. Until he found a more suitable female bodyguard, he would first train Qiu Ruiyue. Qiu Ruiyue, yes. How about I contact you in advance then? If I have time, I'll just take my vacation. Jiang Nan, 1. After finishing the chat with Qiu Ruiyue, Jiang Nan was about to exit WeChat to see if there were any interesting short videos when a woman who seemed to have disappeared for a long time sent him a message.
Jiang Nan Gij, are you there?
Jiang Nan?
Meanwhile, in a university dormitory in Jiangcheng University town, a beautiful girl dressed in a light gray long hoodie paired with a brown pleated skirt looked at her phone, her mouth slightly agape.
What a cold question mark.
This beautiful girl was Jiang Yan, and at that moment, looking at the question mark sent by Jiang Nan, she felt a bit at a loss. In the past, she was the one who treated boys this way, but now she was on the receiving end.
To be honest, the sense of disparity in her heart was immense. Could it be because I didn't take the initiative to contact Jiang Nan Gij yesterday? But I wanted to reach out too, but shouldn't boys usually take the initiative to ask girls out?
Jiang Yan felt a bit confused. She admitted that she had a very good impression of Jiang Nan, and his handsome face had appeared in her mind more than once.
But her looks weren't bad either. Even if you have money and looks, shouldn't you show some attitude when pursuing a girl? Moreover, judging by the gifts Jiang Nan had sent her, he should be quite interested in her, right? It was precisely because of this that she had held back from contacting Jiang Nan yesterday, wanting to wait for him to reach out and ask her out. And what happened?
She didn't message Jiang Nan, and he never messaged her either. So, at this moment, Jiang Nan's seemingly cold question mark hit Jiang Yan, who was used to being proud and confident, hard.
What's wrong with this guy? Jiang Nan watched as the chat box at the top displayed typing for a while, then disappeared, then displayed again, but no messages ever came through, leaving him speechless. Shaking his head, he directly exited the chat with Jiang Yan, too lazy to deal with this woman. For him, women often needed to be chosen, and those who weren't proactive could be left to figure it out on their own. Exiting WeChat, Jiang Nan was about to scroll through Douyin for some short videos to relax. At that moment, footsteps came from the stairs on the second floor. Hubby Ning Ruoshuang's voice rang out.
Jiang Nan put his phone back in his pants and turned to look, seeing Ning Ruoshuang coming down the stairs with Li Jing, who had calmed down from her shyness.
Have you had breakfast?
Ning Ruoshuang continued.
I have, Jiang Nan replied, getting up from the sofa to join the two women.
He took a look at Li Jing, who had changed into a new outfit. The top was a black fitted crop top that showcased her curves perfectly, while the bottom was a pair of black hot pants that visually elongated her beautiful legs.
Very nice.
Jiang Nan couldn't help but imagine how captivating this woman would look in early autumn, just in this outfit, with a pair of lettered black stockings and boots accentuating her long legs.
Well, Jing and I are going to have breakfast. By the way, hubby, are you having lunch at home?
Ning Ruoshuang glanced at Li Jing's fitted black top, and from this angle, the effect was even more exaggerated, causing her to smile slightly. This was an outfit she had deliberately chosen for Li Jing, one she had bought but never worn herself. Both of them were 172 centimeters tall, and their body types were quite similar, making Ning Ruoxuang's outfit very suitable for Li Jing. Indeed, this outfit needs to be supported to truly shine. Look at hubby's unwillingness to look away, hee. Facing Jiang Nan's fiery gaze, Ning Ruoxuang felt no jealousy at all. Instead, she was inexplicably very happy. Yes, Jiang Nan nodded. The time was neither too early nor too late, already approaching 10 o'clock, and in 2 hours, it would indeed be lunchtime.
Currently, Jiang Nan had nothing much to do, and, let's not forget, he had just gained a new ability yesterday, that of a master chef. The saying that gentlemen should stay away from the kitchen was true. But, was he a gentleman? In this day and age, in most ordinary families, who was the one cooking if not the man? Most importantly, Jiang Nan wanted to taste the dishes made with his master chef ability. Then I'll go buy some ingredients later and cook at home, Ning Ruoxuang said with a smile. Hubby, let me show you my cooking skills. Okay. Jiang Nan nodded, planning to help out a bit and try making 1 or 2 dishes himself. Buzz buzz buzz. Hello? At that moment, Li Jing's phone rang and vibrated, and she took it out to answer. Is this Li Jing, the housekeeper of Villa No. 001? A very cold voice came from the phone. Yes, it is, Li Jing nodded. My name is Lung Bingyue, and I'm here to interview for the security position at Jiangcheng Tianfu Villa No. 001. Are you in the villa? The cold voice continued. I am, and coincidentally, the boss is here today as well. Miss Lung, when would you like to come by? Li Jing responded very officially. Now. Lang Bingyue's voice came through. All right. The call ended. Li Jing looked at Jiang Nan and said, Boss, someone is here to interview for the security position at the villa. Oh? Jiang Nan raised his eyebrows slightly. He heard Li Jing mention Miss Lang. Could it be that a woman is applying for the security position? What are your standards? Jiang Nan asked. Just the standard for ordinary veterans, with certain practical combat abilities, Li Jing replied. A woman? Jiang Nan looked at Li Jing a bit more, surprised that this woman understood him quite well. Female security is definitely much better than male security in Jiang Nan's eyes. In the future, the villa he lives in, or any manor he might purchase or receive as a system reward, will surely be filled with women. Therefore, female security is naturally a superior choice. Yes, Li Jing nodded heavily. Women are not necessarily inferior to men, and it's much more convenient. At least they can stay overnight in the villa. Sister Jing's thoughts are the same as mine, Jiang Nan praised. Yes. Hearing Jiang Nan's compliment, Li Jing felt happy inside, and a smile appeared on her face. Then should I go buy groceries myself? Ning Ruoxuang spoke up. No need, just order takeout. Jiang Nan waved his hand. You two go ahead and eat. I'll take a stroll in the front yard. He had been to Villa Area 001 several times. He often stayed indoors, but he hadn't explored the outdoor environment. Since he had nothing to do now, it was fine to familiarize himself with the surroundings. Moreover, summer was about to officially arrive, and Jiang Nan didn't necessarily have to go upstairs, right? He waved at the two women and walked out through a floor-to-ceiling window. His position faced a small garden to the right of the villa's main entrance. A casual glance revealed a swing in the center of the garden, not far from a small fountain, and beside it was a small pavilion. Jiang Nan's gaze flickered for a moment, and a hint of a meaningful smile appeared on his lips. Passing through this small garden, he arrived at the main entrance, looking to the side, where there was a golf course. Jiang Nan wasn't particularly interested in this sport, so he just glanced at it before retracting his gaze. At that moment, as he looked away, he saw a woman walking towards him, standing tall and exuding confidence, dressed in a white sports tank top and denim shorts. Because she was wearing a cap, Jiang Nan couldn't see her face clearly, but her figure was indeed impressive. Of course, aside from the little princess's trademark, those jade-like legs had an extraordinary beauty. Immediately, Jiang Nan used his insight technique on this woman. Name, Lung Bingyue. Age, 23 years. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Appearance, 96 points. Favorability, 5 points. 96 points? Hello? After Jiang Nan finished looking at this woman's attribute panel, a cold voice rang in his ear. Hello? Jiang Nan already knew who this woman was. When he came back to his senses and looked at her, she took off her cap, revealing a somewhat stunning face. This woman had short black hair tied in a low ponytail. Her delicate features seemed to contradict her cold demeanor at first glance, but after looking a bit longer, it felt strangely fitting. Hello, is this Villa 001? Lang Bingyue looked at the handsome Jiang Nan a few more times, her lips curling slightly to reveal a stiff smile. Seeing this stiff smile, Jiang Nan returned a gentle smile, then pressed the door switch to open it, saying, "You must be Miss Ling here to apply for the villa security position?" "That's me." Lang Bingyue might have known she wasn't good at smiling, so she retracted her smile and nodded coldly. "Lang Bingyue's favorability +2. Please come in." Jiang Nan invited her inside, somewhat surprised by her efficiency. However, it is likely that this woman had already arrived when she made the call, she just hadn't reached the door yet. "You are." Lang Bingyue walked into the villa's entrance, her eyes occasionally glancing at Jiang Nan's handsome face, and she quietly asked, "Lang Bingyue's favorability +2. Jiang Nan also took a few more looks at this woman in response to the system notification that occasionally echoed in his mind. To be honest, he was quite curious about what this woman's thoughts were. "I am the owner of this villa, Jiang Nan." Jiang Nan replied with a smile. "The boss?" Lang Bingyue looked at Jiang Nan in surprise and called out, "Yes." Jiang Nan nodded with a smile. "Such a young boss." Lang Bingyue's smile was a bit stiff, but she wasn't expressionless. Her face showed a look of shock as she looked Jiang Nan up and down again before speaking. "Are you a rich second generation?" "I suppose so," Jiang Nan replied as he led the way. Soon, the two arrived at the side hall on the first floor. Hearing the footsteps, Ning Rushuang and Li Jing immediately ran out from the nearby dining room, and when they saw Lang Bingyue, their faces revealed expressions of amazement. "Such a beautiful woman? So beautiful." When Ning Rushuang and Li Jing's gazes landed on Lang Bingyue, the latter also turned her attention to the two women, her eyes widening slightly. "You are also very beautiful." Ning Rushuang immediately responded, complimenting her. "Thank you." Lang Bingyue replied succinctly, revealing a smile even stiffer than the one she had shown Jiang Nan. Seeing the smile, Ning Rushuang and Li Jing exchanged glances, instantly understanding that this woman probably hadn't smiled much, and they immediately showed gentle smiles, starting to introduce themselves. "My name is Ning Rushuang. I am Li Jing, the private housekeeper of this villa." "I am Lang Bingyue." Lang Bingyue stood behind Jiang Nan and bowed at a 90-degree angle to Ning Rushuang and Li Jing. In response to her formal demeanor, Ning Rushuang and Li Jing hurriedly bowed back. "All right, if we keep bowing like this, the sun will set." Jiang Nan chuckled lightly and then walked towards the stairs leading down to the basement, his voice reaching the ears of the three women. "Come with me, there's a gym down there, and a small running track." Since they were going to recruit security, it was only natural to conduct a simple test. The gym had punching bags and some exercise equipment. It was essential to test Lang Bingyue's strength and physical fitness. Otherwise, would they hire her just to be a pretty face? Jiang Nan might as well just open a bubble tea shop. After all, a woman who appears cold but is warm-hearted and not good at expressing emotions is definitely more of a contrast than one who is obviously a contrast at first glance. Jiang Nan was even a bit curious. When it came to that stage, would she show off her soprano? In the basement. In the gym. This was Jiang Nan's first time here, and at a glance, there were various pieces of equipment. Seeing these fitness machines, a hint of disdain flashed in Lang Bingyue's eyes. She was someone with real combat skills, not just a fitness enthusiast relying on protein powder to gain muscle. Although those fitness enthusiasts might intimidate ordinary people a bit, for someone like her who had real skills, dealing with one fitness enthusiast was no problem, let alone 2 or 3. "Come on." Jiang Nan walked past various fitness machines and arrived at a small room on the side of the gym, guided by a sign. As soon as they entered the small room, a small boxing ring came into view. Jiang Nan looked at the boxing ring with a hint of surprise on his face. "Wow, this is really impressive. They even set up a boxing ring. However, it's fine. Since we have this thing, he can personally step in and test the skills of Lang Bingyue." "Boss, do you need to test my strength?" Lang Bingyue lowered her gaze to the several sandbags under the boxing ring and said softly, "Yes." Jiang Nan smiled and nodded, then, under the astonished gazes of the women, he jumped onto the small boxing ring in the center of the room. "Boss, what are you doing?" Lang Bingyue was taken aback. "I want to see if your strength truly qualifies for villa security," Jiang Nan said with a smile. "Boss," Lang Bingyue hurriedly said, "aren't you joking? How can security practice against the boss?" "Don't worry, I've practiced some martial arts too, so I won't be unable to handle you." Jiang Nan continued to invite her. But Lang Bingyue showed a troubled expression. "Miss Lang, I can vouch for this. The boss has definitely trained before. He's not an ordinary person." Li Jing stepped forward to explain. "That's right, Miss Lang. My husband is a super strong man who can take on a dozen small thugs with sticks. Don't underestimate him." Ning Rushuang also raised her head proudly. Hearing Li Jing and Ning Rushuang's words, Lang Bingyue couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. She wouldn't believe it without seeing it with her own eyes. Even if what Li Jing and Ning Rushuang said was true, Lang Bingyue would only think it was a heroic rescue staged by Jiang Nan.
purely an act. After all, if you say one or two, putting in a good effort, looking at Jiang Nan's physique, it shouldn't be a problem. Those dozen or so small thugs, even if they were just teenagers, were definitely not something an ordinary person could contend with. Not to mention, those thugs had sticks and poles in their hands. Not to mention Jiang Nan, even Lang Bingyue herself felt that the elders in the countryside who had practiced martial arts in their youth couldn't reach that level. Alright, Lang Bingyue took a deep breath. Putting on a show was fine, as long as she didn't hurt the boss. She just needed to let him understand that her strength was quite good. With that thought, Lang Bingyue also stepped onto the small boxing ring. Ladies first, Miss Lang, you can attack me. Jiang Nan smiled slightly. Okay, but you better be careful, boss. Lang Bingyue bowed to Jiang Nan, and at the moment she raised her body, her entire aura changed instantly. At least in Jiang Nan's eyes, this woman's gaze became several times sharper. While he was pondering, Lang Bingyue stepped forward, raising her hand to throw a very ordinary straight punch at Jiang Nan. Too soft. Jiang Nan stepped forward instead of retreating, directly grabbing Lang Bingyue's straight punch and shaking his head, saying, "Just use all your strength, you can't hurt me." As he finished speaking, Jiang Nan released his grip and took a few steps back, creating some distance. You. Lang Bingyue looked at Jiang Nan in surprise. Continue. Jiang Nan smiled. Alright. Lang Bingyue probably guessed that Jiang Nan had indeed practiced a bit, at least his physical fitness was not that of an ordinary young man. With this in mind, she felt much more at ease. Ha! Lang Bingyue shouted, exerting force with her feet. Her explosive power was astonishing. In an instant, she was in front of Jiang Nan, raising her hand to punch him in the chest. Bang! Facing Lang Bingyue's attack, Jiang Nan simply stepped forward casually, one hand turning into a palm, gently pushing against the woman's fist. The force was instantly neutralized, and Lang Bingyue was sent tumbling towards the ropes of the boxing ring. What? After colliding with the ropes, Lang Bingyue bounced back slightly but quickly steadied herself, looking back at the smiling Jiang Nan in disbelief, exclaiming, Is this Tai Chi? Yes. Jiang Nan nodded. Isn't Tai Chi just a common exercise for the body? Lang Bingyue was stunned. Could it really be useful in actual combat? Tai Chi is indeed a martial art for cultivating oneself and exercising the body, but that doesn't mean it lacks offensive power. Jiang Nan looked deeply at the incredibly shocked Lang Bingyue and smiled. You must remember, Tai Chi is ultimately a form of martial arts. In the hands of an ordinary person, it is indeed a gymnastics for physical fitness and self-cultivation, but in the hands of someone like Jiang Nan, it is an ancient martial art capable of taking on dozens. Throw a punch with your fastest speed, Jiang Nan said softly. Okay. Lang Bingyue no longer dared to underestimate Jiang Nan. After taking a deep breath, her gaze sharpened, and with a push of her foot, her speed this time was far greater than before. In the blink of an eye, she had already charged in front of Jiang Nan. My god, that explosive power. Below the boxing ring, Ning Rushuang and Li Jing, both outsiders, were utterly shocked by Lang Bingyue's astonishing speed. Not bad. However, on the boxing ring, Jiang Nan merely raised his right hand slowly, directly meeting Lang Bingyue's explosive punch with his palm. Moreover, the powerful recoil actually sent Lang Bingyue stumbling back 7 or 8 steps, crashing against the ropes of the boxing ring. After a long moment of buffering, she finally steadied herself while gripping the ropes tightly. The muscles in Lang Bingyue's entire right arm were visibly trembling. She looked at Jiang Nan in disbelief, swallowing several times before exclaiming, You can't be just an ordinary practitioner. I've only trained for a while. Jiang Nan smiled slightly. Lang Bingyue's favorability plus 20. The moment his words fell, a system prompt sounded in Jiang Nan's mind. So fierce? Just like that, 20 points of favorability? Hearing the system's prompt, Jiang Nan's face showed a look of astonishment. No miscellaneous stuff. This book is purely an urban power fantasy, so rest assured. No way. You absolutely can't have just trained for a short time. Lang Bingyue took a deep breath, her face showing a serious expression as she looked at Jiang Nan. She had been exposed to martial arts since she was 3 and had served in the military for 5 years by the age of 18. Basically, she considered herself to be a female soldier king-level existence without any doubt. Yet, facing Jiang Nan, she felt utterly powerless. It was as if a 3-year-old child faced a 2-meter-tall strongman, with no ability to fight back at all. That's not important. Jiang Nan shook his head, looking at the still trembling Lang Bingyue. He stepped closer to her, and under her astonished gaze, he reached out and grabbed her delicate, smooth right arm, applying pressure from her shoulder to her palm. In an instant, Lang Bingyue felt the pain in her right hand vanish, causing her cherry-like mouth to form a big O shape as she looked at Jiang Nan in disbelief, exclaiming, Boss, what did you do to me? Why do I feel this cool and refreshing sensation? It's nothing, just a unique technique. Jiang Nan replied with a faint smile.
Lang Bingyue's favorability plus 10.
The system's prompt sounded in his mind, making Jiang Nan marvel at how fast it was. As expected, as long as he found the right point, the so-called difficulty in increasing favorability was just a facade. Lang Bingyue was indeed cold on the outside but warm on the inside, yet in her area of expertise, she was proud.
And Jiang Nan, though of a similar age, seemed like a senior in her field of expertise.
It's like a top female student encountering an even more impressive top student. It's impossible for her not to feel admiration.
Boss, you are truly amazing.
At that moment, Lang Bingyue seemed like a little fangirl, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Although her smile was still somewhat stiff, it was clear that she was trying very hard to show her joy. From now on, I'll leave the protection of Villano
001 to you.
Jiang Nan smiled and extended his right hand.
Yes.
Lang Bingyue immediately grasped Jiang Nan's hand, her stunningly beautiful face flushed with excitement, and her eyes sparkled even more as she looked at her boss.
Lang Bingyue's favorability plus 1. Clap, clap.
At that moment, the sounds of Ning Rushuang and Li Jing applauding came from below the boxing ring.
Bingyue is amazing.
Ning Rushuang didn't hold back her praise at all.
Miss Lang, we will be colleagues from now on. Please take care of me.
After Jiang Nan and Lang Bingyue stepped down from the boxing ring, Li Jing took the initiative to extend her right hand to Lang Bingyue, revealing a very gentle smile.
Hello, Miss Li.
Lang Bingyue shook Li Jing's hand, her pretty face slightly blushing as she softly said, "Actually, you can call me Yaya, my family calls me that."
Alright, yeah, you should be a couple of years younger than us, right? From now on, we'll call you Yaya's sister.
Ning Rushuang walked over and took Lang Bingyue's other hand. Then I'll call you Rushuang's sister and Jing's sister.
Lang Bingyue's smile was much softer than before, at least it didn't seem too stiff anymore. Jiang Nan, watching this warm scene, couldn't help but smile.
A monthly salary of 30,000, a total of 500,000 a year including bonuses.
Also, upon joining, you must choose a vehicle worth around 2 million. Let's consider a living allowance fund of about 500,000. A few minutes later, in the side hall on the first floor,
Jiang Nan sat on the sofa, looking at the obedient Lang Bingyue standing in front of him. The person making the proposal was not Lang Bingyue, but Jiang Nan himself. Upon hearing this treatment, Lang Bingyue's eyes immediately became clear and somewhat foolish, slowly turning into a look of bewilderment.
Salary plus bonuses plus living allowance equals 1 million a year? And, upon joining, you must choose a vehicle worth around 2 million? My boss, you are just too extravagant. Lang Bingyue was silent for more than 10 seconds. What? Are you not satisfied with this treatment?
Seeing that Lang Bingyue hadn't responded for a long time, Jiang Nan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow.
No, boss. Are you sure this is for a security position? Lang Bingyue opened her mouth, a strange expression appearing on her face. With these conditions, it would be fine for hiring a secretary, right? You are a talent. You need to be given better treatment. If someone poaches you with a high salary later, I would be upset.
Jiang Nan spoke nonsense with his eyes wide open, lying without needing to draft a script.
Seeing Lang Bingyue's expression change to an unprecedentedly non-stiff happy smile after his words, he couldn't help but smile as well. Lang Bingyue's favorability plus 5. Boss, you can rest assured, I will never betray you. Lang Bingyue straightened her back and looked at Jiang Nan very seriously. Add me on WeChat and give me your bank account number. Jiang Nan took out his phone. Yes.
Lang Bingyue nodded, then quickly took out an old phone, suddenly froze, and hurriedly asked, "Wait, boss, what is WeChat?" Looking at that old phone, Jiang Nan was also stunned.
Goodness, it's already the year 4202, and such a beautiful girl is still using an old phone?
As Ning Rushuang and Li Jing witnessed this scene, they couldn't help but exchange a glance, their faces showing no hint of disdain, but rather a deeper sense of compassion.
WeChat is a chat app. Do you have a bank card? Jiang Nan began to explain, then asked again. Chat app? Oh, I have a chatting software.
Lang Bingyue quickly opened her old phone and started pressing buttons, soon handing it over with a big smile. Here, this is my QQ number.
Good.
Jiang Nan saw the crown and 2 suns level, along with the bright penguin VIPs, green diamond, red diamond, black diamond, yellow diamond.
A bunch of services, and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. You have money for all these services, why not get a new phone? The levels of these services were not low, clearly having been active for some years, which puzzled Jiang Nan. It's pretty, all bling bling, why would I change my phone? This phone is great, it was given to me by my grandma when I turned 18. When I have nothing to do, I can even crack walnuts with it, so convenient. Lang Bingyue grinned. Then let's add each other on QQ. Jiang Nan thought for a moment, exited WeChat, and opened QQ. He hadn't opened QQ in many years, and as soon as he did, a flood of messages popped up. He quickly swiped away all the group chat notifications he wasn't interested in and added Lung Bingyue's QQ. Yeah, let's add each other on QQ too. Ning Ruxiang and Li Jing immediately leaned in. Good. The boss is my second friend, and Ruxiang's sister and Jing's sister are my third friends. Lang Bingyue laughed happily. So who is your first friend? Jiang Nan asked curiously. Me. You? Jiang Nan, Li Jing, and Ning Ruxiang all looked at Lung Bingyue in shock, their faces showing disbelief. How lonely must one be to have no other friends? You don't have any friends? Ning Ruxiang looked at Lung Bingyue with concern. I do. Lung Bingyue nodded, looking at Ning Ruxiang and Li Jing, then smiled at Jiang Nan. Aren't you all my friends? Jiang Nan looked at this innocent girl and couldn't help but take a deep breath. As for Ning Ruxiang and Li Jing, they were so moved that they directly hugged Lung Bingyue. Yeah, you should have a bank card, right? Jiang Nan asked. I do. Lung Bingyue nodded. Then send it to me on QQ. Jiang Nan said. Okay. Lang Bingyue, hugged by Ning Ruxiang and Li Jing, raised her hand to start inputting. With a notification sound, Jiang Nan received Lang Bingyue's bank card number and immediately copied it into the banking app to start the transfer. 3 million. Jiang Nan didn't give more. He said it was this amount, and that was it. Ding! Congratulations, host, consumption completed. Received 15 times consumption rebate, 45 million. 45 million received. Jiang Nan showed no emotional fluctuation. His savings had already surpassed 1 billion, and honestly, he wasn't sure if every billion would grant him a small welfare task. If that were the case, it wouldn't be too difficult. However, if after reaching 1 billion, he had to accumulate 100 billion to exchange for a major welfare task, that would be somewhat challenging. Of course, if the landlady could find him some good consumption projects, then reaching 100 billion might not be too hard if luck was on his side. For every transaction, even at a 1:1 consumption rebate, he definitely wouldn't lose a bit. He invested 1 billion, just like the recent consumption rebates, even reaching up to 20 times, and he would instantly become a billionaire. 3 million. Lung Bingyue gasped, quickly looking at Jiang Nan, shouting, Boss, are you transferring that card directly to me, so I can buy it myself? You don't have a driver's license, do you? Jiang Nan looked at her. I do, but I don't understand cars under 2 million. Lung Bingyue had no clue about cars. It's fine, Sister Jing has time, she'll take you to pick one out later. Jiang Nan glanced at the time, it was almost 11 o'clock, and with a few takeout ingredients, it was about time to start cooking. Around 11:30, bags of groceries were delivered. Honey, why did you come into the kitchen? Ning Ruxiang looked at Jiang Nan in surprise. I want you to taste my cooking skills, Jiang Nan said with a confident smile. Ha! Ning Ruxiang and Li Jing were stunned, their expressions turning strange. The boss can cook too? Lang Bingyue was incredibly surprised. I can do anything, Jiang Nan laughed. Then, can the boss also have children? Lang Bingyue's eyes widened. Put. Hearing Lang Bingyue's words, Ning Ruxiang and Li Jing couldn't help but laugh out loud. I can't have children, but I can make you have children, Jiang Nan blurted out. But after saying that, he immediately realized, lightly coughing twice, seeing Lung Bingyue, Ning Ruxiang, and Li Jing's pretty faces instantly turn red. He quickly turned around to start washing some ingredients. Lang Bingyue's favorability +5. Li Jing's favorability +2. Ning Ruxiang's favorability +1. Just as he turned on the faucet, accompanied by the sound of rushing water, several system notification sounds rang in Jiang Nan's mind, causing his hands to pause slightly, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. The increase in favorability from Lung Bingyue and Li Jing was expected, but Ning Ruxiang's favorability, which had already reached 96 points, increasing by 1 point truly surprised him. Ding! Congratulations, host, the favorability of your confidant Ning Ruxiang +1, beauty +1, you have gained a lottery chance. The continuous system notifications in his mind made Jiang Nan's heart race several beats faster. Ning Ruxiang's favorability had now reached an astonishing 97 points, and her beauty score had also risen to 97 points, just 1 point away from the 98-point beauty score of the welfare task he currently had. Not only that, Jiang Nan also had 8 lottery chances on hand. He was just 2 chances away from exchanging for an extraordinary lottery opportunity. It's close. Li Jing's favorability has also reached 94 points, just 1 point away, and I can gain another lottery chance. So, gathering 10 ordinary lottery chances isn't far off. Jiang Nan's eyes sparkled with a strange light. Yeah, honey just likes to joke, don't take it to heart, Ning Ruxiang said, her heart racing, trying to smooth things over for Jiang Nan. She had no insight, unaware that Lang Bingyue's favorability for Jiang Nan had already reached an astonishing 50 points. Not to mention verbal teasing, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that if Jiang Nan asked Lang Bingyue out for a walk,
and casually used guiding her as an excuse, some accidental physical contact would definitely make that favorability soar.
Not to mention a home run, even a half hit would be extremely easy. No, it's fine, it's fine.
Cold Ice Moon's pretty face was flushed. Although she was a year older than Jiang Nan, she was truly like a blank sheet of paper, indistinguishable from a naive little girl who understood nothing. She had a very good impression of Jiang Nan, and hearing such words made her shy, even leading her to indulge in wild thoughts. It's not impossible to have a little baby for the boss. Perhaps my little baby would definitely have a talent for martial arts, and who knows, maybe the grandparents would be very willing. Cold Ice Moon looked at Jiang Nan's back, and a hint of mist gradually rose in her beautiful big eyes.
Cold Ice Moon's favorability +5. With another 5 points of favorability added, Jiang Nan couldn't help but turn back to glance at the few girls and smiled. Leave the kitchen to me. Wait for a delicious meal. Hubby, are you sure you can do it?
Ning Ruoshuang still had some doubts.
Absolutely.
Jiang Nan made an okay gesture, then placed the washed celery on the cutting board and took out a piece of beef. Under the shocked gazes of Ning Ruoshuang and the other two girls, he pulled out the kitchen knife from the rack beside him and spun it stylishly in his palm.
Frog fun.
The shock from this scene hadn't ended yet when, in the next second, Jiang Nan began to chop blindly.
Chop, chop, chop.
The kitchen knife in Jiang Nan's hand seemed to have been programmed, starting to chop vegetables automatically. The speed even made Ning Ruoshuang recall Jiang Nan's hand speed from that one time, instantly turning her pretty face bright red. At this moment, after the initial shock, Cold Ice Moon's gaze on Jiang Nan sparkled even more. As the saying goes, a master reveals their skill with just one move. Jiang Nan's knife skills were not simple. Perhaps even a weapon like a knife could be wielded with flair in his hands. After all, what Jiang Nan displayed was not something an ordinary person could show. It looks like we really can enjoy a delicious meal later. Ning Ruoshuang became excited. After all, this was a meal personally cooked by Jiang Nan. She felt that very few people had tasted his cooking, right? Just go out. I'll whip up a few home-cooked dishes. If Jiang Nan were to make a grand meal, he could do it, but it wasn't necessary. A few home-cooked dishes would suffice. Did he really plan to become a chef in the future? Ning Ruoshuang and the other two girls walked out of the kitchen, glancing back 3 times. In truth, if Jiang Nan hadn't told them to leave, they wouldn't have wanted to go, as watching Jiang Nan's knife skills was truly a visual delight.
Who could resist a man as outstanding and handsome as him cooking?
Take Ning Ruoshuang, for instance. Now completely herself in front of Jiang Nan, if Li Jing and Cold Ice Moon weren't at home, she would have definitely interacted with her man in the kitchen, exchanging cooking tips. Soon, after more than 40 minutes, Jiang Nan had single-handedly prepared 5 dishes and a soup. At this moment, plates of home-cooked dishes were placed on the dining table, and Jiang Nan looked at the colorful and fragrant dishes with a smile, revealing a satisfied expression.
My goodness, this is so delicious.
Cold Ice Moon, looking like a little glutton, was the first to pick up her chopsticks. The moment she put a piece of stir-fried beef with celery into her mouth, her beautiful big eyes immediately sparkled with excitement, and then she exaggeratedly raised her head and exclaimed. It must be said that this woman had undergone a significant change in just over 2 hours. It was clear that in front of those she considered close, she was just a pure little girl.
Really?
Ning Ruoshuang and Li Jing, smelling the aroma, felt their stomachs unconsciously growl, and then they picked up their chopsticks to eat a piece of stir-fried beef with celery. The delightful flavors surged forth, causing the two women to widen their eyes in surprise as they turned to look at Jiang Nan, exclaiming in unison, "Honey, boss, your stir-fried beef is just too tender."
Jiang Nan also picked up his chopsticks to taste it, and his eyes lit up as well. This culinary master-level skill is truly impressive. This talent is simply divine in the eyes of food lovers. Moreover, in Jiang Nan's mind, he could effortlessly conjure up dishes from any cuisine.
In fact, he could even recreate many lost culinary methods.
I wonder
if one day I could share these daily skills with the women in my life.
Jiang Nan's gaze flickered.
Whether man or woman, child or elder, as long as it was delicious, no one could refuse. In the long years to come, the need for good food goes without saying. If the women around him could share some of his abilities, it would be a very nice thing for him.
Thinking of this, Jiang Nan couldn't help but squint his eyes, secretly inquiring the system, what do you think of my idea? What do you say?
After a few seconds, the system finally responded, Host, your suggestion will be considered for inclusion in the system's functions. Hearing the system's reply, Jiang Nan revealed a satisfied smile. As long as the system didn't refuse, there was still room for negotiation. Who knows, it might really work out in the future. Jiang Nan stopped dwelling on these thoughts and focused on enjoying the home-cooked dishes on the table.
In just half an hour, 5 home-cooked dishes and a small pot of corn and rib soup were completely finished.
Cold Bingyue slumped in her chair, letting out a satisfied burp. I'm so full, 3 bowls of rice.
Oh my, I actually ate 3 bowls of rice.
Ning Ruoxuang also looked exhausted, her right hand resting on her slightly bulging belly as she turned to Jiangnan and said, "Honey, you really made my belly grow."
Not just mine, but also Jingjing and Yaya.
Hearing Ning Ruoxuang's words, Li Jing and Cold Bingyue's faces turned red, shyly glancing at Jiangnan.
You believe in my cooking now, right? Jiangnan smiled.
I do, but you can't show off your cooking too much, honey.
I'm afraid.
Before long, you'll turn me into a blob, and my perfect figure will be gone. Ning Ruoxuang patted her now slightly rounded belly, chuckling bitterly.
This wasn't just her flattering Jiangnan by pretending to enjoy the food, it was genuinely delicious. In her eyes, the dishes her man cooked were beyond compare, even to a heavenly chef descending to earth. Ha ha ha. Hearing Ning Ruoxuang's praise, Jiangnan couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. Let's exercise a bit after the meal.
Ning Ruoxuang forced herself to get up from the chair and began to clean up the dishes.
Sister Ruoxuang, I'll help you.
Cold Bingyue also got up from her seat, followed by Li Jing, and the 3 women chatted and laughed as they started to tidy up the dishes. As for Jiangnan, he headed towards the side hall. Arriving at the floor-to-ceiling window, Jiangnan instinctively pulled out a cigarette.
Puff.
A smoke after a meal, feeling as happy as a god.
Ha!
Jiangnan exhaled a long puff of smoke, a look of comfort on his face. Just from that meal, in half an hour, Cold Bingyue's favorability had occasionally increased by 1 or 2 points. Now, it had reached an astonishing 65 points.
The speed of growth seems fast, but in reality, it only truly begins once it corresponds to the beauty score for favorability. Jiangnan understood this principle very well. Didn't you see how quickly Li Jing's favorability was increasing? But now,
the last point needed to reach her attractiveness score still hadn't been achieved. I guess once I completely win over Li Jing, that last point of favorability will naturally go up. Jiangnan's gaze flickered. He had plenty of opportunities to have something happen with Li Jing, so he didn't need to rush. Right now, Ning Ruoxuang's favorability and attractiveness score are the most important. I just don't know how to get this woman's 97 points of favorability to successfully rise to 98.
He couldn't help but ponder. At that moment, footsteps sounded.
Ning Ruoxuang's incredibly gentle voice rang out. "Honey, the cigarette butt is almost burning your hand.
What are you so lost in thought about?"
Jiangnan came back to his senses and looked at Ning Ruoxuang, who was holding out an ashtray to him, her stunning face adorned with a very gentle smile.
Oh,
after extinguishing the cigarette and placing it in the ashtray, when Jiangnan's gaze returned to Ning Ruoxuang, a virtual golden exclamation mark suddenly appeared before his eyes.
No, wait. It should be that he saw a mysterious golden virtual exclamation mark appear above Ning Ruoxuang's head. Ding! Immediately after, a prompt sound from the system echoed in Jiangnan's mind. Please request a free little gift, generating power for love. Everyone can support with a glance at the advertisement. Thank you all. For those with money, feel free to give a little gift. A dime is not too little, a dollar is not too much. Ding! Congratulations, host. Due to the high favorability of your confidant Ning Ruoxuang, you have successfully triggered a random small task. Complete it to receive a task reward. Please click on the golden exclamation mark above Ning Ruoxuang's head to view the side quest. The system's prompt echoed in his mind. Hearing this prompt, Jiangnan was momentarily stunned, then quickly regained his composure, his gaze once again fixed on the virtual golden exclamation mark above Ning Ruoxuang's head. With a thought, an invisible finger tapped on that virtual golden exclamation mark. Task description: accompany Ning Ruoxuang home to meet her parents, successfully win over her parents' favor. Task reward: Ning Ruoxuang favorability +1, 1 lottery chance. After reviewing it, an interesting expression appeared on Jiangnan's face. So simple? Honey, my family just called. At that moment, Ning Ruoxuang's voice sounded, tinged with hesitation. What's wrong? Jiangnan knew full well but pretended to know nothing. They took the liberty of finding me a blind date and asked me to come home this afternoon. Ning Ruoxuang said solemnly, I told them I have a boyfriend, but they didn't believe me. They said to call you back to have dinner with them this afternoon so they can see. It's fine, I don't have anything to do this afternoon. Let's go meet your uncle and aunt together. Jiangnan agreed without hesitation. Even without this task, he wouldn't refuse. Thank you, honey, you're so good. Ning Ruoxuang immediately became excited, hugging Jiangnan and kissing his cheek several times, hurriedly saying, I'll call my mom back and tell them to prepare a good meal for this afternoon. Go ahead. Jiangnan nodded, then turned back to the floor-to-ceiling window, rubbing his smooth chin, his eyes sparkling with a strange light. This rhythm was indeed quite comfortable. As long as he completed this task,
he would be able to exchange for a chance at an extraordinary reward lottery. Moreover, there was also the benefit of a small task reward with $1 billion in savings. It must be said that this rate of growth made Jiang Nan feel very pleased. Almost able to see it, soon after Jiang Nan follows Ning Ruoshuang home, it won't be long before the completion notification sound of the task rings in his mind. After a while, Ning Ruoshuang came over again, her face full of a happy smile, hooking Jiang Nan's hand and whispering close to him, "Hubby, my mom wants us to go back early. Then let's buy some gifts later." Jiang Nan nodded with a smile. "My dad just loves his cigarettes and alcohol, so just buy some random stuff. As for my mom, it seems she doesn't have any special needs, just buying 2 sets of skincare products should be enough," Ning Ruoshuang suggested. "Alright, shall we head out now?" Jiang Nan asked. "Not in a hurry, I just ate so much, I think I need to digest a bit," Ning Ruoshuang playfully blinked, then leaned closer to Jiang Nan's ear and whispered, "I have another set of work clothes that goes perfectly with black stockings." Good, good, good. Jiang Nan's eyes instantly lit up. Cold Ice Moon's favorability +5. Around 2:30 in the afternoon. Suddenly, a system notification sound rang in Jiang Nan's mind while he was in the master bedroom, which made him pause for a moment while holding Ning Ruoshuang as they headed towards the bathroom, a strange expression appearing on his face, and he instinctively looked towards the front door. It was closed, but if someone was outside, it wouldn't be surprising for Cold Ice Moon, with her soprano voice, to hear it. It seemed that Cold Ice Moon had heard some noise, which was why the favorability increased by 5 points. 70 points now. Jiang Nan's gaze flickered for a moment, then he carried Ning Ruoshuang into the bathroom. After about 10 minutes of washing up, when they came out and got dressed, Ning Ruoshuang glanced at the floor, her pretty face flushed again, and hurriedly tidied up a bit before walking out of the master bedroom with Jiang Nan. Opening the door, Jiang Nan looked at the corridor and didn't see Cold Ice Moon, shaking his head and smiling as he wrapped his arm around Ning Ruoshuang and headed downstairs. At the same time, in a room, hoo. Cold Ice Moon leaned against the door, breathing heavily, her pretty face flushed, and her beautiful eyes seemed to be covered by a layer of mist. Gulp! As she recalled that sound in her mind, it wasn't just her face that turned red, her ears, neck, and even her little heart began to race. Her face was burning, and her body felt hot, as if ants were crawling all over her. What? A strange feeling, why is it like this? Although Cold Ice Moon had never experienced anything, she had heard of such things. Even if she had never eaten pork, she must have heard someone talk about pigs, right? An hour later, in the Southern District, in a mid-range villa community, a blue and gold Bugatti Divo slowly drove down the road, attracting the attention of passers-by who couldn't help but stare at the car. There weren't many young people, mostly middle-aged men. Although they didn't recognize the car, it looked quite valuable from its appearance. At least it's worth 2 or 3 million, right? At this moment, in a small square by the roadside, a few middle-aged men gathered around to watch a chess game and looked over. Someone quietly said, "I feel like it's worth more than that. This car really makes people excited. I'm going to check it out." A middle-aged man dressed in a floral shirt took out his phone, preparing to open a car recognition app to see what this car was. "Here it comes, that car is coming," someone exclaimed. This made the floral shirt middle-aged man instinctively look over, and at that moment, the passenger window slowly rolled down, revealing a beautiful familiar face that immediately caught his eye. "Oh my goodness, the girl in the passenger seat is from the old Ning family." A shocked voice rang out in the crowd. "Dad!" The car slowly stopped by the small square, and Ning Ruoshuang immediately got out excitedly from the passenger seat. She was very happy to unexpectedly run into her dad. Having informed her dad in advance about her husband's capabilities, she thought that once they entered the house, he couldn't possibly look down on her husband, right? Surely he wouldn't think he was just handsome and nothing else. Shuang, you. Ning's father felt the envious gazes of a few good buddies beside him, still in low whispers of shock, and he suddenly felt a wave of comfort. After clearing his throat, he quickly walked towards Ning Ruoshuang under the admiring eyes around him. At that moment, Jiang Nan, who was in the driver's seat, also got out of the car. "What a handsome young man. Is this Ning family's girl's boyfriend? My goodness, he's too handsome. Is he some big star? This aura, I must say, he really matches well with Ning family's girl. I found out, this car is called Bugatti Divo. Look at this color, it seems to be a global limited edition. Online says this car is worth 200 million. How much?" When a young man in his 20s used an app to check the value of the Bugatti Divo, everyone in the area widened their eyes. 200 million. Ning's father, who was walking over, naturally heard this news. His hand trembled involuntarily as he looked at Jiang Nan, his eyes filled with admiration. "Dad, this is my boyfriend, Jiang Nan." Ning Ruoshuang immediately introduced him. "Hello, uncle." Jiang Nan smiled and nodded, then handed over a cigarette. Good. This young man is really handsome. Ning's father laughed heartily as he took the cigarette from Jiang Nan, not smoking it right away but continuously sizing up the handsome young man in front of him, saying, "Come on, let's go back and sit for a bit. Dad, you go back first. I'll help Jiang Nan park the car." Ning Ruoshuang said, "It's just in front of the house, there's space. I'll lead the way. Jiang Nan, you follow." Ning's father's wrinkled face was all smiles. "Okay." Jiang Nan nodded and returned to the car with Ning Ruoshuang. So, Ning's father lit a cigarette, greeted the neighbors in the small square, and happily led the way. My goodness, the Ning family is taking off. A luxury car worth 200 million. My gosh, what level of status does that handsome young man have? Is he the son of the richest man in Zheng City? This is too exaggerated. The Ning family is going to rely on their daughter to directly enter the wealthy circle. After Ning's father took Jiang Nan away from the small square, the crowd in the square looked at each other, and after discussing for a while, they revealed expressions of envy. Over here, Jiang Nan quickly arrived at the entrance of an independent villa with Ning's father. There were 2 parking spaces at the entrance, one of which was occupied by a Porsche 911. Whose car is this? Why is it parked in my family's space? Ning's father immediately frowned. It's fine, Dad. Ning Ruoshuang got out of the car first, and after watching Jiang Nan easily park the car, she immediately walked over, opened the trunk, and took out 2 bottles of mutai and 2 packs of 100 yuan cigarettes. Jiang Nan got out of the car, took the exquisite bag that Ning Ruoshuang handed over, and then they approached Ning's father together. "Xiao Jiang, can I call you that?" Ning's father looked at Jiang Nan with a beaming smile. "Uncle calling me, that feels very friendly." Jiang Nan smiled slightly. "Good, let's go. This is my first time welcoming a son-in-law. Can you drink?" Ning father wanted to reach out and put his hand on Jiang Nan's shoulder, but seemed to think of something and immediately changed to pull his hand instead, saying enthusiastically, "Your aunt's cooking is also great. It's just a pity that this girl Shuang didn't inherit it." "Dad, what are you talking about?" Ning Ruoshuang shyly pouted. "Ha ha ha." Ning father and Jiang Nan exchanged a glance and laughed as they pushed open the fence at the door and walked into the small Western-style house. Jiang Nan glanced around. The small house could actually be called a small villa, all independent, but it was only 2 stories high and didn't occupy much land. Soon, the 3 entered the house. "You're back." Just as they changed their shoes, a cheerful voice rang out, "Is Shuang back?" "Yes, and our handsome son-in-law is back too." Ning father directly expressed his attitude. "Ha!" Hearing Ning father's words, a middle-aged woman who looked well-maintained frowned as she walked out of the living room. When she saw Jiang Nan, a look of astonishment appeared on her face. What a handsome young man! In just an instant, her frown immediately relaxed. Tap tap. At this moment, footsteps sounded, and a young man in his early 20s with gold-rimmed glasses walked out. His gaze immediately locked onto Ning Ruoshuang, and upon seeing her looking even more beautiful than in the photos, excitement burst forth in his eyes. So beautiful. Must win her over. As for what Ning father said about a son-in-law, the young man didn't care at all. Come, let's sit in the living room." Ning mother immediately walked over, glancing at Jiang Nan a few more times, and smilingly invited him. She didn't know if Jiang Nan had any capabilities, but his handsomeness truly caught her eye. Originally wanting to show a cold face, she instinctively became warm. Seeing this scene, Ning Ruoshuang and Ning father's eyes brightened. As the saying goes, the more a mother-in-law looks at her son-in-law, the more pleasing he becomes. It seemed that there shouldn't be any problems now, but only Jiang Nan knew that the task had not yet indicated completion, which meant that Ning mother had not fully recognized him yet. "You must be Uncle Ning, and this must be Ruoshuang, truly beautiful." At this moment, the young man approached. A group of people stood at the door. "This is Wang Kai, a promising young man, currently 24 years old, already the president of a company," Ning mother introduced, and her words indeed revealed her admiration for this young man. "Mom, this is Jiang Nan, my boyfriend." Ning Ruoshuang, however, didn't even bother to glance at Wang Kai, smilingly leaned against Jiang Nan's shoulder and happily introduced him. Seeing this scene, Ning mother's expression changed. She looked at Wang Kai beside her and saw that his face was somewhat unsightly. Just as she was about to say something, Jiang Nan handed over the gift he had, smiling, "Aunt, this is a small token of my appreciation." MHM, good. Not hitting his smiling face, Jiang Nan, such a handsome young man, took the initiative to be courteous, and Ning mother naturally responded with a smile, accepting the gift. After receiving it, she also gave Ning father a glance. The latter understood immediately and was about to follow her to the side when Ning Ruoshuang directly indicated, "Dad, this is for you, and Mom, take a good look at what's inside your gift bag." "What?" Ning mother was taken aback for a moment, then checked the exquisite gift bag in her hand, only to see a red envelope inside, which left her stunned. Usually, when a son-in-law or daughter-in-law comes over, the parents give red envelopes. How come here, the son-in-law is giving a red envelope? Ning father also took out the red envelope from his pocket, looking at Jiang Nan in astonishment.
So thin, how much money can it hold? Wang Kai scoffed. Is this a bank card?
At that moment, Ning's mother directly opened the red envelope, and when she saw it was a bank card, her face immediately showed a look of astonishment.
Mom and Dad, this is a small token from Jiangnan for you.
I was afraid you wouldn't like the gifts I bought, so I used my identity to get 2 more cards and wrapped them in a red envelope,
Ning Ruoshuang explained.
As her words fell, Ning's father and mother couldn't help but exchange glances.
Especially Ning's father, whose eyes sparkled with excitement. He knew that his son-in-law drove a luxury car worth 200 million. This red envelope couldn't possibly just be a few hundred yuan as a small gesture, right? At the very least, it had to be tens of thousands, right? How much is in here? Ning's mother relaxed her brows and looked at Jiangnan a few more times.
This handsome young man was indeed quite impressive.
But,
she glanced at Wang Kai beside her, her face showing a hint of conflict.
When Wang Kai arrived, she personally went to greet him. A Porsche 911.
Although she didn't know much about young people's sports cars, it was easy to see from that cool model.
At the very least, it had to be worth $1 million, right? Moreover, the gifts Wang Kai gave were not cheap.
Gold bracelets, gold chains, and jade pendants. Altogether, he must have given at least 100,000 in gifts. Thinking of this, Ning's mother looked again at the skincare products in her hand and the red envelope, and couldn't help but shake her head.
How much could this little bit of skincare and the red envelope be worth? Mom, Jiangnan's red envelope is not small.
Ning Ruoshuang saw her mother's indifferent expression, secretly glanced at Jiangnan, saw that his expression hadn't changed, and quickly said, "You and Dad both put in 1,888,888.
Ha!"
Hearing Ning Ruoshuang's words, Ning's mother was stunned, and the expression of Wang Kai, who was smiling beside her, gradually stiffened.
1,888,888? Ning's father widened his eyes, and then his eyelids twitched uncontrollably.
Although their small villa was now worth around 2 to 3 million, that was because they bought it early, and the money back then was worth much more than it is now. However, their family could only be considered average. That was inevitable. A single person giving a red envelope of 1,888,888 meant that together it was 3,777,776 yuan. Just as a meeting gift, he gave nearly 4 million in a red envelope? This son-in-law was really too generous.
Xiao Jiang, you really spent too much. Come on, let's go to the living room and chat.
While Ning's mother was still doubting whether it was true, Ning's father had already quickly put the red envelope into his pocket, and then he enthusiastically pulled Jiangnan toward the living room, saying, "We must have a good talk later. Shuang, there are fruits in the fridge, go wash some and bring them over.
I want to have a good chat with Xiao Jiang." A car worth 200 million. If Ning's father didn't believe that this red envelope had over 188 million, then he really was out of his mind.
Seeing Ning's father's attitude, Ning's mother was also stunned, looking at the red envelope in her hand and glancing at Wang Kai.
"Auntie, do you believe it?" Wang Kai asked lightly. Ning's mother didn't answer, just shook her head. 1,888,888 yuan.
If it were 18,888, she would definitely believe it.
But 1,888,888 yuan, she really couldn't believe it at all.
Let's follow and see. I want to see how long this kid can keep up the act,
Wang Kai said lightly. Son-in-law.
As Wang Kai and Ning's mother just arrived in the living room, they heard Ning's father, holding Jiangnan's hand, sincerely say, "I only have this one daughter, you must treat her well in the future."
Uncle, you can rest assured. Jiangnan nodded repeatedly. Although Ning Ruoshuang and he had made very rapid progress, reaching this stage in just over a day, it was sincere.
That's good.
Ning's father nodded in satisfaction. What are you talking about? How did it become son-in-law? Ning's mother frowned.
She admitted that Jiangnan was indeed incredibly handsome, and even at the moment she saw this handsome young man, she felt her heart race.
But, in the eyes of her generation, good looks couldn't put food on the table.
Her daughter was so outstanding and beautiful, with an excellent figure and temperament. In Ning's mother's eyes, she shouldn't have to suffer even a little. She was born to live a life of ease, where everything was handed to her.
Which mother would tolerate her hard-earned daughter marrying into a family to suffer?
Although, judging by Jiangnan's attire and demeanor, his family shouldn't be too bad.
But, it couldn't be better than this Wang Kai beside her, right?
She had high hopes for this young talent, who was currently starting a business and had already opened a company worth millions at just 24 years old.
In this era, what did it mean for a young person to start a company? It was impossible without some backing. Starting from scratch? That was just a joke.
People strive for higher ground, and water flows to lower places. Ning's mother was indeed a realistic person, but she also had a clear understanding of life. She didn't see Ning Ruoxuang as a commodity, she just felt her daughter deserved a better quality of life.
Why isn't he a son-in-law? Ning's father glanced at Ning's mother and said, "This is Shuang's boyfriend. Our daughter isn't young anymore, they should talk about marriage soon. If you ask me, they should get engaged sooner rather than later. Xiaojiang, when do your family members have time?" As he spoke, he smiled broadly at Jiang Nan. "Dad, what are you doing?" Ning Ruoxuang came over with a fruit platter and happened to hear her father's words, immediately saying, "Jiang Nan and I are still young, why are we thinking about getting married so soon?" Though she said that, she didn't want to settle down with Jiang Nan completely. She just understood. This man, Jiang Nan, was destined not to belong to her alone. So, thinking about marriage was enough for now. No, something's not right. Ning's mother felt that the development of this situation was a bit off, frowning as she looked at Ning's father and said, "Old Ning, didn't we agree this morning to properly advise our daughter to get to know Xiao Wang? How come it's only been a short while, and you've changed your mind?" She was indeed very surprised. What had happened to make Ning's father treat Jiang Nan so warmly, even directly calling him son-in-law? Was it just because of that so-called 1.8 million red envelope? What do you know as a woman? Ning's father glanced at Ning's mother with some impatience and waved his hand, saying, "I think this handsome young man, Xiaojiang, is really easy to get along with at first sight, and look at how high his looks are, how good his temperament is. If he and Shuang have a baby in the future, just think about how perfect that grandchild would be." Okay. Hearing Ning's father's words, Ning's mother was so angry that she laughed instead, then looked at Ning Ruoxuang and said solemnly, "Shuang, Mom is doing this for your own good. Trust me, Wang Kai is really excellent. The CEO of a company worth millions, still on the rise, and his parents have a company worth tens of millions. This is your good match, do you understand? Auntie, let me correct you." Hearing Ning's mother's words, Wang Kai adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and casually glanced at Jiang Nan, a confident smile appearing on his face as he said lightly, "My father's company recently secured a contract, and its value has now exceeded 100 million. Look, how excellent. What car is that?" Ning's mother was stunned. "What car?" Wang Kai frowned and quickly followed, looking out the floor-to-ceiling window. The moment he saw the Bugatti Divo, his pupils first constricted and then dilated. The next second, as if realizing something, he suddenly leaned against the window, pressing his face against it to look at the Bugatti Divo next to his Porsche 911, exclaiming, "Which model of Bugatti is that?" "The globally limited Bugatti Divo." Ning's father recalled the name someone had mentioned earlier in the small square, raised his head as if the car belonged to him, and said casually, "Do you know it? Old Ning, how much is this car?" Ning's mother felt her heart race. When she saw Wang Kai's strange expression and actions, she had a strong suspicion and couldn't help but ask softly, "At least starting from 100 million. The answer came not from Ning's father, but from Wang Kai, whose voice trembled. Although he had never seen the car, how could he not have heard of it? At that moment, he swallowed hard, stiffly turned around, and looked at Jiang Nan, who was sitting on the sofa, silent and calm throughout. He wiped the virtual sweat from his forehead and said in a hoarse voice, Auntie, I suddenly remembered I have something to handle at home, so I'll head back first." After saying this, he hurriedly withdrew his gaze and quickly walked towards the living room exit. "Hey!" Ning's mother waved her hand, about to say something, but Ning's father quickly grabbed her, giving her a warning look. Feeling that gaze, Ning's mother's expression changed, and she instantly realized. The golden son-in-law is this handsome young man, Jiang Nan. Little Jiang, are you hungry? I'll go prepare some dishes. Old Ning, you must have a good chat with our son-in-law later. Ning's mother's attitude flipped completely, her face full of warm smiles as she looked at Jiang Nan, then quickly headed towards the living room exit. If one listened closely, a light humming tune could be heard coming from outside the living room. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully completed a random side quest. Reward, Ning Ruxuan's favorability +1 lottery chance. Ding! Congratulations, host, Ning Ruxuan's favorability +1, appearance +1, received 1 lottery chance. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully acquired a beautiful confidant with a score of 98 in appearance. Reward, 500 million cash reward, 3 lottery chances, super 5 senses ability. At the moment Jiang Nan's strength was fully revealed, Ning's mother completely recognized and accepted his status as son-in-law. At the same time, the system's notification sound kept ringing in his mind. Awesome! So awesome! Listening to the notification sounds in his mind, Jiang Nan felt incredibly pleased. 5 lottery chances, 500 million cash prize, plus the ability of super 5 senses. I currently have a total of 13 lottery chances,
which is enough to exchange for one extraordinary lottery opportunity. I'll take some time to draw and see what extraordinary rewards I can get.
Jong Nan couldn't help but feel excited.
Fortunately, I didn't go too far, otherwise, I would have really messed up a good deed. This little Jong not only looks handsome and has a good temperament but is also wealthy.
His family education is simply excellent.
I was just so biased towards that Wang Kai guy, and he didn't even get angry. It seems that in the future, Xuan will definitely have a good life after marrying him.
Just as Jong Nan was pondering, a murmuring sound suddenly rang in his ears.
In an instant, Jong Nan realized that the Super 5 Senses ability he had just acquired had already activated invisibly. Not to say it has reached the level of a mythical eavesdropper, but the hearing ability is definitely beyond what a human can achieve. The kitchen is still a bit far from the living room, yet I could hear the quiet murmurs, which shows just how exaggerated my hearing is at this moment. Jong Nan's eyes sparkled with a strange light as he communicated with the system in his heart. By the way, system, my ability should be able to filter out useless noise, right?
Not possible, the system replied. If that's the case, it's a bit of a headache.
Jong Nan frowned slightly. In such an area, his hearing would be extremely sharp. It was fine when there were few people, but if there were many, it would probably be so noisy that it would give him a headache.
But the host can choose whether to use the ability or not,
the system explained. When the host thinks it is necessary to use it, the ability will be activated.
I understand. Jong Nan took a deep breath and directly willed to turn off the supersensory ability. This was a skill that could be actively turned on and off. This aspect made Jong Nan very satisfied. Honey, it seems my parents are very pleased with you.
At this moment, Ning Ruoxuan leaned close to Jong Nan's ear and whispered, if someone as outstanding as me can't satisfy uncle and aunt, then there probably isn't anyone in this world who deserves you. Jong Nan teased with a chuckle.
Indeed.
Ning Ruoxuan smiled, pursing her lips.
Seeing the two young lovers whispering intimately, Ning's father cleared his throat.
Although he wanted to chat with Jong Nan, he understood that it was not the right time to be a third wheel, so he said, Xiao Jiang, I'm going to help your aunt in the kitchen. You and Shuang have a good chat.
Okay. Jong Nan smiled and nodded.
Ning's father, with a smile on his face, headed towards the kitchen. Looking at Ning's mother, who was preparing the ingredients, his expression suddenly turned serious as he approached her and said in a low voice, what a short-sighted person. Such an excellent son-in-law. If he weren't so good-natured, he might have been driven away by you.
I don't know.
Besides, you didn't tell me right away that this son-in-law is so capable. Ning's mother, scolded a couple of times, dared not retort and said with a bitter smile, if I had known that Shuang's partner was so capable, I would have sent that Wang Kai away long ago.
Isn't my attitude clear enough?
Ning's father sighed lightly, and Shuang has already said that he gave a meeting gift of 1,888,888.
If you think that's fake, even if I say our son-in-law is very capable, would you believe it? Hearing this, Ning's mother fell silent and then whispered, do you think Xiao Jiang will hold a grudge against me? Do you think Xiao Jiang is like you, with that kind of mentality? Ning's father glared at her. I'm telling you, keep your mouth shut later. Everything is in the wine between me and him.
This son-in-law is really good, humble, and doesn't like to show off. If I hadn't decisively laid it all out, today would have been a disaster. How bad would people's impression of us be?
I understand. Ning's mother hurriedly nodded, then glanced outside the kitchen and lowered her voice even more. Should we also prepare a red envelope to return? Can you afford it? Ning's father glared at her. Then shall we just leave it at that? Ning's mother shrank her neck.
Just focus on your cooking, and make sure Xiao Jiang likes it.
Ning's father snorted coldly.
In the past, he was the one being scolded. Today, the farmer has turned over and is singing a song. How could one word satisfaction describe Ning's father's mood at this moment?
Okay, I'll listen to you. Ning's mother quickly smiled. If it weren't for Ning's father today, their good son-in-law might have really run away. More than an hour later, the kitchen was filled with the sizzling sound of stir-frying. At this moment, Jong Nan and Ning Ruoxuan had just entered a room. You were really cute when you were little.
Ning Ruoxuan brought Jong Nan to a cabinet, where several photo frames were displayed. In one of the photos, a cute little girl with double ponytails was making a peace sign and smiling brightly, though she was missing a front tooth.
Of course. Hearing Jang Nan's compliment, Ning Ruoxuan smiled proudly and said, when I was in kindergarten, I had many boys following me around, always thinking of bringing me food. That's nice. Jong Nan nodded in admiration, then looked at the next frame.
It was from her elementary school days. She looked about 11 or 12, likely in the 6th grade. At this stage, Ning Ruoxuan had already shown signs of being a beauty. Her face was one that could easily be seen as destined to be a super gorgeous woman.
Moreover, from the photo, she didn't appear short. Jong Nan continued to look through the frames: junior high, senior high, university graduation.
In these 3 periods, except for junior high when she looked quite youthful, her beauty had already solidified by senior high and graduation, with only the makeup and outfits changing. "You've been beautiful since you were little," Jongnan exclaimed. "You probably captured the hearts of countless boys during their youth. Who cares now that I have you? That's enough," Ning Rushuang said, opening her arms to tightly hug Jongnan, then lifting her head to look at her beloved with her beautiful, watery eyes. Jongnan reached out to pat Ning Rushuang's head, just as he felt she was getting emotional. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something, and her mood inexplicably dipped. She sighed lightly. "Honey, I have to go to work tomorrow. What if I miss you?" "I don't think I can't support you," Jongnan said, stroking Ning Rushuang's head with a light laugh. "I don't live in the 001 villa of Jiangcheng Tianfu long-term, so I wouldn't mind if you quit. But I'm afraid you might feel like a canary in a cage." He had never been one to impose restrictions. If Ning Rushuang wanted to work, Jongnan wouldn't force her to quit and become a caged canary. Even if she didn't want to work, could there be a woman he couldn't support? So, it wasn't that serious, really. "I'll think about it. The key is that I fly for 4 days and only come back for 2, it's too hard." If the man she met wasn't Jiangnan, perhaps Ning Rushuang would never have considered giving up her job for a man. But this man was Jiangnan. These 2 days had indeed felt dreamlike, making it hard for Ning Rushuang to bear leaving Jiangnan even for a moment. "Then should I make the choice for you?" Jiangnan said, lifting Ning Rushuang's chin, his eyes sparkling with a strange light as he smiled and said, "Quit first and stay home for a while. If you have any entrepreneurial ideas, just let me know." In a sense, this system could also be called a wasteful system. No matter how one spent, whether wastefully or otherwise, they could earn cash back. So, if Ning Rushuang wanted to start a business, it would actually be a very quick way for Jiangnan to spend. "I'll do whatever my husband says. Whatever you tell me to do, I'll do it," Ning Rushuang said with deep affection on her face. "Is that so?" Jiangnan raised an eyebrow. "Yes." Ning Rushuang nodded earnestly. Jiangnan smiled as he patted Ning Rushuang's head. Around 6 o'clock, after brushing her teeth, Ning Rushuang walked out of her bedroom with Jiangnan. In the dining room, a variety of home-cooked dishes were already laid out on the table. Seeing Jiangnan and Ning Rushuang arrive, both Ning's father and mother greeted them with cheerful smiles. "Xiao Jiang, would you like to drink?" Ning's father opened a bottle of Maotai, looking at Jiangnan with a smile. "Xiao Jiang, this is Auntie's specialty, tomato chicken. Try it and see how it tastes." Ning's mother smiled at Jiangnan. "Uncle, I'm driving." Jiangnan shook his head, then smiled back at Ning's mother, praising, "Auntie, your cooking is really amazing. I could smell the aroma from Rushuang's room just now. I'm sure I'll be able to eat several bowls of rice later." "Ha ha ha." Ning's mother laughed happily. "Yes, look at me, I'm really confused." Ning's father knew that Jiangnan didn't want to drink, otherwise, it wouldn't be a problem for Ning Rushuang to drive later. So, he slapped his forehead, put down the wine, and said, "Let's eat." During the meal, they chatted and laughed, creating a very harmonious atmosphere. It was also Jiangnan's first time feeling a sense of home. Ning's father and mother treated him with great courtesy, genuinely treating him like a son-in-law, constantly serving him food. After all, it was still a matter of strength. Around 7:30, Ning's father and mother sent Jiangnan and Ning Rushuang out the door. "Come back often." Ning's father and mother waved their hands reluctantly as they watched Jiangnan and Ning Rushuang head towards the car. In the car, Jiangnan started the engine and looked at Ning Rushuang in the passenger seat. Just as he was about to speak, his phone, which he had set aside, suddenly vibrated. "Sister Xia." He answered the call. It was the landlady. "Jiangnan," I inquired a bit. The landlady's voice came through. "How is it?" Jiangnan immediately perked up. "Currently, there are no specific bidding meetings for land and buildings, but I found out that there will be a bidding auction for a piece of land from an orphanage." The landlady's voice continued. "Auction? Orphanage?" Jiangnan's eyes flickered, and he couldn't help but recall the orphanage he stayed at in the old city during his childhood, his eyes narrowing. "Yes, the time is quite tight. It will officially take place tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock. The landlady continued. "What do you think? Can you get an invitation?" Jiangnan asked. An auction was a good opportunity for him, provided that the items up for bid were of high value. If they were all charity items worth tens of thousands, it would be meaningless. But it shouldn't be the case, right? At least there's the land from the orphanage as a guarantee. Jiangnan thought to himself. "Definitely." The landlady laughed. "So tomorrow, make sure to come find me at the right time, and we'll go together." "Okay." He hung up the phone, a look of anticipation spreading across his face. "What's up, husband?" Ning Rushuang in the passenger seat asked curiously. "I heard you mention something about an auction and an orphanage. What are you planning to do?"
I'm planning to acquire some land for investment. Jiang Nan didn't hide anything. Land? Hearing Jiang Nan's words, Ning Rushuang couldn't help but feel a wave of astonishment. Wow, her husband was really quite wealthy. Buying land for investment, what kind of business was he planning to do? Yes, I was also thinking of checking if there are any suitable estates in the old city.
Jiang Nan chuckled, if there aren't any suitable estates, I'll just fund the construction of a large estate myself.
Wow, husband, your confidence is a bit too much, isn't it?
Ning Rushuang was taken aback by Jiang Nan's words.
If he couldn't find a suitable estate, he would just pay to build one himself? Jiang Nan smiled and didn't say anything further, focusing on driving. By the time they returned to Villa No.
001, it was already close to 8 o'clock in the evening. As soon as they got out of the car, Ning Rushuang took the initiative to link her arm with Jiang Nan's, sweetly leaning against his shoulder.
Are you going to resign directly tomorrow or what?
Jiang Nan gently asked as he wrapped his arm around Ning Rushuang's slim waist.
Tomorrow, just go to the company after waking up,
Ning Rushuang said with a smile.
Okay. Jiang Nan nodded.
As they spoke, the two arrived at the first floor.
Drink! Ha!
Just as they reached the first floor, they heard a girl in a purple martial arts outfit, with a low ponytail, practicing her stance and punching in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows of the side hall, her cheerful shouts echoing throughout the room.
Yeah is really diligent. Ning Rushuang couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing this. Ha! It seemed that she heard the sound.
Lung Bingyue stopped, took a deep breath, then turned around and greeted Jiang Nan and Ning Rushuang with a smile. Boss, Sister Rushuang.
Where's Jingjing? Ning Rushuang asked.
Sister Jing just cleaned the house and went upstairs to take a shower, Lung Bingyue replied. I'm also planning to take a shower, boss, Sister Rushuang. I'm heading upstairs now. As she spoke, she jogged towards the second floor.
Honey, I think I should take a shower too, Ning Rushuang said with a grin, hinting at Jiang Nan.
Jiang Nan naturally picked up on the signal and immediately scooped Ning Rushuang into a princess carry, striding towards the second floor.
An hour and a half later,
Ning Rushuang was slowly falling asleep with a faint smile of happiness. Jiang Nan got up, took a shower, and after getting dressed, he went to the floor-to-ceiling window. The round moon outside cast a silver glow, and the stars twinkled, presenting a beautiful night sky.
System, activate the extraordinary lottery for me,
Jiang Nan called out in his heart.
In an instant,
at the moment his voice fell, a large spinning wheel, almost filling his field of vision and radiating a sacred light, appeared.
Jiang Nan focused his gaze. This time, there were no rewards on the spinning wheel, just an empty, hollow wheel. Activate the extraordinary lottery.
Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Nan shouted in his heart.
Biu. The familiar sound of the pointer spinning rang in Jiang Nan's ears. 1 second passed. 3 seconds passed. 5 seconds passed.
Perhaps due to the higher level lottery, unlike ordinary lottery chances, this time the duration was much longer.
Soon, half a minute passed. Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have successfully drawn the title of Destiny Protagonist in this extraordinary lottery.
Ha! At the moment he drew this reward, Jiang Nan's eyes widened in surprise.
His previous experiences had already represented his protagonist status, and now, he had actually drawn the title of Destiny Protagonist.
Immediately, Jiang Nan eagerly checked the introduction of this Destiny Protagonist title.
Destiny Protagonist, after wearing it, one will possess a natural intelligence-reducing aura. With luck that defies the heavens, even in danger, one can turn misfortune into good fortune.
After reading the introduction of this Destiny Protagonist title, Jiang Nan's brows twitched, and he couldn't help but gasp, a look of astonishment appearing on his face. This title seemed simple from the description, but in reality, each aspect was anything but simple. Not to mention the intelligence-reducing aura, just the point about having luck that defies the heavens was already incredibly impressive. System, can this luck that defies the heavens be reflected in drawing various rewards?
Suddenly, Jiang Nan seemed to think of something, and a brilliant light burst forth from his eyes as he asked in his heart.
No! The system replied instantly, this ability cannot be reflected in the lottery or in the consumption rebate multiplier, but the defying effects in reality, the host can experience personally. Oh, is that so? Jiang Nan's brows involuntarily raised, and a thoughtful smile appeared on his face. Immediately, Jiang Nan donned the title of the destined protagonist.
In an instant, he felt a warm current spreading throughout his body. He immediately took out his phone and downloaded a pay-to-win card drawing game. Before long, Jiang Nan directly charged 10 yuan into it.
Single draw. Wow, golden legend.
A unique sound effect came from the phone, and Jiang Nan saw the screen filled with golden light, and then he drew an SSS grade top-tier character card.
Damn! When he saw that he had drawn this SSS level top tier character card for just 10 yuan, Jiang Nan couldn't help but curse. Wow! A single draw really worked miracles. This passive effect of incredible luck had maxed out the draw rate for SSS level character cards in this game. Looks like if I casually buy a couple of lottery tickets, I really have a high chance of winning the jackpot. Jiang Nan almost understood the passive effect of his incredible luck. Honestly, he could just stroll around outside and have a great chance of finding money. Not bad. This title of destined protagonist is indeed great. A smile appeared on Jiang Nan's face. If he had to say what was the most impressive, he thought it should be the intelligence diminishing halo. This would definitely be a huge boost for him in building a harem. Moreover, having a harem as the protagonist was completely normal. Now with the addition of destiny, it wasn't hard to imagine that even if Jiang Nan found an opportunity to lay it all out, no woman would turn against him. The possibility of a love triangle was completely eliminated. Not bad. Although it deviates a bit from my imagination of immortality or some incredible abilities, or even high-dimensional black technology, the benefits brought by this title of destined protagonist will definitely not be lacking. Jiang Nan let out a long breath, a satisfied smile on his face. There are still 3 draws left. I need to keep saving. Jiang Nan was completely captivated by this extraordinary lottery. If he could draw some ability to control time and space in the future, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that immortality would be incredibly easy for him. Hubby, at that moment, Ning Ruxiang on the bed woke up for some reason and murmured softly. The next morning at 8 o'clock, Jiang Nan got up on time. Looking at Ning Ruxiang, who was still asleep, he leaned down and kissed her forehead, then got dressed and went into the bathroom to wash up. When he looked at himself in the mirror, Jiang Nan was slightly taken aback. His face was still the same, very handsome, but he felt that he looked much more handsome than he did yesterday. Is it the passive effect of the destined protagonist title? Jiang Nan glanced to the right and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Honestly, at this point, it was possible that just a glance from him could make an extremely infatuated beauty go weak at the knees. Time flies, it's already May 22nd. Jiang Nan walked out of the bathroom, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He would attend the auction at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and if there were any valuable items at the auction, it would be a big harvest for him. Gently walking out of the master bedroom, as he reached the first floor, Li Jing, dressed in a body-hugging skirt and black stockings, had just taken off her apron and smiled at Jiang Nan. Boss, breakfast is ready. Jiang Nan nodded and headed to the dining room, glancing around in surprise. Where's Bingyue? She got up early to exercise. She should be back soon. Li Jing replied. Jiang Nan took a seat, and breakfast was a bowl of shrimp and crab porridge. To be honest, Jiang Nan thought Li Jing's cooking was quite good. At least, this bowl of shrimp and crab porridge was very much to his taste. The taste is amazing. Jiang Nan smiled and praised Li Jing's favorability +1. Following his compliment, a prompt sound suddenly rang in Jiang Nan's mind, causing a look of astonishment to appear on his face. How did he inexplicably gain 1 point of favorability? Ding! Congratulations, host. Li Jing's favorability has reached 95 points, equal to her attractiveness score, and you have gained a lottery chance. Gaining another lottery chance made Jiang Nan feel very comfortable. Currently, he had 4 lottery chances on hand and needed to gather 6 more to conduct another extraordinary lottery. As long as you like it, boss, Li Jing said softly, her pretty face flushed. Jiang Nan smiled and quickly finished the bowl of shrimp and crab porridge. There's more in the kitchen, Li Jing hurriedly said. That's enough, eating too much in the morning isn't good. Jiang Nan shook his head. Then I'll clean up, Li Jing said as she walked over. Perhaps due to her urgency, combined with the sudden break of her high heel, she fell down completely. Ah! A gasp was heard. Jiang Nan's reaction was naturally very quick. He immediately stood up and caught the falling Li Jing. Li Jing's favorability +1. Ha! Before Jiang Nan could apologize, the system's prompt sound rang in his mind again. Wow! Directly gaining 1 point of favorability? Ding! Li Jing's favorability +1, attractiveness score +1, gained a lottery chance. Another lottery chance in hand made Jiang Nan's face immediately show excitement. However, his current excited expression made Li Jing misunderstand, and her entire face turned even redder. She shyly whispered in Jiang Nan's ear, Boss, it's not very appropriate for us to be in the restaurant right now. Hearing Li Jing's words, Jiang Nan was momentarily stunned before revealing a strange expression. Did this woman mean that it would be fine as long as they weren't in the restaurant? Shall I help you upstairs to rest? Let's see if your foot is sprained, Jiang Nan tentatively asked. After asking, Jiang Nan wanted to slap himself. Li Jing's favorability towards him had already reached an astonishing 96 points. She had just said that, and he still needed to ask? Okay, only Li Jing knew whether her foot was sprained.
and she shyly responded with a flushed face. Upon hearing Li Jing's reply, Jiang Nan immediately let go of her and then Princess carried her. The feeling of being a supportive boyfriend, combined with the fact that it was Li Jing's first time being so close to the man she was infatuated with, made her little heart race wildly. As Jiang Nan carried Li Jing upstairs, at the same time, a cold Bingyue with a white towel around her neck walked in through the side door, her pretty face slightly flushed as she happened to see Jiang Nan carrying Li Jing upstairs, revealing a look of surprise.
Is there something going on between the boss and Sister Jing? Cold Bingyue blinked, then took a deep breath, showing a hint of contemplation, and pretended to be nonchalant as she headed upstairs. When she reached the corner, she secretly glanced down the corridor and saw Jiang Nan carrying Li Jing into Li Jing's room. Her eyes immediately widened, and she muttered, "It seems like I've stumbled upon something significant. The boss and Sister Jing really have something going on." Thinking of this, cold Bingyue couldn't help but swallow, feeling a surge of unknown emotions. Yeah, what are you doing? Why are you acting like a thief? At that moment,
Ning Ruoshuang, dressed in a nightgown, walked out of the master bedroom and was surprised to see Lang Bingyue sneaking around the corner.
Sister Ruoshuang.
At that moment, Lang Bingyue truly looked like a guilty thief, not daring to meet Ning Ruoshuang's gaze.
What's wrong?
Ning Ruoshuang noticed something unusual about Lang Bingyue and approached her, touching her forehead, puzzled. "Not hot, but why is your face so red and you're sweating so much?" "Sister, I just finished exercising," Lang Bingyue hurriedly replied. "Have you had breakfast?" "Sister Jing made a pot of shrimp and crab porridge this morning, and it smells so good.
You should go eat." "Shrimp and crab porridge? That sounds great. You go wash up. I'll head down to eat something first."
Ning Ruoshuang didn't find anything strange, smiling slightly as she slowly descended the stairs.
Phew!
Seeing Ning Ruoshuang go downstairs, Lang Bingyue immediately breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly walked towards her room. Her room was on the way to Li Jing's room, and as she passed by the door, she instinctively lightened her footsteps, even holding her breath to listen carefully.
Ouch! That hurts.
It's normal, take a deep breath, close your eyes, and don't be too scared.
Boss, be gentle.
Just arriving, she heard this conversation from inside the room that could easily be misunderstood, causing Lang Bingyue to quicken her pace, her pretty face turning extremely red.
There's definitely something going on.
No, I can't go wash up now. If Sister Ruoshuang doesn't see the boss and Sister Jing, and comes upstairs to stumble upon this, it would be terrible. Lang Bingyue immediately became anxious, turning around hurriedly to head downstairs instead of going to her room. Meanwhile, in Li Jing's room, the scene at that moment was not at all what Lang Bingyue imagined. At first, Jiang Nan really thought Li Jing hadn't sprained her ankle, and even the latter didn't realize her ankle was injured. It was only when Jiang Nan helped Li Jing sit down on the edge of the bed that she finally became aware of the pain in her ankle.
"Do you need a cold compress?"
Li Jing looked at Jiang Nan, who was squatting beside her. Although her ankle hurt a bit, her shyness far outweighed the pain, so she didn't feel much when he didn't touch her ankle.
"No need, you just twisted it lightly. I'll help you move it around, and it'll be fine." Jiang Nan shook his head.
Seeing Jiang Nan so serious and gentle, Li Jing felt her heart almost melt, and a warm smile involuntarily appeared on her face.
Crack!
At that moment, Jiang Nan suddenly twisted something, and a crisp sound echoed.
"All done."
Jiang Nan's voice followed, but his expression was somewhat strange. To be honest, he thought he had exceptional medical skills, but why did it feel like he never really had a chance to use them? Last time he treated Ning Ruoshuang's sprain, and now he was treating Li Jing's.
"Is that it?"
Li Jing said in surprise. "But, boss, I still feel a bit uncomfortable."
"Get up and walk around to try it out."
Jiang Nan stood up, taking Li Jing's hand to help her slowly rise from the bed. Li Jing obediently stood up, and just as she tried to take a couple of steps, a sly smile suddenly appeared at the corner of her mouth. Suddenly, Li Jing fell down completely, letting out a surprised gasp. In just an instant, both Li Jing and Jiang Nan fell down, facing each other, and as long as they opened their eyes, they could see the fine pores on each other's faces, even the very faint fuzz on their lips.
10 minutes later, at that moment, in the dining room on the first floor,
the shrimp and crab porridge that Jing Jing made is really delicious.
Ning Ruoshuang wiped the corner of her mouth with a face full of happiness and sincerely exclaimed, "Yes."
Seeing Ning Ruoshuang put down her soup spoon, Lang Bingyue quickly followed suit, nodding in agreement.
"I'm going to put on some makeup. I need to go to the company later." "But where are Jiang Nan and Jing Jing? I haven't seen them."
Ning Ruoshuang stood up with the bowl and spoon in hand.
"Sister Ruoshuang, wait."
Seeing Ning Ruoshuang get up, Lang Bingyue hurriedly stood up as well, sweating profusely as she called out,
"What's wrong?" Noticing Lang Bingyue's sweaty and troubled expression, Ning Ruoshuang was slightly taken aback. "I have a question I want to ask you."
Lang Bingyue was racking her brain for the harmony of the family at this moment, quickly approaching Ning Ruoshuang, taking the bowl and spoon from her hands, and directly said, Sister Rushuang, the boss asked me to buy a vehicle. What do you think is a good option? I know nothing about cars. Hearing Lang Bingyue's question, Ning Rushuang immediately laughed. I thought it was something serious. It's fine, yeah. I'll recommend an app to you called Understanding Cars. Most car models and prices are on that software. Just take a look. Hey, wait. Seeing Ning Rushuang about to go upstairs, Lang Bingyue hurriedly called out to her again. At the same time, she felt a wave of distress, hoping Jiangnan could resolve things quickly so she wouldn't have to hide this uncomfortable secret. But to be honest, she couldn't stop Ning Rushuang from going upstairs. After all, she really enjoyed the atmosphere in the villa. Whether it was Li Jing or Ning Rushuang, these two sisters who were just a bit older than her maid Lang Bingyue feel very comfortable. So, she didn't want to see the scene of a battlefield. What's wrong? Ning Rushuang looked at Lang Bingyue in surprise, a strange expression appearing on her face. Could it be this girl was hiding something from her? It must be said that a woman's intuition is indeed frighteningly accurate. Sister Rushuang, where can I find other apps on my phone? Just accompany me to see what kind of vehicle to buy. Lang Bingyue held the bowl in one hand and playfully shook Ning Rushuang's arm with the other. Seeing Lang Bingyue like this, although Ning Rushuang found it quite strange, she didn't think much of it at that moment when she heard about the phone. Also, having been alone since childhood, she actually hoped to have a younger brother or sister. Now, with Lang Bingyue's appearance, she indeed felt like an older sister. Quite nice. Okay, then I'll accompany you to look. Ning Rushuang nodded in agreement, and then the two went to the kitchen to tidy up a bit. A few minutes later, they sat down on the side hall sofa with smiles. I think there aren't many suitable cars for girls around 2 million. To be honest, what do you think about this Panamera? It's actually quite suitable for a girl to drive. The two began to exchange ideas. An hour quickly passed. How we've looked at quite a bit. Yeah, the cars I've recommended are about done. Next, you just need to make your own decision. Ning Rushuang stood up from the sofa, lazily yawning, and said, I'm getting a bit sleepy, but I still need to go to the company later, so I'll go upstairs to put on some makeup and head out early. Sister Rushuang, do you really need makeup with your natural beauty? But I've never worn makeup before. Can I go see how you do your makeup and learn a bit? Lang Bingyue hurriedly said. Sure. How about I give you a light makeup look later? Ning Rushuang smiled. Tap tap tap. At that moment, footsteps were heard from upstairs. Jiangnan slowly walked down with a smile on his face. A little over an hour later, Li Jing's favorability successfully increased by 1 point, and his attractiveness score also rose by 1 point. At the same time, he gained another chance to draw a lottery. Ha! Seeing Jiangnan come down from the second floor, Ning Rushuang was momentarily stunned and exclaimed, Hubby, how did you come down from upstairs? I just saw you discussing cars, so I didn't want to disturb you. I went upstairs to grab something and then came down, Jiangnan replied. He had mastered the ability of super senses, and while busy, he was always aware of everything happening in the villa. Therefore, he was quite clear about the exchange between the two over the past hour and smiled. Bingyue, I think the palamara that Rushuang mentioned is pretty good. Hearing Jiang Nan's words, Lang Bingyue's eyes widened. Goodness, if she didn't know that Jiang Nan had been upstairs the whole time, she would have really believed that he had just returned from outside. But, how did he know that Ning Rushuang was strongly recommending the palamara to her? How strange. Hubby, let Yaya come with me to the company to resign later, and then I'll take her to buy the car, Ning Rushuang said. Sure, and you should buy one too. Jiang Nan thought for a moment and directly transferred 10 million to Ning Rushuang. If he weren't afraid that Ning Rushuang would faint from shock, he would have wanted to transfer all his assets to her. This way, as long as he got a high multiple of consumption rebate, wouldn't he be soaring in no time? Ding! Congratulations, host, consumption completed. Received consumption rebate, 100 million. Nice! Another 100 million in the account. Wait, why didn't he receive a notification for a higher multiple? Host, the system needs to remind you that, in a sense, transferring money cannot be considered a normal consumption, so there is a limit on the rebate amount. At this moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Is that so? Jiang Nan's eyes flickered as he curiously asked, then what is the limit? Thinking carefully, if there really were no restrictions in this regard, he could have decisively transferred Ning Rushuang several billion. If he received a few times the rebate, he would be very close to his first 100 billion. In fact, as long as he wanted, he could repeat the process within a day. No, even within a few hours, and he would quickly become the richest person in the world, without a hint of exaggeration. Currently, with the host's deposit of 1 billion, the maximum rebate amount that can be obtained daily is 100 million. When the host's deposit reaches 10 billion, the maximum rebate amount that can be obtained daily will be 1 billion. The system's voice continued. Oh, this function is impressive.
Jiang Nan's eyes immediately widened. This system was indeed powerful, constantly upgrading and improving its functions. It allowed Jiang Nan to grow gradually while making the process more interesting. Just this point alone made Jiang Nan feel great. Even when he reached his first 100 billion in deposits, he didn't necessarily have to choose to use that 100 billion to purchase opportunities for major welfare tasks when the need wasn't particularly urgent. Because as long as he had 100 billion on hand, he could steadily receive a rebate of 10 billion from transfer consumption. In other words, when I reach 200 billion in deposits, that will be my real starting point. Jiang Nan's eyes suddenly sparkled with a strange light. In a sense, the newly improved function of the system was more like a form of deposit interest. No matter how much Jiang Nan transferred to others, he would ultimately receive a stable income of 100 million. Awesome! My system brother is so understanding, he even knows how to improve himself. Frog fun. At this moment, Ning Ruoshuang's exclamation echoed in the room. It's just a mindless, feel-good story, just enjoy it, don't think too much. Honey, why did you transfer me another 10 million? Ning Ruoshuang was truly stunned. To think that she hadn't even spent the last 2 million, and she didn't even know how to spend it, yet Jiang Nan had given her another 10 million. What was going on? Even if you were rich, you couldn't treat money like it was just paper, could you? Treating 10 million like 1,000. Another 10 million. Although Lang Bingyue wasn't particularly interested in money, she was still shocked by this astronomical figure. Just take it as it comes, Jiang Nan said with a faint smile. I won't be back for lunch, I have to attend an auction at 2 o'clock. Okay. Ning Ruoshuang nodded, just about to ask where Li Jing had gone. At that moment, footsteps sounded, and looking towards the staircase, she saw Li Jing coming down, looking stunningly beautiful. Why does it feel like Jing Jing is much prettier than yesterday? Li Jing's beauty had noticeably increased. At 25, her experience added a radiant glow to her appearance. This made Ning Ruoshuang look at her several times as she quickly walked over, exclaiming, Jing Jing, what skincare products are you using? Or did you put on makeup? Your skin looks so much better than before. Hearing Ning Ruoshuang's words, Li Jing was slightly taken aback, then touched her face, feeling a bit hot, and shook her head, saying softly, maybe it's because I've been resting well lately. I used to feel anxious at night. How come you're walking down with support? Did you twist your ankle? Ning Ruoshuang then noticed something was off. Li Jing was walking a bit awkwardly. Moreover, she, who usually wore a black silk bodycon dress and high heels, was today surprisingly dressed in a simple little white dress, her hair cascading down, looking much more neighborly than her usual glamorous style. Ah, right. Li Jing's cheeks flushed slightly, glancing at Jiang Nan discreetly before nodding gently. Are you okay? Ning Ruoshuang hurriedly asked with concern. It's nothing serious. Seeing Ning Ruoshuang so worried about her, Li Jing felt a twinge of guilt. I have to go now. Jiang Nan glanced at the time, it was almost 10 o'clock. At this time, he could meet the landlady and then have lunch before heading to the auction. I hope this auction doesn't disappoint me. Not to mention reaching 100 billion in savings, I should at least be able to turn my several billion into tens of billions, right? Jiang Nan was filled with anticipation. About 40 minutes later, in the community where the landlady lived, a Bugatti Divo slowly came to a stop downstairs. Jiang Nan got out of the car and headed straight up to the 3rd floor. He paused briefly at his door, then opened it and took a deep breath. These past few days have really felt like a dream. Jiang Nan shook his head with a smile, closed the door behind him, and walked towards the landlady's door. Knock knock. He gently knocked on the door. In just a moment, light footsteps could be heard from inside. Coming. The door opened. The landlady, dressed in a black lace nightgown, greeted Jiang Nan with a beaming smile. Her figure was not much different from Li Jing's, perhaps slightly better. At that moment, her outfit appeared before Jiang Nan, especially as she playfully tossed her silver shoulder-length hair and shot him a charming glance. What's wrong? Can't recognize your sister? The landlady pulled the stunned Jiang Nan inside. Xia Jia, have you had breakfast? Jiang Nan closed the door with a smile and said, I brought you soy milk and fried dough sticks. You little rascal, the landlady playfully glared at him, her delicate finger poking at Jiang Nan's chest. An hour later, splash! A sound of water echoed from the bathroom. A few minutes later, Jiang Nan walked out with his upper body bare, his hair still slightly damp. Jiang Nan, how do I look in this? Just out of the bathroom, the landlady twirled in front of him in a purple split skirt, her fair legs strikingly beautiful, not paired with any stockings. You really look like a young mother. Jiang Nan took a few glances at the landlady. Her outfit combined with her silver hair styled up and secured with a silver hairpin left him at a loss for words, except for the phrase young mother vibe. Humph, the landlady chuckled softly, saying, I can't embarrass you at the auction later, Xia Jia. With your looks, figure, and temperament, if I were to take you out and feel embarrassed,
then this world must be one that defines beauty by ugliness.
Jiang Nan stepped forward and embraced the landlady.
You sweet-talking little man, I can't handle it. The landlady loved hearing Jiang Nan's sweet words, although she hadn't had any alcohol. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, and her eyes had a dreamy look, clearly in a tipsy state. Alright, hurry up and get dressed and dry your hair, or you'll catch a cold. After a few seconds of gazing into each other's eyes, the landlady reluctantly pulled away from Jiang Nan's embrace, softly saying. Jiang Nan chuckled, wiped his hair with a towel, and then went to the landlady's room.
After a while, Jiang Nan emerged dressed in a high-end early summer casual outfit. So handsome, truly worthy of being my man. The moment Jiang Nan walked out, the landlady's face lit up with a lovesick smile. As the saying goes, a person relies on their clothing, a horse relies on its saddle. In reality, this saying doesn't perfectly apply to Jiang Nan,
because with his looks, figure, and temperament, he is truly a walking clothes hanger. It wouldn't matter if he wore a plain old shirt meant for middle-aged people, it wouldn't diminish his charm at all.
I can just dry my hair and head out.
Jiang Nan went to the bathroom, and the landlady followed closely, leaning against the door, gazing lovingly at her beloved drying his hair, her eyes sparkling with happiness. Jiang Nan's hair was neither long nor short, and it took just a minute or two to dry.
At his level of charm, even with messy hair, he wouldn't know how many women would want to add him on WeChat.
Therefore, he didn't care about the messiness, he simply dried his hair and embraced the landlady as they walked out the door.
Boom! Soon,
Jiang Nan and the landlady got into the car. The Bugatti Divo roared like a dragon, causing the landlady's eyes to sparkle with excitement as she couldn't help but say, "This car
looks so handsome on the outside, but I didn't expect the interior to be even more stunning. A divine car worth 200 million, truly you get what you pay for. It's alright." Jiang Nan grinned.
This Bugatti Divo indeed had a high status, mainly because it was a concept car limited to just one in the world. In other words, this car is valued at 200 million, but in the eyes of true car collectors, it might be worth several times more.
Are we eating something outside or at the auction? The landlady leaned her fair legs toward Jiang Nan while asking. Either is fine.
Jiang Nan drove with one hand, enjoying himself. The landlady's pretty face flushed slightly as she whispered, "The auction will be held at the Jiangqing building, so feel free to grab something to eat inside the building."
Is it being held on my turf? Jiang Nan's gaze flickered for a moment. Yes, on the 8th floor.
The landlady took out 2 gold-edged invitations from a small fragrant pouch and said, "The highlight of this auction is a piece of land from an orphanage.
That orphanage can no longer operate, which is quite unfortunate. Which part of the old city is that orphanage in?"
Jiang Nan asked, his eyes flickering again. "I heard it's in the northern part of the old city, but I don't know exactly where. It has been around for quite some time." The landlady shook her head. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nan's eyes narrowed slightly.
The orphanage in the north. Wasn't the one he stayed at during his childhood located in the northern part of the old city?
It seems there's a great possibility that it's the orphanage I stayed at when I was a child, Jiang Nan thought to himself. His feelings towards the orphanage he stayed at during his childhood could only be described as neutral. He felt neither great gratitude nor aversion. The only thing was, he still didn't know who the mysterious person was that had been supporting him since childhood. If he were to express gratitude, the person he should be most grateful to would be that mysterious benefactor. Due to the approaching mealtime and the rush hour, the roads were somewhat congested, and what usually took just over 10 minutes turned into more than 40 minutes.
Around 12:30, a Bugatti Divo parked in the underground garage of the Jiangqing building.
As soon as they got out of the car, the landlady immediately trotted over in her high heels, linking her arm with Jiang Nan's, leaning against him like a love-struck girl.
Ding! Upon entering the elevator, the landlady glanced at the time and pressed the button for the 8th floor, whispering, "It seems we might be short on time. How about we just grab a quick meal at the auction?" "I'm fine, I'm not really hungry," Jiang Nan replied, genuinely not feeling any hunger. At this point, he wouldn't say he had reached the legendary level of fasting, but he truly felt little hunger. "I'm not hungry either, so let's skip it. We can see what to eat after the auction," she said. Ding!
As they spoke, the elevator opened on the 1st floor. A few well-dressed men and women in their 30s entered the elevator. When they saw Jiang Nan and the landlady, their faces showed a hint of surprise. However, they were not ordinary people. Despite their astonishment, they quickly averted their gazes and began to converse quietly upon realizing they were also heading to the 8th floor. "I heard there are a few small antiques at this auction. I wonder what their quality is." A man in his 30s adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and spoke to a woman beside him. "In the millions," the woman replied casually. "I heard from my dad that the items up for auction have good collectible value. If luck is on our side and we manage to bid successfully at a low price, it wouldn't be surprising if they doubled in value in 5 or 6 years."
Ding!
At that moment, the elevator chimed, and the doors slowly opened. The group immediately exited, and Jiang Nan also stepped out with the landlady. There are still quite a few people, Jiang Nan remarked as he followed the group to the left. Looking through a transparent door into the hall, he could see at least 20 or 30 people, which made him raise an eyebrow. I suppose there are quite a few wealthy people in Jiangcheng, the landlady smiled.
Indeed, no matter where you go, the wealth gap is significant.
The rich are rolling in wealth, while the poor are struggling, Jiang Nan nodded. The two pushed open the transparent glass door, and as soon as they walked in, a man in his 30s approached with a smile.
Jiqing.
This man was quite handsome, dressed in a well-fitted, high-end suit, with a gentle smile on his face. He first greeted the landlady, then turned his attention to Jiang Nan. Noticing the closeness between the two, he couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Who is this handsome guy?" "My boyfriend," the landlady replied with a slight smile, introducing them.
"Jiang Nan, this is Zhou Fei, a senior from my university. He was the one who got me the invitation for this auction."
"Hello," Jiang Nan smiled and extended his hand for a greeting.
"Hello," Zhou Fei returned with a warm smile, shook Jiang Nan's hand, and then, as he withdrew his hand, exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, when did you start dating? I didn't hear a thing about it."
"Just started," the landlady smiled slightly.
"A very handsome and charming young man, nice. Come, sit over here. By the way, have you eaten? Should I prepare some snacks for you?" Zhou Fei led Jiang Nan and the landlady to an empty spot to sit down and asked, "We've eaten, you go ahead with your work.
Jiang Nan and I will sit for a bit and then go into the main area to take a look." The landlady nodded with a smile.
"All right,
then I'll go greet the other guests." Zhou Fei nodded, smiled at Jiang Nan again, and then slowly left.
"Zhou Fei is one of the staff behind this auction," the landlady whispered after he left.
"When I donated a few million to my alma mater during the school anniversary, he added me as a friend. But don't worry, I haven't talked to him."
Hearing the landlady's words, Jiang Nan glanced at her and chuckled. "What? Are you afraid I'll get jealous?
You're explaining it so clearly."
"Of course, I need to explain well. Otherwise, what if my little man thinks too much?" The landlady laughed.
"I'm not that insecure," Jiang Nan replied with a light smile.
I'll just do what I should do," the landlady said cheerfully, taking Jiang Nan's hand and placing it on her lap.
After chatting and laughing for about 10 minutes, an announcement echoed in the hall. "Dear guests, the main area of the auction is now open for entry.
Please enter with your invitation." Upon hearing the announcement, Jiang Nan and the landlady exchanged glances and stood up from their seats.
They slowly followed the crowd to the entrance, queuing to enter the main area of the auction.
Didn't they say it would start at 2 o'clock sharp?
Once inside, Jiang Nan first glanced at the number tag in his hand, number 15, then scanned the layout of the entire main area. Noticing that there were additional private rooms on the second floor, he raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "This auction seems quite formal." "I'm not sure," the landlady shook her head. This was her first time attending an auction. Jiang Nan wrapped his arm around the landlady's slender waist and casually found a spot to sit. The entire auction main area was about the size of a basketball court, with a small stage in the center at the front. At that moment, a man in his 30s was standing on it in a black suit, occasionally touching his earpiece to say something and nodding from time to time. There are quite a few people, Jiang Nan observed as he scanned the room. Although he had the ability to perceive, he didn't intend to use it on every single person. That would be exhausting. "Jiang Nan, I don't know why, but I suddenly feel a bit nervous," the landlady said, taking a deep breath and speaking softly.
"It's all right."
Jiang Nan reached out and patted the back of the landlady's hand, placing her hand on his thigh, and said softly, "This is my first time attending such an auction, so I don't know if there are any delightful little trinkets."
He was indeed a bit. Such occasions are great for spending money.
Hey! At this moment, a voice came from the small stage in the center of the venue. The host put on a headset microphone and gently called out a few times, "All the esteemed guests who have received invitations are already present. Some guests have suggested starting the auction directly, so in accordance with everyone's wishes, we will begin the auction half an hour early. Now, let's give everyone a little time to prepare, and also give the auction house some time to get ready."
"Thank you for your understanding. Starting half an hour early means it will begin at 1:30.
Jiang Nan glanced at the time. It was 1:15 p.m., which meant there were 15 minutes of preparation time. "Jiang Nan, I heard from Zhou Fei that the starting bid for the orphanage land is at least 200 million. Taking advantage of this time, the landlady began to share some information she knew with Jiang Nan.
200 million? Jiang Nan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows.
Yes, this welfare institution covers an area of about 26 acres, with a building area of nearly 10,000 square meters. The landlady continued, "A starting bid of 200 million is actually quite good. According to market value, this welfare institution is worth at least over 500 million.
Not bad."
Jiang Nan didn't really care about these figures. Anyway, once he won the bid, the land wouldn't be of much use to him. In fact, he might even let this welfare institution continue to survive. After all, it was the welfare institution that helped him when he was a child. Jiang Nan didn't consider himself a saint, but if it weren't for this welfare institution, he might not be who he is today. Now that he had a system, to be honest, Jiang Nan believed in some aspects of cause and effect. While spending money, accumulating some good karma for himself was never a bad thing. "Do you have enough money?" the landlady asked. "No problem, this welfare institution won't cost me 1 billion to acquire," Jiang Nan replied with a faint smile. He had over 1.6 billion on hand. If it were a piece of land in the center of the old city, that amount would definitely not be enough. But this welfare institution was not in the prime location, it was in a less valuable area of the old city. So, if he couldn't acquire it for 1.6 billion, then there must be someone like him who had some kind of cashback scheme. Next, the two chatted for a while longer, and the 15 minutes passed quickly. Ding! At this moment, a bell rang throughout the venue. Everyone's attention was drawn to it. "Esteemed guests, hello everyone, I am the host of this auction, Wu Nan." The host's voice echoed throughout the venue. "I won't waste any more time. There are a total of 10 items for auction today. Let's start with the first item, a porcelain plate from the Yuan dynasty, the flowing cloud plate." As Wu Nan's voice fell, a beautiful woman in a chipa with long legs walked up from behind the small stage, holding a wooden tray. Wu Nan lifted the red cloth covering the wooden tray, revealing a shiny porcelain plate in front of everyone's eyes. The first auction item, the flowing cloud plate, starting bid is 1 million, and each bid must be no less than 100,000. Wu Nan's excited voice resonated throughout the venue. 2 million. The moment he finished speaking, a voice immediately followed from the crowd. "Mr. 25 bids 2 million. Wu Nan's eyes lit up. Starting with a 1 million increase was indeed a good omen. 1 million, 2 million, 6 million. As the first person made a move, the bidding immediately heated up. In just 2 or 3 minutes, the starting price of 1 million for the Luyun plate soared to 10 million. Goodness, these people are really willing to spend. The landlady, whose worth was also over 100 million, couldn't bear to part with a porcelain plate valued at 10 million. 10 million once, 10 million twice, 10 million. Just as Wu Nan on the small stage excitedly raised a small wooden hammer, ready to bring it down. 11 million. A voice rang out in the crowd. 11 million. Mr. No. 15 bids 11 million for the Luyun plate. Is there any higher bid? Wu Nan shouted excitedly. Swish, swish, swish. With Jiang Nan's bid, people in various positions in the inner hall instinctively turned to look at him. When they saw such a young person bidding, their faces showed a hint of surprise. But when some men noticed the landlady beside Jiang Nan, their expressions turned to astonishment. What a beautiful and elegant woman. Jiang Nan, are you really spending 11 million on a porcelain plate? At that moment, the landlady, hearing the sound of the small hammer falling, widened her mouth slightly, staring at Jiang Nan in disbelief. It's just 11 million, just right. Since I'm a bit short on heritage at home, I can take it back and keep it as a collection. Some might ask, why not bid a price far exceeding the value of this item? Jiang Nan would tell you that such a move is the most foolish. Although Jiang Nan's wealth is all legitimate, doing so would be unreasonable. Even if no problems could be found, it would waste a lot of your time. This is also why he only raised the bid by 1 million, rather than 100 million or 10 million. Soon, the long-legged beauty in a cheongsam with stockings walked down with the Luyun plate, followed by a muscular man in sunglasses. Hello, sir. The beauty smiled and nodded at Jiang Nan. Give me the POS machine. At this moment, Jiang Nan had no interest in the beauty. He wanted to see if the first item could bring him good luck. Beep, beep, beep. Jiang Nan took out his bank card and started swiping. In just a moment, the receipt was printed out. At the same time, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. Consumption completed. Received 20 times consumption rebate, 220 million. Oh, the moment the system prompt sounded in Jiang Nan's mind, a look of surprise appeared on his face. 20 times consumption rebate. Great, great, great. This multiplier made him extremely satisfied. You must know, this is a good start. And this good start gave him a 20 times consumption rebate. Who knows, it might continue to be good until the end. When he bids for that Welfare Institute land, maybe there will be another 20 times? Then it will really take off. Excitement sparkled in Jiang Nan's eyes. Based on this 20 times consumption rebate, if the land is valued at 500 million, that would be a full 100 billion. Sir, please take good care of the Luyun plate. The beauty in the cheongsam smiled slightly, and the muscular man behind her immediately presented the Luyun plate, which was placed in a fine gift box, with both hands respectfully. Taking the exquisite gift box, Jiang Nan casually set it aside, showing no care for 11 million antique.
It felt as if he had spent a few $dozen on a replica antique. Must take good care of it.
The landlord's wife's eyelids twitched slightly, and she hurriedly placed the exquisite little gift box in her arms, glancing towards Jiangnan, whispering, "An item worth 11 million is not the same as something worth 1,100.
There's no difference," Jiangnan chuckled, shaking his head.
In his eyes, the value of this thing was merely for him to spend money on. In the eyes of someone he liked, it was worth a fortune. In the eyes of someone he didn't like, even if it cost a fortune to buy, it was worthless.
Because, for Jiangnan, money held little attraction.
The main reason for earning money was that he wanted to gain extraordinary abilities. Wealth was ultimately an external possession, while extraordinary abilities could truly elevate him above this world.
"You little brat, you're really extravagant."
The landlord's wife poked Jiangnan's arm but still valued the flowing cloud plate that cost 11 million. The first auction item has been successfully sold. Now, the second item. After the cheapoclad beauty and the muscular man in sunglasses left, Wu Nan's voice immediately rang out from the small stage in the center. "This is a classic masterpiece from the famous jewelry master Rindal of the romantic city of the 18th century, the necklace Romantic Heart. Starting bid 10 million, and each bid must not be less than 1 million.
Bang!
The sound of the small wooden hammer echoed throughout the venue. At the same time, the second cheapoclad beauty approached with a delicate wooden box, and the moment it was opened, all the lights in the venue went out. At that moment, a captivating light burst forth from the center stage, emanating from the necklace Romantic Heart.
So beautiful. Seeing this scene, the landlord's wife beside Jiangnan immediately covered her mouth in surprise. 20 million.
The lights were off for just a moment, and as they turned back on, someone immediately began to bid.
"Honey, I must get this Romantic Heart."
Even without activating his extraordinary senses, Jiangnan's remarkable hearing easily picked up the voices from nearby seats. At this moment, a woman with a score of over 80 was sweetly shaking the arm of a middle-aged man in his 40s, continuously acting coy.
Okay.
The middle-aged man was fond of this, and upon hearing the woman's sweet voice, he couldn't resist and raised his bidding paddle, starting to bid 50 million.
50 million?
With this middle-aged man's bid of 50 million, swish, swish, swish. Instantly, at least half of the people in the venue turned their attention towards him. Before his bid, it had only reached 25 million, and with his bid, it had directly doubled, which clearly represented his determination to win.
50 million? All right, mister. 78 bids 50 million for the Romantic Heart.
Upon hearing this bid, Wu Nan immediately became excited. This price was already considered a premium. Logically speaking, although this kind of jewelry was precious, it also had a fixed value. Starting at 10 million, at most it would be around 30 million. A slight premium would bring it to 40 million at most.
And Mr. 78 directly jumped to 50 million. How could this not surprise him as the host? 50 million once, 50 million twice, 50 million. As Wu Nan's speech quickened, 60 million.
The bidding voice rang out in the hall.
My goodness, 60 million. Mr.
15 is bidding again, and now the price for Romantic Heart has reached 60 million.
Wu Nan was even more excited. This is only the second item up for auction, and the premium is already so high.
It seems the previous item truly deserves to be called a great start.
Honey, I really want it over here.
The beautiful woman first glanced over at Jiangnan, her eyes immediately sparkling with excitement. Then, she instinctively licked her lips, continuing to shake the arm of the middle-aged man beside her, leaning closer to his ear and acting coy. "Please, this Romantic Heart, I really want it, darling. Can I have it later? Little sweetheart will definitely repay you well." While she spoke, her eyes were fixed on Jiangnan.
As a result, the charm of the latter influenced her tone, making it quite captivating.
The middle-aged man had initially stabilized his emotions upon hearing the 60 million price, but at that moment, with the woman's whispers in his ear, he completely lost his mind, both of them thoroughly caught up in the moment.
61 million. Immediately, he raised his bidding paddle high and called out, "You're amazing, darling.
I love your boldness, love you, will love you for a lifetime." The sweet, coy voice followed right after.
70 million.
Before Wu Nan could announce the middle-aged man's bid, Jiangnan's voice rang out immediately.
"Jiangnan, you."
At this moment, the landlady beside Jiangnan tightened her grip on his hand slightly, looking at him, swallowing hard, and whispered, "Isn't it meaningless?" She didn't know that Jiangnan was a man bound to a system. Seeing him continuously raising the bid, she naturally thought he was getting carried away and immediately started to advise him.
"It is meaningful."
Jiangnan smiled, focusing his gaze on the landlady beside him, and said very seriously, "You just said it was beautiful, so I must have this necklace." He was not just trying to show off his wealth, but also to spend lavishly for a beautiful woman.
"Jiangnan,
Hearing this, the landlady's eyes immediately filled with a misty glaze, staring blankly at her beloved, her face full of emotion.
Xia Jiqing's favorability +1. At this moment, Jiang Nan heard the system's prompt sound in his mind.
Ding! Congratulations, host, Xia Jiqing's favorability +1, beauty points +1, lottery chances +1. Hearing these prompts, Jiang Nan revealed a satisfied smile.
Now, he already had 7 lottery chances in hand. Just 3 more, and he could once again participate in an extraordinary lottery. Almost there, just 3 more, easily obtainable. Jiang Nan's eyes flickered. 70 million once, 70 million twice, 70 million. At this moment, the host Wu Nan's voice rang out.
Darling, I want this romantic heart. Accompanying Wu Nan's voice was the sweet, coy voice from not far away.
71 million. A reluctant voice sounded.
Thank you, darling, love you. Mwah. The woman leaned in and kissed the middle-aged man.
100 million.
Before Wu Nan could speak, Jiang Nan directly raised his paddle and said,
My God, 100 million? These two are really getting carried away.
That handsome guy is truly lost, but any man would be for that beautiful woman beside him. With Jiang Nan's bid, all eyes in the room turned to him, their faces filled with shock.
Such premium bidding was nothing unusual for them. Didn't the middle-aged man also bid excessively because of the woman beside him? So, the saying that beauty brings disaster was indeed not wrong. Darling, at this moment.
At the moment when Wu Nan had not yet finalized the bid of 100 million, that woman began to cling and act cute again.
Damn it! Shut up! Slap!
The middle-aged man could no longer hold back. Gritting his teeth, he bid 70 million.
What the hell? It's already reached 100 million, and he's still bidding? Does he really think money grows on trees?
At this moment, hearing the woman about to act cute again, he immediately slapped her face and scolded, If you say one more word, I'll throw you out. Seeing the middle-aged man angry, the woman immediately shrank her neck, lowered her head in fear, and didn't even dare to make a sound while sobbing.
100 million, third time. Congratulations to Mr. No.
15, successfully bidding for the romantic heart. Wu Nan struck the small wooden hammer, his face full of excitement. This romantic heart was indeed bid up significantly by Jiang Nan, not to mention the commission would be a large income. Just the fact that his auction hosting record would shine even brighter was the most important.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, consumption completed.
Received 6 times consumption rebate, 600 million. 6 times consumption rebate, 600 million credited. Awesome! Jiang Nan couldn't help but shout in his heart.
Indeed, this kind of occasion was like a paradise in a fantasy cultivation novel for him. It was simply too useful. Currently, his savings had surpassed the 2 billion mark, reaching 38 billion. To be honest, this number was exaggerated, but if one had to say how exaggerated, Jiang Nan thought it was just that much. After all, it took 100 billion to exchange for a chance at a major welfare task.
This was only 38 billion. What was that worth? Still need to work hard. Strive to break the first 100 billion in savings today. Jiang Nan's eyes sparkled with anticipation.
This was only the second auction item. There were still 8 more to go, and even the land for the Welfare Institute hadn't come out yet. Who knows, if luck was on his side today, he might really achieve the 100 billion savings feat.
By the way,
reaching 2 billion in savings without a small welfare task, it seems that the standard for triggering a small welfare task is no longer every 10 billion.
Jiang Nan did not receive the system's prompt sound and immediately understood something.
Jiang Nan, this romantic heart is really beautiful. At this moment, the excited voice of the landlady rang out beside him.
Let me put it on for you.
Jiang Nan came back to his senses, looked at the landlady, and smiled as he took the exquisite gift box she handed over, taking out the romantic heart inside.
The landlady's face was like a peach blossom. Her gaze towards Jiang Nan was so sticky.
It was no exaggeration to say that if the two were alone at this moment, the landlady would have already pounced on him. Jiang Nan put the romantic heart necklace around the landlady's jade neck, and meeting her gaze, he also smiled and praised, Sister Xia, you are truly beautiful.
Jiang Nan. The landlady met Jiang Nan's affectionate gaze, her heart couldn't help but race. This little man was truly captivating. Next, the third auction item, a string of Buddhist beads from the Tang dynasty, starting price 500,000, each bid must not be less than 100,000.
Wu Nan's voice rang out again at this time. Jiang Nan casually glanced. The starting price of 500,000 didn't particularly interest him. If he could really push the price up, he wouldn't mind stepping in.
600,000, 800,000, 1 million. One bid after another echoed in the venue. 2 million. At this moment, a bidding voice unexpectedly came from the second floor. 4 million. As soon as the 2 million bid fell, another bidding voice immediately followed. 8 million. 16 million. 32 million. In just a moment, the bidding for the Buddhist beads skyrocketed to 64 million. The speed of this surge left everyone in the room stunned. What was going on? Were these Tang Dynasty Buddhist beads really that extravagant? 64 million? The landlady was momentarily taken aback and hurriedly looked towards the small stage in the center, where a beautiful woman in a cheongsam with long legs was elegantly holding a small wooden box with a smile on her face. Inside the box lay a string of Buddhist beads. Her eyesight was sharp. She counted and found there were a total of 13 beads, each radiating a unique aura. Whether it was the lighting or something else, they indeed looked quite impressive. This thing must be extraordinary. Jiang Nan's eyes flickered. Those who could be on the second floor, in the private rooms, were probably not ordinary people, directly raising the price of a Buddhist bead that had a starting price of 500,000 to 64 million in an instant. It was easy to imagine that this string of Buddhist beads left over from the Tang Dynasty was definitely not an ordinary item. Wait a minute. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Jiang Nan. His insight technique could be used on people. So, could it be used on objects as well? After all, insight techniques might not necessarily be limited to just people. With this thought, Jiang Nan's eyes lit up, and an expression of anticipation appeared on his face as his gaze locked onto the string of Tang Dynasty Buddhist beads in the small wooden box. Item: Premium Relic Bead String. Value: 1.3 billion. Ha! The moment Jiang Nan directed his insight technique at the string of beads, a box appeared before his eyes, resembling a kind of entry. Premium Relic Bead String? Worth 1.3 billion? Jiang Nan was stunned. This string of beads was not actually Buddhist beads, but a string of relics. 13 relics? Jiang Nan's eyes narrowed. That meant each relic could be worth 1 billion? 1 billion. At that moment, a voice came from the second floor. 1 billion. What is the origin of this string of beads? Strange, although this string of beads comes from the Tang Dynasty, it shouldn't be this valuable. What's going on? A series of exclamations echoed throughout the venue. To those who didn't understand, this was just a string of beads. At most, it was merely a string of beads left over from the Tang Dynasty. Beyond that, there was nothing particularly impressive about it. 1.2 billion. A voice with a Hong Kong accent rang out from a private room on the second floor. Friend, this string of fortune, oh, can you give me a face? As soon as this Cantonese was spoken, the crowd on the first floor couldn't help but laugh. Although his words were somewhat difficult to understand, with a little thought, they could still be grasped. Friends from Hong Kong, I am very interested in this relic string. Sorry. A calm voice came from another private room. 2 billion. Hiss. With the bid of 2 billion, the entire venue immediately erupted in a gasp. It wasn't just because of the 2 billion bid. More importantly, the Buddhist beads on that small stage turned out to be a string of relics. 13 relics. Although there are many fakes of relics nowadays, the fact that people in the private rooms on the second floor were frantically competing for it indicated what? There was a great possibility that it was a string of relics left over from the Tang Dynasty. If you were to say it was an ordinary string of Buddhist beads, its value would be limited. But this string of relics left over from the Tang Dynasty, with as many as 13 relics, could not be valued by ordinary standards. For true collectors, this was a priceless treasure. 200 million at once. At this moment, the host on the small stage, Wu Nan, became even more excited. He truly did not expect his luck to be this good, repeatedly auctioning off items at sky-high prices. 250 million. The boss from Hong Kong sounded a bit displeased and directly spoke in Cantonese. I don't know what you're pretending to be. If you want to compete, I'll compete with you, you mainland guy. His speech was extremely fast, and most people couldn't catch what he was saying. Even if they could understand, the distance between Jiangcheng and Canton City was already very far, not to mention that this man was speaking in Cantonese, which they probably wouldn't understand either. However, Jiang Nan frowned. He could barely understand some Cantonese because he was very interested in the language of this place, plus he had enjoyed watching Hong Kong films since he was young, and perhaps he had a bit of a language talent, so he could somewhat grasp what he was saying. 300 million. Not to mention that the man from Hong Kong was showing off. Just the bidding for this string of relic beads made Jiang Nan unable to resist joining in, directly raising his paddle and saying calmly. Upon hearing Jiang Nan's bid, the landlady beside him suddenly twitched her eyelids, revealing a look of shock, and she turned to him in surprise, saying, Jiang Nan, can this thing really be worth that much? This is a top-grade relic bead string, even more precious than that piece of land from the welfare home. If I can spend a few $100 million to pick it up, that would be a huge profit. Jiang Nan had learned the value of this relic bead string from his insight technique, so he naturally didn't care about this auction price. Is that so? Upon hearing Jiang Nan's words, the landlady's eyes suddenly lit up. Now she finally understood why rich people keep getting richer. Having a unique vision is one reason, and having funds is another. 310 million. 320 million. 400 million. The first two bids were from people on the second floor.
As for Jiangnan, he remained very calm, directly increasing the bid by whole millions. He didn't bother with the fluff. As long as those two added, he would add without hesitation.
Damn it!
At this moment, on the second floor, in a private room, a man in his 40s wearing sunglasses slammed his hand on the table and started cursing. These two mainlanders are really disgusting. I didn't expect they came here just for this relic bead string.
Mr. Xiang, don't be angry. It's not good to be angry. Since they want to compete, let's compete with them.
A beautiful woman in her 20s reached out to hold the man's hand, gently soothing his anger.
Damn, I'm really furious right now, do you know? Mr.
Xiang glanced at the woman, gritted his teeth, and roughly grabbed her hair, coldly saying,
500 million.
The voice came from the loudspeaker on the second floor. This bid directly pushed the auction to a small climax.
Wow, 500 million. Who is that person on the second floor, directly bidding 500 million for this string of prayer beads? What prayer beads? Didn't you hear them say it's a relic bead string? This auction was basically attended by people with some wealth.
Not to say that all of them were billionaires, but at least they were millionaires with tens of millions, and some even had several billion. But at this moment, they all looked like NPCs, utterly amazed. In their eyes, ordinary people were just NPCs. But in the eyes of even wealthier people, weren't these so-called millionaires and billionaires also just NPCs? And similarly, in Jiang Nan's eyes, weren't these even wealthier rich people the same? These two roadblocks are really quite annoying. My limit is 1 billion. Beyond that, the funds just won't be enough. At this moment, in a private room on the second floor, a middle-aged man in his 40s let out a soft sigh.
Mr. Zhao, how much do you think this Buddhist bead, no, this string of relics is worth?
A man in his 40s in the same room quietly asked.
At least 1 billion, Mr. Zhao replied.
There was once a single piece of this top-grade relic that fetched a sky-high price of
25 billion.
Just think about the value of this string of 13 relics.
Hiss.
The man immediately gasped. Meanwhile, in the main hall on the first floor, Jiang Nan's indifferent voice rang out, 1 billion.
1 billion.
The moment Jiang Nan made this bid, everyone in the first floor hall felt their hearts race wildly.
1 billion.
A string of relics, just 13 pieces, and someone is bidding 1 billion.
My God, who is this young man? Which big family or major corporation in Jiang City does he belong to? This is too exaggerated. 1 billion. That's the dream I've worked my whole life for, and now it's just a string of relics? People are better than people, which is infuriating. Now I finally feel it. 100,000 in others' eyes is no different from $10 to me. And now, the 1 billion in others' eyes is no different from 100,000 to me?
There are people beyond people, and heavens beyond heavens. This saying emerged in the minds of the vast majority present after Jiang Nan's bid of 1 billion.
1 billion. The landlady was truly stunned, looking at Jiang Nan in disbelief, exclaiming, Jiang Nan, you. What's wrong with me?
Jiang Nan smiled lightly at the astonished landlady, patted her hand gently, and said, there will be even more surprising things in the future. This is just an appetizer. As he spoke, his gaze fell on the window of a private room on the second floor, his eyes sparkling with a strange light, quietly waiting for the two people on the second floor to continue bidding. For him, it was perfect if these two continued to bid. A few more billion, and he might have a chance to push it to over 10 billion. At the very least, it would be several billion more.
1 billion once, 1 billion twice, 1 billion 3 times. Congratulations to Mr.
15 for successfully acquiring this string of relics from the Tang dynasty at a bid of 1 billion. With a final hammering sound, Wu Nan's excited shout echoed throughout the hall.
Damn it!
At the same time, in a private room, Mr. Xiang angrily grabbed the hair of the woman leaning on his leg and threw her aside. Then, with a whoosh, he stepped over to the window and looked down at the first floor. Just then, Jiang Nan on the first floor was paying, and his gaze seemed to sense something, raising his head to meet Mr.
Xiang's eyes at the window. This little brat. If it weren't for me not being prepared, I would definitely make you understand what true power is. Damn, this is infuriating. Mr. Xiang slammed his fist against the window glass, the sound attracting the attention of many below.
This idiot from Hong Kong is really infuriating. It's so funny. I just heard some of the things this Hong Kong guy said. His words were full of discrimination.
Ha, isn't that enough to make you jump up and down? This idiot is really trying to show off. Voices began to rise in the crowd.
They were all whispers, but they were there. Although they were all millionaires, to the big bosses who could bid hundreds of millions, they were merely like ants, with no difference at all. Ha, seeing that guy from Hong Kong so furious makes me feel much better. At this moment, another Mr. Zhao in a private room on the second floor also arrived at the window, but he showed no signs of anger or embarrassment. Looking at Jiangnan, who had already made the payment below, he revealed a look of surprise. This young man is quite capable. He bid 10 billion just like that, and at such a young age, he can control so much cash.
Impressive, Mr. Zhao. Should we contact this young man to see if he can resell it to you?
A middle-aged man behind him suggested quietly.
That might not be good, Mr.
Zhao hesitated for a moment. Although he was quite tempted, he felt a bit embarrassed to ask. Moreover, since he had already bid 10 billion, it was clear that this young man knew the value of this string of relics. A few more billion wouldn't be a big deal for him, but he was worried that this young man might be planning to keep it for himself, which couldn't be solved with money. You can only blame yourself for not being prepared today. After all, who knew two unexpected competitors would show up?
Mr. Zhao shook his head. Ding!
Congratulations, host, consumption completed.
Received 5 times consumption rebate, 5 billion. 5 times consumption rebate, a full 50 billion. So awesome.
Excluding the 10 billion principal, he directly made a profit of 40 billion. His savings jumped from over 20 billion to over 60 billion.
I'm just 36, 2 billion away from my first 100 billion in savings. Jiangnan's face showed an excited expression.
Even if he couldn't reach 100 billion in savings at this auction, he probably wouldn't be far off after it ended.
Moreover, let's not forget that this string of relics wasn't of much use to him.
If he sold it again, even if he didn't sell it for more than 10 billion, just selling it for 10 billion wouldn't be too much, right? After all, during the bidding just now, he had actively activated his super senses. He still heard a bit of what Mr.
Zhao said. Not a loss. Jiangnan was very satisfied and not disappointed that this time he didn't get a 20 times consumption rebate.
You have to know, this was just a 5 times consumption rebate, which Jiangnan considered a very high multiplier. It had only been a short time, and he had made a profit of 40 billion. Before this, he had been bound to the system for so many days and had only accumulated a little over 10 billion in savings.
So how could he not be content? Jiangnan, what do you say about that piece of land? The landlady asked quietly. I'll bid for it as well.
Jiangnan smiled confidently. The things I have my eye on, as long as they are within my capability, will definitely not escape my grasp.
Isn't that a bit exaggerated? You've already spent over 11 billion, and you still have the strength to secure that piece of land for the welfare home?
The landlady swallowed hard, her face full of disbelief.
Just how wealthy was this little man? Wait, considering the amount of money he spent, the Jiangcheng building is his, which is even more shocking. For someone who owns a building worth at least 100 billion, this amount of money seems trivial. The landlady suddenly recalled a question. That is, the Jiangcheng building, which is half a landmark building, is entirely owned by Jiangnan. In comparison, this 11 billion in spending doesn't sound like much.
Yeah, money is something that grows the more you spend it,
Jiangnan said meaningfully.
For the landlady, his words were naturally taken as a sign of his insight, that he could make a perfect investment with the money spent, thus earning more.
The auction continued. The 4th item, the 5th item, the 6th item.
The pace was neither too slow nor too fast.
An hour quickly passed, and the 8th item arrived. I believe many people came for this item.
On the small stage in the center of the venue, at that moment, Wu Nan's voice rang out to everyone present. I won't keep you in suspense any longer. The 8th item is the ownership of a welfare home located in the northern part of the old city. The starting price is 200 million, and each bid must not be less than 10 million.
Here it comes. Jiangnan's eyelids twitched slightly. Since the 4th item, Jiangnan had not made a move. The reason was simple. They were all items worth hundreds of thousands or millions, with the highest being only 8 million. Jiangnan had no interest in such things at all. But now, the 8th item was precisely the welfare home he had stayed in during his childhood, which immediately piqued his interest. I can't believe the 8th item is the welfare home. I thought it would be the grand finale. The landlady was slightly surprised. Several consecutive items have been uninteresting, with not many bosses bidding. Perhaps they brought out the grand finale early to warm up the atmosphere. Jiangnan saw through it all. Both he and the capable people in the various private rooms on the second floor had been silent for a while. This was still lacking in terms of the auction's rhythm. Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that there might be an even more significant item than the welfare home. After all, the bidding for that string of relics had reached a small climax. 300 million. This time, Jiangnan didn't wait for anyone to speak. He directly raised his paddle and waved it, starting the bidding. He's bidding again. Number 15 is really powerful. He previously spent 1 billion, and now he still has the strength to bid for the land of the welfare home. Goodness, is he planning to pocket the bulk of this auction? This welfare home has caught the eye of a boss who plans to demolish it for development. The murmurs began. 320 million.
A strange voice came from the second floor. Jiang Nan remained unfazed, raising his paddle and calmly saying, 400 million.
Goodness, this is truly extravagant. Everyone looked at Jiang Nan again, their faces filled with admiration. 450 million.
The voice from the second floor continued.
500 million. Jiang Nan immediately countered. As his 500 million bid echoed, a sudden silence fell from the second floor. 500 million. That's about right. The location of this welfare home isn't prime real estate. 500 million is already the limit. Someone whispered.
Bidding any higher would also require adding development costs, which could easily mean investing another 1 or 200 million.
500 million once. Wu Nan's voice rang out. 500 million twice. 600 million.
At that moment, a very familiar voice suddenly came from the second floor, belonging to Mr. Xiang from Hong Kong Island. Hearing that voice, Jiang Nan's eyes narrowed slightly. He seemed a bit displeased, but in reality, he was extremely happy. Every time this guy raised the bid, it could mean several hundred million more in income for Jiang Nan, and if luck was on his side, it could even be over $1 billion.
700 million.
Jiang Nan's voice resonated throughout the venue.
You win, Mr.
Xiang's voice came through the loudspeaker. Jiang Nan merely curled the corner of his mouth in a hint of sarcasm.
700 million once. 700 million twice. 700 million 3 times.
Deal. Congratulations, Mr. 15 for successfully bidding on a welfare home in the old city's northern area.
Bang!
Wu Nan decisively made the final call, his smile radiant.
Jiang Nan stood up directly, and the landlady followed suit. Mr.
15, please follow the staff to the back of the auction to sign the contract and make the payment.
Rest assured, the upcoming lots will be paused for auction.
Wu Nan's voice rang out. No need, just continue with the auction as usual. I'm not very interested in the following lots, Jiang Nan replied. His enhanced senses were still active, and he heard what the next 2 lots were. Their value was too low, and he had no interest at all.
In that case, very well. Wu Nan nodded.
This way, sir. A beautiful woman in a qipao with long legs approached Jiang Nan and the landlady respectfully, her warm smile leading them towards the back of the auction. Soon, the 3 stopped at the door of a room.
Knock, knock, knock. The qipao-clad beauty gently knocked on the door. Please come in. A pleasant voice came from inside. Creak.
The door was gently pushed open, and Jiang Nan wrapped his arm around the landlady's slender waist and walked in. The door was softly closed by the qipao beauty outside. Jiang Nan glanced around the room. A woman who appeared to have a beauty score of over 90 was seated at a desk, while 2 middle-aged men sat on the sofa beside her. As their eyes met, one of the middle-aged men immediately stood up and offered him a warm smile.
Hello, Mr. 15.
The man approached, smiling and extending his hand, introducing himself. My name is Zhao Benqi, from Kyoto.
I'm Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan shook his hand. Nice name, Zhao Benqi exclaimed.
Jiang Nan smiled without speaking, turning his gaze to the woman at the desk who had not yet stood up, and immediately used his insight technique on her.
Name, Su Sherman. Age, 23 years. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Beauty score, 92 points. Favorability, 1. Ha! After reading the woman's attribute panel, Jiang Nan showed a hint of surprise. To be honest, this was the first woman since his charm had increased significantly who had an initial favorability of only 1 upon seeing him. At that moment, Su Sherman, who was sitting in the chair, slowly stood up and looked over, her eyes suddenly brightening. Jiang Nan clearly saw her eyes light up, and he realized. It seemed that this woman hadn't looked at him properly before, so she hadn't understood his handsomeness at all. Shouldn't her favorability rise immediately? A few seconds passed. Jiang Nan looked at the woman again, slightly surprised, and saw that her eyes were still shining brightly, seemingly staring at him, but it felt like she wasn't really looking at him. It was as if. Jiang Nan glanced at the landlady beside him, and suddenly a thought struck him. This woman, could it be that she was staring at the landlady Xia Jiqing, whose eyes were shining? Hello, beautiful madam. At that moment, Su Sherman spoke up, stepping out from behind the desk, dressed in a professional woman's suit paired with black stockings and high heels, quickly approaching Jiang Nan and the landlady, her gaze intensely focused on the landlady, her voice continuing. Haven't we met before? Faced with Su Sherman's enthusiasm, the landlady was taken aback for a moment, then carefully scrutinized her a few times before finally shaking her head. Sorry, I don't remember. No problem. Su Sherman smiled and only then noticed the landlady hooking her arm with Jiang Nan's. She couldn't help but take a second look at this man, and when she realized how handsome he was, a flash of amazement crossed her eyes. Su Sherman's favorability +1. Ha, +1 favorability? Interesting. Jiang Nan couldn't help but take another look at this woman, and his interest in her suddenly rose. At the moment, he guessed that this woman was probably a lesbian, as her interest in the landlady far exceeded her interest in him. However, from this one point of favorability, it seemed that his charm was indeed quite extraordinary for women. Even a lesbian couldn't help but be moved by his looks, increasing her favorability. What did that indicate? He had the ability to turn even a lesbian straight. Hello, sir. My name is Su Sherman, and I am the behind-the-scenes administrator of this auction.
Su Sherman took the initiative to extend her hand.
Jiang Nan.
Jiang Nan reached out and shook her hand.
Knock, knock, knock.
As their hands parted, the door to the room was gently knocked on.
Come in, Su Sherman said. Creak.
The door opened, and a bespectacled young man walked in holding a file folder.
Director Su, here are the contract documents for the welfare home in the north of the old city.
The young man jogged up to Su Sherman and handed her the file folder with both hands.
Okay. Su Sherman nodded and waved her hand, saying, you can go out now. Yes.
The young man turned and jogged out of the room, gently closing the door behind him.
Mr.
Jiang Nan, you spent 700 million to purchase this welfare home in the north of the old city. This is the land ownership of the welfare home. Anything within the welfare home will belong to you. Su Sherman moved around and returned to her desk, sitting down as her voice came out. Any related procedures have been prepared for you by our auction. You just need to sign and pay, and that welfare home will be yours.
Jiang Nan wasn't planning to waste time. He currently had an astonishing 38 billion on hand, and he only needed 62 billion to reach 100 billion in savings. This achievement was extremely important for Jiang Nan, because only after reaching 100 billion could he look forward to even nicer extraordinary abilities. Of course, with only 100 billion in savings, he wouldn't be foolish enough to directly exchange for the opportunity of a major welfare task. When his savings reached 100 billion, and when he transferred money to someone, he would receive a fixed basic interest rebate of 10 billion. Any smart person wouldn't immediately exchange for the opportunity of a major welfare task right after having 100 billion in savings. Mr. Zhao, I know what you want to talk to me about. Don't rush, let's chat after I finish signing the contract.
Jiang Nan walked over, saw Zhao Benchao who seemed hesitant to speak, and smiled softly.
Okay, you take your time.
Upon hearing Jiang Nan's words, Zhao Benchao's eyes lit up. He knew he might really have a chance to get that string of relics from this young man. Jiang Nan and the landlady arrived at the desk, and he picked up the file folder that Su Sherman had pushed over, then opened it to scan through. Although he was looking, in reality, it was the system that was directly scanning.
Host, no problem, just sign and pay.
After a short while, as Jiang Nan pretended to browse through the documents, the system's prompt sounded in his mind. Swish, swish, swish. Jiang Nan picked up the pen on the desk and signed his name in all the required places.
Beep, beep, beep. After finishing his signature, Jiang Nan immediately started the payment process. As the receipt printed out from the POS machine, the system's prompt sounded in his mind once again. Ding. Congratulations, host, consumption completed. Get 5 times the consumption rebate. 5 billion. 5 times the consumption rebate. 5 billion? That means his current savings have reached 18 billion. The achievement of 100 billion in savings is within reach. Excitement immediately showed on Jiang Nan's face. Congratulations, Mr. Jiang Nan, on successfully bidding for this welfare home.
Su Sherman stood up from her seat, her face beaming as she extended her hand again. Jiang Nan casually shook her hand. He wasn't in the mood to engage in small talk with this woman.
This is our auction house's VIP black card. As long as you enter any venue under our company, you will receive the highest level of service. Su Sherman took out another black card.
Jiang Nan turned around, took the black card, glanced at it casually, and then put it into his pants pocket, smiling as he looked at Zhao Benqi, who had come from Kyoto.
Mr. Zhao.
As Jiang Nan called out, he took out a small wooden box containing the relic beads and straightforwardly asked, how much do you want to buy back this string of relic beads for? 1 billion for 1 relic bead, a total of 13 billion for 13 beads.
What do you think? Zhao Benqi said sincerely. 13 billion.
The landlady's eyelids twitched at this number, and she tightened her grip on Jiang Nan's arm, her face showing shock. Moreover, judging by his tone, it seemed there was room for negotiation. In other words, the string of relic beads that Jiang Nan bought for 1 billion could turn a profit of several billion.
My goodness! No wonder the richer people get, the richer they become.
However, Su Sherman remained very calm about Zhao Benqi's offer of 13 billion. They had overlooked it, failed to promote it properly, and someone else picking up the bargain was just their luck. She didn't feel it was a pity at all.
All right. Jiang Nan knew he could add a bit more money but chose not to and directly agreed. Thank you.
Zhao Benqi immediately excitedly shook Jiang Nan's hand and then said, Mr.
Jiang, let's add each other on WeChat.
You send me your account, and I'll transfer the 13 billion directly to you.
Beep. The two scanned each other's codes to add WeChat. Jiang Nan didn't waste time and directly sent him his account.
Zhao Benqi hurriedly copied the account number and then made a phone call.
I've sent you an account. Transfer 13 billion to this account.
The moment the call connected, Mr. Zhao's authoritative presence immediately became apparent, his tone leaving no room for doubt. After hanging up, the aura of authority dissipated, and Zhao Benqi looked at Jiang Nan with a warm gaze, saying, Although you and my daughter are of similar age, I hope it's alright for me to call you little brother.
Big brother. Jiang Nan knew that Mr.
Zhao was not an ordinary person and smiled as he nodded. If you have time, come to Kyoto. I will definitely treat you well, little brother.
And, sister-in-law, you too, come to Kyoto to have fun anytime. I'm always free to take you around.
Zhao Benqi patted his chest vigorously. At that moment, Jiang Nan's phone buzzed with a text message notification. When the message arrived, a prompt from the system also echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, your savings have reached 100 billion. In light of your active spending, a small welfare task has been issued. Have 3 beautiful confidants with a beauty score of 98, favorability above 90 points.
Task reward, the Shunwang Mansion in Kyoto, 5 lottery chances, mind-reading ability. As Jiang Nan took his phone out of his pocket and looked at his account showing
48 billion in savings, the system prompt echoed in his mind, and a strange expression gradually appeared on his face.
The first 2 rewards felt completely normal to Jiang Nan. What does this mind-reading ability mean? With his charm, does he really need to use this thing?
Of course, he thought this way, but it was just a bit abstract. Once he got serious, excitement sparkled in his eyes.
Mind-reading is a good thing.
It's no exaggeration to say that with mind-reading paired with insight, he would be invincible in interpersonal relationships. In other words, no one would have any secrets in front of him. Thinking of this, Jiang Nan raised his eyebrows slightly. It seemed that his luck was truly exceptional. This was merely a reward for a small welfare task, and it was already so good.
What if it were a reward for a major welfare task?
Overall, this time small welfare task had generous rewards. Whether it was the first 2 rewards or the third one, they were definitely superior to previous small welfare tasks.
Jiang Nan, my flight back to Kyoto is in a bit, so I probably won't be able to have a good drink with you today. Next time I have the chance to come to Kyoto, I will definitely treat you well.
At this moment, Zhao Benqi's voice rang out, bringing Jiang Nan back to reality from his thoughts.
Sure, there will always be opportunities, it doesn't matter if it's today or tomorrow. Jiang Nan smiled and nodded.
Next, Jiang Nan, along with the landlady, Zhao Benqi, and the middle-aged man beside him, walked out of the room, with Su Sherman following behind.
However, her gaze remained fixed on the landlady. Sister, can I add you on WeChat?
Just as Jiang Nan was about to leave with the landlady, Su Sherman, as if she had made a great decision, quickly caught up and took out her phone, looking at her with anticipation.
Sure, the landlady didn't think much of it, nodded, and added Su Sherman on WeChat.
In her view, this beautiful auction house manager might have some thoughts about her little man, and it wouldn't be appropriate to add him directly in front of her, so she added her instead, which was a way to connect. Little did she know, Su Sherman was there just for her. Before leaving, Jiang Nan took a deep look at the excited Su Sherman and couldn't help but chuckle to himself. If you want to pry into my Jiang Nan's corner, you should worry about whether I'll straighten you out. Su Sherman was interested in the landlady, and Jiang Nan was also very interested in this kind of girl.
He wanted to verify whether his charm was truly enough to make an abnormal woman become normal.
In the same elevator as Zhao Benqi, the group chatted and laughed as they arrived at the basement level.
Mr. Zhao, the car is this way, please.
After exiting the elevator and arriving in the underground garage, the middle-aged man beside Zhao Benqi respectfully led him to the left.
Jiang Nan, remember, if you come to Kyoto, let me know.
Before leaving, Zhao Benqi said very seriously.
Got it.
Jiang Nan made an okay gesture and then walked to the right with the landlady.
Jiang Nan, you really opened my eyes today.
The landlady looked at Jiang Nan with admiration, her eyes sparkling with infatuation, and she tiptoed to his ear to whisper a secret. Hearing the whisper that grew quieter, Jiang Nan's eyes immediately lit up. He had originally planned to visit the welfare home, but after hearing this whisper, he had no intention of wasting time.
More than half an hour later,
in the underground garage of the Nantian Pavilion Villa, the Bugatti Divo slowly came to a stop, but Jiang Nan and the landlady did not get out.
Around 5 in the afternoon.
In the master bedroom of the villa, Jiang Nan emerged from the bathroom, a gentle smile on his face. He walked over and gently kissed the landlady's forehead. At that moment, she slowly opened her eyes.
Jiang Nan, the landlady's face was filled with a happy smile. do you want to take a nap? I'm planning to go out for a bit.
Jongnan reached out and brushed aside the silver bangs on the landlady's forehead, softly saying, I'll take a nap. I just sent a message to Soo-yun, and she said she would bring the two little girls over soon. The landlady raised her jade-like finger and gently tapped Jangnan's brow, whispering, Soo-yun actually has some insecurities deep down. The more outstanding you are, the more she feels unworthy of you. You should pay more attention to her.
Sister Xia, I understand. Jongnan nodded.
He could see through Soo-yun's character at a glance. She was not competitive, only hoping to quietly accompany him without asking for too much. Such a woman is rare, and he would not forget. Soo-yun was his first confidant.
No matter what, Jongnan would never say he was unwilling to care for her feelings. He was indeed sentimental, but he believed he wouldn't be overly emotional. He certainly couldn't be a bad person. After a while, I'll go see if there are any suitable estates in Zhangcheng. If not, we can move to Nancheng.
I have a villa there, comparable to a small estate. Jongnan said softly.
Let's hold off for now. If it's too sudden, I'm afraid the sisters over there aren't mentally prepared.
The landlady, true to her role, immediately understood Jangnan's thoughts, but she quickly grasped the key point and said softly, I think you should find a time to meet first and see if we can get along before moving over.
Okay, I'll listen to you. Jongnan nodded.
Naturally, he couldn't tell the landlady that he had the title of a destined protagonist, and that the passive buff effect was simply incredible. There was no way he would encounter a disaster or anything like that. Thinking carefully, he already had 5 confidants by his side. If he were to include Leng Bingyue and Qiu Ruiwei, he might soon achieve the 7-star Shine Bright accomplishment. But for now, let's focus on completing the 5 Blessings Arrive achievement first.
Jangnan's lips curled up slightly, and he began to look forward to that day.
Before leaving the master bedroom, Jongnan kissed the landlady's forehead again.
At that moment, on the first floor, Jongnan went straight down to the underground garage and got into the Bugatti Divo. Vroom vroom.
Just as he got in the car, before he could start the engine, his phone in his pocket rang. He took it out and glanced at it, seeing an unfamiliar number from Zhangcheng. After a moment's thought, Jongnan answered the call while sending a task to the system in his mind. System brother, with your vast powers, it should be no problem to automatically intercept any scam calls that come in from unfamiliar numbers, right?
Yes, host. The system replied instantly.
Jongnan nodded in satisfaction and started the car, slowly steering with one hand as he drove off.
Hello, is this Mr. Jongnan?
The voice was very soft and pleasant. Just from the first impression, a delicate girl in a little white dress, resembling a moonlight, unconsciously appeared in Jangnan's mind. That's me, Jongnan replied.
Hello, I am Zhu Yun, the director of the Chuanqing Welfare Institute. The soft voice continued. Chuanqing Welfare Institute?
Jongnan didn't react immediately, but after thinking for a moment, he suddenly realized that this was the welfare institute he had stayed in during his childhood. At the same time, he had just purchased it today for 700 million.
Yes, I would like to ask when you are free to meet for a meal? Zhu Yun inquired softly. What is it?
Jongnan is always free, but he naturally couldn't directly express himself without knowing what this woman wanted from him.
It's like this, I
want to beg you not to demolish the Star Welfare Institute. Zhu Yun's voice was a bit hoarse. As long as you don't demolish the Star Welfare Institute and allow it to continue existing,
you would be my great benefactor. Is that all? Jongnan couldn't help but shake his head and laugh after hearing her words. He thought it was something serious.
But it turned out to be this. He had no real interest in demolishing the Star Welfare Institute or making any investments.
Of course, if this welfare institute wasn't the one Jongnan had stayed in during his childhood, he couldn't say for sure.
However, Zhu Yun's voice sounded too easy to bully, and Jongnan couldn't help but want to scare her a little, saying immediately, you can ask me not to demolish it, but since you say I'm your great benefactor, what can you do to repay me after I agree? Jongnan's words instantly left Zhu Yun on the other end of the phone at a loss for how to respond, and she stammered, I
don't know.
This weak voice, combined with a hint of fear, made Jongnan unable to hold back his laughter.
Are you at the Welfare Institute?
Jongnan's gaze flickered. Coincidentally, he also wanted to go back and take a look. There's a saying, a rich man who doesn't return home is like a brocade-clad man walking at night. He had grown up in the Welfare Institute from childhood until 6th grade. To be honest, in a true sense, it could indeed be considered his hometown. Although the people in the Welfare Institute now might not know him, and he might not know them either. But that was, after all, the place where he had grown up. I'm here, Mr. Jongnan, Zhu Yun replied weakly.
Okay, I'll come over to take a look at the Welfare Institute now.
After Jongnan finished speaking, he directly hung up the phone. Just as he was about to toss his phone aside, a WeChat message came in.
Brother Jongnan, are you free this afternoon? I'd like to invite you to dinner.
It was a message from Jiang Yan.
Seeing this message, Jiang Nan's gaze flickered. This woman couldn't hold back any longer, could she? Jiang Nan's favorability towards him was quite high, reaching a full 50 points. Jiang Nan was the standard super rich handsome guy. No matter how much this woman didn't worship money, she couldn't resist his charm. I'm not free in the afternoon, but I am in the evening. Jiang Nan clicked into WeChat, sent a voice message to the woman, and then set his phone aside, focusing on driving. Meanwhile, in a university girls' dormitory, a nervous Jiang Yan slowly opened the voice message sent by Jiang Nan. I'm not free in the afternoon, but I am in the evening. Hearing these 8 words, Jiang Yan immediately let out a huge sigh of relief, and the tension on her face instantly turned into determination as she quietly muttered to herself, as long as he replies to me, I still have a chance to turn things around. Jiang Yan, you can do it. After talking to herself, she took a deep breath, then smiled, cleared her throat, pressed the record button, and began to speak. Brother Jiang Nan, can I invite you to have a late-night snack tonight? After saying this, she frowned and cancelled it, feeling that her tone wasn't eager enough and that she hadn't gotten to the point. Immediately, she cleared her throat again, put on an extremely sweet smile, and continued recording. Brother Jiang Nan, I know a place that serves spicy crayfish. How about you come pick me up tonight, and we can go try it together? Summer is coming, let's feel the summer vibe in advance. As she spoke, Jiang Yan cancelled this voice message again, her frown tightening even more. Holding her phone, she pondered for a moment, and finally, biting her lip, she recorded again. Half an hour later. Brother Jiang Nan, I have no classes tomorrow. Let's go eat spicy crayfish together in the evening and have some cold beer while we're at it. Jiang Nan had already arrived at the entrance of the Chuanqing Welfare Institute. Just after getting out of the car, he listened to the voice message sent by Jiang Yan on his phone and couldn't help but smile. Her words were almost a blatant hint. No classes tomorrow, spicy crayfish, and most importantly, cold beer. Okay. Jiang Nan replied succinctly with one word and then ignored her, looking ahead. In just half an hour, the Chuanqing Welfare Institute had made a big preparation. At the entrance, there was a banner that read, Welcome Mr. Jiang Nan to Chuanqing Welfare Institute, held by 2 thin, short boys. On either side stood 8 little girls, aged 5 to 8, with double braids, each holding 2 small red flowers, their faces beaming with bright, enthusiastic smiles. As Jiang Nan walked, a girl in a white long dress with double braids, who was holding a phone, suddenly focused her gaze on him. It must be Mr. Jiang Nan. Kids, hurry up and welcome Mr. Jiang Nan. The pure girl showed an excited expression, quickly calling out and hurrying towards Jiang Nan. Welcome Mr. Jiang Nan to Chuanqing Welfare Institute. The warm welcome echoed at the entrance of the Welfare Institute. Hearing the enthusiastic welcome, Jiang Nan couldn't help but shake his head and smile. At that moment, he also noticed the girl in the white dress running towards him. With her double braids resting on her chest and that radiant, heartfelt innocent smile, paired with her little white dress, she truly deserved the title of the White Moonlight of Youth. Jiang Nan was used to beautiful women. The beauties around him each had their own merits, with exceptional looks, figures, and temperament. Even now, Ning Rushuang had reached a beauty score of 98, surpassing Meng Qingqiu by more than 2 points. So, for a woman to catch Jiang Nan's eye at first glance and even leave him in awe, her beauty score must be incredibly high. Name, Zhu Yun. Age, 21 years. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Beauty score, 96 points. Favorability, 10 points. A beauty on par with Meng Qingqiu, also starting with an astonishing beauty score of 96 points. Hello, are you Mr. Jiang Nan? While Jiang Nan was lost in thought, Zhu Yun had already jogged over, displaying an extremely innocent smile, extending her hand warmly and saying, I am Zhu Yun, the director of Chuanqing Welfare Institute. Welcome, it's me. Jiang Nan nodded and briefly shook hands with Zhu Yun. Please. Zhu Yun stepped aside, indicating for him to go first, showing Jiang Nan the respect he deserved. Jiang Nan didn't hold back and stepped forward. However, he kept his peripheral vision on this woman. So young. This description of young applied not only to her skin and face but also to her temperament. Moreover, at just 21 years old, she had become the director of this welfare institute, which was unexpected for Jiang Nan. Kids, you can quiet down now. Clap, clap. Zhu Yun clapped her hands, and at her command, the children stopped their enthusiastic calls, with a dozen little girls staring wide-eyed at Jiang Nan. They had not interacted with as many outside children and simply found this big brother very good-looking, making them unable to help but steal a few more glances, even feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. These are all the children from our welfare institute. They are all very cute, right? Zhu Yun kept half a step behind Jiang Nan, her voice very gentle. Yes. Jiang Nan nodded in agreement. He grew up in this environment as well, knowing that they had not yet been tainted by society and still had pure hearts.
At least, this group of children, whether boys or girls, were innocent and lovely.
The two walked into the welfare home, with Jiangnan pausing for a few seconds at the entrance. Mr. Jiangnan, what's wrong? Zhu Yun also stopped. I remember there used to be a statue of Confucius in that place, right? Jiangnan turned back, pointing in surprise towards the fountain not far ahead. Have you been to the Chuanqing welfare home?
Zhu Yun was also a bit surprised and quickly replied, yes, a few years ago, but it was moved for some reason. Hearing this, Jiangnan shook his head and continued walking, his gaze occasionally scanning the surroundings, spotting a ping-pong table and some exercise equipment on a small playground to the right. This scene slowly overlapped with his childhood memories. This welfare home has really aged a lot compared to before, Jiangnan said softly.
It is indeed a bit old, but Mr. Jiangnan, we pay great attention to the children's meals and even their education. In my opinion, why shouldn't the children in the welfare home have the same growing environment as those with families outside? Upon hearing Jiangnan's words, Zhu Yun stepped forward and said solemnly, Mr. Jiangnan, from what you said, you must have visited our Chuanqing welfare home before, right? I remember the previous director of Chuanqing welfare home, wasn't you? Was it? Jiangnan stopped and looked back at Zhu Yun, not answering her question but instead asking her one.
The previous director was my grandmother.
Do you know my grandmother?
Zhu Yun looked at Jiangnan a few more times, genuinely curious how this man, who seemed to be around her age, could know her grandmother.
I do.
When I was a child, she held me.
Jiangnan took a deep breath, smiled, and asked, she retired?
She passed away 3 years ago. Zhu Yun's expression suddenly turned sorrowful. I'm sorry, Jiangnan said with a bitter smile.
It's okay.
At least my grandmother didn't suffer from illness before she passed. But her only concern was this welfare home. She hoped there wouldn't be any children in the welfare home, but at the same time, she hoped there would be many children, Zhu Yun said softly. This statement seemed contradictory.
However, Jiangnan understood the deeper meaning. Jiangnan nodded and headed towards the main building of the welfare home.
Zhu Yun followed him slowly, with a dozen children trailing behind them, quiet and peaceful.
When they entered the main building, Jiangnan walked towards the area with staff photos on the first floor. Are you the only staff member in the entire welfare home? Jiangnan noticed that there was only one photo of Zhu Yun in the entire area and couldn't help but be taken aback. Goodness!
This welfare home covers about 26 acres. It was quite large, yet there was only Zhu Yun as a staff member?
That seemed a bit exaggerated.
There are only this many children right now, so I can manage alone. Zhu Yun glanced at the dozen children at the entrance and replied softly.
Jiangnan's mouth slightly opened, showing a look of astonishment.
This was hardly a welfare home. It was simply a basic welfare society. In response, Jiangnan took a deep breath and then shifted his gaze to a wall behind him, which was covered with photos. He immediately started to walk over. Our Chuanqing welfare home used to be quite impressive, having won the honor of the best welfare home in the city several times.
Zhu Yun walked over, pointing to a photo, and said softly, but,
for some unknown reason, it slowly started to decline 10 years ago. Jiangnan glanced at the photo, which showed an elderly woman shaking hands with a middle-aged man. The elderly woman needed no introduction. She was the former director of the Chuanqing Welfare Institute. As for the middle-aged man, he looked somewhat familiar, perhaps the former district chief of the old town from a few years back. He did not linger on these photos for long, moving on to search. Eventually, he fixed his gaze on one particular photo. A chubby little boy, still with a runny nose, had one hand in his pocket, while the previous director of the Chuanqing Welfare Institute stood beside him, affectionately holding the boy's other hand. Director Zhu, you just mentioned that the Chuanqing Welfare Institute has been gradually declining for the past 10 years.
Is it due to a lack of funding?
After studying the photo for a moment, Jiangnan turned to look at Zhu Yun and asked softly. 10 years ago, he had just graduated from elementary school.
And had the Chuanqing Welfare Institute started its decline 10 years ago because he had left the welfare home?
I never really paid attention to this, and my grandmother never mentioned it to me. Zhu Yun shook her head, seemingly recalling something. She took a deep breath and said quietly, by the way, your name sounds somewhat familiar, sir.
Familiar? Jiangnan's eyes flickered. Yes.
Zhu Yun nodded, her gaze also fixed on the chubby little boy with a runny nose, and she said softly, I saw this photo when I was sorting through my grandmother's belongings 2 years ago. Hearing this, Jiangnan turned back to look at the photo. There was no doubt that the little boy in the picture was him as a child.
Upon reflection, it seemed everything had a trace to follow.
It appeared that everything he experienced was a result of the system altering reality, but surely it couldn't have started changing from his childhood? The system might have been acquired not long ago, but in reality, his background had likely been destined long before. In other words, even without the system, he was still a scion of a wealthy family. Thinking of this, Jiangnan's eyes narrowed slightly. He wished for 5 years, hoping that the impoverished life of the past 22 years was merely a trial given to him by his wealthy father, whom he had never met. Now that it seemed to be coming true, Jiang Nan's emotions became somewhat complex. How much funding does your Chuanqing Welfare Institute need to operate like before? Jiang Nan stopped overthinking and calmly asked Zhu Yun, focusing on her face. Are you suggesting? Zhu Yun's face lit up with surprise. The little boy in this photo is me. The old director treated me well when I was young, so this time, I consider it a way to repay that kindness, Jiang Nan said lightly. I won't demolish this land. You can continue to run this Children's Welfare Institute. Additionally, I will donate 1 million a month to the institute initially. If there's anything lacking, feel free to tell me. Since he had chosen to act, Jiang Nan naturally wouldn't be stingy. 1 million a month meant 12 million a year. Don't think that Jiang Nan lacked money just because he was only giving this amount. His money might have come easily, but that didn't mean he had to give it away without limits. In fact, once the Welfare Institute was operating normally, he wouldn't donate another penny. Mr. Jiang Nan, on behalf of all the children in the Chuanqing Children's Welfare Institute, I thank you for your great kindness. Zhu Yun was so moved by Jiang Nan's words that she burst into tears and bowed deeply to him. At first, she had only hoped to preserve the Welfare Institute, but who would have thought that not only would she succeed in keeping it, but Jiang Nan was also willing to donate. How could she not be happy? Zhu Yun's favorability plus 20. The system's notification sound echoed in Jiang Nan's mind, causing his gaze to flicker slightly. Zhu Yun's looks are indeed high, and her temperament is also very good, possessing a unique aura reminiscent of a young lady from a scholarly family. So, if you say that Jiang Nan has no interest in such beautiful women, that would be a lie. What's your WeChat number? Jiang Nan took out his phone. Let me scan you. Zhu Yun hurriedly took out her phone, opened WeChat, and added Jiang Nan as a friend by scanning. From now on, I won't look anymore. Later, you give me the account for the welfare home, and I'll transfer 1 million in. Jiang Nan headed towards the main building entrance while saying this. Okay, Mr. Jiang Nan. Zhu Yun wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and nodded earnestly in response. Upon reaching the entrance, Jiang Nan glanced at the group of children looking at him eagerly and couldn't help but smile at them. Although these children were not living well, at least they were not sick or disabled. Therefore, they could be considered lucky. Brother Jiang Nan, thank you. A few little girls around 7 or 8 years old approached and handed Jiang Nan small red flowers. No need to thank me. Jiang Nan accepted the few small red flowers and then gave them back to the little girls, saying, Brother has a few things to attend to, so I'll leave first. The welfare home will be up to you to take care of from now on. We will. Goodbye, Brother Jiang Nan. We will definitely take good care of the welfare home. Brother Jiang Nan, can you come and see us often? As many people came, so many left. I'll transfer money to the account in a bit. If you need any help, just let me know. In the car, Jiang Nan politely declined Zhu Yun's invitation to dinner, smiled slightly at her, and then drove away. Watching the Bugatti Divo slowly disappear from her sight, Zhu Yun couldn't help but show a happy smile and murmured to herself, Grandma, our star welfare home is saved. A few minutes later, inside the Bugatti Divo, Jiang Nan copied and pasted an account on his phone, then directly transferred 1 million into the account. Zhu Yun, thank you, Mr. Jiang Nan. Your donation has been received. Please rest assured, I will make sure every penny of your donation is used wisely and will not waste a single cent. Jiang Nan, keep it up. After casually replying, Jiang Nan saw her response, I definitely will, and then exited the chat with her. Just as he exited the chat with Zhu Yun, a video call from Meng Qingqiu came in. Darling, as soon as the video call connected, Meng Qingqiu's energetic and sweet smile appeared on the screen. Oh, are you driving, darling? Noticing that Jiang Nan was in the car, Meng Qingqiu quickly said, then why don't you focus on driving? Call me back when you have time, we can talk later. It's fine, I'm going slow. Jiang Nan glanced out the window. He hadn't entered the city yet, and was on a small road with few vehicles, so slowing down wasn't a big deal. Alright, but darling, be careful while driving. I want to say, I have good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first? In the video, Meng Qingqiu leaned in closer to look at Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan looked at the road ahead and then casually glanced at the screen. Today, Meng Qingqiu was without makeup, in a completely natural state, not even wearing lipstick, yet her cherry-like lips still had a rosy appearance. With such a close-up video and no beautifying effects, it must be said that just her initial high score of 96 in looks made Jiang Nan feel that Meng Qingqiu seemed even more charming. Why do I feel like both are good news? Looking at Meng Qingqiu's sweet smile, Jiang Nan couldn't help but smile back. You know me well. Darling, in the camera, Meng Qingqiu laughed happily. Alright, I won't keep you in suspense anymore. I bought a house in the Magic City with my little savings, and my family has agreed that I can move out when the time comes.
This is indeed good news. When I come to the Magic City in a while, won't that be our sweet little home?
Jiang Nan understood that the house itself was not the most important thing. What mattered was that Meng Qingqiu had received her family's permission, allowing her not to go home even when classes were not in session.
There's another piece of news? Jiang Nan asked. Well, ahem.
Meng Qingqiu coughed lightly a couple of times, lowering her voice slightly. Yaya wants to live with me, otherwise, my family wouldn't agree to me moving out.
Hearing this, Jiang Nan was taken aback, then quickly reacted and blurted out, how is that bad news? Shouldn't it be good news?
After saying that, Jiang Nan immediately regained his composure.
At that moment, the pressure from Meng Qingqiu's gaze in the camera hit him, making him cough awkwardly a couple of times, and he hurriedly explained, what I mean is, when I'm not in the Magic City, won't she be there to keep you company? Right?
That's true, but, it's a bit strange between me and Darling.
Anyway, it's just weird.
Meng Qingqiu's pretty face immediately turned red, and she quickly changed the subject, staring at Jiang Nan in the camera and asked, Darling, when are you coming to the Magic City?
I miss you so much. It feels like I've been away from you for 2 centuries after just 2 days.
In a few days, Jiang Nan replied after considering Meng Qingqiu's tone and her current expression. I have some things to take care of these days, but I'll find time to come to the Magic City to see you.
It's almost the end of the month. Are you going to be busy?
Yeah, even though I have exams at the end of the month, it's not a big deal.
Who am I? I'm Meng Qingqiu. A little end-of-month exam is nothing.
Meng Qingqiu was eager for Jiang Nan to come tomorrow. If he delayed until the end of the month and only came at the beginning of next month, she would be extremely upset.
Alright, then I'll arrange my schedule in a few days and come to the Magic City to play for a few days. Jiang Nan confirmed his plans.
After that, the two chatted briefly, and Meng Qingqiu went to the school cafeteria with her good friend Yao Yao for dinner. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan gradually drove into the city, where the traffic in Jiangcheng was quite heavy. With just over 10 minutes until 6 o'clock, during the rush hour and dinner time, the traffic was incredibly congested.
Jiang Yan is over at the university town, and Lin Manman is there too.
Jiang Nan's gaze flickered, and taking advantage of a 99-second red light, he picked up his phone and called Lin Manman.
Jiang Nan Gij.
As soon as the call connected, Lin Manman's surprised voice rang out.
Have you had dinner?
I have to say, this girl's emotional value was spot on. Her tone made Jiang Nan very satisfied.
Not yet. Is Jiang Nan Gij coming to pick me up?
Lin Manman immediately understood Jiang Nan's intention. At that moment, she had just sat down in the school cafeteria but immediately stood up, excitedly jogging amidst the curious gazes around her.
Get ready, I'm on my way to your school now, Jiang Nan said. Okay.
The call ended.
Jiang Nan looked at his phone and couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head.
Lin Manman was the first girl he interacted with after gaining the system. Moreover, from the beginning to the end, her attitude had been consistent. One could almost say she was like his little fan. With her pleasing personality, to be honest, if it really came down to choosing between Jiang Yan and Lin Manman, Jiang Nan would definitely say the latter is much nicer. At least, compared to Jiang Yan's somewhat self-righteous attitude, Lin Manman's character is undoubtedly more likable.
40 minutes later,
the night was growing darker.
A cool blue and gold sports car slowly came to a stop at the entrance of a university.
Jiang Nan picked up his phone, ready to send a message to Lin Manman, only to realize it was already past 6:10. If it weren't for a bit of traffic, he could have arrived in just over 20 minutes.
Knock, knock, knock.
At that moment, the passenger door was gently tapped. Jiang Nan looked over and rolled down the window, seeing Lin Manman dressed in a white top with a blue bow tie at the collar, her hair styled in twin ponytails, bending slightly with a sweet smile, waving at him from inside the car. Her sweet voice rang out, "Hello handsome brother, can I add you on WeChat? Get in quickly, or you'll be surrounded by a crowd again." Jiang Nan noticed some gold diggers on the roadside had already spotted his car, and immediately waved Lin Manman over.
Okay.
Lin Manman glanced to the side and hurriedly got into the car. This was her first time sitting in this $200 million sports car, and after closing the door, she couldn't stop admiring the interior decor, her little face filled with excitement. As Lin Manman examined the car's interior, Jiang Nan was taking in her outfit. She wore a light blue pleated skirt, and as she sat in the passenger seat, her skirt hem lifted slightly, revealing her fair, beautiful legs. Looking down, she had on black knee-high socks over white socks, and further down were a pair of brown leather shoes. Black knee-high socks paired with white socks, plus little leather shoes.
This outfit was simply perfect. Jiang Nan could only say that Lin Manman's JK outfit was definitely well thought out. At least in Jiang Nan's eyes, every JK outfit she wore perfectly matched his taste. Especially today's black knee-high socks plus white socks. The visual effect was indeed top-notch. Brother Jiang Nan, someone's coming, run.
At that moment, Lin Man suddenly reminded him.
Boom!
Jiang Nan immediately reacted and started the car. The roar of the engine sounded like a dragon's roar, instantly attracting more attention, but it also deterred many gold diggers wanting to approach. As the car drove off, Lin Man covered her mouth and laughed. Brother, I saw your last video on the school forum. That scene was just too exaggerated.
Really? Jiang Nan couldn't help but shake his head and laugh.
This world was indeed too crazy, especially with his looks combined with the luxury car. It was no exaggeration to say that for gold diggers, it was like nuclear bomb level power.
Not just the school forum,
but also Douyin.
It seems it just started trending not long ago, or maybe someone posted it on Douyin.
This morning I came across a video that directly hit over 1 million likes. As Lin Man spoke, she took out her phone from her small handbag. Hearing Lin Man's words, Jiang Nan glanced at the phone in her hand. On the screen was a short video, completely live-streamed without any background music.
Wow, so handsome, really so handsome. Handsome guy, can I add a green bubble?
I'm still pure, I've never been in a relationship, never held hands with a boy, and definitely never kissed. Can you let me experience it?
Handsome guy, your sports car is just too cool. Can I sit in the passenger seat and go for a ride? So crazy.
As Jiang Nan, who had personally experienced this scene, watched the video again, he couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head.
Brother, look at this comment. I was laughing so hard at that time.
Lin Man paused the short video and then opened the comment section, reading it out loud to Jiang Nan.
The top comment says, "Don't doubt it, this is your long-distance girlfriend who takes her time to warm up." Hearing this, Jiang Nan couldn't help but chuckle, as it reminded him of Meng Qingqiu. Comparing people really is incomparable. The more you compare, the more you realize Meng Qingqiu's true worth. Brother, someone wants to dig into your identity, saying they want to see your true self.
Being surrounded by so many girls, aside from that Pagani Huayra, you must have an extraordinary appearance. Lin Man scrolled through the comments and noticed that in just a short while, the video had already surpassed
1.2 million likes and was climbing into the top 10 of the trending list for the day. Seeing this number, Lin Man's eyes widened.
Let them dig slowly. Jiang Nan smiled nonchalantly. No matter how much they dug, it would only be surface-level information.
Could they really uncover anything from the system?
People often say that reality is a huge tomato novel website.
But in reality, it's just talk. Does anyone really believe that a prominent person has a system? My goodness, brother, the official account has noticed this video. I exited and came back in, and the likes have already skyrocketed to 1.5 million, pushing it into the top 5 trending topics of the day.
If you stand up now, I feel like with your looks, gaining 1 million followers isn't a pipe dream. Lin Man's voice suddenly rose, her small face filled with excitement.
Don't.
If they dig it out, you, Sister Xia, and Sister Yun will really be in trouble. Jiang Nan scoffed at this wave of popularity. He had no interest in riding it. With his system bound to him, he could steadily earn his money and develop his relationships without the hassle of being a public figure. It was exhausting to be constantly watched by countless eyes.
No need for that. System, with you here, they shouldn't be able to find out about me, right?
Jiang Nan's gaze flickered as he communicated with the system in his mind. Host, please rest assured. The system's voice rang out. No one can uncover your true identity. Hearing the system's response, Jiang Nan nodded in satisfaction. As for how the system prevented others from uncovering his identity, he didn't need to think too deeply about it.
As a qualified host, Jiang Nan expressed his absolute trust in the system's capabilities.
Right. Hearing Jiang Nan's words, Lin Man slapped her forehead, her previously excited face suddenly turning worried as she whispered, "Then I think next time you shouldn't come to pick me up at the school gate.
Otherwise, if you really get targeted, your reputation will be ruined."
Not likely.
Jiang Nan shook his head and smiled. What kind of system did he have?
A carefree life system. If his life had even a hint of bitterness after binding, it could only be the bitterness of the coffee he drank. So, he truly wasn't worried at all. Seeing Jiang Nan so confident, Lin Man remembered just how wealthy her brother Jiang Nan was. Their levels were completely different. Her worries seemed truly unnecessary.
What do you want to eat?
Jiang Nan asked, driving with one hand.
Whatever my brother wants to eat, that's what I want.
The girl's shyness was just right. At this moment, Lin Man blushed and lowered her head, her lips slightly pursed. If one could see her eyes, they would definitely notice the layer of dreamy mist gradually rising in her beautiful big eyes. Hearing Lin Man's words, Jiang Nan glanced at the time, 6:20 p.m., and after a moment of thought, he was just about to consider giving up on having another hot pot.
Brother, if you don't have a better option, how about I take you to another old hot pot place in the alley?
Lin Man suggested softly.
Only someone who knows me would say that. Man too. Jiang Nan laughed heartily. Before he obtained the system, he was just an ordinary low-level person.
If you forced him to choose a high-end Western restaurant, Jiang Nan would shake his head directly. He was indeed a nouveau riche, but he lacked the so-called nouveau riche temperament. He could adapt to such occasions now, but when it came to taste, he truly felt that he would rather eat a bowl of fried rice for 10 yuan by the roadside. Still, as the saying goes, a person with real strength and background can eat fried rice from a roadside cart, and no one would look down on him.
As for whether Jiang Nan looked like a person with strength and background, it didn't seem particularly important next to the Bugatti Divo worth 200 million parked beside him, right? Moreover, who could control what he wanted to eat? A little over 10 minutes later, in a parking space near a food street, Jiang Nan and Lin Manman got out of the car. The attention drawn by the Bugatti Divo was considerable.
From the moment Jiang Nan stepped out of the car, numerous gazes swept over, and his heightened senses automatically activated a warning.
Wow, cool car, handsome guy, beautiful companion, my goodness, this template is truly invincible.
As the saying goes, the turning point in life is the amniotic fluid, and this saying is indeed true. Some people are born in Rome, while others spend their whole lives as mules. This is a true saying.
Voices of discussion entered Jiang Nan's ears, and he couldn't help but shake his head and smile.
He then turned off his heightened senses and, with Lin Manman walking beside him, headed towards the nearby food street under the envious and amazed gazes.
Entering this food street, there was quite a crowd at this time. Candied Hawthorne.
Lin Manman hooked her arm around Jiang Nan's, her eyes suddenly brightening as she pointed at a shop, happily shouting. Hearing her cheerful shout, Jiang Nan was momentarily stunned. Whether it was Meng Qingqiu, the landlady, or Ning Rushuang, it seemed he had never properly accompanied them to stroll around and enjoy the true feeling of being in love. Especially Meng Qingqiu, who came from the Magic City. In the 2 days, it seemed she had always centered around him, and they had never truly had time alone together in love.
Brother, I want to eat candied hawthorn. Lin Manman's sweet voice brought Jiang Nan back to his senses, and he met her sparkling, expectant big eyes, which made him smile and nod, saying, how about we skip the hot pot today and see what delicious snacks this food street has?
At that moment, Jiang Nan felt that his experience in love seemed to deepen significantly.
I always feel something is off about this chapter, but I can't help but feel quite satisfied. Whatever, is there a boss willing to support a little on the 15th?
A dime or two is not too little, $1 or two is not too much, he.
Wow!
2 skewers of candied hawthorn. Lin Manman held one in each hand, her cheeks puffed up, her eyes squinting with joy as she handed the skewer in her left hand to Jiang Nan. Brother, eat. Jiang Nan tilted his head and took a candied hawthorn, then noticed her cheeks were puffed up, and the corner of her mouth had a bit of sugar residue, which made him shake his head and laugh.
What's wrong?
Lin Manman began to chew, mumbling something indistinctly. Jiang Nan said nothing, only extending a finger slowly towards the corner of Lin Manman's mouth. Seeing this, Lin Manman misunderstood completely, swallowed the crushed candied hawthorn in her mouth, squinted her eyes and smiled as she took Jiang Nan's finger into her mouth.
Jiang Nan was momentarily stunned, then met Lin Manman's gaze. He, it's much sweeter than candied hawthorn.
Lin Manman quickly released her mouth, then stuck out her tongue to lick the sugar residue from the corner of her mouth, bouncing towards a snack shop, her cheerful voice ringing out, Brother Jiang Nan, there's grilled tofu over here.
This woman. Jiang Nan pinched his finger, watching Lin Manman's joyful figure with a smile.
Next, Jiang Nan and Lin Manman strolled through the food street like a pair of young lovers.
An hour passed quickly.
Brother, it seems like more and more people are around, and
your looks are just too high. The girls nearby are gradually forming a circle around you.
At this moment, in the middle area of the food street, Lin Manman hooked Jiang Nan's arm, noticing girls occasionally sneaking photos or recording videos, feeling a bit worried that it might end up online. After all, this generation of netizens can find anything except for a girlfriend.
It's fine, Jiang Nan smiled nonchalantly. Hello.
At this time, a stylishly dressed man approached, greeting them while pulling out a business card.
His gaze was fixed on Jiang Nan, completely ignoring the equally beautiful Lin Manman, and said with a smile, I'm a talent scout, and seeing your looks, physique, and temperament, it's really impressive. I wonder if you have any interest in becoming a star? Thank you, I'll think about it.
Jiang Nan took the business card but put it directly into his pocket without even looking at it, nodding with a smile. Seeing Jiang Nan's attitude, the talent scout sighed inwardly, knowing he had been politely declined.
If Jiang Nan were truly interested, he would have started asking questions by now. Then I won't disturb you two any longer.
Before leaving, the talent scout took a few more glances at Jiang Nan and Lin Manman,
his eyes filled with admiration for the handsome couple. If brother becomes a star, he will definitely be a super top-tier celebrity.
Lin Manman tightened her grip on Jiang Nan's arm, grinning, and those female stars in the entertainment industry, I bet they would really fight to partner with you in dramas. Jiang Nan smiled without speaking.
Lin Man was right. Do you want to eat anything else?
Jiang Nan glanced around and asked softly.
I do.
Lin Man tightened her grip on Jiang Nan's arm, squinting her eyes and nodding, then tiptoed to whisper something in his ear. Hearing this, Jiang Nan immediately understood, and then took Lin Man out of the food street.
Around 8:30, in a deserted alley, a Bugatti Divo slowly backed out.
At this moment, inside the car, Lin Man in the passenger seat had a rosy face, looking quite adorable.
Shall I take you back to school?
Jiang Nan looked at Lin Man and said softly.
Man is really happy today, brother.
Lin Man's face was filled with a happy smile. Jiang Nan accompanying her for over an hour truly allowed her to experience the feeling of being in a relationship.
It was wonderful.
I heard from Sister Xia that you have exams coming up. Good luck,
Jiang Nan said while glancing at the rearview mirror, slowly exiting the alley. Boom! A roar like a dragon's echoed. The Bugatti Divo transformed into a blue-gold flash, disappearing in an instant.
After about 10 minutes, the car stopped at Lin Man's school gate.
Mua, goodbye, brother, I'm heading back to school now.
Before getting out of the car, Lin Man blew a kiss and then bounced away towards the school.
Jiang Nan watched her leave,
and after a moment, she turned back, smiling and waving her hand, then took out her phone to send Jiang Nan a voice message.
It seems like brother really liked today's outfit. Next time, can I wear something similar again? Hearing this voice message, Jiang Nan couldn't help but smile.
This girl really knows how to please people. Indeed, she is quite the people pleaser, able to keenly sense Jiang Nan's fondness for her outfit today.
Okay. Jiang Nan replied with a message, then exited the chat with Lin Man and opened the chat with Jiang Yan, sending a voice message directly. Send me your location, get ready, I'm coming to pick you up now. Okay. Jiang Yan replied instantly, quickly sending a location. Not far, less than 10 minutes away.
Jiang Nan glanced at the navigation and slowly headed towards the school where Jiang Yan was.
Soon, Jiang Nan parked the Bugatti Divo at the entrance of a university.
The moment the car appeared, numerous gazes immediately turned towards it.
What a cool car!
At that moment, a beautiful girl dressed in a Korean-style JK uniform flicked her hair and, hearing the exclamations nearby, turned her head to look.
Upon seeing the Bugatti Divo,
Jiang Yan's face instantly showed shock, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "This car is just too cool."
Vroom vroom. At that moment, her phone suddenly vibrated twice.
Immediately, Jiang Yan came back to her senses, looked at her phone, and then quickly turned her gaze back to the Bugatti Divo, excitement flooding her face.
Wow, this Jiang Nan brother is so rich? Jiang Yan was stunned. At first, she thought Jiang Nan's vehicle was just an ordinary Porsche Cayenne.
Although he had spent quite a bit of money on her, she never imagined he would drive such a cool luxury sports car to pick her up.
Oh my god, this car must be worth at least several tens of millions? Several tens of millions? You're thinking too small.
I just looked it up. This car is called Bugatti Divo, and this model seems to be a global limited edition, with only this one available, worth 200 million.
Hiss. Hearing the voices not far away, Jiang Yan gasped. 200 million?
This Jiang Nan brothers' car is actually worth 2 small goals.
Jiang Yan's favorability plus 10.
Inside the car, a system notification suddenly rang in Jiang Nan's mind, causing a smile to appear on his face. This woman really seems to be a very obvious gold digger.
Knock knock knock. Someone gently tapped on the passenger window. Jiang Nan glanced over casually and ignored it. Knock knock knock. The person outside didn't give up and tapped again.
Jiang Nan sighed helplessly, just as he was about to roll down the window to say something.
Hey, beautiful, you're blocking my way to get in. Outside the car,
Jiang Yan lightly patted the girl knocking on the window and smiled.
You, get in? The girl looked Jiang Yan up and down, somewhat unconvinced, and said lightly, do you know what first come, first served means? You knocked on the window twice without getting a response. Don't you realize your own standing? Jiang Yan frowned immediately.
After saying this, she bypassed the girl, put on a sweet and warm smile, and gently knocked on the window.
Come on in. Jiang Nan rolled down the window and said.
Yes. Jiang Yan immediately smiled happily, glancing back at the wide-eyed girl. At that moment, the passenger door also opened, and she gave a provocative look before getting into the car.
Bang! The door closed gently with a pleasant crisp sound. Boom! The Bugatti Divo roared to life. It sounded like a dragon's roar exploding in the air. In just an instant, it disappeared at the university gate. Brother Jiang Nan, your car is just too cool. Inside the car, Jiang Yan excitedly examined the interior decor, her exclamations ringing out. I heard this car is worth 200 million? 200 million. Jiang Nan nodded, his peripheral vision also taking in Jiang Yan's outfit for the day.
A Korean-style JK uniform, with a white shirt paired with a blue tie on top, and a pink bodycon skirt on the bottom, her long beautiful legs adorned with a pair of thin black stockings. As for her shoes, they were naturally versatile little black leather shoes. These little shoes were not the so-called stinky pig kidney shoes mentioned online. As for whether they were stinky or not, Jiangnan knew Lin Manman's weren't, but he had no idea about Jiang Yan.
Jiang Yan's favorability +5. I didn't expect you to be so rich.
Jiang Yan looked at Jiangnan, her heart racing with excitement.
The man in the driver's seat was willing to spend money on her, was good-looking, and so extravagant. Wasn't he the perfect catch? If she could become his girlfriend, why would she need to be a streamer? She could just relax and be a comfortable canary in a cage.
Hearing this, Jiangnan merely smiled faintly. In fact, he had the strength to say one thing: the wealthy people in your eyes must call me wealthy in front of me.
When it comes to spending, Jiangnan wouldn't back down from anyone.
While others' money dwindled with spending, his money only increased.
20 minutes later,
under Jiang Yan's guidance, a Bugatti Divo slowly stopped in front of a crawfish restaurant.
It was around 9 o'clock in the evening, and there weren't many people out for late-night snacks. In Jiangcheng, the real nightlife usually started around 10. Upon entering the crawfish restaurant, the handsome man and beautiful woman immediately attracted the attention of everyone inside. "Are you two a couple?" An aunt approached with a warm smile.
"Yes." Jiang Yan smiled sweetly and then took the initiative to pull Jiangnan to a seat, directly saying, "Brother Jiangnan, you're not going to drink since you're driving, right?
Let's just have some ice cola?" Whether it was beer or not didn't matter. The main thing was ice.
Jiangnan naturally didn't mind. With Jiang Yan's favorability towards him, plus his own looks, there was no need for any alcoholic encouragement. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that if Jiangnan suggested taking the food back to the hotel to eat, Jiang Yan would probably just pretend to hesitate for a moment before blushing and agreeing. "Auntie, 2 cans of ice cola, then 2 pounds of spicy, 2 pounds of garlic." Jiang Yan skillfully ordered, adding some stir-fried dishes, chicken blood, clams, and small snails on top of the 4 pounds of crawfish.
"Brother Jiangnan, do you think we need anything else?" Jiang Yan looked at Jiangnan. "That should be enough. I can't eat too much."
Jiangnan had just spent about an hour snacking with Lin Manman, so he wasn't very hungry at the moment.
"Okay." Jiang Yan nodded with a smile.
When the aunt in the restaurant brought over the ice cola, Jiang Yan was the first to open it and handed it to Jiangnan, then opened one for herself and took a sip. So refreshing. Jiang Yan was quite genuine, and without a hint of ladylike demeanor, she finished a sip and burped. If it were someone else, perhaps just this one burp would make them lose interest instantly. But for Jiangnan, the woman's demeanor at this moment, although he felt reality, was not pretentious at all, which actually made him quite fond of her.
If she were to act all coy and pretentious, Jiangnan would truly show little interest. "Jiang Yan!" At that moment, a surprised shout rang out.
Hearing the voice, Jiang Yan looked towards the shop entrance and saw 3 boys walking in together, one of whom looked at her with great surprise, causing her brows to furrow immediately.
"I didn't expect to run into you here, Jiang Yan. You like this place for crawfish too." "So do I. Boss, this is my friend, put it on my tab."
The boy ran over a few steps, and as he spoke, he suddenly noticed Jiangnan. Upon seeing this handsome guy sitting at the same table as his goddess, an awkward expression appeared on his face. A man who could make other guys feel he was handsome was truly extraordinarily good-looking.
"Sorry, man, I was just focused on my goddess and didn't notice you."
The boy had a good personality and immediately apologized.
"No problem." Jiangnan smiled nonchalantly. He wouldn't stoop to arguing with students at his current level. But, if this boy really wanted to cause trouble, Jiangnan wouldn't let himself be wronged. "You guys eat, you guys eat."
The boy awkwardly smiled and then gathered with his 2 friends.
"Wow, that guy is really handsome."
I feel like his name could be used as an adjective for guys. As soon as the 3 boys sat down, whispers began.
"I say, the sports car at the entrance is even cooler. Damn, I just took several photos of that car and checked it out. Guess how much it costs? 200 million.
That price is just ridiculously unbeatable." At Jiangnan's table, he merely smiled slightly.
"Jiangnan, that boy just now is a pursuer from my school.
I've never been in a relationship in my life. Completely innocent."
Jiang Yan's weak voice rang out. Hearing Jiang Yan's explanation, Jiangnan glanced at her. With her looks, there was no doubt she was the campus beauty at her university. After all, she had a score of 92 in looks. Moreover, Jiang Yan's figure and temperament were not bad.
If she had the right connections, just participating in some dating shows as an ordinary person could very well lead her into the circle.
A girl like her could still remain untainted. Honestly, if she wasn't simply innocent, then she was just waiting for the right price.
From Jiang Yan's attitude towards him, it was impossible for her to be innocent, so she could only be waiting for the right opportunity, having not yet met a more suitable and perfect man. You're beautiful, so it's normal for many people to pursue you at school, Jiang Nan said with a faint smile. I'm the same, there are plenty of girls around me.
Jiang Yan naturally understood this logic. A car worth 200 million is a divine vehicle. Casually giving gifts worth hundreds of thousands or millions, what woman wouldn't be tempted? Even she thought she couldn't resist.
If she let go of such a super rich and handsome guy, Jiang Yan wondered if there would ever be another man as high quality as Jiang Nan in this world.
Cheers! Jiang Yan clinked her can of cola with Jiang Nan's.
Soon, a few simple dishes were served, including stir-fried small snails. When this dish arrived, Jiang Yan immediately put on gloves, took a toothpick, and started extracting the snail meat, then smilingly handed it to Jiang Nan, saying, "Here."
Jiang Nan did not expect this woman to be so obedient.
After all, in the previous two encounters, Jiang Yan's temperament had shown a hint of self-righteous pride.
So, it must be the Bugatti Divo that did the trick. This thing is worth 200 million, instantly shattering Jiang Yan's so-called pride. Jiang Nan glanced deeply at Jiang Yan.
Shaolin, look at your goddess over there. At another table, the other two boys raised their eyebrows at the scene.
Hey!
The boy who was not called Shaolin turned around, a bitter smile on his face, shaking his head and sighing softly. I can't compare.
That guy's looks, I'm not joking, with that face and that aura, I really don't know if I would even look at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan was indeed beautiful. But, there are too many beautiful women in this world. Jiang Nan's face could be described as absolutely perfect. Is it that exaggerated?
The two boys at the same table were stunned, exchanging glances in surprise. What you're saying makes us curious. Is he really that handsome?
You wouldn't be bi, would you? Don't say that. I'm a pure straight guy. Just like Wu Yanzu, Peng Yuyan, and Hu Gu. Do you think they're handsome? Shaolin said. Handsome.
The two boys nodded in unison.
What about Koan Koan and Li Nong, those new generation flow stars? Do you think they're handsome? Shaolin asked again.
Don't say, although they laugh at memes, but each one of them is just a product of the Korean wave. I really don't think any of them are handsome. The two boys at the same table shook their heads in response. Then that's right, when they finish eating and come out, you'll see. Compared to them, I really have self-awareness.
If I forcefully compete, wouldn't I just be a clown?
Shaolin shook his head with a bitter smile.
You're the one who's clear-headed. Come on, guys, let's take a round.
A few young men raised their glasses, clinked them together, and started drinking. The title of the destined protagonist seems to not be the so-called passive skill with a built-in mocking aura. Although Jiang Nan did not have the ability to activate his enhanced senses, the shop was small, and his hearing was good, so he naturally heard the conversation at that table. To be honest, when he first noticed the boys' arrival, he really thought there would be some conflict, or at least some sarcastic remarks.
But now it seems that for some people with a more ordinary temperament, there seems to be a unique charm of the protagonist's personality. Interesting.
Overall, Jiang Nan was quite satisfied with the title of the destined protagonist. Before long, 4 pounds of crayfish were served.
During the eating process, whenever Jiang Nan wanted to eat, he could receive food from Jiang Yan at any time, and this woman, from the moment she entered the shop and sat down a little distance away, ended up leaning very close to Jiang Nan like a couple. Although Jiang Nan did not make any small moves in public, at such a close distance, the unique fragrance from Jiang Yan occasionally wafted into his nostrils. What perfume are you wearing? It smells really good.
Jiang Nan leaned close to her ear and gently asked. As he suddenly got so close, coupled with being near her ear, Jiang Yan instantly swallowed, her pretty face turning red in an instant.
Jiang Yan's favorability +8. Ha!
Just getting close to Jiang Yan's ear successfully increased her favorability by 8 points, which surprised Jiang Nan. Then, he noticed that the woman was making a slight rustling sound with her black silk legs under the table, which made him raise his eyebrows in surprise.
Goodness, is this woman really that sensitive? Or is her sensitivity just at her ears?
I don't wear perfume. Jiang Yan's voice softened significantly, laced with a hint of flirtation.
Isn't that your natural scent?
Jiang Nan sniffed and smiled, saying, I saw a comment online before, about a video featuring a girl with an amazing outfit, and someone commented, I can't believe a girl like that would smell so good. Now, I can confirm what that guy said online, it really is pleasant. Hearing Jiang Nan's words, Jiang Yan immediately realized he was teasing her, and she couldn't help but cast a flirtatious glance his way, then brought the peeled shrimp tail to his lips.
Jiang Nan stared at her intently, slightly opening his mouth.
In the next second, for some unknown reason, Jiang Yan's delicate body suddenly tensed, and it was clear to see her entire face turned red, shyly retracting her hand and whispering, Jiang Nan, you really are a little foodie. I need to use the restroom. Thanks to the 20 urging symbols from Brother Jiang, you're amazing. Jiang Nan watched as Jiang Yan shyly headed to the restroom, his gaze flickering slightly.
This woman is indeed quite interesting. A few minutes later, a payment sound rang out.
At that moment, Jiang Yan returned, her eyes fixed on Jiang Nan, her gaze dreamy, truly looking tipsy even without having drunk.
I've eaten enough, Jiang Nan, shall we go for a stroll?
Jiang Yan said with a smile. For her, eating was merely a reason to meet Jiang Nan. Sure. Jiang Nan nodded, and as he stood up, Jiang Yan no longer held back, linking her arm with his and leaning against him like a little bird. Wow, just like Shaolin said, he's incredibly handsome. With looks like that, it's a shame he hasn't debuted. When Jiang Nan and Jiang Yan walked out, the two guys at a table by the door were instantly shocked. I wasn't wrong, right? With this guy's looks and charm, not to mention pursuing a campus beauty like Jiang Yan, even a prettier one would be an easy catch. Shaolin glanced back, chuckling bitterly as he returned his gaze. As Jiang Nan and Jiang Yan exited the crawfish restaurant, they headed straight for the Bugatti Divo parked by the roadside. Wow! At that moment, the calm Shaolin suddenly exclaimed, jumping up from his seat. What's wrong? The two guys at the same table were stunned, instinctively standing up as well, then following Shaolin's shocked gaze to look back. Just in time, Jiang Nan and Jiang Yan got into that Bugatti Divo. Wow! The two guys couldn't help but curse, their faces showing shock. That car, it's actually his. Shaolin broke out in a cold sweat from the shock. He thought, if he had just pretended to be cool earlier, had he provoked a real big shot? Shaolin, it's a good thing you saw that Jiang Yan goddess didn't cause a scene, otherwise, you would have really provoked someone you can't afford to mess with. The two guys exchanged glances, taking a deep breath, their faces filled with astonishment. Yeah, thankfully, Shaolin wiped the cold sweat that had appeared on his forehead without him noticing. Regardless of whether that car truly belonged to Jiang Nan, anyone who could drive such a vehicle was definitely not someone an ordinary male college student like him could provoke. Jiang Nan, I'm feeling a bit tired. As soon as she got in the car, Jiang Yan immediately shifted her beautiful black silk legs a bit closer, simultaneously pretending to stretch. Shall I take you home? Jiang Nan raised his eyebrows slightly and began to tease the woman. Why do you suddenly seem more spirited? Jiang Yan immediately coughed twice and hurriedly said, Brother Jiang Nan, where are we going to stroll next? Hearing her words, Jiang Nan glanced at her out of the corner of his eye and chuckled. There's a shopping center street over there. I'll take you to have a look. Okay. Jiang Yan's eyes instantly lit up. About 10 minutes later, on a shopping center street, Jiang Yan linked her arm with Jiang Nan and walked into a Prada store. Before long, they came out with bags in hand. Then, Dior, Hermes, Chanel. In just an hour, Jiang Nan had directly helped Jiang Yan spend 5 million, and the cashback he received successfully brought his savings to 10.5 billion. After receiving such a large rebate, he was no longer emotionally affected by it. When they finally walked out of the last store, Jiang Yan had no luxury brand bags left except for a small one from Balenciaga, but her smile was even more radiant, because everything she bought today would be delivered to her school tomorrow. Brother Jiang Nan, I made you spend so much. Jiang Yan leaned in closer, looking very obedient, and whispered, I saved a few pairs of Balenciaga black stockings. I want to try them on later to see what's different about this high-end brand. Are you tired from shopping? Jiang Nan wrapped his arm around the woman's slender waist, wondering if she usually exercised or worked out, as she felt quite nice to the touch. I am tired, but I don't want to go back to the dorm. After saying this, Jiang Yan's pretty face instantly turned red. Hearing this, Jiang Nan's lips curled up slightly as he continued, then where do you want to go? Jiang Yan's favorability plus 5. Another 5 points added. After an hour of shopping, it had already reached 85 points, and now it had reached 90 points. I want to go to. Jiang Yan leaned closer to Jiang Nan's ear and whispered something. Jiang Yan's favorability plus 1. Jiang Yan's favorability plus 1. Jiang Yan's favorability plus 1. 2.5 hours later, in a presidential suite of a 5-star hotel, Jiang Nan stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the vibrant streets below, and as he withdrew his gaze, he glanced at the glass again, revealing an unknown smile on his face. Buzz buzz buzz. At that moment, the phone on the coffee table in the living room suddenly vibrated a few times. Jiang Nan came back to his senses and walked towards the living room. I've accumulated 8 more lottery draws. It feels great. I just need 2 more draws, and I can do another extraordinary lottery. Jiang Nan knew that 2 lottery chances were not hard to come by. Just with Jiang Yan, as long as he wanted, he could easily accumulate those 2 chances within 2 or 3 days. Soon, Jiang Nan picked up the phone on the coffee table. It was still a number from Kyoto, which made his eyebrows twitch slightly. He was very familiar with this number. It was the woman who had told him to pick up a package in Kyoto last time. Strange, isn't the system supposed to intercept all scam calls? Could it be, I really have a package in Kyoto? Jiang Nan's eyes flickered for a moment, then he answered the call. Hello, Mr. Jiang Nan. A familiar sweet voice rang out. My name is Zhao Wanqing. I called you last time. What package do I have in Kyoto? Jiang Nan sat down and asked. Since this call could come through, it definitely couldn't be a scam call. Moreover, he remembered that he had said she could handle the package however she wanted last time. Why, was she calling again? Package? What package? Zhao Wanqing was taken aback by Jiang Nan's words, and then she suddenly reacted, exclaiming, Mr. Jiang Nan, you can't possibly think that the piece of land I mentioned in my last call is a delivery, right? Jiang Nan. Hearing the voice on the phone, he seemed to finally understand something. A piece of land does not equal a delivery. He had made a blunder. Moreover, in today's society, scams are simply too numerous. How could Jiang Nan possibly think that the piece of land Zhao Wanqing mentioned was indeed a piece of land and not a delivery? After all, the two homophones have different meanings. Anyone's first reaction wouldn't be to think it was a piece of land. Mr. Jiang Nan, I want to make it very clear to you now. I was entrusted to transfer a piece of land to you, but at that time, you told me to handle it as I saw fit, and after I inquired about that person, that's why I auctioned off your piece of land. Zhao Wanqing took a deep breath. Now she finally understood that it was such a big misunderstanding. Last time, I did receive a message saying that a piece of my land had entered an auction in Kyoto. Jiang Nan's eyes flickered, surprised. So it really is? That's right. Zhao Wanqing said solemnly, I need to tell you something important now. Go ahead. Jiang Nan crossed his legs and then took a cigarette from the box on the coffee table. Snap. Ha! He exhaled a long breath, knowing that this woman was probably about to lay everything out. Mr. Jiang Nan, although you grew up in Jiangcheng, your actual hometown is Kyoto. Zhao Wanqing's voice rang out. Oh, hearing that his parents, whom he had never met, were from Kyoto, Jiang Nan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, and surprise quickly appeared on his face. He had thought they would be from Jiangcheng, but unexpectedly they were from Kyoto. The distance between these two places is indeed quite exaggerated. In fact, you are not an orphan, your parents are both in Kyoto. Years ago, your parents brought you to Jiangcheng for a trip, and because a fortune teller said that your fate was suited for Jiangcheng, they left you here. Zhao Wanqing spoke calmly, narrating everything. Fortune teller. Fate. Hearing these words, Jiang Nan's eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed that leaving him in Jiangcheng had indeed shaped who he was today. However, to have abandoned him for 22 years, this pair of parents was quite heartless. During this time, did my parents ever come to Jiangcheng to see me? Jiang Nan asked curiously. According to that old man, over the past 22 years, they have secretly seen you every year. Zhao Wanqing replied solemnly. Is that so? Jiang Nan's displeasure instantly faded by half, and he asked, did the fortune teller say that we couldn't recognize each other? Or that we could only recognize each other on my 22nd birthday? He was indeed very curious. Could it be that from the moment he was born, the system had already been watching him? Everything was arranged? According to the old man, that's how it is. I looked into it carefully. I used to think it was because your parents had a second son, so they didn't care about you. Little did I know, if it weren't for your father's consent, how could the old man possibly have transferred that piece of land to your name? Zhao Wanqing's voice continued. Old man? Is that my grandfather? Jiang Nan's eyes flickered. Yes, the old man is very impressive. There's a term online that describes him as an internal tester. I wonder if Mr. Jiang Nan understands? Zhao Wanqing's tone became somewhat serious. It was not a good time to say much. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nan instantly understood. Internal test player. Moreover, an internal test player from Kyoto, one can imagine how exaggerated the value of that is. I inquired for you, and currently, the first heir of the Jiang family is indeed Mr. Jiang Nan. Zhao Wanqing knew how shocking her words were for a person who had been poor for 22 years. Seeing that Jiang Nan did not speak, she took a deep breath and continued. Currently, the Jiang family's market value is several hundred billion, which means Mr. Jiang Nan is the first heir of a 100 billion consortium and belongs to a prestigious family with internal test players. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nan remained very calm. Whether it was 100 billion or not, he didn't care. After all, he already had savings reaching 100 billion. Not to mention, there was also a Jiangcheng building, which started at a value of 100 billion. In fact, what he cared more about was that his grandfather was an internal test player. Are you not afraid of causing any impact by revealing this to me directly? Jiang Nan asked. Hearing Jiang Nan's calm tone, Zhao Wanqing was taken aback. This guy was a bit too calm, wasn't he? This was the identity of the first heir of a 100 billion consortium. Just like that. Calm, I dare to reveal this to you because I have the old man's permission. Zhao Wanqing said softly, however. I am quite curious. You don't seem shocked at all? Shocked? How could I not be shocked? Jiang Nan laughed. Hearing Jiang Nan's calm laughter, Zhao Wanqing couldn't help but regard this abandoned first heir of the Jiang family, who had been outside for 22 years, with newfound respect. Just this temperament alone made Zhao Wanqing feel that this man was extraordinary.
Is there anything else?
Jiang Nan's ears slightly moved as he heard the sound of a door opening from the room behind, and he said lightly,
No, nothing else.
Facing Jiang Nan, Zhao Wanqing, though only on the phone, felt an inexplicable illusion of speaking to someone in a higher position, and her voice softened. Now we just wait for the land auction at the auction house. You will receive news then.
I understand. Jiang Nan nodded. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up.
After saying this, he directly hung up the phone, extinguished the cigarette butt in his hand, and squinted at his phone. At that moment, a pair of jade hands wrapped around his neck, and a soft touch instantly enveloped him. Hubby, after 2.5 hours of conversation, Jiang Yan had completely surrendered to this man, and at this moment, she casually called him by an intimate name.
Are you hungry? Do you want to have some late-night snacks? Jiang Nan chuckled.
I'm full. I can't eat anything anymore, Jiang Yan said weakly. Aren't you going to sleep?
Sleep? Why wouldn't I sleep?
Jiang Nan stood up from the sofa, took a few steps, and then picked up Jiang Yan, who was wearing a light black nightgown, in a princess carry, quickly heading towards the presidential suite's bedroom.
Seeking free support for love. Thank you, everyone. The next morning at 8 o'clock.
Jiang Nan slowly woke up from his dreams.
Why are these women both inexperienced and love to play?
Jiang Nan woke up in bed, and Jiang Yan had already left, which made him recall the night and couldn't help but shake his head and smile. Thinking carefully, with his physical condition, even if the woman wasn't inexperienced, she would seem like a little novice in front of him. After getting dressed and arriving in the bathroom, Jiang Nan began to wash up. While brushing his teeth, he checked his phone. Ning Rushuang, some guy is not coming home at night. Be prepared for how to explain tomorrow. Ning Rushuang, yeah.
You really aren't replying to me. Ning Rushuang, hubby, why haven't you come back yet? This is a message from Ning Rushuang.
Jiang Nan glanced at the time. It was 3 a.m. today.
Goodness,
he certainly didn't have time to check his phone at that hour. I went to bed early last night and forgot to tell you I wouldn't be back. Jiang Nan sent a voice message.
He knew this woman was just sending a message and wouldn't think too much about anything else.
Jiang Nan was well aware of how smart Ning Rushuang was.
Lin Man Man, picture. Lin Man Man, picture. Lin Man Man, video.
Exiting the chat with Ning Rushuang, Jiang Nan opened the chat with Lin Man Man. 2 photos of different JK outfits appeared, and Jiang Nan clicked to take a closer look, a look of appreciation spreading across his face. If Su Yun could be described as a natural meets silk saint body in internet terms, then Lin Man Man truly deserved the title of a natural JK saint body. It should be noted that Lin Man Man's looks had risen from an 88 to a whopping 92 points. This score might not compare to Meng Qingqiu and the others, but it wasn't weak either. In fact, Jiang Nan felt that even when comparing Lin Man Man to Jiang Yan, who also had a score of 92, there was still a slight difference in feeling. After looking at the 2 photos, Jiang Nan clicked on the video to watch.
It was a 15-second short video. As soon as he entered, the BGM of a anime dance started playing. He saw Lin Man Man happily dancing in her dormitory. Unlike the previous 2 outfits, she was in a cosplay outfit in this video, wearing 2 bunny ears on her head. Jiang Nan wasn't a hardcore otaku, but he had seen some anime from Turtle Island. In an instant, he recognized who Lin Man Man was cosplaying. It was Senior Mai, and she was wearing the uniform with black stockings and little leather shoes. Brother Jiang Nan, do you know Senior Mai? What do you think of my cosplay? Exiting the video, a voice message came in. After listening, Jiang Nan nodded appreciatively and replied with a voice message, not bad. You've got the vibe. He. Then next time we meet, can I wear this outfit to see Brother Jiang Nan? I also have a bunny girl outfit that I'll bring along.
Lin Man Man replied instantly, her happy voice coming through.
Sure. Jiang Nan's eyes lit up.
It would be impossible to say he wasn't interested in Senior Mai's cosplay. He hadn't thought about it before, but Lin Man Man bringing it up today immediately piqued his interest. He. Then I'll change back to my clothes and go to class. Brother Jiang Nan, wave Moa. Lin Man Man sent a sweet kiss, making Jiang Nan increasingly interested in this woman. To be honest, Lin Man Man's emotional value was very well delivered. Even privately, she never needed Jiang Nan to say much, just a glance or a request, and she would obediently comply. In a word, she was as docile as a little kitten. This is also why, from the very beginning, Lin Man Man, who only had an 88 in looks, was not left aside by Jiang Nan like Jiang Yan was. Not only did Lin Man Man provide significant emotional value, but she was also proactive enough. Exiting the chat with Lin Man Man, Jiang Nan looked at the messages from Su Yun, the landlady, and Qiu Ruiyue. Su Yun and the landlady were simply asking if he wanted to come back for lunch, and after thinking it over, Jiang Nan declined. Then he looked at the message from Qiu Ruiyue. Qiu Ruiyue, Jiang Nan, don't forget, I'm taking a vacation in a few days.
teach me a few moves. Hee hee.
Jiang Nan, don't worry, call me during your vacation, I'll basically be free. After replying to Chiu Ruiyue, Jiang Nan finished brushing his teeth, casually washed his face, and stepped out of the bathroom. Just as he walked out, he heard footsteps outside the bedroom.
Hubby, are you awake?
Immediately after, the bedroom door was gently pushed open, and Jiang Nan's little head peeked in. Upon seeing Jiang Nan, she pushed the door open wider, holding a cup of soy milk and a small bag filled with soup dumplings, and cheerfully said, "Time for breakfast, okay." When leaving the 5-star hotel, it was already an hour later. After dropping Jiang Yan back at school, Jiang Nan headed straight to the southern district. Having passed the rush hour, he returned to Villano
001 in just half an hour.
At this moment, in the underground garage, Jiang Nan got out of his Bugatti Divo and noticed 2 more cars in the garage, a BMW 7 Series and a Porsche Panamera.
He couldn't help but blink at the sight.
As he walked out of the underground garage, he heard heavy breathing while passing by the gym, which prompted him to glance inside. In the gym, Li Jing was wearing yoga clothes, positioned directly facing the door.
Sister Jing, I really envy you, a voice rang out in the gym.
Jiang Nan turned to the side and saw Lang Bingyue also dressed in yoga attire, but instead of running, she was doing stretching exercises on a yoga mat. One of the movements involved pressing her leg upwards, which was quite impressive. With Jiang Nan's keen eye, he couldn't help but clear his throat and quickly averted his gaze before pushing open the gym door and stepping inside.
Boss, good morning, boss.
As soon as Jiang Nan walked in, Li Jing and Lang Bingyue on the yoga mat greeted him immediately.
Yeah.
Li Jing noticed that Lang Bingyue seemed to be slow to react and quietly reminded her. Lang Bingyue instantly came to her senses, quickly lowering her raised leg. When she met Jiang Nan's gaze, her pretty face turned bright red.
Lang Bingyue's favorability +5. Thanks to the Starry Universe for the 5 capsules, Big Brother V587. Good morning.
Jiang Nan awkwardly shifted his gaze.
He could assure that he hadn't meant to look just now. It couldn't be helped. As someone who reacted quickly, it was as if he had auto-aimed, so he couldn't be blamed. Is Ruo Xuan still not awake? Jiang Nan started a conversation. She's awake, probably making breakfast in the kitchen.
Li Jing turned off the treadmill, and at that moment, beads of sweat trickled down her forehead, with a couple appearing at the tip of her nose. Her stunning face was flushed, giving her a unique beauty. This wasn't the key point. The main thing was that Li Jing, in her fitted yoga clothes, had a figure that was already impressive, making her even more eye-catching. Compared to Lang Bingyue's ordinary appearance, Jiang Nan found himself more captivated by Li Jing at that moment. Li Jing could naturally feel Jiang Nan's intense gaze. Having just finished exercising, she felt a bit weak all over, and even her legs trembled slightly as she stepped off the treadmill. At that moment, she bit her lower lip slightly and met Jiang Nan's fiery gaze, feeling as if every bone in her body had turned soft.
The boss is really too captivating.
Li Jing swallowed hard, her gaze towards Jiang Nan gradually becoming dreamy. Jiang Nan's charm was irresistible, especially since she already had a substantial relationship with him, making her aware of his allure.
Thus, she couldn't help but recall yesterday in her mind.
I'll head up first. Jiang Nan looked at Li Jing, who was already a bit tipsy, and immediately withdrew his slightly aggressive gaze, slowly walking out of the gym. After Jiang Nan left, Li Jing let out a long sigh of relief, her legs going weak, and she sat down on the floor.
Sister Jing, what's wrong with you?
Lang Bingyue, seeing her collapse, hurriedly got up from the yoga mat and helped Li Jing to her feet.
At that moment, she noticed something was off with Li Jing and asked in surprise, "Sister, why is your face so red? And you feel so hot. Did you overdo it in your workout?"
"Maybe," Li Jing said, lowering her head shyly, but as she did, she immediately noticed her own discomfort and quickly whispered, Yeah, I'm fine now. I'm going to take a shower first. You should also go wash up. Breakfast will be ready soon. Then I'll help you upstairs," Lang Bingyue said, not noticing anything unusual, as she assisted Li Jing out of the gym. In the kitchen, Jiang Nan had arrived at the door.
Oh, you finally decided to come back." Hearing the footsteps, Ning Rushuang, who was cooking porridge, instinctively looked over, and upon seeing Jiang Nan, she immediately pouted and teased him. Ha. Seeing Ning Rushuang's expression, Jiang Nan couldn't help but laugh.
He approached her from behind, wrapped his arms around her, and gently blew into her ear, causing her delicate body to tremble slightly.
"Hubby," her tone instantly softened.
"I'll make it up to you later," Jiang Nan said softly.
But
I have to finish cooking the porridge. Jingjing and Ye will be done with their workout soon," Ning Rushuang said shyly, her cheeks flushed.
"No problem. How did your resignation go? The company didn't object, right?" Jiang Nan asked.
After all, Ning Rushuan was top-notch in looks, figure, and temperament. It was hard to believe that no one had already set their sights on such an exceptional woman. So, it was quite normal for her to have difficulty resigning. At first, they really didn't agree. As she spoke about it, Ning Rushuan's face lit up with excitement. But after Ye kicked a few security guards out, the people in the company calmed down a lot.
So you have resigned? Jiang Nan's gaze flickered slightly.
Not completely agreed yet. They said they need to notify the higher-ups. But it doesn't matter whether they agree or not. I can just resign forcefully. At most I'll just lose a bit of money.
Ning Rushuan turned around with a cheerful smile, wrapping her arms around Jiang Nan, pressing her entire face against his chest, taking a deep breath, then looking up with a happy smile, her red lips moving as she said, "My husband will definitely be willing to compensate for his beloved, beautiful, obedient, and understanding good wife, right? No problem. Buying this airline for you to be the boss is just a small matter."
Jiang Nan said, playfully tapping Ning Rushuan's nose, looking at
her with immense affection. He currently had 10.5 billion, which was no small amount.
So, for him, an airline wasn't worth much.
That's not necessary.
Ning Rushuan tightened her embrace around Jiang Nan, smiling brightly. "I just want to quietly stay by my husband's side." "Time to stir the pot," Jiang Nan said, patting her.
"Right."
Ning Rushuan realized, quickly releasing Jiang Nan, then took a spoon and stirred the pot a few times, her gentle voice coming through. "Hubby, you go wait outside, breakfast will be ready soon."
"Okay."
Jiang Nan nodded and walked out of the kitchen, and after a few steps, he ran into Lang Bingyue, who was helping Li Jing upstairs at the stairway to the second floor.
"Boss, I'm going to take a shower with Sister Jingjing. See you in a bit."
Lang Bingyue felt a bit shy looking at Jiang Nan, as she remembered how she had embarrassed herself earlier. She knew how form-fitting these yoga pants were, although her figure was nowhere near as impressive as Li Jing's. Still,
with her legs raised so high, how could it not be obvious? "So shy, boss, please don't stare at me, woo woo woo."
Lang Bingyue felt Jiang Nan's gaze sweep over her, and she felt a tingling sensation all over, like ants crawling on her skin. It was uncomfortable, but for some reason, it also made her heart race in a strange way.
Favorability of Lang Bingyue +2.
Jiang Nan, who had just shifted his gaze away from Lang Bingyue, heard the prompt in his mind, which made him look back at her. Despite being a year or two older than him, Lang Bingyue was as innocent as an 18 or 19-year-old girl.
In fact, she might even be more innocent than girls of that age.
If I remember correctly, Lang Bingyue's favorability towards me has already reached 77 points.
At this rate, it seems that I won't have to wait long before I have another confidant by my side. Jiang Nan's eyes flickered. Lang Bingyue had practical skills, and she was not weak. If he could obtain another bottle of body modification liquid for her, the safety of his confidants would be greatly ensured. Of course, he wasn't just using Lang Bingyue as a perfect bodyguard for his confidants. The key point was that Jiang Nan genuinely had a strong fondness for this innocent girl. Lang Bingyue helped Li Jing upstairs, and after watching the two women go up, Jiang Nan sat down on the sofa in the side hall. Currently, the landlady and Li Jing both have a beauty score of 97, just 1 point away from completing my welfare task. I need to work harder to finish it quickly.
Jiang Nan recalled the welfare task he was currently working on, his eyes sparkling with a strange light. Whether it was the Kyoto Shanwang mansion, the 5 lottery chances, or the mind-reading ability, all of these were very nice rewards for him. With these 5 lottery chances, plus the 8 he already had, he would be able to conduct another extraordinary lottery.
I already have 100 billion on hand. Jiang Nan squinted slightly, then took out his phone, thought for a moment, and transferred 1 million to Jiang Yan. Ding!
Congratulations, host, consumption completed. Received 10 billion in consumption rebate.
This is the real welfare. Jiang Nan's face showed excitement.
As he had thought, this was like a daily guarantee. In other words, even if he didn't spend, with his 100 billion in savings, he could earn 10 billion in interest every day.
Without extraordinary abilities, that would undoubtedly be a life of lying flat. Jiang Nan took a deep breath. Still, the point was, no matter how rich a person was, at the moment of death, no amount of money could extend their life. For truly wealthy people, money was just a pile of useless numbers. Going bankrupt would not lead to immortality.
But extraordinary rewards were different. His 100 billion could be exchanged for a chance at a major welfare task, which could bring him extraordinary rewards or abilities.
Now, that was impressive.
Not to mention how amazing the rewards are, just adding a bit of lifespan is already incredible.
Moreover, the ability to trade lifespan is the most amazing. Even if you die on the spot, you can be resurrected immediately. Jiang Nan was very confident about his future. Buzz. While he was pondering, his phone vibrated. Jiang Nan looked down to see a message from Jiang Yan. Honey, you transferred 1 million to me?
Immediately after, a voice call came in.
Honey, is that you? Jiang Yan's voice came through. It's me, Jiang Nan replied. Phew, you scared me. I thought I was being targeted by some money laundering scheme.
Jiang Yan let out a sigh of relief, then regained her composure and asked softly, what's the 1 million for?
It's for you to spend.
When you run out, just come to me, Jiang Nan said nonchalantly. By the way, I'll transfer you a few million more later.
You can see what car you want to buy, and as for the house, if you have any ideas, feel free to tell me.
Buying a car and a house for his woman was a must. Although he didn't care much for the rebate on the car, a decent villa could potentially yield a few $100 million, or even over $1 billion, if luck was on his side.
Wow, honey, love you, love you, love you. Jiang Yan immediately cheered with excitement. Alright, I'll hang up now. I'm going to transfer the money, Jiang Nan said and hung up the phone.
His attitude towards Jiang Yan, a woman with no emotional ties, was quite different. In a sense, she wasn't a true confidant, for now, she was just a wildflower.
Jiang Nan didn't waste time and directly transferred another 5 million to Jiang Yan. 5 million. Oh my gosh, honey, isn't that a bit too much? The money arrived instantly.
Jiang Yan quickly sent a message back, her excitement barely contained in her voice. Use it as you need, if it's not enough, come to me, Jiang Nan replied to her message and then exited WeChat. He opened the Tomato Novel app and checked on an author he had previously tipped. Jiang Nan clicked on the author's profile and saw a statement. The author won 5 million and has returned to their small hometown to relax, currently updating at their own pace. The statement was just like that, and upon seeing it, Jiang Nan couldn't help but chuckle.
Quite nice.
Honey, at that moment, he heard Ning Ruoshuang's voice from the dining room. The porridge is ready, come eat.
Okay.
Jiang Nan exited the Tomato Novel app, put away his phone, and headed to the dining room. Upon arriving at the dining room, he saw Ning Ruoshuang holding a small bowl, blowing on the steaming porridge. Jiang Nan sat down, and Ning Ruoshuang immediately scooped a spoonful of lean meat porridge and brought it to his mouth, her face full of tenderness as she said, Honey, open your mouth.
Do you think I'm a child?
Jiang Nan teased, but he opened his mouth anyway.
How does it taste? Ning Ruoshuang looked at Jiang Nan with anticipation.
Although it was just a bowl of ordinary lean meat porridge, it was her first time making porridge for a man. Delicious, Jiang Nan nodded in appreciation. Honey, Ning Ruoshuang suddenly leaned closer, and as Jiang Nan looked on in surprise, she moved even closer, their eyes meeting at close range.
What's wrong?
Jiang Nan asked curiously, just about to touch the corner of his mouth. But Ning Ruoshuang leaned in and kissed the corner of his mouth.
Hee, you had a little spill, she said with a smile after the kiss. Jiang Nan chuckled lightly in response. 20 minutes later. Tap tap tap.
Sister Jingjing, your skin is getting better and better. I'm really so envious. Came the voice of Lang Bingyue from the stairs on the second floor.
Really?
Maybe I've been resting well lately, and my routine has become more regular, so it's normal for my skin to improve, Li Jing replied softly.
Actually, I really envy your figure.
I wonder when I can be as well endowed as you, Lang Bingyue murmured as she glanced at Li Jing's chest. Well, it might be because I was quite chubby before. Li Jing's face flushed, recalling her struggles with her weight during middle school, high school, and even university, as well as after entering society. But, after meeting Jiang Nan, she felt that her weight gain wasn't entirely a bad thing. At least, it allowed her beloved man to feel happy, which made her very satisfied. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of footsteps continued. The two of them walked hand in hand to the restaurant door. Boss, Sister Ruoshuang, Jing, and I have finished showering.
Lang Bingyue's voice rang out. Come eat. Jiang Nan, sitting down, turned around and waved. Sister Ruoshuang, why is your face so red?
Lang Bingyue approached Li Jing and suddenly looked at Ning Ruoshuang in surprise.
Ning Ruoshuang, what should she say? It's nothing, really.
Ning Ruoshuang could only say, hurry up and drink your porridge, it won't taste good if it gets too cold.
Okay.
Lang Bingyue sat down and began to scoop up lean meat porridge from the bowl on the table.
I'll go get something, you all eat.
Ning Ruoshuang glanced at Jiang Nan a little longer. The implication was quite obvious. Jiang Nan wasn't foolish and naturally picked up on the signal. He exchanged a glance with Li Jing and also stood up, saying, I'll go take a look, you all eat? Li Jing opened her mouth, but in the end, she just pressed her lips together, her pretty face slightly flushed before returning to normal. It was clear she understood what it meant for Ning Ruoshuang and Jiang Nan to go upstairs one after the other. Li Jing glanced at the dining table, noticing only one bowl, and couldn't help but smile. Sister Jing, I have to say, this lean meat porridge is really fragrant. After blowing on it a few times, Lang Bingyue began to drink it heartily, showing no signs of being a lady at all. Yes. At this moment, Li Jing's mind was not on the porridge. She was thinking about whether she could find a moment to be alone with Jiang Nan later.
Ah, ouch.
Lost in thought, Li Jing forgot to blow on the hot porridge and got slightly burned.
Sister Jing, what's wrong? Lang Bingyue looked over, noticing Li Jing's slightly furrowed brows and immediately became worried. It's nothing, I just forgot to blow on the porridge and got a little burned.
Li Jing smiled and shook her head. My elders back home always said, you can't rush porridge, take it slow. Hoo. After taking a couple of sips and blowing on it, Lang Bingyue's cute appearance made Li Jing unable to help but smile and shake her head. To be honest, even though Lang Bingyue was already 23 years old, in Li Jing's eyes, she seemed like a little girl who hadn't grown up, innocent and without a hint of scheming. Being around such a girl made Li Jing feel very comfortable. And then there's Cho Ruiwe, that police flower is also very pleasant to be around. After blowing on her hot porridge, Li Jing thought of Cho Ruiwe and once again recalled the beautiful girl who first appeared in Villano
001.
Speaking of which, Rua Shuang, and that beautiful girl, the boss has already had 3 confidants? While drinking porridge, Li Jing also calculated in her mind.
Not only that, she glanced at Lang Bingyue beside her and thought of Chiu Ruiyue's existence.
She felt that these 2 very beautiful sisters had a great chance of becoming her true sisters in the future.
But, isn't the boss afraid of a love triangle?
Although, I don't mind, but what if Rua Shuang finds out? And what if that beautiful girl finds out?
What then? Li Jing couldn't help but worry for Jiang Nan. An hour and a half later, Lang Bingyue's favorability +3.
In the master bedroom on the 2nd floor, Jiang Nan, slowly heading towards the bathroom, suddenly froze. Then, a strange smile appeared on his face.
Good. This woman. Splash.
Soon, the sound of water came from the bathroom.
At this moment,
in the main bedroom corridor.
Leaning against the wall, Lang Bingyue swallowed hard and let out a heavy breath. Yeah, what's wrong?
At that moment, Li Jing, who had just walked out of her room, saw Lang Bingyue leaning against the wall, her face flushed, and a strange expression crossed her face. Sister Jing, I just felt a sudden palpitation, so I leaned against the wall.
To rest a bit, Lang Bingyue quickly stood up straight, not daring to look at Li Jing. Seeing Lang Bingyue's guilty demeanor, Li Jing understood everything without pointing it out and walked over with a smile, expressing concern. Are you okay? Do you want to go to the hospital, or let the boss take a look?
I heard the boss say he knows a bit about medicine.
No, it's fine, I'm okay now, no need to trouble the boss.
Mentioning Jiang Nan made Lang Bingyue's pretty face turn even redder, and she hurriedly waved her hand, saying, summer is coming soon, and the temperature has been rising lately.
Sister Jing, I'm going to take a shower, see you later. Tap.
After saying that, she buried her head and quickly walked towards her room. Li Jing turned to glance at her fleeing figure and couldn't help but smile. When she turned back, her peripheral vision inadvertently swept across the wooden floor, and her smile widened uncontrollably.
The boss's charm is really something. It seems that before long, will be just like I was yesterday.
Thinking of yesterday, Li Jing couldn't help but lick her lips, instinctively took out her phone, took a deep breath, opened WeChat, pondered for a moment, sent a message to Jiang Nan, and then turned back towards her room. In the main bedroom, in the bathroom, Jiang Nan wiped his body, then dried his hair, looking at himself in the mirror with a satisfied smile.
In a couple of days, I need to go to Magic City to find Qiuqiu in advance. As my main consort, there's no reason for her beauty score to stay at 96. Jiang Nan's eyes flickered, and he was also very curious about Meng Qingxiu's good friend, Yao Yao. After all, according to Meng Qingxiu, Yao Yao's looks were even higher than hers. If Meng Qingxiu's initial beauty score was 96, then Yao Yao should be above 97, right? Stepping out of the bathroom, Jiang Nan got dressed and picked up the phone on the bedside table, only to see a message from Li Jing. Upon seeing this, his eyes flickered, and he glanced at Ning Rushuang, who was fast asleep on the bed, a slight smile forming on his lips as he recalled the 3 points of favorability that Lang Bingyue had just gained. Jiang Nan couldn't help but laugh. Exiting the main bedroom, Jiang Nan walked to the left. After walking for a while, he suddenly stopped in front of a room door. Which one was Li Jing's room? The doors on the 2nd floor of Villa 001 were all the same type. You could only tell by opening them. So, at this moment, Jiang Nan looked at the door that he remembered should be Li Jing's and immediately fell into thought. Creak! Jiang Nan gently turned the doorknob and glanced at the layout inside, then immediately activated his enhanced senses. At that moment, hurried breathing immediately reached Jiang Nan's ears. A slightly hurried gasp sounded, and Jiang Nan followed the sound to see the bed in the room, revealing a strange expression on his face. Good heavens! This was actually Lang Bingyue's room. Jiang Nan couldn't help but swallow hard, took a deep breath, and slowly backed out of the room. However, he didn't turn off his enhanced senses. The sound of Lang Bingyue's breathing still reached his ears,
causing his footsteps to quicken slightly as he gently closed the door and headed towards Li Jing's room.
In fact, Jiang Nan understood that at this moment, he could definitely do something by entering Leng Bingyue's room. But, after thinking for a moment, he still decided against it.
As for why, it was naturally too abrupt for Leng Bingyue.
Moreover, letting things happen naturally was more in line with Jiang Nan's character.
Soon, he arrived at Li Jing's room. Just at the door, the enthusiastic Li Jing was already rushing towards him in a lace little black dress.
Boss, there was no need for much more, just a glance exchanged, and everything was unspoken. Leng Bingyue's favorability plus 10. An hour later, the system's prompt sound echoed in Jiang Nan's mind.
Meanwhile, Leng Bingyue's favorability towards him had also reached as high as 90 points.
At this moment, boss, I'm going to take a nap.
Li Jing squinted her eyes and yawned, falling into a deep sleep. As he walked out of Li Jing's room, at the same time, Ning Rushuang happened to walk out of the master bedroom. The two were in the same corridor, seemingly sensing each other. Ning Rushuang glanced to the left and instantly locked eyes with Jiang Nan.
Their gazes met. Jiang Nan's heart couldn't help but race faster. Hubby, why are you coming out of Jingjing's room? Seeing Jiang Nan, Ning Rushuang was first taken aback, then a strange expression appeared on her face.
Just now, Sister Jing asked me what I wanted to eat for lunch. Jiang Nan maintained his composure and walked slowly.
Soon, he reached Ning Rushuang's side, wrapped his arm around her slender waist, and smiled. It's getting late. What should we eat? I'll cook personally.
Hearing Jiang Nan's words, Ning Rushuang let out a light snort, looked at him deeply, and lowered her voice slightly. Hubby, don't lie to me.
Ahem. Jiang Nan cleared his throat twice, just as he was about to say something.
Ning Rushuang placed her finger on his lips, revealing a smile, and after taking a deep breath, she said, It's only a matter of time. I'm not surprised. Besides, a man as outstanding as you is destined not to belong to just one person.
I am very self-aware about this.
Not to mention the vast difference in their identities, even Ning Rushuang herself was a super rich beauty. If she truly faced Jiang Nan, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say she would inevitably fall for him, unable to extricate herself.
Rushuang.
Hearing Ning Rushuang's heartfelt words, Jiang Nan couldn't help but pull her into his embrace, stroking her hair, and said solemnly, Meeting you is truly my luck. In such situations, a few sweet words were still necessary. Don't think Jiang Nan was just a pure scumbag. At this moment, he should feel more guilt. To be honest, if any man were in his position, this script would be foolish not to open a harem and just pursue pure love.
Nonsense. He was playing the role of a brainless urban male protagonist. How could he be expected to pursue pure love? Even in the future, he was destined to be an immortal existence. To live a lifetime of pure love? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Jiang Nan was also very self-aware. The path of pure love was utterly impossible, completely unfeasible. To be free and unrestrained, or not to be free and unrestrained, could that still be called a carefree life? What he could do was not to neglect any of his beautiful confidants. Affectionate but not promiscuous. Meeting you is also my luck. Now, I am incredibly glad that when I first saw you sending a fairy-like girl to the airport, I boldly approached you to ask for your WeChat.
Ning Rushuang revealed a little secret. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nan showed a look of surprise.
Goodness.
So it turned out that on May 20th, Ning Rushuang had seen Jiang Nan send Meng Qingqiu to the airport. Therefore, this woman probably knew from the very beginning that Jiang Nan might already have a girlfriend. However, she had been deceiving herself all along, constantly brainwashing herself into thinking that she might not be Jiang Nan's girlfriend. Only by taking the initiative will there be a story. Jiang Nan chuckled.
I can't anymore, it's noon.
Ning Rushuang suppressed her feelings, swallowed several times, and shook her head through gritted teeth. I have to go cook soon, I'm the one cooking. But we have plenty of time.
Jiang Nan wrapped his arm around Ning Rushuang and headed downstairs. An hour later, dining room. The dining table was set with the standard 4 dishes and a soup, all made by Jiang Nan himself. It smells so good, so good. Leng Bingyue exclaimed happily. Her little face was flushed. In just one day, she had completely integrated into this big family. If this goes on, we'll all get fat. Ning Rushuang looked at the 4 dishes and soup on the table, unable to help but smile wryly, and shook her head, whispering, Starting tomorrow, I have to join Jingjing and Yeye in doing exercises to shape up. The pressure on her was quite significant. Moreover, she was very strict with her own figure. Plus, the beautiful women around Jiang Nan all had top-notch looks, figures, and temperament. If she mixed in and lowered the standard, she wouldn't be able to tolerate that situation herself. Boss, let me cook starting tomorrow, Li Jing said softly. It's fine, it's all the same. Alright, I should be going to the Magic City in a couple of days. Jiang Nan sat down, took the bowl and chopsticks that Ning Rushuang handed him, and popped a piece of braised pork into his mouth, notifying them of his travel plans in advance. He had to visit Meng Qingqiu,
but before that, he also needed to work hard to improve Li Jing and the landlady's favorability. This was his goal for the next couple of days.
Magic City?
Ning Ruoxuan looked at Jiang Nan in surprise, but quickly reacted and didn't say much.
Boss, you can go with peace of mind. I'll be here at home, and I'll take care of Sister Ruoxuang and Sister Jing.
Lang Bingyue patted her chest, speaking very seriously. Hearing this, Jiang Nan glanced at her. Something about that sounded a bit strange.
Let's eat.
Sister Jing, Sister Ruoxuan, this braised pork is really delicious, rich but not greasy, absolutely amazing.
The next moment, Lang Bingyue's excited shout rang out again. Ha ha ha, aren't you afraid of getting fat?
Ning Ruoxuang and Li Jing exchanged glances and teased her. Let's enjoy first, whether we get fat or not, I don't care. Lang Bingyue was more open-minded, picking up another piece of braised pork and putting it in her mouth, her face full of happiness.
The meal was very harmonious, mostly praising Jiang Nan's cooking skills.
This master-level cooking truly has standards. It feels comparable to the top imperial chefs in ancient royal kitchens.
Jiang Nan's eyes flickered. In just half an hour, all 4 dishes in the soup were completely wiped out.
Looking at Lang Bingyue, Ning Ruoxuan, and Li Jing, who were all sitting in their seats with happy faces, Jiang Nan felt quite satisfied and got up to start clearing the dishes.
Honey, you leave it, we'll clean up later.
Boss, you just cooked.
We'll wash the dishes, you take a break.
Ning Ruoxuan, Li Jing, and Lang Bingyue immediately waved their hands, stopping Jiang Nan from cleaning up.
All right. Jiang Nan didn't argue, getting up and heading towards the side hall.
On the way, he took out his phone, and by the time he reached the window, he had already opened the ticket booking app. Today was May 23rd, he glanced at it, it was Thursday, tomorrow was Friday, and the day after, May 25th, was Saturday.
Let's go on the weekend.
Jiang Nan was never one to procrastinate, directly booking the flight for Saturday morning at 8.
Buzz.
Just finished booking the ticket, a message popped up in the WeChat backend, showing that someone added him as a friend.
Opening WeChat, Jiang Nan took a glance. Hello, Mr. Jiang Nan, I am Zhao Wanqing.
That was the verification message. Immediately, he accepted the friend request.
Mr. Jiang Nan, the land you own will be auctioned at the Xiang Pavilion in Kyoto in a week. I wonder if you have time to come.
Not long after accepting the friend request, a voice message was sent.
In a week? Jiang Nan calculated the time, that would be May 30th? What is the scale of this auction? Jiang Nan pondered and asked. Your piece of land has a preliminary valuation of around 1 billion. It hasn't reached the level of being the main attraction yet, Zhao Wanqing replied. Hearing this, Jiang Nan's eyes lit up. The fact that his land was valued at around 1 billion and still not the main attraction indicated what? There were items even more precious than 1 billion. In that case, I really need to hurry and complete the small welfare task I have at hand, and then visit my Shunwang mansion. Jiang Nan's eyes narrowed slightly. The name Shunwang Mansion sounded like a standard ancient royal residence. It not only sounded prestigious but also had to be quite grand in scale. Alright, Jiang Nan agreed directly. Do I need an invitation?
Ordinary people need an invitation, but as the owner of the auction item, you can participate directly in this auction.
Moreover, with your status, you will also receive a membership card for Xiang Pavilion, Zhao Wanqing explained. Got it. Jiang Nan replied, suddenly remembering that the membership card given to him by that woman named Su Sherman at the last auction he attended with the landlady was indeed a Xiang Pavilion membership card, right? It seems that Xiang Pavilion is quite something. It should be one of the largest auction houses in the country, with branches in various cities. Jiang Nan's eyes narrowed slightly. With that, he was looking forward to this trip to Kyoto. Although Jiangcheng is a new first-tier city, compared to Kyoto, there is no comparison in any aspect. So, at this auction, is there a great possibility of items worth tens of billions appearing? Even if there aren't items worth tens of billions, as long as there are items worth over 1 billion or 20 billion, if I can win the bid, I will definitely take off. Jiang Nan smiled. Fortunately, he had foresight and understood that he didn't need to immediately use the first 100 billion deposit to exchange for the welfare task, otherwise, this trip to Kyoto would have resulted in a huge loss. I need to make myself better and rely on consumption rebates to earn more money. Jiang Nan's eyes were filled with ambition. A single welfare task couldn't give him an impressive reward, so he would strive to exchange for 10. Set a goal for 100. How old is he now? So young, with plenty of time ahead. One day, he would truly receive a reward that grants him longevity. The path to longevity might be lonely, but what if the beautiful confidants around him also achieved longevity like him? Then, it wouldn't be lonely, but rather enjoyable. Zhao Wanqing, Mr. Jiang Nan, I have to get busy now. The auction will be held in the afternoon on the 30th, so please notify me in advance when you board the plane, and I will come to pick you up. Jiang Nan, okay. The topic ended. Jiang Nan held his phone,
and with the other hand, he rubbed his smooth chin, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curling into a slight arc, mumbling, "The upcoming schedule is quite packed, and I need to work harder to try to increase the favorability of the landlady or Li Jing a bit more when I head to the Magic City. Although it would be best if both succeeded in their endeavors, there are no absolutes in life." He understood this very well. Tap tap. At that moment, a sound of footsteps echoed. The next second, a fragrant breeze swept in. Jiang Nan merely sniffed and immediately knew who was behind him. Sister Jing. He turned around and directly embraced Li Jing. "Boss, Ru Shuang is still in the kitchen." Li Jing's pretty face turned red and then pale, clearly afraid of being caught in such an intimate moment by Ning Ru Shuang. "It's fine. Ru Shuang already knows, and she isn't angry." Jiang Nan gently blew a breath into her ear. "What?" Upon hearing Jiang Nan's words, Li Jing's eyes widened in shock, which quickly transformed into excitement. Ru Shuang, really doesn't care? Yes. Jiang Nan nodded. At the same time, after receiving his affirmation, a golden, illusory exclamation mark appeared above Li Jing's head, just like the one that had appeared above Ning Ru Shuang's head last time. Ding! The next second, a system prompt sounded in Jiang Nan's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host! Due to the high favorability of your confidant Li Jing, you have successfully triggered a random side quest. Complete it to receive a task reward. Please click on the golden exclamation mark above Li Jing's head to view the side quest. Here it comes. Upon hearing the system prompt in his mind, Jiang Nan's face lit up with surprise. Without wasting any time, he focused his thoughts on an illusory, formless finger tapped on the golden exclamation mark above Li Jing's head. Task description: accompany your confidant Li Jing to a high school reunion, making her the most envied woman among all the women present. Task reward: Li Jing's favorability plus 1 lottery chance. Oh, after reading the task description and rewards, Jiang Nan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and smile slightly. This task was purely a welfare task, far too easy, with no difficulty at all. Boss. At that moment, Li Jing's hesitant voice sounded, I have a request, and I don't know if you can agree to it. What? Jiang Nan pretended to know nothing. It's just. Li Jing stepped out of Jiang Nan's embrace, staring at him intently, and whispered, I have a high school reunion this afternoon. I wonder if you have time to accompany me? No problem. Jiang Nan nodded in agreement without a moment's hesitation. Boss. Li Jing was incredibly touched. When we're at home, you call me boss. What do you call me when we go out? Jiang Nan reached out to stroke Li Jing's hair, squinting his eyes and smiling. Husband? Li Jing clearly wasn't used to calling him that. After softly saying it with her head down, her pretty face instantly turned red. Why do you look so reluctant? Jiang Nan brought his index and middle fingers together, gently lifting Li Jing's chin, teasingly looking at her and saying, I remember that just now, someone called me husband with a lot of emotion. So annoying. Li Jing bit her lower lip lightly, and her beautiful big eyes instantly glistened with a misty sheen, pouting, you can't say that title. I won't say it except in that context. Ha ha ha. Jiang Nan burst into laughter. What are you two chatting about? You seem so happy. At that moment, Ning Ru Shuang and Lang Bingyue approached. The one who spoke was Ning Ru Shuang. Jiang Nan looked over. Ning Ru Shuang's face showed nothing but a gentle smile. As for that girl, Lang Bingyue, she simply couldn't hide her emotions. At this moment, seeing Jiang Nan and Li Jing looking somewhat intimate, her eyes widened in disbelief. Is the boss and Sister Jing really looking down on Sister Rua Xuan like this? My goodness, aren't they afraid of a crash? Lang Bingyue's mouth formed a big O, looking utterly incredulous. We didn't talk about much. I'm just going to accompany Sister Jing to a class reunion this afternoon. Jiang Nan replied directly. What class reunion? I attended one before, and I won't go to any more. It's just about how much money they've made, what car they're driving, or trying to chase after me. Ning Rua Shuang pouted. This time it's a reunion held by a teacher who was very good to me in high school. It should be fine, right? Li Jing said, also a bit nervous as it was her first time attending a class reunion. There will definitely be something, but since your husband is going with you, then it probably won't be anything, Ning Rua Shuang said with a grin. Next time there's a class reunion, I'll go too, and bring my husband alone. Let's see who dares to show off in front of me. Any car my husband brings out will be a luxury car they could never touch in their lifetime. Her words were very realistic and made a lot of sense. Jingjing, let me tell you, just attending for a bit is enough. These class reunions are incredibly boring. There's really no point. Ning Rua Shuang continued. However, before she could finish, Jiang Nan interrupted. Don't listen to her. A teacher who was the best to you in high school invited you, so you should go. After this, you can skip the next ones. He was a bit worried that Li Jing might be swayed by Ning Rua Shuang and decide not to attend the reunion, which would mean he would miss out on the task reward, and he would have to give Ning Ruoshuang a lesson.
I think so too, Li Jing nodded obediently. Hee, having your husband go with you can keep a lot of flies away.
That's great. Ning Ruoshuang stepped forward, hooked her arm around Li Jing's, and then leaned close to her, whispering something in her ear.
Ha!
Li Jing exclaimed, her face turning incredibly red, glancing at Jiang Nan and then back at Ning Ruoshuang, stammering,
You, he, Ruoshuang, you. Seeing Li Jing's expression, even if Jiang Nan hadn't heard what Ning Ruoshuang said, it was easy to guess from her reaction. He couldn't help but smile slightly, looking at Ning Ruoshuang with admiration.
Ruoshuang, you really are my good treasure. Calm down. Sensing Jiang Nan's appreciative gaze, Ning Ruoshuang smiled and gently patted Li Jing's hand, lowering her voice even more. As her words fell, Li Jing couldn't help but swallow hard, and when she looked at Jiang Nan again, her eyes were full of charm. At this moment, Lung Bingyue behind them had her mouth wide open. She wasn't far from Ning Ruoshuang and Li Jing, and after all, she was a martial artist.
Although her hearing wasn't as good as Jiang Nan's, it was still better than an average person's.
So, even though she didn't catch all of Ning Ruoshuang's whispered words, she did hear some key phrases. For example, together, work hard, we, and some rather suggestive words that Lung Bingyue felt too embarrassed to recall. At this moment, it seemed she had guessed something, or rather, she had completely understood something. Ning Ruoshuang knew about Li Jing and the boss's relationship,
and she didn't care. Oh my goodness, isn't this just like the big lady? She tacitly allows the existence of so many grandmothers.
Lung Bingyue swallowed hard, and then, in disbelief, took a few more glances at Jiang Nan, unable to help but give a thumbs up to this boss in her heart.
Amazing. Wait, does that mean I also have a chance to have little monkeys with the boss?
Suddenly, the moment that thought emerged, Lang Bingyue's eyes lit up.
Lang Bingyue's favorability +5.
When the sound of Lang Bingyue's favorability skyrocketing by 5 points echoed in his mind, Jiang Nan felt several big black question marks suddenly pop up on his forehead.
What the heck? What does this mean? Unexplainably increased by 5 points of favorability? Ding!
Congratulations, host, Lang Bingyue's favorability has reached 95 points. You have gained a lottery chance.
Another lottery chance in hand made Jiang Nan's eyes narrow with delight.
Great, he now had 9 lottery chances again. At this moment, Jiang Nan met Lang Bingyue's gaze and found that the woman's eyes sparkled with a strange light, and her face seemed to show a silly smile as if she was fantasizing about something in her mind, which involuntarily brought a slight curve to his lips.
Alright, I won't tease you anymore. How about you accompany me for a stroll this afternoon, yay?
I see you seem to have quite a few clothes missing. Ning Ruoshuang took a step back, holding Lang Bingyue's hand, which still bore a silly smile, and said with a grin, hubby accompanies Jingjing, yay accompanies me.
Ha!
Only then did Lang Bingyue come back to her senses, looking at Ning Ruoshuang with a confused expression, and said in astonishment, sorry, Ruoshuang, I just spaced out.
Did you say the boss will accompany me? You silly girl!
Ning Ruoshuang's beautiful eyes sparkled with mischief as she pinched Lang Bingyue's nose, shaking her head and laughing. Your spacing out is a bit too exaggerated.
I'm sorry.
Lang Bingyue lowered her head in embarrassment, but before doing so, she secretly glanced at Jiang Nan, and when their eyes met, her pretty face instantly flushed.
Lang Bingyue, oh Lang Bingyue,
how can you be like a dream girl, directly fantasizing in front of the boss?
But, when I have time, I should call home and ask the big lady about it. Lang Bingyue's heart stirred with a murmur. Next, Jiang Nan accompanied the 3 women to watch a 2.5-hour movie in the private cinema on the basement level.
The acting of the female lead is really amazing, and she's really beautiful. After leaving the private cinema, Ning Ruoshuang was full of praise, very affirming of the female lead in the movie they just watched. That female lead seems quite impressive, all quality scripts, and her acting is great.
Since her debut, she hasn't had a single scandal.
Li Jing seemed to really enjoy watching movies, and when she talked about the female lead from the movie, she became excited. Also, every movie's theme song is written and sung by her.
What's her name again? Ning Ruoshuang became curious, having been too busy secretly exchanging glances with Jiang Nan to pay attention to the female lead's name. Sun Weiwei.
Li Jing replied.
I think I've heard that name before.
Ning Ruoshuang nodded, then glanced at Jiang Nan beside her, her eyes twinkling as she leaned in a little closer, whispering in his ear, I think Jingjing really likes this big star Sun Weiwei. Hearing this, Jiang Nan looked at her in surprise, his brows slightly raised. Meeting the woman's bright, beautiful eyes, he instantly understood the meaning behind her words.
Wow, this woman, once she opened up, really let loose. No rush. Jiang Nan recalled the female lead from the movie, chuckling as he shook his head. Although this woman is indeed beautiful, to be honest, with Jiang Nan's understanding of the entertainment industry, he really isn't sure if there exists anyone who can remain untainted in this circle.
This woman has excellent resources and is very outstanding.
Jiangnan doesn't think there would be no capital tycoons eyeing her. Of course, if she were truly flawless, Jiangnan wouldn't have missed the opportunity to get closer. After all, Li Jing had already hinted that she really likes this female star. Everything is for his beloved confidant. Arriving on the first floor. It's getting late, I'm going to take a shower and put on some makeup. Boss, shall we go out? Li Jing glanced at the time, it was almost 4 in the afternoon, and she almost blurted out hubby but suddenly remembered that Lung Bingyue was still beside her, so she quickly changed to calling him boss, her pretty face turning rosy as she cheerfully went up to the second floor. Hubby, Yeye and I are going to put on some makeup too. Don't miss us too much. Ning Rushuang released Jiang Nan's arm, kissed him on the cheek, and then pulled Lung Bingyue, who couldn't take her eyes off Jiang Nan, to follow her up the stairs. Ha! Jiang Nan settled onto the sofa in the side hall and lit a cigarette. The smoke curled around him. He exhaled a smoke ring, leaned back on the sofa, crossed his legs, and his eyes sparkled with anticipation and excitement. Currently, he already had 9 chances for a lottery draw, and as long as he completed the side quest related to Li Jing, he would gain 2 more chances. Then I can have another extraordinary lottery draw. If you were to ask Jiang Nan what ability or thing he wanted the most right now, he probably wouldn't even know himself, or perhaps he needed too many things. Immortality, an undying body, or some super high-tech that transcends multiple dimensions. Take it slow, there's no need to rush. What should come will eventually come. Jiang Nan smiled lightly. Half an hour later. Hearing footsteps, Jiang Nan also stood up and looked towards the staircase. The first to come down was Li Jing. Unlike her usual black silk bodycon dress and high heels, today she wore a gray short-sleeved bounded top on her upper body, paired with a white cake-style short skirt on the bottom. A pair of little white shoes, along with white socks, and her hair tied in a high ponytail gave her a vibrant and pure college girl vibe. So sweet yet so regal. 4 words immediately flashed in Jiang Nan's mind. As Jiang Nan approached, Li Jing also came down the stairs. Feeling the fiery gaze of her beloved, she couldn't help but joyfully twirl in place and softly asked, "How do I look?" "Beautiful." Jiang Nan nodded seriously. He. Li Jing's eyes squinted like crescent moons. Tap tap tap. The footsteps sounded again. Soon, Ning Rushuang and Lang Bingyue also came down. Jiang Nan looked over, his brows raising slightly. Goodness, what's going on today? Did all 3 women agree on the same style of dressing? Especially Lang Bingyue, who looked like a sweet girl in a school style. Her figure was nowhere near as curvy as Li Jing's, yet it complemented her black and white mid-length skirt and a pair of black calf socks. Perhaps it was because she wasn't used to wearing skirts. She occasionally tugged at the hem of her skirt, a hint of bashfulness appearing on her face. "Hubby, how do I look?" Ning Rushuang, holding Lang Bingyue's hand as she walked down, raised her head with a hint of pride. "What do you mean?" Jiang Nan pretended not to know and asked back. "Look how beautiful Yaya is." Ning Rushuang made a shy little turn in place, and Lang Bingyue also turned in response. Out of the corner of her eye, she glanced at Jiang Nan and noticed the smile on his face, which instantly made her heart feel happy. "Looks good." Jiang Nan nodded seriously. Although Lang Bingyue's figure might not be explosive, with her height and delicate frame, paired with her sweet schoolgirl outfit, she looked like a school beauty straight out of a comic. Well, it depends on who styled this outfit. Ning Rushuang laughed happily. At this moment, Jiang Nan took a few more glances at Ning Rushuang. Although she also had a school style, it was not sweet but rather fiery. She wore a pure black bodycon skirt, her hair cascading down, and her makeup was not the pure and innocent style of Lang Bingyue, but rather accentuated her eyes, creating a pair of sparkling fox-like eyes. Especially with those bright red lips, if her slightly curled hair became big waves, she would indeed give off a vibe of a femme fatale. Yeah, later I'll take you to pick out a few prettier outfits. From now on, you should wear less of those jeans. Even though you're applying for a security job, you're still a beautiful girl, and you should show off your beauty. You'll be dating in the future too, Ning Rushuang said with a smile, but her gaze was fixed on Jiang Nan, her eyes sparkling with deeper meanings. Jiang Nan just smiled in response. Lang Bingyue obediently replied. Go. Ning Rushuang took Lang Bingyue's hand and waved goodbye to Jiang Nan and Li Jing before heading towards the underground parking lot. Goodbye, boss. Goodbye, Sister Jing. Lang Bingyue waved her hand. After Ning Rushuang and Lang Bingyue went down to the underground parking lot, Jiang Nan exchanged a glance with Li Jing. They both smiled. Jiang Nan wrapped his arm around her waist and slowly made his way down to the underground parking lot. Their pace was slow, and when they arrived, they saw a silver Panamera driving out. Jiang Nan and Li Jing got into the Bugatti Divo one after the other. Boom! A familiar roar, reminiscent of a dragon's roar, erupted. Driving with one hand, he was having a great time. More than half an hour later, in the underground parking lot of Jiancheng building in the old city, as Jiang Nan stepped out of the Bugatti Divo,
his expression turned strange. What kind of occasion is this? Which floor? He asked in the elevator. 58th floor. Li Jing took out her phone from her small handbag, glanced at it, and pressed the button for the 58th floor. Ding! They quickly arrived at the first floor. The elevator door slowly opened. 2 middle-aged men and 3 middle-aged women walked in, chatting and laughing. When they saw Jiang Nan and Li Jing in the elevator, the group couldn't help but glance at Jiang Nan a couple of times. Yes, it was Jiang Nan. The 3 middle-aged women looked at Jiang Nan because he was just too handsome. As for the 2 middle-aged men, they seemed to find Jiang Nan somewhat familiar. Suddenly, as if they remembered something, the 2 middle-aged men exchanged glances and stepped forward, taking out a golden business card from their wallets. Jiang Nan looked at the 2 middle-aged men in confusion. Hello, sir. We met you at the auction last time. Your skills were truly impressive. Yes, this is our business card. We often like to attend such auctions. If you ever have time, just give us a call, and we can arrange something for you. The 2 middle-aged men bowed at a 90-degree angle, presenting their business cards. Seeing this gesture, Jiang Nan frowned. This posture was not something ordinary people could do. In just a moment, he thought of the cherry blossom country on Turtle Island. Glancing casually at the names on the 2 business cards, Kamita Taisher and Yamamoto Hara, Jiang Nan thought, wow, they really are from Kame Island. To be honest, if it weren't for their bowing posture and the names on the cards, one could hardly tell these 2 were from Kame Island just by their very fluent Mandarin. Not interested, Jiang Nan withdrew his gaze, his indifferent voice resonating in the room. Upon hearing Jiang Nan's voice, Kamita Taisher and Yamamoto Hara exchanged glances, slowly rising without a hint of embarrassment, smiling slightly at the handsome young man, and as they retracted their hands, one of them softly said, "Since the gentleman is not interested, then forget it." Ding! At that moment, the elevator chimed, and the doors slowly opened. Goodbye. Kamita Taisher and Yamamoto Hara bowed to Jiang Nan, then walked out with 3 middle-aged women. Honey, I took a glance, those 2 guys are from Kame Island, right? As the elevator doors slowly closed, Li Jing whispered. Yeah, those 3 women too. Jiang Nan nodded. These Kame Island folks probably spent so many years in the country that their appearance and accent were somewhat different from those from back home. Those old ants looked at you as if they wanted to swallow you whole. Li Jing snorted lightly. Ha, maybe your man's charm is just too great. Jiang Nan laughed. Soon, the elevator continued to ascend. Ding! Arriving at the 58th floor, the elevator doors opened slowly. Oh, there's a big restaurant up here? Jiang Nan and Li Jing walked out of the elevator and immediately saw a sign for Wang's restaurant. This restaurant is run by a rich second-generation kid from my high school. I heard Teacher Li is hosting a class reunion, so he specifically chose this place. Li Jing explained. Oh, upon hearing this, Jiang Nan immediately understood, this guy wanted to show off. Welcome. As the 2 approached the entrance, 2 attractive hostesses bowed to them. May I ask if you 2 are here for the class reunion? After the 2 hostesses straightened up, their eyes remained fixed on Jiang Nan, the allure in their gaze clearly genuine. Yes, Li Jing nodded. Please come in, I'll take you to the private room. One of the hostesses opened the door and prepared to lead the way. Hey, Xiaoyu, I'll take these 2 to the private room. The other hostess hurriedly said. It's fine, Xiaohan, I can take them. Xiaoyu had a love-struck smile on her face. Oh, I suddenly need to use the restroom, let's all go in together. Xiaohan had a flash of inspiration, raising her index finger, smiling at Jiang Nan. In response, Jiang Nan exchanged a glance with Li Jing, who was linking her arm with his, revealing a hint of peculiarity on their faces. These 2 girls were really proactive in front of a handsome guy. The attitudes of the 2 hostesses were just a small interlude. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of a luxurious private room. Ladies, this is the private room reserved by Wang Xiao. Please come in. The 2 hostesses pushed open the large door. Jiang Nan and Li Jing walked in, and what greeted them was a huge private room that could accommodate at least 30 people. You're here. Wow, Li Jing is here. My goodness, after all these years, Li Jing is still as beautiful as ever. Wow, the man beside Li Jing is so handsome. As Jiang Nan and Li Jing entered, the people chatting in the private room all turned their attention towards them, and upon seeing this stunning couple, their faces instantly displayed shock and disbelief. Teacher Li. Faced with the shock of her high school classmates in the private room, Li Jing's gaze fell on a bespectacled elderly woman in her 60s, and she immediately waved her small hand with a cheerful smile to greet her. Li Jing, it's been such a long time. A man and a woman supported Teacher Li as they approached, the latter reaching out to pat the back of Li Jing's hand, then turning her gaze to Jiang Nan with a beaming smile. Is this your boyfriend? This young man is really handsome. Yes, this is my boyfriend Jiang Nan. Li Jing nodded in response. Hello, Teacher Li. Jiang Nan smiled and greeted her. Good. Teacher Li exclaimed 3 times, her eyes filled with admiration.
My goodness, he's so handsome.
With that face, that figure, and that charm.
When he smiles, he's simply too handsome. Li Jing is really lucky. Several women were staring at Jiang Nan, unable to take their eyes off him. Bang!
At that moment, the door to the private room was suddenly pushed open. Swish, swish, swish. Everyone in the room turned to look at the entrance. A young man in a well-fitted black suit and gold-rimmed glasses walked in.
Wang Kai is here.
If it weren't for him, we wouldn't be able to come to such a high-end place.
Right. I remember this Wan's restaurant isn't cheap.
A gathering in such a large private room costs at least 50 to 60,000. It's not something ordinary people can afford.
I remember Wang Kai seemed to have fallen for the slimmed-down Li Jing when he transferred to our school in senior year. Although this class reunion was proposed by Teacher Li, the one who will steal the spotlight is definitely Wang Kai. Li Jing's boyfriend doesn't seem bad either,
but being handsome doesn't give him any advantage in front of wealth.
With Wang Kai's appearance, a wave of discussions immediately erupted.
At that moment, Wang Kai's gaze landed on Li Jing, and then he instinctively glanced at Jiang Nan, directly meeting the latter's teasing gaze, his eyes widening in disbelief. He quickly took off his gold-rimmed glasses, rubbed his eyes, and put them back on to look at Jiang Nan.
It's you!
Wang Kai exclaimed in disbelief.
What's going on?
Some people in the private room froze upon seeing that Wang Kai seemed to know Jiang Nan. They had been expecting a good show. After all, in this society, money truly speaks. No matter how good-looking you are, you're ultimately just a plaything for the wealthy. Now, Wang Kai's expression was anything but ordinary, causing those in the private room who wanted to see the excitement to immediately shift their focus back to Jiang Nan.
Honey, do you know Wang Kai?
Li Jing was also taken aback. I met him once at Ru Shuang's house, Jiang Nan replied quietly, then once again cast a teasing glance at Wang Kai. Nice to see you again.
Bro, Wang Kai finally reacted, putting on a warm smile as he quickly stepped forward, pulling out a pack of 100 yuan cigarettes, taking one out and offering it with both hands, saying, Nice to see you again, what a coincidence. Coincidence? Jiang Nan did not refuse Wang Kai's cigarette.
Bro, let me light it for you.
Wang Kai smiled obsequiously, then took out a custom-made unknown lighter.
I'm not smoking right now, Jiang Nan waved his hand.
Alright. Wang Kai immediately put away the lighter, not daring to glance at Li Jing at all, his face full of flattering smiles directed at Jiang Nan, behaving like a complete sycophant. To be honest, Jiang Nan found this a bit surprising. When he had read about wealthy characters in novels on the Tomato Novel app, in a scene like this, Wang Kai would definitely be the one making a scene, surely trying to humiliate Jiang Nan by saying he was playing both sides. Now, from Wang Kai's attitude, it was clear he had no such intentions at all. In the face of absolute strength, those who know how to adapt are the true heroes. This saying was perfectly exemplified by him. Nonsense!
A Bugatti Divo, worth 200 million and limited to just one in the world, was acquired by this guy.
Just think about the background he has.
Just a single car represents the entire fortune that his ancestors couldn't even accumulate in their lifetime. How could he possibly have the guts to provoke such a top-tier young master? It's true that he is a second-generation rich kid, and it's also true that he looks down on most people from the bottom of his heart, and he really enjoys showing off.
But, come on, he may show off, but he's definitely not a fool. Damn!
At this moment, Wang Kai, who was seen as a super-rich second generation in their eyes, was now in such a sycophantic posture facing Jiang Nan.
All of Li Jing's high school classmates in the private room couldn't help but curse, their faces filled with disbelief. This guy is invincible. He must be an even more impressive rich second generation. No.
If Wang Kai, such a super-rich second generation, is like this, he should be called a young master.
Someone swallowed hard. If I were Li Jing, how great would that be? A boyfriend like this? Can't I have one? The women in the private room looked at Jiang Nan with even more admiration than before.
It's no exaggeration to say that several women had already begun to fantasize about replacing Li Jing and becoming the girlfriend of such an outstanding man.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have successfully completed a side quest. Reward, Li Jing's favorability +1, 1 lottery chance.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, the favorability of the beautiful confidant Li Jing +1, beauty points +1, lottery chances +1. At this moment, a series of system prompts echoed in Jiang Nan's mind as he slowly walked towards the dining table, a smile appearing on his face.
Very good.
He currently had 11 lottery chances in hand. Moreover, Li Jing's favorability and beauty points had already reached 98 points. This means that he only needed one more beautiful confidant to reach 98 beauty points, and he would complete a very generous reward side quest.
Soon, everyone took their seats.
With Wang Kai, such a rich second generation, being so respectful to Jiang Nan, there was not a hint of discomfort in what should have been a scene filled with show-offs and exclusion. The meal started quickly and ended relatively fast, around 7 o'clock. After finishing their meal and chatting for a while, Jiang Nan and Li Jing slowly stood up. I have something to do, let's gather again next time. Jiang Nan smiled and nodded, exchanging a glance with Li Jing before they left the dining table. Bro, let me see you off. Wang Kai hurriedly followed behind. After exiting the private room, Wang Kai took out his phone, grinning with a flattering smile. Brother Jiang, can we add each other on WeChat? If you come here to eat in the future, just call me, I'll treat you. Sure. Jiang Nan didn't refuse. Wang Kai was indeed a bit showy, but it didn't really affect him, and this guy's attitude was genuinely good. After they added each other on WeChat, Jiang Nan patted Wang Kai on the shoulder and smiled as he left. Wang Kai followed them to the elevator door, then waved goodbye with a smile to the two inside the elevator. Phew! Once the elevator door closed, Wang Kai let out a long breath, a bitter smile appearing on his face as he couldn't help but mutter, this guy's temperament is indeed not bad. Speaking of which, I've snatched his girlfriend twice in a row. Damn, it seems I should pursue less beautiful women in the future. Finally settled a matter of the heart. Not long after, in the Bugatti Divo, Li Jing, sitting in the passenger seat, stretched her body and smiled. Have you wanted to come to this class reunion for a long time? Jiang Nan asked. No, I've actually wanted to see Teacher Li for a long time, but that teacher has been traveling abroad for the past few years, Li Jing replied. I see. Jiang Nan nodded, glancing at the time. It was just past 7 in the evening, and his gaze flickered for a moment. Where to next? A drive or back to Nan City? Let's go for a drive, take our time getting back, Li Jing said, looking at Jiang Nan, her eyes filled with tenderness. Jiang Nan also focused his gaze on her, and an unusual atmosphere spread between them. Buzz buzz buzz. At that moment, the phone vibrated. Li Jing came back to her senses and took out her phone from the small bag resting on her lap. It's Ru Shuang. Li Jing glanced at her phone and then answered the call. Jing, where are you and your husband? Ning Ru Shuang's voice came through. We just finished the class reunion and are getting ready to head back, Li Jing replied. Okay, you and I are also on our way back. Jing, later tonight. Ning Ru Shuang's voice continued. Li Jing listened quietly, her pretty face already flushed, occasionally glancing at Jiang Nan, her gaze filled with longing. Clearly, she did not refuse. With one hand on the wheel, Jiang Nan had a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, clearly understanding what was happening. About 40 minutes later, in the underground garage of Villa No. 001 in Jiang City, Jiang Nan and Li Jing got out of the Bugatti Divo. As soon as they got out, Li Jing happily ran over, linking her arm with Jiang Nan's, leaning against him like a little bird, and softly said, Husband, I feel so lucky to know you. I feel the same, Jiang Nan said, wrapping his arm around Li Jing's slim waist as they slowly made their way to the first floor. Just as they reached the first floor, laughter from Ning Ru Shuang and Lang Bingyue came from the side hall. Sister Ru Shuang, ha, that tickles. Hearing Lang Bingyue's voice, Li Jing felt a bit shy and wanted to let go of Jiang Nan's arm. But Jiang Nan patted her and whispered, It's fine, Yu isn't a fool, she probably already knows something. Li Jing's pretty face turned red again. When Jiang Nan brought Li Jing into the side hall, he saw Ning Ru Shuang, dressed in a black lace camisole, sitting on the sofa, playfully tickling Lang Bingyue. Ha. Don't! Sister Ru Shuang, I was wrong, stop tickling me, it's just too ticklish. Lang Bingyue's please echoed in the side hall. What did you do wrong? Ning Ru Shuang asked with a smile. Yeah, ha. What did I do wrong? Lang Bingyue came to her senses. Put. Li Jing couldn't help but laugh. You're back. Ning Ru Shuang looked up. She was slightly bent over, sitting on the sofa on top of Lang Bingyue, and this angle met Jiang Nan's gaze. Those who understood. However, for Jiang Nan, this scene was indeed warm. After all, this was the life he wanted the most. To him, this was the warmth of a small family, the happiness he had once wanted to touch but could never reach. At this moment, Ning Ru Shuang also smiled, her man across from her, and she didn't hold back, her gaze shifting to Jiang Nan and Li Jing, immediately revealing a smile. She got off Lang Bingyue and then jogged over. Without saying a word, just a glance, she then headed towards the second floor. Lang Bingyue's favorability +1. 2.5 hours later, a system notification sounded in Jiang Nan's mind. In response, Jiang Nan, walking alone towards the bathroom, had a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. He possessed the ability of super senses, and just now he had activated it. Therefore, any movement in the entire villa was basically within his perception. Thus, the increase in favorability towards Lang Bingyue was quite reasonable. The favorability has reached 96 points, already equal to Lang Bingyue's attractiveness score. Nothing has truly happened yet, and it has already reached its peak. If something were to happen, could it rise by 2 more points in a very short time, bringing her attractiveness score to 98, thus completing the current small task at hand? Jongnan pushed open the bathroom door, his eyes sparkling with a strange light. He felt that it might not be as difficult as he had imagined. Anything was possible. After all, with Lang Bingyua's personality, if something indescribable were to truly happen between them, leading to substantial progress, then he would definitely wholeheartedly give himself to her. No rush, let's first draw from the extraordinary lottery. Jiang Nan turned on the water, and the sound of rushing water immediately filled the bathroom. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan began to communicate with the system in his mind. System, conduct the second extraordinary lottery for me. A huge illusory wheel immediately appeared before Jiang Nan's eyes. Whoosh! Biu. Accompanied by the sound of water, the wheel began to spin. After a few seconds, ding! The system's prompt sounded in Jiang Nan's mind. Congratulations, host, you have successfully drawn the ability of precognition in this extraordinary lottery. Ha! At the moment the reward appeared, Jiang Nan was stunned. Then, his eyes widened in shock. Goodness, precognition? He couldn't have misheard. System, let me check this precognition ability. Jiang Nan hurriedly said. Precognition ability. First stage precognition ability, a weakened version of precognition. After drawing 3 first stage precognition abilities, it can evolve into a second stage precognition ability. This stage of precognition only allows for foresight of events within a week and cannot control the foresight. After reading the introduction of this precognition ability, Jiang Nan's pupils suddenly constricted and expanded. First stage precognition ability? That is to say, it is equivalent to a basic precognition ability. At this stage, he could not control it and could only passively foresee events, and only those within a week. It sounded like it wasn't impressive. In fact, it seemed there was nothing impressive about it. But this was a potentially growing superpower. Perhaps it wasn't impressive now, but that didn't mean it wouldn't be in the future. Interesting, having it is better than not having it. Although I can't currently control the release of this ability, there is still great potential for development. Jiang Nan wouldn't feel regretful just because this precognition ability wasn't complete. On the contrary, he understood very well how powerful this ability could be. This ability, in a certain sense, could already be considered a branch of the kingly power of time. Interesting, it's like turning a world into an upgrade game. However, it really does seem quite interesting. A slight smile curved Jiang Nan's lips, and then he closed his eyes to enjoy the unusual sensation of water washing over his head. At the same time, an inexplicable image appeared in his mind. Whoosh! A woman dressed very maturely but with a doll-like face, even with explosive features, was violently struck by a car and sent flying several meters away, dying on the spot. The time was also clearly displayed in the upper left corner of the image. May 30th, 2024, 5:20 and 43 seconds p.m. Ha! The moment this image appeared, Jiang Nan suddenly opened his eyes, his face showing a look of astonishment. What does this mean? Has the precognition ability activated? Moreover, on May 30th, he should be in Kyoto, right? Splash! The sound of water continued. Jiang Nan tried hard to recall the woman from the car accident in the picture, his eyes involuntarily narrowing. It seems that the woman with the youthful face must have some connection to me, otherwise, how could she suddenly activate her precognitive ability for no reason? Jiang Nan's gaze flickered for a moment, shaking his head and deciding not to think too deeply about it. A few minutes later, Jiang Nan dried his hair and walked out of the bathroom. At the same time, his supersensory ability activated, and he slowly closed his eyes. Grandma, I found out that I've fallen for my boss. What should I do? Oh dear, I want to fight for it too, but, like Grandpa, my boss has many beautiful confidants around him. Yeah, the boss is excellent, handsome, and knows martial arts. I'm no match for him, he could defeat me in just a few moves. I think Grandpa probably isn't his match either. You don't believe it? Humph. When I have time, I'll bring the boss back, and you can let Grandpa practice with him, and you'll see. The sound of Lang Bingyua's phone call entered Jiang Nan's ears. Oh, hearing these words, Jiang Nan's face showed a look of surprise. Goodness, Lang Bingyua's grandpa actually has several beautiful confidants too? That's something. Turning off his supersensory ability, Jiang Nan chuckled and shook his head, walking down to the second floor and sitting on the side hall sofa. Click! Just as he lit a cigarette and took out his phone, Jiang Nan saw a live broadcast notification pushed from Douyin. The streamer you follow, Jiang Yan, has started a live broadcast. What kind of broadcast is this at night? Curious, Jiang Nan clicked in. Welcome, Brother Jiang Nan from the Misty Rain Jiang Nan, to the live broadcast room. Brother Jiang Nan, what brings you here? As soon as he entered the live room, Jiang Yan's surprised voice immediately rang out.
I just had a late night snack and was about to check my phone, Jongnan replied. It's already past 10. Why did you suddenly start a broadcast? A female streamer in the live broadcast group had a little spat with me in the group chat, saying she wanted to go live for a PK, and whoever loses has to bark like a dog for a minute, Zhang Yan said with a wry smile. So, here I am, just started the broadcast. Hearing this, Zhang Nan's gaze flickered. Honey, look. At that moment, Zhang Yan sent 2 screenshots from the background, and the time was just around 10 o'clock, just a few minutes after the argument started. I just started the broadcast and didn't have time to tell you, and then you showed up. I can guarantee, I really didn't want to sneakily go live. Clearly, Zhang Yan was genuinely afraid Zhang Nan would misunderstand something and hurriedly explained. I wouldn't think too much about it. Seeing the woman's message, Zhang Nan couldn't help but smile and replied, Don't worry, with me here, you won't lose. Thank you, honey, you're the best in the world, love you, moi. Zhang Yan immediately breathed a sigh of relief and quickly acted cute. Moreover, at that moment in the live room, she had no pretense, as this message was sent via voice. So even without hearing the voice message, Zhang Nan knew what it was about. This woman has become much more docile. It would be impossible for Zhang Nan not to feel a sense of pride. Returning to the live room, seeing the frenzied barrage of comments, a hint of disdainful smile crept onto his lips. The streamer has a husband? Goodbye, goodbye. I never give money to female streamers with husbands. You can have a husband, but you can't say that. Otherwise, do you really think we're fools? Looking at these low-level accounts, Zhang Nan curled his lips. What they said, did they think Zhang Yan didn't have a husband? And how much could they donate? Exiting the live room, Zhang Nan directly charged 5 million into it. 5 million equals 50 million Do coins. It shouldn't be that he couldn't win a PK match, right? Zhang Nan re-entered Zhang Yan's live broadcast room, glancing at the number of viewers. There were over 100 before, but now there were only a little over 30. Haifeng, host, I support you. Although I don't have much money, all the dojwan I snatched from other female hosts will go to you. Fox Baba, I came from the Dohu live broadcast platform. Later, during the PK, I can still send you a huazi and a plane. Go for it, host. Dandy15, host, why aren't you wearing white stockings today? Later, I'll send you a hot air balloon. Can you sell me a tea bag? Please, I really want to buy a tea bag to brew tea. Mosquito Bite ZC, dude upstairs, why does your name sound so much like the author of a book I saw on Tomato? Although there were only about 30 people in the live broadcast room, the bullet comments were still quite lively, with great activity. Zhang Huan sent the host a hot air balloon X1. Meng Diapi sent the host a hot air balloon X1. Yenyu Jiangnan sent the host a carnival X1. Before the PK even started, valuable gifts and worthless small gifts were already being sent in a flurry. Thank you for everyone's gifts. Thank you for the carnival, husband. Zhang Yan made a heart gesture in the live room. Husband? Hearing this title, the fans in the live room finally realized that the brother Yenyu Jiangnan, who had been sending gifts to the host, had already won over Zhang Yan. However, for Zhang Nan, the remaining fans were all true fans, so they all began to offer their blessings. Seeing these blessings, Zhang Nan directly sent a red envelope of 100,000 dojwan, and then started to flood Zhang Yan's screen with carnivals. In less than a minute, Zhang Nan directly sent 300 carnivals. One carnival costs 3,000, 10 is 30,000, and 100 is 300,000. 300 carnivals sent down meant a total of 900,000. Brother Jiangnan V587. Still calling him brother? Hurry up and call him dad. I've never seen a red envelope worth 100,000 dojwan before. Jiangnan dad, wish you and Jiangyan mom a lifetime of happiness. One by one, the bullet comments rolled through the live room, and seeing this, Jiangnan couldn't help but chuckle. These guys were really amusing. Hey, can you hear me? Is my mic not broken? At that moment, a crackling sound came from the live room, causing Jiangnan to frown immediately. It's very crackly, please adjust it. Zhang Yan frowned, looking at a female host who had joined her PK, and impatiently said, hurry up and fight, once it's over, I'm going to sleep for my beauty rest. Her personality usually wouldn't be like this, but she felt that the crackling from this female host was definitely intentional, so naturally, she didn't have a good expression. Hey, is my mic still crackling? Hello? After a few seconds, the female host still had some crackling noise coming through. In an instant, Zhang Yan directly cut off the PK connection, took another phone, and sent a voice message in a group. Please fix your mic completely before connecting with me. This idiot is definitely doing it on purpose. Even the person with the best temper couldn't stand 2 rounds of crackling noise. Not to mention, her man was in the live room. How could she endure that? After a few seconds, a PK connection request came through. Zhang Yan let her wait for a few seconds before slowly agreeing to the PK. This time, it should be fine, right? The female host said lightly. Alright, the punishment remains. It's a 5-minute PK to determine the winner. With Jiangnan around, Jiang Yan really didn't know how to lose, so she directly said, I hope you won't back out if you lose. Heh, really confident? Ha, you, a small streamer with no audience, dare to act so tough? Don't you know there's a saying in the streaming world? A wife's exhibition hall, a husband's glory. Just wait and see how my big brother here makes you scream. Ha. The female streamer on the other side laughed arrogantly, showing no restraint in her mockery of Jiang Yan. Hearing this, Jiang Yan said nothing, directly muted the woman's microphone, and then officially started the PK. In the instant the PK began, the female streamer named Xiao Baoying immediately took the lead with an overwhelming score. 30,000 points. That's just the score of a carnival. Although there was no sound from Xiao Baoying's side, only the live broadcast screen, it was still clear that she had a condescending attitude, as if saying, see, this is the strength of my big brother. Jiang Nan took a glance, and when the opponent's score reached 100,000, he immediately started to spam. In just a few seconds, with Jiang Nan's lightning-fast clicking speed, he racked up as many as 50 points. The moment he hit 1,500,000 points, even Xiao Baoying on the other side didn't react immediately. After finishing a private chat with a big brother in her livestream, she looked at the live broadcast and finally noticed the score on her side. 3 million? What the hell? Am I seeing things? At that moment, in Xiao Baoying's livestream, she suddenly rubbed her eyes and saw Jiang Yan's PK score had reached 3 million points. No! In just the blink of an eye, it jumped to 4 million. 5 million. 6 million? What the hell? 6 million points already. Xiao Baoying was shocked to a new high, jumping up from her seat, her exclamations continuous as she leaned closer to the camera, her eyes fixed on the rapidly rising score, feeling a tingling sensation on her scalp. The big brother on the other side could spam, no need to mention that, but how could his clicking speed be so fast too? In less than a minute, the score had actually surpassed 10 million points. In terms of gift money, this 10 million points was worth 1 million yuan. Brothers, keep up. We must win today. The other side isn't scoring anymore. We need to catch up. It's just a small 10 million points. If you all put in some effort now, I can work even harder later. Xiao Baoying saw Jiang Yan's livestream score reach 10 million points and immediately stopped, hurriedly sitting down steadily to issue commands to the big brothers in her livestream. This Xiao Baoying really has some skills. In Jiang Yan's livestream, seeing the opponent's score catch up in just another minute, even surpassing by 1 million points, made her chuckle softly. Others might not know how exaggerated her man's strength was, but Jiang Yan certainly did. Yenyu Jiangnan sent the streamer a Carnival X1. Yenyu Jiangnan sent the streamer a Carnival X1. Yenyu Jiangnan sent the streamer a Carnival X1. Jiangnan continued to spam while also pondering. Should he ask Douyin to create a special gift for him, one that could be sent out for 10,000 yuan, or even 100,000 yuan? This 3,000 yuan per carnival gift was just too time-consuming. What should he call this special gift? Lost in thought, he unconsciously started clicking furiously. Thus, at this moment, Jiang Yan's PK score began to truly soar. 15 million, 20 million, 25 million. In just another minute, Jiang Yan's livestream PK score instantly reached a terrifying 40 million points. At this moment, Jiang Nan also snapped back to reality, and before Jiang Yan and the audience in the livestream could react, he immediately sent a bullet comment, "No diamonds left, I'm going to recharge 5 million. When Jiang Nan finished recharging and entered the live broadcast room, he saw that the number of people in the room had already surged to over 1,000. At that moment, the barrage of comments in the live room was overwhelming, with messages flying by one after another, dazzling to behold. Jiang Nan glanced at the score of the female streamer Xia Bang across from him, which was around 15 million. If he wanted to catch up, it would take quite a bit of effort. Honey, I feel like we don't need to spend anymore. It seems like they don't have the strength anymore. As soon as Jiang Nan entered, Jiang Yan's voice immediately rang out in the live room. It's fine. Jiang Nan said he would recharge 5 million, but in reality, he recharged 6 million. Currently, Jiang Yan's PK score was at 40 million, and when it hit 90 million, Jiang Nan's obsessive-compulsive disorder would be quite uncomfortable. He was preparing to go straight for 100 million. Without wasting any time, he started to rack up points. 50 million, 60 million, 70 million. What the hell? He's starting to rack up points again. This big brother on the other side. I just noticed, he's level 74. Wasn't he just over level 70 a moment ago? How did he level up so fast? No kidding, at this rate, this big brother is about to hit level 75 and become a true max-level Douyin tycoon. At this moment, in Xia Bang's live room, everyone was watching the rapidly soaring PK score,
and it didn't take long for it to reach 100 million, leaving everyone with looks of disbelief on their faces.
100 million PK points. That's 10 million yuan. Just from one PK, he racked up 10 million? Ladies and gentlemen, Xia Bang looked at the astonishing 100 million PK score, bitterly opening her mouth, her face showing a constipated expression, weakly saying, "Can we get a few more points? Get more points? With this 100 million score, who can keep up? Remember, I spent quite a bit for you today, make sure to private message me later." Damn it, you're competing against a top-tier Big Brother streamer. Don't you have any self-awareness? It's fine if you embarrass yourself, but it's really hard for me to take. Suddenly, the Big Brothers in Xia Bang's live room started cursing. Ding! Congratulations, host, consumption completed. Received 10 times consumption rebate, 110 million yuan. On Jiangnan's side, when he successfully leveled up to 75, his Douyin diamonds were also spent clean. And in his mind, the system's prompts rang out one after another. 10 times consumption rebate, pure profit of 100 million. So satisfying. Yenyu Jiangnan Brothers 666. Level 75 Tycoon. Oh my god, I witnessed the birth of a level 75 Tycoon. Dad, send another lucky bag. In Jiangyan's live room, the barrage of comments was absolutely insane. As soon as one message was sent, another would immediately cover it. The frequency of the screen being flooded was simply outrageous. I'm out. Jiangnan sent a message, preparing to exit the live room to watch a couple of short videos and sleep. Honey, wait, the streamer on the other side hasn't barked yet. Jiang Yan immediately turned on the mic for the other side and said, Xia Bang, you lost. Whatever the bet was, I hope you keep your word. I wouldn't go back on my word for just a minute of barking. Although Xia Bang's expression wasn't great, after taking a deep breath, she started barking. After a full minute, once she finished, Xia Bang immediately cut off the connection. Ha ha ha. Jiang Yan immediately burst into laughter, and then seeing Jiang Nan exit the live room, she quickly said, Everyone, today's live stream is over. See you next time. Smack. Instant end of the broadcast. At the same time, Jiang Nan's WeChat received a message, Honey, can you take a call now? Yes. Jiang Nan replied to Jiang Yan. In an instant, Jiang Yan made a video call. Honey, I really owe you one just now, otherwise, it would have been me getting called out. As soon as the video call connected, Jiang Yan's sweet voice rang out. A score of 100 million. This exaggerated number was something Jiang Yan had never dared to imagine, and she had just achieved it. It's no exaggeration to say that after today, Douyin might really have marketing accounts seizing this point to start promoting it heavily, and perhaps her followers would surge as well. How could I let my woman lose? Jiang Nan chuckled. At this moment, he also noticed Jiang Yan's outfit, a very formal set of loungewear, with not a hint of anything revealing. Jiang Nan was naturally extremely satisfied with this. Before you knew me, you could show off, but after knowing me, after becoming my woman, you can't show off even a bit. Honey, why are you still awake? Jiang Yan's sultry gaze turned towards him, leaning closer to the camera, her index finger resting on her lips, gently biting her lower lip, giving Jiang Nan a knowing look. Didn't we just finish a late-night snack? Seeing her like this, how could Jiang Nan not know what she wanted? Honey, the night is long, and I can't sleep. I wonder if I could invite you out for a stroll. Jiang Yan said softly. Hearing this, Jiang Nan glanced at the time. It was just past 10, not too late, and he immediately replied, Sure, you can take a taxi over. Honey, remember to drive out. Jiang Yan hinted. Okay. Jiang Nan nodded and hung up the video call. Looking at his phone, he chuckled as he got up from the sofa. If Jiang Nan didn't understand the implication of her asking him to drive out, then he would truly be a fool. Jiang Yan's favorability +1. May 24th. Exactly midnight. A Bugatti Divo slowly backed out of a small alley. Inside the car, Jiang Yan in the passenger seat was blushing, casting a flirtatious glance at Jiang Nan, then obediently tidying up her somewhat messy skirt. How about it? You should be able to sleep tonight, right? Jiang Nan looked at Jiang Yan, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. The increase in her favorability had also given him another chance for a regular lottery draw. I currently have 2 chances. It seems I need 8 more to exchange for an extraordinary draw, but in reality, accumulating 10 quickly isn't too difficult. Jiang Nan still had a small welfare task at hand. Completing that task would grant him 5 more chances for a regular lottery draw. So, in Jiang Nan's view, the next extraordinary draw wouldn't be too far off. If I could sleep holding my husband, I'd definitely sleep better, Jiang Yan shyly responded. I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to sleep at all. After exiting the alley, Jiang Nan picked up his phone and directly transferred 5 million to her. 5 million sent out. Another billion in hand. This made Jiang Nan involuntarily break into a joyful smile. Ha, honey, why did you transfer me 5 million again? Zhang Yan exclaimed upon hearing the notification sound from her phone.
When she saw the 5 million had arrived, her eyes widened in surprise.
For being so obedient.
Zhang Nan, driving with one hand, said with a smile, you can buy a nice car with that. Next time you won't need to take a taxi, and these days, taking a taxi isn't necessarily safe. Better to be cautious. What he said was indeed reasonable. In this world, there were simply too many people with ill intentions. A little bit of trouble, and after a few curses, it was very likely something would happen. But, Zhang Yan opened her mouth, but upon meeting Jiang Nan's gaze, she immediately nodded obediently and said happily, thank you, husband. The money Jiang Nan transferred to her was quite a lot, and with several live streaming rewards, she could honestly say that once the profit was in, she would instantly become a millionaire. Not to mention that once she became a millionaire, Zhang Yan would start to think highly of herself. Leaving aside Jiang Nan's background, just his looks, his figure, and his capabilities made Zhang Yan realize that she could never leave this man in her lifetime.
Around 8 in the morning, in a presidential suite of a 5-star hotel, Zhang Nan slowly woke up. The beauty beside him was already gone. He turned over, glanced at the phone next to him, and saw it was 8 o'clock in the morning.
Ha! Yawning, Zhang Nan stretched lazily and headed towards the bathroom while checking his WeChat messages.
Zhang Yan, husband, I have class later, so I'm heading back first. Ning Rushuang, why did you sneak out last night? Landlady, picture.
As he washed up, Zhang Nan replied one by one. What should have been a few minutes of washing up turned into over half an hour due to the multiple beautiful acquaintances. Having beautiful acquaintances is a moment of joy, but having them all the time is a continuous joy. No, sometimes it can be quite troublesome. Although there was no love rival situation, chatting day in and day out still made Zhang Nan feel quite tired. Though he felt tired, the smile at the corner of Zhang Nan's mouth was impossible to suppress. After coming out of the bathroom and getting dressed, Zhang Nan checked out and left the hotel.
In the Bugatti Divo,
Zhang Nan's fingers lightly tapped the steering wheel, his eyes sparkling with a strange light as he muttered, it's the 24th, tomorrow morning at 8, a flight to the Magic City, then a few days of fun before heading to Kyoto. After that, I probably won't be able to accompany the beauties in Zhangcheng. He had already arranged everything with Ning Rushuang. Today, he could properly spend time with the landlady and Su Yun. Buzz buzz buzz.
At that moment, his phone suddenly vibrated.
Zhang Nan came back to his senses, glanced at it, and couldn't help but smile.
It really was true that thinking of something would bring it to you. Sister Xia.
Zhang Nan answered the call, greeting her. You little brat, you said you were going to the Magic City to play with Chiu Chiu tomorrow. Are you not planning to spend time with me and Su Yun today?
The landlady's voice rang out. I'm on my way. Zhang Nan laughed. Are you ready with your battle robe? Chi Pao.
The landlady replied cheerfully. Su Yun and I sent the 2 girls to kindergarten and rushed back without even having breakfast. No problem. I'll bring you soy milk and fried dough sticks later. Zhang Nan's eyes lit up at the mention of the Chi Pao. After chatting for a bit, the call ended, and Zhang Nan focused on driving.
Half an hour later, in the South Sky Pavilion Villa,
he had just parked the car in the underground garage.
The sound of high heels echoed. Zhang Nan followed the sound and saw the landlady and Su Yun, 2 charming beauties, swaying their hips as they approached.
As everyone knows, the Chi Pao highlights the figure, and both the landlady and Su Yun had extremely perfect bodies. Among them, the landlady's curves were particularly exaggerated. At that moment, wearing a Chi Pao, she truly had a striking presence. Not to mention, both the landlady and Su Yun had their hair tied up high, and the looks they cast were incredibly captivating.
Luxury cars, beautiful women, 2.5 hours. Su Yun's favorability +1. Su Yun's favorability +1. At this moment, in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows of the living room on the first floor, clack, Zhang Nan looked at the handprint on the glass, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. Afterward, he enjoyed a cigarette, feeling as happy as a god.
Zhang Nan turned and sat back down on the sofa, where several flesh-colored stockings lay. He couldn't help but exhale a long puff of smoke, nodding in appreciation. He felt that he had definitely taken quite a few steps today. From the underground parking lot to the living room, then up the stairs to the second floor, slowly making his way to the master bedroom.
I already have 4 chances for the lottery, not bad, right?
Zhang Nan was quite pleased with the speed at which he was accumulating lottery chances, especially since this meeting had directly increased Su Yun's favorability by 2 points. Lin Manman's favorability is only at 92 points. There's still plenty of room for development.
A smile appeared on Jiang Nan's face.
Suddenly, he thought of something, and a spark lit up in his eyes.
The landlady's favorability had also reached 97 points. If he wanted to improve it further, Would he need to complete some side tasks? With that thought, he exhaled a puff of smoke and extinguished his cigarette. Just as he stood up from the sofa, he heard faint footsteps coming from the stairs on the second floor. Jiangnan turned to look, and the landlady, with her silver hair cascading down and looking somewhat disheveled, hesitated as she walked down. Especially when she met Jiangnan's concerned gaze, a hint of worry appeared on her stunningly beautiful face. Jiangnan approached the landlady and embraced her, noticing her troubled expression. Although he didn't see the golden exclamation mark above her head, he was still curious about why she looked this way.
Sister Xia, what's wrong? You don't look well, is something bothering you?
Jiangnan, on the 1st of next month, there's a parent-child activity at the little girl's kindergarten.
I was wondering if you could join me and the little girl for this activity?
The landlady said softly. Hearing this, Jiangnan was slightly taken aback. He thought something serious was going on, but it turned out to be this.
He immediately smiled and said, no problem. The little girl is also my goddaughter. What's wrong with participating in this activity?
At the moment Jiangnan said this, he saw a golden, illusory exclamation mark slowly appear above the landlady's head.
Ding!
Congratulations, host. Due to the high favorability of your confidant Xia Jiqing, you have successfully triggered a random side task. Complete it to receive a task reward. Please click on the golden exclamation mark above Xia Jiqing's head to view the side task. Immediately, as the system's prompts echoed in Jiangnan's mind, he focused his thoughts and saw an illusory finger point at the golden exclamation mark above the landlady's head. Task description: accompany Xia Jiqing and Xia Yingying to participate in the parent-child activity. Task reward: Xia Jiqing favorability +1 lottery chance. After reading this side task, Jiangnan's eyes sparkled with a strange light. This task would probably have to wait until he returned from Kyoto to complete. Although he couldn't finish it now, Jiangnan didn't feel it was a pity at all.
Jiangnan. The landlady hugged Jiangnan emotionally and said softly, the reason I hesitated is because of Su Yun.
Sister Yun.
Jiangnan recalled that both little girls attended the same kindergarten.
This was indeed a bit biased. I talked to Su Yun. She was quite open-minded, saying that the little girl isn't really your goddaughter, so it's perfectly normal for her to participate in the activity with Yingying. It would be a bit strange to join the activity with the little girl, the landlady said softly.
It's fine, these things take time.
You and Sister Yun are both my confidants. I will treat both little girls equally. I can always keep things balanced.
Jiangnan said gently.
There is a slight debt here, but he will definitely compensate for it later. Then.
It's settled, June 1st.
The landlady nodded, revealing a smile, and then her voice rang out. It's almost lunchtime. I'll go see what dishes are in the kitchen.
I'll cook today.
Jiangnan directly picked up the landlady in a princess carry, swiftly bringing her to the living room and placing her on the sofa, then rolled up his sleeves and said, I'm not pretending anymore. I'm a top chef.
You really can cook. I admit you're a top chef.
But
this cooking is different from that cooking. Are you sure you can do it? The landlady looked at Jiangnan in surprise. Since she met Jiangnan, she had never heard that he could cook. In front of a man, you can't use such a question.
Jiangnan smiled confidently. Seeing Jiangnan turn towards the kitchen, the landlady became curious. Just as she was about to follow him into the kitchen, footsteps came from the staircase on the second floor.
Sister Xia, Jiangnan?
Soon, Su Yun, dressed in a white lace nightgown, came down. Chop, chop, chop. At this moment, sounds came from the kitchen, which made Su Yun look towards the kitchen in surprise.
Su Yun.
The landlady walked out of the living room and called softly.
Ha, Sister Xia, what are you doing here?
What about the kitchen?
Su Yun looked at the approaching landlady in surprise.
It's Jiangnan. The landlady laughed. He said he not only has great cooking skills, but his real cooking skills are also very impressive. Su Yun naturally knew what the first kind of cooking skills referred to, which made her cheeks flush slightly, and then she quickly reacted, pulling the landlady towards the kitchen. Chop, chop, chop. Arriving at the kitchen door, Su Yun and the landlady looked inside and saw Jiangnan skillfully handling a knife, performing a very cool knife flourish. Even while cutting ingredients, he turned his head to look at the two of them without missing a beat. Jiangnan, your knife skills are impressive. The landlady wasn't very good at cooking, but she was still shocked by Jiangnan's knife skills. Sister Xia, Jiangnan's knife skills are not just simple, they're incredible. Su Yun, who had been cooking for years, widened her eyes in amazement at Jiangnan's terrifying knife skills and exclaimed, this is cooking turned into art. Honestly, if I recorded a video and posted it online, with Jiangnan's looks, a little promotion, he could easily become a $1 million internet celebrity in a few days. Facing the astonishment of the two beautiful women, Jiangnan smiled slightly and said, Sister Xia, Sister Yun, you can wait in the living room for a bit, the food will be ready soon. No, seeing your knife skills is so enjoyable, I bet it will be even more enjoyable when you start cooking. The landlady said with a grin and stepped into the kitchen.
Hearing this, Soo-yeon felt as if a wheel had rolled right in front of her. Being someone who easily got shy, her cheeks turned rosy as she looked at Jung-nan, who was already heating oil in the pan, her eyes sparkling with a strange light. This man was truly the perfect man sent to her by heaven. He was simply too capable.
You better be talking about cooking.
Jung-nan glanced at the landlady who was close to him and then started cooking.
Indeed, as the landlady said, watching Jang-nan cook was a pleasure.
In just a minute or two, the aroma of meat filled the entire kitchen.
So fragrant.
The landlady excitedly sniffed a few times, looking at the busy Jung-nan, her eyes filled with little hearts. Hearing the excited shouts of the landlady, Jung-nan said it was fake that he wasn't feeling good, and immediately began to show off his skills, which instantly drew a round of admiration from the two women. Soon, in just a short while, a plate of stir-fried pork with green peppers was ready.
Try it.
The landlady couldn't help herself, grabbed a pair of chopsticks, and directly tasted a piece of the stir-fried pork. At the moment she began to chew, a bright light suddenly burst forth in her eyes, and she exaggeratedly exclaimed, So delicious.
Soo-yeon, you have to try this.
I would call this the best stir-fried pork with green peppers in the world.
Is it really that exaggerated?
Soo-yeon thought Jung-nan's cooking skills were good, but not to that extent. She walked over, took the chopsticks handed to her by the landlady, and picked up a piece of pork to put in her mouth. The unique flavor spread across Soo-yeon's tongue, making her eyes widen in surprise as she exclaimed, "It really is delicious." She had seen Jang-nan's ingredients earlier, and they were the same as her usual steps, but the taste was like heaven and earth apart.
What's going on? Jung-nan, did you add some different seasoning?
Soo-yeon was astonished.
No, this is just skill.
Jung-nan smiled mysteriously. With master-level cooking skills, if he didn't have some kind of taste enhancement, he really wouldn't consider it a skill produced by the system.
Soo-yeon's favorability +1. Ding! Congratulations, host. Soo-yeon's favorability +1. Beauty points +1. Lottery chance +1. Ding!
Congratulations, host. Soo-yeon's favorability has successfully reached 95 points, gaining an additional lottery chance. As the system's prompt sounded again, his eyes suddenly lit up. 2 more lottery chances in hand. That meant he now had a total of 6 lottery chances.
Awesome!
Soon, 4 home-style dishes were completed. At this moment, at the dining table, the landlady and Soo-yeon looked at the few home-style dishes with incredulous expressions on their faces.
I feel like I could eat several big bowls of rice today.
The landlady took a few deep sniffs, and a look of obsession appeared on her face.
Jung-nan, you really are quite hidden. I never thought your cooking skills were this amazing.
Soo-yeon was also skilled in home-style cooking, but compared to Jung-nan's skills, she felt there was no comparison.
Just the aroma of the dishes made her mouth water uncontrollably. Let's eat. Jung-nan started to dig in.
So delicious. The landlady and Soo-yeon also began to eat, and soon, their exclamations of surprise rang out. It sounded quite exaggerated, but in reality, it was not exaggerated at all considering the deliciousness of these home-style dishes.
Jung-nan smiled at this. Next, the landlady and Soo-yeon were truly firing on all cylinders.
It was their first time tasting Jung-nan's home-style cooking, and it was so delicious that they both ended up devouring 3 bowls of rice, and they even cleaned up the sauce from the 4 dishes.
So full.
The landlady slumped back in her chair, rubbing her slightly bulging belly, her face filled with a lingering happy smile. She felt that this meal was countless times more delicious than the food made by chefs from so-called 3-star Michelin restaurants. I can't take it anymore. Jung-nan can't cook anymore in the future. I'm afraid if I eat this a few more times, I'll definitely gain weight.
Soo-yeon shook her head with a bitter smile.
Every time he cooked, she would at least have to start with 3 bowls of rice, and that was her being restrained. If she weren't, 4 bowls would definitely be a given.
Ha ha!
Facing the praises from the 2 women, Jung-nan naturally felt very pleased. He stood up, preparing to clear the dishes.
Jung-nan, don't clean up, leave some work for us to do, just enough to digest a bit,
the landlady hurriedly said, and then she also forced herself up from the chair.
Yes, we must do something, otherwise we'll feel too stuffed.
Soo-yeon also got up and began to help the landlady with the dishes.
All right.
Jung-nan didn't argue and headed towards the living room while his voice continued. I need to go to Modu tomorrow, stay there for a few days, and then I have to go to Kyoto to handle some matters, flying back on the morning of the 1st.
The parent-child activity is in the afternoon, so we'll definitely make it. The landlady nodded.
Upon arriving in the living room, Jung-nan didn't light a cigarette this time. Instead, he called up his character attribute panel to take a look.
Host, Jung-nan. Age, 21 years. Charm, 100 points. Height, 185 centimeters. Wealth, 11. 6 billion yuan.
Abilities: Stage 1 Precognition, Insight, Indestructible Body, Super Senses, Master Level Cooking, Master Level Martial Arts, Master Level Piano, Master Level Traditional Chinese Medicine, Title of Destined Protagonist. Assets: 10 years of tradable lifespan, Jiangcheng Building, Jiangcheng Tianfu Villano, 001, Porsche Cayenne, Pagani Huayra, Bugatti Divo. Life opportunities: will receive a great gift on the day of his 22nd birthday. Ha! After glancing at his attribute panel, Jiangnan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, a hint of surprise appearing on his face. Besides updating a few abilities, there was an additional charm section. Moreover, if his charm was at 100 points as the maximum value, then it was already fully maxed out. I already have 11.6 billion in savings. After finishing this small welfare task, I can spend a bit, and then I should be able to exchange for a big welfare task to test the waters. Just the rewards from the small welfare task were so generous, it's not hard to imagine how rich the rewards from the big welfare task would be. Also, this tradable 10 years of lifespan is quite useful. Jiang Nan's eyes narrowed slightly. There would always be wealthy people in this world. Let alone 10 years of lifespan, even a month or even half a month of lifespan would be worth a fortune to those whose life was nearing its end and wanted to continue living. Not to mention spending all their wealth just to live for half a month. They would absolutely be willing to part with half of their wealth to live for another half month. However, earning money is extremely easy for me. This 10 years of tradable lifespan must be used for the right purpose. Essentially, Jiang Nan didn't lack money. If he were to sell this 10 years of lifespan, that would naturally be impossible. Unless, of course, it was for 100 billion in exchange for a few days of lifespan. Jiang Nan wouldn't mind selling a few days of lifespan. After all, 100 billion could give him the opportunity to exchange for a big welfare task. With that big welfare task, perhaps he would also gain tradable lifespan. One day, when the tradable lifespan I have reaches a peak, I will truly be the uncrowned king of this world. Jiang Nan's eyes narrowed slightly. Not only would his lifespan be infinite, but the beautiful confidants around him would also be infinite. And those who truly hold high positions, if they want to survive, would have to give something up, becoming slaves to their lifespan. He controlled the distribution of lifespan, and those in high positions, with power and influence, would be equivalent to becoming his servants. No rush, there's really no need to rush. I'm still young, and I have plenty of time to develop. A confident smile curved at the corner of Jiang Nan's mouth. For others, time in the future would be very valuable, but for him, perhaps the least valuable thing would be time. Clap. He said he wouldn't smoke, but as he pondered, he subconsciously lit a cigarette. He got up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the small garden in front of the villa, his eyes slightly squinting as he began to envision the future. Around 3 in the afternoon. Splash. In the master bedroom bathroom. The sound of running water echoed. Buzz buzz buzz. After a while, as Jiang Nan stepped out of the master bedroom after his shower, his phone vibrated. He took it out and glanced at it. It was a voice call from Chiu Ruiyue on WeChat. Sister Chiu. Chiu Ruiyue was a few years older than him, so Jiang Nan felt no embarrassment in calling her sister. Jiang Nan, I'm going to take a vacation in a few days. I wonder if you have time. Chiu Ruiyue's cheerful voice rang out. In a few days? Probably not. I'm planning to go to the Magic City to see my girlfriend tomorrow, and after a few days there, I have to go to Kyoto to handle some matters. Jiang Nan thought for a moment and shook his head, saying, how about next month? I basically have nothing going on then. Even if he had something, it would depend on the tasks at hand at that time. Going to the Magic City? Then to Kyoto? Hearing Jiang Nan's words, Chiu Ruiyue felt a bit disappointed, but she quickly composed herself. After all, she had no relationship with Jiang Nan. Moreover, it was unreasonable to expect someone to skip going to the Magic City to accompany her, a person with whom he had no relationship. Then I'll adjust my schedule a bit. Chiu Ruiyue took a deep breath and said softly, how about the beginning of next month? Sure, after the first. Jiang Nan mentioned that he had to accompany the landlady and the little girl to a parent-child activity at kindergarten on the 1st, so he wouldn't be free that day. Great, then let's start on the 2nd. Chiu Ruiyue immediately smiled. She had been looking forward to this for a long time. She had fallen for Jiang Nan at first sight. If it weren't for her rationality holding her back a bit, she would have definitely been unable to resist asking Jiang Nan out every day. All right. After that, they chatted a bit more before hanging up. Not exiting WeChat immediately, Jiang Nan took a look at his moments, scrolled through a few updates, and noticed that his cigarette was almost finished before he exited WeChat and went to the coffee table to extinguish the cigarette butt. Buzz. Just as he was about to sit down, his phone vibrated again. Unlike the sound of the WeChat call, This time it was a call from the QQ chat app.
Lang Bingyue. Glancing at it, Jiangnan's face showed surprise.
Entering QQ, Jiangnan answered the voice call from Lang Bingyue.
Boss. As soon as the call connected, Lang Bingyue's energetic voice rang out.
Currently, her favorability towards him had reached an exaggerated 96 points. It was no exaggeration to say that whenever the two were alone, something wonderful was bound to happen.
What's up? Jiangnan sat down. I have something to discuss with you. Lang Bingyue's voice sounded. Go ahead. Jiangnan chuckled lightly.
My younger sister from the countryside is coming to Jiangqing to attend university this year,
I was wondering if I could let her come to your place to work and study part-time?
Lang Bingyue said softly.
Sure, you can decide on that. No need to discuss it with me. If it were a younger brother, Jiangnan would naturally refuse.
But with a younger sister, he didn't see any inconvenience.
Thank you, boss.
Lang Bingyue immediately smiled happily. Don't worry, my sister is very obedient and sensible. If you tell her to go east, she will never go west.
Plus, she's very diligent and cooks really well. No problem, just arrange it when she comes. Jiangnan didn't mind these trivial matters. Alright then.
I won't disturb the boss any longer, I'll go call my sister back.
He hung up the phone.
Jiangnan was just about to exit the QQ chat app when he noticed that he had multiple messages, most of which were from group chats.
Middle school, high school. As for university, he dropped out after 2 years to enter the workforce.
It wasn't that he didn't receive any support later on, but he was simply tired. To him at that time, attending an ordinary second-tier university was not as good as getting out early to work and earn some money to support himself. Speaking of which, it could be considered the pride of youth acting up. But to be honest, if he had completed university, he really didn't know if he would have been able to obtain a system and walk the path he is on now. So, everything is fate's arrangement. Jiangnan shook his head, preparing to scroll past these group chats when he accidentally clicked into a high school class group chat. Just as he was about to exit, he saw many messages mentioning him.
Moreover, from the chat box he had just entered, he saw numerous comments like Jiangnan is such a scumbag,
which immediately furrowed his brows.
What does this mean? Did his relationships with a few close female friends get out? That shouldn't be the case.
Immediately, Jiangnan glanced at the chat history, and his face showed a look of astonishment, which quickly turned into a dark frown.
What the hell?
A woman named Wang Xiaoman actually said in the high school group that Jiangnan had abandoned her, and even that she was pregnant and he didn't give her money for her health. He looked at the time. This message had been circulating for a few days, and it had only started to escalate in the last couple of days.
Wang Xiaoman? Who is this woman? Jiangnan really didn't think of who she was at first.
After pondering for a moment, he directly mentioned Wang Xiaoman, not saying anything else, just throwing out a question mark. Then, he slowly got up from his seat, his gaze never leaving his phone. After taking a couple of steps, a message popped up in the group.
It was a message sent by someone named Chen Jinfeng. Dude, what does this question mark mean? Wang Xiaoman has already posted her pregnancy report in the group. Are you trying to act tough? Jiangnan at Chen Jinfeng? Still just a simple question mark.
Chen Jinfeng, everyone come out and take a look. The scumbag who dares to do but not admit it has finally shown up.
Jiangnan, do you live in Dunhuang? Chen Jinfeng, what do you mean? Jiangnan, why are there so many murals?
Chen Jinfeng, I'm just standing up for my high school classmate. People like you are really disgusting. You got someone pregnant and still won't admit it.
Jiangnan, so if someone said they got your mother pregnant, would you admit it? After all,
Jiangnan was just a young man in his early 20s. How could he not have a temper?
Chen Jinfeng, are you an idiot? Jiangnan, shoo, stop barking. Speak less, no one thinks you're mute. At Wang Xiaoman, hurry up and explain. Who are you to spread rumors here?
Chen Jinfeng, at Wang Xiaoman, come out quickly, this scumbag is here. If you have any grievances, just say them all.
Seeing this message, Jiangnan couldn't help but shake his head. Turns out this guy is a simp.
Thinking of this, he also searched for Wang Xiaoman and opened her profile. As soon as he saw her avatar, he immediately remembered something. When Meng Qingqiu came to Jiangcheng, they met a high school classmate while having a meal, and that girl was really trying to invite him to dinner right in front of her boyfriend.
Truly a version T0 female player. Jiangnan sighed, exited Wang Xiaoman's profile, and returned to the group chat. Wang Xiaoman at Chen Jinfeng, are you just sitting around with nothing to do? My business with Jiangnan has nothing to do with you. Really living in Dunhuang, must be surrounded by murals, right? When Jiangnan exited the profile card, he saw Wang Xiaoman's message.
Looking again at the dozens of messages Chen Jinfeng had sent to Wang Xiaoman, he couldn't help but burst out laughing.
Jiangnan, What are you laughing at?
At that moment, the landlady came down from the second floor, rubbing her sleepy eyes and looking curiously at Jiangnan.
There's a funny person showing up. Jiangnan smiled. What funny person?
The landlady walked over, curiously looking at the phone Jiangnan handed her, and then started reading.
After a little while, her brows furrowed tightly, and she instantly became displeased. What kind of funny person is this? This is just a fool. And that Wang Xiaoman, what is she? How dare she spread rumors saying she's your woman? Chen Jinfeng and Wang Xiaoman, what's wrong with you? Didn't we just chat privately yesterday, saying we would meet when I return to Jiangcheng? Also, I just transferred you 3,000 yuan, and you're treating me like this already?
At this moment, the group chat messages started updating again. Seeing this, the landlady directly tagged Chen Jinfeng and Wang Xiaoman. Then she opened the video recording and calmly said to the camera, "That Wang Xiaoman, I took a look at your profile picture. What kind of goods dare to touch my man's porcelain?"
After recording, she sent it directly. In just an instant, the group chat exploded. Su Xiaoxing, ha, I'm dying of laughter. I said Wang Xiaoman was off.
By the way, the sister in this video is really beautiful. Her temperament is excellent.
Zhao Feng at Wang Xiaoman, at Chen Jinfeng, still spreading rumors? So foolish, in this whole group, it's just you two who are clueless. Can't you see that the classmates in the group don't even want to pay attention to you? Xianshang, I'm dying of laughter. A simp ends up with nothing. I remember Chen Jinfeng liked Wang Xiaoman back in high school. Could it be he still wants to be the one to take over? The high school classmates who had been quietly watching the landlady's video began to bubble up. They were all rational onlookers. Even if Jiangnan had done nothing wrong, even if he really abandoned someone and was a scumbag, to them, it was just a piece of gossip. As for saying anything reckless, that would only happen in private. To say something recklessly in front of so many people, anyone with a bit of emotional intelligence and IQ wouldn't do that. Chen Jinfeng and Wang Xiaoman, what do you mean? Are you lying? Wang Xiaoman, a bunch of foolish things. Whatever I say you believe, right? Heh, not in the same group as Chun Zhu, I'm out. Wang Xiaoman exited the group chat.
After cursing that, the public screen received the notification that Wang Xiaoman had left the group chat. Seeing this, the landlady couldn't help but laugh, shaking her head. Jiangnan, your high school classmates are really interesting.
Right? I said it was quite fun.
At first, when Jiangnan learned he was being slandered, he was certainly very displeased, but after calming down, he found it amusing and had no other emotions left. Now, he had no comparison with these people at all.
Being affected by too many emotions would only lower his own standards. Withdraw. The landlady directly withdrew the recorded video, then returned the phone to Jiangnan, yawned, and looked at him with a flirtatious gaze, smiling. You're going to the Magic City to find Qingqiu tomorrow, then to Kyoto. At least it will be a week before you come back. Jiangnan, why don't you just stay home today? Okay. Jiangnan nodded. This time leaving Jiang City would indeed take a little while before he could return. May 25th.
Around 6:30 in the morning, Jiangnan had already finished washing up and stepped out. At this moment, in the yellow Ferrari, the driver cheerfully said, I'm not bragging, but if you say you're in a hurry, I can get you there in 20 minutes, do you believe it? The flight is at 8. It's not a problem. Jiangnan didn't bring anything. He would just pick up the ticket and board the plane, which wouldn't take much time. After saying this, he declined the driver's attempt to engage further, closed his eyes, and recalled yesterday, a faint smile appearing on his face. This warm daily life, in his view, was truly too happy. After a half-hour drive, they successfully arrived at Jiang City Airport. After paying, Jiangnan headed towards the entrance. Buzz! His phone vibrated, and Jiangnan glanced at it, finding a voice message from Meng Qingqiu. Darling, good morning, good morning. Jiangnan replied, isn't today the weekend? Why are you up so early? I'm used to it, planning to go for a morning run in a bit. Meng Qingqiu was curious. You're the strange one. Why are you replying to me so early today? Shouldn't it be after 8? Click. Jiangnan didn't reply immediately but sent a photo to Meng Qingqiu instead. Meanwhile, in the Magic City, in a small villa, inside a room, Meng Qingqiu, just getting out of bed, was still groggy while brushing her teeth in the bathroom. Suddenly, she saw a photo, first stunned, then her eyes widened in shock. Ah! Immediately after, an excited voice echoed from the bathroom. Tap tap tap. Just a few seconds later, hurried footsteps were heard outside the bathroom. What's going on? Shou Qiu. Knock knock knock. Someone knocked on the bathroom door, and her good friend Yao Yao's worried voice rang out. Yao Yao, it's nothing. Meng Qingqiu jumped up excitedly a few times, then took a moment to open the bathroom door, looking at her good friend Yao Yao at the door, and hurriedly showed her the phone, shouting happily, my darling is coming to find me. You love-struck fool, you really are hopeless. Yao Yao immediately breathed a sigh of relief,
then rolled her eyes at Meng Qingqiu, shaking her head. Is it really necessary to be this excited? Oomph, Yao Yao, you're still young, you don't understand anything. The sweetness of love, you have no idea how enchanting it is. Meng Qingqiu huffed, happily biting her toothbrush as she replied, Darling, what time is your flight? I'll come pick you up in a bit. After replying, she looked at her good friend Yao Yao and smiled. Yao Yao, good wife, will you accompany me to pick up my darling later? That's your darling, not mine. Why should I pick him up? Yao Yao pouted. Isn't some girl going to complain about me being a third wheel later? How could that be? You're my good wife. Besides, didn't we agree when we were kids? We'd marry the same man in the future. Yao Yao, actually, my darling could also be your darling. Meng Qingqiu looked deeply at her good friend, seemingly jokingly saying, I see a guy with the same profile picture as mine. Aren't you going to send some gifts? Go go go. Hearing Meng Qingqiu's words, Yao Yao's face immediately turned red, and she hurriedly waved her hand, saying lightly, that was something we said when we were kids, we didn't understand anything. Now that we've grown up, can we really marry the same man? Hee, it's not impossible. Meng Qingqiu replied with a grin. Alright, I just heard your call and thought something happened. I'll go wash up too, and then I'll come with you to pick up your darling. The photos do show he's quite handsome, but I wonder how he looks in person. He has completely captivated my Qiu. Yao Yao was indeed very curious. The photo clearly showed that Jiang Nan was very handsome, but it shouldn't have such a huge impact. Moreover, Meng Qingqiu mentioned that her darling was even more outstanding. She really wanted to see just how exceptional he could be. Okay, Meng Qingqiu nodded and directly called Jiang Nan for a video chat. At that moment, at Jiangcheng Airport, Jiang Nan had just picked up his ticket and was preparing to go through security when Meng Qingqiu's video call came in. Darling, as soon as the call connected, Meng Qingqiu's excited voice came through. The flight is at 8, arriving around 10, so you don't need to rush. Jiang Nan found a seat and sat down, and as he did, a dramatic scene unfolded. He noticed several girls around him, each with their luggage, sitting down and immediately taking out their phones to start selfies. Your timing is just perfect, hee. Yao Yao and I will come to pick you up later. She's really curious about what you look like in person. Is it even more handsome than in the photos? Meng Qingqiu was brushing her teeth, spitting out some mouthwash, and said somewhat indistinctly, by the way, darling, the soundproofing at home seems a bit poor. Should we stay outside tonight? She remembered that her screams in the bathroom had been heard by Yao Yao, and if things got too passionate at night and she let herself go completely, wouldn't that be incredibly awkward? That's fine. Jiang Nan didn't mind. If it came to it, he could always buy a villa directly in the Magic City. Isn't there something called Tang Chunyi Pin that's quite nice? It's one of the top luxury residential properties in the Magic City, and even a regular flat there would cost in the millions. Then let's meet first and talk about it. Darling, I'll go wash up now, and I'll tidy up and come to pick you up soon. Meng Qingqiu waved at the camera and then blew a kiss. Mua, see you soon. Darling, see you soon. After hanging up the video call, Jiang Nan had just stood up from his seat. Handsome, can I add you on WeChat? Handsome, I've been noticing you for a while. Are you also going to the Magic City? Can we add each other on WeChat? I'm a local and can show you around for a few days. Handsome, can we add each other on WeChat? You're going to the Magic City, right? I can change my flight right away and we can have a romantic date. How about that? The ugly ones will never understand the world of the handsome. When this woman took the initiative, it was simply exaggerated. Just as Jiang Nan stood up from his seat, many girls around him immediately sprang up, quickly rolling their suitcases over to him. Jiang Nan glanced around. If he were to rate them with his eyes, the highest-rated girl, with makeup, would score around 70. Don't think that a girl with a score of 70 isn't pretty. This level of girl is, to be honest, the type most men pursue as their goddess. To put it in one word, a girl with this score could definitely be called Little Beauty. As for the other girls, Jiang Nan noticed one woman wearing a wedding ring on her ring finger, looking to be in her 30s, with an average appearance, scoring only around 60. But the warmth in her eyes was so intense that it made Jiang Nan feel a bit shy to look at her for too long. Sorry, I have a girlfriend. Please excuse me. Jiang Nan politely declined and then pushed through the crowd of women towards the security check. Just like that, he could feel his abs being touched a few times. For this, Jiang Nan didn't really care. After all, he wasn't the one losing out. The ones feeling uncomfortable were those enthusiastic women. Damn, I just touched his abs, it felt so good. That handsome guy must be an internet celebrity, right? Otherwise, he's definitely a star. His looks and body are just incredible. No kidding, he just glanced at me, and I felt a bit overwhelmed. Damn, I need to go to the bathroom. Swish, swish, swish. As the last sentence was spoken, several women turned to look at the woman who had just spoken, a woman in her 30s, whose face was now flushed with color.
gazing at Jiang Nan's back with a look of hunger in her eyes. However, despite the looks, these women didn't show any disdain, because what this woman expressed was simply the inner thoughts they all shared at that moment. Looks like I need to wear a hat and mask next time I go out. Jiang Nan shook his head, then passed through security and went directly to the first-class lounge to wait. As soon as he entered the lounge, Jiang Nan saw a figure sitting on a small sofa, wearing a baseball cap, a black mask, and large sunglasses, who appeared to be a woman. Seemingly sensing something, the fully armed woman turned her head to glance over, and upon seeing Jiang Nan, she was instantly stunned. Sun Weiwei's favorability plus 15. At that moment, a system notification echoed in Jiang Nan's mind. Sun Weiwei? Hearing the system's prompt, Jiang Nan was taken aback for a moment and looked over at the fully armed girl again. This time, he used an insight skill. Name, Sun Weiwei. Age, 23 years. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Looks, 96 points. Favorability, 15 points. A stunning girl with a score of 96 for looks. Moreover, her height of 170 was exactly to Jiang Nan's liking. However, why did that name sound a bit familiar? Sun Weiwei's favorability plus 5. Oh, looks like another definite beauty lover. When Jiang Nan walked over and sat down on the small sofa opposite the fully armed Sun Weiwei, the system's prompt echoed in his mind once more. Bang, 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 bang. At that moment, Jiang Nan had no idea how fast the heart of the girl opposite him was racing. Her looks are just out of this world. And that figure and aura, my god, is this really a man I can see in reality? Sun Weiwei couldn't help but swallow, instinctively taking off her sunglasses to look at Jiang Nan again. At that moment, Jiang Nan also looked over at her, locking eyes with her. Her eyes are quite pretty. By the way, why does the name Sun Weiwei sound so familiar? A thoughtful expression appeared on Jiang Nan's face. Handsome guy. Just as Jiang Nan was trying to recall whether he really knew this Sun Weiwei, the girl opposite him took the initiative to speak, her voice incredibly pleasant. What? In the entire lounge, there were only Jiang Nan and Sun Weiwei. Hearing her call him handsome guy, he immediately responded. Have we met before? Although Sun Weiwei couldn't see her own face, she was very sure that her face was already flushed under the black mask, sensing the heat on her cheeks. This was her first time initiating a conversation, and she had no experience at all, so she can only recall what others had said to her when they approached her for reference. I don't think so. Jiang Nan could guarantee he had never met this Sun Weiwei and shook his head. Hearing Jiang Nan's words, Sun Weiwei pondered for a moment, then slowly took off her duckbill cap, revealing a head of golden hair. She then removed her black mask, unveiling a stunningly beautiful face that could captivate any heart. Although she knew that Sun Weiwei's looks were rated at a level of 96, the moment she took off the mask, Jiang Nan's heart involuntarily raced several beats faster. A younger sister with blonde hair? You don't recognize me? Sun Weiwei noticed that Jiang Nan was merely taken aback, without much emotion, which instead left her stunned. I don't recognize you. Jiang Nan shook his head and complimented, but you are very beautiful, and you have a great aura, giving off a big star vibe. I'm Sun Weiwei. Sun Weiwei stated her name, then widened her beautiful eyes in surprise, asking, You still don't have any impression? It sounds a bit familiar. Jiang Nan recalled carefully and looked at Sun Weiwei a few more times. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he exclaimed in surprise, I think I remember now, you really are a big star. Previously, he had accompanied Ning Ruxuan, Lung Bingyue, and Li Jing to watch a movie in the cinema of Villano 001 in Jiangqing Tianfu, and the female lead was this blonde sister in front of him. It seems I'm not that unknown after all. Sun Weiwei breathed a sigh of relief. If Jiang Nan had been an older man, she would have thought it normal for him not to recognize her. But for a young man like Jiang Nan not to know her was a bit of a blow for her, who was already dominating the young generation's market. Handsome, I think you have a good aura and are very good looking. My company is in urgent need of fresh blood. Are you interested in trying to enter the industry? Sun Weiwei's eyes sparkled as she stood up from the small sofa, walked a few steps to Jiang Nan's side, and took out a business card from a small bag, smiling. With your looks, I'm not joking, entering the entertainment industry would be like going into overdrive. Thank you, but I'm not really interested in this industry. Jiang Nan politely declined. If he really wanted to enter this circle, he could just acquire an entertainment company. Moreover, with that time, he would rather think about how to enjoy himself more. The happiness and money he could gain were not something a small star could compare to. Entering the entertainment industry for him would simply be a capital mogul stepping in, a true dimensionality reduction attack. No worries, how about we add each other on Green Bubble? If you ever become interested in the future, you can let me know. Sun Weiwei was surprisingly proactive for the first time, feeling incredibly astonished inside, but since she had already said it, she didn't dwell on it too much. Although her pretty face was flushed, she appeared very calm. Sure. Jiang Nan didn't refuse, nodded, and scanned the code to add each other on green bubble.
Jiang Nan.
Sun Weiwei looked at the name Jiang Nan had sent, her eyes brightening instantly, and she smiled. Your name is quite faithful with me.
A few years ago, the first movie I acted in after debuting was called Jiang Nan, and my first song was also called Jiang Nan.
Oh, Jiang Nan raised his eyebrows slightly, unable to help but smile. That is indeed quite faithful.
Sun Weiwei's favorability +5.
Another 5 points of favorability were added, and Sun Weiwei's gaze towards Jiang Nan had changed a bit. Jiang Nan looked at her, their eyes meeting.
Crackle.
At that moment, it felt as if arcs of electricity exploded between them.
Sun Weiwei's favorability +1. Sun Weiwei's favorability +1. Sun Weiwei's favorability +1.
Just a few seconds later, her favorability increased by another 5 points. In less than a few minutes of interaction, Sun Weiwei's favorability towards him had already reached 30 points. At this moment, Jiang Nan's gaze shifted slightly downward. He noticed that the woman was wearing a white pleated skirt, paired with white ankle socks and white sneakers. Her legs were slightly together, and from Jiang Nan's angle, they looked absolutely perfect.
Do you like lollipops?
At this moment, Sun Weiwei's voice rang out. She didn't dare to look at Jiang Nan, her pretty face flushed red, as she lowered her head and fumbled in her small bag for a lollipop, which she then handed over.
Thanks. Jiang Nan didn't refuse, and after unwrapping the strawberry-flavored lollipop, he put it in his mouth. No need to thank me.
Sun Weiwei stole a glance at Jiang Nan's neck with her peripheral vision and saw his Adam's apple moving up and down as he swallowed, causing her to instinctively gulp.
Sun Weiwei favorability +3. Another 3 points of favorability gained, and Jiang Nan glanced at her, revealing a smile. Is there something on my face? And no, nothing. I'm going over there.
If you're interested in joining the circle, just message me. Whenever Sun Weiwei made eye contact with Jiang Nan, she became incredibly shy. At this moment, her gaze was somewhat flustered as she looked around and stood up, heading towards the small sofa across from them.
Hey, don't rush.
Jiang Nan noticed her attempt to escape and couldn't help but smile, reaching out to grab her hand. Who would have thought that this instinctive action would cause Sun Weiwei to tumble directly onto him, sitting firmly on his lap?
Moreover, she was sitting face to face on his lap. You. Sun Weiwei met Jiang Nan's eyes for just a moment before panicking and looking elsewhere, stuttering nervously. What do you want?
Her voice was so soft and tender, as if she had been bullied by Jiang Nan.
Why do you look so wronged? If I didn't know better, I'd think I bullied you. Jiang Nan laughed.
At such a close distance, he could clearly hear her heart racing at an incredible speed, and he could also feel a warmth radiating from her. Not only was her pretty face flushed, but her neck, ears, and even her beautiful legs looked slightly rosy. Why you let go of me? Sun Weiwei's voice carried a hint of a pout.
Come on, weren't you the one who hooked your hand around my neck? Jiang Nan couldn't help but laugh.
After his earlier observation, he didn't know how it happened, but Sun Weiwei's hand had unconsciously hooked around his neck, and her body was stabilized on his lap. The distance between them had also closed significantly. At this moment, Jiang Nan was still sucking on the strawberry-flavored lollipop, and as he spoke close to Sun Weiwei, the sweet scent of strawberries immediately wafted into her nostrils.
Sorry.
Sun Weiwei hurriedly released her grip, instinctively leaning back. As she leaned back, she lost her balance and fell backward.
A gasp echoed in the waiting room.
Jiang Nan's reaction was incredibly quick. He wrapped his right arm around Sun Weiwei's slim waist, and at that moment, he looked down with a hint of a smile, staring intently at the pale-faced Sun Weiwei.
Their eyes met once again. Thump, 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 thump.
Hearts raced, and the rhythmic sound of heartbeats filled the air.
Sun Weiwei favorability +5.
The heartbeat at this moment was indescribable. The shyness at this moment was like a spring welling up. Jiang Nan leaned slightly forward.
Thump, thump.
Sun Weiwei's heartbeat suddenly stopped, and then a strong heartbeat echoed again. As Jiang Nan lowered his head, for some reason, Sun Weiwei instinctively closed her eyes.
Why are you closing your eyes?
After 2 seconds, Jiang Nan's teasing voice rang in Sun Weiwei's ear, causing her to open her eyes wide, immediately getting out of his embrace. After adjusting the hem of her dress, she shot a fierce glare at Jiang Nan, then tossed her golden hair and quickly returned to the small sofa where she had been sitting.
Hat, sunglasses, mask, all in one go.
She returned to her fully armed appearance. If Jiang Nan had X-ray vision at that moment, he would definitely be able to see the bulging cheeks under Sun Weiwei's mask, along with her somewhat restless chest rising and falling, and he would surely guess something.
Damn it, why did you close your eyes? Ha, this is really infuriating. Has this guy ever been in a relationship? Even if he hasn't he watched any dramas? And if he hasn't watched dramas, he must have seen some romantic movies, right? Sun Weiwei didn't even realize what exactly was making her angry. Was it because she closed her eyes and Jiang Nan didn't kiss her? Or was it because she had closed her eyes, so why didn't this guy kiss her? Wait, Sun Weiwei, what are you thinking? Under the sunglasses, Sun Weiwei's brows furrowed. Had she gone mad? To actually desire a man she had known for less than 10 minutes. No, it should be said, a man she had known for less than 5 minutes. To kiss her? I'm crazy. I must be crazy. Under the sunglasses, Sun Weiwei's peripheral vision swept over Jiang Nan, only to find that this guy had no emotional fluctuations at all, continuously scrolling on his phone. She was Sun Weiwei. Why didn't this guy kiss her when she closed her eyes? Taking a step back, the more she thought about it, the more agitated she became. No way. Sun Weiwei suddenly stood up, noticing Jiang Nan's surprised gaze directed at her. Gritting her teeth, under his astonished look, she strode over. Then, she took off her mask, reached out, and pulled the lollipop from Jiang Nan's mouth, putting it into her own, looking at him with a provocative gaze, and then slightly leaned forward, giving Jiang Nan's lips a quick peck. Humph! A proud little hum sounded in the room as she turned around, flicking her golden hair over her shoulder, and returned to the small sofa across from him, crossing her legs. Throughout the whole process, Jiang Nan was left in a daze. What did this mean? Had he been forcefully kissed? Moreover, this woman had snatched back the lollipop he was almost done with? The act of snatching the lollipop and the kiss happened in just a few seconds, but it left Jiang Nan, who had come back to his senses, sitting on the small sofa for a good 10 seconds, before he finally reacted, looking at Sun Weiwei with a strange expression. This woman really had a stubborn personality. He had only teased her a little, and who knew she would take it seriously, but, to be honest, just that quick touch felt really nice. Do you like imported candy? Jiang Nan asked as he saw Sun Weiwei throw him a somewhat provocative look. Imported candy? Sun Weiwei didn't react immediately, but as her emotions calmed down, she suddenly came to her senses, widened her eyes, and took the lollipop out of her mouth, immediately spitting twice. Seeing her disgusted expression, Jiang Nan even thought her likability would drop, but who knew this woman just spat twice and then put it back in her mouth. Sun Weiwei's likability +2. Mind your own business. Crunch! Sun Weiwei bit down on the lollipop in her mouth and started chewing. At that moment, Jiang Nan noticed that the woman had a pair of small tiger teeth, which showed when she refused the lollipop, complementing her expression at that time. Honestly, if she had twin ponytails, she would really give off the vibe of a tsundere golden-haired girl straight out of a comic. Jiang Nan shrugged and lowered his head to continue looking at his phone. From the beginning, he really hadn't realized that this big star was a tsundere. If he hadn't just teased her, he wouldn't have known she had that trait at all. Hey! After about 10 minutes, while Jiang Nan was engrossed in a short science video, Sun Weiwei suddenly called out. What? As Jiang Nan looked up, he saw a lollipop flying towards him, landing firmly on his chest before slowly dropping onto his lap. This is my favorite flavor, and it's the last lollipop I have, so I'm giving it to you as compensation for how I treated you earlier. Sun Weiwei slowly stood up, put on a black mask, and then walked out of the waiting room with a small handbag. This woman, Jiang Nan watched her leave the waiting room until her figure gradually disappeared, then slowly shifted his gaze to the lollipop on his lap. Seeing that it was durian-flavored, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Giving someone a durian-flavored lollipop? You're quite generous. The flight was scheduled to take off at 8 o'clock. At this moment, on the plane, Jiang Nan closed his eyes to rest. With his senses, he could feel eyes constantly scanning him. So handsome. Which big star is this? Oh my gosh, this handsome guy must be an ordinary person, right? Look at any big star, they're all fully armed. But the person sitting next to this handsome guy, I feel like they're the real big star. With this looks, this aura, this figure, if he were really a big star, how could I not know? He's just too handsome. Whispers of discussion began to arise. Tap, tap, tap. At that moment, the crisp sound of high heels hitting the ground echoed. Hello, sir. A fragrant breeze swept in, followed by a very gentle voice. Jiang Nan slowly opened his eyes to see a pretty flight attendant, around an 80 out of 100 in looks, squatting in front of him, her eyes sparkling exaggeratedly. Sir, I see you seem to want to sleep. Would you like me to bring you an eye mask and a blanket? The pretty flight attendant said gently. No need, I'm just resting my eyes, not sleeping. Jiang Nan smiled and shook his head. Then, how about I bring you a cup of hot milk and some fruit? The pretty flight attendant looked at Jiang Nan with sparkling eyes, still very proactive. Thank you, but no, Jiang Nan waved his hand. After being rejected repeatedly, the pretty flight attendant didn't seem unhappy. However, Jiang Nan's attitude was clear enough,
and she naturally didn't dare to force a conversation. She smiled, nodded, slowly stood up, and then bowed to the incredibly handsome man before slowly retreating back to the rest area.
Xiaorong, how was it?
As soon as the pretty flight attendant returned, 2 other flight attendants immediately surrounded her, eagerly asking.
It was so hard to talk to him, I really didn't want to leave. This handsome guy is totally my type. I'd be willing to pay to get close to him. The pretty flight attendant around 80 points sighed and shook her head.
Me too, but you don't even have the ability to flirt with him, let alone us.
I'm afraid only Ning Rushuan could go up and try to flirt with him. One flight attendant whispered.
Ning Rushuan's looks are indeed out of this world, we can't compare.
But I don't think it's necessarily true.
When I squatted down just now, I didn't hide my chest at all, but he didn't show any interest. I think for him, pretty women are just good-looking shells.
Xiaorong let out a gentle sigh and shook her head, saying, I think this kind of man pays more attention to a woman's inner qualities. Of course, the prerequisite is that there must be outer beauty first. Yeah, I think that handsome guy really has a good temperament, giving off a vibe of a wealthy young master. He's probably a rich second generation. Unaware of the discussions among the flight attendants in the rest area, Jiang Nan was just about to close his eyes. Jiang Nan. At that moment, a faint voice called out.
Jiang Nan turned his head to look and saw Sun Weiwei, looking like a thief, waving at him and whispering, come here.
Not coming. Jiang Nan refused outright. Come on.
Sun Weiwei's voice rose a little. In response, Jiang Nan turned his head back and closed his eyes.
This guy. Really?
Seeing Jiang Nan's attitude, Sun Weiwei was so angry that she gritted her teeth, her beautiful face under the mask puffing up, her chest rising and falling, clearly agitated.
After a few minutes, Sun Weiwei glanced at the rest area and then looked at other seats before unbuckling her seatbelt and quietly approaching Jiang Nan. What are you doing?
Jiang Nan opened his eyes instantly, staring at Sun Weiwei who had come close, his brows slightly furrowed.
You didn't eat that lollipop, did you? Sun Weiwei lowered her voice and asked. No.
Jiang Nan shook his head, unable to help but complain. You really have a peculiar taste, a durian-flavored lollipop, and you want to give it to someone.
So what?
Sun Weiwei huffed. Taste varies from person to person, and durian flavor is great. I love things that smell stinky but taste delicious. Hearing this, Jiang Nan looked at her meaningfully. Seemingly understanding Jiang Nan's gaze, Sun Weiwei took off her big black sunglasses and glared at him fiercely, raising her small pink fist and waving it in the air a couple of times. I'm telling you, your look is very suspicious.
What's suspicious? What's wrong with me? Jiang Nan spread his hands, looking completely confused. Give it to me.
Sun Weiwei extended her hand.
What? Jiang Nan's performance was completely natural, showing no signs of acting, his face full of bewilderment. The lollipop I just gave you.
Sun Weiwei frowned. You don't like it, so it's better to let me have it.
You. Jiang Nan was truly helpless. How could someone ask for something back after giving it away?
He immediately shook his head and spread his hands, saying, I lost it.
Lost it?
Sun Weiwei's voice suddenly rose significantly. Instantly, all the passengers in first class opened their eyes, and some who were reading magazines turned their heads to look over.
What's going on?
The beautiful flight attendant Xiaorong hurriedly came out of the rest area. Seeing Sun Weiwei come down from her seat and approach Jiang Nan, she quickened her pace, first giving Jiang Nan a gentle smile, then turning her gaze to Sun Weiwei standing beside him. This lady. She had only said 4 words when her voice abruptly stopped, because, from just those eyes, she sensed familiarity, her pupils constricting and enlarging, covering her mouth as she was about to exclaim. Sun Weiwei hurriedly put on her big black sunglasses and made a shushing gesture at her. In response, the beautiful flight attendant Xiaorong immediately pinched her own thigh, suppressing her excitement, and quietly said, Ma'am, is there something you need?
Nothing, just chatting with a friend.
Sun Weiwei had also calmed down at this point, her pretty face under the black sunglasses and mask showing a look of frustration.
This guy, how could he lose the lollipop I gave him? Damn, what a brat. The more she thought about Sun Weiwei, the angrier she became.
After stomping her foot, she shouted stinky scumbag at Jiang Nan and angrily returned to her seat.
As for this,
that shout of stinky scumbag left both Jiang Nan and the beautiful flight attendant Xiaorong dumbfounded.
Xiaorong widened her eyes, glanced at Jiang Nan a few more times, then looked at the fuming Sun Weiwei with a curious expression, before bowing to Jiang Nan and quickly returning to the rest area. Breaking news!
As soon as Xiaorong entered the rest area, the flight attendants who were looking at some magazines immediately turned their attention to her.
What? A few flight attendants asked curiously. Guess who I just saw? Xiaorong teased.
Come on, stop teasing us, just tell us, my good sister. Several flight attendants immediately crowded around her.
Sun Weiwei.
Xiaorong took a deep breath, her pretty face filled with shock.
Sun Weiwei? Oh my god, it's Sun Weiwei? Where is she? Can she give me an autograph later? I've been a fan since she debuted, my wife.
The rest area was initially calm, but it quickly erupted into excitement, with everyone wide-eyed and looking at Xiaorong in disbelief.
Some even wanted to pull aside the curtain of the rest area to take a look. Xiaorong hurriedly grabbed one of them, reminding, "Are you crazy? If you cause a commotion, you're done for."
Right, but
that's Sun Weiwei.
The flight attendant stomped her feet in frustration, clearly a loyal fan of Sun Weiwei. In the entire entertainment industry, no female star has female fans that can compare to Sun Weiwei. Whether in movies, singing, or TV dramas, whatever she does becomes a hit, and with her great personality and no scandals over the years, she has created a perfect image. That's why she has attracted countless female fans.
And now, encountering her on a plane, just imagine how excited these flight attendant fans are? Wait, Xiaorong, there must be more, right? One flight attendant quietly asked.
Swish, swish, swish. Instantly, everyone turned their gaze to her. Seeing this, Xiaorong took another deep breath and said solemnly, "I'm telling you, don't spread this around." Upon hearing this, several flight attendants' expressions changed, their brows furrowing.
Could it be their beloved Sun Weiwei, who they had followed for so many years, is in a relationship?
Just now, Sun Weiwei called that handsome guy a stinky scumbag. Xiaorong said seriously.
Handsome guy? Which handsome guy? At first, they didn't react. The next second, their eyes widened, and they covered their mouths in shock.
Shoo! Xiaorong quickly hushed them.
Wow.
A few flight attendants, hearing this shocking news, were now gasping for breath, their faces filled with disbelief. Although we don't know if there's any big news, but
there's definitely some ambiguity between the two. Looking at it now, that handsome guy is doing so well, how could he still be interested in us? After all, that's Sun Weiwei.
Xiaorong chuckled bitterly. Logically speaking, for a top beauty star like Sun Weiwei, male fans should definitely outnumber female fans.
But Sun Weiwei is just too outstanding.
So much so that the competition doesn't even exist among her female fans. In fact, Sun Weiwei's charm is so exaggerated that even the second and third female leads who act with her can't stop praising her.
Really, there's not a single flaw. How can such a perfect goddess not be liked? I'm so angry.
This Jiang Nan, just by looking at him, I can tell he's definitely a single dog, and he's been solo since birth for who knows how many years.
While several flight attendants were discussing this, outside,
Sun Weiwei had been puffing her cheeks since she returned to her seat, her chest rising and falling with anger, occasionally shooting a glare at Jiang Nan, clearly getting more and more upset. As for Sun Weiwei's anger, Jiang Nan was genuinely puzzled and found it quite strange. Although he currently had many close female friends, in reality, every woman was incredibly straightforward with him.
"I like you," they would say, and their feelings were transparent.
So, Jiang Nan had no idea that Sun Weiwei's approach was merely an attempt to find a topic to talk about.
Whether it was about lollipops or not, it didn't matter at all. The key was that the two could communicate. Plus, there was an empty seat next to Jiang Nan, so she could easily sit together while chatting. Who knew it would be lost?
This loss wasn't just an ordinary lollipop, but an important topic that could bring them closer. Jiang Nan was never one to get stuck on trivial matters, and he had the insight to know that Sun Weiwei's feelings for him had never decreased from the very beginning.
Although they hadn't increased either, it remained at a level of 40 points.
So, he wasn't particularly concerned. He closed his eyes and began to rest.
2 hours quickly passed. Unknowingly, Jiang Nan had fallen asleep.
When he woke up, he glanced at the blanket covering him and wasn't surprised at all.
Comfortable. This nap was indeed very comfortable for Jiang Nan.
He folded the blanket neatly, then unbuckled his seatbelt and slowly stood up. The moment he stood up, the beautiful flight attendant Xiaorong, who had been watching him, immediately approached with a smile, bowed in front of him, and said, "Sir, just leave it to me."
"Thank you." Jiang Nan expressed his gratitude. "It's my honor to assist you, sir."
Xiaorong smiled happily.
"We're almost there, right?"
Jiang Nan glanced out the window and felt the plane starting to descend.
"Yes,
please fasten your seatbelt, the plane is about to land." Xiaorong nodded with a smile.
"Okay."
This slight feeling of weightlessness was actually not important to Jiang Nan, but he still sat down and buckled his seatbelt again. Xiaorong took the blanket towards the rest area, and at that moment, Jiang Nan also glanced over to see Sun Weiwei looking in his direction, and he immediately returned a smile.
"Humph." Seeing Jiang Nan smile, Sun Weiwei huffed and looked away. "Ha! This woman is really quite tsundere."
Jiang Nan wasn't the first to have a 40-point favorability with a woman, so he understood what that level of favorability represented.
If Jiang Nan took the initiative, it would definitely rise. However, Jiang Nan wasn't planning to do that.
He just wanted to see if this woman would continue to be tsundere while gradually liking him more. To be honest, this was the first time he encountered a woman with such a style. Teasing her was quite interesting. Before long, the plane came to a steady stop. With the sound of the announcement, Jiang Nan unbuckled his seatbelt and stood up. Sun Weiwei. As Jiang Nan stood up, Sun Weiwei also got up. At that moment, Jiang Nan pulled a lollipop out of his pocket, called out to her, and under her astonished gaze, tossed it to her. Ha! Sun Weiwei caught the lollipop, and when she realized what had happened, she looked back at Jiang Nan, only to find that he had already disappeared. Sun Weiwei's favorability +5. Jiang Nan had already exited the plane and left through the priority channel. Buzz buzz buzz. Just as he stepped out of the priority lane, his phone vibrated. Darling darling, the excited tone of Meng Qingqiu was unmistakable, filled with joy. I'm almost out. Jiang Nan quickened his pace a little. Meng Qingqiu had left on the 20th, and today was the 25th. It felt to Jiang Nan as if a month or even two had passed. Okay, we're at the exit. You'll definitely see me in Yao Yao when you come out, Meng Qingqiu said excitedly. All right. The call ended. Jiang Nan quickened his steps again. A few minutes later, he arrived at the exit. Just by looking outside, he immediately locked eyes with Meng Qingqiu. Darling! The moment their eyes met, Meng Qingqiu joyfully shouted. Swish swish swish. As her excited shout rang out, many gazes turned towards her. Upon seeing such a beautiful woman, and standing next to her was an even more stunning beauty, the eyes of the men around instantly lit up. Jiang Nan also felt many eyes scanning him, both men and women, but more so the intense gazes from numerous women. He ignored them all and, while walking, glanced at a top-tier girl with long black hair standing next to Meng Qingqiu. At the moment he saw her, Jiang Nan was momentarily stunned. An indescribable feeling. Celestial aura? Spiritual energy? Or perhaps, this girl truly gave Jiang Nan the impression that she was a real fairy not meant to exist in the mortal realm. Immediately, after regaining his senses, Jiang Nan took a deep breath and cast a perception spell towards this girl. He guessed that her initial beauty score was definitely 98 points. Name, Yu Yao Yao. Age, 20 years. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Beauty score, 99 points. Favorability, 10 points. What a stunning beauty score. 99 points for beauty? Just a 1-point difference, and she would be a perfect goddess. Darling Jiang Nan stepped out, and Meng Qingqiu happily ran towards him with her arms wide open. Soon, they met. Meng Qingqiu tightly hugged Jiang Nan's waist, rubbing against him with immense excitement. It feels like we haven't seen each other in ages, even though it's only been a few days. Meng Qingqiu stood on her tiptoes and kissed Jiang Nan's cheek, then naturally hooked her arm around his, leaning on her beloved's shoulder, and looked towards her best friend who was walking over, introducing her. Darling, this is Yao Yao. Hello, I'm Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan smiled and extended his hand towards Yu Yao Yao. Yu Yao Yao. Yu Yao Yao showed no signs of restraint, smiling brightly as she confidently shook hands with Jiang Nan. Go go go! Meng Qingqiu shouted happily. At that moment, she was simply overflowing with excitement. Soon, the three of them arrived in front of a silver Panamera. Yao Yao, I'm counting on you to be the driver. Meng Qingqiu cheerfully released Jiang Nan, then turned to hug Yu Yao Yao, giving her a happy kiss on the cheek, and then opened the back door to sit down with Jiang Nan. This girl Yu Yao Yao smiled indulgently, got into the car, fastened her seatbelt, and glanced at the two in the back seat through the rearview mirror. Seeing Meng Qingqiu getting cozy with Jiang Nan, she immediately cleared her throat and said, You really don't consider me an outsider, do you? Yao Yao is not an outsider, she's my sweetheart. Meng Qingqiu playfully smiled, hugged Jiang Nan's shoulder, kissed his cheek again, and then, treating Yu Yao Yao as if she were not an outsider at all, placed Jiang Nan's hand directly on her thigh. And her beautiful legs were also resting on Jiang Nan's legs. At that moment, Jiang Nan noticed the woman's outfit. She wore a white spaghetti strap dress, with no stockings to adorn her legs, but her fair and flawless legs could make any leg enthusiast go crazy. Lowering his gaze, he saw a pair of white shoes, along with a pair of white socks, which was simply enough to make one exclaim YYDS. At least, facing Meng Qingqiu's pure and refreshing white moonlight outfit, Jiang Nan couldn't help but feel his heart race. Darling, let's go back for a bit. Meng Qingqiu leaned over, wrapped her arms around Jiang Nan's neck, and whispered softly in his ear. As she spoke, her voice gradually became softer. At the same time, her pretty face turned increasingly red. Jiang Nan naturally heard what she said, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly as he leaned closer to her ear and whispered, It's only been 5 days since we last met, and you're already so impatient? Yes, I didn't feel anything until I saw you. I really can't hold back. After a few days apart, Meng Qingqiu was evidently bolder than before, lowering her voice. I prepared several types of socks, along with matching little angel and little devil outfits. Later, whether you want me to transform into an angel or a devil depends entirely on your preference. Hearing Meng Qingqiu's whispers, Jiang Nan's eyes instantly lit up. Good, good, good. This separation truly created the appearance of a perfect girlfriend. Should we go back first or what? After about 10 minutes, when Yu Yao saw that the two were no longer being overly affectionate in the rearview mirror, she cleared her throat and asked, "Let's go back first. I want to spend some quality time with darling, and then we can go out for dinner." Meng Qingqiu was not shy at all. Perhaps in Yu Yao's eyes, she didn't want to hide anything and said it very directly. "Then I'll take you back first. Call me when you're done." Yu Yao understood immediately and said softly, "Just right, I'll look into where to eat." "Your boyfriend is from Jiangcheng, so how about hot pot?" "No, wait, he must be sick of hot pot by now. How about local dishes from Magic City?" "Darling, do you want to try some local dishes from Magic City?" Meng Qingqiu asked. "I'm fine with anything, I'm not picky," Zhang Nan replied with a light laugh. "Alright then." Yu Yao nodded, casually glancing at the rearview mirror and seeing Jiang Nan's incredibly handsome face, which even exuded a charm far beyond that of a wealthy young master. She couldn't help but admire inwardly. Xiaoqiu's online dating partner is really absurdly high quality. Is there a big brother willing to support me? I see that in the same category. I hardly get any rewards in a day. Just a few hundred of the gift king would be fine. Just kidding. A dime or two is not too little. A dollar or two is not too much. Around noon, at about 12 o'clock. At this moment, in the master bedroom of a small villa, Zhang Nan stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, listening to the sound of water splashing from the bathroom, gazing into the distance with a deep look. "I've gained another chance to draw. I currently have 7 chances to draw." Zhang Nan's eyes narrowed slightly. It would be impossible to say he felt no emotional fluctuation at all. After all, he only needed 3 more chances to draw to have another extraordinary draw. This was very significant for his growth. After a while, he let out a long breath and turned to walk away. On the way, he glanced at some small items on the bed, the floor, and a small sofa near the floor-to-ceiling window, and a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. I have to say, the separation over these past few days has truly turned Meng Qingqiu into someone quite mad. Soon, the sound of water in the bathroom stopped, and Meng Qingqiu wrapped in a towel walked out. "Darling, I'm done washing up. I just need to change into some clothes and put on a light makeup before heading out." With her little face flushed and playfully winking at Zhang Nan, Meng Qingqiu said, "How about you wait for me downstairs? I think Yao Yao is getting a bit impatient waiting for us. You can go down and chat with her." "Sure." Zhang Nan smiled and nodded, and then he saw Meng Qingqiu quickly approach, peck him on the cheek, and wave her little hand at him a few times. Downstairs, in the living room, when Zhang Nan arrived, he saw Yu Yao engrossed in a book, so much so that she didn't even notice someone had come beside her. He glanced over and was instantly stunned. To be honest, Zhang Nan thought a girl with Yu Yao's temperament would be reading some classic literature, but to his surprise, it was a romance novel. Ahem. Zhang Nan cleared his throat. "Finished?" Hearing the voice, Yu Yao slowly closed the book and calmly looked at Zhang Nan. After sizing him up a few times, she exclaimed, "You two have been cozying up for quite a long time, haven't you? One day apart feels like 3 autumns. After 5 days, it's like a brief separation that surpasses a new marriage." Yu Yao, being the straightforward girl she was, had no qualms about this topic, and Zhang Nan naturally responded nonchalantly. "I booked the most famous Hu cuisine restaurant in the Magic City. You bought me so many things in Jiang City, so don't sneakily pay the bill today." Yu Yao stood up, holding the unknown romance novel in her hands. At that moment, Zhang Nan also shifted his gaze from her face to check out Yu Yao's outfit. Her hair fell over her shoulders, and she wore a white off-shoulder camisole on top, paired with high-waisted jeans. A pair of crystal sandals adorned her delicate feet, and her slender jade-like toes peeked out, making it no exaggeration to say that any foot enthusiast would be instantly captivated. Honestly, Zhang Nan felt that Yu Yao had a classic beauty style. Not only her name but also her features and temperament gave off a sense of classical beauty. Therefore, Zhang Nan thought that outfits like kipeos or hanfu would probably suit Yu Yao even more. Yu Yao's favorability +2. Don't you know that staring at a girl like this can make her feel quite embarrassed? At that moment, as the system notification echoed in Zhang Nan's mind, Yu Yao's voice followed closely. Zhang Nan came back to his senses. If he hadn't received the system's notification, he would have definitely thought he had offended Yu Yao with his gaze. However, the increase of 2 points in favorability was quite straightforward. Beautiful things will always attract people's attention unconsciously, Zhang Nan sincerely complimented. Hearing this, Yu Yao looked deeply at Zhang Nan, a smile appearing on her lips as she softly said, "With a face like yours, your compliments really pack a punch." "Thank you." Zhang Nan laughed heartily, also looking deeply at Yu Yao. This girl was indeed extraordinary. With an initial beauty score of 99, she was a top goddess close to perfection, truly one of a kind. Buzz buzz buzz. At that moment, the sound of a vibrating phone shifted the topic. Jiang Nan reached into his pocket, took out his phone, glanced at it, and raised his eyebrows slightly. It was a voice call from Zhu Yun. "Hello?" Jiang Nan answered. "Mr. Jiang Nan, did you transfer another million to the welfare homes account?" Zhu Yun's soft voice came through. "No." Jiang Nan was slightly taken aback. "That's strange." Zhu Yun was also taken aback. "Who transferred another million to the Welfare Institute's account? Have you checked?" Jiang Nan's gaze flickered for a moment as he recalled that Zhao Wanqing had mentioned her parents would secretly come to see her once a year in Kyoto. It's possible that his current changes had already been discovered. However, nothing is absolute. When there is no meeting, everything is hard to say. Moreover, he wondered how the Zhang family in Kyoto would react if they knew about what he currently possessed, and how incredible it would be. After all, a young man without any support suddenly having so much, wouldn't that raise suspicions? With this thought, Jiang Nan frowned slightly. "I haven't checked. I'm planning to go to the bank to inquire shortly." Zhu Yun's voice continued. "Okay, let me know what you find out." Jiang Nan nodded. The call ended. Holding his phone, Jiang Nan's eyes sparkled with a strange light. After pondering for a moment, he first glanced at Yu Yao, who was curiously watching him while holding a book, and then sat down on the sofa. "System, what would the Zhang family in Kyoto think of me now?" Some things were indeed hard to explain. So, Jiang Nan was also curious. "Host, you possess the title of the destined protagonist." The system replied instantly. "Moreover, you haven't been frequently cared for by your biological parents over the years, so everything can be explained. Please rest assured." "Is that so?" Jiang Nan thought for a moment and felt it made sense. After all, from the beginning, he had been raised in Jiang City because his biological parents believed what that fortune teller said, that Jiang City was where he would take off. Therefore, combined with the title of the destined protagonist, everything indeed made sense. With this thought, Jiang Nan smiled and then transferred 1 million to Lin Manman. In just an instant, he had earned today's guaranteed interest, 10 billion. "I currently have 12.6 billion on hand. It sounds like a lot, but in reality, it's not much." As long as he wanted, exchanging for a major welfare task would instantly leave him with only 2.6 billion. So, it wasn't enough. This 12.6 billion was still far from enough. "I'm going to see why Chio hasn't come down yet." While Jiang Nan was lost in thought, Yu Yao stepped towards the second floor. Jiang Nan regained his senses, gently exhaling. Currently, Meng Qingxiu's favorability and attractiveness scores had already reached 97. He was just a little short of completing the small welfare task at hand. By the way, system, Yu Yao's initial score has already reached an astonishing 99. For a girl of this level, after reaching a score of 95, she only gets one extra lottery chance. Isn't that a bit too few? Jiang Nan suddenly remembered something and hurriedly asked. He was someone who never liked to be at a disadvantage. With Yu Yao's initial attractiveness score being 99, even if he maxed out her favorability to 99, wouldn't he only get one chance for a regular lottery? If that's the case, it would be more cost-effective to pursue a girl with a slightly lower attractiveness score. "Host, please rest assured, it won't be as you think." The system replied instantly. "Tell me more." Jiang Nan immediately became interested. For individuals with an initial attractiveness score of 99, once their favorability reaches the same value as their attractiveness score, they will receive one extraordinary lottery chance. And when they reach a score of 100, they will receive another extraordinary lottery chance. The system responded. Hearing this setting, Jiang Nan's face immediately showed a look of surprise. Goodness, this girl with a score of 99 in beauty actually has such a high reward. What about a score of 98? And 100 points? Jiang Nan inquired again. For beauty scores below 99, the rewards remain the same, but once you reach 100 points, you will also receive an extraordinary lottery chance. The system replied. I understand, but this 100 points is truly maxed out. A girl with an initial beauty score of 100 should be extremely rare in the world. As the saying goes, there is no first in literature and no second in martial arts. Jiang Nan felt that a beauty truly maxed out, reaching the highest level of beauty, should not exist. Host, true beauty is not merely limited to appearances. The system continued to explain. I understand. Jiang Nan completely grasped that a truly perfect opposite-sex beauty is not confined to outer beauty but embodies true inner beauty. So, how many extraordinary lottery chances can a 100-point beauty bring me after reaching a favorability of 100 points? Jiang Nan's eyes sparkled. 3 times. The system replied instantly. The 3 chances are rewarded when the favorability reaches 100 points, and when it reaches 95 points,
there will be an additional extraordinary lottery chance. Awesome!
Jongnan sincerely exclaimed, giving the system a thumbs up in his heart.
This setting is incredible.
Not to mention how hard it is to encounter a 100-point beauty. Just considering this welfare setting, Jongnan felt that since it exists, he shouldn't miss out on such top-tier beauties. After all, a stunning beauty like Yueyao, with an astonishing score of 99, has already appeared. Lost in thought, about 10 minutes quickly passed. Darling Meng Qingxiu's voice came from the stairs on the second floor.
Soon after, footsteps sounded.
Jongnan came back to his senses, stood up, and looked towards the staircase, where Meng Qingxiu, dressed in a little white dress with her hair tied in a high ponytail, radiated a pure aura as she smiled and waved at him.
Beautiful. One must admit, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Although Meng Qingxiu's beauty score was 2 points lower than Yueyao's, and her initial score was a full 3 points less, at this moment in Jiang Nan's eyes, the excitement Meng Qingxiu brought him was definitely many times greater than that of Yueyao. As for their beauty scores, while one might say Yueyao slightly surpassed, it was inevitable that Meng Qingxiu had her own charm. As Jiang Nan approached, Meng Qingxiu quickly came over, hooked her arm around his, and sweetly leaned against his shoulder, then looked at Yueyao and smiled. Yao, I'm hungry, who told you? You two to be so affectionate for so long? Don't worry, we're driving over now.
I've already called ahead to the restaurant. We should be able to eat once we get there. Yueyao rolled her eyes at Meng Qingxiu.
No choice, who told me my darling is so healthy? Meng Qingxiu laughed happily.
Only in front of those closest to her would she show such a side, completely different from the top goddess image in the eyes of outsiders. At her level, like Yueyao, even the outside world had never heard of a top goddess who was several points more beautiful than Meng Qingxiu, which shows they really didn't care about such titles.
Pa.
Yueyao spat playfully, her pretty face blushing for a moment. The two sisters would still chat privately, but when it came to talking in front of Jiangnan, a boy, and especially in front of her good friend's partner, she would inevitably feel shy.
The three set off. The restaurant Yueyao booked was not far away.
It was just a 10-minute drive, and after parking, they headed towards a Hu Cuisine restaurant.
Happiness Lane. Jiangnan glanced at the name of the Hu Cuisine restaurant. This Hu Cuisine restaurant is the most famous Hu Cuisine specialist in the entire Magic City.
Meng Qingxiu began to explain, it's a restaurant that has been passed down for nearly 200 years, and its flavors are truly exceptional.
Is that so? Jiangnan smiled.
In front of him, a master chef, he felt that the head chef of this Hu Cuisine restaurant was probably just average.
Really?
Meng Qingxiu nodded. Basically, Yao and I come here to eat 4 to 5 times a week, which shows how great the food is.
That does sound good. Jiangnan nodded.
The three of them entered the restaurant. Calling it a restaurant was actually an understatement, as it was more like a banquet hall. Happiness has a total of 3 floors, with a hall on the first floor, and the second and third floors are all private rooms. Meng Qingxiu hooked her arm around Jiangnan's, watching as Yueyao took out a black card in front of a welcoming hostess and respectfully led the three of them towards the elevator. She whispered, the second floor is mostly small private rooms, while the third floor has larger rooms for company gatherings.
Not bad.
As Jiangnan passed through the hall, he saw that every seat was filled, and it was bustling with activity. In fact, there was a long line of people waiting, which showed just how popular this Hu Cuisine restaurant was.
Welcome, esteemed guests. Miss Yueyao has made a reservation.
Please wait 2 minutes, I will go inform the kitchen, and the dishes will be served shortly. At the entrance of a small private room on the second floor, the welcoming hostess who had brought Jiangnan and the others bowed and gently pushed open the door.
Understood, you go ahead with your work.
Yueyao waved her hand, and then she, along with Jiangnan and Meng Qingxiu, walked into the small private room.
The layout of the private room in Happiness is quite nice. Meng Qingxiu smiled, it looks pretty cozy. Yes. Yueyao walked to a dining table and sat down, then took out her phone and began to read. Braised catfish, 8 treasured duck, crystal shrimp. After reading several dishes, Yueyao suddenly looked up at Meng Qingxiu and continued, Xiu, I've also ordered the Magic City white-cut chicken, so I'll be relying on you and Jiangnan for that. It must be ordered. It's my favorite.
Meng Qingxiu immediately said, darling, the Magic City white-cut chicken is a must-try dish.
Trust me, it's absolutely delicious.
I trust you, why wouldn't I trust you? Jiangnan chuckled softly. The moment the name of the Magic City white-cut chicken appeared, the necessary ingredients and preparation steps automatically surfaced in Jiangnan's mind.
This is the ability of a master chef. There is hardly any dish Jiangnan doesn't know how to make.
Any well-known dish can be easily prepared by him.
Moreover, even with local dishes, Jiangnan has absolute confidence in recreating the local flavors.
Soon, Yueyao handed her phone over. I ordered 10 dishes before I came.
Do you think we need to order anything else? Frog Fun, Yao, did you order 10 well-known dishes? There are only 3 of us today. Won't that be a bit wasteful?
Meng Qingxiu glanced at the dishes Yueyao ordered, her mouth slightly agape.
You haven't eaten for a week, so you forgot that the portions at Happiness are a bit small, right?
Yu Yao rolled her eyes at Meng Qingqiu but didn't point out her good friend's oversight. Usually, when the two of them came to Happiness to eat, they would order about 5 or 6 dishes. Today, with 3 people, ordering 10 dishes that are not very large in portion, Yu Yao genuinely believed that the clean plate campaign was not a problem at all.
Right. Meng Qingqiu giggled and then looked at Jiangnan, asking softly, "Darling, do you want to drink some wine?" Drinking wine in the middle of the day, are you sure?
Jiangnan looked at Meng Qingqiu with some surprise, thinking that it was still midday, and if the two women got drunk later, he would really have to carry one out with each hand.
Well then, let's go out and have some fun tonight.
Meng Qingqiu's eyes rolled around, glancing at Yu Yao, and hurriedly said, Yao, let's go together tonight, you have nothing to do anyway. No, I haven't finished reading that novel in my hands yet. Yu Yao rejected immediately without a hint of hesitation when Meng Qingqiu made the suggestion.
Yao, why aren't you keeping up with the main group?
Meng Qingqiu pouted, then sighed and shook her head, saying, Sigh, I don't know who it was that quarreled with their family and ran away from home at 15.
Stop.
Yu Yao's expression changed, and she hurriedly said, just 2 hours. In 2 hours, I'll have drunk quite a bit, that's fine.
Meng Qingqiu immediately smiled proudly.
Really, it's all about preventing fire, theft, and best friends.
Yu Yao couldn't help but complain. Ahem, Yao, that phrase isn't meant for this.
Upon hearing her words, Meng Qingqiu immediately coughed, as if she had hit the nail on the head, and a hint of embarrassment flashed across her face. Yu Yao might not have caught this, but Jiang Nan did, which made his gaze flicker for a moment, and a guess rose in his heart. Could it be that
Qingqiu is preparing to make her good friend a true sister on her side?
Looks like I need to complete this little welfare task early. The reward for the mind-reading ability is still particularly appealing. With this ability, I wouldn't need to guess what the other person is thinking. I could just throw out a mind-reading spell and know instantly what they have in mind.
Jiang Nan thought to himself. Knock.
At that moment, the door to the small private room was gently knocked on.
Come in, Yu Yao said.
As her voice fell, a young man dressed in a chef's uniform, looking somewhat handsome, walked in with several waiters carrying dishes.
Miss Yu Yao, Miss Meng, hello.
When the young man entered with the waiters, his gaze immediately locked onto Yu Yao, excitement flashing in his eyes as he smiled and said, You two haven't been here for over a week, right?
Yu Yao nodded coldly.
As for Meng Qingqiu, she completely ignored the young man, smiling as she picked a grape from the fruit platter the waiter brought and fed it to Jiang Nan's mouth. Darling, open your mouth, darling.
Hearing Meng Qingqiu's voice, the young man finally noticed Jiang Nan's presence, revealing a look of astonishment on his face. Goodness, how could this person have such a low presence? Also, such a top-tier rich beauty like Meng Qingqiu actually has a boyfriend? Wow, so handsome, so charismatic? The moment the young man's gaze landed on Jiang Nan, his pupils instantly constricted and expanded. My goodness, he had seen handsome guys before, but wow, he had never seen a man this handsome, stylish and charismatic. If this man said he was a loser, he wouldn't believe it. Definitely a top-tier rich second generation. In just an instant, the young man guessed Jiang Nan's identity.
There are still a few dishes that haven't been served. I'll go urge the 3 of you. By the way, Miss Yu Yao, the oil-exploded river shrimp is a large portion today. The young man immediately collected his gaze and then got down to business. He was just a small chef in a restaurant, and it was true that he had a great interest in Yu Yao and Meng Qingqiu, and he certainly wanted to get close to a rich woman.
But, when faced with a true rich second generation, the young man was still very perceptive.
Even if something needs to be done, it is absolutely impossible to foolishly reveal anything in front of Jiang Nan.
All right, Yu Yao still nodded coldly.
Then I won't disturb the 3 of you while you eat. The young man took a deep breath and respectfully exited the small private room with the few waiters who brought the dishes.
Who is this guy? The head chef of this restaurant? Jiang Nan was slightly surprised. The young man looked to be around 26 to 28 years old, yet he had already achieved the position of head chef in this relatively famous restaurant? Not exactly, he should be in training. Meng Qingqiu explained. Just a gigolo trying to latch onto a rich woman. Yu Yao said bluntly.
Swish, swish, swish. The moment Yu Yao's words fell, Jiang Nan and Meng Qingqiu immediately focused their attention on her.
What do you mean? Meng Qingqiu became interested right away. Did you not notice that every time we came here before, this guy was incredibly attentive?
Yu Yao said lightly. When I first discovered this treasure of a restaurant, he had already set his sights on me.
I thought it was fine, knowing someone could help with reservations. And then?
Women, when it comes to gossip, are always on the front lines. At this moment, Meng Qingqiu had completely lost the demeanor of a goddess and looked just like an excited onlooker.
And then? Then this guy wanted to take advantage of me, really thinking he was Chao Dahua?
Yu Yao's lips curled into a hint of disdainful smile.
Details? What happened specifically? Meng Qingqiu's eyes widened. Nothing specific, no details. Yu Yao shot Meng Qingqiu a glance, then secretly looked at the equally interested Jiang Nan, thought for a moment, and began to explain. I once overheard this guy on the phone, saying something like us white rich beauties are pampered at home and it's simply too easy to handle outside. Just pretending to be uninterested in her might attract some attention, and then relying on one's own excellence to achieve a leap in social class. After saying this, Yu Yao truly showed a hint of a mocking smile. Social class? Is it really that easy to cross? This guy is so shameless? Why do you even bother with him? Meng Qingqiu also showed an unhappy expression, coldly saying, he really has no self-awareness. Does he think we're fools? The story of a prince and Cinderella, or a princess and a poor boy, is basically impossible in reality. Even if the two truly fell in love, at the final step, they would definitely be stopped by the elders from the higher social class. This is beyond doubt. Take Jiang Nan and Meng Qingqiu for example. Meng Qingqiu might be willing to be with Jiang Nan, who has nothing, but her elders would absolutely not agree. In the end, they would definitely be torn apart. I'm not interested in dealing with him, and just quietly watching this guy's clown performance. Don't you think it's quite amusing? Yu Yao smiled with her lips pressed together. True. Meng Qingqiu smiled back. At this moment, there was another knock on the door of the private room. Come in. Meng Qingqiu continued. Soon, several waiters entered with the dishes. The dishes are all served. Please enjoy, esteemed guests. One waiter said respectfully. All right, thank you. Meng Qingqiu smiled and nodded, then picked up chopsticks, grabbed 2 small river shrimp, and placed them by Jiang Nan's mouth, saying, Darling, although this oil-fried river shrimp can be found in many places, the flavor of our Magic City's oil-fried river shrimp is definitely worth mentioning. Jiang Nan opened his mouth, and the 2 small river shrimp didn't have a particularly strong impact on the palate. But the taste was still decent. At least in the eyes of someone with master chef skills like Jiang Nan, this oil-fried river shrimp had no flaws. Not bad. Jiang Nan nodded. Just not bad? Then, darling, you should try this treasure duck. Meng Qingqiu tore off a piece of skin on duck meat, dipped it in some sauce, and brought it to Jiang Nan's mouth. Jiang Nan ate it, and upon meeting the expectant gazes of Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao, he smiled and nodded, saying, delicious. Yay! Finally, we have certified the cuisine of our Magic City. Darling, let's continue with this braised catfish, and this white-cut chicken, and this crab soufflé. 40 minutes later, lunch was over. The time had also come to 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Looking at Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao, who were enjoying themselves, leaning back in their chairs, gently patting their bellies, Jiang Nan couldn't help but laugh. If you like these dishes, how about I cook for you tomorrow and see if you prefer my cooking or that of the head chef of this restaurant? Skills are meant to be used. Moreover, cooking for the woman he loved was not something Jiang Nan felt ashamed of. Fair treatment. Ning Ruo Shuang and the others, the landlord's wife and her friends, all had tasted his culinary skills, so he naturally couldn't let Meng Qingqiu, the main consort, miss out on his cooking. Upon hearing Jiang Nan's words, Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao didn't react immediately. When they came to their senses, they exchanged surprised glances. Darling, you can cook? Meng Qingqiu straightened up slightly, looking at Jiang Nan with delight. Of course. Jiang Nan smiled confidently. Wow, darling, you are amazing. You can do martial arts, play the piano, you're so handsome, have such great temperament, and you can even practice medicine. Aren't you a bit too well-rounded? Meng Qingqiu looked at Jiang Nan with utmost admiration. Hearing Meng Qingqiu's words, Yu Yao's surprise deepened as she looked at Jiang Nan. Seeing that he only wore a faint smile and didn't show any excessive pride for being so outstanding, her fondness for him grew. Yu Yao's favorability +5. The system's prompt echoed in Jiang Nan's mind, making him sigh. This 99-point beauty's favorability was rising much slower than that of his previous confidant. After all this time, it had only reached 17 points, but still, any increase was a good thing. I remember there's a small piano in the private room. Yao, I recall you've been learning piano since you were little. How about you and Darling play a duet? At that moment, Meng Qingqiu spoke up. It's just right for some post-meal activity, let me enjoy it too. I've never heard Darling play before Qiu. Hearing Meng Qingqiu's suggestion, Yu Yao glanced at her a bit shyly, then made eye contact with Jiang Nan. I can do it. Jiang Nan smiled slightly. Then Yao is fine too. Meng Qingqiu immediately laughed, taking Jiang Nan's hand to stand up, and then pulling Yu Yao's hand towards a small curtain in the corner. Whoosh! Pulling back the curtain revealed a small home piano by the windowsill. Ladies and gentlemen, please perform. Meng Qingqiu held Jiang Nan and Yu Yao's hands, gently ushering them forward. Jiang Nan and Yu Yao exchanged another glance. Yu Yao's favorability +3. This time, the eye contact earned him another 3 points in favorability,
which made Jiangnan quite satisfied. If all went well with this duet, he guessed Yu Yao would at least gain another 10 points in favorability. Sit. Jiangnan and Yu Yao arrived at the bench, and he smiled and nodded. Yu Yao smiled back, taking a seat on the right side of the long bench, while Jiangnan sat down on the left. As for Meng Qingqiu, from his angle, he pulled a chair over and sat down to watch the two. You can choose the sheet music yourself. Jiangnan and Yu Yao glanced at an iPad on the small piano, and Yu Yao whispered, I've been wanting to practice the four-hand version of Canon recently. Can you do it? The piece Canon is neither too difficult nor too simple. Its complexity depends on the version and the performance skills. For example, a duet of violin and piano playing Canon is very challenging. Without the right synergy or if the performer's skills are lacking, the resonance of the music is greatly diminished. No problem, Jiangnan nodded. In the realm of piano, he was a true master. He didn't even need to look at the sheet music. His nimble fingers would instinctively play the necessary notes. To put it frankly, Jiangnan was known as a human music library. Great! Yu Yao nodded in surprise, then her delicate fingers glided over the iPad screen on the piano stand, making her selection. Finally, a four-hand piano score of Canon appeared on the screen. Yu Yao took a deep breath. It was her first time playing four hands with someone she had no prior synergy with, and she felt a bit nervous. The two exchanged a glance, nodded, and smiled. Yu Yao placed her 10 fingers on the black and white keys, and at the moment she gently pressed down to strike the first note, her aura instantly elevated to a new height. The first measure began with Yu Yao's solo, while Jiangnan quietly waited for his turn. During this time, Jiangnan showed an appreciative expression. There's a saying, when an expert makes a move, you can tell their skill. Clearly, Yu Yao's proficiency on the piano, if not at a master level, was at least very high. Her long fingers, combined with her occasional gentle sways in response to the rising and falling notes, made her look like a goddess of music. Soon, the first measure ended, and at the moment the last note fell, Yu Yao glanced at Jiangnan, worried he might not keep up and break the rhythm. Little did she know, when she turned her gaze, Jiangnan's instant transformation into a master-level pianist left her wide-eyed and surprised. In a split second, he struck the black and white keys, the first note resonating, followed by a perfect, flowing performance. This seamless transition made Yu Yao's pupils constrict and expand in astonishment. A faint sound of someone gasping could be heard, revealing just how surprised Yu Yao was. Because, prior to this, they hadn't rehearsed at all, nor did they have any hint of synergy in their forehand playing. Yet Jiangnan was able to so smoothly catch the notes just played. This not only showcased his familiarity with the piece but also highlighted his exceptional skill. Yu Yao's favorability +5. The second measure was Jiangnan's solo, and at the moment the last note fell, he did not stop or look at Yu Yao beside him. At that moment, his 10 long fingers danced over the black and white keys. Yu Yao initially couldn't keep up, completely entranced by Jiangnan's performance of the second measure. It wasn't until Jiangnan began to play the notes she was supposed to join in on that she gently stuck out her little tongue, regained her composure, and fully joined in the forehand play. During the forehand piano performance, Jiangnan and Yu Yao occasionally exchanged glances. Their cooperation evolved from nothing to a seamless connection, requiring no verbal cues. Both understood instinctively what the next step should be. Yu Yao's affection level +1. Yu Yao's affection level +1. Yu Yao's affection level +1. Meanwhile, Yu Yao's affection level steadily rose. In just a short while, her affection for Jiangnan increased from 25 to 30 points, achieving what he had hoped for. Why does it feel like Yao Yao and Darling are such a perfect match? At that moment, Meng Qingqiu, sitting to the side, murmured softly. Her words seemed to carry a hint of jealousy. However, the expression on Meng Qingqiu's face was more of a shipper's delight. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. So amazing! Darling and Yao Yao's chemistry is truly natural. They really should be a couple. Meng Qingqiu's thoughts raced, recalling the promise she made with Yu Yao when they were around 7 or 8 years old. In the future, we must marry the same man, that way we won't be separated and will always be good sisters. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Meng Qingqiu's face, and she couldn't help but murmur, Yao Yao, my darling is so outstanding. I refuse to believe you won't be moved. Humph, I hope you remember and keep our childhood promise. If not, humph, then don't blame me for using little tricks. Soon, under Meng Qingqiu's excited gaze, the forehand piano piece canon came to an end. Yu Yao's affection level +5. At that moment, Jiangnan also heard the system's notification in his mind, and a satisfied smile returned to his face. Initially, he expected to raise his affection level by about 10 points. Now, he was surprised to find it had increased by a full 15 points. His total affection level had reached a very satisfying 35 points. Currently, Xiao Qiu's affection for me has also reached 97 points. Logically, after this level, it should be the limit, and I need to obtain a random side quest to break through.
Jiang Nan withdrew his hands and exchanged a glance with the blushing Yu Yao, smiling as he speculated, I wonder if a high-value goddess like Yu Yao, with an affection level close to full, has a limited 97 points. Clap clap. Oh wow. My dearest darling, my dearest Yao Yao, your forehand performance just now was truly perfect. Meng Qingqiu's excited voice rang out as she stood up from her seat, her gaze towards Jiang Nan and Yu Yao burning with intensity. Not bad. Jiang Nan's skills are really strong. Yu Yao glanced at Jiang Nan and nodded shyly. Meng Qingqiu could play the piano, but she wasn't very deep into the skill, so she didn't realize that during the forehand performance, Jiang Nan was essentially the one leading the rhythm. To me, you both are amazing. Meng Qingqiu excitedly stepped forward, taking Jiang Nan in Yu Yao's hands, smiling brightly. If there were a violin, honestly, I would really want to join your performance. At this point, Meng Qingqiu curiously looked at Jiang Nan and asked, Darling, you wouldn't happen to play the violin too, would you? In her eyes, her darling was a versatile god, mastering too many skills. If he could indeed play the violin and was quite good at it, Meng Qingqiu would be thoroughly impressed. No, I can't. Currently, Jiang Nan does not possess the skills related to the violin, although he might master them later. But as long as he doesn't have that ability now, he won't force himself to pretend otherwise. Moreover, if he were to gain some master-level violin skills in the future and inadvertently showcase them, the shock would likely be even greater. It doesn't matter if you can't, darling. Your piano skills are already impressive in my eyes. In the past, it was just me and Yao Yao performing together. Next time we have the chance, let's play a duet for Yao Yao and see how well we sync. Meng Qingqiu smiled, her heart filled with anticipation. No problem, Jiang Nan nodded. I think I've digested enough. Let's go. Meng Qingqiu leaned closer to Jiang Nan, her whole body pressing against him, hooking his arm, and slightly tiptoeing to whisper in his ear, Darling, where do you want to go? The places we girls enjoy might be quite different from where you boys like to hang out. Where do you want to go? Jiang Nan asked, his gaze flickering as he countered. Amusement park. Meng Qingqiu blurted out, excitedly pumping her fist in the air a few times, saying, I want to ride roller coasters and merry-go-rounds with you and Yao Yao, and do a lot of fun activities. This was the kind of romance she had always envisioned. At the same time, going to the amusement park with Jiang Nan was a small obsession of hers after being together for 2.5 years. She had never been in a relationship before, and her thoughts on love were merely fantasies from movies, TV shows, and novels. The amusement park was her greatest expectation. Okay. Jiang Nan looked at Meng Qingqiu's excited expression, reached out to pat her head, and smiled, I'll follow your lead. Yao Yao, you're not thinking of running away, are you? At that moment, Meng Qingqiu seemed to sense something and cast a suspicious glance at Yu Yao Yao, narrowing her eyes as she asked, Cough, cough, cough. Hearing Meng Qingqiu's words, Yu Yao Yao awkwardly coughed twice. She indeed wanted to slip away, not because she was a girl who particularly enjoyed solitude. But, Meng Qingqiu and Jiang Nan were a couple. What was she, a friend, doing intruding on their moment? She admitted that Jiang Nan was indeed charming, but Meng Qingqiu was her best friend, someone she had grown up with, sharing everything. A friend's partner should not be taken. She was very aware of this principle. No way. Meng Qingqiu stepped forward and grabbed Yu Yao Yao, saying, Don't try to brush me off with excuses like you'll be a third wheel. I'm telling you, no way. Hearing this, Yu Yao Yao couldn't help but smile wryly and shake her head. What could she do? She could only nod. However, she inexplicably felt a bit of anticipation. Meng Qingqiu's pursuit of romance was something she, having never been in a relationship, could relate to as well. The three of them were action-oriented. After leaving the happy restaurant, they drove directly to a nearby amusement park. After parking the car and paying the 388 yuan admission fee per person for unlimited access, the three of them stepped into the amusement park. Strange, why does this amusement park charge 388 for unlimited access? After paying, Meng Qingqiu showed a puzzled expression. Maybe it's because it's the weekend, Yu Yao Yao replied uncertainly. For Jiang Nan, this amount of money was nothing. As long as this trip to the amusement park could earn him a bit more favor from Yu Yao Yao, a top goddess with near-perfect looks, he wouldn't mind paying 388, or even 3888, 38888, or 388,888. It was just some loose change. I have to say, the trio of Jiang Nan, Meng Qingqiu, and Yu Yao is truly eye-catching. The moment they appeared in the amusement park, they instantly attracted the attention of everyone around. Wow, top beauties. And two of them. That figure, that face, that aura, oh my god, it's simply exaggerated. What top beauties. I think they definitely have that tech face look. If you ask me, the handsome guy next to them is the real number one in the world. If I could date him, drive a luxury car, live in a mansion, and wear gold and silver, I'd be more than happy. Look, AT0 Fairy. Oh my goodness. I admit the handsome guys next to those two beauties are indeed good-looking, surpassing Wu Yanzu and Pang Yuyan. But that doesn't mean we should slander them, right? Sister, are you making wishes here? You want to drive a luxury car and live in a mansion? You look like a big plate of chicken buzzing on a tractor. As the three chose their activities, a stream of gazes followed them, and whispers reached Jiang Nan's ears.
For this, Jiang Nan merely smiled faintly. He had long since become accustomed to the attention focused on him.
Hello, please come this way.
Just as the three were wandering around, a few amusement park staff members jogged over, their faces filled with warm smiles as they looked at Jiang Nan, Meng Qingqiu, and Yu Yao.
What? Jiang Nan was taken aback. The stage is this way, please follow us. A man in his 30s said with a beaming smile. Wait, what stage?
Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao exchanged puzzled glances, looking curiously at the man.
Aren't you the big stars invited here by the amusement park?
Seeing the confusion on Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao's faces, the man was also stunned, then hurriedly took out his phone and asked, "Which of you is Miss Sun Weiwei?"
Sun Weiwei?
Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao were taken aback. The name sounded somewhat familiar. Jiang Nan was also stunned.
They were just here for a simple date. How did they suddenly get mistaken for big stars? Vivi is here.
At that moment, an excited shout came from behind. Whoosh! As the shout of Vivi rang out, the majority of people's gazes turned towards the back.
A woman in sunglasses, dressed casually, slowly approached, flanked by several bodyguards, surrounded by a group of young men and women, all wearing expressions of extreme excitement.
Sorry, ladies, I saw your looks and aura were so good, I thought you were big stars. The man in his 30s bowed apologetically, then hurried with the amusement park staff towards Sun Weiwei.
Sun Weiwei, such a familiar name? Big star. Meng Qingqiu blinked and couldn't help but murmur. Qiqiu, isn't she the lead actress from that hit drama we watched last time? Yu Yao focused on Sun Weiwei.
Although a large pair of sunglasses covered almost half her face, it was still possible to recognize her.
Oh, I remember.
This Sun Weiwei is very beautiful, plus, her aura is great, and her acting skills are top-notch.
Among the popular actresses in the entertainment industry, she is truly one of a kind.
Hearing Yu Yao's reminder, Meng Qingqiu immediately reacted, her face lighting up with excitement. Ya Yao, let's go get a photo together.
She looks so cool. There are too many people.
Yu Yao looked towards Sun Weiwei, who was surrounded by a large crowd. It was hard enough to even get a perfect photo from the outside, let alone squeeze in for a picture with her.
She's coming over, Meng Qingqiu suddenly exclaimed.
At this moment, Sun Weiwei, accustomed to the excited shouts of the crowd around her, remained very calm, as if she were the center of attention. For some unknown reason, her gaze swept over and inadvertently landed on Jiang Nan, who was standing with Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao, causing a look of surprise to appear on her face.
This guy, he actually has two stunning beauties by his side? And one of them seems to be very close to him. Scumbag. Truly lives up to the title of a scumbag.
Sun Weiwei pondered, her eyes behind the large black sunglasses involuntarily rolling around, the corners of her mouth slowly curving into a slight smile as she stepped towards Jiang Nan and the others.
Vivi, I love you. Vivi, we will always support you. One day, you will definitely become a national idol. Everyone loves you and supports you. Ah, it's Vivi, the living Vivi. I swear, are you cursing my Vivi?
As Sun Weiwei moved, the group of fans surrounding her went wild.
Dear fans, I'm about to enter.
Can you make way? When she was very close to Jiang Nan and the others, Sun Weiwei took off her sunglasses, revealing a very standard smile, and raised her hand to wave gently in the air a few times.
Quickly make way. Don't block the young lady's path. The moment Sun Weiwei's words fell, the surrounding fans immediately dispersed.
Seeing this, Sun Weiwei happily nodded, interacted with a few fans, and blew kisses to several nearby female fans.
Ah, Vivi blew a kiss to me.
The few kisses immediately sent the nearby female fans into a frenzy of excited screams.
Oh my goodness, is this reaction really necessary?
Meng Qingqiu watched this scene, her mouth slightly agape, her eyes widening a bit. She didn't follow celebrities and couldn't understand the madness of fan culture. However, she didn't look down on these people either, because everyone has their own way of living, and as long as it doesn't affect her, she respects it, even if she doesn't understand.
Nice to see you again. At this moment, Sun Weiwei arrived in front of Jiang Nan and the others, stepping past a few bodyguards and smiling at Jiang Nan. Nice to see you again?
Whoosh! Sun Weiwei's proactive greeting immediately drew the attention of the surrounding fans to Jiang Nan and the others. It was fine until they shifted their focus. Once they did, the entire scene became chaotic.
Wow, Vivi actually took the initiative to greet him. Who is this handsome guy, a rookie trainee? His aura, physique, and looks are simply amazing. Did you not notice the two beauties beside this handsome guy? My goodness, this world is too crazy. Usually, you can't see even one top-notch handsome guy or beauty,
and now there are 3 all at once. Unbelievable. This handsome guy and the 2 beauties, I think if they were ordinary people, they could really debut on the spot. If they debut, I would be willing to be their joint fan. It was a frenzy. At this moment, when these already star-crazed fans saw Jiang Nan, Meng Qingqiu, and Yu Yao, 3 top-notch beauties and handsome guys, they fell into a state of madness. Voices of discussion, exclamations, excited shouts, and the sound of camera shutters clicking filled the air. Darling, do you know Sun Weiwei? Meng Qingqiu, surprised, shifted her gaze from Sun Weiwei to Jiang Nan. I was on the same flight as her, Jiang Nan nodded. Oh, Meng Qingqiu elongated her tone, revealing a meaningful smile. Jiang Nan reached out and pinched her nose tip, smiling as he pulled her into his embrace, then said, "What does that little expression of yours mean?" "Guess." Meng Qingqiu blinked her eyes. "Do you think I can guess?" Jiang Nan laughed, turning his gaze to Sun Weiwei, and upon seeing her somewhat jealous expression, he said, "What a coincidence. Is this your girlfriend?" Sun Weiwei looked at Meng Qingqiu a few more times. Whether it was her looks, temperament, or figure, she was equally stunning, showing just how high the quality of this girl was. "Yes." Jiang Nan nodded. "Then, did you treat me that way while you were on the plane?" Sun Weiwei's eyes darted around, suddenly adopting a pitiful pose, and in that moment, tears seemed to swirl in her eyes, giving off a sense of heartbreak. Goodness, truly worthy of being an actress. In just an instant, she seemed to embody a character who had been hurt and abandoned by a scumbag. Not to mention Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao, even Jiang Nan couldn't help but ponder for a moment. It seemed like he was the one who had been kissed by this woman, rather than him kissing her. Even more, this woman had eaten his imported candy. My goodness, it feels like there will be explosive news. Sun Weiwei's voice wasn't loud, but at that moment, her appearance was seen by the surrounding fans, and in just an instant, they couldn't help but imagine a grand drama of love and hate. Hearing Sun Weiwei's suspicious words, Meng Qingqiu showed no reaction, instead looking at the big star with a strange gaze, which made the latter feel a bit unsettled. Strange. Why is this beauty not reacting at all? According to common sense, shouldn't she be questioning me on the spot? Sun Weiwei was indeed very puzzled. She turned her gaze to Yu Yao, her face flashing with an unnatural and strange expression, and an incredible thought rose in her mind. This girl, could she also be Jiang Nan's girlfriend? The moment that thought crossed her mind, Sun Weiwei's eyes widened. Goodness, no way, it shouldn't be. Sun Weiwei, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Meng Qingqiu had no reaction, but Jiang Nan understood he couldn't remain silent, frowning as he said, "If something happened, you probably know best in your heart." "TCH, just teasing you." Sun Weiwei flicked her golden hair to cover her slight embarrassment. "Stop teasing, in front of so many people, I won't be at a loss. The impact of what you spread will be bad for everyone. Think about it yourself." After saying this, Jiang Nan took Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao and walked to the side. This guy, really, does he think he's so stunning that he can be invincible just by relying on his looks? Sun Weiwei glared at Jiang Nan's back, snorted lightly, then revealed a smile, waving to the surrounding fans. "Hey, fans, what do you want to hear first?" As soon as she finished speaking, she hurriedly added, "Oh, I won't sing Jiang Nan's song today, anything else is fine." After saying this, she glanced at Jiang Nan's back again and snorted lightly. Sun Weiwei's favorability +2. On Jiang Nan's side, the system's prompt sounded in his mind, causing his steps to pause slightly, revealing a strange expression on his face. This big star Sun Weiwei was truly quite inexplicable. "Darling, I think Sun Weiwei really likes you," Meng Qingqiu said with a grin. "I don't know." Jiang Nan shook his head. Currently, Sun Weiwei's favorability towards him had reached 47 points, which definitely indicated she liked him. Even knowing he has a girlfriend, his favorability didn't decrease but instead inexplicably increased by 2 points, which shows that Jiang Nan's charm is indeed terrifyingly great. However, thinking carefully, he carries the title of the destined protagonist with a buff, and his charm value is maxed out, making him quite popular with the opposite sex. "You don't know, but I do." Meng Qingqiu leaned closer to Jiang Nan, grinning as she said, "As a woman's intuition, I tell you, that Sun Weiwei definitely has feelings for you." "Really?" Jiang Nan laughed and replied, "Then why don't you show any attitude?" Logically, when Sun Weiwei spoke just now, you should have started to get jealous, right? "Darling, do I look like an insecure woman to you?" Meng Qingqiu said nonchalantly, "I know how excellent my man is. There are few women in the world who can resist." At this point, she casually glanced at the pensive Yu Yao, smiled, and continued, "Don't say it's Sun Weiwei, even if Yao likes my darling. So what? Ha?" Yu Yao was startled by this and quickly waved her hands, saying, "Qingqiu, don't talk nonsense, I don't like Jiang Nan. Oh, I'm just joking, and besides, didn't I say it? We're like sisters who grew up together in the same diaper. My darling is also your darling, right?" Meng Qingqiu looked deeply at Yu Yao, whose face had inexplicably turned red,
then gave Jiang Nan a knowing glance and said with a smile, I think, yeah Yao, you might as well call him darling too. Didn't we agree to marry the same man in the future? It seemed like a joke, but in reality, Meng Qingqiu's words were almost a declaration. Her mindset had always been this way, no matter how many women liked her man, it didn't matter. Meng Qingqiu's confidence was immense. If a beautiful woman could really take Jiang Nan away, then that woman's ability was just too great, and that was understandable. Hey, Qingqiu, don't tease me. Are you trying to make me date your boyfriend? That's really strange. Yu Yao was genuinely shy. Yue Yao's favorability +5. Hee, good sisters should share everything. Meng Qingqiu's words were brief, and she didn't delve deeper into the topic. Her attitude was already very clear. She understood that Yu Yao wasn't foolish, and if there ever came a day when her feelings couldn't be hidden, she believed her good sister would have no psychological burden at all. Jiang Nan hadn't said a word the whole time, with Meng Qingqiu, the main wife, being so obvious. If he said something, it would seem like he was being ungrateful. Next, the three of them began their adventure. Pirate ship, Ferris wheel, carousel. After about 3 hours of fun, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. So happy. At this moment, in a square at the center of the amusement park, Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao, with candied hawthorn in one hand and ice cream in the other, both wore happy smiles. They had been to amusement parks before, but the joy of playing together for these few hours today made them experience the feeling of love they had imagined. Although this love experience was composed of 3 people, but, for both Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao, it was a heart-fluttering love experience worth reminiscing about. Especially for Yu Yao, her favorability had only been 40 points before, but now it had reached a full 50 points. Don't underestimate this 50 points of favorability. It's not an exaggeration to say that in a situation where Jiang Nan and Yue Yao are alone together, the atmosphere is such that pulling a string would be no problem at all. Yao, how is it? Meng Qingqiu said with a grin, hooking her arm around Yue Yao's and whispering in her ear. What do you mean how? Yue Yao glanced at Jiang Nan a bit shyly before asking softly. He. Meng Qingqiu smiled without speaking, looking over at Jiang Nan. I'm very happy, Yue Yao responded quietly at that moment. At the same time, Jiang Nan's gaze turned, and his eyes suddenly lit up, because a golden exclamation mark appeared above Meng Qingqiu's head. The side quest belonging to the main consort had finally arrived. Ding! Congratulations, host! Due to the high favorability of the beautiful confidant Meng Qingqiu, a random side quest has been successfully triggered. Complete it to receive a task reward. Please click on the golden exclamation mark above Meng Qingqiu's head to view the side quest. Accompanied by the golden exclamation mark floating above Meng Qingqiu's head, a series of system prompts echoed in Jiang Nan's mind, causing a satisfied smile to appear on his face. Immediately, he didn't waste any time. With a thought, a phantom finger pointed at the illusory golden exclamation mark above Meng Qingqiu's head. Task description: successfully raise Yue Yao's favorability to above 80 points. Task reward: Meng Qingqiu's favorability +1 lottery chance. When Jiang Nan saw the description of this side quest, he was stunned. Is this considered Meng Qingqiu's side quest? Wait, could it be? Meng Qingqiu wants Yue Yao to truly acknowledge her feelings for her, or rather, to directly break this awkward situation and openly establish their relationship? Jiang Nan wasn't a fool. After a moment of thought, he immediately guessed something. Meng Qingqiu repeatedly mentioned to Yue Yao that she didn't mind and was very willing to share Jiang Nan with her. From this, it was easy to see how deep her obsession with this was. Therefore, this side quest was quite reasonable and had no issues. Understanding the key point, Jiang Nan's smile grew a bit wider. Welcome everyone to the Starshine amusement park. At that moment, excited shouts came from a large stage not far away. Jiang Nan and the others shifted their gaze over. There were quite a few people under that big stage, not to mention a few thousand. At least 1,000 people were there. Vivi, we love you. The sound was like a tsunami. Don't think that just because there were only 1,000 people, Sun Weiwei's popularity isn't enough. In fact, even without a special announcement, there were still thousands of people who came spontaneously, which shows how exaggerated Sun Weiwei's influence is. There's a rumor that Sun Weiwei has a big background. If she had made an announcement, even more people would have come. It seems this amusement park might not be her family's, right? Meng Qingqiu looked on curiously, recalling that the tickets for the amusement park had inexplicably become a bit more expensive today, and couldn't help but say, I think I've seen Sun Weiwei's introduction. She's also a local from Magic City. Is that so? I'm not sure. Yue Yao, at this moment, had no thoughts to care about Sun Weiwei, shaking her head, her eyes occasionally glancing at Jiang Nan. Whenever their eyes met for even a second, she felt her heart suddenly racing multiple times at that moment. What a strange feeling, Yue Yao. Oh Yue Yao, although Chiu says she doesn't mind sharing Jiang Nan with you, you can't really accept it. Stay calm, you must stay calm.
At that moment, a little angel-like spirit flew by Yuya's left ear, whispering softly. Bang! At the moment the little angel-like elf's voice fell, another little devil-like elf holding a trident suddenly appeared, kicking her away. One flew to Yuyao's right ear and began to whisper devilishly, Yuyao, you and Qiu are like sisters. What if Qiu marries in Jiang City with Jiangnan in the future? Then it will be very difficult for you and Qiu to see each other again. And think about it, you are so outstanding, and it's not easy for you to have feelings for a man once, why resist it? Jiangnan is good-looking, has a great temperament, and according to Qiu, his body should be very impressive. He is exceptionally excellent, and your forehand duet is perfectly in sync. Can you really bear to miss such a perfect man? As the little devil's words fell, a hint of confusion appeared on Yuyao's face. No! At that moment, the little angel-like elf exclaimed, Get lost! The little devil-like elf kicked her away again. Yuyao's favorability +5. Yuyao's inner thoughts lasted only a moment. At this time, Jiangnan, who received the system prompt in his mind, showed a look of surprise on his face. He had inexplicably gained 5 points of favorability again? Sure enough, women can self-strategize. Jiangnan looked at Yuyao, their eyes met, and an electric spark instantly exploded between them. Unlike before when they had 55 points of favorability, Yuyao would immediately shyly look away when they made eye contact. Now, although Yuyao's gaze was extremely shy, it was more of a lingering connection. 55 points of favorability was already considered very high for a top beauty like Yuyao. It could almost be said that she was very clear about her feelings for Jiangnan. However, to completely confront Meng Qingqiu with this level of favorability was still lacking. At the same time, Yuyao felt it was all a bit too crazy. Although she had heard many good things about Jiangnan from Meng Qingqiu, how wonderful and captivating he was, it was only when this man appeared in front of her that she truly experienced it. Little did she know that if it weren't for Meng Qingqiu's constant brainwashing, she might have had feelings for Jiangnan, but she wouldn't have been so bold. At this moment, a beautiful song came from the arena not far away. It's Fan Chen. Meng Qingqiu's voice rang out. The theme song of that hit drama, this song is really good. Jiangnan shifted his gaze, and with his keen eyesight, he could easily see Sun Weiwei on stage, dressed in hanfu. He had to admit, this woman looked very good in hanfu, especially as she got into the mood of singing. She was indeed somewhat captivating. I only wish to wait in the mortal world, not expecting you to never return. The slightly hoarse and tearful voice came through, and Jiangnan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows in surprise. Is Fan Chen this drama so tragic? Just commenting on Sun Weiwei's singing of the song, he thought that the character she played in the drama hadn't lost a few husbands, and he pondered that it was really hard to convey such a sense of tearing and breaking. Cough cough cough. Hearing Jiangnan's words, Meng Qingqiu and Yuyao exchanged a glance and awkwardly coughed twice in unison. Yao, you say, Meng Qingqiu said shyly. Or you say it, Qiu. I find it a bit hard to speak. Yuyao looked elsewhere. This drama is a Yuri drama. Meng Qingqiu cleared her throat again and replied softly, not only that, but most of Sun Weiwei's popular dramas are female-led, with no so-called CP, which is why she has had 0 scandals since her debut. Upon hearing this, Jiangnan was slightly surprised. Of course, he was surprised not by Sun Weiwei, but by how Meng Qingqiu suddenly knew so much about Sun Weiwei. It seemed that Meng Qingqiu sensed Jiangnan's gaze, and she lightly coughed twice, a bit awkwardly saying, I just took a moment to look up some information about Sun Weiwei. It wasn't that Meng Qingqiu felt threatened by the beautiful star Sun Weiwei, wanting to know her enemy to avoid falling behind. Rather, it was because Sun Weiwei was excellent and beautiful, and Meng Qingqiu didn't mind sharing Jiangnan with a woman of her caliber. The key was that she needed to understand whether this woman had truly experienced any bad incidents. After all, Meng Qingqiu had not entered the entertainment industry, but she had heard about its cruelty and the many hidden rules. There were rumors online that this woman had a powerful background, but who knew what kind of background it was? For example, she, without exaggeration, could say that she entered the entertainment industry directly under the title of the most beautiful girl from the top university in the Magic City, supported by the Meng family behind her, which would definitely allow her to navigate such an environment with ease. In fact, there had been more than one variety show inviting her as a springboard to debut. She had no interest in this industry at all. Now that Sun Weiwei had appeared, she naturally had to pay extra attention. So, what did you find out? Jiangnan teased. He was the one who understood best whether Sun Weiwei had any issues, possessing the ability to see through things. With such high looks, such a good figure, and such a great temperament, the charging bar was still at 0, which showed that she indeed had significant strength backing her. Otherwise, in an entertainment industry filled with capital and rampant hidden rules, how could she remain untainted and rise above the muck? Like Jiangnan, if any of his women truly wanted to enter the entertainment industry, with his financial power,
Which person in that industry would dare to have even the slightest thought about his woman?
Financial power may not be as great as political power, but remember, when financial power reaches an exaggerated peak, it can certainly contend with political power. Of course, saying all this, Jiang Nan's current financial power had not yet reached that level. He could only say that he had the 10 years of life he could trade at hand. It would not be an exaggeration to say that going to the capital, with his grandfather, a beta player, as a springboard, he couldn't imagine a scenario where he would suffer even the slightest grievance. Before that, I still have to work hard to improve my abilities.
Jiang Nan's eyes sparkled. He understood that without absolute strength, no matter how much trading life he had, it would all be in vain, all just a small card for the real big shots to harvest. Soon, after the song Fancheng finished, a very pleasant prelude followed. Jiang Nan, Meng Qingqiu suddenly called out.
Jiang Nan came back to his senses, looking at Meng Qingqiu in surprise. Usually, she would call him darling, so why was she calling him by his name now?
Xiuxiu, does love change? Actually, I think calling me husband or dear is also a very nice title, of course.
Jiang Nan smiled. He originally wanted to say something very suggestive, but thinking about the lack of substantial progress in his relationship with Yu Yao, he quickly held back his words.
Darling, that's not it.
I meant this song is called Jiang Nan, just like your name, dear.
Right, Yao Yao, he actually said that about me.
Meng Qingqiu pouted, looking aggrieved, and in just one short sentence, she switched between 3 titles, although darling and dear meant the same thing.
Xiuqiu is right, this song is called Jiang Nan.
Yu Yao nodded emphatically, explaining, this song is the theme song of a hit drama, and speaking of which, Sun Weiwei's strength is indeed impressive. It is said that the arrangement and lyrics were all done by her alone, of course.
Whether it was a buyout system or not, no one knows.
In her words, she seemed to have a less favorable impression of Sun Weiwei than expected. Jiang Nan noticed this and, seeing her indifferent expression, couldn't help but smile and shake his head inwardly.
I'm just teasing you, I've heard this song before.
Jiang Nan reached out and patted Meng Qingqiu gently, saying, I used to really like this song, but because of copyright issues, I've only listened to covers. Hearing the original singer up close, to be honest, covers really pale in comparison. This was still a live performance. With Sun Weiwei being so stable, if it were in a recording studio, there would be no need for any tuning, just pure enjoyment of the heavenly voice.
Meng Qingqiu tightened her embrace around Jiang Nan and whispered, but, darling, I only want to call you that.
Of course.
When I'm happy, I wouldn't mind calling you other things.
Her voice grew softer. If it weren't for Jiang Nan's incredible hearing, he wouldn't have been able to make out what Meng Qingqiu had just said at such a close distance. I can call you anything. It's just a title, no need to be so particular. Jiang Nan chuckled as he looked toward the distant stage, not knowing if it was intuition or if Sun Weiwei, singing on stage, was occasionally glancing this way.
Thus, at the moment Jiang Nan looked over, Sun Weiwei happened to be looking this way as well, just as the song Jiang Nan reached its chorus.
In the hazy Jiang Nan mist of memory, how sorrowful the thoughts are. At this moment, Meng Qingqiu also began to hum along softly.
Around 5 o'clock, Jiang Nan, Meng Qingqiu, and Yu Yao left the amusement park. To be honest, Sun Weiwei's live performance is really impressive. In the car, Jiang Nan started the engine. In the back seat, Meng Qingqiu held Yu Yao's hand and praised her appreciatively. You, girl, do you really praise others this much? Besides, Yu Yao said, sneaking a glance at Jiang Nan in the driver's seat, leaning closer to Meng Qingqiu's ear and whispering, that woman doesn't seem like a good person. I used to admire her, but the first time we met, she wanted to stir up trouble. Besides, she might like Jiang Nan, isn't that your rival? Her voice was low, but to Jiang Nan's keen hearing, it was as if she was speaking right next to him. Hearing this, Jiang Nan couldn't help but smile slightly. So that's why Yu Yao's attitude changed so quickly. Yao Yao, whether she's a rival or not, I really don't mind. Meng Qingqiu smiled, patted Yu Yao's hand gently, and said softly, you and I aren't from ordinary families. Haven't we seen this kind of thing before?
What she meant was that big and small matters coexist peacefully. In her words and expressions, Meng Qingqiu exuded a very confident demeanor. This confidence made Yu Yao, who had grown up with her, admire her. Hearing Meng Qingqiu's words, Yu Yao opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but when she thought about the reality, she didn't know what to say. After a brief silence, Yu Yao stole another glance at Jiang Nan. The facts were facts, but when it happened to her, she seemed to find it hard to accept. Of course, what she found hard to accept wasn't just wanting to keep Jiang Nan to herself, but she didn't mind sharing him with Meng Qingqiu. However, if it meant sharing Jiang Nan with other women, especially with Sun Weiwei, who wanted to stir up trouble right from the start, Yu Yao would indeed feel a bit displeased. Wait a minute. The moment that thought crossed her mind, Yu Yao's stunningly beautiful face instantly flushed bright red. How could she compromise like this? She admitted that she seemed to have a bit of a crush on Jiang Nan, but it shouldn't have developed this quickly. At this moment, Meng Qingqiu looked at the blushing Yu Yao and smiled. Sun Weiwei was never the issue. What mattered was how it affected Yu Yao. Becoming her true good sister, that was the most important thing. And from Yu Yao's attitude now, it seemed she was slowly getting into Meng Qingqiu's rhythm. Don't think that Meng Qingqiu would spare her good friend from using little tricks. She was constantly brainwashing her in various ways, making her seem not like a good person. But if you think about it, Meng Qingqiu was actually the most clear-headed person. With Jiang Nan's attitude towards her, Meng Qingqiu believed she definitely held an irreplaceable position in his heart. If Jiang Nan didn't have that capability, she would naturally be stable and wouldn't have any thoughts at all. But Jiang Nan was too capable. Even for Meng Qingqiu, if she hadn't been in a 2.5-year online relationship and had met this man under unfamiliar circumstances, she sincerely felt she wouldn't be worthy of Jiang Nan.
In love, the one who loves more is the more humble one.
And Meng Qingqiu's feelings for Jiang Nan, her love, were beyond doubt.
A woman as outstanding as her, merely in an online relationship, still thinking about meeting Jiang Nan for the second time after seeing his appearance in a down-and-out state, could that not be called deep love?
With such an excellent Jiang Nan, there would inevitably be many women around him. She believed that what she could do was to be a good first wife, the main wife. The car slowly drove back. Soon, they returned to the garage of the small villa where Meng Qingqiu lived. Once back in the main building, Meng Qingqiu didn't hide it all as she hugged Jiang Nan and kissed him passionately, completely ignoring Yu Yao, who was shyly burying her head but couldn't help but steal glances over. Yao, I'm going upstairs with Darling to discuss where to eat for dinner. Wait for us on the first floor. Meng Qingqiu looked at Jiang Nan with flirtatious eyes and whispered in his ear, carry me upstairs, let's discuss what to eat for dinner. Jiang Nan glanced at Yu Yao, who didn't dare to look over, and felt no embarrassment as he picked Meng Qingqiu up in a princess carry, going upstairs effortlessly. This Cho really knows how to torment people. After Jiang Nan carried Meng Qingqiu upstairs, Yu Yao finally turned around, looking at the stairs to the second floor, unconsciously swallowing. After taking a couple of steps toward the living room, she suddenly stopped. Then, she turned around and quickly headed for the second floor. Yu Yao's favorability +8. Around 6:30, in the master bedroom, Jiang Nan listened to the sound of water splashing in the bathroom, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but lift slightly. Closing his super senses, Jiang Nan glanced at the two oddly placed small sofas beside him, revealing a very satisfied smile. Who says that being top-notch doesn't involve little tricks? This 8-point increase in favorability came just in time. Jiang Nan muttered. Currently, Yu Yao's favorability towards him had reached an astonishing 63 points. After all, they had only met for the first time today, and the speed of this favorability surge was simply exaggerated. However, after a little thought, Jiang Nan felt that this growth rate was very normal. Long before he realized it, Meng Qingqiu had definitely hinted, implied, and joked with Yu Yao countless times. With Meng Qingqiu being so outstanding, it was easy to imagine that in Yu Yao's heart, she had great expectations for Jiang Nan. From the moment they first met, Yu Yao was basically smitten. How great was Jiang Nan's charm? With the addition of the four-handed duet in the Happy Lane restaurant, the two of them even felt a sense of soul-merging, reminiscent of when Jiang Nan and Su Yun played together at her home. Therefore, in just under a day, their affinity skyrocketed to 63 points, which Jiang Nan thought was simply too normal. Just look at Ning Rushuang back then. Her progress was even more exaggerated. This charm value of 100 points is no joke. Jiang Nan could only say this: if a charm value of 100 points couldn't achieve this effect, he would have to suspect whether it was on a 1,000-point or 10,000-point scale. No rush, we can stay in the Magic City for a few more days. Making substantial progress with Yu Yao will be very simple. As long as Yu Yao is mentally prepared, Jiang Nan wouldn't need to take the initiative. Everything would unfold naturally and smoothly. Around 7 o'clock, Jiang Nan was still playing the role of the driver, while Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao chattered happily in the back seat, engrossed in their phones. For this, Jiang Nan rolled down the car window, resting one hand outside, driving with one hand, as the gentle breeze blew, bringing a relaxed smile to his face. The system was officially bound on May 15th, and it was only May 25th now. All in all, it had only been 10 days. Yet, these 10 days felt like a dream. With over 10 billion in savings, numerous properties and vehicles, as well as the Star Welfare Institute and the Jiancheng building worth at least 10 billion. To be honest, even if this were a dream, waking up suddenly, Jiang Nan would still feel it was worth it. Bah, crow's mouth. As this thought crossed his mind, Jiang Nan quickly spat twice in his heart. At this point, he still had to avoid any omens. What if this was treated as a wish? One day, if he suddenly woke up, it would really be a mental explosion. This life is pretty good,
let's keep growing like this.
Jiang Nan retracted his hand, slightly pressed the accelerator, and glanced at the rearview mirror, where Meng Qingqiu and Yue Yao were still chatting excitedly, unable to help but smile knowingly.
Darling, by the way, how long are you planning to stay in the Magic City this time? I was thinking, how about coming back with me to meet our parents?
After a little while, Meng Qingqiu's voice suddenly rang out from the back seat.
Meet the parents? Hearing Meng Qingqiu's words, Jiang Nan's gaze flickered for a moment.
After pondering for 2 seconds, he replied, I need to go to Kyoto on the 30th to handle some matters.
As for meeting your parents, have you talked to your family about it? Meng Qingqiu was still young, only 20 years old.
Moreover, her family, while not particularly impressive, was definitely quite wealthy.
Jiang Nan had nothing in the Magic City right now. Would he really just go up and show Meng Qingqiu's parents his bank balance? Not to mention, I've got over 10 billion in savings. Take a good look, isn't that impressive?
Thinking of this, Jiang Nan couldn't help but twitch his mouth a couple of times.
To be honest, for an ordinary family, this was indeed the simplest and most straightforward approach. But, for Meng Qingqiu's family, it might actually lower his value.
Not yet, but my family knows I suddenly have a boyfriend. They might really be shocked.
Meng Qingqiu couldn't help but laugh, then took Yue's little hand and continued, Yao, I think after I tell my family, you should also find time to tell yours, so they won't be too surprised when the time comes.
Upon hearing this, Yue Yao was instantly stunned, her expression showing a cute contrast that made Jiang Nan's smile in the rearview mirror deepen a little.
It's settled then, darling. My family is very easy to talk to. How about I call my brother out to hang out tonight, and you two can meet first?
Meng Qingqiu's eyes darted around before she pulled out her phone from a small Chanel bag beside her.
Okay. Jiang Nan did not refuse. Great. Meng Qingqiu immediately dialed a video call. My sister, who looks like a celestial being, actually took the initiative to call me, and it's a video call.
It was almost instantly connected, and a hearty laugh soon followed.
Big brother, let me show you my boyfriend.
Meng Qingqiu started with a zero-frame shot, flipping the camera to capture Jiang Nan's back as he drove, smiling cheerfully, Darling, focus on driving, we'll greet each other properly when we meet later.
What? Meng Qingming was taken aback by Meng Qingqiu's zero-frame shot, exclaiming, Your boyfriend? Where did you get a boyfriend? Don't scare me. Why would I lie to you? Yao, tell big brother. Meng Qingqiu turned the camera back to the side, focusing on Yu Yao. Good evening, big brother. Xiao indeed has a boyfriend.
Yu Yao waved her hand lightly, revealing a faint smile.
Yu Yao, what's going on? Where did Xiao find a boyfriend? When did this happen? No way, April Fool's Day has long passed. Did you guys lose a game of truth or dare?
Meng Qingming was stunned, his voice rising several decibels, looking very anxious.
Where are you? Give me a location. I'll come find you right away.
We're about to go have dinner. We'll tell you the location when we get there.
Meng Qingqiu was about to hang up the call. Don't hang up. Tell big brother where you are. I'll come right away.
Or you come here. I have a few friends from Jiangcheng I'm entertaining, and the dishes haven't been served yet. Why not come over together? Knowing his sister well, Meng Qingming sensed Meng Qingqiu's intention to hang up and immediately suggested,
Darling, what do you think? Should we go to Big Brother's place or just the three of us grab a bite? Meng Qingqiu did not respond to Meng Qingming right away but first asked Jiang Nan, who was driving.
Upon hearing this, at the same time, in a private room on the 23rd floor of the Magic City building, a very handsome young man widened his eyes.
What's wrong, Manga?
A few young people in the same private room noticed his unusual expression and quietly inquired.
Nothing.
It was hard for Meng Qingming not to feel upset that his sister was not listening to him.
Whatever.
Jiang Nan's voice came from the phone, and this calm tone made Meng Qingming feel even worse.
Big brother, give me a location. We'll be there soon. Before Meng Qingming could say anything, Meng Qingqiu hung up the phone. Sigh.
After the call ended, Meng Qingming forced a smile and sighed, quickly sending Meng Qingqiu the location of where he and his friends were. After sending the message, he looked at his phone and waited for a while but did not receive a reply from Meng Qingqiu, sighing heavily again.
Has she really forgotten her big brother now that she has a boyfriend? Mengu, what's going on?
A young man in his mid-20s approached, offering him a 100 yuan cigarette and asking. Meng Qingming took the cigarette, allowing the young man beside him to light it.
Hiss!
Meng Qingming took a long drag and exhaled the smoke, bitterly shaking his head. My little sister is in a relationship.
Your sister is in a relationship?
In the private room, besides Meng Qingming, there were 3 men and 2 women, a total of 6 people, all surprised to hear his words. They had heard Meng Qingming mention his little sister Meng Qingqiu before,
the top beauty of Magic City University, outstanding to the point of being unbelievable,
the only one in their family who entered a top university based on her own merits. A goddess-like existence with such a perfect persona is in a relationship? If he were an exceptionally outstanding guy, that would be understandable. But if he's just some punk, it's easy to imagine why Meng Jingming is acting this way. Brother Meng, maybe your little sister's boyfriend is really excellent? After all, she graduated from Modi University, so the people she knows can't be too bad, right? A rather attractive girl whispered. Yeah, Brother Meng, someone as outstanding as your little sister must be interacting with very impressive people. She shouldn't end up with a punk. Cough cough. A young man said, but when he saw Meng Jingming's gaze sweep over, he immediately shut his mouth. You guys don't understand anything. My little sister is so outstanding. What does it matter if those are top university graduates? No matter how impressive they are, aren't they just a bunch of cattle and horses? Meng Jingming took a couple of hard puffs on his cigarette, his chest rising and falling, and said in a deep voice, no way, when that kid comes over, let's get him drunk first. After all, my little sister is here, I won't go too far, but you guys should understand what I mean. Don't worry, Brother Meng, just watch me later. A young man grinned, patting his chest confidently. I attended an auction in Jiangxing a while back, and getting to the second floor was really tough. The only reason I got up there was because of my drinking skills, which allowed me to meet some big shots. So, Brother Meng, just trust me, you'll see how I handle that kid later. Modu Tower, the most iconic building in Modu, without a doubt. At the same time, this tower stands at a total height of 632 meters, known as the tallest building in the country, ranking third in the world. The value of this building is immeasurable, far beyond what Jiangxing's Jiangcheng Tower can compare to. At this moment, in the underground parking garage, Jiangnan, Meng Qingqiu, and Yu Yao got out of the car and slowly headed towards the elevator. Don't say, I'm feeling a bit nervous. With a ding, the elevator arrived, and as the three entered, Meng Qingqiu took a deep breath, a hint of nervousness appearing on her face. Logically, shouldn't I be the one feeling nervous? Jiangnan, with his arm around Meng Qingqiu's slim waist, couldn't help but laugh at her words. I'm just afraid my brother won't like you, Meng Qingqiu said softly. That's normal. Which man would be pleased to see his beloved little sister bring home a boyfriend? Jiang Nan was quite calm and understood very well. If he had a little sister, especially one as outstanding as Meng Qingqiu, and suddenly one day she brought home a punk to meet the family, would Jiang Nan think well of that punk? If my brother says something harsh later, darling, please don't take it to heart. Meng Qingqiu patted her chest and said softly. She was a bit worried. One was her own brother, and the other was her lover. Honestly, if they met and tensions rose, it would inevitably be difficult for her. She was very confident in the man she liked, but her brother didn't know how excellent Jiang Nan was. At first glance, Meng Qingqiu had a strong intuition that her brother would see Jiang Nan as just a pretty boy, even if he had charm and looked very sunny. But from what she knew about her brother, she understood he would probably still think Jiang Nan was just a slightly charming sunny pretty boy. By now, she wouldn't regret suggesting the meeting. One day, she would have to face this situation, so it was better to get in touch with her brother early on. Don't worry. Jiang Nan gently patted Meng Qingqiu's hand, offering reassurance. Seeing the two of them like this, Yu Yao felt no jealousy at all, but couldn't help but think to herself, I don't have so much trouble. The most I have to deal with is meeting the parents. However, after my dad sees Jiang Nan and has a little exchange of musical skills, he will definitely find him more and more pleasing to the eye. Yu Yao's favorability +2. Ding. For some unknown reason, the elevator went straight to the 23rd floor without stopping even once. And at the moment the elevator door opened, a system prompt echoed in Jiang Nan's mind, causing him to glance at Yu Yao, who was secretly smiling beside Meng Qingqiu. At that moment, as if sensing Jiang Nan's gaze, Yu Yao's eyes met his. In just that instant, the slight curve at the corner of Yu Yao's mouth immediately vanished. No more giggling. With a favorability of 65 points, it still didn't give Yu Yao much more courage on the surface. Jiang Nan found this quite normal. Welcome to the Xingyue restaurant. As the three of them stepped out of the elevator and arrived at the entrance of the restaurant, two tall and graceful hostesses in kipayos and silk stockings bowed warmly. The moment these two hostesses lifted their heads, their gazes instantly locked onto Jiang Nan. This scene was all too familiar. Jiang Nan's charm was maxed out, reaching an exaggerated 100 points. In this world, which was already extremely superficial, Jiang Nan's appeal to the opposite sex was simply terrifying. Could you please take us to the private room number 1? Meng Qingqiu said politely. Upon hearing this, the two hostesses immediately chimed in. I'll take the three of you. I'll take them. Weren't you just complaining about your legs hurting from standing too long? Walking a few more steps will definitely be more uncomfortable. Let me handle it. No. Another very familiar scene, Unlike the two hostesses Jiang Nan encountered in Jiangcheng, this time the two began to argue. Headache. Meng Qingqiu helplessly tapped her forehead. Jiang Nan shot a glance towards the restaurant and then pushed the door open to walk inside. Rock, paper, scissors. Hey, I won. Where's that handsome guy? The commotion at the entrance was naturally ignored by Jiang Nan and the others, as the restaurant's manager respectfully led them to the door of a private room. Esteemed guests, this is private room number 1. The manager was a mature woman in her 40s, dressed in a professional suit. Although her makeup was a bit heavy, her curvy figure, around 80 points in looks, and her very pleasant demeanor gave off a vibe reminiscent of an old Model A8. If online commenters were to say, if I encountered such an old Model A8 at the age of wearing bean shoes, I would probably never forget it in this lifetime and would become a pure anti-fan. Thank you. Meng Qingqiu was still very polite, smiling and nodding at the manager, then took a deep breath and slowly reached out with Jiang Nan to push open the door to the private room. Creak. Ah. As the door to the private room slowly opened. Big brother. As soon as they entered, Meng Qingqiu's voice rang out. Thud thud thud. The next second, a handsome young man in his mid-20s quickly walked out from behind a large barrier. In just an instant, Meng Jingming's gaze locked onto Jiang Nan. What the hell? That one look immediately stunned Meng Jingming. As he came back to his senses, Jiang Nan and the others had already closed the private room door and stood before him. At such a close distance, Jiang Nan's stunningly handsome face had an even greater impact, leaving Meng Jingming completely dumbfounded. Goodness, is this blonde really that ridiculously handsome? You must be Chi-Chi's boyfriend, truly a remarkable talent, Meng Jingming said with a gentle smile. As these words were spoken, coupled with the good attitude that accompanied them, Meng Jingming's brows immediately furrowed. To be honest, the moment he hadn't seen Jiang Nan, he thought he would definitely have to give this yellow-haired kid a good talking to today. However, upon seeing Jiang Nan, he momentarily forgot that this was losing his temper, and instead felt surprisingly gentle, as if deep down he had inexplicably accepted this guy as his sister's boyfriend from the moment he laid eyes on him. Damn it, this shouldn't be my attitude. No, even though I don't know what's going on, I still have to give this kid a good talking to at the dinner table later. Meng Jingming's expression changed several times. At this moment, Meng Qingqiu recovered from her surprise at Meng Jingming's good attitude, and a somewhat unexpected smile immediately appeared on her face. Her sharp-tongued older brother was actually this friendly? Hee, it seems my man's charm is quite significant. Jiang Nan, on the other hand, was skeptical of this brother-in-law's good attitude. However, as the saying goes, one shouldn't hit a smiling face. With Meng Jingming's outwardly good attitude, Jiang Nan naturally wouldn't lose face, so he smiled slightly and extended his hand, introducing himself. Hello, big brother, I'm Qiuqiu's boyfriend, Jiang Nan. Hello, I'm Qiuqiu's older brother, Meng Jingming. The moment Meng Jingming saw Jiang Nan extend his hand, his instincts told him not to shake hands, absolutely not to shake hands. But who would have thought that upon seeing this yellow-haired kid's sunny smile, he immediately returned a smile and gently shook Jiang Nan's hand. What just happened? After releasing his hand, Meng Jingming's face showed a look of confusion. He felt something strange. He had clearly told himself not to give Jiang Nan this yellow-haired kid a good face, so why couldn't he control his good upbringing? He sighed heavily in his heart, waved to the three of them, and then led them into a small private room behind a screen. Everyone, let me introduce. Meng Jingming spoke directly. This is my younger sister, Meng Qingqiu, and this is her childhood best friend, Yu Yao. As for this yellow, cough, handsome guy, he is my sister's boyfriend, Jiang Nan. Whoosh! The several men who were chatting immediately turned their attention to Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao. Upon seeing these two top goddesses, even if they had imagined it in their minds, the moment they appeared before them, they couldn't help but feel an overwhelming sense of amazement. Beautiful, so beautiful, and not in the common style of beauty, whether it was Meng Qingqiu or Yu Yao, both were stunningly beautiful in their own unique ways. So handsome. The two attractive girls sitting down naturally locked their gazes on Jiang Nan in an instant, unlike the simple admiration of the men at the table. Jiang Nan's overwhelming charm was undoubtedly a potent aphrodisiac for these two women, instantly spreading and intoxicating them. Just by stealing a few more glances, the two women felt an impulse to scream. This man's charm is too exaggerated. The two women suppressed their fluttering hearts and reluctantly averted their gazes, then exchanged a glance. With just a look, the two women instantly understood each other's thoughts at that moment and both revealed an awkward smile. Please sit down. Meng Jingming, the host of this small gathering, smiled gently at Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao, while Jiang Nan, with his somewhat sinister aura, made him too afraid to engage with this guy. Soon, the three took their seats, with Jiang Nan sandwiched between Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao. At this moment, a young man at the dining table glanced at Jiang Nan a few more times, revealing a hint of confusion on his face. He didn't know why, but he always felt that this guy named Jiang Nan looked somewhat familiar, and his voice also seemed a bit recognizable. Just an illusion, but this kid is indeed handsome. Being able to hook up with someone like Meng Qingqiu, a top goddess, he will definitely have no worries for the rest of his life. Sometimes, being good-looking really can be a meal ticket. Dating a top-tier rich beauty like Meng Qingqiu means he could live a life without struggle. However, no matter what, he is still just a pretty boy. Although he is not an heir to a fortune of tens of billions, his family is worth a few hundred million, which is definitely not something ordinary people can boast about. Moreover, the current situation is still uncertain. As Meng Jingming took his seat, he immediately scanned the room and his gaze landed on someone who quickly came to his senses and smiled back. He then picked up a few bottles of liquor from the floor and said, "Brother Jiangnan, my name is Li Ronghua, I'm from Jiangcheng. Nice to meet you, we hit it off right away. If you come to Jiangcheng, I'll treat you well. Come on, brother, everything today is in the drinks." As he spoke, Li Ronghua quickly opened a few bottles and handed one to each man present. 1 bottle per person? Meng Qingqiu looked on in shock. A bottle of liquor is 500 milliliters, and while it may not quite equal a pound, it certainly isn't far off. So, this is equivalent to one person drinking a pound of white liquor. 1 bottle per person? Meng Jingming shook his head and laughed, pointing in a direction. "Little sister, today is my first meeting with my brother-in-law. Plus I have several friends from Jiangcheng visiting Shanghai, so of course, we need to have a few drinks." Meng Qingqiu followed Meng Jingming's finger and saw several boxes of liquor stacked in a corner. Each box usually contains 6 bottles, and with 1, 2, 3 boxes, that adds up to at least 18 bottles on top of what was visible. This is not just a few drinks, they are trying to drown her man. No way, this is too much. Meng Qingqiu frowned slightly. "Little sister." Meng Jingming frowned as well. "Naturally, we need to drink happily with my brother-in-law and everyone." Jiang Nan spoke up at this moment, his hands busy opening the liquor. Li Ronghua was very perceptive and immediately offered a couple of cups. "Thank you," Jiang Nan said, slowly standing up, and as he spoke, he continued to rise. "Everyone is my brothers, I'm younger, so I'll start with 3 cups. 1 cup, 2 cups, 3 cups. At the moment his words fell, Jiang Nan directly downed 3 cups in a row, and after finishing, he sat back down with a smile, not showing any signs of discomfort. This was not him being subservient, but rather a show of respect before the battle. If he didn't get the intimidation he wanted after downing 3 cups of white liquor on an empty stomach, then Jiang Nan would certainly not hold back afterward. Let's not forget, he is a master of physical arts, and this mastery, combined with his body that has been enhanced by a body modification liquid, means he is a true martial arts master with both internal and external skills. No matter how strong the liquor is, to Jiang Nan, it is undoubtedly like drinking plain water. Although it may not be like in martial arts novels, where one can force out liquor like Duan Yu with the 6 meridians divine sword, dissipating the alcohol's potency is certainly not a problem. As the saying goes in drinking circles, those who are not good at drinking cannot outdrink those who are good at it, and those who are good at drinking cannot outdrink those who are fearless, and those who are fearless cannot compete with those who are invincible. So, competing in drinking capacity with a true martial arts master who has both internal and external skills? Are you kidding? Darling, how are you? Drinking 3 cups of white liquor on an empty stomach, are you trying to kill yourself? Meng Qingqiu immediately became worried. "It's nothing, just 3 cups. Have you forgotten? I'm a martial artist, my alcohol tolerance is quite good." Jiang Nan gently patted the back of Meng Qingqiu's hand under the table, smiling calmly. "Darling." Meng Qingqiu looked at Jiang Nan with gratitude, understanding that if it weren't for her, even just taking a sip of this liquor would be a huge favor. Meng Qingqiu had some understanding of Jiang Nan's strength, although she didn't know he currently owned a Bugatti Divo worth 200 million. Just that limited edition Pagani Huayra was enough to show that his background was definitely not inferior to that of Meng Jingming, the young master of the Meng family. Therefore, in Meng Qingqiu's eyes, Jiang Nan making such a concession was truly a significant sacrifice. "Alright, so impressive. 3 cups of liquor on an empty stomach, brother Jiang Nan, you're really straightforward." At this moment, the group at the table also came to their senses, looking at Jiang Nan with admiration. There are rules at the drinking table. Now, not only was Li Ronghua's impression of Jiang Nan greatly improved, but even Meng Jingming looked at Jiang Nan with a hint of appreciation. "Ronghua, my brother-in-law just downed 3 cups right off the bat, I think we should join in." Meng Jingming also opened a bottle of liquor. Jiang Nan had already downed 3 cups on an empty stomach, and if they didn't follow suit, it would be truly embarrassing. While they appreciated Jiang Nan, Meng Jingming was still very displeased that his most outstanding younger sister was being courted by this guy. Right. Li Ronghua immediately chimed in, simultaneously opening a bottle and pouring a cup of liquor. He looked across at Jiang Nan and raised his glass, saying, "Brother Jiang Nan, I'm a bit older, so I'll call you brother." Here's to you, hoping you and Qingqiu's sister are sweet and happy together. Cough. As soon as Li Ronghua finished speaking, Meng Jingming suddenly coughed, seemingly choked by the liquor. Hearing Meng Jingming's cough, Li Ronghua glanced at the other two young men. The other two immediately understood and poured a cup of liquor, raising their glasses with smiles, saying to Jiang Nan, I'm Kailuan. Su Chang, I also hope you and Qingqiu's sister are sweet for a lifetime, happy for a lifetime. Cheers! Meng Jingming stood up. Following that, Li Ronghua and the other three immediately stood up as well. Jiang Nan shook his head with a smile, poured another cup of liquor, and stood up as well. Meng Jingming and the others exchanged glances, but Jiang Nan didn't hesitate at all, downing the liquor in one go, then smiling at the hesitant group while shaking his empty glass. It seemed like he said nothing, yet it felt like he said everything. Seeing this, Li Ronghua was the first to down his cup of liquor in one go, his expression still fine, not too uncomfortable. As for Meng Jingming, Kailuan, and Su Chang, after finishing their cup, they immediately gasped in surprise. Come, let me toast you all again. Just as Meng Jingming and the others were about to sit down, Jiang Nan's voice rang out again. What? Meng Jingming was stunned by this, quickly looking at Jiang Nan, who appeared unfazed, as if he had just drunk 4 liang of liquor like it was water, which left him in shock. I'll go first. Jiang Nan poured a cup, tilted his head back, and downed it, then shook his glass again, revealing a smile. After 5 cups of liquor on an empty stomach, Jiang Nan remained unfazed, leaving everyone present in awe of his alcohol tolerance. They couldn't help but wonder, could this guy really be drinking water? Xiao, pour me a cup of the liquor Jiang Nan drank. Practice produces truth. Meng Jingming handed the wine glass in his hand to Meng Qingqiu beside him, signaling her to pour him a glass of the open Maotai from Jiang Nan. Okay. Meng Qingqiu took Meng Jingming's wine glass and then poured him a drink. When Meng Jingming took back his wine glass and sniffed it in front of his nose, his brows immediately furrowed, and he cast a shocked glance at Jiang Nan. Goodness, they had overthought it. Jiang Nan was drinking the same Maotai as they were. Drink! Since the wine had already been poured, Meng Jingming naturally couldn't refuse. He tilted his head and downed another glass, his face instantly turning a bit red, showing a hint of discomfort. This was no surprise. It was currently past 7 in the evening, and no one present had eaten dinner. 2 liang of white liquor on an empty stomach, and without any pause, did they really think it was like drinking plain water? I'll check on the dishes. Let's continue when the food arrives. Meng Jingming saw Jiang Nan pick up the Maotai again, and his expression changed immediately as he hurriedly said, All right. Jiang Nan smiled and nodded, then sat down. Are you okay? 5 glasses of white liquor. Meng Qingqiu immediately expressed her concern, and Yu Yao, sitting to Jiang Nan's left, also cast a worried glance his way. I'm fine. Jiang Nan chuckled and shook his head. This little bit of white liquor wouldn't affect him. Even if it were 5 glasses, or even 15 or 20, it wouldn't have any impact on him. Ha, Jiang Nan, why is there steam coming from your head? Are you hot? At that moment, Yu Yao noticed that Jiang Nan's head was actually emitting some steam, which made her look shocked. Swish, swish, swish. Yu Yao's voice wasn't loud, but it wasn't small either, immediately attracting the attention of everyone present. At this moment, there really was some steam rising from Jiang Nan's head, leaving everyone stunned. I don't know, maybe it's a bit hot, Jiang Nan smiled. He naturally knew that the reason steam was rising from his head was simply because the alcohol was evaporating. Have you turned on the air conditioning? Meng Qingqiu was about to get up. It's fine. Jiang Nan held her back just as he was about to say something. Brother Jiang Nan, your accent doesn't sound like a local from the Magic City, right? Li Ronghua asked uncertainly. I'm from Jiangcheng. Jiang Nan smiled and nodded. From Jiangcheng? Su Chang and Kailuan looked at him in surprise. They initially thought Jiang Nan was a local from the Magic City, but who knew he was actually their fellow townsman? Which part of Jiangcheng are you from? Li Ronghua and the others were also from Jiangcheng, and while they spoke Mandarin, they still had a bit of Jiangcheng's accent, but Jiang Nan's Mandarin had no trace of the Jiangcheng accent at all. From the old city area, Jiang Nan replied with a smile. Upon hearing this answer, Su Chang and Kailuan were fine, their expressions not changing much. However, Li Ronghua looked at Jiang Nan a few more times, recalling that when he first met this young brother, he felt he looked somewhat familiar, and even his voice sounded a bit familiar. Wait, why do I really feel like you look familiar, brother Jiang Nan? Also, your voice sounds a bit familiar too. Li Ronghua hesitated for a moment and quietly asked, By the way, brother, did you ever attend an auction held by Xiang Pavilion in Jiangcheng? As soon as Li Ronghua's words fell, his eyes were fixed on Jiang Nan. He increasingly felt that this guy was very familiar. If he really was that young master from the auction at Xiang Pavilion, he would have to quickly inform Meng Jingming about this person's background. Of course, participating in an auction and spending billions without batting an eye,
What kind of exaggerated background could that person have? At the very least, it was someone whose status couldn't be compared to anyone present. Xiang Pavilion? Were you there that day too? Upon hearing this name, Jiang Nan couldn't help but glance at Li Ronghua in surprise. I was fortunate enough to go upstairs with a big shot and see the world once. One of the big shots I was bidding against was from my private room. Hearing Jiang Nan's words, Li Ronghua suddenly stood up, and then, holding a cup filled with Maotai, he bent slightly at the waist, his face adorned with an incredibly flattering smile that shocked everyone else. I toast you a cup, feel free. The honorifics were used, and the flattery was extreme. He tilted his head back and downed it in one go. Jiang Nan knew this guy understood how terrifying his financial power was, so he didn't pretend because of his attitude and also stood up to down a cup of Maotai. To him, it was like drinking water. It was all the same no matter how many cups he had. The two sat back down, and at this moment, the others at the table finally came to their senses, all looking at Jiang Nan, especially Su Cheng and Kailuan, who had also come from Jiang City, their eyes wide open. Meng Jingming frowned and looked at Jiang Nan, revealing a look of astonishment. From Li Ronghua's attitude towards Jiang Nan, it was clear that Jiang Nan seemed to be a top-tier second generation. Moreover, Li Ronghua's attitude towards him was far from this level of flattery. So, this kid named Jiang Nan, could he still be a top second generation from a top family in Jiang City? Darling! At this moment, Meng Qingqiu also showed a look of surprise, gently calling out, just as she was about to ask, Ronghua, do you mean this Jiang? Cough cough, young master is the one you mentioned before, who was dominating at the auction, taking down several small targets, even a dozen small targets? Su Cheng and Kailuan asked in unison. What? The moment this sentence came out, Meng Jingming was directly stunned. Taking down several small targets? Even a dozen small targets? What kind of strength is this? A second generation can control so much money? Compared to him, he could be considered the eldest son of a prominent family in the Magic City, but the amount he could control was at most one or two small targets. Beyond that, he would need his family's say-so to have any authority. And Jiang Nan, directly controlling tens of billions? What level of status is that, where Meng Jingming could even compare? Darling, are you really that fierce? Meng Qingqiu was also shocked, staring wide-eyed at Jiang Nan. It's alright, bought some things, sold some things, just consider it an investment. Jiang Nan chuckled. Hee hee, it seems my brother is probably shocked to the point of feeling a bit numb. But it's good, using his friend's words to prove your excellence. This script is really well arranged. Meng Qingqiu couldn't help but want to laugh, especially seeing the bewildered expression on her brother's face, which she found extremely amusing. She had never seen her brother with such an expression before. After all, he had always interacted with people on his level or those below him. Therefore, Meng Jingming's expression at this moment was vividly entertaining, allowing Meng Qingqiu to see a different side of her brother. Yeah, no wonder I thought this guy looked a bit familiar when I first saw him. Hearing his voice felt a bit familiar too. Turns out, he's the young master I saw at the auction last time. Li Ronghua stood up again, refilling his cup, and just as he was about to toast, Su Cheng and Kailuan hurriedly stood up to refill their cups as well, and the three said in unison, Young Master Jiang, we toast you one, feel free, hope we can gather in Jiang City sometime. After saying that, the three of them uniformly tilted their heads back and downed the cup of Maotai. This time, Jiang Nan didn't stand up, just raised his cup and drank it down. Knock knock knock. At this moment, the door to the private room was gently knocked on. Come in. Meng Jingming's somewhat hoarse voice rang out in the room. This was his first sentence after Jiang Nan's identity was exposed. Noticing everyone's gaze turning towards him, he cleared his throat, poured a glass of wine, and then looked at Jiang Nan. Standing up while raising his glass, he said seriously to Jiang Nan, from what Ronghua said, you should have some strength, but here's my one condition, no matter how strong you are, as long as you treat my little sister poorly, I will definitely spare no effort to make trouble for you. Don't worry, big brother. Jiang Nan stood up. The two were not far apart, leaning in slightly, their glasses clinked together. They exchanged a glance and smiled in unison, tilting their heads back to down the drink. Just with this one sentence from Meng Jingming, Jiang Nan felt that he had not lost face today. He was a bit arrogant, but also very perceptive of the situation. Most importantly, Li Ronghua turned out to be a variable, unexpectedly raising his status several notches, instantly becoming the most distinguished person in this gathering. The atmosphere naturally became much more relaxed afterward. Besides Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao, there were also two quite attractive beauties who were briefly introduced. Dinner started promptly at 7:30 in the evening and ended around 10 o'clock. In just 2.5 hours, several people had already collapsed. Ah, my head hurts. Meng Qingqiu looked at Meng Jingming, who was lying on the chair, and couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh. Your drinking capacity is really outrageous. Yu Yao glanced at the 6 empty bottles of Maotai on the table in front of Jiang Nan,
her face showing a look of shock. 6 bottles, and he had been drinking them all down without refusal, and even now he remained unfazed. Aside from occasionally sweating a bit, he had gone to the bathroom twice in the entire 2.5 hours, all while drinking. This drinking capacity. My mom seems to really like him. Yu Yao's face flushed. She secretly glanced at Jiang Nan, unable to suppress a murmured thought. If I bring Jiang Nan home like this, as long as he shows a bit of skill, my parents should really like him, right? Affection for Yu Yao +5. A system prompt echoed in Jiang Nan's mind, surprising him, but at this moment, dealing with these few drunkards was the priority. Leave it to me, you don't need to help. Jiang Nan saw the 2 girls wanting to assist Su Chang and Kai Luan, and immediately walked over, grabbing both of them by their collars with one hand and lifting them up. Seeing this scene, the 2 girls' eyes widened instantly. This physical quality was simply exaggerated? Lifting 2 adults, each weighing at least 140 pounds, with one hand, this strength was too ridiculous. I wonder what it would be like to be lifted by him. The 2 girls couldn't help but exchange glances, both swallowing hard. Clearly, they hadn't said anything, but just that look exchanged spoke volumes. Yao Yao, how do you feel about our husband? Meng Qingqiu arrived beside the equally stunned Yu Yao and asked with a grin. Really impressive. Yu Yao was still in shock, to the point that she didn't even reject the term our husband. He. Meng Qingqiu laughed. Oh my. At that moment, the 2 girls gasped again, because at this time, Jiang Nan had lifted both Meng Jingming and Li Ronghua. In other words, with both hands, he had directly lifted 4 people. Too outrageous. Meng Qingqiu was shocked by this scene. Although she knew her man practiced martial arts and had exceptional physical strength, she was still very astonished, her mouth forming a big O shape, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Indeed outrageous. Yu Yao nodded seriously. Let's go. Jiang Nan carried 4 people, his face unflushed and his heart steady, moving about calmly as if he were walking 4 small dogs, not wasting a bit of effort. The few girls followed Jiang Nan out of the private room, attracting plenty of attention along the way. What the hell? Am I drunk? How can I see something so unbelievable? 1 person carrying 4 adults? My God, I must be really drunk. This man's physical fitness must be amazing, if only. Don't think that at 10 o'clock at night, this restaurant was not crowded. Many customers in the hall turned to look, their faces filled with shock, regardless of age or gender. Sir, let us help you. Several male waiters rushed over. No need. Jiang Nan shook his head. I can manage alone. Saves time and effort. Saves time and effort? Hearing this, the male waiters exchanged glances, ultimately only able to smile wryly and nod. Once in the elevator, Jiang Nan did not put down the 4 people at all. Are you tired? Should we take a break? Meng Qingqiu asked with concern. I'm fine. Jiang Nan felt nothing at all, let alone these 4 people. He thought he could easily carry Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao on his shoulders without any problem. His physical fitness now was absolutely at a superhuman level, that peak boxing champion Tyson would be nothing more than a flick of his fingers, sending him flying dozens or even hundreds of meters away. Ding! The elevator quickly reached the 38th floor of a hotel. This way. The 2 girls immediately led the way. Soon, Jiang Nan brought Meng Jingming and the 4 to a room. Beep beep beep. 1 girl swiped a card and entered a large suite. Jiang Nan unceremoniously tossed Su Chang and Kai Luan onto the bed, then went to another room and threw Meng Jingming and Li Ronghua onto a bed. Young Master Jiang, thank you so much. The 2 attractive girls looked at Jiang Nan with immense gratitude. Their gazes were such that, if Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao weren't there, it would be absolutely instinctive for them to leap onto him. It's nothing. Jiang Nan waved his hand dismissively, then wrapped his arm around Meng Qingqiu's slender waist. Just trouble the 2 of you to take care of my big brother for a bit. Meng Qingqiu turned back and smiled, nodding at the 2 girls. Don't worry, just leave Meng Xiao to us. The 2 girls nodded obediently. In the underground parking lot of the Magic City building, at this moment, in the Palamara car. This time, Meng Qingqiu took the initiative to volunteer as the driver, leaving Jiang Nan and Yu Yao in the back seat. The car slowly started moving, and Meng Qingqiu glanced at Yu Yao's flushed face through the rearview mirror, then looked at Jiang Nan and chuckled, Darling, are you still this clear-headed after drinking 6 bottles of white wine? I see there are no outsiders now, so let's not force it. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nan instantly understood, his big wife was planning something. Yao Yao, can I rest my head on your lap for a bit? Sure enough. The next second, before Jiang Nan and Yu Yao could say anything, Meng Qingqiu's voice continued. Isn't it a bit inappropriate? Jiang Nan replied somewhat teasingly. If Meng Qingqiu wanted to stir things up, Jiang Nan would naturally accompany her unconditionally. What's inappropriate? We're all family. Meng Qingqiu laughed. Yu Yao's favorability +3. Yu Yao said nothing, but at this moment, a system prompt sounded in Jiang Nan's mind. making him glance at the beauty beside him. Her head lowered, her face flushed, a pair of jade hands crossed and fidgeting in her lap, her chest rising and falling irregularly, clearly very nervous. At this moment, Yu Yao slightly raised her head and met Jiang Nan's gaze. Then, she gently bit her lower lip with her pearly teeth, and that hint of youthful shyness was simply irresistible. In the next second, Yu Yao swallowed hard and lightly patted her thigh. Seeing this, if Jiang Nan still pretended otherwise, it would be quite ungrateful. He smiled and lay down beside Yu Yao, resting his head on her beautiful legs. Yu Yao's favorability +2. Thump, thump, thump. Jiang Nan could clearly hear Yu Yao's heart racing wildly at that moment, accompanied by the system's prompt echoing in his mind, causing his eyes to slowly close while the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. 75 points of favorability. He only needed Yu Yao's favorability to increase by another 5 points to complete the little welfare task at hand. Almost there. Jiang Nan thought that on the way back, he should be able to gain another 2 or 3 points, and there was even a great possibility of directly reaching 80 points of favorability. While Jiang Nan was pondering, Yu Yao couldn't help but gaze at Jiang Nan, who was resting on her thigh. Looking down from a high angle should have been a very unfavorable perspective, but on Jiang Nan's handsome face, it was completely unaffected. Instead, at such a close distance, he looked so handsome that Yu Yao's little heart felt like it was about to leap out of her chest. This man is too perfect. Yu Yao couldn't help but swallow again, especially since Jiang Nan had his eyes closed at that moment. Instinctively, she lowered her head, and just as she was about to touch Jiang Nan, she suddenly realized what she was doing. At that moment, their eyes met. Boom! At that instant, Yu Yao felt as if her brain had exploded, instantly turning blank. Yu Yao's favorability +5. At the same time, the system's prompt sounded in Jiang Nan's mind, revealing a look of surprise in his eyes. Yu Yao's favorability had successfully reached 80 points. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully completed the random side task. Reward, Meng Qingqiu favorability +1, 1 lottery chance. Ding! Congratulations, host, Meng Qingqiu favorability +1, appearance +1, 1 lottery chance. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully acquired 3 beautiful confidants with a beauty score of 98. Reward, residence of the Duke of Shun in Kyoto, 5 lottery chances, mind-reading ability. The moment of ecstasy arrived. The system's prompts echoed continuously in his mind. At this moment, Yu Yao slowly opened her tightly closed eyes and met Jiang Nan's gaze, her pretty face turning even redder than before. Now, the way she looked at Jiang Nan was completely different. Although it was only 80 points of favorability, the intensity of her gaze was no less than that of Meng Qingqiu when she looked at him. Yu Yao shyly averted her gaze and whispered, "Ha ha ha." Jiang Nan just laughed. "Men are bad, women don't love," Meng Qingqiu said with a grin while driving. Meng Qingqiu naturally knew what the two had just done, her face full of happy smiles, and it was worth all the effort she had put into conveying how excellent Jiang Nan was to her good friend Yu Yao over the past few days. Yu Yao looked at Meng Qingqiu and smiled helplessly. There is a strategy called an overt scheme, and Jiang Nan's excellence, with its powerful allure, combined with Meng Qingqiu's overt scheme, was truly a top-tier strategy that she simply couldn't resist, slowly falling into it. La la la. Meng Qingqiu happily hummed a tune. From then on, there was not much awkwardness for Yu Yao. She gazed at Jiang Nan, who was resting on her legs, her eyes filled with love. She found it quite wonderful, but upon careful thought, love is either absent or comes crashing in like a violent tornado. The pace was so fast that it left Yu Yao feeling utterly incredulous. By the time they returned to the small villa, it was nearly 11 o'clock. Yao. On the first floor, Meng Qingqiu held Yu Yao's arm and whispered something in her ear. Whoosh! In an instant, Yu Yao's pretty face turned bright red. Cho. Yu Yao looked towards Jiang Nan, her voice soft and gentle. Darling, however, Meng Qingqiu ignored Yu Yao and smiled as she focused her gaze on Jiang Nan. 2.5 hours later, in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows of the living room on the first floor of the small villa. Clap! Jiang Nan smiled as he lit a cigarette. After taking a long drag and exhaling, his smile deepened significantly as he praised, refreshing. Indeed refreshing. Not only had there been a huge breakthrough in his relationship with Yu Yao, but he also now held 14 lottery chances. This meant that whenever he wanted, he could conduct an extraordinary lottery at any time. Jiang Nan exhaled another puff of smoke, the corners of his mouth curling into a slight arc. He was very much looking forward to when Yu Yao's favorability reached 99 points, or even 100 points. With a total of 2 extraordinary lottery chances, that was equivalent to 20 chances for a regular lottery. It really has to be a high-value confidant. Jiang Nan couldn't help but exclaim. To be honest, he was even more eager to meet a perfect score female beauty. He wanted to see just how charming a woman could be to score a perfect 100 in the system. If my charm value is 100 points, it should mean my appearance score can be 100 points, right? Jiang Nan smacked his lips, somewhat shocked. If he truly had such charm and allure, that 100-point beauty would definitely be considered a succubus, which man could resist? It shouldn't be the case. Jiang Nan pondered for a moment and shook his head. If such a woman existed in this world, she would have long been treated as a prized possession, a canary in a cage. Buzz buzz buzz. While he was lost in thought, his phone in his pocket vibrated. Brother Jiang Nan, why did I suddenly get an extra million in my card? Taking out his phone, he first saw the time, 12:32 a.m. on May 26. Then he noticed it was a video call from Lin Manman. After connecting, Lin Manman appeared on the screen in a pink and white spaghetti strap nightgown, looking at Jiang Nan in surprise. Did you just notice now? Jiang Nan couldn't help but laugh. Yeah, I just ordered takeout, ran out of money in WeChat, so I used my bank card, and then the message popped up. That's when I found out I had an extra million. Lin Manman scratched her head. You really are quite careless. No worries, soon you'll have a few more million. Jiang Nan switched screens and transferred 5.2 million to Lin Manman. The interest of $1 billion arrived instantly, bringing his savings to a staggering 13.6 billion. Oh my goodness, brother Jiang Nan, you transferred me 5.2 million again? Lin Manman exclaimed. Buy whatever you want, if you like something just tell me, if the money's not enough, I'll give you more. Jiang Nan was very generous towards his woman. As long as it could be bought with money, he had no reluctance. Brother, you are just too good to me. Boo-hoo, if only you were in Jiang City, then I could have soy milk and fried dough sticks for a midnight snack. Lin Manman cried, touched. I'll be back at the beginning of next month. I have to go to Kyoto on the 30th, and then I'll let you eat as much soy milk and fried dough sticks as you want, and I'll even add 2 eggs for you. Jiang Nan laughed. Brother, I'll be waiting for you to come back. Lin Manman's alluring gaze was simply mesmerizing. Alright, I'll handle some matters. Remember, if you want to buy anything, just let me know. After a reminder, Jiang Nan hung up the phone. At this moment, the cigarette he had lit was almost burnt out. Returning to the coffee table, he tossed the cigarette into a disposable cup filled with water and slowly sat down on the sofa, excitement flickering in his eyes. System. Exchange for a chance at the extraordinary lottery. And conduct this extraordinary lottery. Jiang Nan took a deep breath, eagerly issuing the command to the system in his heart. The familiar giant wheel appeared in Jiang Nan's view. Looking at the densely packed rewards, he quickly averted his gaze, took another deep breath, and with a thought, the pointer of the big wheel began to spin. Bu. The sound rang out. Jiang Nan held his breath at that moment, his heartbeat quickening significantly. A few seconds passed. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully obtained 20 years of tradable lifespan plus 1 youth preservation pill in this extraordinary lottery. Is that it? His first reaction was just those 2 words, but immediately after, a look of sheer delight appeared on his face. 20 years of tradable lifespan, youth preservation pill. Either one of these could be considered a truly extraordinary item, not to mention the 20 years of tradable lifespan, just the youth preservation pill alone. As the name suggests, it can preserve one's appearance forever. What does that represent? Perhaps one day he would truly achieve immortality, but in reality, his appearance would still age. The emergence of this youth preservation pill perfectly compensates for the significant issue of his appearance aging in the future. And let's not forget, the woman beside him needs this youth preservation pill even more to maintain her perfect looks. I just wonder if this youth preservation pill can also maintain bodily functions from aging. If it can, then this youth preservation pill might just be the best extraordinary reward from this lottery. The more powerful a person becomes, the further ahead they must look. If he never had this youth preservation pill, even if he had a long lifespan alongside his beautiful companions, aging appearance and bodily functions would make living no different from dying. Whether it's hundreds of years later or just a few decades, this would be a torment for Jiang Nan and his many beautiful companions. After all, what he possesses is merely a simple lifespan, not the true meaning of immortality or eternal youth. When one day he gains the ability to be immortal, then this youth preservation pill would naturally be of little use. But clearly, he currently needs this item very much. System, show me the introduction of the youth preservation pill. Jiang Nan immediately commanded. The moment he thought of it, a small box appeared before his eyes. Youth preservation pill, preserves appearance, maintains youth forever. The introduction was that simple, but after Jiang Nan read it, he revealed a smile. What is youth? Whether its appearance or the bodily functions of youth, it all represents youth. In other words, this youth preservation pill can also preserve his bodily functions. So awesome!
Jiang Nan became excited. He no longer thought about anything else and directly took out the youth preservation pill.
At this moment, he held a crystal-clear little pill in his hand, brought it to his nose to sniff, and aside from a hint of fragrance, there was no other smell.
Crunch! Crunch!
Jiang Nan tossed it into his mouth and began to chew. The texture was like a little candy, and it tasted quite good. Soon, he swallowed the youth preservation pill, got up from the sofa, and after bouncing a couple of times, he felt his body was much lighter than before, which brought a satisfied smile to his face.
Not bad.
Jiang Nan nodded, clenched his fists, and took a stable horse stance, his energy sinking into his dantian, then suddenly threw a punch into the air.
Crackle!
In the air, a series of crisp sounds erupted like firecrackers, making the satisfaction on Jiang Nan's face even more pronounced as he muttered, "With this punch, let alone a tiger, even a wild boar would be knocked out cold." His physical fitness was extremely strong, and at this moment, Jiang Nan speculated that he was merely at a superhuman level, but he was unsure just how far beyond human standards he had surpassed. After all, he had not conducted any substantial tests. "It seems that when I have time, I still need to test my speed. I wonder how superhuman my strength really is."
Excitement sparkled in Jiang Nan's eyes. A night passed. The next morning at 8 o'clock,
Jiang Nan slowly woke up. After a night of dreamless sleep, combined with his own strong physical condition, even though he had stayed up until 3 in the morning and only slept for 5 hours, the quality of his sleep was still top-notch. He arrived at the bathroom and began to wash up.
"My skin seems even more perfect, truly flawless."
Jiang Nan brushed his teeth, taking a few more glances at himself in the mirror, revealing a look of astonishment on his face. If his charm level had already been maxed out before, he felt that his current charm level had definitely surpassed the maximum, reaching as high as 101 points. It wasn't that he was narcissistic, he truly felt this way.
Soon,
after a few minutes of washing up, Jiang Nan came down from the second floor to the first.
"Yao Yao, how does this outfit look?" "Cho, you. Oh my, this is a bit too much. What's wrong?" He.
As soon as he reached the entrance of the first floor hall, Jiang Nan heard Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao, who were sitting on the sofa, teasing each other, and their words were enough to make anyone's nose bleed.
"Jiang Nan is awake."
Yu Yao's cheeks were flushed, and just as she was about to say something, she caught sight of Jiang Nan out of the corner of her eye and immediately shyly lowered her head, softly reminding him. Darling Meng Qingqiu, however, showed no signs of shyness at all. Although her face was also flushed, she was more poised in the face of Jiang Nan's gaze.
Jiang Nan noticed the slight change in Meng Qingqiu, the main wife.
The main wife's role was more about making a statement first, and Meng Qingqiu was clearly doing just that. If you say she wasn't shy, that would be impossible. Sometimes, Meng Qingqiu almost buried her face in her chest, but as soon as Yu Yao had any questions, she would immediately explain. Therefore, Jiang Nan would not change his view on Meng Qingqiu's status as the main wife.
The position established from the very beginning could not be replaced by anyone.
Not even the gentle landlord's wife, Xiao Jiqing, or the wife who had reached the peak of charm, Su Yun, could replace Meng Qingqiu's identity as the main wife. Discussing this so early in the morning, I say, I haven't assigned you too much homework.
Jiang Nan walked over, smiling as he looked at Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao sitting on the sofa.
Yu Yao was now completely conquered by him. Her shrinking behavior was merely due to not having adapted yet, and it held no other meaning.
"Have you had breakfast?" Jiang Nan asked.
"We ordered takeout," Meng Qingqiu said with a grin. "Yao Yao and I can't cook, so poor darling, you can only eat takeout." "Not a problem. I'll order some takeout and see if I can cook for you at noon to let you taste my skills." Jiang Nan sat down between the two girls, and Meng Qingqiu immediately leaned over to press on his left shoulder. Seeing this, Yu Yao blinked and shyly leaned over to stretch out her delicate hand to knead Jiang Nan's right shoulder. This divine enjoyment brought a smile to Jiang Nan's face, and then he took out his phone to check the food delivery app. "Darling, I noticed you look even more handsome today than yesterday." At that moment, Meng Qingqiu, for some unknown reason, couldn't help but glance at Jiang Nan a couple more times and exclaimed. Jiang Nan's charm was already exaggerated, but seeing him again today, at first it was fine, but now, with such close proximity, her heart couldn't stop racing. Even though they were already considered an old married couple, that fluttering feeling was impossible to suppress.
"I feel the same way."
Yu Yao, who also felt it, looked at Jiang Nan a few more times and even dared not continue looking, as she felt a tingling sensation throughout her body.
"Must be an illusion."
Jiang Nan didn't mention the beauty-enhancing pill. He planned to explain it when he had the chance to give it to them through a lottery or task next time.
"Do you want to eat Sichuan cuisine or Shanghai cuisine? Or perhaps something else?"
Jiang Nan entered a supermarket store and changed the subject with a question.
"Anything is fine. Whatever you're good at, darling, that's what we'll eat."
Meng Qingqiu was not picky at all, at least, as long as Jiang Nan cooked it himself, she believed she could enjoy even the most questionable dishes. Yes, just let us know what you're best at, and we'll eat that. Yu Yao initially wanted to call Jiang Nan darling like Meng Qingqiu, but ultimately, her shyness held her back.
Alright, Jiang Nan nodded, but don't think that the ingredients bought outside are necessarily worse than those in a restaurant. In today's society, it's all the same.
Even if the ingredients bought outside aren't as good as those from the Happiness restaurant, Jiang Nan was confident that his culinary skills could easily bridge the gap. He bought chicken, duck, fish, and some vegetables, then proceeded to pay
$282.90. Wow, you bought so much?
Meng Qingqiu noticed the total and widened her eyes in surprise, exclaiming, "Darling, are you planning a huge feast?" Hearing this, Jiang Nan couldn't help but laugh and said, "Just from what you said, I can tell you've never bought groceries yourself. Chicken, duck, fish, and some meat dishes, plus a few vegetables and various seasonings, this $200+ is actually on the lower side. Oh my goodness, you really don't know how expensive it is until you manage the household," Meng Qingqiu said with a wry smile, shaking her head.
Alright, you've done well, now it's my turn to treat you.
Jiang Nan glanced at the delivery time, which would take an hour, then cheerfully tossed his phone onto the coffee table, preparing to start his early lesson.
Yu Yao's favorability +2. Around noon. It smells amazing. Oh my gosh, darling, this A treasure duck is simply incredible.
At the dining table, Meng Qingqiu's eyes widened, her face filled with shock.
Xiu, this Shanghai white-cut chicken is the real deal, way better than what we had yesterday at Happiness. Yu Yao exclaimed in delight. Really?
Meng Qingqiu had just swallowed a piece of A treasure duck and, moving her chopsticks again, slowly picked up a piece of white-cut chicken and placed it in her mouth. In an instant, the taste explosion from the chicken, still coated in sauce, sent shivers down her spine. So delicious. Meng Qingqiu quickly chewed, then hastily took a few bites of rice, her face filled with disbelief as she looked at the smiling Jiang Nan and exclaimed, "Darling, it's not just because you're our man that we're praising you, your cooking is simply amazing. I think that even the most authentic head chef of an old Shanghai restaurant can't create the authentic flavor of Shanghai cuisine like you do. The texture of this catfish is simply too fresh and tender, too perfect. This is the true original taste of Shanghai cuisine.
What have I been eating before?" Yu Yao's exclamations continued. Yu Yao's favorability +1.
While she was marveling and praising, her favorability towards Jiang Nan unconsciously rose by another point. By now, her favorability towards Jiang Nan had reached an astonishing 93 points.
Just 2 more points of favorability, and I can get another extraordinary lottery chance with Yao Yao. Jiang Nan couldn't help but feel excited. Eat up, but don't eat too fast, you might choke.
Jiang Nan smiled as he watched Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao, who had completely abandoned their ladylike image while enjoying the food at the table.
It's too delicious, we can't help but eat quickly. Darling, I feel, if we live together in the future, we will definitely gain weight. Meng Qingqiu knew that eating like this would ruin her figure, but what could she do? The dishes Jiang Nan made were simply too perfect.
Yes. Yu Yao couldn't stop eating, just nodding perfunctorily as she continued.
That's not the case.
Jiang Nan chuckled and started eating as well.
The meal took over an hour to prepare,
but they finished everything cleanly, even achieving a clean plate action in less than half an hour.
Not a drop of soup was left. Jiang Nan looked at the table, the soup from the A treasure duck, white-cut chicken, and other delicacies was completely gone.
Burp. Meng Qingqiu leaned back in her chair, slightly squinting her eyes, her beautiful face filled with a blissful smile, and she let out a very unladylike burp. Burp. In contrast to Meng Qingqiu's carefree attitude, Yu Yao, having finished eating, was a bit shy, but still quietly let out a small burp.
Afterward, she immediately covered her mouth and looked at Jiang Nan with embarrassment. Are you full?
Looking at the satisfied smiles of the two women, to be honest, Jiang Nan felt quite satisfied and happy as well.
I'm so stuffed.
Darling, don't clean the plates, go smoke a cigarette while I and Yao Yao take a moment to recover. When Meng Qingqiu saw Jiang Nan getting up to clean the dishes, she immediately waved her hand, looking cute as she frowned and tried to get up but couldn't because she was too full.
Jiang Nan couldn't help but laugh and nodded. Okay, this calm and warm daily life was simply perfect for Jiang Nan.
Getting up from his seat, Jiang Nan walked out of the dining room and stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room. He didn't smoke but looked out at the front yard through the window, a faint smile appearing on his face. This simple and warm daily life was something he had never had before. He didn't feel the slightest bit of boredom, on the contrary, it gave him a sense of peace and relaxation. Suddenly, he saw the front yard's gate open, and then Meng Jingming walked in, gently patting his head as he entered Jiang Nan's line of sight. Seeing this, Jiang Nan couldn't help but shake his head and smile. This brother-in-law was the typical representative of being both clumsy and playful. Last night at the drinking party, after half a gin, he had already started to slur his words. Fortunately, despite his slurred speech, his drinking etiquette was impeccable. Even when drunk, he didn't say or do anything embarrassing. Swish! There was a glass door on the side of the living room, and as Meng Jingming arrived, he pulled open the glass door and walked in.
Jiang Nan, yesterday. Cough cough cough. I was really too embarrassed.
After pulling open the glass door, Meng Jingming noticed Jiang Nan's presence and immediately smiled wryly, shaking his head.
Close to a Jin, brother Meng, you were already quite impressive.
Jiang Nan gave a thumbs up, believing he wasn't cheating. He feared he must have been as drunk as Meng Jingming and the others yesterday, completely out of it. So, drinking really does mess things up. If he hadn't chosen to cheat yesterday, how could he have won over Yu Yao and received so many rewards?
Hey, compared to you, I'm just a little karami.
Meng Jingming waved his hand, slowly walked to the center of the living room, and plopped down on the sofa, astonished as he said, those guys, Manhwa and the others, got so drunk last night they ended up in the hospital for a stomach pump. Who knows how much more they drank after losing consciousness. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nan's gaze flickered.
How much did they drink? A strange expression gradually appeared on his face.
He clearly remembered that out of those 6 bottles, he had at least consumed 5 while drinking with these 3 people. So, those 3, Li Rongwan and the others, must have drunk at least 2 to 3 jin. But to be honest, these 3 were indeed straightforward.
Whenever they toasted Jiang Nan, it was always a full glass.
Although this was to curry favor with him, they weren't currently asking him for anything. So Jiang Nan had a decent impression of these 3 fellow villagers.
I heard you carried 2 people with one hand and 4 people with both hands back to the hotel without breaking a sweat yesterday?
At that moment, Meng Jingming recalled something and looked at Jiang Nan with an extremely shocked expression, his face filled with disbelief. He was very aware of his own weight, 140 jin. The 3 of Li Ronghua together must weigh at least 500 jin, if not more than 400 jin.
So, how could Jiang Nan easily handle 4 people weighing over 500 jin, as if he were carrying dolls? It's not that heavy, Jiang Nan said nonchalantly.
For him, a few hundred jin really wasn't much.
Not that heavy.
Meng Jingming was so startled he jumped up from the sofa, took a few steps to Jiang Nan, and then reached out to pinch his arm. He felt that although he was pinching flesh, it strangely felt like he was pinching steel.
Goodness, the density of those muscles was simply exaggerated. Be honest, have you trained before?
Meng Jingming stared at Jiang Nan, eagerly asking.
Yes, Jiang Nan nodded. Thud. The moment Jiang Nan nodded, Meng Jingming immediately knelt down on the ground. Mango, what are you doing? Jiang Nan looked at Meng Jingming, who was kneeling before him, in surprise. You're my brother, no, master. To be honest, I've always had a heart for training since I was young. Can you teach me?
Meng Jingming's eyes were filled with fervor.
I can't teach you, you're too old. Jiang Nan directly refused. Brother, what I mean is just to help me get a bit stronger. Meng Jingming remained kneeling on the ground, not getting up at all. Oh, Jiang Nan looked at Meng Jingming a few more times, suddenly breaking into a smile and said, you have kidney deficiency, right? I don't. You're talking nonsense, how could that be?
Meng Jingming immediately denied it 3 times, his face turning red, and his gaze became unsteady and evasive.
Don't deny it, I can treat it, Jiang Nan said lightly. Bang bang bang.
The moment Jiang Nan's words fell, Meng Jingming's eyes immediately cleared up, and he placed his palms on the ground, starting to knock his head repeatedly.
Darling, big brother, what are you doing? At that moment, Meng Qingqiu, who had finished tidying up the dishes with Yu Yao, walked over, looking astonished at the scene of Meng Jingming repeatedly bowing to his man in the living room. Ah!
Meng Jingming stopped knocking his head, wearing a face of constipation.
Mango wants to ask me how to drink without getting drunk.
Jiang Nan smiled wryly and shook his head.
Ah, right.
Meng Jingming hurriedly said, my good brother-in-law, if you don't agree to me, I'll kneel here for a long time.
Big brother, Meng Qingqiu called out speechlessly, then looked at Jiang Nan, ready to speak. Mango, I'll agree to you.
Jiang Nan helped Meng Jingming up and quietly said, in a bit, I'll give you 2 prescriptions, one for internal use and one for soaking.
In less than a month, I guarantee you'll be extremely satisfied. Good.
Meng Jingming immediately beamed with joy and quickly took out his phone. Let's add each other on WeChat, and you can send it to me later.
Ding!
The 2 added each other on WeChat, and Meng Jingming's smile grew even wider.
He then waved at Meng Qingqiu and saluted Jiang Nan, saying, since that's the case, I won't disturb you too. Ah, no, Three's World. At that moment, Yu Yao also arrived outside the living room.
When Meng Jingming saw her, he immediately changed his tone with a smile and headed towards the glass door. After opening the glass door, he seemed to remember something and suddenly turned back, saying, by the way, Zhou Qiu, this villa has been bought for a few days now, and my parents said they would come over to see you when they have time. I don't know if it's in the next couple of days, so I'm giving you a heads up. Why didn't you say it earlier?
Meng Qingqiu was taken aback.
If they did a surprise inspection and Jiang Nan wasn't prepared, wouldn't that ruin the first impression?
Well, I didn't know when you got such an excellent boyfriend.
Don't worry. I believe that with a brother-in-law as outstanding as him, my parents will definitely find him more and more pleasing to the eye.
Meng Jingming grinned.
He then pulled the glass door and cheerfully headed towards the front yard gate.
The next second, Dad, Mom, Auntie, why are you all here?
Meng Jingming had barely taken a few steps when a surprised voice rang out from outside.
Dad, Mom, and Auntie?
Meng Jingming's voice was loud, and it echoed into the living room, causing Jiang Nan, Meng Qingqiu, and Yu Yao to pause for a moment.
Soon,
Meng Qingqiu reacted and hurriedly said, "Oh no, they really came for a surprise inspection."
Darling, we haven't prepared anything. What should we do?
Jiang Nan also felt it was a bit sudden. If he had been given some time to prepare, he could have brought some good things for the visit.
It happened so suddenly. I think Uncle, Auntie, and Auntie should understand, right?
Yu Yao said softly.
At the same time,
Meng Jingming returned, bringing his parents and aunt with him. As soon as the glass door opened, everyone's gaze instantly locked onto Jiang Nan.
Dad, Mom, Auntie, this is my boyfriend, Jiang Nan.
Meng Qingqiu took a deep breath, quickly walked to Jiang Nan's side, and sweetly linked her arm with her beloved's, introducing him boldly. Darling, this is my dad, Mom, and Aunt.
Her introduction felt like a thunderclap to the others. Hello, Uncle, Auntie, and Auntie. Jiang Nan smiled and greeted them. Your boyfriend?
Meng's father, Meng Tianxiao, was stunned, staring blankly at Jiang Nan, and then quickly came to his senses, looking at his daughter's partner with a scrutinizing gaze, his brows furrowing.
Handsome, indeed handsome,
and not in the way of a pretty boy or a decorative pillow.
What a handsome young man. Cho, when did you start dating?
Meng's mother spoke up, surprised, shifting her gaze from Jiang Nan's face.
Actually, we've been dating for 2.5 years. Meng Qingqiu replied shyly. 2.5 years?
A woman spoke up. She was Meng Qingqiu's aunt, with a voice that was very pleasant to hear, and her appearance was extremely beautiful.
Jiang Nan turned his gaze towards her and was instantly captivated.
This woman's looks were very regal, and her makeup was that of a true career woman, exuding a very cool demeanor. Just by visual assessment, Jiang Nan felt that her beauty score was definitely above 95. Immediately, he didn't waste much time and cast a perception spell towards her.
Name, Zhao Xin. Age, 30 years. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 52 kilograms. Beauty score, 96 points. Affection, 10 points.
As expected, her beauty score was indeed above 95.
A standard template for a strong woman. Xiao, you were in a relationship at 17?
Zhao Xian spoke, occasionally glancing at Jiang Nan, her cool and stunning face showing some unusual emotional fluctuations.
So handsome.
Zhao Xian had seen handsome men before, but a man like Jiang Nan, who made her want to look again after just one glance, she had truly never encountered. Moreover, whether it was the first glance or after looking a few more times, she still felt as if it was the first time, bringing her an incredible sense of amazement.
This was quite unbelievable. Online dating.
Meng Qingqiu stuck out her tongue and said softly, I met Jiang Nan online, and we just met in person recently.
Goodness. Meng Tianxiao's expression darkened. His daughter was truly too impressive.
Not only was she in an online relationship, but she also met in person.
Ahem, let me say a few words. Why don't we sit down and chat? Meng Jingming cleared his throat and suggested. Right. Mom, Dad, Aunt, come sit.
Meng Qingqiu released Jiang Nan's arm and quickly walked to the middle of her parents and aunt, then pulled one of them to sit down on the living room sofa.
Zhao Xian leisurely followed behind Meng Qingqiu's family, her gaze occasionally drifting towards Jiang Nan, an unconscious instinctive behavior. Where are you from, young man?
Meng Tianxiao took the water his daughter handed him, took a sip, and then looked at Jiang Nan and asked. His presence was quite imposing. Holding a company worth over $1 billion, he wasn't a top-tier figure, but he was definitely a true upper-class individual. His tone was calm, but any younger person in front of him would be somewhat intimidated.
Uncle, I'm from Jiangcheng.
Jiang Nan replied with a smile, looking directly at Meng Tianxiao without being humble or arrogant. Seeing Jiang Nan's demeanor, Meng Tianxiao showed a hint of surprise, secretly appreciating him with a nod, a smile forming at the corner of his mouth. You don't seem very old. Are you studying or doing something else?
I've stopped studying. I currently have some spare money and am planning to invest.
Jiang Nan spoke modestly, but both Meng Qingqiu and Meng Jingming understood that this spare money likely represented a significant amount.
Oh,
Meng Tianxiao raised his eyebrows slightly upon hearing Jiang Nan's words and said, I have some connections in Jiangcheng, if you want to invest there, I can offer you some help. This attitude was already very clear. Meng Tianxiao didn't seem to have any targeted thoughts towards Jiang Nan. At least his attitude was much better than Meng Jingming's initial attitude towards Jiang Nan. Then thank you in advance, uncle. Jiang Nan bowed slightly. He could sense that Meng Tianxiao had no intention of targeting him in front of everyone, which made him regard this future father-in-law with even higher esteem. This is not about judging a person by their appearance, nor is it about seeing through someone based solely on a superficial understanding, and then using one's status to oppress others like a nouveau riche. He is a true upper-class individual. Dad, Jiang Nan is really impressive. Seeing that his father's first impression of Jiang Nan was quite good, Meng Jingming spoke up at this moment. Oh, Meng Tianxiao looked at his son in surprise. I met him yesterday, cough cough. He was drinking alone while my friends and I were a total of 4, and we all got completely smashed. Meng Jingming spoke of this without a hint of embarrassment, but rather with great excitement. We were all drunk as skunks, and Jiang Nan easily carried 2 of us back to the hotel with one hand. So impressive? Meng Tianxiao was genuinely surprised. He looked at Jiang Nan and noticed that his demeanor was indeed very different from the young people he usually saw. Moreover, there was a sharpness about him that even gave off a sense of danger, which immediately piqued his interest. The more ordinary a person is, the more one-dimensional their perspective tends to be. And someone like Meng Tianxiao, who held a company worth over $1 billion, how could he lack insight and wisdom? Just the way his son spoke of Jiang Nan with such admiration and respect, along with the young man's own aura, made Meng Tianxiao feel a flicker of appreciation for the young man who had been his daughter's online boyfriend for several years. This young man was definitely not simple. In other words, from the very beginning, as long as Jiang Nan passed Meng Jingming's test, he had already completely won over the Meng family. Extra update. Seeking free support, gifts of a few dimes or a couple of bucks are even better. Ha ha ha, not bad. Meng's mother also smiled and nodded. Her first impression of Jiang Nan was very good. Handsome, good demeanor, and with her proud son holding Jiang Nan in such high regard, it made Meng's mother very satisfied. Meng Qingxiu's aunt, Zhao Xian, also looked at Jiang Nan a few more times, her eyes filled with satisfaction. Yay! Feeling the support of her family, Meng Qingxiu immediately felt happy. At first, she was quite worried, but now it seemed that her parents and aunt were not so superficial, which made her excited. Yu Yao beside her also smiled, believing that just the first impression had already gained the approval of Qiuqiu's parents and aunt, and she was confident that her parents would be even more satisfied when they met Jiang Nan. Your mother, your aunt, and I came today just to see how your place is, but we didn't expect such a big surprise. Meng Tianxiao slowly stood up, his gaze on Jiang Nan, and said gently, next time, come back with Qiuqiu for a home-cooked meal, and I'll see if your drinking skills are really that impressive. Then I'll take Jiang Nan back tomorrow afternoon. Meng Qingxiu hurriedly said, sure, see you tomorrow. We won't disturb you young people any longer. Meng Tianxiao gave Jiang Nan a deep look, then exchanged a glance with his wife. The two, along with Zhao Xian, headed towards the glass door on the side of the living room. They arrived suddenly and left just as quickly. When they returned, it was Jiang Nan, Meng Qingxiu, and Yu Yao coming back. Phew! Back in the living room, Meng Qingxiu let out a long sigh of relief, patted her chest, and laughed happily. That was really scary. I thought my parents would have a very good attitude, but it seems that our dear one is just too outstanding. Just the first impression has already gained the approval of my parents and aunt. But it's not really complete approval, Jiang Nan understood. A good attitude doesn't necessarily mean full approval. It could also be a matter of quality. Whether they truly recognized him as their son-in-law, he still needed to show something more. This is a good start. I believe with your excellence, my parents and my aunt will definitely recognize you completely. Meng Qingxiu leaned against Jiang Nan. What gift should we bring when we visit tomorrow? Jiang Nan's eyes flickered for a moment. What do your parents and aunt like? I'm not sure if my aunt will even have time. She's quite the strong woman. I don't know why she came with my parents today. Meng Qingxiu pondered for a moment and frowned. As for my parents, it seems they don't really have any particular likes. What about antiques and famous paintings? Jiang Nan asked. That's okay, but we already have quite a few antiques and calligraphy at home. Compared to these, I think my dad is more career-oriented. Although he has stepped back now and my aunt is in full control, he still pays a lot of attention to the company he built. Meng Qingxiu shook her head. Alright, I understand. Jiang Nan nodded. Oh, just buy some cigarettes, alcohol, and skincare products. Just to show some courtesy, Meng Qingxiu said with a smile. If you ask what they lack, she really doesn't think her family is missing anything. Courtesy still needs to be in place. I'll make a call to ask. Jiang Nan took out his phone and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window to dial a number. Hello. The call connected instantly. A cold yet pleasant voice rang out. This is Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan introduced himself.
Jiang Nan? Oh, it's Mr. Jiang Nan.
The coldness on the other end immediately dissipated, turning into warmth.
I would like to ask if there are any precious antiques or calligraphy at Xiang Pavilion behind Miss Su in Magic City? Jiang Nan got straight to the point.
In an instant, upon hearing Jiang Nan's words, in an office on a floor of a building in Magic City, a beautiful woman suddenly stood up from her seat.
Yes,
Miss Su was naturally Su Sherman, the one who had previously given Jiang Nan her business card from the management of Jiangqing Xiang Pavilion Auction House, who seemed to be a bit of a laissez.
Is it for direct purchase or auction? Jiang Nan inquired.
There are both for purchase and auction, it depends on your preference. Su Sherman hurriedly replied.
Give me the location of your Xiang Pavilion, and I'll come by to take a look. Jiang Nan said directly.
I just arrived in Magic City today to do some research, and I have to go back to Kyoto in a while.
Su Sherman said, Mr. Jiang Nan, your WeChat is this phone number, right? I'll add you and send you a location.
I'm always here, you can come anytime,
and I'll introduce you. Okay, add me.
Jiang Nan nodded, hung up the phone, and a smile appeared on his face. Money is indeed a good thing. As long as you have money, wherever you go, you'll have your connections.
Soon, a notification came through on WeChat. Jiang Nan clicked in and accepted Su Shimon's friend request.
The moment he accepted, the woman immediately sent a location.
Magic City Building. Mr. Jiang Nan, Xiang Pavilion is on the 88th floor of the building.
A voice message was sent.
Alright, I'll come over to take a look later.
Jiang Nan replied, then looked at Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao who were walking over.
Darling, do you want to go buy some antiques and calligraphy? Meng Qingqiu asked.
Yes. Jiang Nan nodded. Cigarettes, alcohol, and skincare products are still a bit lacking. I'm planning to see if there are any suitable antiques or calligraphy.
Wealthy people tend to have a fondness for these little things. That works. I'll accompany you with Yao Yao later. Meng Qingqiu nodded.
Jiang Nan glanced at the time. It was exactly 1 p.m. and he smiled at the two women.
At 2:30 p.m., in the Magic City building, in the spacious elevator, there were only Jiang Nan, Meng Qingqiu, and Yu Yao. Darling, we are really lucky.
As soon as we arrived at the underground parking lot, there was a parking space, and just as we entered the elevator, one came down, and it was completely empty, not crowded at all. Meng Qingqiu leaned against Jiang Nan's shoulder, while Yu Yao stood obediently on Jiang Nan's other side. Although she didn't lean on him as boldly as Meng Qingqiu, her occasional glances filled with admiration were evident to anyone that their relationship was quite close.
Indeed, it is good luck.
Jiang Nan smiled and nodded. Only he understood the reason for this good fortune. He had the title of the destined protagonist, and his luck was at its peak.
Ding!
Soon, with a sound, the elevator gradually came to a stop and slowly opened.
Welcome, Mr. Jiang Nan, to the Xiang Pavilion Auction House in the Magic City.
As Jiang Nan stepped out of the elevator with Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao, a warm welcome led by Su Sherman immediately came from the left.
Jiang Nan looked over and saw several welcoming ladies, led by Su Sherman, bowing in greeting.
When Su Sherman raised her head, her gaze instantly locked on the Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao, and her face revealed a look of astonishment.
Beautiful, so beautiful. These two little beauties were simply stunning to her heart. Wow, this Jiang Nan is simply outrageous.
I admit he is handsome, even to the point of making my heart flutter, but the girls beside him are just too top-notch. Su Sherman considered her own looks to be quite good, but whether compared to the landlady she met the first time or now with Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao, she was very aware that she simply couldn't compare.
And now, 3 women she deemed beyond her own level appeared one after another, all beside the same man, which was truly shocking. Hello, Mr. Jiang Nan.
While Su Sherman was momentarily stunned, Jiang Nan had already brought Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao to her side.
With 2 stunning beauties and a handsome man in front of her,
Su Sherman quickly regained her composure, showing a professional warm smile as she bowed to Jiang Nan, stepping aside as she raised her head. Please, come in.
Jiang Nan was not polite at all, leading the 2 women into the Xiang Pavilion Auction House in the Magic City. Su Sherman gave a few instructions and then followed closely behind Jiang Nan.
Upon entering the Xiang Pavilion, the entire hall was bustling with people. There were people moving around or sitting to watch a large screen at the front desk and surrounding seats.
Jiang Nan looked at the large screen, which displayed some simple information.
For example, there was a small auction at 3 p.m. worth millions.
Another small auction at 3:15 p.m. worth tens of millions.
Seeing this, Jiang Nan's gaze flickered slightly.
These items were not seen in the Xiang Pavilion of Jiang City, indicating that the Xiang Pavilion in the Magic City probably had more goods. What about the Xiang Pavilion in Kyoto? Jiang Nan's face showed a hint of interest.
This way, please.
Su Sherman led the way, quickly bringing Jiang Nan and the 2 women into an office. Please sit.
After leading them into the office, Su Sherman poured a few cups of water and served them one by one, then returned her gaze from Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao to Jiang Nan, saying, "It's like this, our Xiang Pavilion has two modes. The first is the auction mode, and the second is the fixed price. I just took a look, and today there are only some million level and ordinary 10 million level auctions. I'm not interested in this level of items." Jiang Nan shook his head. "The fixed price might exceed the market price a bit. I don't know if Mr.
Jiang Nan can accept that?"
Su Sherman pondered for a moment and cautiously asked, "Of course."
"No problem." Jiang Nan waved his hand and said lightly, "Money is a small matter. What I want is the goods." Within 13.6 billion, Jiang Nan could make instant payments. "You can rest assured about that."
Su Sherman smiled, feeling truly pleased to do business with someone as wealthy and extravagant as Jiang Nan. Immediately, she didn't waste any time, walked to her desk, searched in the cabinet, and then returned to Jiang Nan with an iPad in hand, presenting it with both hands and explaining, "This iPad contains the inventory from the Xiang Pavilion in Magic City, with most items being precious auction pieces worth over 50 million.
50 million.
Upon hearing Su Shimon's words, Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao exchanged glances and gasped in unison. Although they both came from wealthy families, to be honest, they had never seen items at this level.
You may not know,
but when in Jiang City, Mr. Jiang Nan spent tens of billions at one of our auctions. Seeing the astonished expressions on the faces of the two stunning beauties, Su Sherman immediately delivered another shocking piece of news. Of course, she would never mention Jiang Nan's extravagant purchase of a romantic heart as a gift for the landlady. She appeared to be a delicate person, but she was not someone without insight. Jiang Nan's status was undoubtedly beyond words. At least in her years in this industry, she had never seen a second-generation heir capable of casually spending over 2 billion.
Tens of billions?
Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao were directly stunned into an emoticon at Su Shimon's words.
Confused face,
their big eyes stared at each other.
Yes, that's right.
The expressions of the two top beauties were just like that.
It was too exaggerated. What does tens of billions even mean?
Take Meng Qingqiu's family for example. Her father was indeed a substantial power holder worth tens of billions.
But that didn't mean the Meng family could produce tens of billions in cash.
Therefore, the concept of Su Shimon's statement was truly enormous for Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao. It was no exaggeration to say it was enough to make their brains feel like they were pumping. Exaggerated, my total spending at that time was probably just around 20 billion.
Jiang Nan clarified.
There was still a slight difference between describing it as tens of billions and around 20 billion.
20 billion is still quite exaggerated.
Meng Qingqiu regained her composure, took a deep breath with Yu Yao, exchanged a glance, and exclaimed in unison, "The money you casually spend is an astronomical figure that many people would struggle for several lifetimes to earn.
What's mine is yours, so feel free to spend whenever you want. Money is just a string of somewhat useful numbers for your men." Jiang Nan patted the back of Meng Qingqiu's hand and then gave Yu Yao a confident look. "As long as it's enough." Meng Qingqiu shook her head.
"Yeah, since we were young, Zhou Qiu and I have always worn the best, eaten the best, and used the best. We don't really have a strong concept of money itself. If you let us spend it randomly, we wouldn't even know where to spend it." Yu Yao was also very clear-headed.
"Do you have any more iPads? Bring me 2 for my girlfriends to take a look."
Jiang Nan looked at Su Sherman and chuckled. "Let's see if there's any auction item they like, and we'll take them all together."
"Yes."
Su Shimon's eyes lit up immediately. She bowed and said, "Ladies, please wait a moment. I'll be right back."
Darling, once Su Sherman left the office, Meng Qingqiu called out somewhat awkwardly.
"These items have a great chance of being a steal. You are all my lucky angels, and perhaps you can bring me immense fortune." Jiang Nan smiled and said, "Relax, besides, money is meant to be spent.
What use is having more money if you just stare at it? Look, how about this auction item?
A pair of exquisite bracelets. I think they would be perfect for you to wear." Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao instinctively followed Jiang Nan's finger to the image, and they saw a pair of bracelets that looked exceptionally beautiful even on the screen. The moment they saw them, their eyes lit up simultaneously. However, upon seeing the price, which was a fixed 60 million, a bitter smile appeared on their faces.
60 million, that's too outrageous.
Although they had never lacked for anything since childhood and could get whatever they wanted, at that moment, the value of these bracelets being 60 million was an enormous shock for both Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao.
What's outrageous about it?
Jiang Nan chuckled and shook his head. In life, one should enjoy freely. Happiness is priceless.
If I'm happy, then this money is worth it.
As he spoke, he directly added the pair of bracelets worth 60 million to the shopping cart.
Seeing this scene, Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao exchanged glances. Wow,
he really treats this like online shopping, even has a shopping cart.
However, they did not refuse again. Moreover, the name of the bracelets had a great meaning, called Hand in Hand Until Old.
At that moment, the office door was gently pushed open, and Su Sherman walked in holding 2 iPads, her face full of a warm smile. Having witnessed Jiang Nan's spending power, she knew that today he might not clear half of the inventory at the Xiang Pavilion in Magic City, but even clearing a few auction items would not be a small sum. Ladies, the auction items on these 2 iPads are all categorized for women. Please take a good look, and if you find something you like, just add it to the shopping cart. Su Sherman offered the 2 iPads. Thank you. Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao took the iPads and began to browse, occasionally letting out exclamations of surprise. Wow, this necklace is even more outrageous. It's worth 100 million. Oh my goodness, this is the life of true upper-class socialites, right? A pair of earrings worth 70 million? Listening to Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao's astonished voices, Su Sherman couldn't help but smile. Why can't I add this calligraphy and painting to the shopping cart? At that moment, Jiang Nan called out, and when Su Sherman walked over, he directed her gaze to the screen he was pointing at. Mr. Jiang Nan, this calligraphy and painting was recently auctioned off by a gentleman for 5 billion. Su Sherman explained softly. Impressive. Jiang Nan couldn't help but give a thumbs up. This was an authentic work by Tang Yin, titled Lushan Waterfall View. The price was not displayed on the iPad because it had been sold, but he could still tell at a glance that this piece was extraordinary, which was why he inquired. Who would have thought it was indeed extraordinary, with the final auction price reaching an astonishing 5 billion. 5 billion? Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao looked over in surprise. This is an authentic work by Tang Yin. Although the gentleman may have inflated the price, to a true collector, it is naturally a priceless treasure. Su Sherman explained. Indeed. Jiang Nan nodded in agreement and continued to scroll. Soon, his finger paused on the screen, and he slightly raised his head. Because he was sitting and Su Sherman was bending over smiling to assist him, just that slight lift allowed him to see a beautiful sight he shouldn't have seen. Seemingly sensing something, Su Sherman immediately reacted and met Jiang Nan's gaze for a moment. Normally, even with any man, she would immediately show her displeasure. At that moment, a surge of displeasure rose within her, but when she met Jiang Nan's very sincere gaze, for some reason, she felt an overwhelming inability to be angry. Just as Su Sherman was about to crouch down, Jiang Nan reached out his hand. What do you want? Seeing Jiang Nan's outstretched hand, Su Shimon's brows instantly furrowed, unable to speak, but her heart was filled with extreme anger. After seeing her glory, did he still want to openly attack me in front of his woman? This jade pendant of yours is quite nice. Under Su Shimon's mixed feelings of surprise and shyness, Jiang Nan's hand paused, pointing at the jade pendant around her neck in astonishment. Ha! Su Sherman was taken aback, then looked down. Although there was a bit of glory, more was the jade pendant revealed. Realizing what was happening, Su Shimon's pretty face immediately turned red. It turned out she had misunderstood Jiang Nan. Su Shimon's favorability plus 20. In just an instant, her various emotions were too complex, directly resulting in a 20-point increase in favorability. This sudden increase in favorability left Jiang Nan dumbfounded. He had merely had a moment of inspiration, changing his approach, and who would have thought it would cause Su Sherman, the seemingly ambiguous woman, to directly gain 20 points of favorability. It should be noted that since she had gained 2 points of favorability when they first met in Jiang City, it had not increased even a bit. Therefore, this sudden 20-point increase in favorability shocked Jiang Nan. Could it be? This woman likes this kind of embarrassment? Interesting. Jiang Nan revealed an amused smile. This jade pendant is alright, it was given to me by my elders. If Mr. Jiang Nan likes it, there are many similar ones on this iPad, but their value might not be high. Su Sherman began to speak and slowly crouched down. It's fine. Jiang Nan also withdrew his gaze and pointed to the screen, saying, Why is there no price on this item? Let me take a look. At this moment, Su Sherman had calmed down from her earlier embarrassment of misunderstanding Jiang Nan, and her expression became more natural. Following Jiang Nan's finger, she saw a set of tea utensils and couldn't help but say, This set of tea utensils has no price. It's a must-bid item. Hearing this, Jiang Nan's brows instantly furrowed, and a hint of displeasure appeared on his face. Noticing Jiang Nan's change in expression, Su Sherman hurriedly said, Mr. Jiang Nan, this iPad has information from a month ago. It hasn't been completely refreshed yet. Did you find anything you liked? Jiang Nan ignored Su Sherman and focused his gaze on Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao. No. The two women shook their heads in unison. All right. Jiang Nan nodded. Mr. Jiang Nan. Su Shimon's expression slightly changed, and she hurriedly said, Did you not find anything else you liked? I found some, but they are all items without marked values, or else they have already been auctioned off. Jiang Nan said lightly. This. Su Shimon's face also showed a guilty and awkward smile. Then, she took a deep breath, gritted her teeth, took out her phone, opened an album, clicked on a photo, and handed it to Jiang Nan, saying in a deep voice, Mr. Jiang Nan, this is an authentic piece by Wang Shiji, Ping and Tai, that I will take to Kyoto for auction in a few days. Do you have any interest? Hearing Su Shiman's words, Jiang Nan's eyes lit up. He didn't know how much value this Ping and Tai held, but he knew how high the value of the words authentic work by Wang Shiji was. How much? Jiang Nan asked. The initial starting price is 100 million, with a final estimated value of 300 million. Su Shiman said solemnly. Starting price of 100 million? Final valuation of 300 million? Alright, I'll take it. Jiang Nan revealed a satisfied smile. 300 million is undoubtedly no different from $3 for Jiang Nan's deposits. If you want to buy at a fixed price, you must pay 15% over the final price. I need to mention this to you. Su Shiman hesitated for a moment and quietly reminded, this 15% excess is not for me, but will be donated by my Xiang Pavilion. So the 15% excess means an additional 45 million, right? Jiang Nan's eyes flickered. Yes. Su Shiman nodded. No problem. Jiang Nan secretly hoped Su Shiman would raise the price further, but he couldn't foolishly suggest it. Immediately, he took out a bank card and said, swipe it. Yes. Su Shiman knew this person's temperament was very direct, took the bank card with both hands, and then stood up, saying, you all sit in the office for a while, I'll be back soon. Wait. Also pay for this pair of bracelets. Jiang Nan pointed to the 60 million bracelets in the shopping cart on his iPad. Okay, please wait a moment. Su Shiman bowed respectfully and then quickly walked out of the office. Darling, you are really efficient. Meng Qingqiu gave a thumbs up and exclaimed, 300 million. No, with that pair of bracelets, your spending this time is a full 400 million and 5 million. Just a small fraction of that is the pursuit of an ordinary person's entire life. This is the difference in class. If it gets out, it will definitely cause great imbalance in the hearts of the lower class. Jiang Nan smiled without speaking. The 400 million and 5 million he spent could far exceed this value. Not to mention that it would directly let Meng Qingqiu's family recognize his strength. Just the consumption rebate brought by this moment, if it were to hit hard, not to mention dozens of times, even just a dozen times, Jiang Nan would consider himself very satisfied. Are there any other things you like? Yao Yao, what do your parents like? Jiang Nan treated everyone equally. Although there might not be an opportunity to visit Yue Yao's parents now, he would always take time to visit them later. So, it wouldn't hurt to prepare in advance. My parents come from a scholarly family and don't have much demand for material things. If I had to say, my dad should quite like these famous calligraphy and paintings. As for my mom, I think as long as you drink a few bottles of wine with her, she will be very satisfied with you. Yue Yao smiled, her lips pressed together. She was very happy because Jiang Nan had not neglected her. Having this question naturally meant that Jiang Nan was also considering visiting her family one day. I understand. It seems there's probably nothing good in this magic city. When I go to Kyoto later, I'll see if there are any good famous calligraphy and paintings. Jiang Nan was very attentive to his confidant, which he believed he should do. Not just for Meng Qingqiu, but for outstanding confidants like Yue Yao. Even for those with less favorable backgrounds, he would definitely keep their feelings in mind. After all, one day, Jiang Nan would choose to lay everything on the table and truly gather all his confidants under one roof. I'll listen to you. Yue Yao smiled happily. Not long after, the office door was gently pushed open again. Su Shiman entered with two burly men in black sunglasses, each carrying a small leather suitcase, following her in. Just put the things on the table and you can leave, Su Shiman instructed. Yes. The two burly men in black sunglasses respectfully placed the two small suitcases on the desk and slowly bowed their heads as they exited the office. Mr. Jiang Nan, please enter your password. Su Shiman smiled as she walked in front of Jiang Nan, slightly bowing and presenting a POS machine with both hands. Jiang Nan took the POS machine and directly entered the password. Beep beep beep, click click click. As the password was completed, the sound of receipts printing echoed. At the same time, a prompt sound rang in Jiang Nan's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, consumption completed. Received 10 times consumption rebate, 4 billion. 10 times consumption rebate, 4 billion credited? Awesome! Jiang Nan's face immediately broke into an excited smile. Although it didn't reach the expected dozen times, this 10 times consumption rebate was already fantastic. A pure profit of 3.6 billion, isn't that exhilarating? Moreover, with this rebate credited, his savings had risen several levels, reaching an astonishing 17.3 billion. I feel like I can exchange for a big welfare task to have some fun. Jiang Nan's eyes flickered. Coincidentally, he had no tasks at hand. Spending 10 billion to exchange for a big welfare task seemed quite interesting. No rush, I'll study it well after I get back. Jiang Nan regained his composure, returning the POS machine to Su Shiman while taking a deep look at the woman. He had spent exactly 4 billion, not 4 billion and 5 million. This indicated that the woman had directly wiped off the 5 million, which represented her very good attitude. Little did she know, wiping off that 5 million meant Jiangnan lost a whole 50 million in consumption rebate. But, with this 4 billion income, facing just 50 million was nothing to Jiangnan.
You can wear these bracelets now?
Jiangnan stood up, walked to the desk, opened a small leather case, and saw a pair of exquisite, sparkling bracelets placed inside.
He turned to Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao. Sure, Meng Qingqiu pulled Yu Yao up and quickly walked over.
Jiangnan smiled slightly, took out the pair of bracelets, and put them on Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao one after the other. These bracelets worth 60 million are really beautiful.
Meng Qingqiu laughed happily. Yao Yao, look how good your husband is to us. So, tonight.
As she spoke, she leaned closer to Yu Yao's ear and whispered something. After she finished speaking, Yu Yao's stunning face instantly flushed bright red, looking at Jiangnan with a gaze that was utterly enchanting. This scene also made Su Sherman, who was watching from the side, feel a pang of envy.
Su Shimon's favorability +5. Jiangnan was surprised to receive the system prompt about Su Shimon's increased favorability and couldn't help but look at the woman.
At this moment, Su Sherman also focused her gaze on Jiangnan. Their eyes met. Jiangnan's expression was calm, while Su Sherman shyly averted her gaze, which made Jiangnan's eyes narrow slightly.
This woman probably wasn't just a simple lesbian, right?
To put it simply, she liked both.
Or perhaps, for some reason, she was a latent lesbian.
Retracting his gaze, Jiangnan continued to open another small leather case. The moment he opened it, an ancient piece of calligraphy was framed inside. A piece of calligraphy worth over 300 million, it seems to have quite an impact for some reason. Meng Qingqiu leaned over, she didn't understand but respected it.
Who is Wang Shiji, the sage of calligraphy throughout the ages? If my dad sees this piece, he would probably jump up in joy. Meng Qingqiu whispered. Although her father didn't have much research in this area, well, for someone at this level, even if they haven't eaten pork they must have seen a pig run, right? As long as uncle likes it.
Jiangnan smiled and nodded, then closed the small suitcase and picked it up.
I'll carry it.
Meng Qingqiu immediately took the small suitcase, grinning. This way, you can have your hands free to hold me and Yao Yao. She was indeed quite thoughtful.
This made Jiangnan reveal a knowing smile, reaching out to embrace the two women, then looking at the somewhat dazed Su Sherman, he said, Miss Su, I am very satisfied this time. I hope next time you can recommend any better antiques or paintings to me. Oh, sure.
Su Sherman came back to her senses, showing a standard professional smile, placing her hands in front of her and bowing to Jiangnan.
Jiangnan nodded, holding Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao Yao as they walked out of the office. Su Sherman followed closely behind, escorting the three of them out of Xiang Pavilion. Mr. Jiang, take care.
At the entrance of Xiang Pavilion, Su Sherman bowed to the backs of Jiangnan and the others.
Jiangnan didn't look back, waving his hand as a greeting. Ding! The elevator arrived, and the figures of the three entered it. They came quickly and left just as quickly. Really efficient.
Su Sherman raised her head, looking in the direction Jiangnan had left, shaking her head and chuckling. She wasn't the decision-maker of Xiang Pavilion in Magic City, but for her, who was behind the founder of Xiang Pavilion, she still held significant influence there.
Jiangnan, Jiang family. Is there such a top-tier family in Zhongcheng?
Su Sherman was a bit curious. In her impression, there was only one Jiang family that was relatively famous in the country, and that was the Jiang family in the capital.
Could it be that Jiangnan is the second generation of the Jiang family in the capital?
No, the Jiang family in the capital seems to have no significant standing apart from that old man's identity as an internal player. The entire Jiang family barely counts as 100 billion family, far from the standard of 1,000 billion family.
Su Sherman muttered as she slowly walked back to Xiang Pavilion.
In her memory, there shouldn't be anyone of such age among the second generation of the Jiang family in the capital.
How strange.
Jiangnan must at least be from 1,000 billion family or a top-tier consortium.
Su Sherman only needed to understand that Jiangnan was definitely not simple.
Those few billion, or even 10 billion, seemed like pocket change to him. This level of confidence was simply exaggerated. At least among some top-tier second-generation Su Sherman had encountered, she couldn't see a hint of Jiangnan's indifference towards money, or his carefree attitude.
To be his woman is indeed a blessing.
Su Sherman mumbled, recalling the necklace he lavishly gifted to the woman beside him at the auction in Jiangqing's Xiang Pavilion, and the bracelets he gave to Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao Yao today, all of which indicated how good this man was to the women around him.
Oh, Su Sherman, what are you thinking? Why does it matter to you how others treat their women?
Su Sherman pondered, suddenly realizing, her expression turning strange.
Su Shimon's favorability +3. On Jiangnan's side. Just as he got in the car and started it, the system's prompt sounded in his mind.
which surprised him. This woman, Su Sherman, looking at it this way, really wasn't just a hardcore lesbian. Although there wasn't much increase in favorability during their last meeting, this time it was extremely exaggerated. It had now reached an astonishing 30 points, and don't think that this 30 points isn't high. In fact, if Su Sherman really likes both men and women equally, one could almost say she is a bisexual. Gaining a 30-point favorability from a bisexual, isn't that not much different from a 60-point favorability from an ordinary woman? Ha! This is interesting. It seems this woman has taken a great interest in me. To be able to make a bisexual submit to me in the near future, that feeling would be absolutely exhilarating. Jong Nan couldn't help but show an expression of anticipation. He had heard Su Sherman mention that she would be going to Kyoto in a few days. It seemed that at the auction in Kyoto, they would be able to meet again. See you in Kyoto. Jong Nan stepped on the gas and drove towards Meng Qingqiu's small villa. When he returned home, it was exactly 4 o'clock. Going out is still quite tiring. As soon as he got home, Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao were sitting on the sofa in the living room. Buzz buzz buzz. Just as Jong Nan was about to say something, his phone vibrated. He took out his phone and glanced at it, finding it was a video call from the landlady. He didn't answer immediately but glanced over at Meng Qingqiu. Coincidentally, Meng Qingqiu was also looking over. Darling, who called you? Meng Qingqiu asked curiously. It's Sister Xia. Jong Nan didn't hide it. Sister Xia. Hurry, answer the call. Meng Qingqiu immediately became excited. She had a very good impression of the landlady and quickly got up to grab Jong Nan's phone, sitting back down on the sofa, and said, Yao, I met a really nice and beautiful sister in Jiangcheng. Hee. It's just in time for a video call, awesome. As she spoke, she connected the video call. You little brat, it took you so long to answer my call. You seem to be very busy. You never think to call me unless I call you, really. A teasing voice filled with flirtation came from the phone, causing Jong Nan to cough uncontrollably. He knew that he probably couldn't hide his relationship with the landlady anymore. It seemed that upon hearing Jong Nan's cough, the landlady finally looked into the camera, only to see Meng Qingqiu looking at her with a strange expression, which made her immediately exclaim, Long time no see, Sister Xia. Meng Qingqiu smiled and waved at the landlady in the camera, as if she hadn't heard the flirtatious banter directed at her man just moments ago. Chio. The landlady's expression immediately froze, revealing an extremely awkward smile, and she didn't dare to meet Meng Qingqiu's gaze in the camera. At that moment, her stunningly beautiful face was flushed with embarrassment. It was clear she understood that Meng Qingqiu was no fool. Her tone just now was hardly that of a landlord speaking to a tenant or even to her daughter's godfather. It felt purely like a flirtation with her little lover. Oh no. At this moment, the landlady was truly panicking, wanting to say something but not knowing what to say. Sister Xia, let me introduce you. This is my good friend Yu Yao. You can call her Yao. Meng Qingqiu still acted as if she knew nothing, then turned the camera to Yu Yao beside her and introduced the landlady. Yao, this is Sister Xia, a very beautiful sister. Sister Xia, hello, I'm Yu Yao. Yu Yao wasn't foolish. She immediately understood that Meng Qingqiu probably already knew about the landlady's existence, otherwise, she wouldn't be so calm at this moment. So, she felt no pressure at all, smiling as she appeared on camera, looking at the somewhat flustered landlady in the lens, waving her little hand and saying, Ever since Chiu returned to the Magic City, she often brings you up in my ear. And there's also Sister Su Yun, I hear her mention you all the time. Is that so? The landlady swallowed hard, slowly directing her gaze to the camera. Upon seeing the girl in front of her, who she thought was several times more beautiful than Meng Qingqiu at first glance, her eyes widened involuntarily. My goodness, what kind of divine beauty is this? Yes indeed. Yu Yao smiled, her eyes curving like crescent moons, beautiful and charming, yet with a hint of playful cuteness. In short, every frown and smile seemed to radiate an absolutely perfect glow that was captivating. The landlady took a deep breath, and even though she wasn't into lace, after stealing a few more glances at Yu Yao, she felt a flutter in her heart. So beautiful. Beautiful enough to make her, as a woman, feel incredibly moved. Yao, you really are stunning, the landlady sincerely exclaimed. After the compliment, she suddenly snapped back to reality and quickly turned to Meng Qingqiu beside Yu Yao, hastily explaining, Chiu, actually, I won't pretend anymore. I have a bit of a relationship with that kid Jong Nan. It's not that I wanted to hide it from you on purpose. You know I live alone. She began to speak, and Meng Qingqiu didn't interrupt her, quietly listening. A few minutes later, the landlady sighed heavily and said softly, I'm really sorry, Chiu. If you want to scold me, go ahead, I won't say a word back. Xiajia, actually I already knew all of this. Meng Qingqiu finally spoke, looking very seriously at the landlady in the camera. When their surprised gazes met, she revealed a gentle smile, a woman's intuition is very accurate.
Such yeah, the way you look at Jiang Nan is just like the way I look at him. Love can be acted out, can be pretended.
But true love, in my opinion, cannot be acted out or pretended.
Cho. The landlady's eyes widened.
Not just you, Xiaojia, but also Sister Su-yun.
I think you must all be good sisters, right?
Meng Qingqiu didn't have much contact with Su-yun, but she could still tell.
Yes, the landlady nodded.
It's okay, we're all good sisters.
From now on, we're all family.
Meng Qingqiu gave Jiang Nan face, and also gave the landlady face. This was the true demeanor of a main wife.
Good.
Meng Qingqiu's statement undoubtedly moved the landlady greatly, who then cried directly in front of the camera. She had thought Meng Qingqiu would scold her, calling her an unrestrained woman.
Who knew that wasn't the case?
Moreover, she directly acknowledged her sisterhood with Su-yun, both of them widows. How could this not make the landlady feel so touched that she wanted to cry?
When I have time to return to Jiang City with Yao Yao is also our good sister. Haha, what do you think? My good friend is very beautiful, right?
When talking about Yu Yao, the pride on Meng Qingqiu's face was undeniable.
Very beautiful, even I can't help but feel moved.
The landlady cried tears of joy, wiping the corners of her eyes, nodding vigorously.
He. Meng Qingqiu laughed.
The three women completely clarified their relationship, and the topics of conversation began to gradually shift towards more daring subjects. Even the landlady started sharing her experiences with Jiang Nan.
As Jiang Nan listened, he couldn't help but smile at Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao, who occasionally glanced shyly in his direction. Who else could it be? Is there anyone else? A battlefield of love? What a strange term. He had never heard it before.
From the very beginning, Jiang Nan was not worried about the emergence of a battlefield of love.
He was very confident in his charm, even in the title of the protagonist with a destiny buff. Flipping the script? That was absolutely impossible. If there was a battlefield of love, what would be left of a carefree life? This system would have to be renamed the system of setbacks right on the spot.
Currently, it is known that there are 4 beautiful confidants on this side: the landlady, Su-yun, Meng Qingqiu, and Yu Yao, who have come to a showdown.
Jiang Nan's gaze flickered as he slowly walked to the middle of Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao and sat down, looking at the landlady in the camera, who was all smiles, and asked with a light laugh, Sister Xia, where's Sister Yun?
Where did she go?
She went out to pick up 2 little girls. I wanted to go too, but I twisted my ankle. However, thanks to this twist, otherwise,
the landlady's face showed a relieved smile. For her, this knot in her heart was completely untied.
Twisted it? Did you apply medicine? Jiang Nan focused on the point and asked with concern. It's fine, I put on a bruise ointment, and it feels much better.
The landlady revealed a happy smile.
That's good. Jiang Nan nodded. Alright, I'm going to lie down for a bit.
You guys go do your important business, and we can chat when you have time. The landlady looked at Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao in the camera with a hint of teasing in her eyes, and suddenly laughed, actively ending the topic.
Around 6 o'clock, in the master bathroom on the 2nd floor.
Jiang Nan dried his hair and slowly opened the bathroom door to step out. His eyes fell on a bed where Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao were quietly lying down, lightly asleep, which brought a happy smile to Jiang Nan's face.
Clap! Jiang Nan patted his indestructible waist, feeling even more confident.
As the saying goes, there are no fields that are overworked, only cows that are exhausted. The saying was completely the opposite for him. The combat power brought by this indestructible waist was truly astonishing. Glancing at the black and white stockings on the floor, and even a few sets of battle robes, Jiang Nan tidied up a bit and then slowly walked out of the master bedroom. He went down to the 1st floor and sat down on the sofa in the living room.
Clap!
Jiang Nan took out a cigarette, lit it, and at the same time, he called out to the system in his mind. System, exchange 100 billion for a big welfare mission.
Jiang Nan had always been a firm action-oriented person. Now he had
3 billion, and taking out 100 billion to exchange for a big welfare mission would not affect his upcoming trip to Kyoto at all. The only difference was that the daily interest of 10 billion would turn into 1 billion.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have successfully spent 100 billion to exchange for a big welfare mission.
Instantly, the system's prompt sounded in Jiang Nan's mind. Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have spent 100 billion to obtain a big welfare mission. Mission description: have 5 beautiful confidants with a beauty score above 98. Note, favorability must also be above 98 points.
Mission rewards: body transformation liquid *1, beauty pill *1, transferable lifespan of 20 years, language master ability.
When this so-called big welfare mission appeared, Jiang Nan was momentarily stunned.
Immediately after, a strange smile appeared on his face. Goodness, is this what a big welfare mission is?
To be honest, at first, Jiang Nan thought this big welfare mission would be very difficult.
The result. Is this it? Having 5 beautiful confidants with a beauty score of 98 and a favorability rating also reaching above 98, isn't that just a piece of cake? Currently, he has only completed a small welfare task, and already has 3 confidants with a beauty score and favorability both at 98. Which means he only needs 2 more confidants who meet the same criteria to completely secure the luxurious rewards of this major welfare task. Too easy, right? The landlady has a side task as well, so in a true sense, I just need to get 1 more confidant to meet the conditions, and this major welfare task will be completed. Jong Nan couldn't help but laugh. This major welfare task is undoubtedly as easy as sending warmth, with no difficulty at all. Body transformation liquid, beauty elixir, transferable lifespan of 20 years, and that language master. A total of 4 rewards, and I won't even mention the body transformation liquid and beauty elixir, they're just so nice. The last 2 aren't bad either. What a windfall. Jong Nan mumbled. It seems that the rewards for this major welfare task costing 100 billion aren't much, but upon closer inspection, which of these 4 rewards isn't extraordinary? Among them, Jong Nan felt that the seemingly less useful ability of the language master might actually show its value in daily life. There isn't a single useless ability produced by the system. At least, among the abilities Jong Nan currently possesses, none are useless, all are of great help to him. Awesome! Even before completing this task and receiving these rewards, I don't know why, but I feel a sense of complete relaxation. Ha ha ha! Jong Nan couldn't help but get carried away. Perhaps he understood that his future goal of continuously making money would require him to keep exchanging for major welfare tasks, thus making himself stronger. His so-called strength isn't just about money and power, but a true strength that transcends and rises above the core of this world. That day will surely come. Jong Nan was very confident. Around 7 in the evening, Jong Nan had cooked 4 dishes and a soup, and was just about to go upstairs to wake Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao for dinner. It smells so good. Qiu, it seems we timed our descent perfectly. Haha, I was just saying I was starving when I got up. The surprised voices of Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao immediately rang out. Darling, I really love you so much. You're so perfect. You deserve 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. Meng Qingqiu happily ran over and hugged Jong Nan, bursting into laughter. Jiang, dear husband, you're so good. Yu Yao also ran over, and compared to Meng Qingqiu, she was a bit more reserved, shyly shaking Jong Nan's arm a couple of times, her pretty face and eyes filled with a dreamy look. Let's eat, and after we're done, we'll go out for a stroll. Jong Nan gently patted Meng Qingqiu's back, then kissed Yu Yao, signaling the 2 girls to sit down, and said, Today I made Sichuan cuisine, spicy chicken, mapo tofu, and beer duck. So delicious, I'm about to drool. Slurp slurp. Meng Qingqiu pulled Yu Yao to sit down together, and as soon as Jong Nan took his seat, she immediately picked up her chopsticks and grabbed a piece of spicy chicken to put in her mouth. Her eyes instantly lit up, and after chewing and swallowing, a mischievous smile appeared on her face. Darling, you said I'm eating this spicy if I don't brush my teeth. He. Her words were truly brazen. Cough cough cough, cough cough. Qiu, how? Cough, are you like a little hooligan? As Yu Yao just put a piece of duck meat into her mouth, she choked upon hearing her words, casting a somewhat resentful glance at Meng Qingqiu. Who was just competing with me? Second sister, you're not allowed to call me big sister. Meng Qingqiu reached out and gently flicked Yu Yao's forehead, smiling as she looked at Jong Nan, who was bringing over a bowl of corn rib soup, and playfully said, Darling, you haven't replied to me yet. Also, I want you to serve me a bowl of soup. Just in time, I'll rinse my mouth. Hee. This Cho. Jong Nan couldn't help but laugh, realizing that she had truly unlocked a hidden side of herself that had been buried for who knows how many years. However, the more this was the case, the more Jiang Nan understood Meng Qingqiu's love for her. After serving Meng Qingqiu a bowl of soup, he softly said, Let's eat first, we can talk about things later. If we fill up here, how can I eat later? If you can't eat, let Yao eat. Hee. Meng Qingqiu immediately replied, Hey, Qiu, I can't keep up with all the delicious food made by my husband. Yu Yao shyly shot a glance at Meng Qingqiu, then looked at Jong Nan and mumbled, Actually, it's not impossible. Ha ha ha. Laughter and joy filled the dining table, creating a warm atmosphere. After half an hour of dining, not a single dish was left on the table. I can't take it anymore. I feel like if my husband keeps cooking, my weight will skyrocket. Yu Yao said this, but her face was adorned with a lingering smile of happiness. It's great while eating, but it's tough when it's time to lose weight. Meng Qingqiu nodded in agreement. It's not like a few meals will make you gain much weight. Jong Nan chuckled. Oh no, I'm stuffed and don't want to go out anymore. Yu Yao smiled wryly. She was already quite a homebody,
which was why, despite her looks being better than Meng Qingxiu's, there were very few legends about her at Magic City University. Of course, there was also the reason that she would deliberately wear non-prescription glasses at school to hide her beauty. Me too, once I'm full, I just want to sleep, but this weekend has passed too quickly, time really flies. Meng Qingxiu sighed lightly and said, "Darling, I have class tomorrow morning, but I can rest in the afternoon."
"Let's go back to my place then." "No problem." Jiang Nan nodded, getting up to clean the dishes.
This time, Meng Qingxiu and Yu Yao didn't let him rest but got up to help him clean as well. The three of them took the dishes into the kitchen, and by the time they came out again, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. The passage of time was something that those who understood would understand. Jiang Nan walked out of the kitchen with Meng Qingxiu and Yu Yao, both girls' faces flushed, their every frown and smile exuding an alluring charm. I suddenly feel much more energetic. Darling, Yao Yao and I are going to take a shower and change our clothes.
Let's go out for a stroll. By the way, I haven't properly taken you out to see the night view of Magic City yet.
Meng Qingxiu gave Yu Yao a look, then pulled her as they jogged towards the second floor.
I need to take a shower too. Jiang Nan chased after them. An hour later,
a silver Panamera slowly drove through the streets of Magic City. Jiang Nan looked at the rearview mirror, where Meng Qingxiu and Yu Yao were playfully laughing in the back seat, a slight smile forming on his lips. This peaceful and warm daily life truly made him feel at ease, without needing to think about anything else, just enjoying this moment of happiness. Soon, the car slowly stopped in a commercial plaza. That's the Magic City Tower, but only outsiders go there, locals rarely visit. As soon as they got off the car, the two girls hooked their arms around Jiang Nan's, completely unconcerned about the curious gazes from the people around them.
Meng Qingxiu pointed to a tall tower not far away and said, "Aren't I just an outsider?" Jiang Nan chuckled. "Then your two babies aren't locals from the Magic City, right?"
Meng Qingxiu smiled and said, "Anyway, I don't recommend going inside that tower.
If you want to see the night view, the top floor of this commercial building offers a great view of the surroundings."
Jiang Nan looked up. The height of this building was not low, at least 70 or 80 floors.
Although it couldn't compare to the Magic City skyscrapers, it wasn't too shabby either. Moreover, the Magic City skyscraper isn't far from here. If you really want to see the night view, it would be better to go to the top floor of the Magic City skyscraper, Yu Yao said softly. She was inherently a bit socially anxious, especially since she and Meng Qingxiu were linking arms with Jiang Nan, looking like a little trio of lovers, attracting a lot of attention from passers-by, which made her feel a bit shy, and her voice sounded a little weak. "Let's just stroll around first," Jiang Nan said. The reason he came out to walk around was just to spend more time with Meng Qingxiu and Yu Yao. He would be leaving the Magic City on the 30th, and it would be at least until the two girls had their holidays before they could meet again.
Okay, Meng Qingxiu and Yu Yao replied obediently in unison. They walked along the commercial street at the bottom of the building. Various mid-range shops were available, and some high-end stores were bustling with customers.
Claw machine!
Meng Qingxiu suddenly pointed at a shop and shouted excitedly.
"Cho, have you forgotten the lesson from last time? We spent over $200 and only got 2 dolls. We lost like crazy."
Yu Yao covered her mouth and laughed.
"True, these shops are full of tricks," Meng Qingxiu sighed. "No worries, today your husband will give it a try," Jiang Nan said, his eyes sparkling as he wrapped his arms around the two girls and headed towards the claw machine shop. As soon as they entered, the shop was mostly filled with young couples, and some parents brought their children. The moment Jiang Nan and the two girls walked in, they instantly attracted everyone's attention. "Oh my god, what divine looks! Are these three definitely not some celebrities? Wait, why are these two gorgeous girls so close to that handsome guy? Could it be?" Whispers occasionally arose.
The three of them completely ignored it and went to the coin machine to get 20 coins. 1 coin was 1 yuan, so 20 coins were 20 yuan.
"Ha, darling, are you sure 20 coins will be enough for you to give this shop a lesson?" Meng Qingxiu's eyes widened. Last time, she spent over 200 yuan and only got 1 doll, which was actually given to them by the staff because they were too good-looking. So, it was clear how difficult it was to win a doll. 1 coin at least gets 1 doll. It's that simple. Jiang Nan smiled confidently. His passive skill from the protagonist Halo buff was an incredible luck value. If he couldn't even win a doll, then that title could really be reworked. "Handsome, I admit you're indeed very handsome, but being handsome doesn't help with winning dolls, it requires skill." Just then, someone nearby heard Jiang Nan's words and was about to give a lecture. However, while he was speaking, Jiang Nan had already put a coin into a nearby claw machine. Even before the person finished speaking, he saw Jiang Nan casually shake his hand and press the grab button, directly catching 2 Hello Kitty dolls that fell down steadily. "Darling, you're amazing. Hubby, you're so awesome." The most shocking thing for the person nearby was not Jiang Nan's double win, or rather,
the most shocking thing for him was indeed the double win. Because, top beauties like Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao were actually this guy's girlfriends? Oh heavens! You're handsome enough, but how can you have two such beautiful girlfriends? Do you want to leave anyone else alive? At this moment, Jiang Nan turned his gaze over and asked, "Hey buddy, what did you just say?" As soon as these words came out, the guy instantly broke down. After awkwardly smiling, his face turned a bit red as he quickly left. "Darling, that Doraemon." Meng Qingqiu, holding a Hello Kitty, smiled and looked towards a claw machine nearby, and at that moment, she caught sight of a woman wearing a baseball cap, big black sunglasses, and a mask, sneaking over. It seemed she sensed something, as the fully armed woman turned her head, and when her gaze met Jiang Nan and his group, she seemed to freeze for a moment. What a coincidence! This is reckless. Sun Weiwei's favorability +3. Ha! Jiang Nan's gaze hadn't turned yet, so he didn't know what was going on. But when the system's prompt sound echoed in his mind, he immediately followed the direction Meng Qingqiu was pointing and instantly noticed the fully armed Sun Weiwei. Wow, what a coincidence! Why does this person look so sneaky? Jiang Nan recognized Sun Weiwei in that outfit, while Meng Qingqiu took a couple more glances at her, feeling a bit strange. However, she didn't think much of it and cheerfully walked towards a claw machine, saying, "Darling, I want this Doraemon, can you get it?" Easy. Jiang Nan was extremely confident, also pulling his gaze away from the fully armed Sun Weiwei and arriving at the claw machine filled with Doraemons. Click! He dropped a coin, casually shook the claw a couple of times, and then directly pressed the grab button. Snap! Under the astonished gazes of Meng Qingqiu, Yu Yao, and the sneaking Sun Weiwei, 1, 2, 3. Oh my gosh, can you really grab 3 at once? Meng Qingqiu started counting, looking incredulously at the claw machine's claw-grabbing 3 Doraemon dolls, and a wave of exclamations immediately erupted in the venue. How about that? Jiang Nan squatted down, holding the 3 Doraemon dolls in his hands, speaking as he glanced at Sun Weiwei, who was a bit closer, a smile involuntarily forming on his lips. So amazing, darling. 3 Doraemons, my goodness, how can you be so awesome, hubby? The emotional value from Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao was simply filling Jiang Nan up, and after all this praise, he couldn't help but smile widely. So satisfying. What, darling? Hubby? At this moment, nearby, Sun Weiwei, who was randomly moving the claw on another machine, perked up her ears to listen to the conversation of the 3. Upon hearing Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao each call Jiang Nan by those names, her eyes behind the big black sunglasses widened immediately, and her beautiful face behind the mask showed an expression of disbelief. What did she just hear? Those 2 beautiful ladies were actually Jiang Nan's girlfriends? Miss, are you going to grab from this claw machine? While Sun Weiwei was in shock, a gentle voice rang in her ear. I'm not grabbing, you guys go ahead. Sun Weiwei instinctively replied. Ha! The moment Sun Weiwei's voice came out, Yu Yao and Meng Qingqiu immediately looked closely at her. I'm not Sun Weiwei, why are you looking at me? Sun Weiwei was being stared at by Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao, and immediately waved her hand and whispered, okay. Jiang Nan had always thought that the situation of "there's no silver here" was impossible, but wasn't Sun Weiwei perfectly illustrating this idiom at this moment? No, we didn't recognize you, how did you expose yourself? Yu Yao was almost laughing out loud at Sun Weiwei's antics. What a coincidence, I didn't expect to run into you while out for a stroll. Meng Qingqiu took a few more glances at Sun Weiwei and couldn't help but smile. Shoo, I sneaked out, don't alert the people nearby. Sun Weiwei was also feeling foolish and quickly lowered her voice, then sneakily glanced around and made a shushing gesture. Seeing her like this, Jiang Nan immediately activated his heightened senses. Where did the young lady run off to? I checked the claw machine shop and didn't see her. Strange, didn't I just see her running this way? Why is she nowhere to be found? You, come with me to check over there. We need to find the young lady soon, the madam said we must bring her back tonight. Voices came from the entrance of the claw machine shop, causing Jiang Nan's gaze to flicker. He couldn't help but shake his head, looking at the sneaky Sun Weiwei with a hint of pity in his eyes. It seemed that being a public figure wasn't all that great. Moreover, Sun Weiwei's background was not small. While she had gained fame, she had also lost a lot of freedom. Turning off his heightened senses, Jiang Nan tossed a Doraemon plush toy to Sun Weiwei and said lightly, "The people looking for you have already left. You don't need to sneak around anymore." Really? Sun Weiwei straightened up, instinctively catching the Doraemon that was thrown to her, but still looked around in disbelief, mumbling, "There's a dinner party today, and my mom insisted I go, saying she would introduce me to a few second-generation heirs from the younger generation of Magic City." Hearing this, Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao exchanged glances, feeling a bit of sympathy for this woman at that moment. It seemed glamorous on the surface, but in reality, she had no freedom at all, and it appeared that she wouldn't be able to make her own decisions regarding marriage in the future.
Compared to Sun Weiwei, both women felt incredibly lucky. Of course, they were still young, attending university, and hadn't yet reached the point of experiencing such situations. By the way, I didn't just hear that wrong, did I? Sun Weiwei suddenly realized, pointing at Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao, "You two just called that guy Jiang Nan darling and hubby?"
Darling hubby. Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao hugged Jiang Nan's arms, sweetly calling out. Jiang Nan wrapped an arm around each of their waists, smiling at Sun Weiwei, and the smug look on his face made Sun Weiwei frown under her duckbill hat. This news was indeed shocking. A person simultaneously having two top-notch beauties as confidants. If this got out, Jiang Nan would instantly become a unique internet celebrity. Of course, this internet celebrity was in quotes, as it would undoubtedly be a negative label.
No kidding. In this day and age, it's already hard for guys to find partners, and Jiang Nan, being handsome makes it easier to find one, but he had to go and find two? Who could balance that in their heart?
So, it was basically predictable.
Once this matter spread online, a large portion of netizens would definitely be on the opposing side of Jiang Nan.
You all should be careful. There might be paparazzi secretly taking pictures of me.
If they catch you and upload it online, that would be terrible. Sun Weiwei thought for a moment and quietly reminded them. It shouldn't be that serious, right? Meng Qingqiu and Yu Yao also started looking around. The two women didn't mind, they were just afraid it would affect Jiang Nan. "It's fine," Jiang Nan said with a confident smile. With the system in place, how could he be afraid of someone secretly taking pictures of him? That would be underestimating the system.
To say it without exaggeration, Jiang Nan was here to enjoy life.
Any little misfortune would be an insult to the carefree life system.
Even if someone did take a picture, as long as it could affect Jiang Nan, the quality would unconsciously degrade, or the photo would mysteriously disappear.
Since you don't care,
I won't say much more," Sun Weiwei yawned, then moved aside a bit, glancing at the doryman she was holding, and said lightly, "How much is this doryman?
I'll buy it for you."
"You're crazy." Jiang Nan shot her a glance and said, "But if you really want to give me money, you won't get away without at least $100.
You're so greedy. A doll for $100? No way." Sun Weiwei immediately took off her big black sunglasses and glared at Jiang Nan. "Not even $100?
Jiang Nan laughed. "Qiu, tell her how much you lost last time."
"Well,
Sun Weiwei, last time I spent over 200 and didn't catch a single doll," Meng Qingqiu reminded her, "and if you calculate it carefully, this doryman actually only costs three dimes, since one coin is $1 and I caught 3 dolls. Then it's still a gift from you." Sun Weiwei immediately hugged the doryman tighter, and when she put her big black sunglasses back on, her slightly squinted eyes showed that she was smiling.
Sun Weiwei's favorability +2.
Jiang Nan didn't see it, but from the increase of 2 points in her favorability, he had a more intuitive sense of her tsundere personality.
"Darling,
I want that Pikachu too." Meng Qingqiu pointed at a claw machine with a smile. "I wonder if I can catch 3 more this time."
"Shouldn't be a problem, maybe I can even get 4. Jiang Nan was now purely a claw machine operator, following wherever his women pointed. He dropped a coin, and under the watchful eyes of Meng Qingqiu, Yu Yao, and Sun Weiwei, Jiang Nan casually shook the claw and then gently pressed the grab button. What the heck? 4?
This time he did catch 3, but for some reason, when the claw touched, a Pikachu leaning against the exit also fell out. Seeing this, Sun Weiwei stretched her neck a bit, surprised as she pulled down her sunglasses, looking incredulously at Meng Qingqiu, who was squatting down holding 4 Pikachus, and exclaimed,
"You're amazing, hubby." Yu Yao clapped and cheered. "Mua, you're so great, darling." Meng Qingqiu leaned over and kissed Jiang Nan's cheek. "Keep it low-key, keep it low-key." Jiang Nan couldn't help but laugh. The halo buff of the destined protagonist was truly incredible. This wasn't just luck, it was like wishes coming true. "You must have bribed the owner of these claw machines, right?" Sun Weiwei looked over, suspiciously staring at Jiang Nan, questioning him. "I was thinking of giving you one, but now it seems that's not happening." Jiang Nan glanced at her sideways and said lightly, "Who wants yours? I can catch it myself." She said that, but at that moment, Sun Weiwei's eyes were glued to the 4 Pikachus in Meng Qingqiu's arms. Seeing this, Meng Qingqiu couldn't help but smile and shake her head. After this meeting, she felt a bit of sympathy for this woman, but also found her somewhat cute. To describe it in a standard term, it was a classic case of mouth hates but body loves. "Here you go." Meng Qingqiu picked a larger Pikachu and handed it to Sun Weiwei. Sun Weiwei's face lit up with surprise as she was about to reach out to take it. "Ahem." Jiang Nan immediately cleared his throat, and a teasing voice rang out in the room. "Didn't a certain woman say she could catch one too? Humph."
Hearing this, Sun Weiwei immediately withdrew her hand, clutching a Doraemon doll tightly, turned around to toss her golden long hair over her shoulder, and quickly walked towards the claw machine, her voice trailing behind, "I'll catch it, I don't believe I can't."
"Darling."
This Sun Weiwei really acts like a little girl. Meng Qingqiu watched Sun Weiwei's back and smiled slightly.
Isn't she about 23?
She's a couple of years older than us. It must be her family environment that shaped her somewhat contradictory personality,
Yu Yao whispered.
Initially, she didn't have a particularly good impression of Sun Weiwei, but after this brief interaction, she, like Meng Qingqiu, found the woman somewhat pitiable yet also a bit adorable. At that moment, Sun Weiwei came back with her head down, her awkward voice ringing out,
Beautiful lady, could you lend me some coins? I forgot my phone. Meng Qingqiu, Yu Yao, Zhang Nan couldn't suppress the corners of his mouth. This woman is just so adorably silly.
You should stick with us, darling, we'll catch, and we'll pick up, it's all the same. Meng Qingqiu's eyes flickered as she stepped forward and stuffed a Pikachu into Sun Weiwei's arms, whispering, if we have a share, you must have a share too. By the way, I haven't introduced myself. I'm Meng Qingqiu, you can call me Qiuqiu.
This is Yu Yao, you can also call her Yao Yao.
Sun Weiwei blinked, perhaps because she didn't have many friends around. Meng Qingqiu's proactive approach made her a bit unaccustomed, and for a moment, she stood there dazed.
A few seconds later, Sun Weiwei put on her big black sunglasses again and nodded obediently.
Darling, another good sister has come, I'll leave her to you,
Meng Qingqiu said with a double meaning, looking at Zhang Nan with a playful wink. Zhang Nan naturally understood Meng Qingqiu's double entendre and couldn't help but glance at Sun Weiwei. This woman's looks, temperament, and even figure were all top-notch.
If it were someone else, they might think her only flaw was being too tsundere.
But for Zhang Nan, this tsundere quality felt like a bonus.
At least among the beautiful women he knew, there wasn't one who acted particularly tsundere. Most importantly, Sun Weiwei was a blonde. Thinking carefully, he felt this woman was very similar to a girl named Ying Lily from an anime he watched a few years ago, both in personality and figure. Next, Zhang Nan naturally played his role as the destined protagonist perfectly. For Meng Qingqiu and the other girls, he was like a god descending to earth. They only bought 20 coins, and in less than 10 minutes, Meng Qingqiu, Yu Yao, Sun Weiwei, and Zhang Nan each had 6 or 7 dolls in their arms.
Boss, please get some bags.
Zhang Nan certainly wouldn't throw away the spoils, and even if he wanted to, Meng Qingqiu and the others wouldn't agree. The group walked out of the claw machine shop with bags in hand, under the gaze of everyone in the store.